The battle between the two true god-level powerhouses in the sky above the entire world resembled a scene of impending doom. The aftershocks of the battle, no longer sustained by the laws of nature, transformed into a massive amount of energy that crashed to the earth. A fiery red meteor streaked across the sky, leaving a deep crater hundreds of miles deep on the earth. Beyond this vast world, a tea table sits steadily in the void. Chapter 2: A One-Piltover Trading Company. Lyd sat calmly in front of the coffee table, leisurely sipping his tea. Although there were two true god-level powerhouses fighting in the world before him, Lyd was not flustered. In contrast, the three undead demigods behind him were constantly rubbing their skeletal frames together, their hearts filled with extreme tension. The leading undead demigod said in terror, "Your Majesty, perhaps we should choose another one." Lyd calmly took a sip of tea and said, "The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Besides, I know everything about what's going on here, and I also know something about that demigod on the other side." As a space wanderer, Reed has traveled through a vast number of worlds. Lyd felt he could get involved in the situation. As terrifying divine power spread out, Reed's eyes lit up slightly, and he said, "Our chance has come." The three undead demigods looked at each other, filled with great fear, but there was nothing they could do at the moment. As mere tools, the three undead demigods were also aware of this. With a resolute heart, he immediately ordered the 5 million undead army behind him to charge towards the great world ahead. Lyd also vanished from the spot in a flash. On a battlefield filled with powerful true gods, the human true god and the abyss evil god opposite him both had icy gazes on them. This great world was originally the world of human gods, but it has been coveted by the evil gods of the abyss and is now on the verge of destruction. A flash of blood appeared on the battlefield, and Lyd materialized out of thin air. The abyss god glanced at the other party, and the expression on his face immediately turned as if he had swallowed a green-headed fly. The opponent's strength is not a threat. They are only at the 4th stage of demigod. However, the identity of the other party gave the abyss god a great headache, because it was a vampire demigod. Overall, the vampires are a very united race, although there are a few scoundrels, but they are only a minority. What appears to be merely a demigod is nonetheless a force to be reckoned with if the opponent were to call for reinforcements. The abyss god immediately said coldly, "Demigod of the Blood Clan, step aside. We'll share some of the world's origin with you later." Appeared on Reed's face as he calmly said, "I can lend you a hand, but I'd like a little more of the world origin." The abyss god had now grasped the situation and immediately said, "Then it depends on how much effort you put in." Lyd smiled but did not answer. However, the half-body phantom behind him conveyed the other party's meaning. A blood-red, half-body phantom stretched across the void, its terrifying power permeating the battlefield. Then Reed raised his hand, and a wine glass appeared in his palm, filled with a blood-red liquid. Whether it was a true human god or an evil god of the abyss, their pupils contracted sharply when they saw the wine glass in the other's hand. The goblet in the other's hand was no mere decoration. The two true gods could tell at a glance that it was a divine artifact. Although the entire race of Reed Cappadocia had their true names erased by the true ancestor, all of their resources were concentrated in one person. Let alone a true divine artifact, even a God King artifact, Lyd could produce one. The wine glass in his hand was tilted slightly, and the blood-red liquid inside dripped out like a thin thread. In an instant, a blood-red ocean surged beneath my feet, the sound of the waves never ceasing. In the blood-red ocean, pairs of blood-red hands stretched out, seemingly trying to drag all living things into the sea of blood. In the void, Reed headed to the battlefield. But the other party forgot one thing, the coffee table in front of them. The three undead demigods behind him had also gone to their respective battlefields. So at this moment, only a coffee table remained, floating quietly in the void. In the distant void, a carriage treads on the void. Their gazes were drawn to the coachman, a bear man whose body was wreathed in lightning. The carriage traveled through the boundless void, and the bear man driving it seemed to have noticed the war in the great world and couldn't help but take a second look. However, as a businessman who has crossed over into other industries, Seonrin doesn't care much about such things. A quick glance around revealed a coffee table floating in the outer space. This tea set is quite valuable for collectors. As the bear man muttered to himself, his eyes darted left and right, revealing a shifty and cunning look. He couldn't afford to be careless. After all, it was a conflict in the world, and the true god was inevitably involved. The bear man before them was only at the 2nd stage of demigod. Getting involved with him would inevitably lead to their demise. However, The bear man could tell at a glance that the tea set in front of him was of extraordinary value. Although it had no special use, its collectible value was undeniable. The carriage moved so subtly that it seemed as if the driver were simply passing by. But the carriage passed by the tea table like a ray of light. With a flash of his eyes, the tea set on the coffee table had vanished. After traversing hundreds of light years, Xiongrin took out the tea set and examined it carefully. A smile appeared on the bear man's face, and he laughed loudly. "Ha! This is free. The elders of the Pilt Trading Company will definitely praise me now." On the battlefield, with Lid's intervention, the already unbalanced scales now show an overwhelming victory. Within the sea of blood beneath their feet, countless crimson hands stretched towards the sky. The terrifying laws of blood propelled a true artifact of the vampire race, causing its power to surge several times over. The human god wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "This world is yours, but remember this. I will not let this go." After the words were spoken, the aura of the true human god receded like a tide. Battles between true gods usually last a very long time, and it's not impossible for them to last for several years. However, Reed was clearly not going to waste his time. As a former space wanderer, he had traveled to many worlds. Therefore, the world we choose now is one that can produce results quickly. The Abyss God did not pursue the human true god, since based on their previous encounters, it was virtually impossible to kill him. He glanced at Reed beside him and said, "Your intervention saved me a year. In return, I'll give you 1/10 of the world's origin." Upon hearing this, Lid smiled and nodded immediately. With the war over, the Abyss God's minions have also come to his side. One of the subordinates, dissatisfied, immediately transmitted his voice to the Abyss God, saying, "They're obviously here to pick up the scraps. We don't need to send so many of them." The Abyss God sighed and said, "After all, he is a vampire demigod. If he really goes all out, things might get even more complicated." Chapter 202 Where Are My Things? The subordinate of this abyssal evil god was a demigod, and he was naturally aware of the current situation. However, this question still remains, and it shows that Lid is still very unhappy with him. The fall of a great world, starting from the believer stage, takes an extremely long time. They've been working hard here for thousands of years, and now the other side is just reaping the benefits. No one would be happy about that. Moreover, the reason why the Abyss God believed that there was a vampire god behind Lid was because the other party casually took out a true artifact, which made him take it seriously. Focusing their gaze on the massive planet beneath their feet, they realized that as a vast world, it was naturally rich in resources. However, for true god-level powerhouses, the only thing that can make them drool is the origin of the world. The Abyss God glanced at Reed beside him and said, "The world siphon array will take another 6 months to complete." Lid nodded with a smile, no longer in a hurry. "As long as you arrive here before the world's origin is extracted, Lid will be able to get a share of the spoils. The origin of the world is the fundamental law of a planet. It represents the rise and fall of a planet. Without the origin of the world, the planet will vanish in an instant." The Abyss God immediately set up the world siphon array, and Reed did not stay here either. He flashed back to the empty space where the coffee table had been placed. Looking at the empty coffee table, Lid was completely stunned. "Where are my tea sets? This place isn't far from the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to sense it. However, when facing a true god, even if Reed brings out a true divine artifact, he must devote himself to the battle with all his might and cannot afford to be careless in the slightest." He had been smiling the whole time, but at this moment, Reed's face finally fell. He plopped down in front of the coffee table, feeling increasingly frustrated. Although that tea set only had collectible value, I was still annoyed at having it thrown away for no reason. The vampire capital. A few days ago, Mufeng had already arranged the division of the world's territories. Everyone was very efficient, and in just a few days, everything proceeded smoothly. The first thing is the teleportation array that connects the two worlds. Although they are two planets, they are one large world, sharing the same laws, so even ordinary teleportation arrays can be used to move between the two planets. Ordinary teleportation arrays can be built very quickly, and the resources they consume are negligible for Mufeng at his current level. Sitting alone on the throne, 2 fragments of the magic mirror appeared in Mufeng's palm. Although the 2 mirror fragments do not fit together at the break, the frame attached to the edge of the mirror indicates that they were originally a single piece. The 3 Lives Demon Mirror. One is a mirror image of 3 lives, and the other is a reverse flow of 3 lives. These 2 fragments alone possess such powerful abilities. Mufeng was filled with anticipation for the complete 3 Lives Demon Mirror. Mufeng also asked the queen where the fragments of the magic mirror came from. The queen stated that this item was passed down from the previous queen and was considered an heirloom. She did not know its origin. He shook his head, not dwelling on the matter any longer, and instead began to consolidate the power of the two newly acquired laws. Olivia combined the two laws of fire and desire, and the queen is also a successful example. Mufeng currently possesses a considerable amount of law power within his body, so he intends to do the same. Area 031. Ever since Mufeng's illusory image of law met with Saintess Celine, the latter has launched an attack on the continent. Along the long coastline, the waves, some reaching over 500 meters high, are incredibly powerful. Amidst the waves, fishermen held tridents, their deep blue eyes gleaming. Faced with the sudden war, even the human demigods racked their brains but couldn't understand what was going on. He also asked his apprentice, Chu Jiejia, about the details of their journey to the sea. Although Chu Jiejia acted very high-profilely at the time, and could even be described as arrogant. But that's not the key point, since this has always been how human religions have dealt with marine life in the past. Facing fishermen along the long coastline is extremely disadvantageous for humans. Therefore, after the outbreak of war, humanity reduced its military presence along the coastline and retreated 50 kilometers. Once the fishermen come ashore, their fighting ability is greatly reduced, and they are unable to break through the human defenses. So while the overall war looked terrifying, it was actually just a standoff, since even the demigods hadn't made a move. The stronghold of the vampires. A dozen or so figures appeared from the teleportation array and then stepped into the main hall of the base camp. Upon seeing the newcomer, Charlotte's face lit up with joy, and she quickly asked, "Are you preparing for the final battle?" Lily immediately said with a grin, "Yes, the matter on Yoro's side has been resolved, so the Lord has sent reinforcements here." As she spoke, Lily held up 5 fingers and said again, "An army of 500,000. If it were an ordinary army of 500,000, then in a war between such top-level powers, the number might be a bit small. However, this is a vampire army of 500,000, whose strength is mostly elites or commanders, and the number of heroes is definitely not small. Of course, the most important ones are the king-level ones, which number in the hundreds. These are not all the kings in Mufeng's territory. After all, the cities of a territory also need kings to guard them. Besides those sent over and those guarding the city, there is also a group of idle kings in the vampire capital who are flexible forces that can be mobilized. Mufeng divided the kings in his territory into 3 groups. One group was sent out to other places, another group was stationed in the city, and the rest were at his disposal. Charlotte's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, "I've been waiting for this for ages." Lily Wei pouted and said, "You've already become a high-ranking Holy Spirit, and you still haven't had a moment's rest." Although the war is in a stalemate, Charlotte is not going to just wait around. Although his number of vampire subordinates was small, they were like sharp knives, slaying many powerful enemies. As a result, Charlotte's level had reached the 8th level of the Holy Spirit realm. Rona's expression shifted, and then Jana spoke up. "There's no need to wait any longer. Let's get into battle." Elevating one's spiritual level will always bring joy, no matter when. Lily and Lydia exchanged a glance, both speechless. They just arrived and immediately went to the battlefield. These two are really impatient. However, they didn't say much. Anyway, they were going to fight here. It was just a matter of time. Chapter 2:031 year. A few days later, the Abyss God has completed the construction of the World Siphon Array. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in Lid's eyes, and he immediately went to the side of the Abyss God. The Abyss God was immediately annoyed. Was this vampire a dog? He came running just because he smelled it. He vented all his frustration on the vast world before him, immediately activating the World Siphon Array. A dazzling magic circle covered hundreds of kilometers, with a rhombus-shaped crystal floating quietly at its center. On the earth, wisps of energy converged toward the rhombus-shaped crystal. In the distance, the vegetation on the ground began to wither, the earth cracked, the seawater receded, icebergs collapsed, and the sunlight disappeared. The surviving people knelt on the ground, looking at the sky and their surroundings in fear. The world before me was so familiar, yet so strange. The apocalyptic vision haunted everyone's minds, filling them with terror. As time went on, the amount of colorful energy surging from the earth increased. Finally, like a flood bursting its banks, everything converged on the rhombus-shaped crystal. The rhomboid crystal emitted a mysterious power that compressed all the colorful energy. Ultimately, they converge into the origin of the world. The cracks in the earth are becoming more and more numerous and larger in scale, until a massive, crisscrossing rift appeared. It seemed the planet was about to be split in two. A smile appeared on the face of the abyss god. With a wave of his hand, the rhombus-shaped crystal fell into his hand. Before he could even warm it up, a pair of large hands reached out in front of him. The abyss god's forehead veins bulged. Although he had already made up his mind, he was quite unhappy about having to give things away now. He reached for the rhombus-shaped crystal, gritted his teeth, and with a forceful pull, broke off a small piece from it, placing it in Lid's hand with a pained expression. Under normal circumstances, the world's essence absorbed through the world siphon array is stored in such rhomboid crystals. The world origin that Mu Feng obtained was a reward from a treasure chest, so it was not in a stored state. It was simply a mass of energy. A smile appeared on Lid's face as he weighed the crystal fragment in his hand, looking quite satisfied. He then decided not to linger and immediately turned and left. There are other worlds waiting for him to carve up a piece of the pie. Everything was progressing smoothly, and the war under Mu Feng's command continued. Time flows like a rushing river. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. A year is both long and short for humans, but for immortal beings, it is as short as the blink of an eye. Since the end of the war in the world of Neuro, Mu Feng has been building world barriers like a diligent bee. Fortunately, Mu Feng's soul power is very strong. While building the world barrier, he can also multitask to improve his own strength. Although he was multitasking, he didn't fall behind in either task. The world barrier was completed a month ago, and the world of Neuro is now a large world with a world barrier. For an ordinary demigod, building a world barrier in a year is nothing short of a pipe dream. However, Mu Feng was no ordinary demigod, and as his strength increased over the course of the year, his speed also increased. The vampire capital, with its magnificent palace complex, resembles an ancient forest, its height almost obscuring the sky. Wide corridors crisscrossed the area, where heavily armed vampire soldiers patrolled back and forth. In the very center of a magnificent palace, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. A slender hand rested on the door frame as she walked out of the room with some difficulty. Luo Qianqian subconsciously touched her neck, where the bite mark had already healed. He sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "My master made me lean against the wall, but unfortunately, he can't go crazy for me." After composing myself, not wanting others to see my predicament, I stopped leaning against the wall. As she passed the corner of the castle, a hurried figure bumped into her. Luo Qianqian was already in poor condition, so she plopped down on the ground. This is the castle of the vampire capital, and there are many things that cannot be seen, so anyone who enters here will immediately disable their detection abilities. While there are ways to block truly unwatchable content, this is still a matter of attitude for them. Luo Qianqian immediately became angry, her eyebrows furrowed as she looked up ahead. A little girl, about 1.5 meters tall, with 2 pigtails on her head, her face scrunched up and her hands covering her forehead, came into view. Luo Qianqian's initially angry expression immediately softened. The little girl in front of me is Mu Feng's hero. A year has passed, and Mu Feng has naturally obtained the hero core and summoned 2 heroes, one of whom is the little girl in front of him. Vampire, Anya Revono. The Raveno clan is one of the 13 vampire clans. The Illusion Wanderers are a group whose entire society is based on deception. Do not be fooled by appearances. Luo Qianqian knew absolutely nothing about her personality. If Luo Qianqian were a man, he would probably be hooked by now. Luo Qianqian immediately stood up and said with concern, "Little Anya, are you all right?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Anya rubbed her forehead, and after seeing the other person clearly, she immediately started shaking her head, her twin ponytails swaying from side to side. She said, "Sister Luo, I'm fine." A smile appeared on Luo Qianqian's face, and then she asked with concern, "Why are you in such a hurry? Is something the matter?" After being reminded by the other party, Anya seemed to instantly remember her mission. She quickly walked past Luo Qianqian, but didn't forget to reply, "I'm going to find the Lord. I'll come find you to play later." The tightly closed door was pushed open again, and Anya barged into the room without even knocking. Servants were standing at the entrance. They were slightly bent over and raised their hands as if trying to grab something. But Anya moved too fast, and had already bypassed the 2 and rushed inside. The 2 blood servants froze on the spot, then looked at Mu Feng in the room with fear on their faces. Mu Feng didn't seem to care and waved his hand, signaling the 2 blood servants to leave. Turning to Anya, he asked helplessly, "What's the rush?" Anya hopped and skipped over, and when she got close, she jumped up and stood on her feet. Then, with a grin, she said, "Your Majesty, it's my turn to change shifts. Have you forgotten about me?" Chapter 204 Blood Angel. Upon hearing this, Mufeng was immediately in a dilemma. The main reason was that the little girl in front of him had a strange personality, and he was really uneasy about letting her serve as a general. Although Mufeng has been in seclusion, his wars of external expansion have not stopped. First, there's Area 031. In order to achieve a balance among the top combat forces, Mufeng created a phantom of a law. This illusory law is not powerful, but it is more than enough to stabilize the situation. In addition to Area 031, the previously obtained interdimensional teleportation scrolls have also come in handy. It was a world called Bit, the Forsaken Land, and one of the top worlds within it. Aside from the lack of demigod-level powerhouses, there are quite a few forces at the saint level. Mufeng was pursuing a two-pronged approach, not intending to quickly resolve the war, nor did he have any intention of subjugating this force. He planned to extract all the experience points from both worlds to level up his heroes at full speed. This wasn't without results. Mufeng originally had 4 heroes, and within a year he summoned 2 more, bringing his total to 6 heroes. Charlotte, the strongest among them, is now a first-stage demigod. Apart from Charlotte, the other heroes have not been idle, and their current strength is on the way to becoming demigods. Anya noticed her lord's brow furrowing slightly and immediately said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, don't underestimate me. I am quite powerful." Mufeng wasn't necessarily distrustful of the other party's strength. It was mainly because this kid was so reckless. In the vast universe, there are all sorts of terrifying hidden cards, and if you accidentally get caught up in them, it can be quite troublesome. He then said, "Go to the Bit world and assist Isabella. Although I don't want him to be the commander, he is also a hero under my command, and it's not very likely that he will just sit idle." Isabella is another hero summoned by Mufeng. Anya's face lit up with a smile. She clenched her fist, raised it above her head, bounced up, and shouted, "Oh yeah." Then, Anya's gaze was drawn to the black sphere on the bedside table. The black sphere was supported by a metal frame and floated above the frame, with what appeared to be 2 twisted noodles inside. Anya immediately asked, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, what is this?" Mufeng's eyes flickered, but he did not answer. He waved his hand to dismiss the other party. Anya immediately said, "Oh," and left the room. Mufeng looked at the miniature black hole, where the 2 angel goddesses were still trapped for almost a year now. He immediately had some ideas in his mind. After a year of settling down, the operation of the great world has stabilized, and a considerable amount of faith power has been collected. He also checked in with the system and got a lot of things. Mufeng's strength had already increased several times over. Should we attack the great world of angels? Mufeng thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Mufeng's figure disappeared from the spot and entered the miniature black hole. Within the realm of nothingness, Kershia and Lolita had exhausted all their power at this moment. This is an absolutely enclosed space, with no external energy replenishment whatsoever, having the demigod's endurance. And at this moment, both angels and goddesses were disheveled, their former glory long gone. Although it's only a year, there's no concept of time in the Void Kingdom. Therefore, in the perception of the 2 angel goddesses, it seemed as if they had spent endless years inside. Endless years can erase everything. The pride of yesteryear has long since been smoothed out. Are you 2 willing to submit? Hearing the sudden sound in their ears, tears instantly welled up in the eyes of the 2 angels and goddesses. How long has it been? Finally, a third person has arrived. Without a second thought, Xia immediately knelt down and exclaimed excitedly, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, I am willing to submit." Standing nearby, was equally excited, but upon hearing the way Xia addressed her, she was filled with shock. That vampire on the other side is a true ancestor. Lolita felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She simply couldn't accept it. Since Xia already knew this, she was in a much better mood at this moment. She quickly tugged at Lolita beside her and whispered, "How long do you plan to stay here?" Lolita finally came to her senses, immediately knelt down, and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty the true ancestor." Immediately afterwards, Mufeng's voice echoed in the dark space. "Embrace the vampires." 2 drops of bright red blood floated before their eyes, emitting a strong stench of blood. Upon seeing the blood before them, both angels and goddesses began to tremble uncontrollably. The angel race is a highly adaptable race in the universe. They can transform into all sorts of angels, such as fallen angels, blood angels, dark angels, and many more. The angel race is not the supreme race, but it is a very powerful race. This extremely complex plasticity, coupled with the angel race's way of survival, has led to their current glory. If they accept the 2 drops of blood before them, they will be immediately transformed into blood angels, which would be a true betrayal of the angel race. However, at this moment, their edges had been smoothed out. Although they were terrified, they still tremblingly accepted the blood before them. Blood fell onto his forehead and then quickly seeped into his body. The power of bloodline is changing rapidly, and along with it, one's temperament is also undergoing a dramatic transformation. A blood-red glint flashed in his eyes, and the pure white holy wings on his back seemed to have blood-red veins running through them. On his fair skin, red veins were clearly visible, containing immense power. Angels transforming into blood angels is not uncommon in the starry sky. After all, vampires are of the highest bloodline, and to transform into a blood angel is to climb a social ladder. The transformation was incredibly fast. Any initial resistance from the two angels and goddesses had vanished completely. Perhaps it was because of the bloodline within him, but he felt a deep desire to worship and pay homage to the vampire before him. That they even want to crawl up to the other person's feet and lick their toes. Transforming into a blood angel, and through Mu Feng's methods, the other party is naturally a recognized vampire. Therefore, he held the true ancestor of the vampire clan in the highest esteem. Mu Feng's figure disappeared into the void, releasing the two angel goddesses as well. I glanced at the void kingdom on the bedside table, but didn't remove it. It was fine to just leave it there as a decoration. Greetings, Your Majesty, the true ancestor. The shouts of the two angels and goddesses drew Mu Feng's attention back. Chapter 205 Anna. Mu Feng looked at the two men who were prostrating themselves in worship, then turned around, walked to the desk, and sat down. He casually picked up a book and began flipping through it, while saying, "Tell me about your angel world." Reporting to the great true ancestor, that world is called the world of light, and it is a standard great world. The strongest is an angelic god, 1 in the 4th stage, 2 in the 3rd stage, 3 in the 2nd stage, and 4 in the 1st stage, Xia said respectfully. But Lolita quickly added, "Now, excluding the two of us, there's 1 person left in the 3rd phase, and 2 people left in the 2nd phase." Mu Feng nodded. Apart from the true gods of angels, the other demigods were nothing to fear. As for facing an angel god, Mu Feng felt that with his current strength, he was capable of giving it a shot. A year has passed, and Mu Feng's cultivation has reached the 4th stage of demigod, and he is at the peak of it. If Mu Feng hadn't pursued the stability of his realm, he might already be a true god by now. Condensing one's own divine body is a crucial step that cannot be taken lightly. Mu Feng remained silent in thought, while the two angel goddesses dared not rise and remained kneeling obediently. After a long silence, Mu Feng spoke. "You two return to the bright light world and transform into more blood angels." In fact, Mei Feng's current actions are like sowing seeds in another world, which is the same as the actions of his follower Qin Feng. The difference lies in their strength. One is a demigod, while the other is merely an ant. The two angels and demigods immediately accepted the order and left. Upon returning to the glorious empire, the two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Kershia suddenly spoke up. "We've been recognized by the true ancestor of the vampire clan, and are now blood angels. Our status has been upgraded, right?" Although it was a question, the meaning behind the sentence was to remind Lolita. Our status has been upgraded. Let's stop thinking about unrealistic things. Lolita scoffed and said, "Don't play these tricks on me. I will not betray my god." The god of faith she spoke of now naturally refers to Mu Feng, since he is now a blood angel. Once they confirmed that they had no ulterior motives, their relationship was immediately restored, and they returned to the bright light world together. The world of bits. Since this is a land abandoned by the gods, Mu Feng did not send out any phantoms of laws, nor did he send out any demigods. The highest combat power existing in this world is the Holy Spirit level. Although the war lasted a long time, Mu Feng did not allow them to launch a large-scale attack in order to achieve the goal of training his troops. Furthermore, apart from the vampires, no other military forces are involved in this world. 6 months ago, after the first wave of vampires arrived, the world was plunged into chaos. During the long war, the world's natives realized that they were facing a powerful race. The various forces united to form a powerful alliance. In today's world, the North and South are divided. Behind the vampire army, Isabella was kneeling alone in the main hall. She was not sitting on the throne in the main hall, because at this moment, a statue was placed on the throne, and it was Mu Feng. Isabella knelt in the center of the hall, her long brown hair hanging down to her waist, but her black and white maid outfit looked somewhat out of place. The maid outfit is very conservative overall, with a high collar, a puffy and long skirt, and even the shoes on the feet are not visible. A double-edged sword was stuck in the ground beside him, its blood-red light occasionally emanating from it. Somewhat similar to the flame dragon armor, except that the two ends have been replaced with sword blades. The other person had their arms clasped together, like a devout believer in prayer. Footsteps suddenly came from outside the main hall, and Anna skipped and hopped into the hall. She grabbed Isabella, who was kneeling on the ground, and said excitedly, "His Majesty the True Ancestor sent me to assist you. I'm going to the battlefield now." Isabella did not answer immediately, but finished reciting the words of her prayer before saying, "The Southern Alliance has long been too afraid to fight." Anna frowned immediately and said with dissatisfaction, "If the other side doesn't dare to fight, it means that their strength has been almost exhausted, so there's no need to drag it out any longer." Isabella fell into deep thought. What Anna said did seem to make sense. After all, this is a land forsaken by God, and since the outbreak of the war, a considerable number of holy spirits have been killed. If those holy spirits had a way to leave this place, they probably would have already run away. It wasn't that no one surrendered, but since this was a training ground for gaining experience, Mufeng refused their surrender this time. Isabella considered the current situation, and seeing Anna's clenched fists and expectant expression, she sighed and said, "Fine, I'll send you to the battlefield." "Oh yeah." Anna jumped up high, her face beaming with joy. The scene shifts to the battlefield. The enormous black shadow flew close to the ground, its violent power generating terrifying wind pressure, and the surging power of heaven and earth moved like Mount Tai. All the enemies who stood in front of the giant black shadow were instantly smashed away, without any power to resist. With a wave of her small hand, the huge black shadow spun around and landed steadily on her hand. The black creature gradually shrank, eventually transforming into a 3-meter-long, long-handled giant hammer. The one wielding the giant hammer was Anya. The other person was less than 1.5 meters tall, but the hammer in his hand was more than 3 meters long. Isabella, standing at the very back of the army, sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "Ha ha, a mere bunch of ants dare to block the footsteps of my vampire clan." On the battlefield, Anna's expression had long lost the soft, innocent charm of a young girl. Instead, it was filled with arrogance and a touch of conceit. As the youngest princess of one of the 13 clans, Anna's appearance is extremely deceptive. An orc wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth wiped it away and glared at Anna, angrily saying, "What do you mean blocking your way? Didn't I already go over there to surrender? You were the ones who wouldn't accept it." Anna frowned and said angrily, "You ant, what I say goes. How dare you talk back?" He raised the giant hammer high in his hand, and his size increased dramatically with each swing. A dark shadow, like a giant mountain falling, enveloped the earth, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The orc swung his long sword, imbued with the power of heaven and earth, and slashed at the sky. A dazzling sword light shot into the sky and collided with the giant hammer. The terrifying shockwave overturned countless lives, and dust billowed across the land. Chapter 206: The Undead Clan. The orc's long sword slashed through the air in front of him, the sword energy dispersing all the smoke. Despite being struck, it remained completely unharmed. Anya immediately pouted, then put away the giant hammer. Her small hand swept across her eyes, and a long-bone whip made a whistling sound as it cut through the air. The long-bone whip gleamed with a red light, appearing incredibly eerie. Wherever it passed, ripples spread through the space. The orc's eyes narrowed slightly, and his power surged into the long sword, causing it to take on an inexplicable color. Area 031. A young woman dressed in a long, golden robe held a staff that radiated holy light. If you look across from her, you'll find that the enemy opposite her is dressed exactly the same way she is. However, the style of the robes he wore was slightly different. However, in the vast world of stars, such attire shares a common identity. That was a saintess from a certain holy religion. The saintess before us is named Emily, and she was originally a saintess of the Holy Church of the Holy Radiance Empire. However, due to the defeat of the Glorious Empire, the Holy Maiden has become a spoil of war and now belongs to Mufeng. At first, they were naturally unwilling, but as time went by, Mufeng's powerful strength became deeply ingrained in their hearts. However, Mufeng's vampire territory did not have that kind of church, so the Holy Maiden faced the prospect of losing her job. As a king-level combatant, she came to this world without hesitation to expand the territory for her lord. The saintess opposite was none other than Chujiejia. Brilliant holy light illuminated the battlefield, and the aura of magic permeated the air. The two saintesses fought fiercely on the battlefield, the rear of the army. Charlotte, however, became quite interested, watching the scene with great fascination. Lily and Lydia beside him. He asked, "Who do you think will win?" Lydia stated bluntly, "Their strength is about the same. In short, it's a draw." Charlotte's current level is already at the first stage of demigod, so there is no need for her to fight. After a long period of war, the Holy Spirit of the Holy Church no longer dared to fight. What needs to be done now is to improve the overall strength of the military. This is an opportunity for units below the highest rank to fully improve. Inside the main hall of the vampire capital, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, looked at Li De who walked into the hall, and said, "I thought you had successfully broken through." Lid smiled slightly and said, "Breaking through to the true God realm is not so easy. Your Majesty the true ancestor should know this very well." The two are currently at the same level, both at the peak of the fourth stage of demigods, so they each have their own understanding of breaking through to true godhood. Mu Feng nodded, then asked, "Then why did you come back? You can't possibly be taking a vacation again, can you?" "Your Majesty the true ancestor, I would like you to accompany me to a place," Reed said. Curious, Mu Feng asked, "Shall I accompany you to attack a world?" Lid immediately shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, your killing intent is too strong. I just want you to accompany me to see that world." Mu Feng fell into deep thought. The other party's statement that he was too bloodthirsty seemed to make sense. Since arriving in this world, all I've been thinking about is how to increase my strength and which territory to attack. Mu Feng immediately stood up and said, "Okay, then I'll go for a walk with you." Lid shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, this is not suitable as it is clothing." Mu Feng immediately spread his arms out and looked down at his clothes. As the absolute leader of a territory, his clothes were naturally extremely magnificent. He strolled into a side hall and, with the help of a servant, changed into slightly more ordinary clothes. However, the exquisite silk still revealed that the person was either rich or noble. But Reed thought this was fine. After all, if the clothes were a little more normal, people wouldn't associate him with a lord of a territory. The two then arrived together at the interdimensional teleportation array in the capital city. Mu Feng asked curiously, "Are you planning to take me to another world?" Lid nodded, then inscribed a teleportation coordinate onto the teleportation array. As the light above the teleportation array flickered, Mu Feng's vision began to blur. The teleportation lasted a full 10 minutes. For an interdimensional teleportation array, such a teleportation time indicates that the two worlds are very far apart. The two appeared in an unfamiliar square. As soon as the two appeared, a bear man clad in armor and armed with weapons looked over with sharp eyes. Mu Feng looked around and found that all the life forms living here seemed to be bear people. Lid had obviously been here before and immediately started walking in one direction. Mu Feng followed, and the two walked side by side, asking at the same time, "The laws of this world are extraordinary. It must be a vast world." Lid nodded and replied, "This is indeed a vast world, and it is teeming with powerful individuals." As a fourth-stage demigod, Mu Feng felt that the strong person Lid was referring to was definitely not a demigod. The two traveled from the teleportation plaza to a magnificent building. The building is circular in shape, with a hollow center, similar to the structure of a bird's nest. The plaque above has several large, golden characters written on it. Piltover Auction House. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow when he saw the large characters on the plaque. "Isn't this my auction house? I signed into the system and obtained the transfer contract of Piltover Trading Company." Just as Zhengda Mufeng felt something was amiss, his brows suddenly furrowed, and his eyes instantly turned to look in another direction. A figure suddenly appeared about 10 meters away from me. The other person appeared to be wearing a black robe, but Mu Feng knew that it wasn't clothing, but rather that the person naturally looked like that. Beneath the black robe, one could see tentacles hanging down, about a dozen in total. Black mist surged around him, concealing his aura, but Mu Feng knew exactly what was going on. This is a true god. Furthermore, based on the other party's physical characteristics, their race is also quite obvious. One of the 5 supreme bloodlines of the Abyss, the Dead Soul clan. Moreover, Mu Feng had a feeling that the other party's aura was somewhat familiar, as if he had felt it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The Undead Soul seemed to notice Mu Feng's gaze and looked over as well. Upon seeing the two vampire demigods, the true god of the undead race nodded as a greeting. Lid then reminded Mu Feng, saying, "Let's go in too." Mu Feng withdrew his gaze and entered the auction house. He then asked, "You want me to accompany you to this auction?" Chapter 207 Flying Bear Pouncing Technique. As Lid walked, he replied, "Yes, the Starry Sky Merchant Guild's auction is held only once in a long while. and each time it attracts many powerful individuals. After a pause, Reed spoke again. There is no monarchy or church in this world. The world is ruled by 4 large merchant guilds, and the Pilt Merchant Guild is one of them. How strong are they? Very strong. Each merchant guild has 1 or 2 true gods, Reed replied. Mu Feng immediately pursed his lips, temporarily abandoning the idea of taking the wounded soldier as his own. Although he has a contract, it still needs to be recognized by others. If others don't acknowledge it, then it's just toilet paper. The system merely gave him a title and a path to intervene. It did not mean that a Chamber of Commerce would hand it over unconditionally. Besides the vast wealth within the Chamber of Commerce, the powerful figures it possesses are beyond measure in monetary terms. The two walked into the auction house together, and immediately a bear man came to greet them. Both were demigods, and although they weren't top tier in this world with true gods, they were still incredibly noble. Since Mu Feng had already arrived, he started taking stock of his large amount of gold coins, hoping to find some good stuff by defeating the individual treasure chests dropped by the commander-level enemies. In addition, the system also directly rewarded me with a large amount of gold coins for 2 system check-ins. Therefore, Mu Feng now possesses 410,000 large gold coins. This number is not considered large for Mu Feng's level of cultivation. Around 1,000 gold coins can buy a super weapon. If it's a sacred artifact, it'll cost around 10,000, and a better one can sell for tens of thousands. The price of a semi-divine artifact usually ranges from 1 million, and the 400,000 in Mu Feng's hands is far from enough to reach the threshold of a semi-divine artifact. The fastest way to make money is naturally to do business, but right now, without any business, I don't have any. As for the deals with the Blue Star Lord, they were just a drop in the ocean. However, Mu Feng's goal was not a semi-divine artifact, because he didn't lack such a thing. He wants things that will help the territory develop, not necessarily things of a high level. From one of the private boxes on the upper level, you can see a large stage in the center. As the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, a giant bear man covered in silver first stepped onto the stage. Its wings unfolded instantly, revealing it to be a winged bear man. Facing the gazes of many powerful figures, including a true god, the auctioneer's strength naturally couldn't be too weak. The flying bear before him was also a demigod. On the stage, Flying Bear surveyed the room, his powerful voice echoing throughout the auction hall. Welcome everyone to Piltover Auction House. We will now begin with the first item. Then a bear man came up the steps, carrying a tray in both hands. Upon reaching the center of the stage, Fei Xiong tore open the cloth on the tray, revealing an exquisite tea set inside. Click. That's the sound of a tea set breaking, but not the one on the tray. Instead, he was in an exquisite room, where Reed's eyes were wide open and his hands were trembling. At his feet lay the fragments of a tea set. Mu Feng also looked at him strangely. He naturally recognized that this tea set was produced by the system. But wasn't it in Lid's hands back then? How did it end up in Piltover's trading company? Considering the series of strange events, Mu Feng couldn't help but ask the system again. System, are you sure this tea set only has collectible value and no other use? The system replied honestly. Host, you've asked this so many times already. I'll say it one last time. This tea set really only has collectible value. This time, Mu Feng grasped the key point and asked suspiciously, how valuable is it? It's about 3 or 4 stories high. Mu Feng's face immediately turned ugly. He felt like he had lost 100 million. It's nothing. It's just some material possessions. Mu Feng comforted himself. Fei Xiong's voice rang out from the auction stage in the center. As you can see, this tea set has no other function, but take a closer look at the patterns and the craftsmanship. It is an excellent collectible. Starting price, 1,000 large gold coins. Starting at 1,000 gold coins, you can buy an extraordinary weapon. For a player like King of Glory, such a starting price is completely unacceptable. It's too expensive. However, for demigods, if it's something they like, even if it has no other use, 1,000 gold coins isn't expensive. I'll offer 3,000 gold coins. Mu Feng's eyes bulged out instantly. The emotions he had just suppressed were now completely overwhelmed. Lid, standing to the side, was in no better shape. His mental state had collapsed even more completely than Mu Feng's. But the 3,000 gold coins were just the beginning. Their morale soared from there. Finally, with the offer of 10,000 gold coins, the two of them finally gave up. A black tentacle emerged from a room, snatched away a complete tea set, and left behind 10,000 gold coins. The aura emanating from those black tentacles was very familiar. Mu Feng had seen it before at the entrance. It was the true god of the Dead Soul clan. Even the true gods have a life. Mu Feng thought to himself. The auction continued, undeterred by the complicated emotions of the two participants. Next, Mufeng spent 100,000 gold coins to buy the coordinates of a godforsaken land. Lid, standing to the side, rolled his eyes frantically. He told Lid to come out and relax, but Lid was still thinking about invading others. Next up are the 3 highlight items of this auction, and I believe many people have come here specifically for them. Let's wait and see. In an instant, a murmur rippled through the room. Didn't you say 2 items? How did it suddenly become 3? The auction house must have acquired some good stuff along the way. Just look at it and broaden your horizons. Fei Xiong ignored the people below because they were not strong enough to obtain these 3 key items. With a wave of his hand, a parchment scroll floated silently before his eyes. The first and final item, a divine spell, Flying Bear Pounce Kill Technique. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Even the few true gods present were momentarily stunned. This is a divine technique, and it is a divine technique unique to Fei Xiong. Isn't this something that represents the heritage of a group? Why would it be put up for auction? After a brief silence, the scene erupted into an uproar. In a room, a fox spirit leaned lazily back in a chair. Upon seeing what Piltover Trading Company had brought out, a slight smile appeared on her beautiful lips. Without lingering any longer, she got up and left the auction house. Chapter 208 Vampire Woman. Divine arts like these must have originated from the hands of a true god of the 2nd level. And what it represents is all the essence of a true god at this stage. For a true god-level expert, early exposure to divine arts can greatly help in comprehending them later. This item is quite good for Mufeng, but unfortunately, he doesn't have enough gold coins. After purchasing the coordinates of the Forsaken Land, Mufeng now only has 300,000 gold coins. Lid naturally had no intention of acquiring it, as divine arts were not scarce for one of the 13 clans. The auction began soon, but Mufeng's mind was already wandering to other things. Just like the whispers below, why would Piltover Trading Company bring out divine magic? Mufeng immersed himself in the situation and began to think about the problem. For example, one might break through to the 2nd level of true god and comprehend divine arts, but their descendants might sell it and exchange it for large sums of gold coins. With just this simple thought, Mufeng already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. The current situation of Piltover Trading Company doesn't seem optimistic. Mufeng muttered to himself. Ultimately, the Flying Bear Killing Technique was purchased by a true god-level expert for 9.3 million gold coins. It was already very close to 10 million gold coins, which made Mufeng gasp in amazement. The Flying Bear demigod on the auction stage had no smile on his face, but a hint of bitterness could be seen. He composed himself, forced an awkward smile, and continued. Next up is the 2nd grand finale. As the words fell, a beam of blue light shone down from the auction stage. A huge square object slammed heavily onto the auction table. The demigod Flying Bear ripped the cloth off the cube-shaped object, revealing it to be a prison. Inside, a woman had her hands and feet completely bound by shackles, even around her neck. Upon seeing the woman, many people jumped up in terror and ran outside without saying a word. Fei Xiong wasn't too surprised to see this scene, because to be honest, he was quite frightened at the time. If it weren't for the fact that Piltover Trading Company is currently in dire straits, they would never have done such a thing. Auctioning off a woman is nothing out of the ordinary in the vastness of the starry sky. The key point is that this woman is actually a vampire. The supreme god of the vampires has fallen. The time since his fall has not been long. Even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. Besides the supreme god, there are plenty of 1st-level god kings to be found. Apart from the extinct Cappadocia clan, the chieftains of the other 12 clans were all god kings. Familiars scattered outside are the best among the gods. The ones mentioned above are only those whose names can be mentioned. God kings like Charlotte are far more numerous within the entire vampire race. Many people at the scene were frightened away. They were all terrified by the almost insane actions of Piltover Trading Company. Inside the room, Mufeng narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of anger rising within him. Although he used to be human, he is now a vampire through and through. His vampire identity brought him great convenience and immense power, giving him a strong sense of belonging. Moreover, as the true ancestor of the vampire clan, how could he not be furious when he saw his people being insulted in such a way? Lid, standing beside him, was not greatly disturbed. Although he had the blood of a vampire flowing through his veins, his true name had been erased by the true ancestor, so he could no longer be considered a vampire in name. And as a space wanderer, he has seen far too many things. I've seen many vampires reach the pinnacle and defeat one enemy after another, but there are also vampires who are defeated which is not surprising at all. Vampires are powerful, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. Otherwise, they wouldn't be one of the supreme bloodlines. The vampire woman in the cage before them was only at the third stage of demigod strength. Although the Piltover company has declined, there are still true gods within its ranks, so taking down the opponent is not a difficult task. In another room, the undead god Levisk watched this scene with great interest. Although he didn't try to spy on Mu Feng and the other person, he could guess their expressions at that moment. Met Mu Feng and his companion when they entered the auction house, and knew their identities as vampires, and had even nodded and greeted them in goodwill. Fei Xiong was unaware that vampires existed in this place, because the person who came to greet Mu Feng was not a demigod. Otherwise, he would have been able to recognize Mu Feng's identity at a glance, since neither of them had concealed it. The information gap between the lower class and the upper class has created the scene before us. Fei Xiong stood on the stage and said, "This is a vampire at the third stage of demigod. Everyone should know the combat power of vampires. Starting bid, 3 million gold coins." The scene was completely silent. No one was willing to make a bid. This is something that would offend the vampires. Why would a smart person be willing to do it? Seeing this, Fei Xiong smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. This vampire has been bound by a binding rune from the true god. After you buy him, you can even tamper with his memories." As expected, many people were tempted by these words. All you need to do is alter the memory, creating the illusion of cunning and shrewdness on the other person's memory level. Then, it won't matter if you encounter other vampires. After all, it's a matter of mutual consent, and other vampires can't really say anything about it. Inside a luxurious private room, Lid glanced at Mu Feng beside him and asked, "Are we buying it with money, or are we just stealing it?" Mu Feng snorted coldly, and then suddenly stood up. Buying it with money is absolutely impossible, not to mention he simply doesn't have that kind of money. Even if Lid had it, Mu Feng wouldn't do that. What a humiliation it is that the other side captured your people and then made you pay them back. Moreover, Mu Feng's strength has greatly increased, and he also wants to see the methods of a true god and understand the gap between the two sides. Furthermore, he had a contract with the Piltover company, so he could take this opportunity to investigate. With these three objectives in mind, Mu Feng suddenly made his move. Blood-red mist billowed from the room, blowing open the curtains facing the stage. The oppressive aura of a fourth-stage demigod permeated the entire auction house. Seeing this, Lid was not intimidated. He stood up as well, revealing his own aura. Fei Xiong's expression changed drastically as he stood on the auction stage. If I had known there were 2 vampire demigods present, I would never have put the vampires up for auction. The others also sensed the aura of the 2 vampire demigods and immediately began to quietly leave. Originally, only some minor figures were leaving, but now even demigods are starting to slip away. Chapter 209 Battle Against the True God. The vampire woman in the cage sensed this aura and looked up at the pavilion. Upon noticing 2 members of their own kind, hope ignited in their previously gloomy eyes. Mu Feng said coldly, "You scum, how dare you humiliate my vampire clan like this?" Flying Bear was so frightened that he was at a loss and had no idea what to do. A burst of lightning crackled on the auction stage, then coalesced into another Flying Bear. The newly appeared Flying Bear looked at Mu Feng on the upper floor of the pavilion with an apologetic expression and said, "Please don't be angry, Your Excellency. There is a reason for all of this." Before Mu Feng could speak, Fei Xiong continued, "The other side invaded one of our worlds first, which is why it became our spoils of war." The vampire woman in the cage quickly retorted, "I didn't. It was a foreign elder from the Peat Trading Company who came to me. That foreign elder wanted to betray the Peat Trading Company and asked me to accompany him to attack one of his worlds. Only after we got there did I realize it was a trap." Fei Xiong's face immediately froze. He had originally thought that this vampire woman was all looks and no brains, but now it seemed that he had realized what was going on. Mu Feng sneered and said, "The audacity of Piltover Auction House has truly broadened my horizons." Fei Xiong's face showed a bitter expression as he said, "Your Excellency, please don't be angry. We can offer compensation." What does compensation amount to when it comes to something that concerns the dignity of a race? Just as the two were talking, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Judging from the direction the sound came from, it was Levisk, a demigod of the Undead clan. These words put Piltover Trading Company in a very difficult position. At the same time, they also had a the more the merrier mentality. Appeared on Fei Xiong's face. As a true god, it was unreasonable for him to be subservient to a demigod of the vampire race, especially since the vampire race was so powerful. But nowadays, there are actually other people who dare to watch the spectacle here. When the true god is angered, the entire world trembles violently. Thunderclouds filled the sky, and the deafening thunder seemed to tear the heavens apart. Lekves remained calm and instead revealed his aura. True God Level 2. In an instant, the rage brewing in Fei Xiong's chest receded like a tide. The minor realm below True God is only Level 3, and the one before us is a mid-level True God. The flying bear before them was merely a lower-level True God. At the same time, judging from the aura emanating from the other party, it can be determined that this is the Undead clan, one of the supreme races, which is not to be trifled with. Fei Xiong felt bitter inside. How could a mere auction have attracted so many big shots? Mu Feng then spoke up. Enough with the idle talk. Let me experience the true god's methods. There are 3 objectives at hand. Rescuing the vampire woman is not difficult. She can do it easily with her vampire identity. So all I need to do next is to fight the guild master of the Pilt Trading Company, test my own combat strength, and at the same time observe the situation of the Pilt Trading Company to see if I can bring them under my command with that contract. President Fei Xiong, as illustrated, looked somewhat bewildered. Was the other party going to fight him? I am a true god. He forced an awkward smile and said, there's no need to fight. I'll compensate you for whatever you want. Mu Feng stopped arguing with the other party and, with a flash of blood-red light around him, appeared in the vast starry sky. The true god has the power to pluck stars from the sky and seize the moon. If he were to fight on a planet, he would destroy the entire planet. Lid was not idle either. He also came to the vast starry sky. The illustration originally didn't take the person seriously, only believing that the other party was angry because they saw their own kind being humiliated. But when you look up at the outer starry sky, the blood-red mist stretches out to the boundless horizon. On one side, crimson lightning exploded, and on the other side, a sea of blood surged. The deep roar of the lion pierced through the barriers of the world, resounding in everyone's ears. Mu Feng directly used the power of blood rage, but did not summon the opponent. Because there are many true gods here, with great knowledge, they can recognize the identity of blood fury at a glance. Above the sea of blood, Lid stood in the void, the bronze goblet in his hand tilted slightly, blood dripping in a line into the void, instantly transforming into a boundless sea of blood. Till he put away the disdain on his face. Although the 2 people in front of him were not as powerful as him, their methods were extraordinary. Its enormous wings spread behind it, and the power of lightning coiled around its paws. Flashes of lightning, Tuli arrived in the starry sky, confronting Mu Feng and the other 2. And in the greater world, the other 3 business owners watched this scene with great interest. Piltover Trading Company was already on the verge of collapse, and now it is taking a risky move to amass a large amount of gold coins in order to recover its losses. But to my utter surprise, I kicked a steel plate. This made the already struggling Piltover Trading Company even more precarious. Among them, a fox spirit leaned lazily on a bench, enjoying the massage of her maidservants. A pair of fox-like eyes peered through the endless void, closely observing the battlefield. This foxwoman is the president of the Blue Moon Merchant Guild, one of the 4 major merchant guilds, and a powerful mid-level true god. In the starry sky, Mu Feng snorted coldly, and the boundless crimson lightning surrounding him instantly pressed down with the power to destroy a planet. On the other side, above the sea of blood, Lid also slightly raised his fingers, extending countless blood-red palms into the sea. To grab the illustration from all directions, the figure narrowed its eyes slightly, and its huge wings instantly unfolded, unleashing terrifying lightning energy. The moment the 3 forces came into contact, everyone on the planet looked up, and it seemed as if a second sun was rising. When the light faded and all the energy was completely dissipated, the battle ended in a draw. This immediately caused a stir among all the spectators. The difference between a demigod and a true god is not small. For a true god to slaughter a demigod is as easy as eating and drinking. There is simply no comparison. These 2 demigods, working together, are actually able to go toe-to-toe with a true god. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and in that instant, he understood roughly what level his strength was at. The image on the opposite side depicts an ordinary lower-level true god, without any abilities beyond his level. With Mu Feng's usual combat strength, he could probably fight his opponent to a 40-60 split. You will always be at a disadvantage, but it is also virtually impossible for your opponent to defeat you. He withdrew the crimson lightning, and his entire body transformed into a streak of crimson light, his terrifying physical power shattering the void. Chapter 210 will discuss this in detail. As the figure watched the other party rush past him, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Although the Flying Bear clan is not a top-tier star race, they are quite formidable in terms of pure physical strength. Its huge wings were wrapped in lightning, its 2 short legs were slightly bent, and its 5 claws were spread out, making a forward lunge motion. Then, the figure transformed into a streak of azure lightning. Mufeng only felt a flash of blue light before his eyes, and the illustration was already right in front of him. Without thinking twice, he threw a punch. The fist collided with the bare paw in the illustration, causing a surge of crimson mist on one side and a burst of blue lightning on the other. The terrifying power shook the void, and the cracking sounds of space shattering were incessant. The illustration's pupils suddenly contracted. The power of this vampire before him was almost equal to his own. Those watching the battle from the planet, especially the fox woman, immediately sat up from the bench, her fox eyes filled with disbelief. This is a difference of a whole level. And it's not the difference between a holy spirit and a king. This is the difference between a demigod and a true god. The vampire demigod didn't use any other means. He relied solely on his physical strength. Reaching this level allows one to fight even higher levels of power. Looking across the entire starry sky and abyss, there are probably no more than 100 such individuals. Moreover, it's obvious that each of them is a top-tier new generation member from one of the most powerful forces. In the distance, crimson streams converged, transforming into pairs of crimson hands that twisted and reached out to grab at the illustration. The illustration shows blue lightning flashing in the eyes, and the power of the physical body has increased even more. The two, locked in a struggle, suddenly exerted their strength, and the terrifying force sent them both flying backward. The illustration dared not relax for a moment, transforming into a streak of blue lightning that constantly moved about, dodging the attacks of the blood-red palm. The blood-red stream transformed into countless palms in the void, almost forming a net. Those blood-red hands all stretched out from the sea of blood. The sea of blood came from another vampire's bronze goblet, a true divine artifact. The illustrations are naturally not to be taken lightly. With no way to avoid it, violent blue lightning spread from the figure's body. The thunder and the crimson hand clashed, annihilating each other. Feng simultaneously charged towards him from the void ahead. Furthermore, as the 3 Mufengs moved, the surrounding space constantly changed, causing their positions to shift continuously. The illustration depicts hands forming claws, wings spread behind the back, and a bear roaring to the sky. Azure lightning surged forth, crackling and popping in the void. He then got down on all fours and lunged forward. In the final void, lightning intertwined and coalesced into an extremely enormous flying bear. The flying bear on its back is 1,000,000 kilometers long. Just one of its palms is the size of a planet. A roar pierced the void, and a visible shockwave surged through the air. Click, click. 2 sounds of shattering mirrors rang out in succession, and Mufeng's 2 mirror images shattered instantly. The image transformed into a streak of azure light and lunged forward. The enormous flying bear behind him moved with him, shattering the void wherever it passed, creating a scene of great destruction. Divine art, flying bear pounce kill technique. Mufeng dared not be careless in the slightest. A huge black hole appeared behind him, stretching across the void. With a flick of his finger, black annihilation light shot out from the black hole. A flash of blood-red light appeared in the void, and countless blood-red palms intertwined to form a net, heading towards the diagram to trap and kill. With a flick of its massive flying bear arm, a large number of blood-red hands were severed. It only blocked him for a moment, and the diagram rushed towards Mufeng again. Without dodging at all, it collided directly with the light of annihilation. In just a moment, the author's initial indifference changed completely. The enormous flying bear behind them began to dissolve the moment it collided with the annihilation light. The illustration shows an arm raised in front of the body, forming a blue shield. Today, even after just a moment of collision, a hole has already appeared in Flying Bear's body. No blood flowed out. The cut was smooth, as if that piece of flesh had vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was insufficient, and the scale of the attack was relatively small, so the piece of flesh that was annihilated was not large. Just as he was filled with horror, the azure barrier in front of him actually began to melt away. With a flick of his arm, azure lightning surged forth, transforming into a beam of blue light that collided with the annihilation ray. At the same time, the symbol transformed into a bolt of blue lightning and dodged away. In an instant, the light of annihilation swept across the void with unstoppable force. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the light of annihilation struck the world barrier directly. The world barrier, like a gentle breeze across the sea, creates ripples before returning to calm. Tuli withdrew his terrified gaze and looked at Mufeng again, his eyes no longer showing any contempt. He immediately said, "You two are truly terrifyingly strong. There's no need to continue fighting. Just tell me what kind of result you want." Blood surged beneath Mufeng's feet, and Li Da, holding a bronze goblet, had already arrived beside him. The bronze goblet in Lid's hand was a confinement artifact, not a powerful offensive weapon. This was intentional on his part, since even if he used an offensive artifact, it would be impossible to kill a true god. Mufeng's eyes, and he said, "Let's talk after you've seen this." After he finished speaking, he took out a parchment scroll from the system space. The parchment scroll appears before the illustration through spatial displacement. The illustration, with a puzzled look in its eyes, took the sheepskin scroll, broke the seal on it, and then slowly unfurled it. In an instant, his pupils suddenly contracted. He was extremely familiar with the handwriting. He could tell at a glance that it was written by the previous president. The contract is quite simple. Whoever brings this contract to the Piltover Company will become the new president of the Piltover Company. While looking at the large red seal in the lower right corner of the scroll, he looked up at Mufeng, his gaze constantly shifting back and forth between the two. He slowly put away the scroll and said, "There are too many people and too many eyes here. Let's go to another place to talk in detail." Mufeng nodded, and finally followed the other person back into the world. As for whether he would be ambushed, Mufeng was not afraid. The only way to trap him now is through the world barrier of this vast world. However, this world is controlled by 4 merchant guilds, and the world barrier is also in the hands of 4 merchant guilds. The Pill Trading Company is not a monopoly. Chapter 2, 100 years. Moreover, with Lide by his side, the other side must also have some trump cards up their sleeve. The illustrations were the first to return to the auction stage, since the auction had essentially been halted and some explanation was still needed. As you all have seen, my Pill Trading Company has now offended the vampires. Today's auction is now over. If our auction house can weather this storm, we will continue to offer our grand finale items. The gods present all frowned, but none of them allowed the auction to continue. It's obvious to anyone with eyes to see that Piltover Auction House is currently at a disadvantage and is the one planning to apologize. If the auction continues, and the final item is chosen by that vampire demigod, he might just get it for free. No one lingered there after that. They all got up and left the auction house. However, they were all praying in their hearts that Piltover Auction House could overcome this difficulty. The figure turned around, looked at the cage that had been on the auction stage, and then extended its divine power to open the cage. Then the divine power flowed again, and all the shackles on the vampire woman's body shattered. The vampire woman immediately transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Originally, she intended to flee the place, but upon seeing Mufeng and Li Da at the scene, she stopped and came to their side. She remained silent, and Mufeng did not inquire about her opinion. It was not the right time yet. The illustration then made a gesture of invitation and stepped down from the auction stage. The vampire woman glanced at Mufeng, and seeing that he had followed, she gritted her teeth and quickly followed as well. Although he was terrified of the true god of the Flying Bear clan, he felt inexplicably at ease when he was by Mufeng's side. The group arrived in front of a grand hall, whose doors were wide open. Tuli was the first to step inside, followed closely by Mufeng and the other two. The moment he stepped into the main hall, all the powerful figures inside turned their gazes toward him. Such a momentous matter naturally required the Piltover Trading Company to go all out, summoning all the demigods. Mufeng glanced around and saw that there were 2 flying bears at the 4th stage of demigod. There are 3 demigods in the 3rd stage. 2 of them are flying bears, and the other is from another race, presumably an elder hired from outside. There are 6 demigods in the 2nd stage, all of whom are flying bears. The first phase had even more participants, a total of 8. At this moment, there are a total of 19 demigods in the entire hall. Not to mention that there was also a true god present at the scene. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Mufeng and his 2 companions, especially Mufeng, who received the most attention as the main force against the true god. The illustration shows that the president is not sitting at the head of the table, but standing on the middle steps. He picked up the contract and asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask where this contract came from?" Mufeng's mind went blank for a moment. He couldn't possibly say that this thing came from the system. "I obtained it from the ruins of a battlefield," Mufeng replied. "This argument is plausible, The contract only states that holding the contract allows one to become the president of the Piltover Merchant Guild, without specifying an individual. Thule nodded upon hearing this, as what the other person said was similar to what he had thought. The previous president did indeed perish, but no one expected that he would leave behind a contract. It seems they're just going to use that destined person approach. After a moment of silence, Thule spoke up. Since you have presented this contract, would you like to become the president of our Pilt Merchant Guild? These words caused an uproar at the scene. The demigods present did not know what was on the parchment scroll, but they now did. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "If possible, then of course I would like to." The Built Chamber of Commerce is definitely the largest force Mu Feng has ever encountered. Tully smiled upon hearing this and said, "Then you should also understand that this is not a simple matter." Mu Feng's interest was piqued. The other party hadn't immediately refuted him, but instead said that this matter was not simple, which meant there was hope. Immediately, Mu Feng said directly, "State your request. We've auctioned off all the divine spells, so you should know that the Chamber of Commerce is in a precarious situation right now. If you can resolve this matter, you will become the president. Your Chamber of Commerce has a true god overseeing it. What kind of difficulties will you face?" Mu Feng asked Yehuda. The illustration sighed, and then described the current situation. There are 4 major chambers of commerce in this world. When the previous president was still in power, their Chamber of Commerce was one of the most powerful. Of the 4 major merchant guilds at that time, 2 had mid-level true gods, while the other 2 only had low-level true gods. This is precisely why there has always been a competitive relationship between Piltover Trading Company and the equally powerful Blue Moon Trading Company. However, with the fall of the previous president and the loss of a mid-level true god, they instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Seeing that things were turning against them, the other 2 trading companies had already colluded with Blue Moon Trading Company. Under pressure from the Blue Moon Merchant Guild, the Pilt Trading Company has already decided to leave. The reason for selling all the divine arts was to recoup some funds so that they could expand in another location. But if you go to another place, it will certainly not be as prosperous as the world you see now. A vast world capable of supporting 4 true god forces naturally boasts abundant resources. Being forced to leave one's hometown by the other party is something no one would be happy about. However, unfortunately, when facing a mid-level true god, one can only avoid his sharp edge. Listening, Mu Feng turned around and left without even thinking. The Blue Moon Merchant Guild has a total of 2 true gods, 1 upper and 1 lower. The other 2 merchant guilds also each have 1 lower true god. It's already quite difficult to fight against a lower-level true god, let alone 4, including a mid-level true god. Mu Feng could have developed steadily, so why did he take such big steps? He was afraid of messing things up. Seeing that the other party turned and left without saying a word, Tuli quickly said, "Don't be impatient, sir. I didn't say now." Mu Feng stopped abruptly and said, "So what do you mean?" "You can resolve this matter after you break through to the true god realm," Tuli said in a deep voice. Although Mu Feng was only a lower-level true god after his breakthrough, his opponent was already capable of rivaling a true god when he was a demigod. When the time comes, breaking through to become a true god should not be a problem for him to contend with a mid-level true god. This is what Tuli thought in his heart. Mu Feng thought for a moment and realized that there was no problem, so he immediately said, "No problem." After a moment's thought, Tuli said, "There needs to be a deadline. How long do you want?" 100 years. The current Piltover Trading Company can still last for 100 years, Tuli said. Chapter 2:12 The Grand Finale. After he finished speaking, Tuli kept observing Mu Feng's expression. He himself felt a little embarrassed to say that he could help a demigod break through to become a true god within 100 years. However, he was surprised to find that Mu Feng's expression was quite calm. Just kidding. It's only been about 2 years since Mu Feng became a lord, and he's already at the 4th stage of demigod. Although it may take much longer to break through to the true god level, it should be around 10 years. Moreover, if there are any other gains during this decade, assuming everything remains the same, the pace will increase significantly. Seeing the other party's calm expression, Tuli coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, I know this is a bit difficult, so Pill Trading Company will provide you with a lot of help." Mu Feng was about to speak, but suddenly shut up. The other party is preparing to offer him benefits, so he just needs to let them perform. The illustration then continued. In this vast starry sky, what it takes to support a powerful existence is nothing more than territory, resources, and faith, and we can provide all of these. Mu Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Pete Trading Company was a true god-level power, so the things they provided were definitely top-notch. Ahem, But all of this comes with conditions, Tully suddenly said. Mu Feng's smile froze instantly. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. He immediately said, "Isn't the condition that will help you solve the problem for 100 years? That was the condition for you to become the president. If you want to take resources from us, there are additional conditions," Tully said mercilessly. Mu Feng pondered in silence for a moment, then said, "Tell me more." Upon hearing this, the illustration glanced at the demigods below. To prevent Mu Feng from taking the supplies and running away, we definitely need to send 2 people to follow him. After all, breaking through to the level of a true god in 100 years is still a lot of pressure. Little did Mu Feng know that this was as natural as eating and drinking for him. At the level of a supreme god, could support him all the way to becoming a supreme god, with no bottlenecks to speak of before that. His gaze swept around the room before finally settling on the 2 siblings. The older brother is at the 2nd stage of demigodhood, and the younger sister is at the 1st stage of demigodhood. Their strength is not very high. However, given Mu Feng's combat strength, it doesn't matter who he sends, as long as Tu Li doesn't personally go. Tully looked at Mu Feng and said, "Let the Chalk siblings go with you." After he finished speaking, Mu Feng, you understood his intention, to send someone to keep an eye on things. Mu Feng naturally wouldn't refuse, because he had no intention of going back on his word. He then looked at the illustration with anticipation, waiting for the other person to continue. Knowing what the other party was expecting, the illustration immediately said to a 4th-stage demigod flying bear beside him, "Go and get our grand finale item." The flying bear nodded, and no one else objected. There wasn't anyone who was so blind as to stand up and try to make their presence known. Soon, the flying bear brought over a brocade box, came to Mu Feng, and handed the box to him. With anticipation in his heart, Mu Feng slowly opened the brocade box. Multicolored light entered my eyes, and a rhombus-shaped crystal the size of a human head lay there quietly. Lid, standing nearby, was immediately shocked. Such a large rhombus-shaped crystal contained the very essence of the world. Chapter 213, Exchanging the Origins of the World. This rhombus-shaped crystal is much larger than the one that Lid obtained from the Abyss God last time. Furthermore, based on the energy level of the world's origin, this great world should be quite prosperous. Unfortunately, the appearance of the origin of the world here means that the original world has already been destroyed. Although the origin of the world before him was contained within a rhombus-shaped crystal, Mu Feng recognized it at a glance. With such a vast amount of world origin, Mu Feng felt that he could break through to the true god realm within 3 years. A look of joy appeared on his face. He closed the brocade box again and then put it away. Mu Feng said, "Rest assured, I will definitely keep my word." After confirming the matter, Tully personally escorted Mu Feng to the teleportation array and watched him disappear from this world. Since the coordinates of the teleportation arrays have been mutually recorded, this world and the Neuro world can now teleport to each other. With Mu Feng were Fei Xiong and his sister, as well as the vampire woman. Mu Feng left. An elder at the 4th stage of demigod stepped forward and said, "Guildmaster, are we really going to put all our hopes on him?" A smile appeared on Tully's face as he said, "The other party is a vampire. When they advance to the true god realm, we will be doing them a disservice." The demigod's chest with the back of his hand. The demigod elder thought for a moment and realized that when their guild opened their mouths, they would say, "Our guild leader is a true god of the vampire race." Just that one sentence would already carry significant weight. Neuro World, the capital of the vampires. The teleportation array in the capital city flashed, and 5 figures appeared within it. Upon seeing Mu Feng return, a servant immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Mu Feng gave a few simple instructions and arranged accommodations for the flying bear siblings. Although they were sent to prevent Mu Feng from running away, there was no need for them to follow him all the time. As long as they made sure that Mu Feng was always within their perception range, that would be enough. The 3 vampires present then entered the main hall together. Mu Feng strode to the throne, turned and sat down, asking, "What's your name?" The rescued woman first bowed and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Isabel Charles." Mu Feng nodded, then asked, "Do you still have any territory?" Isabel nodded vigorously and said, "I have territory and my people. Although the Peat Trading Company schemed against me, they don't dare to massacre vampires on a large scale, so their plan is only aimed at me." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng turned and asked, "Would you like to join my territory?" A troubled expression appeared on Isabel's pretty face. The other party was of the same race as her and had even saved her, so it was reasonable for her to join his ranks. But everyone has their own ambitions, and Isabel wanted to be a lord herself, a powerful lord. Seeing the other party's expression, Mu Feng knew what the other party was thinking and said, "Since that's the case, I won't force you. Let's exchange coordinates, and then you can leave." To subdue the other party, Mu Feng only needs to reveal his bloodline. However, there's no need for that. Not accepting the offer doesn't mean you've missed out. After all, the two worlds will establish coordinates, allowing each other to struggle independently, and perhaps there will be unexpected surprises in the future. As a member of the same clan, Mu Feng can respect other people's ideas. If Mu Feng were to ascend to the supreme god one day, the faith of these people would all converge on him. So in essence, it would only be a matter of time before he could subdue them. A smile appeared on Isabel's face. The fact that the other party did not use the life-saving grace to force her made her feel even more favorably toward Mu Feng. She bowed again and said, "Having finally arrived in the territory of my own kind, I plan to stay for a while before leaving." Mu Feng nodded, indicating that the other party could do as they pleased. After Isabel left, Reed stood in the center of the hall, looking as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Mu Feng naturally knew what the other party was thinking and immediately took out the brocade box containing the origin of the world. To be honest, for Mu Feng, the origin of this world was just icing on the cake. But for Lid, it was a timely help. His terrifying bloodline talent allowed Mu Feng to break through realms without any bottlenecks. Even without external assistance, breaking through was as easy as eating and drinking. However, Reed was different. The Cappadocia clan had its true name erased, and the powerful bloodline belonging to this clan had lost its original efficacy. Erasing a real name is not simply murder. It is denying everything related to it at its root. Feng's hand, Lida finally took a deep breath and said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, could you sell me the origin of this world?" Mu Feng smiled and said, "This is Piltover Trading Company's star item. What are you planning to use to buy it?" "Your Majesty, the true ancestor, I offer 1 billion gold coins." Mu Feng's pupils shrank instantly. What kind of wealthy family is this? When the Cappadocia clan was stripped of its true name, most of its wealth was divided among other clans, leaving only scattered pieces of wealth behind. However, in Mu Feng's eyes, this small amount of scattered wealth was like a walking gold mine for Lide. But Mu Feng quickly calmed down and shook his head, saying, "Money is just an external thing. While large gold coins are tempting, Mu Feng will certainly not lack them after acquiring the Piltover Trading Company in the future, so he wants something else." Lid understood, and then a flash of blood-red light appeared in his palm, and a bronze goblet appeared in his hand. It's the same one that Lid used before. Looking at Mu Feng, Lida said, "This is a true divine artifact, the Blood Demon Cup. Although its attack power is not strong, it can trap people without any problem." Mu Feng immediately curled his lip and said, "But I didn't see you trap the illustration." Those densely packed, blood-red palms looked quite intimidating at first, but when Tuli swung his arm, they were all shattered. Reed also spoke up, saying, "Your mirror image also possesses the power of a divine artifact." With a single roar, both mirror images shattered. At first, Lid's voice was quite loud, but it got softer and softer as he spoke. Hearing Mu Feng say that what he had was useless, he was naturally a little unhappy. In addition, he got along well with Mu Feng and didn't have any concept of superior and subordinate. But as the story progressed, he realized that the person in front of him was the true ancestor. Mu Feng didn't care, but instead thought about the divine artifact. Logically speaking, divine artifacts should correspond to the level of true gods, but the divine artifacts used by the two of them were utterly ineffective in the face of the illustration and were even inferior to their own combat power. The Blood Demon Cup in the opponent's hands may be trash, but Mu Feng's 3 Lives Demon Mirror is definitely not something ordinary. Chapter 214, The Space Cutter. So in the end, even though the two demigods wielded true divine artifacts, they were utterly powerless against a true god. There is only one outcome. The demigod will be unable to unleash the true power of the artifact. Having thought all this through, Mu Feng stopped worrying and immediately said, "Let's add a little something else." Lid gave a helpless look, but still took out 100 million gold coins. In exchange for 100 million gold coins and a true artifact that traps people, the world's origin in Mu Feng's possession. Mu Feng was finally satisfied and handed the head-sized rhombus-shaped crystal to Lida. Lid was equally delighted. For him, this deal was a sure win. The origin of the world is the essence of a world, and for demigods, it is a priceless treasure. If it were an ordinary demigod, Mu Feng would definitely have lost out in this deal. However, Mu Feng's need for the origin of the world was not very urgent. In addition to obtaining the resources exchanged with the other party, It also allows Lid to quickly advance to the level of a true god. Although the other party is not one's subordinate, they have already settled in one's world and can be considered a defensive force in that world. After Mu Feng received the bronze goblet, Lida also left with the brocade box. He looked the blood demon cup up and down in his hand, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Time flows like a stream, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Mu Feng received a message from the Abyss. However, the message from the Abyss was not from Olivia, but from 3 undead demigods under Mu Feng's command. Although the other party is now under Mu Feng's command, he naturally cannot give up their territory in the 10th layer of the Abyss. According to the 3 undead demigods, their neighbor's territory is currently suffering from the ravages of the space cutter. As the only 2 species with no consciousness but decent talents, one in the Abyss and the other in the starry world, they can be said to be infamous. The fact that his neighbors were suffering from the ravages of Warcraft was essentially none of Mu Feng's business. They could even stand by and watch, waiting until the other side's territory was nearly destroyed before taking over. However, Mu Feng did not intend to wait any longer. He planned to expand his territory again and gain more faith. With the prospect of taking over the Piltover Trading Company, Mu Feng suddenly felt a surge of motivation. Before heading to the Abyss with the 3 undead demigods, Mu Feng used the world teleportation scroll he had acquired at the Pilt Trading Company auction. According to previous reports from the troops, that Forsaken Land was of the lowest level. Looking at the entire world, there isn't even a saint-level being. Mu Feng's interest was completely wiped out. No wonder this teleportation scroll only cost 100,000 gold coins. They dispatched 50,000 vampires and 10 kings to invade that world. Mu Feng himself, accompanied by 3 undead demigods, traveled through the Abyss Rift in the far north to the 10th level of the Abyss. When the 4 arrived at the 10th level of the Abyss, Mu Feng also saw the territory of the 3 undead demigods. Compared to the scorched earth of the king level, this undead territory is incomparably glorious. The gray-brown earth was occasionally punctuated by green flames that rose high into the sky, transforming into the form of spirits that roared incessantly. Every now and then, undead creatures would crawl out of the earth. These were the newly born undead of this land. The 4 of them made no attempt to conceal their presence as they arrived at the border of another territory, immediately attracting the attention of the other demigods. A 2-headed ogre stood at the border of his territory, looking at the 4 demigods from another territory with a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. He said, "Your Excellencies, this gentleman is." In the 10th layer of the Abyss, the combat power level is not too outrageous. Basically, the lords are all at the first stage of demigods, with a small number reaching the 2nd stage. The appearance of Mu Feng, a demigod in the 4th stage, is an unsolvable big boss at this level. The 3 undead demigods looked arrogant, though their skeletal faces couldn't reveal any expression. The eldest of the undead demigods spoke first. "This is our lord, a demigod powerhouse of the vampire clan, Mu Feng." The 2-headed ogre's expression immediately brightened. The opponent's strength was already terrifying, and with the added background of a vampire, he couldn't afford to be careless. He immediately composed himself and said, "Your Majesty, I would be grateful if you could personally intervene." Mu Feng nodded, speaking in a casual tone, and said, "Take me to see it." In his early years, when he attacked the troll's territory, Charlotte once killed a space cutter. However, that space cutter was quite weak, while the one in the other's territory had already reached the demigod level. Mu Feng was also somewhat curious about the 2 special creatures in the starry sky and the Abyss. In fact, Mu Feng didn't need the 2-headed ogre to lead the way. He could find the other party on his own, since the aura of a demigod was still very obvious. The 5 of them formed a group and, after traversing a vast territory, stood in the void, gazing at the land below. The ground was now riddled with holes, and the huge openings indicated that a giant creature had dug them. Perhaps it was the appearance of the 5 people that alerted the spatial cutter. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, and in one area, the land began to sink. 2 enormous, sharp teeth shattered the earth, and then 2 more sharp teeth appeared below. As space shattered, that piece of land, as if it had lost its support, instantly sank. A huge, round mouth appeared, with 4 enormous, sharp teeth arranged vertically, interspersed with sharp mouthparts. Finally, his upper body emerged from the ground, revealing his true form to everyone. It was a centipede over a kilometer long, and it looked quite terrifying. The mirror-like space around the sharp teeth in the mouth shattered inch by inch, and was then sucked into the stomach. According to Mu Feng's perception, The other party's realm was the first stage of demigod. Mu Feng was amazed. This is a very strange phenomenon. How can someone cultivate if they have no consciousness? Reaching the demigod realm requires more than just increasing power. It necessitates comprehending the power of laws. The ogre demigod standing to the side had a look of terror in his eyes. The spatial cleaver before him had brought immense disaster to his territory. The ogre looked at Mu Feng and said, "Your Majesty of the Blood Clan, are you going to make a move?" Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, "I can deal with the opponent, but next, you will have to bring your ogres and accompany me to invade the higher levels of the abyss." When invading a new territory, Mu Feng can take the lead in the overall situation, but there are still many details that need to be resolved by others. Having his own demigods handle these matters was clearly not what Mu Feng wanted. Chapter 2:15 Target, Abyss Level 25. The ogre demigod thought for a moment, then decisively nodded in agreement, saying, "I am willing to obey your Majesty's commands." Mu Feng's expression remained calm, but he nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze to the space cutter below. The other party's complex mouthparts, capable of cutting through space, seemed quite deceptive. By killing the opponent, Mu Feng can uncover their secrets through the loot given by the Lord's panel. With this in mind, Mu Feng no longer hesitated. The space on site was frozen like a swamp, and a pure black beam of light pierced through the head of the space cutter. With just a small move, he had already taken the opponent's life. Congratulations, Lord, on defeating the first stage of the demigod. The following items have been obtained. Power of Laws, Devouring Laws. Individual Treasure Chest, X1. Mu Feng also obtained the Devouring Law among the spoils of his battle against the Black Demon Clan. Now, Mu Feng can finally use the Devouring Law he possesses. Seeing the individual treasure chests below, Mu Feng muttered to himself, "It seems like every demigod drops a treasure chest." Mu Feng didn't kill many demigods, but each demigod dropped a treasure chest. This was, of course, fantastic news for Mu Feng. He glanced at the 3 undead demigods behind him and said, "Go and organize the troops to prepare for an attack on the higher levels of the abyss." The 3 undead demigods bowed in respect, then left together with the ogre demigod. The two are neighbors and know each other well. Moreover, with Mu Feng leading the way, the ogres, for safety's sake, also planned to bring along other demigods. So the 4 of them traveled together to other territories in this area to summon other demigods. Mu Feng stood still and immediately opened the treasure chest he had obtained. Congratulations, Lord, for opening the demigod-level individual treasure chest. The following items have been obtained. Skill Scroll, Mouth of the Abyss. Skill Description, a powerful force capable of devouring everything in the world. The more it consumes, the stronger it becomes. Mu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This reward was absolutely top tier. In the future, when Mu Feng kills an enemy, he can use this skill to devour the opponent and gain some benefits. Then, when the opponent dies, the Lord's panel will give a reward. That means double the reward. The next step is to figure out the energy conversion ratio after the Abyss Maw devours the enemy, Mu Feng muttered to himself. If the conversion rate is only 1/10, then Mu Feng's hopes will be dashed. At the same time, he also understood why the space cutter could become so powerful even without consciousness. As long as you have this skill, and as long as you can eat, you can become stronger. Mu Feng did not return to the vampire capital, but waited in the abyss. The intricacies of invading the higher worlds of the abyss were not something Mu Feng needed to worry about. He only needed to deal with more powerful enemies. Compared to his previous invasion of the abyss, Mu Feng seemed much more relaxed this time. This time, the goal is to reach the 25th level of the abyss. Once you reach the 26th level, the territory of the true god will appear, so Mu Feng does not intend to enter the 26th level. Mu Feng hid in the void, his eyes closed, waiting for the army to depart while cultivating alone. Area 031. The aura of the human demigod rose like a blazing sun, its intense holy light showering down upon the earth. On the opposite side, a towering tsunami stretched from the sky to the earth, its power terrifying beyond compare. Amidst the massive tsunami, wisps of crimson light seeped out. Charlotte held a long spear with a dropper in her hand, clad in the robes of a blood-red Valkyrie, and the oppressive aura of a first-stage demigod emanated from her. His gaze was fixed on the human demigod opposite him, his bloodshot eyes showing no fear whatsoever. Under normal circumstances, a human demigod of the Holy Church who reaches the second stage of strength can fight 3 people at the first stage. Mu Feng had stationed a Phantom of Law here to stabilize the situation, but with Xia Luo's breakthrough, he naturally withdrew. Charlotte did not disappoint Mu Feng. She was an absolute super-level being. The two weapons in his hands were also slowly being repaired as Charlotte's strength increased. Now, both weapons have reached the level of semi-divine artifacts, which perfectly matches Charlotte's strength. Charlotte swept the dropper-shaped spear across her body, transforming into a streak of bloody light as she charged forward. The moment she took a step, the dazzling magic circle beneath her feet shattered instantly. Her figure flickered, as if space itself had folded, and she instantly appeared before the human demigod. The human demigod was greatly alarmed. He instinctively pushed his hands out horizontally, and pure white holy light fell like steel needles, piercing the entire earth and leaving it riddled with holes. However, the bloody light in front of them seemed unaffected, and the dropper spear swept straight down. The human demigod staggered and was sent flying. A surge of anger rose within him. He was a second-stage demigod, yet he had been beaten so badly by someone at the first stage. Anger surged within him, and the pure white holy light illuminated the sky behind him, making it appear as if a heavenly kingdom stretched across the void. However, at that moment, the human demigod seemed to sense something and quickly looked in one direction. She was a vampire dressed in a black and red high-low gown, with fair, jade-like skin and alluring, captivating eyes. The other person was very beautiful, but the human demigod was in no mood to appreciate it at the moment. He was more concerned about the other person's aura. Demigod level. Lily spread her arms, tilted her head slightly, and a dazzling magic circle surrounded her in the center, her figure slowly floating up. An aura belonging to the first stage of demigod emanated from her body. The light of magic was ignited, and magic circles almost filled the entire sky. Once you reach this level, there aren't many restrictions on your profession, and you can use a little bit of almost any kind of ability, but mastering it is a big problem. Charlotte can use magic or skills, but she focuses more on skills, with magic being just a supplementary means. Other demigods are basically like this. They focus on one type, and they can use another type, but they cannot be completely proficient in it. Lilivius can be considered an anomaly, because she only knows magic and is a true demigod of magic. The human demigod's body transformed into a beam of holy light, piercing through like a pillar of heaven, attempting to stop Lily. At this moment, behind the battlefield, Lydia calmly tossed a ball out of her hand. This sphere is the core of the calamity. A towering eye of storm instantly formed, and strange cries echoed in the air. The human demigods naturally wouldn't take the storm calamity seriously. After all, it was just a product of a failed attempt to advance to demigod status. If it weren't for its unique life nature, it would have already been devoured and killed by the uncontrolled power of the laws. The holy light moved swiftly, breaking through the storm in the blink of an eye. Chapter 216, The First Faith. Amidst the storm, two pairs of wings spread open, and a beam of dark light shot out from the enormous fish mouth. The human demigod stared intently and discovered that the dark light was actually a miniature planet. As the light traveled farther and farther, its size grew larger and larger. The human demigod turned around and thrust his palm horizontally, the holy light striking the miniature planet like steel needles. Their movements were briefly halted, and magical light was already shimmering in the distant sky. This is the benefit of leveling up with experience points. When advancing to higher realms, the speed is extremely fast. The moment the human demigod sensed the presence of a demigod, he was briefly hindered by the calamity of the storm, and Lily had already broken through to become a demigod. Brilliant magic circles were densely packed in the void, constantly moving about. In the blink of an eye, a deluge of small-scale magic spells rained down. The human demigod wandered among them, with holy light flashing behind him from time to time, but these spells did not cause him any harm. But then a flash of bloody light appeared before her eyes, and Charlotte was already right in front of her. The long spear in his hand gleamed with a cold light, and then he thrust it out. The previous attempts to restrain him, this time Charlotte was aiming to kill the human demigod. The human demigod sensed this, and holy light poured from his palm, almost solidifying into a tangible form. The two collided. A terrifying shockwave ripped the earth apart, and a fierce wind raged across the land. Two streaks of blood-red light flashed, and Charlotte and Lily stood side by side in the void. A massive tsunami rose up behind them, and Saint Celine appeared. From that attack, just now, Saintess Celine had already sensed Charlotte's intentions and immediately asked, "Are you preparing to end the battle?" In previous battles, the main focus was on restraining the opponent, without intending to kill them. Although Celine was puzzled by the situation, she had no choice but to cooperate. Charlotte tightened her grip on the dropper gun and said, The opponent's value has been completely squeezed dry. It's time to end this. Lily, who was standing to the side, nodded in strong approval. After a long war, the strongest members of the Holy Church have been almost entirely wiped out. If the war ends at this point and the human demigods return to their territories, they will be surprised to find that they no longer have any holy spirits under their command. There might be some remnants of the king level, but their numbers are definitely not many. With this thought in mind, Charlotte's desire to end the war became even stronger. To be honest, with Charlotte's fighting prowess, it's a bit of a waste for him to be in charge of the overall situation here. The three demigods reached a consensus at that moment, and their deadly moves came one after another. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the human demigod was already considering escaping. However, faced with the dense array of sealing magic circles in the void, there was no way to escape for the time being. Charlotte thrust her dropper-shaped spear forward, a white spear beam piercing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it tore apart half of the body of a human demigod. A pool of blood appeared above their heads, collecting all the scattered demigods' blood into it. Human demigods can no longer cause any trouble. Their demise is inevitable. Twilight World, a small island in the sea. A year has passed, and Qin Feng is now in high spirits. Both their strength and the territory they control have seen explosive growth. This is a top-tier world with incredibly abundant resources, making it not difficult to break through to the king level. Qin Feng's strength has now reached the lower-level king level, and he has completed the leap in class. Furthermore, Qin Feng has already taken control of 4 small islands in the sea. Inside the main hall, the fat man rushed in. He quickly said, "Qin Feng, the Church of Death has been very active lately, so we need to take some precautions." The Church of Death that the fat man mentioned was the church founded by another follower of an evil god who invaded the Twilight World. Compared to the church founded by Qin Feng, the Church of Death is undoubtedly much stronger. Qin Feng immediately asked, "What actions have they taken?" Without hesitation, the fat man said, "Large-scale mobilization of personnel, weapon forging, and war-related medicines." Qin Feng rubbed his chin. Just from these 3 points alone, he could already figure out the other party's goal. After all, they were no longer the common people they once were, and their character had matured considerably. It's all related to war. Is the Church of Death preparing to launch a war? Qin Feng muttered to himself. When a god invades another world, the first thing he does is spread his faith. When faith takes root to a certain extent, it can blossom and bear fruit like a vanguard force. Although this would take a lot of time, it would cleverly bypass the world barrier. After all, this is an internal force of the world, essentially one with the world barrier. After a moment's thought, Qin Feng immediately said, "Our strength is still weak. For now, we should focus on development and not get involved in this." The fat man nodded in approval, then turned and left, instructing his followers to be careful. Of Neuro, within the territory of the vampires. On the border between Dawn Continent and Lockby Forest, there used to be hundreds of small duchies. However, with the outbreak of a world war, these small principalities could only drift along with the tide. Like a ship in a giant wave, though the wind and rain are fierce, it has found a foothold. Along the long border lies the Duchy of Blaken. The Duchy of Blaken is just a very ordinary small duchy on this border. Inside a luxurious room, the sounds of things being smashed and broken could be heard. Various exquisite porcelain pieces were now shattered on the ground. The maid who came in to deliver the food stood to one side, her hands clasped over her lower abdomen, her head bowed, not daring to utter a sound. His gaze fell upon a photograph on the table. It was a portrait of a human being in mourning. The man in the photo is 50 years old. He was originally a marquis of the Starry Empire, which was also originally a king of the Starry Empire. The woman in the room has become increasingly irritable lately, and she often smashes things. Suddenly, a flash of black light appeared in the room, and a black statue appeared out of thin air. The statue was strangely shaped, like a deformed creature with no discernible pattern. Upon seeing this scene, the woman in the room paused slightly, her previously irritable expression momentarily stunned. Something seemed to flash through his mind, and a smile appeared on his lips. Finally, the woman burst into laughter, a laugh tinged with madness. "Ha ha ha, vampire! You stole the glory that rightfully belonged to humanity. Now it's time to return it. No matter the circumstances or the time, there will never be a shortage of people who fight for their beliefs." Chapter 217, Entering the Void Again. Time flies, and 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Feng has reached level 24 in the Abyss, 1 level away from his goal. But at this moment, Mu Feng had no choice but to stop. Although it did not involve the territory of the true god, the true god was already involved. Over the past 3 months, Mu Feng's overwhelming strength has attracted many demigods to join him in attacking the higher levels of the abyss. Currently, there are more than 20 demigods surrounding Mu Feng. But at this moment, Mu Feng had no interest in these people. Instead, he looked at the enemy in the distance. It is about 50 meters tall and looks like Ultraman. This is a Titan. The opponent's height is certainly not that much. In wartime, the opponent's body can grow significantly larger. And observing the opponent's strength, this is a true god. The Titan god looked Mu Feng up and down, and after a long while, he said, "Demigod of the Blood Clan, depart now." The opponent's cultivation level was higher than Mu Feng's, and their racial background was not much different. Although the Titans do not have a supreme god, they are hailed as the strongest race in the cosmos, second only to the supreme gods. Despite still being called the Supreme God Clan, the vampires, relying on their original powerful foundation, lack the authority to speak without the presence of a supreme god. Mu Feng chuckled and said, "If you want me to retreat, let's exchange a couple of blows first." The Titan god scoffed and said, "A vampire? Are you sure you're not mistaken?" The answer he received was not Mu Feng's words, but a beam of blood-red light shooting into the sky. Mu Feng's blood energy surged, and the law of blood transformed into terrifying blood energy, strengthening his physical body. At the same time, the law of blood transforms into a stream that gathers around the body, and with just a thought, the law of blood can be transformed into a weapon to kill enemies. Seeing the other party's posture, the Titan god became too lazy to waste any more words. His fist clenched, producing sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, the Titan god's size began to increase dramatically. By the time the other vehicle came to a stop, it had already traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Such a terrifying size, yet it was merely the normal body of a true Titan god. One hand is raised high, then pressed down as if a comet were falling. Mu Feng looked up and stared, his eyes flashing with a blood-red light. The blood-red light collided with the palm, but the enormous palm seemed to encounter no resistance whatsoever. The blood-red light that Mu Feng shot out was crumbling inch by inch. Mu Feng was not surprised by this scene. First, the opponent possesses a divine body. Second, the Titan's physical bodies are inherently powerful. With a thought, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, and it prepared to dodge to the side. However, as the palm pressed down, Mu Feng felt as if the surrounding space was also compressed, making it difficult to move. The Titan gods, through sheer power, achieved a level of influence over space. Mu Feng had no choice but to unleash more spatial power, which is why he moved to another location. The land where it had originally stood was transformed into a bottomless black hole by the falling giant hand. Knowing he couldn't underestimate the enemy, Mu Feng unleashed a burst of crimson lightning with a flick of his wrist. Although these crimson lightning bolts originated from the Blood Fury, their power was greatly reduced. If Mu Feng wanted to reach the level of the Blood Fury's true form, he would naturally have to pay the price with his essence blood. The Titan god slowly withdrew his hand, looked at the crimson lightning rushing towards him, and threw another punch. The void shattered, and everything was destroyed. The crimson sea of lightning before them vanished in an instant, and the enormous fist slowly retracted. At the same time, the blood and energy of the Titan god began to surge, and the heat wave, like a volcanic eruption, scorched and distorted the entire space. Before Mu Feng could react, his fist was already thrown out. As before, Mu Feng felt the surrounding space freeze, and he could only mobilize more power to dodge. At the same time, a huge black hole appeared behind Mu Feng, creating a region of spatial instability. In this chaotic space, dodging is actually easier than in a stable environment. Dodging the opponent's punch, a beam of black light shot out from the black hole behind him, the light of annihilation. The Titan god initially dismissed it, and threw another punch at the black light. But the moment the two collided, the Titan god sensed something was wrong. One's own power is worn away, turning into nothingness and formlessness in an instant. This is a very magical state. Nevertheless, the Titan god still did not choose to back down. Having grown all the way to becoming a true god, his combat experience was incredibly rich, and he quickly found the best solution. He roared to the sky, and the whole earth trembled. He swung his other fist into the void, and instantly the void shattered, revealing a profound emptiness. Mu Feng naturally knew what the other party was thinking. They wanted the two of them to go to the void together. True gods possess divine bodies and can survive briefly in the void, but Mu Feng is only a demigod. Therefore, in the understanding of the Titan true god, anyone who enters will surely die. The destructive power of a true god was fully revealed at this moment, and large swathes of space collapsed. Mufeng originally had a way to escape, but after thinking about it again, he didn't run away. Entering the void has no side effects for Mufeng now. Last time, I killed 2 holy spirits of the ancient gods and obtained a void heart, which allows me to move freely in the void. And most importantly, there's no one watching there, so Mufeng can unleash his full potential and use all his trump cards. Upon realizing this, the shattered space swept past the 2 of them, and they both fell into nothingness. With the space's self-healing effect, the scene returned to calm. A land of nothingness. Mufeng felt no discomfort upon returning to this place. The laws of blood surged within him, and crimson lines rose from his entire body, while the essence and blood of the true ancestor were also mobilized. He raised one hand above his head, his arm covered in blood-red runes. Come, third familiar. Devour the dimensional spirit. 2 eerie dragon roars echoed in this void. A 2-headed dragon suddenly appeared, its multicolored energy body appearing exceptionally dazzling. The Titan god in the distance suddenly contracted his pupils. As a true god, his knowledge reserves were quite substantial. The 12 familiars belonging to the true ancestor are beings that are written into textbooks, whether in the starry sky or the abyss. Almost every major power with a lineage knows this. You. The Titan god stood there for a long time, but couldn't utter the next word. Mufeng's lips curled into a smile, and he said coldly, "In order to keep my secret from being leaked, you'd better die first." Chapter 218: The Strange Planet. As Mufeng finished speaking, the 2-headed dragon behind him immediately opened its mouth. In a space that should have been empty, the 2-headed dragon seemed to be chewing something in its mouth. The Titan god was already terrified and turned to flee into the distance. At the same time, all the power in his body was gathered in his fists, ready to shatter the world before him and return to the abyss. When he threw a punch, an amazing scene unfolded. His fist was stretched out like a noodle and flew in one direction. The Titan god looked on in horror, his gaze following the arm in that direction. All I could see was a planet silently rotating. It was so abrupt in this space that should have been empty. Mufeng also saw the planet and was equally puzzled. The void should be devoid of anything, and the ancient gods, born with the power of the void, are the only life forms in this space. But in this space, a planet has actually appeared. Under their gaze, the planet, which had been spinning, paused for a moment, as if people were in a daze. In the next instant, Mufeng immediately sensed something was wrong. The immense suction force was acting on him, leaving him no chance to resist. Its body crashed directly into the planet, eventually sticking firmly to its surface. Mufeng's face was pressed tightly against the ground, and he looked extremely disheveled. He suddenly exerted force with both arms, trying to break free from the planet, but Mufeng's strength at this moment was like an ant trying to shake a tree. The Titans weren't much better off. Both of them were absorbed to the planet's surface. After a brief moment of panic, Mufeng calmed down and came to his senses. The planet was able to hold the 2 of them in place because of its immense gravity. A ripple appeared in the distant void, revealing the figures of 2 ancient gods. Mufeng, who was firmly attached to the planet's surface, his expression was one of surprise and uncertainty. One of the ancient gods spoke up, "Shall we go?" Another ancient god rolled his eyes and said, "Go ahead and try to get yourself killed." After a brief exchange, the 2 ancient gods' expressions changed drastically, because that planet was hurtling straight toward the 2 of them. They tried to escape, but the terrifying gravity had already locked them in place, and they were unconsciously flying towards the planet. Unlike Mufeng, the 2 were instantly torn apart after getting close to the planet. Mufeng's face was pressed tightly against the ground, but he did not lose his senses. Upon noticing what was happening outside the planet, his pupils immediately contracted. Those 2 ancient gods were not weak. Both were at the demigod level. However, they were completely powerless to resist this strange planet. The space before me was shattered like a mirror, with countless stars reflected in my eyes. Mufeng's perception, a portal appeared in the void, connecting to the starry universe. That strange planet burst out of the void and into the starry universe. Sensing this scene, Mufeng felt less afraid. The void was filled with too many unknowns, which made me a little apprehensive. That strange planet was moving at an incredibly high speed, almost 1,000 times the speed of light, and its speed continued to increase during the journey. A peculiar vibration reached his ears, and Mufeng calmed down to perceive it carefully. Gradually, Mufeng's expression began to look strange, because in his perception, this planet seemed to be communicating with other planets as it passed by. Mufeng suddenly spoke up. Star Clan, why did you capture me? In the vast universe, the number of races is well over 10 million. However, among these myriad races, there are not many powerful races that can be named. To be able to find traces in Mufeng's fragmented inherited memories at a glance, one must be a supreme bloodline that traverses the universe. The Star Clan, as the name suggests, are essentially a planet. Upon hearing Mufeng's question, that planet didn't pretend to be aloof. Instead, it eagerly replied, I've been waiting for you there for a year. I'm practically bored to death. Mufeng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and subconsciously asked, Why did you wait for me? You have no idea. Ever since you entered the void last time, the entire void has been in an uproar. Not just me, the ancient gods are also waiting for you to enter again, the strange planet replied. So, you still haven't answered why you were squatting on me? Mufeng said, quite annoyed. The strange planet paused for a moment before replying in a peculiar frequency. Well, you'll find out when you get there. The strange planet was moving incredibly fast, but after an unknown amount of time, Mufeng's perception finally began to change. A sense of shock rose in Mufeng's heart. Before us, stretching across the cosmos, lies an enormous planet. Its sheer size felt like a dream, even giving one the sensation of being in an abyss. The abyss has 99 layers of terrain, each layer resembling a vast, flat surface. However, one of the planets in the starry universe has a feeling of a vast, flat abyss. The strange planet plunged directly into the enormous planet. Mufeng's widening pupils, the surfaces of the two planets began to touch and rub against each other. The planet was spinning very fast. In the blink of an eye, Mufeng had already circled the planet twice. It also rubbed against that huge planet twice. Poor Mufeng's demigod body felt like it was about to shatter at this moment. In a daze, Mufeng didn't know how long he had been lying there before he slowly opened his eyes. The sky is a deep blue, and the air is filled with the fragrance of fresh grass. Mufeng suddenly stood up and warily looked around. Looking up into the distance, a huge circle lay quietly on the ground. That's the planet that brought me here. The gaze was fixed on the base of the planet, where a pair of large hands emerged from the planet's soil and lay there quietly. An old acquaintance, naturally the Titan god. After a moment's thought, Mufeng finally decided to go and rescue the Titan god. Being in an unknown environment, the two were in the same boat, and having another friend was always a good thing. The surface of the round planet was exceptionally hard, so Mufeng directly used the soul-seizing scepter. Just as he was about to smash it down, the ground suddenly loosened, and the Titan god rolled out from within. Mufeng showed no mercy and slapped him hard with both of his large noses. The Titan god opened his eyes in a daze and subconsciously said, Where have I gotten myself into all this trouble? Chapter 219, The Cosmic Dragon. Mufeng ignored the other person and began to perceive his surroundings. Besides a giant sphere nearby, there was a forest in the distance, and he was on a plain next to the forest. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes, and his expression changed abruptly the next moment. The laws governing this world are very strange. Under the influence of this law, Mufeng's power was difficult to replenish. In other words, if Mufeng wants to engage in prolonged battles again, apart from the self-recovery of his true ancestor bloodline, the free-floating energy in the world can no longer provide assistance. However, one thing is certain. The power of the laws rising in this world is inexhaustible for the restoration of the physical body. The body's energy cannot be replenished, but the physical body will always be in peak condition. He glanced at the Titan god beside him. This environment could be considered the opponent's home turf. Titan Jinjing stepped over to Mufeng's side. The two didn't exchange any words, but they were thinking the same thing at that moment. After a brief moment of silence, Mufeng said, Let's go take a look at that forest over there. The Titan god hesitated for a moment, genuinely apprehensive in the face of this bizarre situation. However, after glancing at the vast plains beside him and then at the planet that looked like a lump of mud, he finally nodded. Mufeng is now certain that the brown mud lump is a member of the Star Clan. However, after the other party brought me here, they never spoke to me again. Presumably, they had already fallen asleep. He also knew the characteristics of the Star Clan, who spent most of their time sleeping. An ordinary-looking planet might just be home to the Star Clan. The two then walked together into the forest, encountering nothing else along the way. Once inside the forest, the two became wary. Suddenly, I could vaguely see white smoke rising from the distant forest. The two exchanged a glance. To avoid being detected by the other, they did not use their spiritual power to investigate, but instead concealed their auras and approached. On the ground at that moment, there was a 30-centimeter high building, a very small arch-tiled house. In front of the small tile-roofed house, offerings were laid out, and the ashes from the recent burning were still emitting white smoke. Mufeng carefully examined the ground, and indeed found traces of someone walking on it. After waiting a while longer, no one returned. Mufeng immediately stepped forward to examine the small house. One side of the small house had a huge doorway, inside which was a grayish-brown sphere. Upon seeing this scene, the two of them naturally understood what was happening. This must be a ritual to worship the gods. Just as the two were wondering what to do next, they suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind them. Mufeng instinctively dodged to the side. Fortunately, the energy here constantly replenished his physical strength, so he was still quite agile. With a sudden burst of power, the ground shattered, and his figure leaped tens of thousands of feet away. This world does not suppress power. It simply cannot replenish the energy within its body. Therefore, when Mufeng's physical body moves, it still possesses the power of a demigod, and with the energy replenishment here, his physical strength is even stronger than before. The Titan god was even more agile than Mufeng. He had long since disappeared. Mufeng cursed inwardly, then looked at the area of land where the opponent had attacked. A huge, deep pit appeared, but the small house floated there eerily, as if it had not been harmed at all. Amidst the billowing dust, a figure rapidly approached, and by the time Mufeng reacted, a fist was already upon his face. Instinctively, he launched a side kick, his leg colliding with the opponent's fist. The terrifying shockwave ripped through the towering trees, sending Mufeng flying as well. He rolled a long way on the ground, then quickly got up to steady himself, trying to see clearly who had attacked him. But after a brief moment of dizziness, I felt a sharp pain in my stomach and a wave of acidic fluid made me want to vomit. A woman who was 1.7 meters tall was standing very close to Mufeng when she raised her leg and slammed her knee into Mufeng's stomach. Mufeng didn't even have time to react before he was hit hard. It rolled a long way on the ground and was now in a very sorry state. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. His immediate priority was to find out the other party's background. Based on the fluctuations in the opponent's chi and blood, their strength should be that of a mid-level true god. Blood-red patterns were already appearing on Mufeng's arm, and he was about to summon the scroll beast. "All right, outsider, come with me." The sudden words interrupted Mufeng, but Mufeng did not let his guard down. He spoke up. "Who are you? Why did you ambush me? You were attacked because you disrespected the gods. As for who I am, you'll find out when we get there." Mufeng's brows furrowed deeply, and he immediately said again, "If you don't say something, I'm not going with you." The woman in the distance abruptly stopped her fighting stance, smoothed her ponytail, and said, "That's not up to you, third true ancestor Mufeng." During their conversation, Mufeng not only sensed the other party's strength, but also tried to discern it. Ordinary methods of observation were useless. The power of the beast in Volume 13 quietly attached itself to his eyes. Mufeng was silent for a moment before speaking. "With your status, you would still worship gods?" Using the power of the eye of the universe, Mufeng had already seen through the other party's bloodline. The woman before him was no ordinary person. She was someone on par with Mufeng. Dragons, the bloodline of dragons in the universe, was originally a race of supreme gods, but their supreme god had long since perished. The supreme god among vampires has the bloodline of the true ancestor, while the supreme god among dragons has the bloodline of the cosmic dragon. The woman flicked her ponytail behind her, pursed her lips, and said, "That's because you don't know anything. That's why you think that way. Once you know everything, you won't think that way anymore." Mufeng frowned, but relaxed his body and no longer adopted a wary posture. He spoke from a distance, saying, "You lead the way." The woman glanced at Mufeng, who was being unusually cautious, and immediately rolled her eyes. But he didn't dwell on it any longer and turned to walk deeper into the forest. As the two walked into the forest, the damaged ground in the distance began to recover, and in a short time it was restored to its original state. A golden afterimage suddenly appeared beside Mufeng, revealing the figure of the Titan god. The Titan god immediately asked, "Aren't you afraid something will happen if you go with her?" Mufeng couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to the other party at this moment. Now it seems that everything happening before my eyes was aimed at me. Chapter 2:20 The beginning. Furthermore, the opponent's power was exceptionally strong, and the Titan god was of no help whatsoever. As he followed the other party, Mufeng attempted to use his bloodline power to communicate with Xiao Luo. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the distance, there was no reaction at all. I tried it on other people, and the result was the same for all of them. Mufeng silently brought up the Lord's panel, found Luo Qianqian's friends on it, and sent her a message. I have some business to attend to and will return in a while. Please pass on the order that all heroes who are available return to defend their territories. Yes, master. Seeing the reply from the other party instantly, Mufeng breathed a sigh of relief and then closed the Lord panel. During the journey, we also saw some similar small houses, each containing a sphere about the size of a human head. Whenever she passed by these small houses, the woman would interlace her fingers and clasp them to her chest, making a gesture of prayer. Mufeng was completely baffled by what he was seeing. The opponent is a cosmic dragon, a terrifying existence on par with the true ancestor bloodline. It is truly unbelievable that such beings would worship gods. After the woman finished praying, she looked at Mufeng, who was following her at a distance, and said, "With our strength, this distance is no different from kissing." Mufeng shrugged helplessly, then quickened his pace to catch up and came to the other person's side. The woman was silent for a moment before speaking. "Avia, that's my name." After a pause, Avia spoke again. "I know you're more interested in what's happening before you than my name." After speaking, Avia looked into the distance. After walking for some distance, a village began to appear faintly in the distant mountains and forests. Avia began, "This village is very important to your vampire clan because it is the birthplace of the vampire clan, and Boguang was born here." Mufeng's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart filled with shock. Since the birth of the starry sky and the abyss, the vampire race has experienced 3 true ancestors, and Mufeng is the third. The first true ancestor, also known as the progenitor, was the first vampire and laid the foundation for the vampire race. His name is Boguang. After Avia finished speaking, she turned around and looked around, as if surveying her surroundings. He then said, "Looking at this vast world, almost all life in the universe was born here." Mufeng asked a question. "The vampires are a race from the abyss, so why were they born in a starry world?" "Because when the vampires were born, the abyss world had not yet appeared," Avia replied calmly. Mufeng then asked, "How do you know all this?" Avia glanced at Mufeng, then at the small house in front of her, and calmly said, "This is what the gods told me." Before Mufeng could speak, Avia said again, "The gods I speak of are not referring to realms." Mufeng frowned immediately. He could understand what the other party was saying. After all, in terms of realm alone, even a true god can be called a deity. However, it is clear that the gods that Avia speaks of have nothing to do with this realm. It is highly likely to be a deity on a spiritual level. Although it was said that it had nothing to do with realm, Mufeng did not believe that the god the other party mentioned was weak. After a moment of silence, Mufeng asked, "So, what's your purpose in bringing me here?" A smile of malice crept across Avia's previously composed face as she said, "Stay here for a month." Mufeng could naturally see the other person's expression, and a bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. Avia stopped talking and started walking towards the distant village. Smoke is rising from the chimneys. It seems to be mealtime. Avia looked at Mufeng and said, "You arrived at just the right time." Following Avia, we entered a small courtyard in the village. The courtyard was not luxurious. It was just a small courtyard enclosed by a fence, with 3 thatched huts connected together. Looking at the thatched hut in front of him, Mufeng recalled the time when he first arrived in the Neuro world. Just as he was lost in thought, Avia went into the room and came out with a piece of meat. He placed the meat in front of Mufeng and said, "Eat." Mufeng glanced at the meat in front of him and said, "I don't need to eat anything." In his own territory, Mufeng doesn't need to eat, but he will still satisfy his taste buds. But now that he's in an unfamiliar environment, he's hesitant to eat such things. The true ancestor's bloodline is very strong, and ordinary poisons are useless against it. But what is being shown now is anything but ordinary. Avia did not insist, but instead placed the meat in front of the Titan god and said, "You eat it." The Titan god shuddered and quickly took the fleshy object that was handed to him with both hands. He had heard their conversation clearly throughout their journey. Because he's heard it so much, he now wishes he could just disappear into thin air. Before him stood a true ancestor and a cosmic dragon, and for a mere Titan true god, his capacity to bear such a figure was truly limited. Avia pointed to a thatched hut next to her and said, "You two will live there from now on." Mufeng was fine. When he was still weak, he lived in a thatched hut. He nodded and then asked, "Are you really only going to live here for a month? Nothing else?" With her hands behind her back, Avia said mysteriously, "Yes, it's about living here for a month." "Can I leave in a month?" "Yes, I assure you with the blood of the cosmic dragon." Although he didn't know what the other party was planning, Mufeng could only nod in agreement helplessly. "The other party is definitely hiding something from me, but there shouldn't be any danger at this stage. Avia said, "You've just arrived today, so why don't you rest for a bit?" Mu Feng did not refuse, and took the opportunity to rest and sort out his thoughts. He entered the thatched hut first, sat on a simple chair, closed his eyes to rest, and his mind was in turmoil. Suddenly a voice rang out from the side. "My name is Tiger." Mu Feng glanced to the side, where the Titan god was sitting on the bed, looking quite reserved. He ignored the other person and closed his eyes to rest again. Tiger, seeing this, did not disturb the other person any further. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays of the sunset illuminated the forest. Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes and suddenly said, "I'm hungry." Tiger silently took out the remaining half of the meat and placed it on the table in front of Mu Feng. Chapter 2, 21 Hunting. It's strange, even though demigods don't need to eat, Mu Feng is hungry right now. Mu Feng found this phenomenon very strange, but he still picked up the meat that Tiger had put on the table. As I ate, my thoughts kept churning. The other party asked me to live here for a month, and now it seems that I really will live here for a month. During this month, he ate, drank, and relieved himself just like an ordinary person, and even he, a demigod, was no exception. In Mu Feng's mind, this situation must be related to the laws of this world. The next morning, I woke up gently in the breeze, feeling refreshed and full of energy. My first instinct was to call someone to help me wash up, but I stopped myself in time. He vaguely remembered that there was a well in the courtyard, and Mu Feng immediately pushed open the door and went out. They found Avia throwing a wooden bucket into the well and pulling it up with a rope. He strolled over to the side, picked up a water ladle, scooped out a few scoops of water from the bucket, put them into the wooden basin next to him, and washed up briefly. Avia said, sounding quite annoyed, "You're not being polite at all." Mu Feng didn't dwell on these questions and instead asked, "Where does my life here begin?" Avia did not answer. She washed up as well, went inside, and took out some dried meat. He handed 2 pieces to Mu Feng and Tiger respectively, and said, "Naturally, we should start by solving the problem of food." Mu Feng nodded as he ate the jerky. "You'll go hungry here, so you'll naturally need to find a way to eat. And based on the 2 meals of meat you've had, it's highly likely you'll be hunting." After breakfast, Avia led the 2 away from the courtyard. Arriving at an open space at the edge of the village, we found that more than 20 people had already gathered there. The races are very diverse, including humans, demi-humans, orcs, dragons, trolls, and so on. Mu Feng looked at the only human among them, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This human was completely different from any human I had ever seen before. The human race is extremely large, almost scattered throughout the entire star system. Compared to the Zerg, the Terran population is stable, unlike the Zerg's brief surge and rapid decline due to resource shortages. The human before them, though sharing the same bloodline as other humans, exuded a more noble aura. Celestial race, a superior bloodline among humans. The human in front of me was a lowly, only 1.5 meters tall, with thin arms and legs, looking like she would fall over if pushed. However, the aura emanating from his body was like that of a prehistoric beast, and Mu Feng felt his teeth ache just looking at it. Furthermore, that lowly's cultivation level was terrifying. She was actually a main god. The team consisted of more than 20 people, including 3 who were at the level of main gods, and the rest were all true gods. One of the trolls, a god-level being, noticed Avia and the 2 people she had brought with her, Mu Feng and Avia. The troll immediately spoke up. "Avia, why bring a kid like this here? By the way, who are those 2? Mu Feng pointed to himself and said, "A child? You mean me?" Avia, who was standing to the side, explained, "The blood and energy here are very abundant. Adults can condense a divine body, so a demigod like you is naturally a minor." Mu Feng immediately pursed his lips, but did not say anything more. Avia stepped forward and said, "These 2 are my friends. As for the underage one, he's quite strong and can come hunting with us." The troll didn't say anything more. He still trusted Avia very much. Another demi-human at the level of a main god spoke up. "Now that everyone is here, let's set off immediately." Soon the team headed towards the village entrance. Before they arrived at the village, a small 30-centimeter high hut sat quietly beside the road. Since arriving in the village yesterday, there have been so many small houses like this. As a native of Earth, Mu Feng always felt that this little house was somewhat like a place of worship for a mountain god. A group of more than 20 people arrived in front of the hut and then knelt down on the ground, praying devoutly. Tiger approached Mu Feng and whispered, "Should we also bow?" Mu Feng did not answer, but at this moment, not answering was tantamount to refusing. After the group finished their worship, They once again followed the path into the depths of the forest. On the way, Mufong walked up to Avia and said, "Now you can tell me in detail, right?" This time, Avia didn't hide anything and told everyone about this world. As the origin of the universe, this place did not have the fancy methods that exist in the outside world today in its early stages. The terrifying physical bodies are the foundation of this place. Mufong nodded immediately. It seems that when life first came into being, people lived in a similar way to primitive people. However, the primitive people were extremely powerful, so powerful that they were described as being at the level of gods. Given the strength of this group, although they walked very easily, as if taking a stroll, their speed was definitely not slow. The group arrived at a small hill. Before Mufong could react, Avia grabbed his shoulder and pinned him to the ground. At the same time, Avia said, "Be careful." Mufong didn't think about getting up. Instead, he lay prone and peered down the hillside. A group of wild boars were foraging for food in the dense forest. Mufeng's eyes flashed with bloodlust as he sensed the strength of the wild boars, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Among that herd of wild boars, the most powerful one has already reached the level of a main god. There are quite a few true gods, some of whom are small in size, obviously minors, and have the strength of demigods. Mufong glanced at Avia beside him and asked, "Are all the people here this powerful?" Avia rolled her eyes and said, "The origin of the entire universe. What do you think?" Mufong was speechless. Although the strength here was terrifying, considering the background of this place, it didn't seem like much. The troll chief god whispered, "Everyone, get ready." Everyone instinctively lowered their bodies, ready to sprint. Mufong could react. Everyone rushed out like arrows. He cursed inwardly, but immediately followed. Thanks to the strength of the group, although the hunting method was very primitive, the scene was extremely terrifying. During his charge, the troll god threw a punch. It felt like there were no special skills involved, just a terrifying surge of physical power, with immense wind pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. The wild boar herd in the distance suddenly rioted, but did not flee. The lead wild boar's beady eyes gleamed with ferocity as it coldly stared at the group. Chapter 2:22 Terrifying Creatures. The exposed fangs gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The wild boar charged towards the group with a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive, its form like a streak of light. Mufeng's shocked gaze. The demi-human race's main god grabbed the human lowly main god next to him. The demi-human race's main god was tall and imposing, with large, fan-like hands that gripped the back of the neck of the human lowly main god. Then she threw the human lowly goddess out like a cannonball. In Mufeng's understanding, such behavior definitely constitutes betrayal. However, since no one reacted, Mufong suppressed his thoughts. Mufeng's watchful gaze. The human lowly goddess relaxed her limbs, free-falling as she was thrown out by the other party. The next moment, the lowly goddess collided with the head of the wild boar. The beautiful land was shattered in an instant. Under the terrifying shockwave, Mufong stopped sprinting and raised his arms to block the oncoming storm. Once the storm had passed, Mufong could see the scene in the distance clearly again. The wild boar was sent flying by the impact, but the lowly goddess was completely unharmed. It's hard to imagine that a human body could be so powerful. Looking across the entire starry sky, although humans are the supreme race, physical strength is not their opponent's forte. The lowly goddess quickly regained her balance and swung her delicate fist into the air. Mufeng's shocked gaze. Half of the terrifyingly powerful wild boar's body was smashed to pieces. Perhaps the scene before them was too terrifying, for the other wild boars immediately fled in terror. A moment later, Mufong and Tiger stood silently before the boar's carcass. In their understanding, the leading wild boar was a terrifyingly powerful god. Suddenly, Mufong felt a tap on the shoulder. The troll god spoke up. "You're underage, and your strength isn't much better. You're always the last one to arrive during the hunt." Mufong felt helpless. Although the bloodline of the true ancestor was powerful, it was impossible for a demigod to rival a main god under normal circumstances. Avia then spoke up, saying, "It's understandable that the other party is unfamiliar with the situation as it's their first hunt." Mufong was a newcomer and was very cautious in his actions. Even if he could defeat his opponent, he would not reveal his identity. The demi-human god curled his lip and said, "The other party is an outsider and did not contribute during the hunt. There will be no spoils for them tonight." Avia was immediately displeased and said, "They're just being cautious. If a real fight breaks out, you might not even win." She was not exaggerating at all when she said that. Although the world before him was incredibly powerful, it wasn't to the point where Mufong was helpless. Of the true ancestor is still very powerful. If it were a life or death struggle, at least half of the people present would be taken away. Seeing the others' disdainful expressions, Avia spoke up. The other party is the third true ancestor. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Amidst the shock, there was also a hint of fear. Avia came to Mu Feng's side and said, "You carry the wild boar back." Mu Feng didn't complain about the job. Instead, he obediently carried the wild boar on his back. On the way back, Mu Feng asked in a low voice, "The other party seems to be very afraid of the true ancestor. What's going on?" Avia glanced at Mu Feng discreetly and said leisurely, "Although the strength of this world is terrifying compared to the outside world, you don't think the supreme god is some kind of trash, do you?" After carefully considering her words, Avia spoke again. "A long, long time ago, an incredibly terrifying creature was born in this forest. If it weren't for Bo Guang back then, this forest would be a forbidden area now." "Did Bo Guang defeat that terrifying creature?" Mu Feng asked. Avia curled her lip and said, "That terrifying creature is now your first familiar." Mu Feng suddenly had a look of realization. 12 of the true ancestors' familiars, he certainly knew their information. The 12 familiars has nothing to do with their strength. It's just a matter of their contract order. Avia continued. It was because they made a contract with that terrifying creature that they left this world and became the powerful vampires we know today. Mu Feng nodded in deep agreement, even though the first familiar's ability was very limited. However, in the early days of the universe, before the emergence of various magical abilities, the first familiar was indeed a terrifying existence. The journey was smooth, and the group returned to the village. Passing by that tiny 30-centimeter high house at the village entrance, I offered another prayer. After the prayers were finished, the villagers who had been waiting at the village entrance burst into a frenzy of celebration. The hunting party returned laden with their spoils. It was another bountiful day. The sun is setting in the west. Mu Feng's stomach had been rumbling for a while, but luckily, a bonfire had already been lit in the village. The enormous wild boar carcass was pierced through by a thick tree branch and roasted over the campfire. When the food was sizzling and dripping with oil, a sharp blade sliced across it, and a piece of meat fell off. Avia took a piece of meat, came to Mu Feng's side, and handed it to him. Mu Feng was already hungry, so he took the food with both hands without hesitation and immediately put it in his mouth to tear into it. I had only taken 2 bites when a cup as tall as a human forearm was placed in front of me. The glass contained a yellow liquid, somewhat like beer. Meeting Mu Feng's curious gaze, Avia explained, "Whenever a hunting party returns with a full catch, we always have a drink to celebrate." Mu Feng stared at the wine in his glass and fell silent for a moment. The hunting party returns with a full catch, the village will celebrate. This means that the people in the village had a sense of relief about returning from a hunt. Considering that the wild boar herds they encountered were all terrifying deities, Mu Feng felt relieved. Picking up the enormous beer mug, Mu Feng took a sip and asked, "Does this world have a supreme god?" "No." Avia's answer surprised Mu Feng. After all, the power level in this world is a bit beyond the norm, yet there is no supreme god. Perhaps sensing the difference in the other party, Avia explained, because all the supreme gods are banished by the gods. It was another deity mentioned by the other party, and Mu Feng felt a surge of curiosity. He asked, "What is the power of the god you speak of?" "The supreme god," Avia replied calmly. The idea that a single supreme god can banish all other supreme gods is terrifying. Chapter 2:23 Diamond Mammoth. Goddess, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, came to Mu Feng's side. Mu Feng's bewildered gaze. The other person took the huge wine glass in front of Mu Feng with both hands and said in a childish voice, "Minors can't drink alcohol." Considering that the other party was a main god, Mu Feng said in a gentle tone, "Little sister, I am already an adult, but the rules here are different from those outside." The lowly goddess immediately retorted, "You are only 20 years old this year, while I am already 400,000 years old, so whether it is strength or your age in the outside world, you can be said to be a minor." Mu Feng awakened as a lord at the age of 18 and has been in the lord world for 2 years, so he's 20 years old this year. Mu Feng never expected that the lowly goddess in front of him was already 400,000 years old. In the end, thanks to Avia's efforts, Mu Feng was able to drink the beverage in his glass. After all, everyone knows that Mu Feng is an outsider and cannot be completely bound by the village rules. The issue was raised because of the village's rules, but ultimately none of them were upheld, partly because of Mu Feng's powerful bloodline, and partly because of Avia's mediation. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, the bonfire party gradually came to an end. By 10 p.m., All the scattered lights in the village had been extinguished, indicating that everyone had gone to sleep. Mu Feng sat on a bench in the room, leaning against the wall with a look of utter despair. Because he ate too much. The wine glass, as tall as an adult man's forearm, clearly contained no ordinary liquor. In addition, the meat they eat is also the flesh and blood of a supreme god. For a moment, Mu Feng felt like he had indigestion. Feng's discomfort gradually subsided as dawn broke. After dozing off for a while, Avia pushed open the door and entered, waking Mu Feng up. Get up, it's time to go hunting. Mu Feng opened his eyes slightly and asked, puzzled, do we have to go hunting every day? It depends on the catch. If it's a large game, it can last for a few days, but that wild boar from yesterday has already been eaten. Mu Feng thought about it again and realized that although the wild boar was powerful, it was not very big. Left with no other choice, he got up to wash up and then followed Avia to the village. Before arriving at the village, the group of more than 20 people offered another prayer before the tiny 30-centimeter-long house, and then set off on their hunting journey once again. However, they were unlucky today, and by 2 p.m., they had not found the prey they were looking for. We did encounter 2 small animals, but they were slaughtered and eaten by noon. The troll god said irritably, what terrible luck today. After pondering for a long time, the demi-human god said with a serious expression, why don't we go deeper into the forest? A moment of silence fell over the scene, clearly indicating a deep apprehension about the depths of the forest. Mu Feng looked at Avia beside him and asked, is there something terrifying deep in the forest? Based on what we know now, there are several demonic beasts at the level of god kings deep in the forest. Another question arose in Mu Feng's mind, and he immediately asked, the god king is a being second only to the supreme being, so why does he seem like a cabbage? Avia rolled her eyes and said, there are differences between god kings, and the differences are not small. Most of them are just ordinary god kings. While the two were talking, the 3 main gods in the group had already finished their discussion. The troll god slapped his thigh and said, let's go deep into the forest. The group of more than 20 people set off again, heading deeper into the forest. As we ventured deeper, the trees in front of us grew even taller, almost blotting out the sky. The supplies here are obviously much more abundant. The group had only been deep inside for a short time when they encountered the prey they were looking for. Hidden behind the canopy and trees, everyone looked ahead at the scene. A river about 40 meters wide, and on the opposite side of the river, a large snake about 20 meters long, lies there motionless. The snake's belly was bulging high in the middle, clearly indicating that it had just eaten. Before Mu Feng could react, the demi-human god casually grabbed the lowly god next to him and threw her out like a cannonball. Mu Feng sighed helplessly and rubbed his forehead. Why can't we just find a spear or something? Why do we have to send people out as weapons? The moment the demi-human god made his move, the giant serpent that was resting there already sensed it. The opponent didn't have the same physical strength as the wild boar from yesterday and immediately twisted its body to dodge. Meanwhile, the hunting party also rushed out, without any strategy whatsoever. Upon encountering the target, they first threw the lowly goddess over, and then the hunting team rushed upwards. The snake's tail lashed out like a steel whip, sending a true god flying. Then the giant serpent turned around, opened its blood-red maw, and bit down on the nearby troll god. The troll god suddenly exerted force with both arms, gripping the upper and lower jaws of the giant serpent with his hands, making it difficult for the serpent's large mouth to bite down. The demi-human god had also rushed forward, his large, fan-like hand clenched into a fist and smashed down on the 7-inch mark. Sensing danger, the giant snake twisted its body and lashed out with its tail once more. Although the demi-human god was not thrown away, he staggered backward. A figure suddenly darted out from the distant forest, and a delicate little fist fell heavily from the sky. The giant snake didn't even have time to react before a large hole was smashed into its body, and blood flowed incessantly. The spurting blood splattered directly onto the face of the lowly goddess. The giant snake rolled around on the ground a few times, and then fell silent. The troll god quickly said, "Hurry up and carry the prey away." The hunting team did not hesitate at all, and each member had a clear division of labor. The group lifted the giant snake's body and quickly began their return journey. Unfortunately, everyone was a little too slow. In the distant forest, trees collapsed, and the earth trembled violently. The roar of the elephants came from afar, reaching almost visible sound waves that caused the ground to churn. Mu Feng glanced at Avia beside him and said, "Are there elephants in the forest?" Although it's a question, there's more complaining than anything else. Avia's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, an adult diamond mammoth. A bloodshot glint appeared in Mu Feng's eyes as he looked into the depths of the forest. The soaring aura of blood was exceptionally conspicuous in the deep forest. High Lord God. On the other hand, the hunting team's main gods, the lowly god and the demi-human god, are both lower-level main gods, while the troll has reached the level of a mid-level main god. Chapter 2, 24 Treasure. Combined with Avia's terrified expression, it was clear she was no match for her opponent. However, Avia soon seemed to realize something, and her expression gradually calmed down. She shouted, "You all go first. Mu Feng and I will cover our retreat." Several question marks appeared above Mu Feng's head. "Big sister, you can do this kind of heroic thing yourself. There's no need to bring me along." After Mu Feng finished speaking, he prepared to slip away. A large, fan-like hand landed on Mu Feng's shoulder, and a rough voice rang in his ears, saying, "Underage, well done. I admit I underestimated you. Your bravery deserves to be remembered." As soon as the sound faded, Mu Feng felt his feet leave the ground. The sound of something cutting through the air rang in Mu Feng's ears, and he knew that the person speaking beside him was the demi-human god. The opponent's habit of throwing people like spears is clearly not just targeting the lowly goddess. Fortunately, Avia did not abandon Mu Feng and rushed out just like him. The rest of the hunting party carried the carcass of the giant snake and disappeared in a flash. Mu Feng moved forward very quickly, because his current speed was beyond his control. With a huge tree collapsing, Mu Feng finally saw the enemy's figure clearly. Standing over 100 meters tall, its two exposed tusks gleamed like diamonds. Wherever the other party passed, the trees that hit them collapsed. The overwhelming surge of vital energy sent a chill down Mu Feng's spine. He quickly regained control of his body and kicked the diamond mammoth in the forehead. Then, with a sudden burst of strength from his legs, Mu Feng flew out. His figure landed in the distance, and Avia was already beside him. Avia remained calm and instead said, "Show me your hand." Mu Feng turned to look at her. Avia blinked her big, bright eyes, looking innocent and curious. Mu Feng was speechless and said, "Aren't you afraid I won't be able to handle this?" Avia was very relaxed at that moment and said in a strange tone, "Perhaps everyone will die, but you definitely won't." Mu Feng smiled helplessly, and the power of his blood and qi transformed into threads that rose from his body. To be honest, the food provided in the village was very useful to Mu Feng. Mu Feng is currently at the 4th stage of demigod and is working towards becoming a true god. Breaking through to the level of a true god, simply put, means condensing a divine body. These foods, containing terrifying vital energy, were of great help to Mu Feng. Furthermore, since Mu Feng's use of his trump card here will quickly recover from the cost, and his identity has already been exposed, there's no need for him to hide it so much. He raised his right hand above his head and slowly clenched it into a fist, with dense runes interwoven on his arm. "Come forth." First familiar. Divine Sheep Vajra. Swish. A cold glint appeared from the void, and terrifying energy blades stretched from the sky to the earth. Swung his sword at the charging diamond mammoth. The earth was plowed into a furrow, the clouds in the sky were blown away, and earth and wood flew everywhere, creating a terrifying scene. The roar of an elephant echoed in the distance, and then the diamond mammoth collided directly with the blade. Despite the attack, the diamond mammoth was completely unharmed. Behind Mu Feng, a blood-red light flashed, and two curved ram horns appeared first. An axe as large as a mountain was held by a hand covered in red hair. The blood-red light gradually solidified, and a goat stood upright, holding an axe in its hand, its eyes gleaming with blood-red light, standing behind Mu Feng. The power of qi and blood surged into the sky, staining half of the sky red. The divine sheep King Kong raised his axe high and swung it down at the diamond mammoth. Boom, boom, boom. Before the axe even touched the ground, the terrifying wind pressure had already caused the ground to sink. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, and then its size gradually increased. Wherever the pillar of light touched, everything turned to ashes. The blood-red light on Mu Feng's body dissipated, and the divine sheep Vajra behind him also slowly dissipated. Mu Feng gasped for breath, clutching his chest with one hand, a look of discomfort on his face. Mobilizing the power capable of instantly killing a high-ranking god was not an easy task for Mu Feng. Fortunately, vampires have a very fast recovery rate for their essence and blood, and the area here provides quick replenishment of vital energy and blood, along with the flesh and blood of a god-level being, all of which can help him recover. Abia appeared beside him in a flash and reached out to support Mu Feng. Just as she was about to speak, Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. The divine sheep Vajra, which should have dissipated normally, flew towards a certain place when only a trace of blood remained. Although that river no longer exists, it was the place where the diamond mammoth charged, which is in the direction of the depths of the forest. A look of surprise and uncertainty immediately appeared on his face as he tried to communicate with his familiar. But the familiar beast didn't answer at all and completely ignored Mufeng. He then connected his divine soul to the space within his body and asked Blood Fury, "What kind of power can you unleash now?" "Roar." "That's enough." Mufeng's consciousness returned instantly, and without thinking, he headed into the depths of the forest. Avia didn't chase after him, but stood there watching Mufeng's retreating figure, remaining silent for a moment. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the void. "Aren't we going to chase after them and see?" After a moment of silence, Avia said, "This is a matter for the vampires. There's no point in me chasing after them." As the bloodline inheritor of the true ancestor, Mufeng possesses the powerful trump card of a familiar beast. However, as a bloodline inheritor of the same level of cosmic dragon, Avia had a way of dealing with the diamond mammoth just now. The reason they didn't make a move was to let Mufeng summon the divine sheep Vajra. Looking into the distance, Mufeng's figure had long since disappeared. Avia stood still and whispered, "Go. Take back the treasure that belongs to the vampires." After standing there for a while, Avia turned and headed towards the village. Deep in the forest, Mufeng originally thought he would encounter danger, but it turned out he was overthinking it. The blood-red light transformed from the divine sheep's Vajra caused a surge of blood and chi wherever it passed, like crashing waves, causing all the ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. The ferocious beasts of God King level that the village feared were now keeping their distance. The soaring crimson light reminded these powerful beasts of a scene from their inherited memories, filling them with uncontrollable fear. It wasn't until 3 days later. The blood-red light arrived at a colossal mountain that pierced the sky and then plunged into it. Following the blood-red light, Mufeng saw a cave. After hesitating for a moment, he finally entered it. After entering the area by more than 10 meters, Mufeng subconsciously slowed down, because he could no longer sense the aura of the divine sheep Vajra. Chapter 2:25 Boguang. Mufeng subconsciously slowed his pace. Blood-red light flashed before his eyes, and a shield appeared. This is a semi-divine artifact produced by the system. After all, there was a year-long time span during which Mufeng obtained many good things. A blood shield reappeared before my eyes, providing 360-degree defense with no blind spots. Mufeng then cautiously walked into the cave. After walking about 30 steps, a dark red glow emanated from the deepest part of the cave, illuminating the cave walls on all sides. Although Mufeng could see clearly even without these lights, some marks appeared on the cave walls as the lights appeared. Mufeng stared intently at the marks, which looked like patterns drawn by primitive people. Right next to Mufeng was a very simple circular pattern. I took 2 steps forward, and the next pattern came into view. The circular pattern has disappeared, replaced by a simple stick figure. Let's delve deeper. Patterns of trees and villages came into view one after another. In the next image, the trees transform into a forest, and a tall, ram-headed creature stands between heaven and earth. Countless lives trembled under the axe in the ram-headed creature's hand. Mufeng was slightly taken aback. If he wasn't mistaken, the sheep-headed creature should be the divine sheep Vajra. Let's look at the next pattern. A tiny humanoid creature was locked in a fierce battle with the sheep-headed creature. Eventually, the sheep-headed creature disappeared, while the tiny humanoid creature was revered by countless people in the village. The scene shifts, and the tiny humanoid creature heads in one direction, with the circular pattern that appeared at the beginning behind it. In the next image, a tiny humanoid creature stands in the void, with a terrifying ram-headed creature behind it. Countless lives were slain, and the blood flowed almost into a sea in the void. The humanoid creature no longer appeared insignificant. He sat high on the throne, holding up the divine kingdom in his hands. Countless lives knelt and prayed, regarding him as their god. After passing through many patterns, the humanoid creature once again combined with the circular pattern that had appeared at the beginning. In Mufeng's understanding, that person must have returned to their hometown. Later, the humanoid creature entered the forest, and all the patterns ended there. Mufeng snapped back to his senses, then was greatly alarmed. Because, without realizing it, he had arrived in a huge cave while observing the pattern. As a demigod, his consciousness was completely immersed in an object, and he had no perception of the outside world. Fortunately, there was no danger, and Mufeng began to examine the cave in front of him. The space inside is very, very large. There is a high platform at the center, and there are even steps on it, which is obviously a man-made structure. Mu Feng's spiritual power spread out, but unfortunately, the moment it touched the high platform, the spiritual power instantly dissipated. When he was hesitant, it was as if something in his heart was calling to him. Mu Feng thought for a moment. He came here because of the divine sheep Vajra. The other party and the true ancestor were bound by fate, so he would definitely not harm him. Then Mu Feng strode up the steps and went up one step at a time. When he reached the top of the steps, the scene came into view. The center of the steps was hollowed out, forming a pool filled with blood. In the center of the pool, there was a very simple iron spear floating quietly in the air. Mu Feng used the power of the eye of the universe, and all the essences were reflected in his eyes. The iron spear was indeed just made of iron. The material was very ordinary. However, the power of blood and qi gathered on that spear left Mu Feng speechless. This is equivalent to putting a V12 engine on a bicycle, which is absolutely outrageous and unimaginable for most people. This analogy is absolutely correct, because ordinary iron weapons simply could not withstand such a great force of qi and blood. They should have shattered long ago. Looking down into the blood-red pool, Mu Feng saw a different color below the top layer of blood-red water. Multicolored energy gushed forth from the ground, and then gradually faded in color as it rose. When it reached a depth of 3 meters above the water, it turned into a blood-red body of water. Once Mu Feng stood on the steps, the feeling of being called had completely disappeared. He looked at the iron spear again, wondering if this was the thing. I carefully lifted one foot and tried it out. Yes, you can step into the air. Then Mu Feng leaped up, went to the iron spear, and reached out to grasp it. With a slight exertion of force, the arm remained completely still. The arm suddenly exerted force, but remained completely still. His arm veins bulged, but he remained completely still. He clenched his fists tightly, his blood and qi surging wildly throughout his body, but in the end he still couldn't move the iron spear. Just as Mu Feng was struggling with the iron spear, a voice suddenly rang out. Haha, little guy, you can't lift him right now. Mu Feng was instantly alarmed and quickly released the iron spear, cautiously surveying his surroundings. The voice rang out again, saying, Don't be nervous, my name is Bo Guang. Mu Feng looked incredulous and immediately retorted, Bo Guang has been dead for a long time. Otherwise the bloodline of the true ancestor could not have been passed down. There was a moment of silence before the voice rang out again. You're right, I am indeed dead, but this voice transcends time and comes from the distant past. Hearing this, Mu Feng began to believe it a little, but only a tiny bit. Mu Feng immediately asked, So what is your purpose? The voice rang out again, very gentle, like a kind old grandfather talking to his obedient grandson. Fate has told me that the true ancestral bloodline will go through 3 trials before reaching its true peak. Mu Feng was filled with shock. Was the true ancestor bloodline not powerful enough yet? Not at its peak. The voice spoke again. In the beginning of the universe, the power of blood and qi was the main force. I possessed a terrifying physical body, but I was ultimately abandoned by the times. Mu Feng nodded in strong agreement. No matter how strong one's physical body is, it is still difficult to withstand the strange and unusual abilities of the outside world. Take the dark demon race, for example. If you only have a strong physical body but no other powerful detection methods, then you are completely helpless against them. The voice rang out again, saying, The bloodline you have now obtained is, to be precise, the bloodline of the second true ancestor, because the bloodline that belongs to me cannot be obtained by you in the outside world. At this point, Mu Feng felt a little flustered. Because his true ancestral bloodline comes from the system, something that is simply inexplicable. Ignoring Mu Feng's thoughts, the voice spoke again. My bloodline is actually my physical body, and the physical body can never become strong for no reason, so you can only come here. Chapter 2, 26 Baptism. Mu Feng finally understood. From the true ancestor can be imprinted in the inheritance, which Mu Feng can directly obtain and use. The ability to summon familiars is because familiars already exist. Belonging to the true ancestor within the body can, to some extent, modify the physical body, but obviously not to the extent that Bo Guang possessed. The first generation of the true ancestor bloodline came from Bo Guang, who laid the foundation for the true ancestor bloodline. The second true ancestor, building upon this foundation, allowed this towering tree to grow lush branches, giving rise to the various powerful methods of the current true ancestor. In reality, the second true ancestor did not truly acquire Bo Guang's powerful physical body. Mu Feng has come here now because Bo Guang is trying to glimpse the outcome of fate. Thinking about this, another question arose in Mu Feng's mind. He immediately asked, People in that era were like primitive people. How could you possibly know about fate? This question comes from the villages outside, and from the various patterns on the cave walls we just saw. All the battle scene descriptions lack any dazzling magic or skills. They are simply about visceral, hand-to-hand combat. A single punch can shatter a star, tearing apart countless celestial bodies. It's terrifying beyond measure. Although Mu Feng's description was inappropriate, it was also straightforward. The voice, however, was not angry. Instead, it was filled with amusement as it said, "The times have changed dramatically since then, and I am old now. But I still have to keep up with the times. I don't know much, and fate is one of them." "So what did you see in Destiny?" Mu Feng immediately asked. "I saw you fuse the abilities of two true ancestors together, creating an unparalleled physical and blood energy, an incredible ability that blooms like 100 flowers, forging the pinnacle." Mu Feng immediately took a deep breath and said, "You've laid so much groundwork. It can't just be for the true ancestor's bloodline to reach its peak. There must be other purposes behind it, right?" The aged voice, tinged with amusement, said, "Haha, little one, you're quite clever. I have something for you to do, but nothing much. Just go with the flow." Mu Feng was genuinely puzzled at this moment. In his imagination, the other party had left him with such great blessings. It couldn't be that simple. It's not entirely impossible that they might even make demands like breaking free from their fate. After all, things have progressed to that point. It must be the grand finale, and it's bound to get a little exciting. The aged voice rang out again, saying, "Little fellow, go to the blood pool, cleanse your body, and reach the peak." Mu Feng looked around first, then walked to the blood pool with a look of surprise and uncertainty. If he wasn't mistaken, the colorful energy at the bottom of the pool should be the origin of the world. If the origin of the world gushes forth from the earth, then it must come from the world beneath our feet. It was like a leaky balloon, but it could still maintain its original size, which surprised Mu Feng. Through the eye of the universe is that this pool poses no harm to me. Mu Feng quickly stripped himself naked and jumped directly into the blood pool. At first, there was nothing wrong, but as time went on, Mu Feng felt as if his skin was cracking. It felt as if countless electric drills were drilling holes in his skin, pouring massive amounts of energy into them, causing him to groan in pain. His fists were clenched, veins bulged on his arms, and his face showed extreme pain. He thought to himself, the true ancestral bloodline obtained by the system is still more humane. The system's true ancestor bloodline comes from the second true ancestor, but who would have thought that the second true ancestor's bloodline was not at its peak? Inside the village, Avia had already returned to the village. After all, Mu Feng had already spent 3 days chasing after Shuiguang. The moment Avia returned to the village, the hunting party immediately surrounded her. The troll god asked anxiously, "Where is the miner?" As the troll god spoke, he glared fiercely at the demi-human god. For the other side to throw lowly goddesses around like spears, but this time they're throwing around a miner. A group of people gathered around, chattering excitedly, clearly very concerned about Mu Feng's absence. Their fighting style may be very aggressive, but they are indeed simple and honest people. Avia shouted, "Don't worry, everyone. That guy is a true ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because they were in a hurry, they actually forgot about it. Of all these people, Tiger was arguably the most anxious. After all, he and Mu Feng were kindred spirits, and if Mu Feng were gone, he might have to stay here forever. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Feng had been soaking in the blood pool for 2 days. Although it has been 2 days, the pain in my skin has not subsided much. A large hand emerged from the water and then gripped the edge of the pool. With a splash, Mu Feng burst out of the pool. His entire body was covered in blood-red skin, as if someone had poured a bucket of red paint all over his head. However, after a few seconds, the skin color gradually returned to normal. With a thought, the clothes on the ground flew up automatically, and he was finally dressed. Mu Feng said, "My body has been baptized. May I take that spear now?" That iron spear, though made of ordinary materials, had no special abilities. However, the sheer amount of vital energy contained within it is an absolutely unparalleled weapon of mass destruction. An aged voice rang in my ears. "That spear can only be used after you reach the highest godhood. In comparison, I have something else for you." After the sound faded, an inexplicable force surged forth from the cave. Mu Feng looked in the direction of the power and saw a round iron disc floating quietly in the air. There was a raised area in the center of the round iron plate, shaped like a ghost face. Below the iron plate are irregular shapes, as if they were broken. Looking at the crack, Mu Feng was slightly taken aback, then took out 2 fragments of the 3 Lives Demon Mirror. One of the broken pieces of the magic mirror could be pieced together with the broken edge of the disc. There are 5 fragments of this artifact in total. Mu Feng has obtained 3 of them and is already able to determine the original appearance of the object. 4 of them should be fragments of the mirror, and the remaining 1 is the demon mask from above. Mu Feng thought for a moment and then asked, "This artifact is extraordinary. What is its origin?" "This is that girl's weapon." Mu Feng was shocked. The girl the other party was talking about must be referring to the second true ancestor. But then, Mu Feng thought of a crucial question. How could something like this possibly be in the hands of the Dark Demon clan? Chapter 2:27 Immortality. Seemingly sensing Mu Feng's doubts, the voice rang out again. "It doesn't matter where you get the item. What matters is that it ends up in your hands. That's the wonder of fate." The other party's explanation was easy to understand. Simply put, it was fate that dictated this outcome. As for why the second true ancestor's weapon is only a divine artifact, that depends on the quality of the weapon. Above the semi-divine artifacts are divine artifacts, and above that are the spirits of the universe. The highest quality weapon, the spirit of the universe. This is not something that can be obtained casually. The corresponding level is Supreme God, but it is even rarer than Supreme God. According to Mu Feng's fragmented inherited memories, there are probably fewer than 15 Supreme Gods in the starry universe and the abyss. However, there are only 3 weapons at the level of the spirit of the universe. The creation of a weapon of this caliber, as its name suggests, requires the approval of the universe, which is quite mysterious. Looking at the iron spear behind him, Mu Feng realized that even this level of quality did not reach the level of the spirit of the universe. He could hardly imagine the terrifying power of the spirit of the universe. Mu Feng looked around and said loudly, "Can I leave now?" "Yes, go ahead, child." After receiving a reply, Mu Feng immediately stopped and headed out of the cave. His physical strength has been terrifyingly enhanced, even surpassing that of the cosmic dragons, whose strength lies in their physical bodies. He already had 3 fragments of the magic mirror. The ability of that ghost face is called Abyss Gaze. It is a type of confinement ability. Mu Feng already knew the origins of the vampires. This was a matter of knowledge. A moment later, Mu Feng arrived at the entrance of the cave and turned around to look way back to the village without stopping. However, without the deterrent power of the divine Sheepfudra, the journey was fraught with difficulties and dangers. In this world, the power of laws cannot be used, and all methods are directly cut in half. Fortunately, his physical strength was greatly improved, which boosted Mu Feng's confidence. A cry of an eagle rang out overhead. A gust of wind swept through the forest, and eyes as sharp as knives were now fixed on Mu Feng. A bloodlust flashed in Mu Feng's eyes as he immediately spotted the eagle circling overhead. A mid-level true god, not a big problem. Mu Feng's improvement was not only in strength, but also, crucially, in his realm. Mu Feng no longer has a demigod phantom, because the phantom has completely solidified and merged with his physical body. The divine body is complete, a lower-level true god. Within the blood pool formed from the origin of the world, Mu Feng's demigod phantom underwent a qualitative leap, easily surpassing that insurmountable realm. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, the ground instantly shattered. Mu Feng shot into the sky like a cannonball, his target the eagle. He opened his large hand and grabbed it. A cry echoed through the sky, and sharp claws opened as it swooped down towards Mu Feng. Sparks flew as the claws struck Mu Feng's skin, but caused no damage. Mu Feng spun around and kicked the eagle in the instant the two were about to pass each other. The eagle let out a mournful cry and fell straight to the ground. Mu Feng landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble and stirring up a wave of dust. I glanced at the sky. The sun was already setting and night was approaching. Mu Feng didn't know if the forest was safe at night, but he was unwilling to take any risks. With his stomach already rumbling, Mu Feng decided to light a fire and spend the night there. Crimson flames rose, a special flame belonging to the vampires. Although special, it was not very strong. Mu Feng strung the eagles together and roasted them over the fire. He then opened the Lord's panel and observed his territory through the overhead view from the watchtower. Everything was normal, and nothing unexpected happened. Furthermore, Mu Feng also spotted Charlotte's figure within his territory. It seems that the matter in Area 031 has been completely resolved, and the other party has returned to the vampire capital. Having broken through his cultivation level, Mu Feng naturally clicked on the upgrade requirements. But then Mu Feng was slightly taken aback. The advancement to the realm of a true god is no different from that of a demigod. They all create various tricks based on the power of laws. For example, the conditions for breaking through to the next level. to condense the power of the laws within one's body into a fruit, which is what is known as divine art. Divine arts are the aggregation of all the power of a true god in this realm, and also a symbol of great power. However, Mufeng was not focused on these things at the moment, but rather on his own power of laws. The Lord panel shows his own panel, and his power of law remains unchanged, without any improvement. It should be noted that Mufeng had previously killed a diamond mammoth at the level of a high-ranking main god, and now he had killed a mid-ranking true god. Even if these two creatures don't have the power of laws, they shouldn't have left without any spoils, Mufeng muttered to himself, puzzled. With a suspicious expression, Mufeng opened his warehouse again. At the very top were two treasure chests, one of the level of a main god and the other of the level of a true god. Good grief, even the notifications are gone, Mufeng complained. Without any hesitation, Mufeng immediately chose to open the two treasure chests. As expected, there was no notification on the Lord's panel, but the item was already in front of Mufeng. He held a scroll in his hand and slowly unfurled it. This is a skill scroll. Skill, immortality. Skill description, gathers the power of the body's blood and chi to greatly enhance defense in an instant, and can even resist attacks across a major realm, even at the level of a god. Mufeng instantly understood. This skill scroll naturally comes from Diamond Mammoth. When the divine sheep Vajra was summoned, the beast's true form had not yet appeared, but the axe had already cleaved out a blade of light. However, the Diamond Mammoth was not harmed at that time, thanks to this skill. This is a really good thing. Mufeng was overjoyed and quickly learned the skill scroll. Then he looked at another piece of loot, which was a special item. A pair of wings radiating a blue light. Special item, Stormwing. Item description, equipment item. When the Stormwing hovers behind you, you will gain unparalleled speed. For Mufeng, such equipment was not very useful, since he himself possessed the laws of space. When it comes to movement speed, how could it possibly be faster than spatial displacement? However, this thing can indeed solve a big problem right now. In today's world, due to the influence of the world's rules, if you don't have wings, you will never be able to fly. These storm wings will allow Mufeng to soar freely through this world. Chapter 228, Not wanting to participate in the hunt. At this stage, the storm wings can provide great convenience. After putting away the two items he had opened from the treasure chest, Mufeng fell into deep thought once again. The kill rewards provided by the Lord panel have always been his way of quickly advancing in rank. But it's gone now. Mufeng had only one guess in his mind, and that was the reason for the world before him. As for whether it was because he had advanced to the true god realm, Mufeng had already killed an enemy before entering the cave to achieve true godhood. Therefore, it cannot be due to the realm of cultivation. The only possible reason is this world. The Lord panel is the reason Mufeng entered this world, and the system is the foundation of Mufeng. Both are extremely important. After much deliberation, Mufeng finally concluded that the abnormal state of the Lord's panel was related to this world. After all, it's the origin of the entire universe, so it's normal for it to be a bit special. Mufeng shook his head, shaking off the thoughts in his mind, and turned his gaze to the roasted eagle in front of him. The roasted eagle was already sizzling with oil, and the hunger pangs in his stomach were almost unbearable. This world is truly amazing. No matter what level you are at, you must follow the most basic rules of survival. Mufeng ate the barbecue with big bites. As the sun completely disappeared, Mufeng gradually fell into a deep sleep. However, being in this environment, Mufeng naturally couldn't fall asleep completely and remained somewhat awake. The next morning, with wings hanging behind him, Mufeng transformed into a streak of green light and headed towards the edge of the forest. Along the way, numerous magical beasts attacked him in the forest, but he managed to evade them all thanks to his agile movements. Under normal circumstances, Mufeng wouldn't mind gaining more experience. However, it was already known beforehand that killing monsters here would yield nothing but treasure chests. Mufeng's interest was immediately dampened by more than half. For days later, Mufeng finally spotted the village in the distance and, without any hesitation, rushed straight into it. The timing was perfect. It was early morning, and the hunting party in the village had not yet set off. Everyone looked up at Mufeng in the sky, their faces all wearing smiles. With a smile on his face, Mufeng landed at the entrance to the village. The troll god, beaming, quickly stepped forward and said, "Wei, young man, you are truly a hero of the village." Perhaps sensing Mufeng's improved strength, the way the other party addressed him changed accordingly. As for the so-called heroes they mentioned, in their village, anyone who can emerge alive from the depths of the forest is a hero. Avia stepped forward, smiling, and asked, How was it? Although it was only 3 simple words, Mu Feng was able to understand a lot of meaning from them. Perhaps they are asking if the depths of the forest are dangerous, or perhaps they are reflecting on what they have gained from this trip. However, Avia's situation is by no means a simple question. Moreover, the first person I met when I first came into this world was Avia. Mu Feng was absolutely certain that Avia was the one who caused all of this. Even if we take a step back, Avia will inevitably be involved in this matter. However, without showing any emotion on his face, Mu Feng smiled and said, I was quite lucky along the way and didn't encounter any danger. The troll god smiled broadly and said, You've just returned, so you don't need to participate in today's hunt. Go back and rest. Mu Feng was naturally 100% willing and quickly nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the hunting party left the village and began their hunt for the day, while Mu Feng returned to his room. I started calculating the time in my mind, 10 days. I have been in this world for 10 days, and I need to stay for another 20 days. To be honest, Mu Feng is now very eager to return to his territory. After all, his strength has undergone a tremendous change, and the great worlds that he was previously unable to conquer are now all within his grasp. Night fell. The hunting party has returned, and today's catch was clearly good. Although Mu Feng did not go hunting, he enjoyed the day's prey with a clear conscience. Given Mu Feng's contributions, no one will dare to cause him any trouble today. The demi-human god stepped forward first, holding a wine cup as tall as his forearm, and said, Young man, I was wrong about what happened a few days ago. I just threw it without thinking. Mu Feng rolled his eyes, but didn't pursue the matter further. He picked up his wine glass and clinked it with the other person's. He had long understood that the people here were much like primitive people, and reasoning with them was futile. The demi-human god drank it all in one gulp, while Mu Feng only drank half a cup. Just then, the lowly goddess also stepped forward, raised her wine glass, and seemed to want to clink glasses with Mu Feng. Seeing the other person's current appearance, Mu Feng was speechless. The lowly goddess is extremely petite and adorable, but the current situation is extremely terrifying. There was a wound on his forehead, from which blood was flowing uncontrollably. Because of clinking glasses with Mu Feng, he now revealed 2 rows of bright white teeth. However, the sight of blood seeping into the mouth was incredibly horrifying. While still in a daze, Mu Feng clinked glasses with the other person, and then the two drank it all in one gulp. The demi-human god plopped down next to him, put his arm around Mu Feng's shoulder, and said heartily, You're the second person to come out of the depths of the forest alive. Mu Feng showed a surprised expression. The first person the other party mentioned was naturally Bo Guan. But so much time has passed, it's impossible that no one else has come forward. After all, Mu Feng felt that coming out of the depths of the forest alive wasn't particularly difficult. This is also an aid from Stormwing, but ultimately, it all comes down to the Lord's panel. Mu Feng's expression shifted, then he said coldly, This time I faced a near-death experience. You'd better remember that. The reason for saying this is that Mu Feng does not plan to participate in the hunt next. Make sure the other person remembers your life-saving grace. Then all you have to do is eat for free. In any case, killing the enemy won't give you any direct rewards. At most, you'll only get a treasure chest. Ultimately, however, the items obtained from treasure chests are merely external aids and offer little direct benefit to one's own cultivation level. Having experienced the horrors of this world, Mu Feng now only wanted to give up. Before the demi-human god could speak, Avia was the first to step forward and object. No, you must participate in the hunt. Mu Feng revealed a profound look in his eyes, thinking to himself, from beginning to end, this matter is indeed related to the other party. If it weren't for this, the other party wouldn't be in such a hurry. However, Mu Feng also realized that everything here was helpful to him, and Avia was clearly helping him. Chapter 229 Golden Juice. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, I can go out to participate in the hunt, but I want double portions, and this also needs to be double portions. As he spoke, Mu Feng pointed to the large wine glass. A second thought, the troll god clapped his hands and said, All right, it's settled then. With Mu Feng's powerful support, their safety level when hunting increased dramatically. Mu Feng agreed to the hunt, which made the atmosphere of the bonfire party even more exciting. Everyone was raising their glasses in a toast and eating large mouthfuls of grilled meat. Mu Feng saw Tiger's figure. Because the other party was an outsider and had not been there for very long, he had not yet integrated into the circle. However, there was still barbecue and drinks available, so I sat alone and enjoyed them. Mu Feng stood up, picked up his wine glass, walked over to Tiger, and then plopped down on the floor. He said, After we leave here, will we still fight? Tiger shuddered, nearly spilling the drink in his hand. He forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, please stop teasing me. Back when the opponent was still a demigod, he was able to fight me on equal terms. He has now advanced to the level of a true god, and his identity has been exposed. Even if Tiger had 1,000,000 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to challenge Mu Feng at this moment." With a smile on his face, Mu Feng raised his glass and said, "Then follow me from now on." Tiger's expression shifted rapidly. Then he quickly picked up his glass and clinked it against Mu Feng's. He said, "Thank you for your appreciation, Your Majesty. I will drink this first as a sign of respect." After saying that, Tiger downed the drink in his glass in one gulp. Mu Feng opened the Lord panel, but there was still no panel notification. However, he had already received a true god-level treasure chest. So I simply opened the treasure chest. What I obtained this time was very simple and straightforward, the law of force. Mu Feng's physical strength has increased to another level. Savoring the wine in his glass and watching the crowd celebrating around the campfire, Mu Feng was thoroughly enjoying himself. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've checked in. The quality should have accumulated quite a bit by now, Mu Feng muttered to himself. The Titan god while fighting in the abyss, and was then captured by a member of the Star clan and brought here. Since entering the abyss, Mu Feng has not signed in at all. He immediately silently signed in. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received the following items. Special item, World Seed. Item description, the world tree seed nurtured within me. A single leaf can support countless worlds, forming the strongest foundation for a divine kingdom. Mu Feng immediately smiled. This reward was truly extraordinary. Breaking through from a true god to a chief god will transform one's territory into a divine kingdom. However, this does not mean that the larger the territory, the better, because the carrying capacity is limited. However, the description of the world tree already states that a single leaf can support thousands of stars. This means that Mu Feng's future divine kingdom will be countless times larger than others. The divine kingdom possessed by ordinary gods is nothing more than a bustling, vast world. And Mu Feng could have countless ones in the future. His soul sank into his body, burying the world tree seed within his inner space, waiting for it to take root and sprout. Suddenly, Mu Feng was slightly taken aback, because a terrifying creature had appeared in his internal space. The divine sheep, the Vajra. The familiars are scattered outside. Although you can summon them immediately, they are not actually inside your body. Feng was completely unaware of the other party's sudden presence. Ultimately, Mu Feng attributed the problem to his sudden surge in physical strength, which he hadn't been able to adapt to, leading to this issue. "I'm going hunting tomorrow anyway, so this will be a good opportunity to get used to my body's strength," Mu Feng muttered to himself. After the bonfire party, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The hunting party set off as usual the following morning. When Mu Feng arrived at the village entrance, he stopped very consciously. The hunting party offered another prayer before the small house at the village entrance. Upon arriving at the hunting grounds, Mu Feng was accompanied by the storm wings hovering behind him. Just as he was about to take off, Obvious suddenly grabbed him. He said, "It's best not to fly up there casually." Mu Feng nodded, readily heeding the advice. When Mu Feng flew back to the village using the storm wings, he flew through the canopy, trying to avoid being seen. During the subsequent hunt, Mu Feng did not continue paddling. Each time, it's an all-out attack, constantly adapting to its own strength and power. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it has been 29 days since Mu Feng came into this world. The day's harvest was plentiful, but Mu Feng had little appetite. Because today's harvest was monkeys, and an entire troop of them at that. Following the troll god's instructions, this time the meat wasn't roasted, but instead stewed into a large pot of mixed stew. Looking at the golden, viscous broth and the plump intestines, Mu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. If he wasn't mistaken, the intestines hadn't been turned inside out to be washed, or perhaps they hadn't been washed at all. Therefore, in conclusion, this large intestine should be stuffed. The lowly goddess scooped up the soup, holding the golden soup in one hand and a wine glass in the other, and came to Mu Feng. She casually placed the golden broth in front of Mu Feng and said with a smile, "Don't you usually order 2 servings? Why aren't you eating today?" Mu Feng rolled his eyes. If this were the capital of the vampires, and someone were to feed him this kind of thing, it would surely provoke the wrath of an emperor, and blood would splatter 5 steps away. Mu Feng casually said, "I don't have a very good appetite today. You guys eat, I'll just have some wine." The lowly goddess didn't care and plopped down next to Mu Feng. He immediately began to savor the golden broth in his hand. A look of enjoyment appeared on her face as she said, "It would be such a waste not to eat it." Mu Feng had no idea what to say, so he simply shut up. Avia approached Mu Feng and handed him 2 pieces of dried meat, saying, "Here, I knew you might not like it." Mu Feng took the jerky and started tearing into it. Avia plopped down on the ground and said, "Tomorrow is the last day. Will you miss life here?" Mu Feng munched on the jerky while glancing sideways at the other person. Avia fell silent instantly, feeling as if she had said something wrong. A world ruler from the outside world, a being revered by thousands, running a hunting party here. It would be a miracle if anyone could reminisce about him. Especially when he saw the bubbling, golden, viscous broth in the large pot. An embarrassed expression immediately appeared on his face. After a brief silence, Mu Feng suddenly spoke up. "Why are you staying here?" Chapter 230 Return. Avia sighed and said, "Dragons aren't as united as vampires. If my identity is exposed to the outside world, half of the people hunting me will be dragons. The dragon race also has a very strict bloodline hierarchy, almost identical to that of the vampire race. There is a significant difference in bloodline between the cosmic dragon and the true ancestor. The true ancestor's bloodline abilities are all-encompassing, covering a wide range of areas. With his 12 familiar beasts, it's very difficult for outsiders to mess with him. However, the cosmic dragon is different. Her power is more singular, which also means she is easily countered." He clinked glasses with the other person again, then drank it all in one gulp. The terrible cooking tonight greatly reduced Mu Feng's appetite. He didn't even finish 2 pieces of jerky before going back to his room to sleep. "But it's still early, and I'm leaving tomorrow, so I can't fall asleep for a while. I decided to open the Lord panel to check the situation in my territory." As he watched, he realized that Luo Qianqian had sent him a message while he was talking to Avia. "Master, Xia and Lolita have something urgent to discuss with you." This message was sent not long ago, only about half an hour ago. Previously, when friends sent messages, there would be a small notification on the Lord's panel, but it seems to be affected by this world, and the panel is now muted. Mu Feng immediately replied with a message. "Did I tell you what it was about?" "Master," the other party didn't say. Luo Qianqian replied immediately. Although neither of them told Luo Qianqian, Mu Feng could guess the general idea. The 2 demigod angels have now been transformed into blood angels by Mu Feng and returned to the bright light world to spread the faith of the vampires. This matter has probably been exposed. After all, they were 2 angelic demigods, so their efficiency was extremely high. "Tell them to wait a day." "Yes, it's the master." The next morning arrived. The hunting party did not go out today because they had wiped out the monkey troop yesterday, enough to feed the village for 3 or 4 days. At the same time, Avia also told the villagers that Mu Feng would be leaving today. So the village was especially lively today, and iron pots were set up again to simmer golden broth. Looking at the thick, golden broth in front of him, Mu Feng silently took out the half-eaten meat that he had left over from yesterday. Avia suppressed a laugh, but she didn't mistreat Mu Feng today and gave him several pieces of dried meat. At the same time, 2 strong men carried out 2 large barrels of wine. The troll god patted his chest and said heartily, "Mu Feng is leaving today, so let's drink until we drop." The wine glass, which was originally as tall as a forearm, was also thrown aside. The newly brought out wine glass was as tall as an adult's leg. The handles alone are thicker than the legs of the lowly goddess. Mu Feng really enjoyed his drinks today. In the afternoon, Mu Feng approached Avia and asked, "How should I get back?" "So eager, huh?" Avia said, pursing her lips. Mu Feng didn't hide anything and immediately said, "A world-class war is about to break out again, and I have to go back to take charge." Avia naturally knew what was important and what was urgent. Her advancement here was nearing its end, so she naturally wanted the other party to go back and attend to the matters at hand. All right, come with me." Left the village with Mu Feng and Tiger. When the 3 main gods of the village learned of this, they all came to see him off. Avia walked at the front, with Mu Feng close behind. Suddenly, Avia turned around abruptly, her terrifying blood energy gathering in her palm as she grabbed at Mu Feng's chest. Mu Feng reacted extremely quickly, kicking Avia in the stomach and sending her flying. Avia clutched her stomach, her little face contorted in pain. The cosmic dragons are a terrifying race of dragons known for their physical prowess. He was kicked so hard that his stomach churned violently, and he felt like he was about to vomit bitter water at any moment. Before she could react, a shadow had already enveloped her. As Mu Feng looked up, his knee struck Avia's chin directly. Avia soared straight into the sky like a rocket. A bloody tooth flew out of the mouth. Avia sprouted wings from her back, touched her chin, and swirled her tongue in her mouth. Feeling a void in his mouth, flames shot from his eyes. Admittedly, Avia's sudden attack was to test Mu Feng's true combat strength. Mu Feng knew this, but he didn't think a single kick would end the fight, so he gave her a knee strike. I just didn't expect that one of my teeth would be knocked out. Move phone, I'll kill you. After roaring across the sky, its body swooped down like the terminal phase of a missile. Move phone narrowed his eyes. Before his physical body improved, he knew he would not be a match for his opponent. After all, they are of the same bloodline, and he is a cosmic dragon known for his physical strength. But now, even though his opponent is a minor realm higher than him, Mufong is not afraid at all. He swung his fist and collided with the other person. A terrifying shockwave ripped across the land, stretching for thousands of miles. Mufong twisted his wrist, grabbed Avia's wrist, and slammed it to the ground. Avia felt dizzy and saw stars. After she came to her senses, she saw Mufong smiling in front of her. Without saying a word, Avia got up and left. He rubbed his slightly sore cheek and subconsciously licked the missing tooth with his tongue. This feels so awkward. The group walked out of the forest and came to the grayish-brown sphere. Avia kicked him and said, "Wake up, it's time to take him back." The sphere trembled for a moment, then gradually lifted off the ground and began to rotate slowly. Avia turned to look at Mufong, a smile playing on her lips. She crossed her arms and gave him a playful expression. "Go back the way you came." Mufong, also smiling, said, "I'm not like that now?" Holy crap. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a powerful suction force acting on him. Just as Avia had said, Mufong was pressed tightly against the sphere and could not move at all. I originally thought that after breaking through to the true god realm, my physical strength would surge, and I wouldn't be in such a sorry state when facing this sphere again. But to my surprise, nothing has changed at all. Mufong knew that this sphere belonged to the Star Clan. However, what Mufong didn't know was that this Star Clan member's strength had already reached the level of an upper god. Another crucial point is that the Star race will not be subject to any suppression in this world. Just like in the outside world, all abilities can be used freely. And there was also a certain degree of increase. Chapter 2:31 The Vast Battlefield. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, the sphere slowly lifted Mufong and Tiger off the ground. The lowly goddess stood on tiptoe and waved to Mufong repeatedly. The troll god clenched his fist and patted his chest, looking quite heroic. As for the demi-human god on the other side, he always felt empty-handed and wanted to throw something away. The sphere's speed increased rapidly, and after leaving the atmosphere, it moved forward at an extremely fast speed that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. As they drifted further and further away from the planet beneath their feet, Mufong clung tightly to the surface of the sphere, turning his head to look at the enormous planet in the distance. Although it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, Mufong still felt a sense of awe. It's so big. On the planet, Avia stood gracefully with her hands behind her back. She murmured to herself, "Will he, as fate would have it, overcome all his enemies?" Fate does not lie. The answer echoed in my mind, but I didn't know where the voice came from. Avia took a deep breath and gazed at the sky. "Looking forward to seeing you again." In the starry sky, the Star Clan carrying Mufong did not stray too far from that enormous planet. The gravitational pull emanated from his body, instantly causing a large area of space to collapse. The sphere hurtled into the void at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The moment he entered, Mufeng's brows furrowed slightly. He twisted his neck forcefully, looked in one direction, and his pupils gradually widened. Countless star race beings stretched across the void, their terrifying gravitational fields permeating the void. Meanwhile, in a distant land, the ancient gods, equally numerous, charged fearlessly toward the Star Clan. Under the terrifying gravitational pull, a large number of ancient gods were instantly torn to pieces and then turned into nothingness. Pure black light shot out from the body of the ancient god. The gravity of the Star Clan's front line twisted, and the black beam of light changed its course as if it were bent into a soft dough. Although gravity can effectively prevent attacks from the ancient gods, it can also efficiently kill them. However, under Mufong's brief gaze, any Star Clan member who touched the black light perished instantly. The massive planet's body shattered and then gradually dissolved into nothingness. The clan he was with was moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield, which stretched as far as the eye could see, had disappeared from sight. After a long silence, Mufong finally asked, "Has your Star Clan been at war with the ancient God Clan all this time?" The Star Clan did not hide anything from Mufong, saying, "Yes, the war has been going on for a long time. It broke out when the second true ancestor was still alive." Mufong fell silent. It seems that it was precisely because of this war that the second true ancestor perished. The Star Clan member said again, "Actually, the outbreak of the war can be pushed back further. After all, the cosmic dragon also died at the hands of the ancient gods. Mu Feng's pupils contracted instantly. If that's the case, then the time span is quite terrifying. The fall of the second true ancestor and Mu Feng obtaining the true ancestor's bloodline was extremely short in the grand scheme of the universe. But the cosmic dragon is different because it has been more than 8 billion years since its fall. For Mu Feng, who was only 20 years old, such a time span was unimaginable. In the context of cosmic time, 8 billion years is an incredibly long period of time. Mu Feng remained silent from then on. And in that battlefield just now, an ancient god stood at the rear of the army, watching the planet that flashed by in the distance behind the Star Clan, a profound meaning flashing in his eyes. Ancient God appeared beside them and said, "Is he the one destined for us? His strength is indeed impressive, but it seems far from enough to defeat a god." He glanced at the ancient god beside him and replied, "The other party has not yet reached its peak. After all, fate does not lie." The ancient god beside him sighed and said, "Fate? Something that makes one feel powerless." The two ancient gods spoke. Their expressions changed simultaneously. "That guy's about to turn things around. Let's get out of here." With a cry of alarm from one of the ancient gods, the ancient god army retreated instantly like a receding tide. In the vast universe, a gigantic planet floats silently, so large that it seems to have no boundaries. The enormous planet lay quietly in the starry sky, not rotating like ordinary planets. But the next moment, the enormous planet began to rotate slightly. In an instant, a massive space-time collapse took shape. The terrifying gravity, which drove everyone to despair, invaded the void in an instant. The ancient gods who didn't have time to evacuate perished in large numbers in an instant. Among them were countless demigods, and even the supreme gods could only fall into deep despair in the face of this terrifying power. After a simple rotation, the enormous planet returned to its tranquil state. The abyss, space shattered. Mu Feng and Tiger were thrown out and returned to the abyss once again. And the other party was very considerate. The place they were in at that moment was also the place they had left from. The great battle seems to have just ended. Although the two powerful fighters are not present, it does not mean that the war is about to stop. It's just that it's not as intense as before. Mu Feng looked at Tiger and said, "I'll leave the matter of the abyss to you." Nodded heavily, a hint of excitement in his heart. He's now one of the true ancestors' men, and he'll have plenty of opportunities to make a name for himself in the future. Now that Mu Feng has entrusted him with the task of resolving the abyss's affairs, it is precisely the beginning of his ambition to realize his potential. As soon as Mu Feng finished speaking, the space around him distorted, and he quickly left the abyss. His figure flashed by in the abyss of the far north, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to the vampire capital. There was a person standing in the magnificent hall at that moment. Mu Feng was not surprised, because he had already noticed it. It was Lid. Mu Feng looked the other person up and down and said, "You're pretty fast." With a smile on his face, Lid first bowed and said, "With such a vast world origin, I naturally cannot disappoint His Majesty the true ancestor's expectations." The opponent's realm had already reached the peak of the fourth stage of demigod, and breaking through to true god was just a matter of time. Although their true names were erased, causing the vampire's bloodline abilities to become almost ineffective, the opponent made rapid progress thanks to the massive accumulation of world essence. Lid also gave Mu Feng a deep look and said, "Your Majesty the true ancestor has truly exceeded my expectations." Mu Feng smiled, but did not choose to continue the conversation. Chapter 232 Arrangement. The two exchanged only a few words before two auras emanated from outside the main hall. Two flying bears strode into the main hall, their faces still showing anger. One of the men, Fei Xiong, pointed at Mu Feng and said angrily, "How dare you leave my sight?" The two of them were originally there to keep an eye on Mu Feng. Mu Feng's original goal in conquering the abyss was to expand his territory, so the two flying bears naturally didn't say anything and just followed from a distance. However, Mu Feng and Titan True God fell into the void and were gone for a month, which made them extremely anxious. Since Mu Feng's sudden disappearance, both of them have sent messages to Piltover Trading Company. Upon learning this, Piltover Trading Company immediately began packing their bags, preparing to leave that big world. Mu Feng, whom they had bet on, had disappeared, so naturally they were preparing to pack their bags and leave. Mu Feng frowned slightly because the other person was pointing at him with their finger. Snort. With a cold snort, the male flying bear suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and staggered back several steps. Clutching her chest, she stared at Mu Feng in disbelief. True God. Lid also had a smile on his face at this moment, but his aura had already spread out. Lower level, true god. The two flying bears were immediately filled with horror and disbelief. It's only been a short time, yet both demigods have advanced to true gods. If word got out, probably no one would believe it. After a moment of shock, the two flying bears recovered and quickly bowed in respect. Greetings, Your Majesty the true god. I have offended you greatly, and I hope you will forgive me. Mufeng did not continue to rage and suppressed his aura. Piltover Trading Company has staked its entire future on itself, but its sudden disappearance would cause anyone to panic. Mufeng turned and sat on the throne. His voice resounded throughout the entire vampire capital, saying, "Come to the main hall to see me." From the moment Mufeng finished speaking until all the powerful figures gathered here, it took only a minute. Charlotte, Lily, Lydia, Rona, Jana, Anya, Isabella, the Queen, Number 1, Number 2, Xia, Lolita, Zona, Salaroto, Dragon Demigod, Myuk, Frost Dragon, 2 Flying Bears, and 3 Undead Demigods. These were all demigods present. Indeed, during the time Mufeng was away, all of his saint-level heroes had now reached the demigod level. After all, although Mufeng had left, the war in the territory had not stopped. Area 031, the world teleportation scroll that Luo Qianqian was asked to buy, the war between these two worlds has never stopped. Furthermore, Charlotte and Lily were the first to advance to demigod status, so the other heroes were naturally full of energy, killing those of the same level if they were not, and killing those of lower level if they were not. As for the first and second black demons, since the other side is a race that pursues efficient operation, titles are naturally inherited in order of seniority. Number 1 was originally Number 2, the second stage of a demigod. Number 2 was originally Number 3, the peak of the first stage of demigod. All told, there were a total of 19 demigods present. There is also the true god, Reed. Furthermore, Olivia and Tiger are also in the abyss, and Tiger has several demigods under his command. Mufeng looked around, and finally his gaze fell on Xia and Lolita. He spoke up, asking, "What's the situation with the bright light world?" The 2 blood angel goddesses immediately stepped out of the ranks, knelt on one knee, and said, "Reporting to the Lord, due to the large number of blood angels that have been transformed, this matter can no longer be kept secret." "How many?" Mufeng asked calmly. Xia immediately replied, "About 7 million. Sure enough, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Although the vampires do not currently have a supreme god in the eyes of the outside world. However, there are still many angels who, in pursuit of the power of the vampires, voluntarily choose to transform into blood angels." And Xia wasn't referring to the total quantity, but rather the quantity currently available. After all, the matter was exposed, and many blood angels were directly slaughtered. 7 million was just the remaining number. Since the entire army of 7 million has already been brought to the world of Neuro, there is no immediate need to rush things in the world of Mingguang. Mufeng looked down at the 2 flying bears and said, 3 days later, I will return to the great world with you. The 2 flying bears were overjoyed and quickly stepped out of the group to express their gratitude profusely. After pondering for a moment, Mufeng said to Charlotte below, "Go to Area 031 and have Celine come to see me." Charlotte bowed, then turned and left. They quickly stepped into the teleportation array, and with a flash of light, they arrived at Area 031. The speed was very fast. The distant sound transmission flashed by in an instant, and the waves beneath their feet surged. Charlotte looked at Celine walking on the sea and said, "The Lord wants to see you." Celine took a deep breath and whispered, "This day has finally come." The remaining 7-colored fish tails swayed for a moment, then transformed into a human form. They followed Charlotte into the teleportation array. When Celine saw the magnificent imperial city before her and felt the power of the laws surrounding her, her breathing became rapid. This is a vast world. This must be the territory of a true god. It seems that the vampire powerhouse is a subordinate of a true god. The 2 then arrived at the front of the main hall. Celine looked at the statues in front of the hall, feeling somewhat confused. This is the territory of a true god, so why is there a statue of that vampire in front of the main hall? Before she could think any further, Xiao Luo had already entered the main hall. Celine hurriedly followed, not daring to look up before entering the hall, for the true god was sitting there. Sensing the figures on both sides out of the corner of his eye, his heart skipped a beat. How many demigods must there be? I can't even imagine. Mufeng leaned back on the throne and suddenly spoke. "Are you willing to submit?" At the time, he only asked the other party to do things for him, without explicitly indicating that he would submit to him. Celine paused slightly upon hearing the familiar voice and instinctively looked up. After finally seeing the figure on the throne, the expression on his face was absolutely priceless. She immediately knelt on one knee and said without the slightest hesitation, "Greetings, your lordship." Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction, and at the same time, a notification sound appeared on the Lord panel. "Congratulations, Lord, on subduing the local forces and obtaining a demigod-level treasure chest." He raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, "It really is because of that world." Mu Feng said to Celine, "From now on, you will be responsible for guarding the world you are assigned to." Celine quickly accepted the order, while secretly delighted. Does this mean that she will be in charge of the world from now on? Although it has become someone else's territory, she is still the person directly in charge, reaching a level she has never achieved before. Chapter 233, The Magnificent Palace. Mu Feng wouldn't pay attention to these trivial matters on the other person's mind. What he was thinking about now was the titles of nobility within the territory. The overall strength within the territory has now increased significantly. I was originally thinking of promoting some important figures to higher ranks, but I decided against it. There are only a few ranks of nobility. If you bestow a title now, you won't be able to do so in the future. In Mu Feng's plan, the future true god will be a marquis, the chief god will be a duke, and the god, king can confer the title of king. This is the general framework. It can be modified if there are special cases. Next, everyone reported on the situation in the territory, but nothing important came of it. They then withdrew one after another. Mu Feng sat on the throne, while Aphiliel still stood gracefully beside him. He opened the Lord panel. He had enough resources, and the barracks could be upgraded. The Lord's Hall was upgraded first. As a crimson beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire massive castle, the castle underwent a dramatic transformation. Mu Feng sensed it for a moment, then slowly rose from the throne and stepped out of the hall. What came into view was no longer the bustling vampire capital, but the clouds beneath their feet. Two blood-red beams of light shot into the sky from the far left and right front. Similarly, there were two blood-red beams of light to the left and right behind. These four beams of light shot into the sky from the tops of the four secondary fortresses guarding the central castle. The intricate network of corridors resembles vines in a primeval forest, dense yet not chaotic. The territory flags that Mu Feng had previously designed have almost covered the entire castle complex. Once you enter this castle, the conspicuous flag will surely linger in your mind. The power of the divine soul penetrated the earth, causing tremendous changes underground as well. It is no exaggeration to say that even if all the buildings on the surface were removed, there would still be a vast palace complex underground. The first 3 floors are equipped with many defensive mechanisms and some basic defensive units. For example, the lowest level vampires can automatically spawn without even needing to be summoned. There are a total of 12 underground levels. Mu Feng's gaze turned to the 11th floor, which, unlike the previous floors, resembled a beautiful world. The sky is filled with twinkling stars, and the earth is covered with forests. Who would have thought that this is the 11th underground level? With a flash, Mu Feng arrived at the 11th floor. Looking up at the starry sky, I immediately saw 3 of the brightest stars. That's not just a decoration. It's the most powerful defensive force in the entire castle. Mu Feng had previously acquired quite a few defensive structures, such as the Necromancer Tower that he obtained from the demigod's treasure chest. However, compared to the defense provided by the upgrade to the Lord's Hall, the Necropolis Tower is completely inadequate. Each of the 3 stars represents a defensive golem. Gargoyles made entirely of stone, guardians of ultimate defense. The other 2 are the Starry Night Ghost and the Demonic Sound Ghost. The Star Demon can manipulate the countless stars in the 11th floor. When the stars fall, it is beautiful, but it also represents destruction. The Demonic Sound Ghost is also very powerful. Its demonic sounds linger in the ears, damaging the soul and making it extremely difficult to deal with. It has 1 offensive, 1 defensive, and 1 defensive attribute, making it a very well-rounded character. Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction, then reopened the Lord's panel and selected to upgrade the barracks. The base summon count reaches 10,000 per day, with an additional 4,200. A total of 14,200 vampires can be summoned each day. Mu Feng's territory has now stabilized. After experiencing a world war, the number of Blue Star Lords who have fallen has decreased significantly. After all, everyone had 1-star or 2-star knight badges on their chests, so there was no need to fight. If you show me your medals, and my rank is higher than yours, then you have to listen to me. If the medal levels are the same, then there's even less need to fight. Everyone can just shake hands, make peace, and become good friends. Moreover, in the Mufeng region, the growth rate of the Blue Star Lords can be described as very fast. Because the advancement in the Great World is comprehensive, the number and strength of wild monsters have undergone a qualitative transformation. In the previous 011 area, the Blue Star Lord, known as the Fourth Calamity, once faced the predicament of having no monsters to spawn. Mufeng built many other small things, but these did not significantly contribute to the development of the territory. However, the structure of a territory is like a pyramid, where everything has its place, so nothing can be missing. After completing the construction of his territory, Mufeng casually opened the treasure chest that belonged to Celine. Congratulations, Lord, for opening a demigod-level treasure chest. The following items have been obtained. Special item, Heart of the Ocean. Item description, greatly grants immunity to sonic attacks. It was another piece of equipment that could resist buffs, and Mufeng casually placed it into his body. Given Mufeng's current strength, if the enemy's sonic skills can affect him, then this demigod-level equipment will be of little use. But it's better than nothing, and having equipment doesn't really matter. These small decorative items don't necessarily have to be worn on the hand or hung there. They can also be worn in the inner world. After getting a general idea of the defensive strength, Mufeng's gaze swept across the vast underground area. Each floor has a special function. For example, on the bottom layer, there is a pool of blood-red water, from which 5 different colored green energies spew out. This scene is very similar to the blood pool of the first true ancestor's inheritance, and even the principle is the same. However, the two are simply incomparable. The difference is far too great. The blood pool in front of you can slightly enhance physical strength, and the amount accumulated over a year can only be used by one person. The other underground levels also have their own functions. For example, the 4th level is a vast field where you can grow all kinds of magical potions. After a quick glance, Mufeng's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he came to a rather secluded palace. Deep within the palace sat a figure, none other than Shalindi. Noticing Mufeng's arrival, Shalindi smiled and said softly, "It seems you haven't forgotten me." Mufeng smiled, and then took out a wisp of the world's origin. The origin of this world was a reward from the system, but the quantity was very small, and it is no longer a necessity for Mufeng now. Shalindi looked at the origin of the world in the other person's hand. Her eyes lit up instantly. Just as she got up to take it, Mufeng suddenly moved his hand aside, avoiding her. Meeting Shalindi's puzzled gaze, Mufeng smiled and said, "This thing isn't given away for free." Chapter 234 I've fallen in love with you. Shalindi rolled her eyes. Her fair, jade-like hand rested on her collar, and then she pulled the collar open. Seeing that the other party was so cooperative, Mufeng smiled and said, "As a vampire, blood is definitely necessary, but let's have something else today." Shalindi's eyes as she waited for an explanation. "Come on, seize the future." An hour later, Shalindi covered her neck with one hand and rubbed her cheek with the other, her walking posture still a bit awkward. She really couldn't understand where Mufeng got all these fancy tricks from. Fortunately, the floating world before her swept away all the resentment in her heart. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mufeng wanted to wait 3 days because he wanted to rest. People need rest, and Mufeng's taste buds also need some nourishment. Mufeng, along with Lid, 2 blood angels, and 2 flying bears, headed to the Pilt Trading Company. The teleportation array flashed, and half an hour later, they had traversed the endless starry sky and arrived at their destination. Sensing the familiar auras of the 2 flying bears, Tuli flashed to the teleportation array. She looked at Mufeng with a look of surprise and uncertainty, and then gasped. "How long has it been? This is truly amazing." However, Tuli quickly realized what was happening, bowed respectfully, and addressed him as Your Excellency. As a true god who had fought against Mufeng, he naturally knew how powerful Mufeng was, especially since Mufeng was only a demigod at that time. Tuli immediately spoke up, saying, "Your Excellency, please come with me to the Chamber of Commerce so we can discuss this in more detail." Mufeng nodded, and then the group left the teleportation array and headed towards the main hall. While walking on the road, Tuli also noticed Lyde next to him. I bit the tip of my tongue to keep myself calm. Otherwise, as a true god, he would be genuinely afraid of breaking down on the spot. 2 blood angels were also present, one a 2nd stage demigod, and the other a 3rd stage demigod. The group arrived at the main hall together and waited briefly before all the demigods of the Piltover Trading Company gathered there. Seeing this, Tuli spoke first, saying, "When do you plan to deal with the Blue Moon Merchant Guild?" "Anytime is fine," Mufeng said calmly. The reason the other party asked such a question was because they didn't really understand Mufeng's strength. The higher the realm, the greater the gap. Although they are all true gods, the difference in strength between the lower and middle realms is terrifying. Therefore, judging from the illustration, although the opponent has broken through to the true god level and is a super-level existence, he can at most fight against a mid-level true god, and defeating him is basically impossible. With Mufeng's combat power, even before obtaining the inheritance of the first true ancestor, he would have been able to defeat a mid-level true god once he broke through to the true god realm, let alone now. It can only be said that a person's ability will inevitably limit their understanding. Tuli and the demigod beside him exchanged a glance, then looked at Mufeng and said with a smile, "We still need to plan this out carefully." In his mind, since both sides were evenly matched in combat strength, they could only rely on their brains. Mufeng knew what the other party was thinking, and with a wave of his hand, he set up a blood-red barrier. A terrifying aura of blood emanated from him, permeating the entire hall. The illustration shows the eyes widening instantly, the face filled with horror. In an instant, all the demigods in the hall felt a sense of suffocation. Fortunately, Mufeng quickly withdrew the spreading aura, and the demigods present were all breathing heavily, their faces still showing signs of shock. After the initial shock, the illustration stood up with delight and said, Okay, I'll do whatever you say." The phrase, "I'll do whatever you say," in the illustration refers not only to the current situation of dealing with the Blue Moon Merchant Guild, but also to the future of the Pilt Trading Company. Because Mufeng could already hear the notification sound from the Lord's panel in his mind. "Congratulations, Lord, on subduing the local forces and obtaining a true god-level treasure chest." Mufeng smiled and said, "There's no time to lose." Having witnessed Mufeng's demonstrated strength, Tuli naturally acted swiftly. However, Mufeng waved his hand and said, "There's no need for such trouble. We can just go to the Blue Moon Merchant Guild. The pursuit of profit by merchants is an eternal truth, regardless of the era. Moreover, the bottom line of merchants is obviously much more flexible compared to that of empires or churches. Therefore, as long as the top echelons of the other side are dealt with, the people below will not cause any rebellion or anything like that for the sake of their beliefs." With Mufeng's decision made, everyone present headed towards the Blue Moon Merchant Guild. Within the Blue Moon Merchant Guild, the fox spirit Lan Yu leaned lazily against the rocking chair, her face displaying a captivating and alluring charm. The door was suddenly opened, and a foxwoman rushed into the room, saying hurriedly, "Guild Master, all the powerful figures from the Pilt Trading Company have arrived." Blue Moon blinked her fox-like eyes, quite puzzled. The other party was thinking of running away a while ago, but Lan Yu didn't stop them. After all, the other party had already given way, so there was no need to kill them outright. If a true god is truly driven to the brink of despair, Blue Moon will also have to pay the price. But now that the other party has come to the door in droves, Lan Yu is a little confused. His divine power spread out, notifying the true gods of the other two merchant guilds to come over immediately. With the other party coming to our door in droves, it's obvious that everything will be settled today. Blue Moon then got up from the rocking chair, her fluffy white fox tail swaying gently behind her, and her white ears twitching twice. As he walked, the aura of a D-level expert was fully revealed, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. She had just stepped out of the room when she saw more than 20 figures in the sky. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her expression turned extremely displeased. Lan Yu said coldly, "Entering without permission is the act of a thief." Mufeng, standing high in the sky, smiled and said, "I don't agree with calling me a thief, but if you compare me to a robber, then I have nothing to say." "Oh, robber, what do you want to steal?" Lan Yu asked with interest. Mufeng's face showed a playful expression as he said, "Since we've come here, we're naturally here to seize Blue Moon." Lan Yu's breath hitched, and an angry expression appeared on her pretty face. The Blue Moon mentioned by the other party could be the Blue Moon Merchant Guild, and the key point is that her name is also Blue Moon. This was a blatant provocation. They clearly didn't take her seriously at all. His eyes blazed with fury as he stared intently at Mufeng. Mufeng raised an eyebrow and suddenly said, "I think I've fallen for you." Lan Yu was slightly taken aback, thinking to herself, is it really that simple? The laws that Blue Moon possesses are exactly the same as those of Olivia, the law of desire. However, as a true god, Lan Yu's laws of desire had already reached a completely new level. It is no longer limited to primal desires, but has risen to the level of emotions that control life. Chapter 235 Detailed discussion in the room. Just now, the flames burning in Lan Yu's eyes were fixed on Mufeng. In reality, they were using the law of desire on Mufeng to manipulate the emotions within him. As for Mu Feng saying he's fallen for Lan Yu, that's just something he says casually. However, Blue Moon neither knew nor believed that it was so easy to control a true god. After all, Lan Yu knew the power of the law of desire better than anyone else. With this in mind, Lan Yu decided to try and probe the matter. If that's the case, then leave now and don't make me hate you. After she finished speaking, Lan Yu stared intently at Mu Feng, trying to find a change in his expression. Mu Feng chuckled and said, "Now that I've fallen for you, I'll naturally try to get you." Lan Yu was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the situation was under control, but it appeared that things had gotten worse. To make the other person like you, but still maintain your original principles of conduct and not become their sycophant. Just then, the void in front of Blue Moon distorted, and two true gods appeared. These were the other two presidents of the Chamber of Commerce. Blue Moon's confidence soared. Both sides were three true gods, but she was only a mid-level true god. She immediately said, "If you're here to discuss business, you're welcome. But if you're here to make fun of me, don't blame me for being impolite." Mu Feng frowned slightly, and a look of anger gradually appeared on his face. He immediately shouted angrily, "You two, stay away from Blue Moon." Lid next to him practically rolled his eyes to the sky. Seriously, do you have to get this into character? He's a typical spoiled rich kid with a loyal sycophant, a role he portrays perfectly. Lan Yu was also slightly taken aback, as she was really unsure whether the other side was truly being controlled. Just as she was about to speak, she felt the space in front of her distort. Click, click. Two consecutive sounds of bones breaking rang out, and the two true gods who had been standing in midair fell straight to the ground. Silence. Horrifying. Blue Moon's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The two true gods before her had been defeated just like that. The reason it is described as a defeat is because the two true gods did not die. After all, he was a true god who had condensed a divine body. It was just a matter of his neck being twisted, nothing serious. The key point is not the injury itself, but the broken neck. The other party didn't even move, yet they snapped the necks of two true gods. Does that mean? Blue Moon shuddered, not daring to think any further. The two true gods who had fallen to the ground quickly stood up and had recovered completely, but they could not suppress the fear on their faces. As someone who experienced it firsthand, I know that in that instant, both of us were completely immobilized and had no power to resist. Then I felt a tremendous force strike me, and my neck snapped. The anger on Mu Feng's face completely disappeared, replaced by a smile. He said, "That's right, stay away from the people I like." Lan Yu swallowed hard and said, "You'd better not make fun of me." At this moment, Lan Yu had fully realized that the other party was just teasing her. Appeared on Mu Feng's face as he said, "How could you say that? I truly love you. If you don't believe me, let's go into the room, and I'll prove it to you." Upon hearing that they were to enter the room, everyone present adopted a strange expression. Lan Yu's face was filled with horror. If they went into the room, the other party couldn't possibly take off their pants and pull out a game of Ludo. Said, "Your Majesty, please speak freely." Mu Feng composed himself and said, "I said from the beginning that I'm here to steal Blue Moon." Upon hearing this, Lan Yu hurriedly asked, "Do you want Lan Yu Trading Company or Lan Yu herself?" She had barely finished saying those words when she immediately wanted to slap herself. "Is there a difference between the two?" With a gentle smile, Mu Feng said, "Won't you invite us in for a seat?" Lan Yu forced a smile, bowed slightly, and said, "It was my oversight. Please come in." After speaking, Lan Yu returned to her original room first. The fox woman who had just been notified had been following them the whole time. As soon as they entered the room, Lan Yu immediately said, "Hurry up and pack your valuables. We can't stay in this world for even a second longer." The fox woman beside him was slightly taken aback, but then she realized what was happening, bowed, and quickly withdrew. Lan Yu's expression quickly returned to normal, and she smiled as she looked at the people who entered the room. As the president's room, this room is often used for meetings, so it naturally has rune restrictions to isolate the soul. Mu Feng stepped 1 foot over the door frame, but his body remained stationary. Although the entrance was large, everyone looked at Mu Feng with questioning eyes as he stopped with 1 foot inside the room. Mu Feng's expression changed for a moment. Then he said, "This is Lan Yu's room. You'd better not come in." Look, what powerful love this is. Everyone had a look of realization. They naturally didn't believe that Mu Feng was being controlled by the other party. Everyone present knew the truth. But it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with them anyway. Everyone immediately stepped back a few paces, with no intention of entering the room again. Blue Moon, sitting in the room, felt her heart pounding in her chest. She wanted to slap herself twice for letting this person into the room. Mu Feng stepped into the room, and the two doors closed instantly. leaving the people outside looking at each other in bewilderment. Reed's eyes darted around. Then he stepped forward and pressed his ear against the doorframe, trying to find out what was happening inside. Fortunately, due to their different races, their heights and body types also differ. For example, the flying bears are generally 2 to 3 meters tall. So there are more than 20 years stuck on the entire door, from top to bottom. Mu Feng smiled at Lan Yu and said, "Let's discuss the future." As Lan Yu slowly retreated, she said warily, "I can give you most of the Lan Yu Merchant Guild's assets, and I'll take all the people in the guild with me. From now on, this world belongs to you." Mu Feng tilted his head back slightly, took a deep breath through his nose, and then exhaled heavily through his mouth. He suddenly spoke up. "If it's a daughter in the future, how about naming her Muyue?" The veins on Lan Yu's forehead bulged. It seemed the future the other person was referring to was this. Suppressing her panic, Lan Yu said, "If you really like me, you should bless me instead of forcing me. After all, a forced relationship is never sweet." Sparse. Mu Feng unbuckled his belt. He said, "It quenches my thirst." Chapter 236 Methods. Lan Yu's expression grew even more terrified. Transforming into a streak of blue light, it intended to break through the wall and escape from this place. She was incredibly fast, even faster than the speed of light. Unfortunately, they were no match for Mu Feng. I felt my ankles being grabbed by a pair of large hands, and then a tremendous force struck me, sending me flying backward. She fell onto the table with a thud, staring at Mu Feng with terrified eyes. This guy's serious. He quickly stood up, a terrifying aura emanating from his body, and assumed a fighting stance. While remaining vigilant, Lan Yu said, "You shouldn't make such jokes, sir. It's not funny." Mu Feng stroked his chin and said, "But I really like you." Lan Yu was slightly taken aback, because what the other party said seemed to be true. "It's not that I'm being controlled, it's that I genuinely like it." Mu Feng is no gentleman. He naturally wouldn't let go of a woman with good qualities. For example, Olivia in the Abyss, as a succubus demigod, naturally could not escape Mu Feng's clutches. The one before them, a mid-level true god, a demi-human fox woman, wielding the law of desire, is essentially an enhanced version of Olivia. Lan Yu scratched her head and said, "If you really like me, you can pursue me openly and honestly, but right now, what you're doing?" Mu Feng glanced at the other person and said, "Are you kidding me? Is it appropriate to pursue a woman with genuine affection? Stop joking. Do you think Mu Feng is that kind of person? In this dangerous world, one's own strength is the foundation of everything. Even many relationships are based on a foundation of mutual strength." Although the two were talking, Mu Feng's hands did not stop moving. His muscular upper body was now visible. Blue Moon looked terrified, running around the room like a frightened little rabbit. In her panic, Lan Yu entered the side room next door. Mu Feng said with a smile, "So eager, huh?" "Because the room next door is a bedroom." Mu Feng stepped into the bedroom, only to find it empty. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Little fox, are you ready to play hide and seek with me?" Mu Feng walked up to a porcelain bottle, lifted the lid, and white smoke rose up. Blue Moon's head emerged from the porcelain bottle, but its body below the neck remained inside. Mu Feng casually touched the bottle, and the bottle instantly became indestructible. The Blue Moon kept shaking inside, but it couldn't get out at all. Only its head was left outside, gritting its teeth. He felt utterly desperate, but he waited a long time for Mu Feng's next move. Lan Yu looked up at Mu Feng, who was smiling at her. After a moment of silence, Lan Yu said, "Tell me all your requirements, and I'll consider it." Mu Feng sat down on the rocking chair next to him and lay down on it, saying, "I used to have a pet, but that pet was special. Now it has become a super being, so I want to get a pet." Lan Yu's face immediately turned bright red. The other party's meaning was very clear. They wanted to take her as a pet. A scholar can be killed, but not killed. Before he could finish speaking, Mu Feng drew his soul-seizing scepter and pressed the end of the scepter against Lan Yu's face. He then said, "Being my pet won't be a waste of your potential. I'll help you break through to the level of a main god in the future." Lan Yu scoffed and said, "Breaking through to the level of a main god is no joke." Mu Feng sighed. He had tried his best to downplay the situation, but the other party still didn't believe him. With a slam of his scepter, the bottle shattered instantly, and Blue Moon regained her freedom. However, she no longer thought about running away. Mu Fenglu's move just now had already made her give up the idea of running away. Seeing that the rocking chair in the room had been taken over by the other party, Lan Yu simply plopped down on the bed. With his legs crossed, he said, "I might consider making me your woman, but being your pet is absolutely out of the question. Being a lower-level true god, The opponent displayed immense strength, and Lan Yu felt she could indeed consider it. Mu Feng suddenly stood up and said, "Okay." Lan Yu was slightly taken aback. Wasn't it supposed to be a pet? Why did she agree so readily? Seeing Mu Feng walking towards her, Lan Yu said in a panic, "I meant I'd think about it." "Huh, are you treating me like a dog?" Mu Feng said with a sneer. Mu Feng decided not to continue playing around and decisively revealed his sharp teeth. Blood slid down his neck, then flowed backward as if time had reversed, all entering Mu Feng's mouth. Lan Yu felt all her strength drain away instantly, and instinctively put her hands on Mu Feng's shoulders. She said in a soft voice, "Beast." The door to the room was pushed open instantly, and Mu Feng walked out. Tully hurriedly stepped forward and cautiously asked, "How did things go?" Similar to the illustration, there are also the presidents of 2 other chambers of commerce. Mu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Tomorrow, all the demigods from the 4 merchant guilds will come to the Pilt Trading Company for a meeting." The illustration immediately lit up with joy. If the other party said that, it meant the matter was settled. Inside the room, Lan Yu slowly opened her eyes, raised her jade-like arm that resembled a lotus root, placed the back of her hand on her forehead, and her face was filled with sorrow. Suddenly, she paused for a moment. When he placed it on his forehead, he lifted it up slightly, his eyes wide open, staring at the back of his hand. A blood-red rune appeared on his hand. "Ah!" Screams erupted from the room. "Damn vampires! Weren't they supposed to be women? Why are they treating me like a pet?" Although Lan Yu accepted this identity, she was still unwilling to become the other party's pet. After all, he was the president of a Starry Sky Merchant Guild, a mid-level true god. The bloody mark on the back of his hand was not unfamiliar to a Chamber of Commerce president who had traveled all over the country. Those are the marks of master and servant among vampires. She hurriedly sat up in bed, secretly annoyed at her own body for being so uncooperative. The same despicable person who was angry at Now Mufeng actually took advantage of the fact that he secretly planted a mark while Now Mufeng's soul was flying to the heavens. By the time she finished dressing, Mu Feng and the others had already left. A fox spirit entered the room and said cautiously, "Guild Master, everything is ready." Lan Yu sighed and said, "Forget it, we're not leaving." The fox woman breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to leave this bustling world either. He immediately spoke again, saying, "That vampire prince said that all the demigods from the 4 major merchant guilds will be meeting at the Pilt Trading Company tomorrow." "I understand. You may leave," Lan Yu said calmly. Chapter 237 Magic Potion. If Lan Yu throws a tantrum at this point, she naturally won't attend tomorrow's meeting. However, Lan Yu wasn't that foolish, because tomorrow would be the first time the entire Great World would hold a meeting, which would also be accompanied by Mu Feng establishing his authority. To walk right into the line of fire at this moment would be utterly foolish. The following morning, inside the main hall of the Piltover Trading Company. Originally, this place belonged to a merchant guild and did not have a throne, but now that it belongs to Mu Feng and has become his territory, a throne naturally needs to be added. Mu Feng sat upright on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below. The top executives of the Pilt Trading Company are mostly from the Flying Bear clan, with a few elders from other clans. The Blue Moon Merchant Guild is entirely composed of demi-human foxes, while the other 2 merchant guilds are entirely composed of humans. I didn't sense anything special about this group of people. They were just ordinary humans, not the advanced celestial race like the lowly goddess of the origin land. The hall was filled with people, a testament to the prosperity of this world. After looking around, Mu Feng said, "From this day forward, the 4 major merchant guilds will be merged into one and named Piltover Trading Company." Members of the Pilt Trading Company quickly stepped out of the ranks, bowed, and said, "We respectfully obey the Lord's command." The others fell silent, naturally feeling extremely unwilling. Both human true gods turned their gazes toward Blue Moon, hoping she would put up a fight. Lan Yu sighed, stepped out of the queue, saluted, and said, "I will obey the Lord's orders." The 2 human gods shook their heads helplessly, then bowed in unison to agree. Although the 4 major chambers of commerce have been brought together, no action has been taken yet. Therefore, Mu Feng's gains were still 4 true god-level treasure chests. Otherwise, Mu Feng would definitely not have combined them together. With overwhelming force, the issues of the 4 major chambers of commerce were easily resolved. Twilight World. Holy Light City No. 1. Towering tree, rooted in the boundless ocean, with countless vines entwined in the air, is quite a magnificent sight. Within the canopy, a colossal city sits, inhabited by hundreds of millions of people. The gaze moves downwards, penetrating the endless depths of the sea. The thick tree trunk stretches endlessly, frantically drawing energy from the earth. And directly below, deep underground, there is a huge cave. At the center of the cave, colorful energy gushed out and transformed into a clear spring. Beside the spring grew a flower, its branches and leaves like cast glass, reflecting a faint luster. The two powerful human warriors looked at the potion, their faces showing little joy, but rather a hint of worry. The true god, who was positioned slightly behind, said, "Brother, the strength of that abyss evil god is not to be feared, but his identity is quite troublesome." The true god, addressed as the eldest brother, nodded in approval and then asked, "What's the situation with the other intruder?" "We already sent people to investigate. It turned out to be a vampire, an abyssal fiend." There is a difference between a malevolent god and an evil god. Evil gods can be said to commit all kinds of evil deeds. Wherever they go, their goal is to destroy the world and absorb its essence. However, the evil gods are different. Although they are fierce, they rarely do anything to destroy the world. One is both righteous and wicked, the other is so evil that he can dig up people's ancestral graves. Upon hearing that the other intruder was a vampire, the eldest brother's face immediately turned distressed again. The two races that are currently invading the world are both from one of the 5 supreme bloodlines of the abyss. One is a vampire, the other a ghost. Looking at his younger brother beside him, he said, "Let's buy as much time as possible. Once the potion is ready, our chances of winning will be much greater." The true god standing in front is the strongest being in the Twilight world, a high-ranking true god. The potion before us, nourished by the very essence of the world, has been growing for over 8,000 years. If he can use the magic potion in front of him, he can break the shackles of his bloodline and become a superior human, the celestial race. Bloodline constraints will also be broken, allowing one to advance to the level of a main god in a short period of time. Even if he became a supreme god, he wouldn't dare say he could win 100%. After all, those are 2 supreme bloodlines of the abyss. If other main gods are involved, even if he breaks through successfully, his chances of winning are slim. Prince Carl nodded and said, "Brother, you can rest assured to cultivate the potion. The ferocious vampire god has not made any moves yet." Thor calmed down a bit. This was good news. The Twilight world is not peaceful right now. The followers of the Abyss God have amassed enough power to launch a large-scale rebellion. Of course, it's also possible that the Abyss God sensed that the potion was about to mature, so he took action in advance. The hierarchy of a world is not constant. As the forces of law intertwine, the origin of the world is formed and will slowly increase. As a world accumulates more and more of its fundamental essence, it will become increasingly prosperous. There is another approach, which is to create a hole in the ground to allow more of the world's essence to overflow. These extra elements of the world's origin have many uses. For example, the blood pool where Mu Feng soaked at the starting point, or the small blood pool in the underground world of the Lord's Hall. Method of cultivating potions in the Twilight world uses the same principle. However, this would create a balance in the world, preventing any advancement. However, the world's essence required for a world's advancement is incredibly terrifying, so it's better to use it for the present. Even Mu Feng made the same choice, or more accurately, the choice made on the Lord's panel. The Twilight world, in the vast starry sky. Light years away, a true god, shrouded in a black robe, gazed intently at a distant star system. In front of him was a tea table with an exquisite tea set. Even though it was under the starry sky, steam was still rising from the tea set. The man in black robes picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Suddenly, the void around them was torn apart. A scarecrow, dressed in a straw raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat, with bloodshot eyes, stepped out of the void. As the black-robed man sipped his tea, the scarecrow's voice suddenly appeared, saying, "Caesar, when did you learn to drink tea?" The black-robed man named Caesar glanced to the side and said indifferently, "This tea set is quite nice. It would be a waste not to use it." The scarecrow burst into laughter, and tears seemed to well up in its scarlet eyes. "Ha ha, an evil god of the abyss is actually trying to use human health preservation methods here." Caesar put down his teacup and said, "Mind your own business. The potion is almost ready." The scarecrow instantly stopped smiling. Chapter 238 Surrounded by Powerful Enemies. Jokes aside, business is definitely more important. The scarecrow immediately said in a deep voice, "As we agreed before, the potion is mine, and I don't care about anything else." Caesar nodded in satisfaction. That was exactly what they had agreed upon. The potion's purpose was to enhance talent, but Caesar, being a member of the Undead race, didn't need it. After a brief discussion, The two of them turned their attention to the Twilight world. As the absolute leader of the Piltover Trading Company, Mufeng naturally didn't need to handle those complicated matters. Similarly, Blue Moon only needs to give the order. Now that both of them have some free time, a big battle is inevitable. Even though Lan Yu was unwilling in her heart, her body was quite honest. After all, she was a fox spirit, and having tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, she was quite horny. After 2 busy days, the combined ledgers of the Chambers of Commerce came into Mu Feng's hands. Mu Feng stared at the string of numbers above, his eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. It's no wonder they're one of the 4 major stargazing trading companies. They're incredibly wealthy. A total of 60 billion gold coins, and these can be mobilized at will. They also have a lot of stockpiled goods and a lot of fixed assets, which is an astronomical figure. Mu Feng didn't take all the large gold coins. He only took 10 billion, since the Chamber of Commerce still needed a lot of investment to operate. Resolving the matter here, Mu Feng chose to return to the Neuro world. Piltover Trading Company was not idle either. Naturally, it would establish a trading guild in the world where Mu Feng was. With the establishment of the Starry Sky Merchant Guild, Mu Feng's world will instantly come alive. Mu Feng sat alone on the throne and chose to open the 4 true god-level treasure chests he had obtained. Perhaps because all 4 treasure chests were obtained by the Merchant Guild, the items that came out were mostly related to the Merchant Guild. 2 of them are simply large gold coins, totaling 30 billion. Of the remaining 2, one is an equipment blueprint called Deep Space Walker. It's not the kind of small equipment for personal use, but a warship capable of moving rapidly through space. If a Chamber of Commerce wants to continue to expand its scale, it naturally needs to constantly discover new worlds. However, the coordinates of the World Teleportation Array are not obtained out of thin air. They must be explored little by little. The last item was a divine artifact, a long sword called Shattered Star. The divine weapon has the widest range of grades among all weapons. This weapon grade corresponds to the levels from True God to Supreme God. The divine artifacts are further divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Mu Feng currently possesses 2 divine artifacts, a bronze cup and a newly acquired Shattered Star, both of which are considered low-grade divine artifacts. As for the 3 Lives Demon Mirror, it is a fragment of a top-grade divine artifact. I currently have 3 fragments, and it's difficult to determine the power it can currently unleash. Just as Mu Feng was taking stock of his gains, his expression paused slightly, because in his perception, there was a place that had slipped out of his control. As the lord of the entire world, he is aware of everything within it, so this change naturally did not escape his notice. Looking into the distance, there lies the border between Lockerbie Forest and Dawn Continent. The city, which originally belonged to a small duchy, was now engulfed in flames, and the cries of the people could not be heard. A large ball of rotting flesh rolled on the ground, with tentacles extending from it constantly capturing the fleeing humans. The tentacles wrapped around the human and quickly dragged him into the ball of flesh. In front of the city's central square, a human woman stared blankly. She kept muttering to herself, "No, this isn't what I wanted. Why did this happen?" Mu Feng had already understood the cause and effect after seeing just this much. It is estimated that other gods scattered seeds of faith in his world, which were then obtained by this woman. This woman was human, and she was one of those who harbored anger towards the vampires for occupying human land. So she resolutely became a follower of that god, wanting to overthrow the rule of the vampires. Unfortunately, the god she worshipped didn't seem to be very intelligent. After all, how long has it been since the vampires occupied the Dawn Continent? Instead of properly developing its followers, that god on the other side has already made the invasion public. Isn't that a sign of a lapse in judgment? After all, Mu Feng had followers in other worlds, and his influence seemed to be developing quite well, but Mu Feng was still in no hurry to make a move. Given the current situation, the invading force has been exposed, and all the believers have also been exposed. Mu Feng could easily eradicate them with a single move. They don't know how to lay low, they put all their eggs in one basket, and they're in such a hurry. They're just a bunch of fools. Even though they were his enemies, Mu Feng was still speechless at their stupidity. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Feng decided not to rush to suppress this emerging force. Why not take the experience points that are offered to you? As for whether things might go too far, Mu Feng had no such concerns. With Mu Feng's current normal combat ability, he can handle any opponent except a main god. Even a supreme god can reveal their trump card and engage in a fierce battle with the opponent. After all, the divine Sheepvajra is still inside him, and the opponent is at his peak and has not been injured. Just as Mu Feng was making these plans in his mind, In the void beyond the world, holy light shone down, and sacred hymns echoed in our ears. Huge, winged mountains stretched across the void. Streaks of light flew out from the warship, each woman holding a sharp sword, her white wings fluttering behind her. Good heavens, they've come to seek revenge? Mu Feng muttered to himself. The visitor was an angel. Mu Feng knew without even thinking that it must be the angel god of the bright light world. After all, having transformed so many of the other party's angels, it would be strange if they didn't come for revenge. However, due to the existence of the world barrier, the other party can only be outside the world. As for interdimensional teleportation arrays, these are bidirectional and require the consent of the other teleportation array. Otherwise, if there were teleportation arrays in the world, one could simply follow them and fight their way there. Such a scenario is impossible. A white dot of light appeared in the void, and pure white feathers drifted through the air. As the white light grew brighter, the figure of the true angel god finally appeared in a flash of light. She was dressed in armor, wielding a sword, and had 5 pairs of pure white wings growing from her back. Angel god, 10-winged angel Aya. Aya stared at the distant twin planet world, the flames in her eyes almost leaping out. Chapter 239, A New Training Ground. The seeds of faith in other people's families all begin from humble beginnings. However, the vampires in the world before us are all at least demigods, and in an instant, they lost millions of troops. If it were just a large army, it wouldn't be a big deal, since the Mingwang world is a large world with a very considerable population. The key lies in demigods, who are not commonplace. Not every true god can be like Mu Feng, easily gaining a large number of demigod subordinates. Aya looked at the slightly shimmering world barrier before her, in which 2 planets were quietly orbiting each other. She said coldly, "Vampires, do you have the guts to come out and fight?" Mu Feng was in a dilemma for a moment, not because he was afraid of not being able to beat his opponent, but because he was afraid of scaring his opponent away. Given their current anger, they certainly won't retreat easily unless they're completely outmatched. This is another major source of experience points. Mu Feng's vampire army has long since exceeded 1 million in size. Now, the focus is on improving its quality. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng decided to create a phantom of a law to play with the opponent. The laws of space and fire emanated from his body, transforming into a blurry energy figure that vanished from the spot. The space outside the world distorted, and the phantom of the laws appeared. Before Mu Feng could even speak, Aya had already raised her long sword and slashed down at him. A dazzling sword light crisscrossed the starry sky. Looking up from above the planet, that pure white sword light almost illuminated the entire world. The space in front of Mu Feng instantly froze, and the pure white sword light stopped in front of him, unable to advance an inch. The illusory figure of the law slightly raised its finger, and the moment it touched the sword light, the dazzling sword light shattered instantly, like glass. Looking at the angel god in the distance, Mu Feng said, "I did this to give the angel race a bright and prosperous road." Aya was furious. Although what the other person said was true, she just couldn't stand it. As a supreme deity, an angel transformed into a blood angel certainly has a better future. Even when transforming into a blood angel, the bloodline shackles will be significantly broken. Aya said coldly, "Don't act so recklessly just because you're a supreme god. I'm not afraid of you." The other party had the confidence to say this, because her strength was that of a mid-level true god. Although Aya was puzzled by the other party's current state, she could also sense the other party's strength. He is a lower-level true god, but his strength is quite remarkable, probably about 40 to 60 against me. He is a being beyond the highest level. But she never imagined that this was only a small part of Mu Feng's strength. Furthermore, since the illusory image of the law has no physical body, it is unable to inherit Mu Feng's terrifying physical strength. The phantom of the law gave the other party a deep look, wondering if the other party had a powerful backer behind him. In fact, Mu Feng was completely overthinking it. What the other party said was just something said in anger. But it didn't matter. Mu Feng never intended to push the other side to the brink. He just wanted the war to become a long and brutal tug of war. Just like when facing Luo Qianqian, completely squeeze out the value of the other party, and then get the treasure chest from them in the end. Mu Feng immediately said, "It seems that this battle is unavoidable." Aya snorted coldly, this time without saying a word, and once again raised her long sword and charged towards Mu Feng. With a casual flick of his finger, Mu Feng created a spatial rift that instantly extended outwards, crisscrossing the void. The 10 wings behind the angel god fluttered, and pure white holy light illuminated the void, smoothing out all space. He then appeared in front of Mu Feng in an instant, raised his long sword, and slashed down. The space around Mu Feng rippled, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. The reason for creating spatial laws is to engage in a fierce battle with the opponent. While the two true god-level powerhouses were engaged in a fierce battle, the world of Neuro was also making urgent preparations for war. Excitement shone on the faces of the heroes. Charlotte exclaimed, "Another enemy has come knocking." They were not afraid of the enemy, but rather afraid of not having a battle to fight. As the center of the entire world, the vampire capital operates with remarkable efficiency. With each order issued, a large number of vampires were ready for battle. A massive crimson sphere shot into the sky, accompanied by a gravitational wave that swept up the vampires and propelled them into the heavens. Then came two more crimson spheres, one of which deployed a huge shield, while the other shimmered with crimson light, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Behind the crimson sphere, one after another, inverted triangular mountains shot into the void. This is the air combat fortress that Mu Feng acquired earlier, named Dome Fortress. Initially, only two were built by the Blood Elf faction in Area 011. However, with the expansion of territory, the increase in various resources, the surge in the number of teleportation arrays, and the widespread use of various things have become more universal. The world of Neuro now has more than 30 domed fortresses. Mu Feng's orders, no races other than the vampires participated in the war. Since they cannot gain experience points, sending them into battle in this controlled war would be a real waste. Mu Feng himself remained seated on his throne, glanced at the battlefield in the starry sky, and then withdrew his gaze. His gaze once again fell upon the territory that had slipped from his control. The blobs of rotting flesh are still raging and are showing signs of spreading to the surrounding areas. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Feng decisively issued the order. The surrounding cities were all evacuated, and this 500-kilometer area was designated as a testing ground. The newly summoned vampires will first be hunted in the training grounds to improve their strength before being incorporated into the army. Furthermore, according to Mu Feng's observation, the fleshy spheres composed of rotting flesh seemed to be inexhaustible. Because in the very center of the town, there is a strangely shaped statue. Every so often, a fleshy ball would split off from the statue, making it virtually inexhaustible. Mu Feng made some simple arrangements. A beautiful figure walked into the main hall. The visitor was none other than Blue Moon. Since they belong to Mu Feng, the headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce will naturally be located in this world. Currently, all the true god powerhouses are in this world. As soon as Lan Yu entered the hall, she immediately asked, "Why don't we deal with those angels?" In Lan Yu's mind, Mu Feng possessed overwhelming absolute power, so why would she want to play this childish game with him? Mu Feng simply smiled, but did not answer. Seeing this, Lan Yu stopped asking questions and changed the subject, saying, "The headquarters of the Chamber of Commerce has been completed. In this world of swords and magic, building a magnificent structure is not a difficult task." Chapter 240, The Believer's Prayer. Mu Feng nodded, indicating that he already understood. Neither of them spoke again, and both turned their gazes toward the war in the starry sky. The battle between true gods was incredibly terrifying. Being so close to the planet, one could see all sorts of dazzling lights just by looking up. Mu Feng thought for a moment, then transmitted his voice and said, "Empress, you lead the Black Demon clan into battle. Kashia and Lolita, you two go as well. The Dark Demons have very limited combat power, mainly because they are difficult to kill. If you let the enemy join the battle, you basically won't get much experience points. As for Xia and Lolita, they are both blood angels. Sending them into battle is naturally to disrupt morale and recruit more angels." Time flies, and a month has passed. The hunting grounds on the edge of Lockerbie Forest have long been planned. The newly summoned vampires will all enter and engage in a killing spree to increase their strength. When those vampires emerged from inside, their strength had mostly reached the upper elite level, with quite a few at the commander level. A power structure is like a massive pyramid, and the strength at its base cannot be ignored. Looking up at the starry sky, the war had temporarily come to an end. Aya finally understood that the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated and that it would be impossible to defeat them in a short time. Therefore, the opposing side led its angel army and temporarily withdrew from its star system. Mu Feng, too, didn't want to look up and see the dazzling aftershocks of the battle. Therefore, he directly ordered the vampire army to attack and intercept the enemy outside the star system. Twilight World. Caesar sat in the void, his expression somewhat gloomy. He slammed his hand on the coffee table in anger, causing the tea set on it to jump up. Damn humans. They're so strong. The scarecrow beside him lay limp and weakly said, Thor is a high-ranking true god, a terrifying being who has condensed a divine spark. The two of them alone are clearly not enough to fight against the two true gods of the Twilight world. The two people in front of them were both mid-level true gods, while the two humans opposite them were a lower-level true god and an upper-level true god, respectively. Moreover, it is no exaggeration to say that Thor's strength has reached the peak of the upper true god. If it weren't for the shackles of his bloodline, he might already be a chief god. Caesar remained silent for a long time, as if he had thought of something. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and he said, It's all right. We still have allies. The scarecrow looked at Caesar with confusion. Given Caesar's status, it would indeed be very easy for him to bring in allies. However, this would also divide their spoils into 3 parts. This is completely different from what we initially agreed upon. The scarecrow thought for a moment and said, Why don't we try again? Caesar glanced at the scarecrow beside him and said dismissively, Don't worry, that guy won't try to steal your potion. The ally he was referring to was, of course, Mu Feng. After all, Mu Feng's follower Qin Feng is doing quite well in this world, and his strength has reached the king level. A believer of the vampire clan must have a vampire god behind them. The vampires are of the bloodline of the supreme gods, and those who can cultivate to the true god realm are undoubtedly high-level vampires. Naturally, there's no need for potions to increase bloodline level. Upon hearing this, the scarecrow instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and his confidence soared. The opponent doesn't need magic potions, so they must have a high bloodline and considerable combat power. It's just unknown how they compare to Caesar. Caesar continued, Their followers are still somewhat lacking in strength. Let us add fuel to the fire. To lure Mu Feng over, one must first let him know the current state of the world. Then believers need to pray to Mu Feng so that the gods can hear their prayers and thus attract their attention. The best solution is naturally violence. When believers have nowhere else to turn, the only thing they can pray to is God. But this made things difficult for Qin Feng. For some unknown reason, the islands in the ocean controlled by Qin Feng have been attacked without cause in the past few days. Many islands fell, and the one attacking them was another rebellious church. This left Qin Feng somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the two of them should be allies. The fat man rushed in, panting, and said, Qin Feng, Blackstone Island has been captured by the enemy. Qin Feng leaned back in his seat, sighed helplessly, and said, I already know. As a lord, one naturally has a sense of the territory under one's control. Now that Blackrock Island has fallen, they only have 3 islands left. Moreover, another church is coming on strong and shows no sign of stopping. Duo then entered the room, a worried look on her face, and said, The sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Why don't we seek the help of the gods? Qin Feng thought about it for a moment and finally nodded. Unlike before, after Qin Feng advanced to the king rank, he could not easily give up his territory. Without the nourishment of faith, his strength will stagnate, and his endurance will be greatly reduced. The 3 of them walked out of the room together. A large number of people had gathered outside the room, all of them wearing black robes, their faces hidden under the robes. Almost all the powerful figures within the church have gathered here. The group went underground, where they built their altar. Offerings were placed in front of the altar, and everyone crossed their fingers in front of their chests, bowing their heads in prayer. Saintess doors stood in front of everyone, and even Qin Feng, the leader of the cult, had to stand back during the sacrificial ceremony. As the sound of prayer rises, it travels across the endless starry sky and reaches the ears of the gods. Mu Feng stepped back and frowned as he listened to the prayers echoing in his ears. In fact, he often heard this kind of voice, because the system had given him more than 1 seed of faith as a reward. Although most of the seeds of faith failed to find believers for various reasons, a small portion survived. Qin Feng is just one of the most successful believers among them. Lan Yu turned her head and saw that the other party was frowning slightly and rolled her eyes at Mu Feng. Without paying any more attention to Mu Feng, he tidied himself up and left. Eiffel entered the room and began cleaning. Mu Feng sat at his desk, gazing at his followers through the connection of their faith. Upon seeing Qin Feng, who was at the king level, he couldn't help but nod. The prayers continued in my ears, mostly about believers asking for divine help in times of crisis. Because the connection is through faith, what Mu Feng can see is very limited. Nevertheless, thanks to his formidable strength, he still managed to spot some clues. Chapter 241 in the Starry Sky. On a small island not far away, Mu Feng witnessed the existence of another faith. Without a doubt, they were followers of another god. This world doesn't seem peaceful, Mu Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, Mu Feng's gaze returned to the group of believers who were praying. In the procession, a believer dressed in a black robe stopped praying. He raised his head and looked in the direction where Mufeng was. Of course, there was nothing there, but the other party seemed to have noticed Mufeng's gaze. Mufeng looked at the believer, a sense of interest stirring within him. With Mufeng's current level of insight, he naturally knew what was going on. The black-robed man began to emit black mist, and then black tentacles spread out from his body. The man in black robes suddenly looked up, his gaze meeting that of the unseen Mufeng. A smile played on the lips of the man in black robes, who spoke in a hoarse voice. "Your Excellency, I apologize for attacking your followers and using such methods to attract your attention. I hope you can pique my interest." Mufeng's voice suddenly rang out in this underground space. The believers below had no idea what was happening. But they weren't stupid. They knew they couldn't get involved in this kind of thing, so they all lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to say a word. The man in black robes smiled and said, "Such a prosperous world, how enviable." Mufeng instantly understood the other party's meaning. They wanted to drag him into attacking this world. After pondering for a moment, Mufeng's voice rang out. "What can I get in return?" "Half of the world's origin," the man in black robes replied immediately. Mufeng was immediately tempted. The world before him was quite large, belonging to the top tier of the great worlds. As for the idea that destroying the world would be cruel, that's just wishful thinking. Looking across the entire starry sky, even the god of justice, who is known as the god of the stars, has acquired a great deal of the world's origin during his growth. As for where those origins of the world came from, there's no need to elaborate. However, by involving Mufeng, the scarecrow didn't lose anything, but Caesar gave up half of the world's origin. It may seem like a huge loss, but that's not actually the case. Getting to know Mufeng is one thing, but the scarecrow will also owe him a favor. This isn't the first time Caesar and the scarecrow have collaborated. They're practically old friends. Mufeng simply analyzed the pros and cons and immediately nodded in agreement. "Okay, deal." The man in black robes was delighted and said, "Then you'd better hurry, sir. What we want is almost ready." Mufeng did not answer and had already withdrawn his gaze. The man in black robes naturally noticed this, and then his spiritual power also withdrew. Without the control of the abyss god, the believer collapsed to the ground like a limp rag. True gods are inherently capable of conquering the starry sky, so in terms of an individual true god, their speed in the starry sky is not slow. Of course, if a large army is deployed, the speed will be much slower. Mufeng knew the coordinates of the Twilight World, so he immediately set off for it. They did not choose to send out a large army because the opponent only needed one true god-level combatant. As for the safety of the Neuro world, Mufeng didn't care at all. The true god powerhouses from the 4 major merchant guilds are all here, along with Lida, making a total of 5 true gods stationed here. And as he has grown, Mufeng has obtained quite a few defensive buildings from the treasure chests. Even though we've never used them, we absolutely cannot pretend they don't exist. In the vast universe, a region can be divided into, from low to high, planets, star systems, galaxies, nebulae, and superclusters. The system was also very considerate, taking into account Mufeng's strength and travel speed. The seed dispersal distance in Xinjiang was not exaggerated. The furthest of them all was not beyond the nebula where Mufeng was located. The Twilight World is in the same galaxy as Mufeng. Although they are in the same galaxy, a galaxy contains tens of millions of star systems, and the closest of them are several light years apart. The teleportation array is unusable, then other methods must be used to travel quickly. Mufeng gave a brief instruction, and then stepped into the starry sky alone. Mufeng did not retract the illusory image of world composed of the laws of space and the laws of fire. The absence of spatial laws does not mean that Mufeng's travel speed will be much slower. Mufeng chose the most foolish way to travel, but he also wanted to see the starry sky along the way. In the vast universe, the twinkling lights of stars come into view, creating a magnificent scene. As a native of Earth, my yearning for the universe has always been etched in my heart. Sometimes I even fantasize about being able to freely soar through the starry sky. Now that he finally had the opportunity, Mufeng wanted to take a good look at it, and even fantasized about finding a familiar star system among them. Unfortunately, after 10 consecutive days, Mufeng still did not see the familiar scenes in the video. For example, there are none of the famous pillars of creation or any other miscellaneous well-known galaxies. However, Mufeng didn't take it to heart. After all, the universe is so vast, how could he possibly run into it by chance? They had only just arrived at the edge of the star system when 2 beams of light, one black and one red, were already approaching them from afar. A figure dressed in a black robe emanated black energy from the cuffs, trouser legs, and even the hood, with tentacles writhing within them. Mu Feng was slightly taken aback, because the guy in front of him was all too familiar. The Undead clan, and one that I've seen before. It was that same Undead he met at the entrance of Piltover Auction House on his first visit that day. The moment Mu Feng saw the other person, he felt a familiar aura emanating from them, but he just couldn't place it. He could still sense that familiar aura, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. When Caesar saw that the visitor was the vampire he had met at the auction house entrance, he was somewhat surprised and marveled at how small the vast universe was. But then he became serious. Because when they first met, the opponent's strength was only at the 4th stage of demigod. He has become a true god in such a short time, and we must take him seriously. The scarecrow beside him was also somewhat shocked to see that the newcomer was a vampire. But he was mostly excited. With 2 supreme gods as teammates, he had never fought such a rewarding battle in his life. Caesar chuckled and said, "I never expected that you would become a true god in such a short time. It truly surprises me." Chapter 242 The Culprit. Mu Feng smiled and said, "I never expected to see you here again. I believe this will be a pleasant collaboration." The two exchanged compliments and entered the star system together. Arriving in the Twilight World, Mu Feng looked at the enormous planet and was filled with emotion. As expected of a top-tier world, even if I combine my 2 planets, they would probably only be half the size of the other world. "You've come from afar, sir. Please have a cup of tea and rest for a while." Caesar's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Mu Feng turned to look at the other person, a knowing look on his face. The tea set that was sold at the auction house was taken away by black tentacles. And this undead soul is definitely a tentacle monster. It's obvious who bought it. The 3 of them sat down at the coffee table and began to savor the tea in their cups. Mu Feng glanced at the scarecrow beside him. The other party opened its mouth wide, revealing a serrated mouthpart made of straw, and then drank the tea in one gulp. Mu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the wonder of the creator, for there truly were all sorts of strange and wonderful things. He ignored the other person and instead savored the tea in his own cup. Suddenly, Caesar spoke up. "I always sense a familiar aura about you, but I don't know why." Mu Feng was also somewhat surprised that the 2 of them had the same feeling, which obviously couldn't have been without reason. However, neither of them could give a clear answer, so they changed the subject. Caesar began. "The universe is full of wonders, and I once encountered something amazing." Mu Feng and the scarecrow immediately became interested. The other party was a true god, and for him to feel something amazing, it was definitely not an ordinary thing. Then continued, "I once passed through a medium-sized world, thinking I'd collect some of its essence as snacks, but a miraculous thing happened. I couldn't destroy that world." Mu Feng and the scarecrow looked at each other in bewilderment. This matter was indeed a bit outrageous. That was just a mid-level world, but this is a mid-level true god. True gods are beings who hold the sun and moon in their hands, yet they still can't handle a mid-level world. Mu Feng then asked, "Didn't you investigate the reason?" "Of course I need to find out, and the root cause turns out to be some small barriers," Caesar said, somewhat frustrated. Mu Feng and the scarecrow immediately became interested, eagerly awaiting each other's next words. Caesar didn't keep them in suspense and said, "Those are very small territories, just a thatched hut. Although they are all different in style, they are basically the size of a room. A barrier protects an area of about 10 meters. Although the barrier is not big, it is extremely sturdy. Even I couldn't get through to it." Mu Feng had just taken a sip of tea when he immediately spat it out. Caesar calmly wiped his face, showing no anger. Mu Feng was quite shocked. According to the other party's description, wasn't this the Lord who had just arrived? As for that small barrier, that's naturally the newbie protection period. Recalling that the newbie protection period in Area 034 had just ended and they were immediately wiped out, Mu Feng's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. So this is the guy who started it all. Caesar noticed the strange look in the other person's eyes and was momentarily puzzled. Mu Feng remained silent for a moment before asking, "After you absorbed everything from that world, did anything change?" Upon hearing this, Caesar immediately perked up and exclaimed excitedly, "The changes are tremendous. Since absorbing that world, my strength has skyrocketed. I'm now a super-tier being." Caesar believed there was no need to hide these matters. Having traversed the cosmos for so long, I've only encountered one such wondrous planet. It's not a common resource, so why would anyone come and try to take it from me? So this was just a serendipitous encounter, an unrepeatable one. Upon hearing the other party's answer, Mu Feng immediately went into a mental whirlwind. The first thing that comes to mind is the familiar aura emanating from the other person, which is easy to understand. That's something all Blue Star Lords have, the Lord's panel, without a doubt. Therefore, Mu Feng sensed the familiar aura because the other party had absorbed the energy from the Lord's panel. The Lord panel may seem magical, but Mu Feng has come to understand some of its principles as he has grown. Everything in the world needs energy to function. No matter what laws or special principles there are, they all require the support of energy. Even pure nothingness is a form of energy, nothingness energy. So another question arose in Mu Feng's mind. What keeps the Lord's panel active, and what is its energy source? Mu Feng shook his head. This matter was beyond his capabilities, so he simply stopped thinking about it. To prevent the other party from saying things he couldn't understand, Mu Feng simply turned his attention to the Twilight world. He began by asking, how strong is the opponent? Seeing that Mu Feng was getting down to business, both of them became serious. Caesar said, there is a high-level true god and a low-level true god. The high-level true god has already reached the peak level. I can only fight him to a 40 to 60 chance. Mu Feng gave the other party a meaningful look. It seemed that the energy on the Lord's panel greatly amplified the other party's power. Without dwelling on the issue any further, Mu Feng immediately said, if the two of us join forces, killing the opponent will be no problem. Caesar immediately suggested, why don't you go and delay the enemy's lower-level true god, while I join forces with the Scarecrow? If Mu Feng were just an ordinary lower-level true god, this arrangement would be very reasonable. The other party simply doesn't know Mu Feng's strength, which isn't a big problem. As Mu Feng unleashed his aura, the two immediately leaned back tactically, looking directly at Mu Feng with their nostrils flared. Realm and aura are two different things. One represents social class, and the other represents strength. Normally the two are linked, but this is clearly not the case right now. Caesar was silent for a moment, then said, when I saw you fight the president of the Pilt Trading Company, I already knew your fighting strength, but now it seems that I underestimated you. Mu Feng did not answer and fell silent for a moment. As if on the same wavelength, Mu Feng and Caesar both looked at the Scarecrow beside them. The Scarecrow was startled. They had indeed come. The original agreement was for a magic potion and the essence of the world, one for each person. But now he has the potion, but the origin of the world is to be divided in two, while he, the Scarecrow, has suffered no loss. Chapter 243 The Laws of Time. In fact, the distribution of the spoils had nothing to do with Mu Feng. The main loss was suffered by Caesar. The key point is that Mu Feng was summoned by Caesar, and the spoils were also divided up by the other party. Both morally and logically, one should stand up for the other party and take the opportunity to improve the relationship between the two sides. Caesar was a supreme god, and having absorbed that unknown energy, his combat power should not be underestimated. The Scarecrow knew this well, so it paid no attention to Mu Feng's gaze and immediately began to ponder. After a moment, he spoke up. Brother Caesar, once I get the potion, I can do you a favor for free. Caesar's face immediately broke into a smile, clearly very satisfied. After the three gods of the abyss reached an agreement, they all turned their gaze to the distant great world. Caesar said, Your Excellency should remain hidden for now, otherwise the enemy will not engage in battle. The world's defenses are not absolutely invincible. If external enemies are ignored for too long, the world's defenses will be worn down. However, the time frame is very long, usually measured in hundreds of years. Upon seeing that the Abyss God had begun to erode the world's barrier again, the brothers Thor and Karl immediately chose to fight without any hesitation. The potion isn't fully mature yet, so Thor can currently spare some time for battle. The clash between true gods was incredibly terrifying. Even the vast Twilight world was like a rootless duckweed in the ocean. If it weren't for the protection of the world's barriers, it would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Mu Feng enveloped himself in the void, completely concealing his form, and quietly watched the great battle in the distance. Caesar's fierce fighting power left Mu Feng speechless. Although Mu Feng hasn't been around for long, his strength is undeniable, and he's seen quite a lot. Caesar can be considered the second super-level being that Mu Feng has encountered. As for the first one, that would naturally be the Cosmic Dragon. The Scarecrow is a mid-level true god, and it is clear that it does not have much difficulty fighting against Karl, a low-level true god. Due to the characteristics of their race, Scarecrows are very weak in terms of physical strength, magic, and even skills. However, there is one exception. The opponent's spiritual power is among the stronger ones in the same realm. The Scarecrow belongs to the mutated demon species, but it is not a true demon. The term demon race refers to life forms with the potential to be promoted to demons. In addition, Since the other party is a special life form born of nature, it does not have a name and has always been called a scarecrow. Once the other party gives him a name, that will become the scarecrow's real name. On the battlefield, Thor looked at Caesar with a gloomy gaze and said coldly, "You are no match for me at all, so why are you so persistent?" Caesar smiled and said, "No one can predict the outcome of a war until the very last moment." As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of tentacles surged out from Caesar's body beneath his black robe. At first glance, the tentacles were one after another, like a black wave. Seeing such a large-scale attack, Mufong knew it was time for him to step in. Thor cleaved through the void with a palm strike, and a blade of light instantly sliced through the black tentacles, creating a vacuum zone. Before Thor could even breathe a sigh of relief, a sense of dread washed over him. He quickly turned his head and met a pair of scarlet eyes. Mufeng's hands were wrapped in the law of blood, and he appeared out of thin air not far from Thor. The opponent appeared suddenly, and Thor knew he couldn't dodge it using normal methods. A white light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Mufeng paused slightly, then felt a sudden blur before his eyes, and Thor had already disappeared from the spot. In an instant, he turned around, and a large amount of blood law transformed into a raging sea of blood, surging backward. Thor was slightly taken aback when he suddenly appeared behind him, not expecting the other party to react so quickly. A white light flashed in his eyes again, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The brief exchange ended, and Mufeng's surprise attack yielded no advantage. Thor and Karl stood side by side, looking at the newly appeared true god in the distance, their expressions not very pleasant. Mufeng and the other two stood together, confronting the two true gods. Looking at Caesar beside him, Mufeng said unhappily, "Why didn't you remind me?" Caesar was also completely taken aback and immediately said, "The other party has never used the laws of time before. I really didn't know that. It seems I overestimated you. Although you are a transcendent being, you are at most 30% stronger than that true god on the other side," Mufeng said ruthlessly. The battle has continued until now, and Thor on the other side has yet to use the time law. However, Caesar's fighting prowess cannot be denied. After all, Thor has already reached the pinnacle of true godhood. Moreover, he possesses such a troublesome thing as the law of time, making him an absolute standout among true gods. Caesar thought for a moment and said, "Are we still confident now?" Mufeng only launched a brief sneak attack and did not yet know the opponent's true combat strength, hence this question. "I'll focus on attacking, you can provide support," Mufeng said calmly. After he finished speaking, Mufeng transformed into a streak of blood-red light, instantly traversing tens of thousands of miles of starry sky. The sound of crashing waves echoed from the sea of blood behind them, and a giant blood-red hand reached out from it. A terrifying law of blood entwined around it, an unparalleled life force. Blood is the foundation of life, except for some special life forms, such as the scarecrow next to us, which has no blood. However, blood is merely a manifestation of the law of blood. Its essence is life force. When the law of blood wraps around an enemy, it's as if they're enveloped in life force. Infusing life force is life, otherwise it is death. Thor raised his hand in the distance, and a stream of white light flowed out, making a gurgling sound. Mufeng's crimson hand stretched out into the distance, directly grasping a planet in his hand, and then smashed it towards Thor. A planet collided with a white stream, and was swept away by the white stream. That planet actually exuded a vast and ancient aura. Mufeng knew clearly that the white stream was accelerating the flow of time. Having reached this conclusion, a strange feeling involuntarily arose in my mind. Then Mufeng neither dodged nor avoided, only knowing to charge towards Thor. Thor was also slightly taken aback. With a wave of his hand, the white stream rushed towards Mufeng. Mufeng was instantly enveloped by the white stream, and the battlefield fell into silence for a moment. But in the blink of an eye, a streak of blood-red light burst forth from the white stream with astonishing force. Sultan cursed inwardly, his eyes flashing with white light as he accelerated the flow of time. Everyone realized what was happening at that moment. The person in front of me is a high-ranking vampire, a genuine immortal being. Chapter 244 The Clock. Even if time is accelerated by trillions of times, without the influence of external objects, the other party will still be immortal. Thor immediately reversed time, and, after getting away from Mufeng, launched another attack. A blood-red light flashed in Mufeng's eyes, and a fragment of a magic mirror appeared out of thin air beside him. The white light shone out and collided with the rushing white stream. The two forces eroded each other, eventually turning into nothingness. Sultan was immediately shocked. This divine artifact could actually control time. Mu Feng advanced to the true god realm. The power of his divine artifacts increased significantly compared to before. Under Thor's watchful gaze, the streak of blood-red light rushing towards him instantly split into three. Not daring to be careless in the slightest, a pure white barrier rose up, enveloping him. A streak of blood-red light rushed towards them, revealing Mu Feng's figure. Mu Feng clenched his fist and slammed it down on the white barrier in front of him. A terrifying explosion echoed through the starry sky. The white barrier in front of him shattered instantly, and the fist smashed directly into Thor's abdomen, sending him flying. Mu Feng's figure flickered wildly, like a frozen scene, before disappearing completely. Thor rolled a long way through the void before finally regaining his footing. Watching Mu Feng disappear into the distance, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Although the opponent broke through the white barrier, the power of time reversal also affected them. That was merely a reflection of Mu Feng, which, under the influence of time reversal, rewound back to a point in time before the other party appeared. A white light flashed in Thor's eyes, and his figure disappeared from the spot once again. In the instant he disappeared, two blood-red lights crossed and shattered the void. One of the streaks of blood-red light turned around and charged towards Thor again. At this moment, this vast expanse of starry sky was already occupied by black specks of light. During their brief exchange, Caesar was certainly not idle. Caesar formed claws with his hands and hissed, "Divine art! Death domain!" In an instant, black tentacles extended from the black light spots. The speed was not fast, but the quantity was enormous. They were so densely packed that they almost filled the entire starry sky. While dodging Mu Feng's pursuit, Thor casually unleashed a white beam of light. The black tentacles that came into contact with the white light paused slightly as they extended, then began to retract as if time were flowing backward. But it was useless, because even more tentacles extended out. Mu Feng unleashed his full power. A wine glass appeared out of thin air in his hand, and as the glass tilted, a line of blood flowed out from it. 3 meters below Mu Feng's feet, blood suddenly scattered, turning into a vast sea of blood in the blink of an eye. Countless blood-red hands, along with black tentacles, emerged from it and swarmed towards Thor. Seeing that he could not avoid it, Thor revealed his final trump card. He stood tall amidst the starry sky, letting the barrage of attacks come crashing down upon him. Clang! A sound like the ticking of a pendulum rang out, and the starry sky fell silent instantly. When Mu Feng came to his senses, he found his body stiff and his head seemed to be fixed in one place. However, the body was spinning intermittently, as if it had become a second hand. The divine soul spread out, not just as, but truly transformed into a second hand. In this starry battlefield, with Mu Feng's disappearance, the bronze cup also vanished. Thor stood amidst the stars, with a clock about 7 meters tall floating behind him. The second hand inside the clock was none other than Mu Feng. Mu Feng's head bumped against the forehead of a werewolf, who was none other than the minute hand. There is also a skeleton at the very back, which represents the clock hand. Caesar was at a loss for what to do when he saw this bizarre scene. The main reason was that they were frightened by the opponent's strange methods, not because of Mu Feng's fate. After all, he is an evil god of the abyss. Expecting him to save his allies is practically impossible. Mu Feng moved his body forcefully, but was not completely restrained. His physical strength is still terrifying. He seems capable of escaping danger using only his physical strength. With this thought in mind, Mu Feng began to mobilize the qi and blood throughout his body. The clock behind Thor suddenly began to distort. The ticking of the second hand was intermittent, and sometimes it would not move for several seconds. Thor cursed inwardly. This vampire was really troublesome. Having grown up to this point, this is the first being that, even after being trapped inside the clock, still possesses the power to resist. The laws of time emanating from Thor began to surge into the clock behind him. Time reversal. With a soft shout, the second hand, represented by Mu Feng, instantly began to spin backward. With each second that reversed, Mu Feng's power gradually diminished. If time were accelerated, Mu Feng, being a long-lived being, would naturally be unaffected. But if time were to reverse, the most significant point would be that Mu Feng would only have 20 years of life left, and by then he would probably have become an embryo. Caesar noticed the unusual clock and realized that Mu Feng still had the power to resist. Immediately, black mist surged around him, and countless black tentacles filled the starry sky as he charged towards Thor once more. Thor did not choose to confront Caesar head-on, but instead kept dodging. A massive amount of time laws surged into the clock, intending to eliminate Mu Feng first. The second hand spun backward faster and faster, until finally it resembled a helicopter propeller. Regardless of the extent of the damage, Mu Feng felt like his head was about to be shaken to pieces. While the laws of time are terrifying, it's clearly unrealistic to expect them to harm a special being like Mu Feng. Familiars, blood fury, and divine sheep Vajra, within Mu Feng's body, they could not possibly be affected by the laws of time. Of course, this is because Thor's laws of time are not powerful enough. About 2 minutes later, Thor stood in the void, his expression grim. Mu Feng inside was unaffected, but his eyes were unfocused, clearly indicating that he was dizzy. In a sense, this is also a considerable form of harm. Mu Feng shook his head and immediately returned to normal. Your Excellency, let's work together and break out of here. As Mu Feng was considering his next move, a voice suddenly came from behind him. It was the werewolf under Mu Feng's head. Because of the time reversal, the werewolf, who was originally on the verge of death, has now come back to life. Mu Feng ignored the other party, because if the other party could get out, they wouldn't have been trapped until now. Chapter 245 3 against 1. And to be honest, although this clock artifact is designed to trap people, with Mu Feng's current strength, he has a way to break free from it. However, there is one prerequisite, that there should be no outside interference. Whenever Mu Feng starts to exert his strength, his body begins to spin wildly, accompanied by a reversal of time. Although reversing time wouldn't significantly affect Mu Feng, a few seconds would still be enough. However, those few seconds are enough for Mu Feng to return to the state before he gathered his strength. In the end, Mu Feng sighed. It was practically impossible for him to get out of this artifact without damaging it. Since obtaining this artifact is no longer a priority, the options suddenly become much more numerous. A ray of black light emanated from between his brows, and an ethereal power quietly gathered. Upon noticing this, Sol immediately began to reverse time, attempting to turn back Mu Feng's time to before he accumulated power. But this time he was destined to be disappointed, because the void law is not affected by the laws of time. As the annihilation beam shot out, the clock's glass shattered with a deafening roar. The internal laws of time also dissipated instantly, and this artifact lost its original power. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out from within, and the towering sea of blood instantly condensed. Mu Feng reached out and grabbed Thor. Before the latter could react, he grabbed Thor's shoulder. With a burst of strength in his arm, Thor's left shoulder was ripped off. Thor didn't have time to cry out in pain, because another streak of blood was already upon him. Woo! A wolf's howl echoed through the starry sky, deep and lingering. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the werewolf, Mu Feng and the other two were slightly taken aback. The werewolf before us is actually a high-ranking true god. 5 streaks of cold light flashed across the starry sky, traversing thousands of miles of starry expanse. Thor's remaining shoulder was also instantly severed, leaving a smooth and clean cut. A white light flashed in their eyes, and all their figures vanished from their original positions in an instant. After putting some distance between himself and the two, Thor's wounds, which were still bleeding profusely, began to rewind as if time had reversed, and all his injuries instantly healed completely. Flames burned in the werewolf's crimson eyes as he coldly declared, "Thor, today is your death day." Thor was not afraid at all, his fighting spirit surging wildly as he said, "A bunch of bandits who covet others' achievements. The gods in the abyss are all rats." Even Mu Feng couldn't refute these words. That makes so much sense. Looking across the entire battlefield, all the gods except for the 2 from the Twilight world are abyssal gods. Although werewolves exist in both the abyss and the starry sky, this werewolf was surrounded by abyssal demonic energy, clearly indicating that he grew up in the abyss. The reason for this outcome lies in the methods used to obtain the origins of the 2 worlds. Every planet in the starry world carries the origin of the world, like pieces of cake that have been divided up. Moreover, in the starry world, with the destruction of each planet, a large number of planets are also condensing and ushering in new life. However, the abyss world is different. It is a large, flat world where all the landforms are connected, so the origin of the world is also a whole. Once the world's origin is taken away, one level of the abyss world will collapse directly. Even the supreme god wouldn't do such a thing, let alone other gods. The gods in the starry sky could easily call the gods of the abyss abyssal rats. The werewolf snorted and said, "The victor is king, the loser is villain. No means are too ruthless. Only the victor can make the final statement." As soon as he finished speaking, a wolf howl pierced the starry sky. The werewolf transformed into a streak of blood-red light, its 5 sharp claws slicing through the void ahead. Then 5 white beams shot toward Thor. Mufong glanced at Caesar beside him and said, "It's time to end this." This statement is a reminder to the other person to stop hiding things. One on the battlefield now. Although their realms are different, they all have the combat power of a high-level true god. Even though Thor's time laws are extremely difficult to deal with, it's already too late to reverse the situation. Caesar nodded seriously, and a large amount of black mist gushed out from his body, wrapping around his black tentacles. Countless black tentacles swarmed towards Thor, carrying the laws of darkness, showing no mercy this time. Thor used the laws of time to evade Caesar's strangulation while also having to confront the werewolves head-on. This time, Mufong didn't rush forward again, but chose to provide support from a distance. The bronze cup reappeared in his hand, and a raging sea of blood instantly formed. Under the combined strangulation of the blood-red hand and black tentacles, Thor's living space was greatly compressed. A red light flashed before his eyes, and Thor narrowly escaped the werewolf's attack. But Thor suddenly felt a pain in his ankle, and then his whole body began to feel incredibly heavy. Looking down, he saw a blood-red hand gripping his ankle. A terrifying force surged from beneath his feet, and Thor felt as if he were being dragged into a sea of blood. A white light appeared in his eyes, as he tried to use the laws of time to reverse time. But just as the white light appeared, a large area of space in front of them collapsed instantly. A beam of blue light pierced through the starry sky, and also through Thor's chest. Divine artifact, Star Shatterer. The long sword turned around in the distance, and, under the control of Mu Feng's divine soul, plunged into Thor's body from behind once again. Thor looked down, staring in disbelief at the long sword protruding from his chest. The long sword appeared out of thin air not far in front of us, without us noticing at all. This is naturally thanks to the laws of emptiness. He was thinking of using time reversal to quickly recover from his injuries. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Thor felt as if his entire body was bound. Right now, the only thing clear in his mind is his body. He screamed wildly in his heart, trying to mobilize the power in his body, but all the power in his body felt like it was stuck in a quagmire. Previously, Mufong was the main attacker, and Thor's attention was entirely focused on Mufong, so even the slightest movement would be noticed. However, Mufong is now providing support from a distance, and he can use all sorts of magical artifacts. Caesar wasn't allowed to lead the attack from the beginning. It was because doing so would have created another problem. The werewolf's figure flashed past rapidly, its sharp claws already raised high, ready to reap lives in the next second. The biggest problem is that the kill reward is stolen. Mu Feng's eyes widened, and the binding power of the 3 lives demon mirror was instantly applied to the werewolf. All the violent divine power surged into the bronze cup in his hand, and Thor was instantly dragged into the sea of blood. Chapter 246, A Great Harvest. The sea of blood was churning, and Thor felt excruciating pain all over his body. A raging sea of blood washed over his body, and his life force was rapidly waning. However, under the binding power of the magic mirror, Thor had no means of resistance. Big brother. A mournful roar echoed from the distant starry sky. Karl transformed into a streak of azure light and arrived before the battlefield. The scarecrow's form blurred for a moment, then returned to the battlefield. Karl was in no better shape at the moment. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Being tortured in the sea of blood, Karl was filled with grief. Looking again at the 4 pairs of scarlet eyes in front of him, his heart was filled with resentment. He was merely a lower-level true god, and even though he was fighting against the weakest scarecrow present, he was already severely injured despite giving it his all. Kill. The werewolf uttered a single, cold word and charged forward. He had been trapped inside the clock for tens of thousands of years and was on the verge of death, but unexpectedly, he was given a chance to live. Although he initiated the attack on this planet, that's why he ended up in this situation. But none of that mattered. It didn't diminish his hatred for the 2 true gods of humanity. Mufong did not choose to attack Karl because he wanted to kill Thor as soon as possible. The law of time still holds a great attraction for Mufong. But when Karl made his move, Mufong immediately dismissed the idea. He wants both of them. The law of gravity. On his way back from where he started, Mufong did not forget the battlefield he had seen. The Star Clan uses the law of gravity, which is formless and intangible. Even the ethereal bodies of the Black Demon Clan cannot withstand the tearing force of gravity, demonstrating its terrifying power. With a wave of his hand, Mufong unleashed a monstrous sea of blood that surged toward him. During this process, the sea of blood gradually shrank in size, and eventually disappeared into the bronze cup. He put away the bronze cup and looked at Carl in the distance. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of blood and rushed out. Any one of the 4 true god powerhouses could kill Carl, let alone the 4 of them working together. In just a few rounds of fighting, Carl had already lost an arm. As the crimson hand pierced through his body, Carl's life came to an end. Mu Feng completed the kill. Congratulations, Lord, on defeating the true god. The rewards are as follows. The power of laws, the law of gravity. Dropped item, true god tier treasure chest. Since advancing to demigod status, the method of leveling up has no longer relied on experience points. The method was changed to obtaining the opponent's laws by killing them, although it was not possible to directly break through the realm. However, the power of laws is the foundation of gods, and the stronger the power of laws, the stronger their combat power. To put it simply, below the level of demigod, one can quickly improve their realm using experience points. However, once you reach the demigod level, the pursuit becomes greater combat power, and the speed of breaking through realms is slowed down. However, this so-called slowdown is only relative. Compared to life in the starry sky, this upgrade speed is also very fast. After all, combat power is the foundation of everything. With combat power, one can plunder everything, territory, faith power, and so on. With these items, you can also upgrade quickly. Mu Feng had once thought to himself that the changes in the Lord's panel were somewhat like nurturing. After all, if Mu Feng had offspring, he would most likely choose this method of raising them as well. Rapidly advancing one's realm below demigod level is harmless, but once one reaches demigod level, it is necessary to solidify one's foundation. Mu Feng's solid foundation allowed him to seamlessly transition to the second stage of demigodhood right after breaking through to demigodhood. Feeling the new laws within his body, Mu Feng felt a surge of joy. The 3 people in the distance instantly arrived beside Mu Feng. Caesar hurriedly said, "Thor, kill him quickly." Seemingly afraid that Mu Feng might forget, she quickly reminded him. Mu Feng suppressed his thoughts and said, "You break through the world barrier, and I'll go kill Thor." Caesar and the Scarecrow both looked at the werewolf, who nodded in agreement to help. The 4 of them then immediately started doing their own things. Without the 2 human gods maintaining the world barrier internally, the time required to break through the world barrier was greatly reduced. Coupled with the internal rebellion and the prolonged absence of the 2 true gods, faith began to waver. Time flies, and 3 months later. 2 months ago, Mu Feng had already killed Thor and received his reward. The power of laws, the law of time. Dropped item, true god-level treasure chest. Divine spell, time and light. Because Thor's realm had reached at least the intermediate true god level, the spoils he obtained also included the opponent's divine magic. The opponent's divine magic is a bit special. It's not the kind of powerful attack that's impressive, but rather something like a passive skill. It appears that Thor didn't use any divine magic during the battle, but in reality, his opponent was using it the entire time. The law of time is very powerful, but correspondingly, if the law of time is not fully developed, its power is pitifully weak. Thor's time laws were weak, but his opponent took a different approach. With the enhancement of time and light, the power of his time laws was greatly increased, resulting in such power. However, there are pros and cons whenever Thor uses the laws of time. The opponent's lifespan is also reduced under the influence of the light and shadow of time. Without reaching the level of a supreme god, there is no eternal life. However, this kind of problem will not occur with Mu Feng. Alright, go inside quickly. Caesar's urgent voice pulled Mu Feng back to reality. In just 3 short months, it is impossible to completely break through the world barrier. However, opening a small passage to let 4 people in is not a problem. As the 3 withdrew their power, the small passage rapidly healed under the influence of the world's laws. Fortunately, all 4 were true god-level experts, and their speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them had already arrived in the world. The divine power swept across the entire world, finally settling on Holy Light City No. 1. Arriving at the foot of that towering tree, we saw a pool of multicolored water. The Scarecrow trembled slightly when it saw the magic potion by the pond. This is what he has always dreamed of. The moment to defy fate begins. The Scarecrows are not a high-level race, so it's quite a miracle that they've grown all the way to a mid-level true god. Otherwise, Caesar wouldn't have considered the other party a friend. The werewolf standing nearby darted around, clearly having designs on the potion. His bloodline isn't very strong either, so breaking through to the level of a main god is a long way off. He cleared his throat, just about to speak. Caesar's cold eyes swept over them instantly, the meaning of which was very clear. Chapter 247 On-the-Spot Persuasion to Surrender. The werewolf met the other's gaze, feeling little fear. After all, he was a high-ranking true god. The reason he was defeated by Thor was because of Thor's strange artifact. But the werewolf wasn't stupid. He immediately looked at Mu Feng. As long as Mu Feng expresses his willingness to help the scarecrow, the werewolf can use the excuse of Mu Feng helping him escape to back down gracefully. If Mu Feng doesn't care about this, then the werewolf really should try to steal it. Of course, most importantly, if Mu Feng makes a move, the werewolf doesn't have the strength to steal it. Mu Feng's eyes swept around the room before finally meeting the scarecrow's expectant gaze. Without any hesitation, Mu Feng immediately said, "The spoils of war were distributed in advance, so it would be best if you, sir, did not cause any more trouble." The werewolf smiled and said, "What are you saying? You saved my life, so naturally I have no intention of offending you." What he said was exactly what he was thinking. Because Mu Feng is really too terrifying. Although their realm is only that of a lower-level true god, their combat power is absolutely incomparable. If Thor's laws of time weren't so troublesome, any other high-ranking true god would probably have been dealt with long ago. Seeing that the werewolf had no intention of causing trouble, Caesar changed the subject and said, "Scarecrow, you stay here and guard the potion. I'll go set up the origin siphoning array. Give me the blueprints for the formation," Mu Feng said at the opportune moment. Caesar readily agreed, tossing a parchment scroll in front of Mu Feng, where it hovered in the air. The main reason is that this kind of thing is not rare. Most true gods and powerful beings possess it. However, without the right channels, it is difficult to obtain. Next, we just need to wait for the potion to mature, then drain the world's essence, and we can leave this place. Caesar and the scarecrow went about their own business, while the werewolf and Mu Feng were left with nothing to do. Mu Feng enveloped himself in the void laws and went off to cultivate alone. The moment Mu Feng gained insight into the laws of time, he had already grasped them. The opportunity to break through to the level of a mid-level true god. To become a mid-level true god, one needs to condense all one's essence into a fruit, which is divine magic. However, Mu Feng had too much essence, making it even more difficult to condense divine techniques. With the blessing of the time law, Mu Feng can reverse his own time and gradually condense all the essence. As the power of time reversal was applied to Mu Feng, although his aura remained unchanged, the memories in his mind returned to 3 years ago. This is not a recollection, but rather a reversal of time, presenting memories perfectly before your eyes. The simple thatched hut reappeared before his eyes. Looking at the familiar towering ancient trees around him, Mu Feng immediately walked into the Lord's Hall. Mu Feng's consciousness in the sky was watching all of this, gazing back at his past. Near a world outside of star systems. The angel god Aya had a sorrowful expression on his face, and his eyes reflected the distant star system. She's already considering retreating, since the opponent's strength is indeed evenly matched, and there's no point in continuing the fight. Moreover, what motivated her to come here and start a war was nothing more than the anger in her heart. Although 2 demigods and tens of millions of angels were lost, the foundation was not shaken in essence. However, if the fighting continues, the losses might be even greater. As a crimson beam of light swept across the starry sky from afar, Aya sighed helplessly and said, "Let's fight." Although the angel race was the one on the offensive, the opposing side often took the initiative to attack, and they were all like they were on steroids. Crimson light spilled across the starry sky, colliding with pure white holy light. The sound of clashing swords rang in her ears as Lolita clashed with an angel of the same realm. Lolita whispered, "Let's abandon the darkness and embrace the light. There's no point in continuing this fight." Siluo exerted force with her longsword, sending Lolita flying. He pointed his longsword directly at his opponent and said coldly, "Traitor to the angel race, you must atone with your death." Lolita sighed and said, "You don't understand the power of that world." Crimson and white lines collided in the starry sky, and the two clashed once more. During the battle, Lolita spoke again, saying, "The one fighting Aya is only an avatar of the Lord, and there is not just one true God in the world, but 5. After a brief collision, the two separated again. Siluo's expression darkened, because she felt that the other party did not seem to be lying to her. The main reason is that the true God who fought against Aya already knew her identity as a vampire. However, the one they were facing was an energy entity. I had originally thought of some special method, but after the other party explained it, I suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. As she pondered, Lolita charged forward again, her blood-red long sword slashing down with it. Siluo raised her long sword to parry. Lolita spoke again. Don't think that retreating will solve everything. I know the Lord's character. Once he has the chance, he will definitely invade the bright world. The two exerted their strength again, causing each other to retreat a great distance. Siluo gazed at the other person and said, "What evidence do you have?" Lolita's face lit up with joy. It seemed there was hope. He took out a bead, and inside the bead were the auras of 4 true gods. This was prepared by Lolita in advance. After all, if you want the other party to join, you need to provide overwhelming evidence of their strength. When the presidents of the 4 major chambers of commerce heard Lolita say this, they cooperated with her without any hesitation. Siluo sensed the aura of the 4 true gods, and her expression changed drastically. He and Lolita are at the same level, both at the 3rd stage of demigods, so he has that much insight. After only a brief hesitation, she said, "Give me the things." As soon as he finished speaking, the two collided again. During the brief exchange, Lolita threw out a blood-red orb, which Siluo caught. After 2 days of fighting, both sides ceased hostilities and rested. Silva returned to the moving angel castle and then immediately went back to her room. Sacred runes appeared on the walls, isolating the room from the outside world. He took out the crimson sphere given to him by Lolita, hesitated briefly, and then immediately swallowed it in one gulp. The aura of holy light emanating from her began to transform, turning into a raging crimson hue. The transformation of an angel into a blood angel is not difficult in essence. It only requires a catalyst. There are many ways to obtain this catalyst, among which the blood angel can be easily condensed. A flash of blood-red light appeared in Siluo's eyes, and she transformed into a blood angel. Chapter 248 Continue Fighting. This transformation is not just a matter of attributes. The most direct impact is on strength and the constraints of bloodline. Siluo's original combat power could only be considered that of an ordinary 3rd stage demigod. Although his realm hasn't improved, his strength has increased by at least 20%. And then there's the most troublesome bloodline constraint. Siluo's original talent was at best only at the 4th stage of demigod. However, given her current bloodline strength, Siluo believes she has a chance to break through to the true god realm. While feeling joyful, I didn't forget what I needed to do next. Naturally, we need to recruit more people to join us. However, these things can't be rushed. We need to carefully consider each person's personality before taking action. For example, the left-wing angel is clearly a very good candidate. A day passed in this way. Aya summoned all the angels and demigods to a meeting in the City of Angels. The issue to be discussed is quite clear, whether or not the war should continue. As soon as Aya raised the question, Siluo immediately stepped forward. She came to the center of the hall, bowed, and said, "Your Excellency, the vampires have transformed tens of millions of our angels. This grudge cannot go unavenged." Siluo, of course, would not let the war end just like that. She wanted to recruit more people to join her cause. The left-wing angel also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I agree with what Siluo said. The glory of angels must be defended." Apart from those two, the other angels actually have no idea whether the war will continue. After all, the vampires on the other side are very powerful, but they have not yet shown overwhelming strength. It is common for wars to reach a stalemate. The other angels did not stand up to oppose it, and the left-wing angel and Silo strongly recommended war. I had thought about it for a long time and also felt that it made sense. And so the war continued. 2 days later, another war broke out, which lasted for 3 days. That is, 5 days later. Aya convened another meeting. Looking at the angels below, she said, "I don't think the war needs to continue." As before, Siluo and the left-wing angel stepped forward again. They said things like, "The glory of angels needs to be defended. We can't just slink back like this, or it will affect the angels' faith." Aya was immediately overwhelmed with a headache. Last time, the two of them had strongly opposed the withdrawal of troops, but this time she had made up her mind. Just as she was about to speak, 2 more angels and demigods stepped forward. The 2 women bowed deeply and said, "Lord, the vampires have caused us to lose millions of troops. We cannot swallow such hatred." Seeing that 4 demigods on the scene were already objecting, Aya wavered again on the idea of withdrawing his troops. Then another war broke out. 5 days later, Aya once again suggested withdrawing the troops, and everyone assumed that it would be those same 4 people who would oppose it again. But to everyone's surprise, apart from the remaining 2nd stage demigod, all the other demigods present stepped forward. They bowed in unison and said, "We are willing to fight to the death for our Lord." Their eyes were filled with hatred, as if they wanted to tear the vampires apart. Seeing the astonishing cohesion of the angel race, Aya couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. His fighting spirit was reignited, and the idea of retreating was suppressed once again. After yet another war, Aya sat on the throne and said, "I have decided to withdraw my troops. You need not say anything more." But to her surprise, no one stood up to object this time. She nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that this angelic deity still possessed authority. He got up and walked out of the main hall. Beyond the vast city of angels, one can see a dazzling starry sky. Outside the main hall, angels stood suspended in midair, their white wings fluttering behind them. Seeing this, Aya couldn't help but look surprised. Why did the army of angels gather? The next moment, a deafening sound rang out. "We are all willing to fight to the death. Why does your majesty the true God speak of retreat?" Aya was completely stunned. The reason she wants to withdraw her troops now is actually quite simple. Because an angelic demigod has fallen. It was the second stage demigod who did not stand up to oppose the retreat that day. And behind her, the angels and demigods looked at each other in bewilderment. Is there any need to keep pretending? Aya sighed and said helplessly, "My people, I know how you feel, but the vampires on the other side are incredibly powerful. Continuing to fight will only increase casualties." The left-wing angel stepped forward and said, "My lord, you have repeatedly spoken of retreating the troops. Could you be a spy for the vampires?" Aya's breath hitched, and her face flushed red with anger. She angrily declared, "I am the true god of angels. How could I possibly betray the angel race?" The right-wing angel also stepped forward and said, "If that's the case, then why are you so afraid of the vampires on the other side? Your lordship has fought against vampire powerhouses several times, and each time it ended in a draw." I didn't know what to say at that moment. But it's clear now that retreating is impossible. I don't know what's wrong with these angels. They insist on fighting the vampires to the death. With Aya's latest compromise, the war continues. Amidst the vast starry sky, Aya stared at the illusory energy entity opposite her, and for a moment, she gritted her teeth in hatred. The surrounding flames were raging, the space before him was distorting, and his divine power was overwhelming. Aya didn't bother to say anything more to Mu Feng at this moment, and charged forward with her long sword in hand. Mu Feng distorted as he engaged in battle with Aya once again. Since the two sides were evenly matched, Aya naturally had no interest in observing the distant places. Moreover, the battlefield of true god-level powerhouses is exceptionally large in scale, and their movements, whether flashing back and forth, have even exceeded the scope of a star system. In a starry sky, Silu sipped her tea, gazing at the distant battlefield, and exclaimed in amazement, "Our lord is quite capable." Upon hearing this, even Charlotte, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although Aya is not a super-level being, she is considered one of the strongest among mid-level true gods. Lydia, who was standing to the side, did not comment, but instead asked a different question. How many angels are left now? The left-winged angel pondered for a moment and said, "Probably half." Lalevi also spoke up, saying, "Give the rest of you a try and be as quick as possible." All the angels and demigods standing nearby nodded seriously. The situation across the entire star battlefield is extremely strange. Half of the angels face the dark elves as their opponents. Chapter 249, The Hunter. However, due to the characteristics of the dark demons, they find it difficult to kill the opposing angels, and similarly, the angels find it difficult to kill them. It looks like the fight is quite intense. However, a closer look at the record shows that both sides are tied at 0-0. The remaining half of the angel army will naturally face the vampires. The vampires are exceptionally ferocious, and hero-level combatants are everywhere. The number of players at the king level is outrageous. In a war where the strong cannot be determined and the lower-ranking soldiers are massacred, they are easily tempted to have other ideas. Twilight World. To speed up the potion's maturation, the Scarecrow brought out all of his stockpiled world essence. Under normal circumstances, it would take more than 10 years, a time span that would be like a snap of the fingers for a true god. But the Scarecrow didn't want to drag it out any longer, since things might change if it did. Fueled by the origins of the extra world, the potion has reached full maturity. Caesar's origin siphon array has also been completed. He said to the empty space in front of him, "Everything is ready." Mu Feng's figure appeared instantly. Although he had not broken through to the middle-level true god, his aura had become much stronger. Mu Feng said, "Then let's get started." Everyone present nodded, swept up in the Scarecrow's spiritual power. The potion gradually detached from the ground and was collected into his pocket. Caesar also activated the primal siphon array, causing the entire Twilight world to tremble violently. Mu Feng's figure disappeared from the spot and arrived on the distant ocean. He had not forgotten Shenfeng. Once the world's origin was drained, the world would also be destroyed. Even a king-level being couldn't survive such a disaster. Although one can step into the starry sky, there is nowhere to go. Mu Feng conjured a void kingdom in his hand and directly took a small island below into his possession. After doing all this, he went up to the sky and joined the others. Caesar was constantly operating the primal siphon array. A large amount of colorful energy gushed out from the center of the magic circle, all of which gathered in the rhombus-shaped crystal above. As the essence of the world flowed in, the rhombus-shaped crystal began to shimmer with iridescent light. The sprawling, crisscrossing vines withered, and the colossal trees that reached the sky collapsed with a deafening roar. Countless lives are wailing and praying. Unfortunately, the god who listened to their prayers has fallen. As for those demigods, they had already scattered like birds and beasts the moment the true god fell. They are demigods, and whether they establish their own kingdoms or join other territories, they have a bright future. The earth cracked open, seawater flooded in, and a terrifying apocalyptic scene unfolded in this world. With the loss of the world's origin, a vast expanse of land, stretching for thousands of miles, floated up out of thin air. The azure world barrier flickered for a moment, then went out completely. From that moment on, the world lost his life. Unable to maintain its perfect sphere any longer, the world is falling apart. A huge rhombus-shaped crystal shot into the sky and hovered in front of everyone. Caesar split the enormous crystal in two, one half of which floated to Mu Feng's front. This was something we discussed beforehand, Caesar said. Mu Feng directly took the source into his possession, and a smile appeared on his face. The amount of this world's origin is enormous, almost the same as the world's origin that was the grand finale at the Piltover auction house last time. And this is only half of the Twilight world. The werewolf god watched with envy, feeling extremely jealous. Caesar then tossed out a parchment scroll, saying, "This is a communication scroll. We can use it to contact each other in the future." This collaboration was very pleasant, and the three of them had a very good impression of each other. Mu Feng accepted the communication scroll and said, "If anything like this happens again, feel free to come to me." As an evil god of the abyss, his conquests will never cease, much like Mu Feng's. After exchanging a few more words, Mu Feng left the ravaged planet and embarked on his journey back. Since the world has been destroyed, the teleportation array is naturally unusable. However, if the world doesn't perish, Mu Feng won't be able to obtain its world origin. Therefore, the way back is the same as the way we came. We can only use the most primitive method. I came with curiosity about the starry sky and anticipation for the origin of the world, so I didn't feel bored. But on the way back now, I feel a bit helpless. After about 5 days, Mu Feng had reached the halfway point of his journey. Suddenly, he stopped moving rapidly, looked at the surrounding starry sky, and felt that something was wrong. He walked the same way he came, without noticing anything unusual along the way. As he stopped, the surrounding starry sky immediately underwent a dramatic change. Pure white, crystalline threads crisscrossed the starry sky, forming enormous spider webs. One end of the spider web is fixed in space, and it unfolds out of thin air. A spider the size of a star slowly appeared on the spider web. Mu Feng's gaze did not linger on the spider, but instead he kept looking around. Giant spider webs surrounded Mu Feng from all sides. There are many spiders crawling on the spider web, but without exception, they are all very large. Each one was the size of a star, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, "This is the divine realm." When a true god breaks through to the level of a main god, he transforms his own territory, which is the great world, into a divine kingdom within his body. However, the power of the supreme god is far more than that. The divine kingdom only represents the core of the supreme god, not the whole. Those territories that did not transform into divine kingdoms will be gathered together by the mighty power of the supreme gods, and what will ultimately be presented is the divine realm. In the divine realm ranges from hundreds to tens of thousands, depending mainly on the power of the main god. Mu Feng looked up and saw a huge spider web stretching endlessly overhead. Spiders the size of stars swarmed densely, and besides the spiders, countless stars were entwined in the enormous spider web, like butterflies falling into the web. As Mu Feng's gaze fell upon them, the spider, which had been moving, instantly froze, as if it were a wooden puppet. Knowing the enemy's strength and cunning, Mu Feng wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. With a wave of his hand, a void was thrown out, gnawing a hole in the giant spider web. Mufeng's actions thoroughly enraged the spider swarm. Threads of crystalline silk coiled in from all directions, each carrying immense divine power. A void realm suddenly appeared behind him, and then his size rapidly increased. Chapter 250 All-Out Attack. At the same time, the law of gravity also came into play, with immense gravitational forces exerting their influence across this starry sky. Gravity pulled the spider's silk, dragging them all into the void. Mufeng transformed into a streak of blood-red light, followed by a vast void kingdom, and rushed towards the gap in the spider's silk. Seemingly sensing Mufeng's intentions, the giant spiders swarmed towards the gap. A beam of black light emanated from the void behind Mufeng, annihilating a large number of spiders. This attack intimidated the spider swarm, and for a moment no spider dared to fill the gap. Just as Mufeng was about to break free, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he quickly darted to the side. A cold light descended from above, blocking Mufeng's path to break through. The enormous spider legs resembled pillars supporting the starry sky, and their terrifying size inspired fear. After regaining his balance, Mufeng looked up along the spider's legs. His gaze gradually turned serious, and then a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Because even with his normal visual limit, he couldn't see the spider's body. The size of just one spider leg was already beyond the field of vision. After using the vampire's detection abilities, Mufeng finally saw the huge, yet blurry figure, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. The spider had a ghostly face on its abdomen, and its 6 eyes gleamed with an eerie green light as it stared at Mufeng. Mufeng was currently located directly beneath that giant spider. A gigantic spider stretched across the starry sky, surrounded by countless stars. Mufeng sensed the other party's life level, and his eyes grew increasingly gloomy. This is a chief god, and a high-ranking chief god at that. At the starting point, although Mufeng had a record of killing a high-level god, the diamond mammoth and the giant spider in front of him could not be compared. Any of the laws or methods of the starting point, they relied solely on their own brute force. However, this does not mean that the physical strength of life there is necessarily greater than that of life outside, but only that the average level is higher. After all, looking across the vast starry sky, there are countless races that value the physical body. While these races value the physical body, they are not without other abilities. The place of origin sounds impressive, but in reality, it's a backward place that can't keep up with the times. Mufeng put aside all his contempt and unleashed his strongest fighting power ever. 3 fragments of the magic mirror emerged from his body and surrounded him. A raging sea of blood surged beneath his feet, and the bronze cups silently floated beneath his feet. He held the divine artifact, Shattered Star, in his hand, as crackling crimson lightning danced through the void. The light of various laws surged from his body, and his powerful divine might swept across the boundless starry sky. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the Shattering Star Sword, its light crisscrossing the starry sky and shattering the stars. The giant spider leg in front of me blurred for a moment, then disappeared instantly. Alarm bells rang in Mufeng's mind, and he once again dashed away into the distance. The spider legs descended from above at incredible speed, shattering the space at the point of impact and sending numerous spatial fragments hurtling in all directions. The spider in front of us is ridiculously large, but that doesn't mean it's slow. Before Mufeng could even catch his breath, another spider leg descended from above. This time, Mufeng didn't dodge too far. Instead, he stayed close to the spider's legs to avoid it. He slashed the shattered star in his hand toward the spider's leg, and a huge burst of fire, like a star exploding, was instantly reflected in his eyes. When the firelight extinguished the flames, the spider legs in front of them were completely unharmed. Mufeng transformed into a streak of blood-red light, and immediately headed away into the distance. Spider legs drooped down one by one behind him, smashing the space in their path. A void realm suddenly appeared around Mufeng, and pure black annihilation light bombarded upwards. The spider's enormous, grotesque face on its abdomen curled into a sinister smile before opening its massive maw. The annihilation beam twisted like a spring, then fell into the ghost face like noodles. The giant ghost face slowly closed. Mufeng had already reached the edge of the spider web when the Void Kingdom gnawed open another gap, and he immediately leaped out. The giant ghost face opened its mouth again, and a spider web shot out from it. During flight, the spider web gradually grows larger. In the end, it will be enough to encompass countless stars. The light of annihilation bombarded the spider web. crackling sound, as if it were being corroded. Annihilation Beam can affect spider webs, but its destructive power is quite limited due to the immense energy within them. A giant spider web formed a canopy overhead, pressing down on Mufeng. As the Annihilation Light retreated, Mufeng simply shut down the Void Kingdom. A deep roar of a lion echoed across the vast starry sky, and crimson lightning surged forth. A terrifying surge of lightning energy shot into the sky, instantly tearing the giant spider web apart. The spider's abdomen outlined a grotesque, smiling face, its expression slightly stiffening, as if it hadn't expected this scene. The green flames in its 6 eyes flickered even more intensely, as if a raging fire was brewing within it. It's just a dessert of godlike quality, yet it's so tricky. The ghost face opened its mouth wide and spat out another spider web at Mufeng. Mufeng turned around and went upwards, but his body continued to flee into the distance. Seeing the giant spider launch another attack, Mufeng immediately steeled his resolve. He raised the shattered star high in his hand, and a terrifying crimson aura permeated the boundless expanse. In the dim light, a ram-headed monster stood upright behind Mufeng. The giant axe in its hand was also raised high, and as Mufeng's longsword fell, the ram-headed monster also swung down its axe. The sharp edge tore through the void, revealing the deep void before everyone's eyes. The space in the starry sky is almost all of the same intensity, except for some special places. The abyss is different. Its space increases progressively. The higher the level of the abyss, the more solid the space becomes. To completely tear space apart in the starry sky, one must unleash destructive power at the level of a supreme god. If it doesn't reach the level of the supreme god, then it's similar to tempered glass. You can break the glass, but the whole piece of glass remains intact. The giant spider seemed to sense the terror of the attack, and its 2 front legs crossed in front of it. Whoosh! The sharp, cold light sliced through the spider's defenses as easily as cutting tofu, instantly snapping off its 2 massive legs. And the cold light remained powerful, striking the spider heavily. Chapter 251 Eternal Bloodline. The sharp, cold light left hideous and terrifying wounds on the giant spider's body. The grotesque face on the spider's abdomen began to contort, as if it were suppressing pain. But at the same time, he also became even angrier. The demon's mouth opened wide, forming a ball of light in front of it, which was constantly accumulating energy. As the energy reached a critical point, a beam of emerald green light pierced through the starry sky. Mufeng's eyes were slightly downcast. He was in a very bad mood. Blood-red runes appeared on his arm as he slowly raised it above his head. The high school and low school students shouted, "Come, second familiar, Capricorn shield." With a whoosh, a huge shield appeared out of thin air in the space in front of them. The shield is covered with intricate and crisscrossing patterns, and its massive, star-like size gives people a sense of security. A green beam of light pierced through the starry sky and struck the shield heavily. At the point where the beam struck, green energy began to flow in all directions from the grooves in the shield's pattern. As the bombardment continued for longer, more and more green energy accumulated in the grooves of the pattern. When the groove was 1/5 full, the giant spider finally couldn't hold on any longer. The green beam of light began to slowly dissipate. Mufeng's eyes narrowed, and he uttered a low shout. "Go!" A beam of emerald green light shot out from the shield, returning it directly to the giant spider. The beam of light struck the right side of the spider's body, causing it to begin to shift to the left. Large amounts of minced meat were scattered across the starry sky, completely obscuring the light from the spider's form. The beam of light remained powerful, continuing its trajectory into the distance. A roar echoed through the starry sky, and the spider before them became incredibly enraged. The 6 compound eyes stared at Mufeng with a sinister look, but did not launch another attack. Although the vampire in front of me is of a low cultivation level, he is extremely difficult to deal with using all sorts of methods. For a hunter, targeting such prey is clearly unwise, as there are easier prey to hunt. Despite her immense anger, she could only watch helplessly as Mufeng left. After Mufeng left, his injuries began to slowly heal. Mufeng's figure swept quickly through the starry sky, and his overall condition was not very good. Although he was not injured, he was somewhat listless. He can use the power of the familiars within his body, but without providing them with essence blood, their power is very limited. The divine sheep Vajra and the Capricorn shield is entirely the result of providing essence blood. The loss of 2 drops of essence blood also made Mufeng feel unwell. However, it wasn't entirely without gains. Previously, the Void Kingdom had created a breach, and a large number of spiders went to fill the gap. Among them were a considerable number of demigods, all of whom were instantly killed by Mu Feng. Therefore, Mu Feng obtained the spider's power of law, as well as some demigod-level treasure chests. Mu Feng is now absolutely certain that once an enemy reaches the demigod realm, killing them will guarantee a treasure chest drop. The spider's power of law is called the Law of Amplification. It's quite simple and straightforward. It can amplify all of one's own power, making it an extremely powerful support ability. With this rule, Mu Feng is essentially carrying a buff that increases all his attributes. Not daring to linger in the starry sky, Mu Feng pushed his speed to the limit. 5 days later, they returned to the world of Neuro. The loss of essence and blood does not mean that one is seriously injured. It just means that one's energy is somewhat weak and one feels listless. As they approached the Neuro world, Mu Feng glanced at the edge of the star system and was slightly taken aback. The war with the angels continues, but the scenes on the battlefield are extremely bizarre. Mu Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, because looking across the entire battlefield, apart from Aya and his own illusory law image, almost everyone else was putting on an act. The entire angel race, all the angel demigods, were transformed into blood angels, but this was not revealed. The angels below the level of demigods have already reached 80% of their transformation level. After this period of war, the strength of the vampire soldiers has increased dramatically. King-level combatants are no longer a rare commodity. They are almost ubiquitous in the army. It could even be said that the current king is only a low-ranking officer in Mu Feng's army, while only the Saint Spirit level can be considered to have some status. Moreover, the number of demigods has also increased. Besides the heroes you summon yourself, many of the units you summon in the early game, such as Rosa and Tina, have already reached the demigod level. Among the heroes under his command, Charlotte and Lydia have already reached the second stage of demigod strength. Because both of them were already powerful individuals, they had already memorized the power of the laws, so their breakthrough speed was extremely fast. Instead of continuing to pay attention to the battlefield, Mu Feng decided to focus on recovering himself first. Upon returning to the vampire capital, he immediately went back to his room. Then he bit down on Eiffel's fair neck and sucked up mouthfuls of blood. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, still feeling unsatisfied. Fortunately, someone came knocking on our door at that moment. Celine's aura surged into the sky somewhere in the capital, then vanished in a flash and returned to calm. She didn't make a big fuss and appeared quite low-key. After all, demigods are no longer among the top combat forces in this world, and there is no need for them to show off. Sensing Mu Feng's presence, Shalinti immediately went to Mu Feng's room. Originally, I wanted to share my joy, but before I could even see the scene in front of me clearly, I was pulled into the bed curtains. 2 hours later, Aphrodite and Shalinti left the room together, Shalinti looking somewhat dejected. In contrast, Eiffel, though his eyes showed a hint of fatigue, had an expression full of excitement on his face. Shalinti was a little puzzled and said, "I'm almost anemic. Why are you so excited?" Although Ethelil's strength is not very high, and he is currently only a holy spirit, the other party is the Lord's personal blood servant, and his status is absolutely unquestionable. Upon hearing this, Eiffel said excitedly, "Serving the Lord is an honor in itself, and I have also benefited greatly from it." For example, Shalinti asked, puzzled. She really couldn't understand it. She was practically being drained dry. What good could come of that? Upon hearing this, Eiffel raised his head proudly and said with considerable arrogance, "My bloodline level is now eternal." Shalinti's pupils shrank instantly. Could the eternity the other party was referring to be the eternal God King? The life of the supreme deity is linked to the divine kingdom. As long as the divine kingdom does not perish, their lifespan will last forever. Hence they are given the title of immortal supreme deity. Chapter 252, Simple and Brutal. Above the immortal gods is the eternal God King. The life of the supreme deity is at least intertwined with the divine kingdom, but the divine king is entirely different. Their lifespan has transcended this limitation, allowing them to sit alone and watch the passage of time. The lifespan of a life is still very important in the starry sky. Long-lived species like high-ranking vampires are extremely rare in the starry sky. Even other supreme gods might not possess such monstrous abilities. Take, for example, the celestial race, a high-ranking bloodline among humans. The other party's lifespan is limited. As for the other supreme gods, demons, and even the star race, although they are also supreme gods, their lifespans are limited. This clearly demonstrates just how terrifying the innate ability of immortal beings is. The other party's growth talent has now reached the level of eternal God King, which means that he is now a high-level god, a true immortal being. While shocked, Salandi also had a question in her mind. Servant beside Mu Feng possess such a level of growth talent? Shalandi was unaware that the being who had been suppressing her all along was the true ancestor of the vampires. Inside the room, although the blood of the two men was not enough to make up for his losses, it was only a drop in the ocean. But it doesn't matter. The true ancestor's recovery ability is terrifying, and Mu Feng's current state is only temporary. Moreover, he doesn't need to recover. His powerful bloodline level will automatically replenish it. Mu Feng's consciousness is now lost in time, gazing at his past. Following the scenes he had witnessed in the Twilight World, Mu Feng's understanding became even clearer. Time passed second by second, and Mu Feng kept looking at his past self. As his strength increased, the abilities of the true ancestor bloodline were gradually unlocked, and the drop of treasure chests marked his progress. The first time I summoned a familiar, the first time I ventured into the abyss, the first time I set foot in the starry sky. Every detail was reflected in Mu Feng's eyes, allowing him to see himself more clearly. Time passed by second. Mu Feng saw the bustling capital of the vampire clan. Eiffel and Shalini left the room, leaving him alone to meditate with his eyes closed. Mu Feng opened his eyes in the room and looked at himself gazing into the endless space and time, a smile appearing on his lips. An invisible aura emanated from him, and he saw himself clearly, understanding all the essence within himself. All the essence-born fruit, condensing into its own divine magic. His cultivation level has also reached that of a mid-level true god. What puzzled Mu Feng was that he actually possessed 3 divine arts. These are, respectively, the Sea of Blood, the Kingdom of Blood, and the Triple Rashomon. Of these 3 divine arts, the Blood Sea's power left Mu Feng utterly speechless. If he were to give his evaluation, it would be just average. It's so ordinary it couldn't be more ordinary. The Blood Kingdom is indeed something special. It's definitely a powerful killing move. As for the Triple Rashomon, Mu Feng could only describe it as a bug in the world. After some thought, Mu Feng finally understood some things. The 2 divine arts, Blood Sea and Blood Kingdom, were most likely given to him by the true ancestor's bloodline. That is, the divine arts comprehended by the 2 true ancestors mentioned earlier. Without a doubt, the Blood Sea was something that the progenitor Bo Guang comprehended. Because the methods available in the starry universe at that time were relatively limited, the Blood Sea was not very powerful. By the time they reached the Blood Kingdom of the second true ancestor, their abilities had already skyrocketed. As for the Triple Rashomon, there is no doubt that it was created by Mu Feng. The supreme fruit formed from all of its own abilities. He slowly stood up, then pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Eiffel stood gracefully at the door, waiting. When she saw Mu Feng push the door open and come out, a smile immediately appeared on her face. She bowed and said, "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, Master." Mu Feng nodded, and as he walked down the corridor, he asked, "How much time has passed?" Reporting to Master, "It has been almost 3 years." Mu Feng paused, then used the laws of time to sense the current time. The other party wasn't lying. 3 years have passed since they returned from the Twilight World and went into seclusion. However, upon closer reflection, Mu Feng understood. He used the time to peek into his past, not fast-forwarding a single second, looking at it with such meticulous care, like a perverted voyeur. Before going into seclusion, Mu Feng had grown for 3 years, so naturally, he had spent 3 years observing the past. Having grown up to this point, Mu Feng has been in seclusion for a long time. But never before had I been so completely absorbed in this state that I didn't even notice the passage of time in the outside world. In the past, I would always retain a sliver of clarity during my cultivation, paying attention to things happening outside while I was cultivating. After all, you have to summon troops every day, and sometimes you have to sign in. Mu Feng's expression turned sour when the topic of summoned units came up. It's been 3 years since any troops were summoned, resulting in the direct loss of approximately 15 million troops. His face was somewhat grim. He opened the Lord panel and planned to summon today's troops first. However, it shows that it has already been summoned, and today's summoning opportunity has been used up. Mu Feng was slightly taken aback, then released his divine soul to sense the number of vampires in the entire star system. His gaze returned to the Lord's panel, and he said, "You have self-awareness?" Although Mu Feng has been in seclusion for 3 years, the size of his army has not decreased at all, and now it has reached about 23 million. In other words, during the period of seclusion, troops will be automatically summoned every day. If others can't access your Lord's panel, then the problem must lie with the Lord's panel itself. However, the Lord's panel did not respond. A smile appeared on Mu Feng's lips, He felt he was getting closer and closer to the truth. Caesar absorbed the special energy from the Lord's panel, becoming incredibly powerful and leaping to the level of a super-tier being. While he was in seclusion, the Lord panel also showed initiative. The fog obscured our view, but now it seems that a corner of the fog has receded. Mufeng stretched and said to the system, "System, sign in." "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the following items." Special item, myriad stars. Item description, tens of thousands of medium-sized planets. A simple and straightforward reward. Mufeng was speechless at the system's simple and crude approach. However, upon closer reflection, this thing is indeed very useful to Mufeng right now. I previously obtained the world tree by checking in with the system, and now it has taken root and sprouted in my body world. Chapter 253 Instant Kill. Although it is just a seedling now, it looks a bit like a newly sprouted bean sprout. A tender green stem with a green leaf spreading out on each side. It is very small and cute. After thinking for a moment, Mufeng placed a planet directly among the green leaves of the world tree sapling. All the myriad stars are stored within the system space, so there's no need to worry about storage issues. Mufeng is now a mid-level true god, and his inner world is ridiculously large, capable of supporting a planet without any problem. He did this merely to test the world tree. It wasn't actually of much use. After all, it is still in its infancy. A pair of scarlet pupils slowly lowered, staring at the tiny seedling below, a hint of curiosity appearing in their eyes. He stretched out his enormous claws and touched the tiny planet. It's not that the planet is small, but rather that the lion is too big. Just like a normal male lion using its sharp claws to pierce a drop of water. After being nourished by the power of Mufeng's bloodline, Blood Fury's injuries have recovered to about 70 to 80%. Although it has not reached its full strength, it is basically back to normal. Mufeng entered the main hall, his consciousness remaining within his own body as he fiddled with the various new things he had acquired. Outside the Neurostar system, in a room that is both sacred and warm, Aya was secretly observing the outside world. Seeing that no one was around, she immediately picked up her bag. With lightning speed, he burst out of the door. However, as soon as she reached the outside of the hall, she found two angels blocking the entrance on her left and right wings. Aya's face immediately scrunched up as she said, "The war's over, and you won't let me leave. What are you trying to do?" 3 years have passed, and one can imagine the current state of the entire angel race. It's no exaggeration to say that Aya is now a spy infiltrating the Blood Angels. The two holy angels exchanged a glance, and then the angel on the left took out a blood-red sphere. He placed it in front of Aya and said, "My lord, why don't you consider it?" Aya showed no shock, but instead smiled and asked, "What is this thing?" As a true god, I have seen a lot, so how could I not recognize this kind of thing? But all I can say is that this child knows everything, but doesn't want to face it. After all, Aya isn't stupid. She might not have noticed it at first, but 3 years have passed. Even a pig would realize something's wrong. The left-wing angel sighed and said, "My lord, stop running away. Now, you are the only holy angel left in the entire angel race. As for the other angels, they have long since become blood angels, so they cannot be called holy angels." With the result laid bare, Aya's expression began to stiffen. She grabbed the crimson sphere handed to her and then soared into the sky. A dazzling sword light pierced the starry sky, slashing towards the vampire camp on the opposite side. The Phantom of the Law appeared out of thin air, causing ripples in the space and blocking the incoming sword light. The next moment, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and a blood-red sphere floated in front of the illusory image of the law. Aya pointed at the crimson sphere and the Phantom of Law opposite her and roared, "You vampires! You can't beat me, so you resort to dirty tricks, huh? Come on, let's fight to the death today." The illusory image of the law opposite did not answer. Its body began to twist and then transformed into a streak of light, rushing towards the star system. Just as Aya was filled with doubt, the real Mufeng appeared in the starry sky. Aya sensed the aura emanating from the other person. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she exclaimed, "You!" She was so shocked that she could hardly speak. Mufeng's gaze swept past Aya and landed on the army of angels who had come with her. He nodded in satisfaction. Looking around, although a holy aura permeated the air, he could sense that they were all blood angels. With his gaze fixed on Aya again, Mufeng said, "This farce should end now." Aya immediately became alert, her body radiating a holy aura, and she became extremely focused. The space in front of me suddenly distorted. The battle is over. When Aya woke up, she was completely bewildered. She had no idea what had happened. She was now in a dungeon, trapped inside by cold iron bars and hard walls. He felt his own strength, touched the cold iron fence with his hand, and sighed helplessly. His own strength was greatly suppressed, and the iron fence in front of him was ridiculously hard. Footsteps echoed in the dimly lit corridor. Mu Feng arrived at the dungeon. He casually tossed a blood-red bead onto the ground and said, "Here, take this back." This blood-red bead is the catalyst for an angel's transformation into a blood angel. It was the one given to him by the left-wing angel. Aya turned her head to the side, striking a tough pose. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, "Since you don't want to transform into a blood angel, then stay here for the rest of your life." To be honest, the combat power of a mid-level true god is no longer very important to Mu Feng. However, he did not intend to kill the other party, because this was, after all, the dungeon of the Lord's Hall's underground world, and it would be a bit inappropriate for it to always be empty. It is not important to Mu Feng, who is now wealthy and powerful. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he walked away into the distance, leaving Aya stunned. She grabbed the iron bars and tried to squeeze her head through the gap. At the same time, he hurriedly shouted, "Say a few more words. Say a few more words, and maybe I'll agree." Mu Feng naturally heard it, but he didn't reply. He decided to leave the other party waiting for a while until he was completely obedient. Upon returning to the vampire capital, Mu Feng frowned slightly. Looking at Eiffel beside him, Mu Feng asked, "Has something happened in the capital?" Although Mu Feng didn't say he had noticed anything, Eiffelier was quite clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to keep Mu Feng by his side for so long. Eiffel immediately replied, "Master, today is the day of the Chamber of Commerce's auction." Mu Feng nodded. No wonder he sensed many powerful auras in the world. There are as many as 100 demigods and more than 10 true gods. The 4 major chambers of commerce have long since merged and established their headquarters in Neuro World. Such a grand auction would naturally be held at headquarters. Although the presidents of the 4 major chambers of commerce were all true god-level experts, Mu Feng did not include them in the battle lineup. Instead, they let them continue to run the Chamber of Commerce, bringing them enormous wealth. Of course, this is under the condition that actual combat power is not needed. If it is really needed, they will still be included in the combat sequence. Chapter 254, Within the Royal Capital. Mu Feng had been in seclusion for 3 years and planned to visit the Blood Clan's capital. The next moment, he concealed his aura. Note that it is about restraining one's aura, not hiding it. Mu Feng never deliberately hides his cultivation level. Because he is the face of the entire territory, the pillar of the territory, playing those tricks is simply a sign of someone's brain being kicked by a donkey. Walking on the wide bluestone road, looking at the dazzling array of shops on both sides, Mu Feng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. A group of people walked over from a distance, and Mu Feng immediately recognized their identities. This group consists entirely of Earth Lords. Each person wore a pentagonal badge on their chest. Some had 3 points lit up, while others had all 4. They represent 3-star knights and 4-star knights, respectively. Of all the Lord worlds currently available, Neuro is definitely the safest. Because they are all under the rule of the vampires, war between them has been fundamentally avoided. As the world has been upgraded to a great world, the number of wild monsters has surged, and they have no shortage of sources of experience points. Moreover, there are newly designated trial grounds, which are also open to the public. Mu Feng's protection, these Blue Star Lords truly felt as if they were playing a game. These Blue Star Lords, being under Mu Feng's rule, also brought him the power of faith. Of course, many of them harbored fantasies of overthrowing the vampire clan. But it doesn't matter anyway. The gap between Mu Feng and them is even greater than the gap between an ant and a giant elephant. I came to the front of a shop and glanced inside. A dwarf was arranging weapons on a rack, including many enchanted weapons and some magical weapons. Such a shop is definitely considered second-rate in the entire vampire capital. Vampires don't need such weapons at all, but Mu Feng's territory isn't entirely populated by vampires. Since such shops exist, there must be people who need them. A Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled a bicycle frame to a stop in front of the shop, and a young man in his 20s jumped off the bicycle. He shouted to the dwarves inside, "Come and unload the goods quickly." Mu Feng looked at the young man in his early 20s in front of him, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. The young man also noticed Mu Feng, but after a couple of glances, he stopped paying attention and went back to his work. Although the two had never met, Mu Feng recognized the other. When I first arrived in the Lord's world, it was this Blue Star Lord who provided me with iron ore. His name is Li Qing. At this moment, Li Qing was wearing a 5-pointed star badge on his chest, and the entire star was lit up. He is a genuine 5-star knight. This means that the opponent's strength has reached the hero level, and they have been registered as a valuable lord in the vampire clan. The previous 4-star knights corresponded to 4 realms, but to reach the 5-star knight level, one needs to be examined by the vampires. Mu Feng was in a pretty good mood when someone patted him on the shoulder. He didn't turn back, but walked along the street toward the more bustling parts of the capital. Standing beside him, remarked with admiration, "I really didn't expect you to have secured these 4 merchant guilds so quickly." The one who just patted him on the shoulder was, of course, Caesar. As a longtime customer of Piltover Trading Company, they were naturally on the invitation list for this auction. Mu Feng didn't answer the question, but instead asked, "Do you know what items the auction house is selling this time?" Caesar looked surprised and said, "This merchant guild is yours, right? You still don't know what to sell." He had barely finished speaking when he sensed the aura emanating from Mu Feng. He had already reached the level of a mid-level true god. The twisting of his tentacles reflected the turmoil in his heart. However, he also realized that the other party must have been in seclusion for the past 3 years, otherwise he would not have been unaware of the situation in the territory. Caesar said, "You should ask your men about that." As they talked, the two walked together into the huge auction hall. As soon as I entered the first-floor lobby of the auction house, the noise reached my ears. Mu Feng saw a familiar figure behind the counter. Lid. He walked up to the counter and said, "You've moved the shop here?" Lid nodded. He himself ran a small shop in his territory. Although it was small, the items he sold were of very high value. I spent some time traveling around searching for the origin of the world, but now that I've advanced to the level of a true god, it's time for me to take a break. Lid was not a lord, so his daily life was very leisurely. However, this period of peace would not last long, for without territory, there was no power of faith. When his world's original resources are exhausted, he will have to go out and find another way. Mu Feng said, "Shall we go up and take a look together?" Lid immediately shook his head and said, "There are a lot of people today, business is good." Because of the auction, a large number of people came to this world. Those strong individuals would also bring some younger members along, as a way to broaden their horizons. Mu Feng and Caesar arrived at the auction together. This auction was held on the 8th floor, which is the top floor of the entire auction house. The setup at the venue was a pleasant surprise. The dark, deep starry sky, with starlight twinkling in the distance. Each circular orb of light represents a seat, while the center contains numerous smaller orbs of light. Those are the items being auctioned. However, those items were enveloped in a ball of light and were invisible. Upon seeing Mu Feng arrive, the presidents of the 4 major chambers of commerce hurriedly came to greet him. The 4 true gods are still serving as presidents of their respective chambers of commerce. Because Mu Feng is a lord, and the merchant guild is under his jurisdiction, it is a merchant guild under his territory. Although Mu Feng had suggested that they merge their efforts, it would be a bit troublesome to coordinate them due to their different areas of expertise. Fortunately, they each did their own thing, which also created a kind of competition. The strongest among the 4 major merchant guilds, and having a close relationship with Mu Feng, Lan Yu was the first to come forward. Her hand swept across the void in front of her, and a list glowing with an ethereal light appeared out of thin air. The various items displayed above are the ones that will be auctioned in this auction. Most of the items inside are at the demigod level. Only a few can reach the true god level, making them the final items among the last 3. Moreover, what is truly useful to Mu Feng has already been placed in the royal palace's treasury. Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction and then entered a ball of light. Inside the ball of light was a luxurious room. Without entering, one could only see the glowing sphere from the outside. Caesar and the 4 presidents of the merchant guilds also entered the room. Caesar followed because he had something to say to Mu Feng. Chapter 255 Another Alliance. After entering the room, Caesar did not treat himself as an outsider and sat down without any hesitation. He casually tossed a fruit into his mouth and, while eating, asked, "Do you have any territory in the abyss?" If Mu Feng had no territory in the starry sky world, then Caesar would never have asked such a question. However, the key point is that Mu Feng's foundation lies in the starry sky world, which is why Caesar has this question. "Of course there are," Mu Feng replied truthfully. Caesar's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly asked, "On which floor?" "The 25th floor." Caesar's expectant look vanished instantly, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Mu Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he said, "Just tell me." Caesar stopped keeping him in suspense and immediately revealed everything. From the 30th floor upwards in the abyss, the dark tide will soon begin. It's very dangerous, but the rewards are also great. Mu Feng nodded, his mind already deep in thought. The Dark Tide is an event within the Abyss, specifically related to the origin of the Abyss world. Because the origin of the Abyss world cannot be obtained, but the origin of the world will grow on its own, the amount of which accumulates will become larger and larger. However, this is not all good, because although the territory of the Abyss world is ridiculously large, it is still finite in scale. When the origin of the world exceeds the size of the Earth's territory, it will eventually be released. What is presented is the Dark Tide. The overwhelming abyssal demonic energy is raging, and a large number of magical beasts are experiencing a qualitative leap in power. Even intelligent beings will experience a surge in strength, but they will also be affected by the massive amounts of abyssal demonic energy, becoming irritable and easily angered. The abyssal demonic energy is the same as the energy in the starry sky, and it has some benefits for cultivation. What's more, there's also the gushing forth of the world's origin, which is practically wealth spewing out of the earth. You don't even need to dig. Everywhere you look, the world's primordial energy surges forth, accompanied by frenzied monsters. This is the main theme of the Dark Tide. This phenomenon only occurs above level 30 of the Abyss, and the monsters above level 30 are no ordinary creatures. In the past records of the Dark Tide, a god-level monster once appeared on the 30th floor. The opponent fought a fierce battle with a deranged, god-level demon, and they ultimately perished together. This is a feast of pursuing immense wealth, and it's quite normal to become so engrossed in it that you lose yourself. This situation has nothing to do with one's own strength, because the stronger one is, the more one desires. Mufeng thought for a moment and then asked, "When will the Dark Tide likely begin?" Without the slightest hesitation, Caesar replied, "About 2 more years." 2 years. Whether in the time dimension of the Abyss or among the 30th level true god powerhouse, this can be described as a fleeting moment. But Mufeng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He felt that 2 years was still a bit long. After all, he has only been in the Lord's world for 6 years at most. For 3 of those years, he was in seclusion, losing all sense of time. It was as if the days passed by in the blink of an eye. However, 2 years also has its advantages, as it gave Mufeng ample time to prepare. Mufeng had no reason to miss such a feast. Now that the troops in our territory are idle, we can launch a full-scale attack on the Abyss. This time, Mufeng did not set a goal in advance, but instead pushed himself to his limit. The 30th layer of the Abyss is still dominated by true gods, with very, very few main gods among them. As for the current true god, Mufeng doesn't even take him seriously. Therefore, his goal is naturally not 30 levels, but at least 35 levels, as the number of main gods gradually increases. And this time, Mufeng plans to enter through the Abyss Rift within the Lockerbie Forest. Because the Abyss territory there is only at the demigod level, it can be easily breached. The Abyss Rift in the far north is itself the territory of a true god, and even if it is not expanded for the time being, it still generates a considerable amount of faith power. While I was pondering this, the auction had already begun. This auction was jointly organized by the 4 major chambers of commerce, and its scale was larger than ever before. The event began with 2 saint-level items to set the stage, followed by a series of semi-divine artifacts. Moreover, these were all leftovers from their own territory. If suitable sacred artifacts or semi-divine artifacts are available, they will be provided to the troops in the territory first. After more than 3 hours of intense bidding, the auction concluded successfully. Mufeng couldn't suppress the urge to smile, because all those large gold coins ended up in his bag. The large gold coin is not just of ordinary commercial value. The material it is made from is a universal energy crystal. This energy can be used to power teleportation arrays and various items that require external energy supply. Even those below the demigod level can directly use large amounts of gold coins to level up. It's somewhat similar to the spirit stones in the world of cultivation. After the auction ended, Mufeng looked at Caesar beside him, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze. "I plan to march into the Abyss. Do you want to cooperate?" Although the other party is a mid-level true god, his strength is comparable to that of an ordinary high-level true god, and he can help Mufeng handle many trivial matters. Caesar's expression was rather unpleasant, because he had spent a considerable amount of gold coins at this auction. You could tell from the way Mufeng looked at that trader. Caesar said resentfully, "Of course. This minor matter naturally wouldn't affect the alliance between territories," and the 2 sides quickly reached an agreement. Mufeng nodded in satisfaction and said, "Your army will be teleported directly to Lockerbie Forest, and we will march directly into the Abyss. This will take place in 10 days. In this world of swords and magic, The major powers operate at an extremely fast pace. After all, such a large amount of logistical supplies could be easily packed into 2 bags. And vampires like Mu Feng don't need logistics at all. After finalizing the cooperation details, Mu Feng returned directly to the main hall. Everyone, gather in the main hall for a meeting. The voice resounded in the ears of every demigod in the territory. In just 1 minute, all the demigods gathered outside the main hall and then walked into it together. Mu Feng's gaze swept across the area below. Compared to the last time, there are more demigods now. Originally, the demigods were all heroes under their command and subordinate forces that submitted to them. However, now, 4 of Mu Feng's ordinary soldiers have broken through to the demigod realm. Moreover, they were all familiar faces, the troops that Mu Feng had summoned in the early stages. After everyone below had bowed, Mu Feng stood up and put his hands behind his back. Looking at the many powerful figures below, he announced, "The vampires are fully prepared for battle and are marching into the abyss." Chapter 256, Heavenly Fire Calamity. Compared to the previous times, Mu Feng's attitude was unusually serious this time. The reason is quite simple. It's because of the different strategic goals. Previously, it was to expand their territory and thus gain more faith. But this time it's different. The sole purpose is to enter the higher levels of the abyss and gain greater benefits in the upcoming dark tide. If you are occupying territory, you need to know the surrounding situation, whether the territory can operate stably, and whether everything is within a controllable range. However, the latter only needs to advance and annihilate the enemy until it can no longer fight. The powerful figures below were also invigorated, because the expansion of their territory was happening too fast. But the vampire heroes didn't think that way. On the contrary, they were happy with it. The most excited of them all was Lily, who was herself a new generation member from a vampire territory in the abyss. If we can reach the 50th floor of the abyss, then we'll be at her doorstep. Of course, this is just wishful thinking. After all, the abyss is so vast, how could one possibly encounter it by chance? Mu Feng stood in the center of the main hall and spoke again. Deploy 15 million troops and assemble at the Abyss Rift in Lockerbie Forest in 10 days. This is definitely the largest troop deployment since Mu Feng became the Lord. This clearly demonstrates Mu Feng's determination this time. Mu Feng only provided direction. The overall coordination of the army was left to others to handle. Just as he was preparing to wait for 10 days to pass, a scroll in his body suddenly trembled. With a thought, Mu Feng saw the scroll appear before him. This is the message scroll that Caesar gave him. As the scroll unfurled, Caesar's voice emanated from within. Mu Feng, come help me quickly. I can't hold on much longer. Mu Feng was completely bewildered. The other party had just returned from the auction. What was going on? The story begins when Caesar returned to the abyss. Although Caesar spent a lot of gold coins, he also received items of equal value, so he was still in a good mood. But once he stepped into the territory, his smile vanished. Abyssal calamities formed in his territory. Without a second thought, Caesar went straight to meet the challenge. His territory is on the 25th level of the abyss, and the abyssal calamities born here must be at the level of true gods, only slightly different in terms of minor realm. Caesar was not so lucky. It was a celestial fire evil belonging to the level of a high-ranking true god. Towering flames were everywhere in sight. The calamity belonging to the abyss revealed its terrifying fangs at this moment. While Caesar may be comparable to a high-ranking true god, the abyss calamity is no pushover. Mu Feng once obtained the storm calamity. The other party was not a demigod, but it could bear the power of the law. Before reaching the demigod realm, the power of laws cannot enter the physical body. It can only surround the physical body. Therefore, it is necessary to constantly control the power of the law. Otherwise, the rampaging power of the law will instantly tear the wielder apart. Power of laws is constantly in a berserk state, creating calamities wherever it goes. Caesar quickly recounted how the abyssal calamity had been born in his territory. Abyssal calamity born in my territory. Come quickly and help. Seemingly afraid that Mu Feng would refuse, he added, we'll talk about payment after it's done. Mu Feng also quickly went through it in his mind. The abyss calamity is not essentially a life form, but rather a phenomenon born from the abyss. He had never killed an abyssal calamity, and didn't know if it would drop any loot. If I could get another drop, something like the storm core, I could directly control the abyss calamity. This will be another powerful aid for the upcoming invasion of the abyss. Moreover, Caesar had said he would avenge him, so Mu Feng had even less reason to refuse. Without further hesitation, Mu Feng obtained the coordinates of the teleportation array from the other party and immediately set off. However, there is one problem. The teleportation array in the starry sky world can only be connected to the teleportation array in the first layer of the abyss. Moreover, there must be abyssal rifts above the world where the starry sky is located. This was no problem for Mu Feng, and he immediately headed to a higher level of the abyss. The illusory image of the law has long been retrieved, and the laws of space can also be used. Upon arriving at the first level of the abyss, a massive world passage instantly materialized with a casual wave of the hand. The spaces in the first few layers of the abyss are not very sturdy, and with Mu Feng's strength, he can easily open world passages. The 10th level of the abyss. Olivia slowly opened her eyes, sensing the world portal that had appeared within her territory. A pink light emanated from her body, and she vanished from the spot. When she arrived in the territory, the enormous world portal had already disappeared. Just as the doubts were lingering in their minds, the teleportation array within the territory lit up. They immediately arrived in front of the teleportation array and saw Mu Feng enveloped in a light barrier. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and he just raised his hand to call out to the other person. However, the teleportation array flashed for a moment, and Mu Feng's figure had already disappeared into the teleportation array. Olivia's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance, and she stomped her foot. It's hard to believe that such a girlish demeanor would appear in a demigod-level powerhouse. But Olivia hadn't seen Mu Feng in a long time. Whenever she finished her seclusion and opened her eyes, the first thing she did was take a bath and then burn her clothes. She's a succubus, so it's not a big deal that she hasn't experienced this before. But things are different now. She's extremely anxious. The 25th layer of the abyss, within Caesar's territory. Flames shot into the sky, and a curtain of fire formed a clear dividing line on the earth. Within that raging inferno, a humanoid monster made of flames was constantly writhing. The terrifying laws of fire incinerate everything, turning all things to ashes. On the opposite side of that raging flame, countless black tentacles, covered with the laws of darkness, stretched out. The two laws are in conflict, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. A teleportation array within the territory lit up, and Mu Feng's figure appeared. Looking at the scene in the distance, Mu Feng couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't because I was particularly scared, but because the fire's reach that day was just too vast. Despite Caesar's constant resistance, the enemy was actually only protecting some key locations. 2/3 of the area was covered by flames, which Caesar was powerless to resist. If you put celestial fire disasters into the starry sky, they could cover at least several star systems. But don't forget that there are at least several light years between each star system. In other words, the fire disaster's reach has extended over a terrifying hundreds of light years. Chapter 257 Rewards. Caesar's territory covered an area of approximately 70 light years. In other words, although the calamity of fire originated in Caesar's territory, its neighboring areas also suffered as a result. Caesar quickly said, "Brother, make your move." Upon hearing this, Mu Feng no longer hesitated, and the surrounding space immediately distorted. An extremely large space solidified and formed instantly, blocking the advance of the heavenly fire. Caesar finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the pressure on his hands lessened. Mu Feng glanced at Caesar beside him and said leisurely, "Your strength is progressing very quickly too. Although we had just met at the auction, I didn't sense the other party's strength at that time. After all, it's only been 3 years. It's difficult for a true god to make any major breakthroughs in such a short time. Even if Caesar possessed a vast amount of the world's essence, there still wasn't enough time." However, upon arriving in the opponent's territory and observing the range of their skills, it was deduced that Caesar's strength had increased by at least 20% compared to his previous encounter with Thor. In 3 years, one's strength has increased by 20% at the true god level, which is already an extremely terrifying figure. Caesar glanced at the temporarily blocked heavenly fire and breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard the other party ask this question, a troubled look appeared on his face. In the vast universe, others might be curious about Mu Feng's advancement speed, but they can't ask because of his strength. Similarly, Mu Feng was also curious about how others' strength had improved so rapidly, and now he had the strength and opportunity to ask. Finally, Caesar sighed and slowly said, "This is actually the origin of that magical world. Although that origin is small, it contains a lot of energy. I have only refined half of it so far. Why didn't you say so before?" Mu Feng asked subconsciously. Caesar did not answer, but simply looked at Mu Feng. Mu Feng touched his nose somewhat embarrassedly. The question was indeed a bit silly. If it were Mu Feng, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone, and he wouldn't even talk about encountering that magical planet. Ahem, didn't we talk about the reward before? I want half of the world's origin. Mufeng coughed twice and said. Caesar was in a dilemma for a moment. After all, the benefits that Ball of World Origin had brought him were too great. He could even give up his own territory for this primordial essence of the world. After all, with his current strength, establishing territories in other places wouldn't be difficult for him. But we can't just look at the present moment. Next, they will attack the Abyss together, reach a higher level of the Abyss, and reap huge benefits from the Dark Tide. Considering the safety of his territory at present and the future Dark Tide, Caesar decided to grant their request. All right, I'll give you half after it's done, Caesar said, somewhat reluctantly. Having received the other party's promise, Mufeng turned his gaze to the heavenly fire calamity opposite him. Perhaps because the flames were blocked, the humanoid creature formed from the flames twisted even more violently, seemingly engulfed in rage. Mufeng immediately stopped holding back and raised his hand, unleashing a blood-red pillar of light that pierced through the heavens and earth. The crimson beam moved with impunity, instantly shattering the towering curtain of fire. It also tore apart the humanoid creature within the flames. In the blink of an eye, the flames converged on the humanoid creature again, and everything returned to normal. Although it was very subtle, Mufeng could sense that when the fiery humanoid figure was restored, the laws of fire on the scene weakened slightly. The other party needs energy to recover, and when all the energy is exhausted, the natural fire and evil will recede. With this thought in mind, Mufeng instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light and rushed into the wall of fire. He raised his fist and slammed it downwards, the terrifying air pressure tearing the earth apart, and a crater thousands of miles deep instantly formed. At that moment, his terrifying physical strength was displayed, and Caesar behind him gasped in shock. However, Caesar quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly called out, "Brother, be gentle. This is his territory. At most, the things will be destroyed after it's burned by the flames." But now that Mufeng has made his move, the earth has been torn apart and everything has been shattered. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which was the calamity of the Abyss. Mufeng pursed his lips, but did not continue the large-scale destruction. After all, it was the territory of his ally. He opened his palm, aimed at the celestial fire calamity, and the devouring law was instantly activated. The devouring law was originally obtained from the Black Demon clan. Although it was only a demigod-level law at the time, it has become quite useful under Mufeng's cultivation. A deep vortex appeared in front of his palm, instantly drawing in the raging flames. The natural fire calamity let out a shrill roar. The face made of flames began to distort, and the flames around it became even more violent. He opened his mouth and spat out a flame, which, like a twisted giant python, rushed towards Mufeng. Mufeng remained calm and unhurried, simply pointing his palm at the oncoming flames. The flames, like a twisted spring, shot straight into the vortex ahead. The heavenly fire calamity is very powerful, at least much more powerful than that of Mufeng. By directly absorbing the opponent's fire law, Mufeng can enhance his own fire law. If you can obtain loot after killing your opponent, then the fire law can be strengthened even further. This is what Mufeng was thinking. Moreover, according to Mufeng's observation, although the natural fire calamity covers a very wide area, its destructive power is slightly insufficient. If Caesar were not acting to protect his territory, he could have annihilated the celestial fire calamity within half a day. However, in order to protect his territory, Caesar had no choice but to push his abilities to the limit. Calamity could cross his territory in just 2 hours. The vortex in his hand was like earth that hadn't experienced the rainy season for months, frantically drawing in water. Meanwhile, the natural fire disaster opposite is weakening at a visible rate. It seemed to have reached some kind of critical point. The flame could no longer maintain its human form and turned directly into a ball of flame. However, the flames that appeared before his eyes caused Mufeng's expression to change. He immediately put away the vortex in his hand and dodged backward. A terrifying heat wave swept out, distorting the space reflected in one's eyes. The very center of that flame was already a deep, almost black red. You don't need to use any detection skills to know that it is the core of the calamity. The terrifying heat emanating from above made Mufeng feel a stinging pain on his face. The Abyss is a terrifying place, teeming with countless evil beings, where death can happen in an instant. But even in such a place, it is still called a calamity by everyone. Chapter 258 Expectations. The last time we defeated the storm calamity was because we obtained the calamity core ahead of time, which directly became a friendly force. However, after facing the Abyss calamity head-on this time, Mufeng came to understand the opponent's strength. The other party possesses immense power, but its existence is that of a special life form without intelligence. In some ways, it doesn't even qualify as a life. He possessed immense strength, but had no idea how to use it. It wasn't until Mu Feng had completely absorbed all the power of the laws that the other party had spread out that the other party's true origin was revealed. After a brief moment of astonishment and shock, Mu Feng became even more excited. The reason is simple: the stronger the opponent, the more he will gain. Behind didn't show any reaction. After all, he had survived in the abyss for so long, he knew this much. Mu Feng carefully sensed the temperature of the flames again. It's terrifying. However, given Mu Feng's current physical strength, the opponent's flames seemed to be somewhat lacking in terms of causing real damage. Having confirmed that it wouldn't cause him any fundamental harm, Mu Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged directly toward the core of the heavenly fire. Caesar, who was behind them, was completely dumbfounded. That's the core of the calamity. Normally, when facing an abyssal calamity, one must completely obliterate the opponent's power of law, and the opponent will gradually disappear. This was the first time he had ever seen something so fierce. Mu Feng got closer to the core, the temperature he felt increased. Although the temperature wasn't fatal, Mu Feng could feel the heat, which caused his facial expression to contort. Despite the intense burning pain in his body, Mu Feng did not stop moving. The natural fire calamity opposite is devoid of intelligence, so it naturally does not attempt to evade. A layer of crimson light enveloped Mu Feng's body, and only then did he feel a little better. The surrounding space moved rapidly. Mu Feng's speed was too fast for the naked eye to perceive. But as he got closer, he suddenly found that the space around him was like a swamp. The space scorched by the flames is distorted. This is not merely a manifestation. Mu Feng used the laws of space, and the feeling he experienced was the deepest. Instead of using spatial teleportation, they simply abandoned it, and instead used their physical strength to get closer. Sensation on his skin returned, but Mu Feng did not stop. As he approached the heart of the calamity, he plunged his hand into the dark red flames. The shape of the calamity's core is not fixed. Take the heavenly fire core right in front of us, for example. It's just a ball of flickering flame. As the core of the calamity fell into Mu Feng's hands, the raging flames instantly subsided. Mu Feng looked at the core floating in his palm, a look of joy appearing on his face. A flash of black light appeared around him, and Caesar appeared beside him. Feng's hand with great curiosity. The core of the calamity is in the abyss, and it's not that it's absolutely unseen. After all, there are others who have obtained it using the same method as Mu Feng. However, this also comes with a huge gap in strength. Take the heavenly fire core as an example. To obtain it, one must possess the strength of a god-level being. However, for the main god, such a peak true god-level combat power does not seem to be that important. Mu Feng raised his other hand, and a black hole appeared instantly. He placed the core of the calamity within the void realm, and then absorbed it into his inner space. After all, this thing is still very dangerous, so it's better to keep it under control. After doing all this, Mu Feng turned to Caesar beside him and said, "It's time to fulfill your promise." Caesar was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Mu Feng to be in such a hurry. However, since he had already agreed, Caesar didn't hesitate any longer. The black mist around him surged, a vortex appeared at his chest, and a ball of multicolored light slowly floated out. This light was only the size of an egg, and its total amount was only 1/4 of that of a medium-sized world. Mu Feng absorbed the origin of the world, and said with a smile, "This disaster didn't damage the foundation of your territory, did it?" Caesar naturally understood what the other party meant. After all, they were going to invade the higher levels of the abyss next. He immediately said, "Since the abyss calamity only appeared after the order was given, the soldiers had time to react, and it did not cause any major damage." Mu Feng nodded, then immediately asked, "How many troops do you plan to send this time?" 30 million. Hearing the other party's indifferent reply, Mu Feng immediately curled his lips. The enemy has been dominating the abyss for many years, and the number of soldiers in their territory is definitely more than this. However, it is clear that their goal is to attack for the sake of attacking, which carries significant risks. Caesar didn't want to lose too much, so he only sent 30 million. I don't plan to return to the Starry Sky world. Here are the coordinates of a teleportation array. You can go there directly when the time comes. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he directly told the other party the coordinates of the teleportation array. This teleportation array is naturally located in the 10th layer of the abyss. After receiving the coordinates, Caesar nodded. Mu Feng then did not linger there any longer, and took the teleportation array back to the 10th level of the abyss. Upon arriving at the 10th level of the territory, Olivia immediately sensed Mu Feng's presence. Mu Feng didn't plan to return to the Starry Sky world, so he stayed here. This time, Olivia sensed that Mu Feng's presence lingered for a long time, and a charming smile appeared on her lips. However, she did not go out to greet them, but instead went into the main hall first. He straightened his clothes and then lay down on his side on the throne. The throne here belongs to a subordinate territory, so there aren't many rules. Anyone who is the strongest in the territory can sit on it. If it's the throne in the vampire capital, then only Mu Feng can have it. As soon as Mu Feng appeared in the main hall, he immediately saw Olivia lying on her side. The other person's expression was languid at the moment, but because she was a succubus, she naturally possessed a charming and alluring aura. Olivia tilted her head slightly, seducing Mu Feng with her eyes while placing a finger on her red lips. Then the fingers slowly moved downwards, passing over the towering peaks, and finally resting on the lower abdomen. She gave Mu Feng a flirtatious wink, the meaning of which was quite clear. Seeing the other party's audacity, Mu Feng felt a surge of nameless anger. They were immediately prepared to take action and suppress the other party. Olivia was startled and hurriedly stood up from her throne, clutching her chest with both hands. She exclaimed anxiously, "Why you? Who are you? Why are you here?" Mu Feng was slightly taken aback, but then raised an eyebrow. This succubus got into character pretty quickly. Chapter 259: The Origin of the Great Universe. Since the other party was already cooperating so well, Mu Feng let go. Of all his women, the most charming and alluring were undoubtedly Blue Moon and Olivia. However, Blue Moon has a touch of arrogance, which is the complete opposite of Olivia's carefree personality. Immediately afterwards, various sounds emanated from the main hall. "Don't come any closer. I'm going to call for help." Perhaps Mu Feng still felt a little ashamed, so he didn't say anything. The louder Olivia shouts now, the more silent she will be later. She walked out of the main hall without saying a word, her expression surprisingly serene. After the revelry, it's time to get down to business. Mu Feng was about to sit on the throne, but as if he had thought of something, he ultimately did not sit down. With a wave of his hand, the primordial essence of the world appeared out of thin air before his eyes. Mu Feng carefully examined the origin of the world. "It seems to be no different from the ordinary origin of the world," Mu Feng murmured to himself. Although there may not seem to be a difference, the improvement it brought to Caesar was real. Moreover, with Caesar leading the charge, Mu Feng naturally had no doubts. When he touched the origin of the world, the energy of the origin of the world flowed like water, gradually enveloping his entire body along Mu Feng's arm. In an instant, Mu Feng's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Because the energy at the origin of this world is so powerful, even a little too powerful, it's terrifying. This mass of world origin contains energy that is almost 1,000 times greater than that of world origin of the same volume. In fact, Caesar's advancement is enormous. One could even say it's a meteoric rise, but he himself is still unaware of it. Before obtaining the origin of the world, Caesar's strength was only that of a lower-level true god, and that was only 6 years ago. However, although Caesar was a lower-level true god at that time, his strength had already reached the peak of the lower level. Even without this wisp of world origin, his breakthrough would have been a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Caesar did not mention this point, because he felt that his breakthrough was inevitable. Furthermore, Caesar's strength has reached the level of a superclass being. These benefits are only temporary. In the future, before Caesar breaks through to the God King level, everything will go smoothly. The supreme gods, not everyone can reach the pinnacle of power. However, those with the bloodline of the supreme god generally have a higher potential for talent than other races. But they are basically all limited to the true god. Because to reach the level of a true god, unless one has a truly heaven-defying bloodline, it is basically very difficult. For example, among humans, it's very difficult to break through to the king level, and at most they can only reach the true god level. To reach the level of a true god, one must possess the celestial bloodline among humans. The human race is a true star race, ranking third among the 10 supreme bloodlines in the starry sky. The 10 supreme bloodlines of the starry sky and the 5 supreme god races of the abyss, totaling 15 supreme races. However, the 5 supreme gods in the abyss are about to become 4. Because the vampires no longer have a supreme god. However, because the opponent's time of demise was relatively short, its residual power still remains. In the vast starry sky, treasures that can transform the shackles of a life's bloodline are rare, but they are not uncommon. For example, the magic potion obtained by the Scarecrow. As for those like Caesar who can directly elevate their bloodline level to the God King realm, there are practically no other like them. Mu Feng groaned as he felt the energy surging into his body. This is even more awesome than before. Feeling the power almost bursting forth from within his body, Mu Feng's expression changed slightly. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm about to explode? When energy enters the body, it will significantly enhance various aspects of life. Strength is one aspect, and bloodline level is another. Unfortunately, Mu Feng's bloodline level was already at the advanced level, and he had just broken through to the next level. So after this force entered the body, it felt like it had nowhere to go. Quickly think of solutions in your mind. This energy can be transformed into nothingness using the realm of nothingness. But that would be such a waste. Mu Feng pointed his palm at the void in front of him, his eyes narrowing slightly. A clicking sound rang out. A portal carved with fierce ghosts and demons slowly appeared in the hall. The clicking sound was the sound of the door slowly opening. Red smoke mixed with purple hues slowly seeped out from the cracks in the door as it opened. This is Mu Feng's divine technique, triple Rashomon. Unlike ordinary divine magic, this thing has a physical form. In other words, he only has one Rashomon, and each time he uses it, he summons the same one. Once the triple Rashomon is destroyed, this divine technique will cease to exist. The gates slowly opened a crack, and Mu Feng mobilized all his power, directly throwing the world's origin into it. Rumble. It was as if a tremendous earthquake had erupted within the triple Rashomon gate. A raging sea of blood surged, and 13 towering phantoms unleashed terrifying power. The primordial energy of the world entered the portal, splitting into 13, and rushed towards the 13 illusory figures, slowly disappearing into them. After doing all this, Mu Feng slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. At least nothing was wasted. With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng caused the triple Rashomon gate to vanish into the void. Recalling the terrifying power of the world's origin, Mu Feng still felt a lingering fear. The item is a good item, but Mu Feng has no room for modification. The physical body has a first true ancestor, and various magic and skills have a second true ancestor. Mu Feng combined the two into one, making his true ancestor bloodline unprecedentedly powerful, even more so than before. After taking care of these things, Mu Feng took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, I felt dizzy and lightheaded, and my body felt unsteady. Then a sharp pain shot through my head, and a flood of memories rushed into my mind. A moment later, Mu Feng regained his senses, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Mu Feng murmured to himself. Perhaps due to contact with such a thing, Mu Feng's inheritance from the true ancestor's bloodline awakened once again. For example, when he encountered the 2 ancient gods in the void, Mu Feng only remembered the second true ancestor after they mentioned him. Now that they have come into contact with that source, the mist surrounding the other party has completely dissipated in the memories of the true ancestor's bloodline. Of the universe. That is the source of energy that constitutes the entire starry universe. It is the highest quality energy in the entire universe, bar none. Chapter 260 Creation God Mountain. Since energy is the origin of the universe, the big boss behind the Lord panel seems self-evident. Could it be that consciousness exists in the universe? Mu Feng rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. If consciousness truly exists in the universe, then Mu Feng cannot imagine just how powerful it must be. The sheer amount of primordial energy, even in the size of an egg, is already terrifying. Imagine obtaining all of it. Mu Feng quickly shook his head, banishing this unrealistic idea from his mind. With a wave of his hand, a dark red flame floated in his palm. It is the core of the heavenly fire. The other party is not a living being, but rather similar to an NPC that randomly spawns in the abyss. Therefore, Mu Feng was also unsure whether he would receive a reward after killing the opponent. After all, the Lord's panel has always provided kill notifications. The key is in the word kill. Since the other party is not a living being, how can we talk about killing it? This can only be considered destruction at best. And most importantly, even if you get a kill reward, you're not guaranteed to get the Calamity Core. Now that Mu Feng is about to attack a higher level of the abyss, top-tier combat power like Tianhua Yi is still quite scarce. Mu Feng did not intend to destroy the opponent, but instead opted to take direct control. The power of the soul immediately invaded it, but as soon as it touched the core, the soul power was instantly burned away. This is a bit tricky. Mu Feng frowned immediately. He snapped his fingers out of thin air, and an ancient-looking door behind him slowly opened. The carvings depict fierce demons and monsters, with blood-red and purple smoke billowing out. Mu Feng transformed into a streak of blood-red light, holding the core of calamity in his hand, and entered the triple Rashomon gate. Crimson and purple smoke filled the surroundings, making visibility inside extremely limited. In the distance, one could vaguely see the churning sea of blood beneath one's feet and the blood-red fiery clouds overhead. Further away, all that could be seen was smoke and mist. The moment they entered, the power of the Calamity's core was weakened by more than half. Mu Feng's soul once again enveloped the core of the Calamity, and this time it went much more smoothly. This thing has no intelligence, so it's relatively easy to control. It's somewhat similar to a phantom of the law, except that it doesn't need to differentiate its own law power. Instead, it differentiated its soul power to directly take over external natural disasters and calamities. Under the suppression of the triple Rashomon, coupled with Mu Feng's powerful divine soul, the progress was extremely rapid. Such a massive event as the Dark Tide could not be kept secret even within the abyss. 40,000 years have passed since the last outbreak of the Dark Tide. According to the pattern of the Dark Tide's eruption, the eruption occurs every 10,000 years, with a duration of 1 year. 40,000 years have passed, so the Dark Tide outbreak 2 years from now will last for 4 years. The Dark Tide outbreak lasted for 4 years, which is not a long time in the history of Dark Tides. It can only be described as average. However, it is undeniable that with each outbreak of the Dark Tide, countless lives have used it to defy fate. However, many more lives perished there, turning into piles of bones. The higher the level of the abyss, the more energy the Dark Tides unleash. Therefore, on the eve of the Dark Tide eruption, countless abyssal beings were scrambling to enter the higher levels of the world. During this period, major wars to invade higher worlds broke out frequently. There are even instances of more than a dozen true gods uniting together to invade higher realms. The Abyss, 99th floor. This is the highest world of the Abyss, where the vast abyssal demonic energy transforms into clouds in the sky, which have never dissipated. With each breath, the abyssal demonic energy it inhales and exhales is a total amount that many abyssal creatures could never reach in their entire lives. The 99th level of the Abyss, the Creation God Mountain. 5 towering peaks stand here, their mountain ranges interconnected, like a curtain stretching across the sky. A large amount of abyssal demonic energy spewed out from the sacred mountain, so concentrated that it was almost poisonous to some low-level abyssal creatures. In the distant void, space shattered, a rumbling sound echoed, and the entire earth trembled continuously. A terrifying giant, whose body soared straight into the sky, slowly stepped into this place. His aura was completely unreserved, filling the space between heaven and earth. The abyssal life forms that sensed this aura were all trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. That was a peak-level eternal God King. They are already in the top tier below the supreme God. The giant's eyes slowly swept over the 5 mountain peaks, and he immediately let out a cold snort. The sound was like a muffled thunderclap. The creature that heard it felt as if it had been struck in the chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed from its mouth. Then the giant's figure slowly shrank and gradually disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already at the top of a mountain, and they stood there. Not long after, black fog began to roll in the distance. Countless tentacles intertwined in the void. With his arrival, the whole world was plunged into darkness, so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. The giant merely glanced at it, and immediately let out a cold snort. The surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled. A strange laugh came from within the black mist, saying, "You've got quite a temper, haven't you?" The giant did not reply, but stood there quietly with his arms crossed. Seeing that the other party didn't want to talk to him, the sky-covering black mist slowly receded. It transformed into a humanoid creature draped in a black robe, but beneath the hood and inside the sleeves, numerous tentacles were constantly writhing. The space within the cylinder shattered instantly, and both the giant and the black mist turned their gazes in that direction. In just a moment, the shattered space was instantly healed. The two of them immediately turned their heads and looked at one of the mountain peaks. At some point, a creature with a human upper body but a body of flames floated silently. A furious roar tore through the sky, drawing everyone's attention. With wings on its back, goat horns coiled on its forehead, and a tail with sharp barbs, it was a demon. Beside the demon stood a pale-skinned, somewhat sickly-looking man. Once all 5 had arrived, they all perched atop a mountain peak, facing each other from afar. The giant spoke first, saying, "The Dark Tide is about to erupt, and recently many people have started attacking the 99th floor. The race of these giants is the Trolls, one of the 5 supreme races of the Abyss." Hearing the Trolls' words, everyone present became serious. In fact, The strength difference between the 98th and 99th floors of the abyss is not significant. After all, the two sides have always been at war with each other, and each has had its victories and defeats. The territories of both sides frequently changed hands. Chapter 261 Voluntary Withdrawal. Moreover, no matter how long the war continues, the forces entrenched in the 99th layer of the abyss will inevitably be the 5 supreme god races, because other races simply do not have the strength to set foot in this place. So in the end, all the fighting is still just these 5 races, and they are all fighting against each other. Because once a conflict arises with other supreme gods, things become completely different. It could escalate into a war between the high gods, though the nature of the two is entirely different. Although their own people are fighting each other fiercely, the supreme god will not interfere in these matters. Those who are capable should rightfully have more. This is an inherently constant principle. Upon hearing the Troll King's words, everyone present showed signs of annoyance. The attack on the 99th floor from the 98th floor has only one objective. That is to seize the creation god mountain beneath our feet when the dark tide arrives. Starting from the 90th level of the abyss, the resources available are almost the same as those on the 99th level. Under normal circumstances, as long as you can occupy territory on the 90th floor of the abyss, you will have reached the pinnacle of abyss resources. However, there is one exception, the dark tide. Whenever the dark tide descends, the very essence of the world erupts forth from the earth. And in the middle of the 5 giant peaks of the Chuangtian Divine Mountain before us, there is an incredibly huge sinkhole. And whenever the dark tide descends, the world's essence gushing forth from the sinkhole before us is the most concentrated of all the abysses. The group of god kings exchanged glances and began to ponder a solution to the problem. After all, it has been 40,000 years since the last dark tide, which also means that the enemy on the 98th floor has been preparing for 40,000 years. This immense foundation cannot be ignored, and we must be on high alert. After a long while, the god king of the Dead Soul clan's eyes lit up. He turned his gaze toward the vampires and said, "As far as I know, the vampires on the 98th floor have not made any unusual moves." Upon hearing this, the other 3 god kings all turned their gazes toward the Blood Clan. After only a brief moment of thought, they understood the cause and effect. Among the 5 supreme races of the abyss, the vampires are considered the most harmonious. Although they had fought each other before, it was only for the pursuit of profit, not because of any deep-seated hatred. However, the other 4 races are different. They have been fighting each other for so long without holding back, and they have developed an indelible hatred for one another. Now that the vampires no longer have a supreme god, the vampires on the 98th floor have also realized this, and they know that they can no longer continue to fight amongst themselves. Even if they don't compete for the 99th level of the Creation God Mountain, they still need to preserve the power of the Blood Clan as much as possible before the true ancestor becomes the supreme god. Once the supreme god returns to his position, it won't matter how they fight. With the supreme god around, nothing will be out of control. There was a strange look in the eyes of the 4 god kings, indicating that they were somewhat displeased. After all, everyone else was busy with preparations, but the vampires were unusually quiet this time. They didn't need to go through any fighting. They just needed to wait for the dark tide to erupt. The Nightmare God King's eerie green eyes flickered slightly, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. He said, "The 5 supreme god races of the abyss should probably be changed to 4 now, shouldn't they?" Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to the Nightmare God King. Even the usually carefree Troll King couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Brother, you're really awesome," the Troll King exclaimed instinctively. The other party's meaning was very clear. The 99th level of the abyss had always been occupied by the supreme gods. Removing the other party from the supreme god race means expelling them from the 99th level of the abyss. While the vampire race currently lacks a supreme god, this period is still short, and the vampire race has not yet declined. Aside from the supreme god, in terms of combat power at the God King level alone, the vampires are not afraid of other races. And most importantly, a new true ancestor of the vampires has been born. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it's only a matter of time before the other party's supreme god returns to his rightful place. By that time, are you sure you, a God King, can bear the crime of driving the vampires out of the 99th level of the abyss? The supreme gods of the 4 major races have not yet spoken about getting the vampires out of the abyss. However, upon seeing this scene, the expression on the vampire God King's face did not change at all, as if he had not heard anything. Seeing the vampire's calm and collected demeanor, the others were at a loss for what to do. Even the Nightmare God King, who had just spoken, was speechless. The other party isn't getting angry, so how can I continue to perform? Seeing the quiet atmosphere, the vampire god king finally spoke, saying, "In this dark tide, our vampire clan will withdraw from the creation god mountain." Before the other four god kings could react, the vampire god king had already left the place. The remaining four god kings looked at each other, but a hint of joy rose in their hearts. There are only 5 places in the creation god mountain, which are the 5 mountain peaks they stand on. Now that the vampires have withdrawn from creation god mountain, there is one more spot available. The nightmare god king smirked and said in a strange voice, "Give this extra spot to the group on the 98th floor." The other 3 god kings immediately nodded, as this was also what they were thinking. And most importantly, the vampires withdrew from Chuangtian Mountain voluntarily. However, leaving the creation god mountain does not mean leaving the 99th level of the abyss. The Blood Clan only lost the world's origin. In this way, everyone is happy. After returning to his territory, the vampire god king pushed open the door and entered a huge room. There was a round table in the room, and 12 chairs were arranged around it. At this moment, there were 7 vampires sitting around the round table, plus the vampire god king who had just entered, making a total of 8. Without saying a word, the vampire god king plopped down in his chair. There was a moment of silence. Suddenly, a vampire slammed his fist on the round table, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it! This time, our vampire clan is going to suffer countless losses," he said viciously. Another vampire glanced at him and said calmly, "Why are you angry? Wasn't this something we agreed on beforehand?" Since the vampires do not currently have a supreme god, appropriate retreat is their current decision. This is not a problem that can be solved by mere enthusiasm. "Of course I know, but I'm still not happy about it," the vampire said again. Just as the two were about to continue talking, the god king who was attending the meeting at the creation god mountain suddenly spoke up. "Where did that guy Milo go?" Chapter 262 begins. Time to scoop poop. Upon hearing the vampire's reply, the vampire god king's lips twitched involuntarily. Although it's a bit vulgar, the description is absolutely correct. There were 8 vampires around the huge round table in front of them. Their strength and level of attainment are all the same. Peak God King. Heads of the 12 vampire clans. Not all 12 clans are in the abyss. Including Milo, who is not there, there are a total of 9 clans in the abyss. The other 3 are in the starry sky. Since there's nothing else, I'll be going now. As one of the God Kings spoke first and left, the other family heads followed suit. Only the God King who attended the meeting remained seated. He glanced around at the empty round table and couldn't help but sigh. The vampires have never been so united, but we never imagined that our unity would be built on the fall of the true ancestor. The supreme god of the vampires were still alive at this time. The vampires on the 98th floor would definitely be thinking about how to obtain a spot on the creation god mountain. Although the fighting won't escalate to the point of bloodshed, war will still have to be fought. Thinking back to when the supreme god was still alive, there was once a vampire from the 98th floor who successfully obtained a spot in the creation god mountain. They swaggered through the territory of the 99th floor and entered the creation god mountain. After the dark tide ended, I thought the other party would occupy the 99th floor, but unexpectedly they returned directly to the 98th floor. When the Lord returned to take over the territory, he was completely dumbfounded. Low-level magical beasts can be seen everywhere, and the land is filled with the 5 grains and other recyclable materials. That's the general situation with vampires. They compete with each other but maintain a bottom line, and they do everything they can to annoy others. The God King who remained alone in the round table conference hall couldn't help but smile as he recalled the scene in the main hall where he solemnly ordered his subordinates to clean up the remnants of the 5 grains. That's right, that God King was him back then. Vampire Clan 13, the Vandro Clan, Salata Vandro. The 10th floor of the Abyss World. A door slowly opened, and Mufone walked out. With the suppression of the triple Rashomon effect, the speed at which it controls the Heavenly Fire Core is extremely fast. As he emerged from the doorway, Olivia bowed in greeting. She had been waiting for Mufone here because she had many things to report. For example, on the 11th floor of the Abyss, with the outbreak of the Dark Tide, the opponent also wanted to enter the 12th floor. Therefore, the other party has already sent a message to Mufone's territory, saying that they can attack the 12th floor together. Besides him, the 2 vampire demigods next door also sent requests for an alliance. However, Mufone is now a true god, and he has no interest in these alliances between demigods. His goal is to reach at least level 30 in the Abyss, and these people are destined not to be able to accompany him there. The matter was left entirely to Olivia to handle. However, the actions of these people also awakened Mufone, who realized that everyone was scrambling to enter a higher world. This signifies the immense benefits of the dark tide, but also comes with immense danger. Mufeng only thought about it briefly. The vampires alone probably wouldn't be enough. In that case, let's bring all the dark demons and blood angels along. The Black Demon Clan and the Blood Angels are the two largest subordinate forces under Mufeng's territory. The number of Blood Angel units once approached 100 million. As for the Dark Elves, they outnumber the Blood Angels by no means. This is not to say which force is stronger, but because of the characteristics of the Dark Demon race, since they cannot win in terms of quality, they can only increase their quantity. Of course, Mufeng did not conscript all of them. He only mobilized 20 million troops from each side, a total of 55 million. In addition to these low-ranking soldiers, Mufeng also summoned two true gods. They are Blue Moon and Illusion, one a mid-level true god and the other a low-level true god, respectively, and their strength is quite good. The agreed-upon time is drawing ever closer. Mufeng's army has all gathered at the 10th level of the abyss. As the light from the teleportation array shot into the sky, a large number of undead soldiers stepped out from it. The light from the teleportation array did not dissipate quickly, but remained constant. As two familiar figures stepped out of the teleportation array, a smile appeared on Mufeng's lips. Caesar and the Scarecrow. Although the Scarecrow came, this time it wasn't considered repaying Caesar's favor. Since the Scarecrow was originally going to attack a higher level, the two can only be considered to be allies. After the army gathered together, Mufeng did not hesitate at all and opened the world passage with a wave of his hand. With Mufeng's current strength, the world passage can directly reach the 27th layer of the abyss. As for what comes after that, the only way is through the abyss rift. The massive army marched through the deep abyss rift. 5 true gods and numerous demigods stood in the sky, looking down at the army below. Caesar asked, "Which level do you think we can reach?" Mufeng thought for a moment and said, "If I go all out, I think I should be able to reach the 40th floor." Caesar suddenly felt a little panicked, because if he reached the 40th floor, he would inevitably encounter a god-level powerhouse. However, after thinking it over carefully, he felt somewhat reassured. Back then, Mufeng was only a lower-level true god, yet he was already able to rival Thor, who was at the peak of true god status. Mufeng is now a mid-level true god, having comprehended divine arts and obtained that powerful origin, resulting in a qualitative transformation in his strength. The army quickly passed through the world passage and arrived at the 27th level of the abyss. A powerful aura of true divinity descended upon the area, enveloping the entire army. However, when the auras of the 5 true gods appeared in the army, the opposing side instantly wilted. A mid-level true god of the Ghost Clan looked at the opposing force and found himself in a dilemma. However, his eyes darted around, and a strange voice suddenly rang out. "I presume that you all also aspire to enter a higher level of the world, since we share this common strategic goal." Mufeng looked at the Ghost Clan opposite him and said calmly, "I don't care where you're going. Get out of my way, or die." Upon hearing this, the demon on the other side immediately turned pale. Mufeng wasn't going to seize territory this time. Having too many people would be counterproductive. He only needs to occupy a place where the world's primordial energy is gushing out for a short period of time, and that will be enough. With Caesar and the Scarecrow added, their group only needs to occupy 3 at most. Caesar himself is quite powerful, and unless he encounters a god, he basically doesn't need Mufeng to intervene. As for the Scarecrow, Caesar wanted to help him, and since Mufeng had also cooperated with him before, he decided to lend a hand as well. Chapter 263 Unstoppable Momentum. The ghost god opposite him looked rather grim when he saw that Mufeng had refused his request. He said in a somber tone, "If you are unwilling, please return the way you came." The atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. The Scarecrow sneered, and its immense spiritual power poured out. The demon on the other side was shocked. They never expected their opponent to attack so directly, nor did they expect their opponent to be so powerful. The Scarecrow of today is not the same as it used to be. After obtaining the potion and refining it for 3 years, he is now a genuine alien demon. His realm has reached the peak of the middle-level true god, and his divine soul power is comparable to that of a slightly weaker upper-level true god, of the demon god, and a katana was grasped. The blade flashed, instantly tearing apart the formless and intangible divine soul power. However, he showed no excitement, because the Scarecrow's attack came again. This kind of thing, which is invisible and intangible and can only be defended against by the power of the soul through perception, is extremely difficult to defend against. With each successive slash of sword light, the Ghost Clan True God could only manage a difficult defense. Mu Feng watched this scene calmly, then suddenly said, "We're in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, Caesar transformed into a swirling cloud of black mist and rushed out. Tentacles sprouted out of thin air, densely packed together, and began to strangle the true god of the ghost race. A dense cloud of dark laws enveloped this void, obscuring everything in sight. The Ghost Clan True God was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shouted, "I'll let you all pass. If the two sides don't fight, then everything is fine." But now that the killing move has been made, they naturally won't give up easily. That ghost god was only a mid-level true god. Although the three were at the same level, even in a one-on-one fight, the Ghost Clan True God was no match for any of them. Moreover, the two joined forces. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the Ghost Clan True God's body was already covered in wounds. The black mist formed from the laws of darkness lingered on his body, constantly eroding his flesh. Just as the Ghost Clan True God was about to give up, the space around Mu Feng flickered. With a spatial displacement, Mu Feng appeared directly behind the Ghost Clan True God. A large hand gripped the other's crown, while a crimson light rose from his body. With a forceful squeeze of his palm, the other person's head was crushed. "Congratulations, Lord, on slaying a mid-level true god. The rewards are as follows. The power of laws, the law of the blade. Dropped item, true god-level treasure chest. Divine art, one sword Azura." Looking at the newly acquired power of laws, Mu Feng couldn't help but feel a little curious. The law of the blade. This was the first law concerning weapons he had encountered. However, there was simply no time for him to study it. Caesar and the Scarecrow have arrived. Caesar couldn't help but complain, "I've noticed you have a particular fondness for stealing kills." The same thing happened when Thor was killed, and his brother Karl was even worse, plus what's happening now. Mu Feng simply smiled and did not intend to dwell on the topic. The Dark Tide eruption is still 2 years away, so the army's advance is still very urgent. The reason why it is necessary to bring a large army is naturally the responsibility of a lord. The outbreak of the Dark Tide is a golden age for the entire abyss, from which these top powerhouses can benefit. The people below can also benefit from this. This is an excellent opportunity to enhance the collective strength, and naturally, we will not let it slip by easily. Mu Feng could imagine the scene of kings everywhere after this army finished the Dark Tide. The army continued its march. They swept through the enemy lines with unstoppable momentum, killing all who dared to resist. Mu Feng reaped a total of 4 true god treasure chests and 4 kinds of law power along the way, which can be said to be quite fruitful. When the army reached the 30th floor, Mu Feng casually threw out a black hole. Caesar asked curiously, "What is this?" He had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Thor had used it before when they faced each other, and its power was extraordinary. "A divine art composed of the power of laws," Mu Feng said truthfully. However, he did not elaborate, since the concept of the void law is difficult to explain. Mu Feng's divine power, the black hole traveled a very, very long way forward. The black hole vanished suddenly, just as it became undetectable even to the souls of true gods. An island fell to the ground out of thin air. Chen Feng looked up at the sky, somewhat bewildered, completely unable to figure out what was going on. In the realm of nothingness, there is no concept of time. It can be a fleeting moment or an extremely long time. Mu Feng thoughtfully fixed the time. So the other person didn't feel like a very long time had passed. It was just a blink of an eye. The reason they left the other party here is because the 30th floor of the abyss is already an area where the Dark Tide has erupted. Given Chen Feng's strength at the King Realm, this place is extremely dangerous. But if he can survive here, the benefits he receives can be described as immense. After all, the abyssal demonic energy here is used to nourish true god-level lords. After a brief moment of confusion, Chen Feng came to his senses. Sensing the abyssal demonic energy around him, his face showed a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. It was a very strong power, which seemed to be of great benefit to him. Fatty and Duoer arrived at this moment, and Fatty said, "The most urgent thing is to settle down the territory as soon as possible. As a king lord, it is absolutely impossible to be without territory under your command. Seeking territory here is a very simple matter as long as one is not greedy. After all, the beings here are true gods and lords. The elephant wouldn't care about the ants at its feet." When the army reached the 32nd floor, its speed of movement changed from rapid advance to a complete stop. Because the abyss rift leading to the 33rd floor is located within the territory of a supreme god-level powerhouse. Caesar glanced at Mu Feng beside him and asked uncertainly, Are you sure you can handle this? If it weren't for Mu Feng, their story would have ended here. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Feng had already formed an idea. He began by saying, let's first claim a territory nearby. If the army were to continue advancing, it would be a hindrance. Now that we're on the 32nd floor, it's a good time to claim our territory and wait for the dark tide. However, Mu Feng wouldn't stay here. He wanted to continue deeper into the abyss. After finishing his sentence, he glanced at Caesar beside him and said again, after occupying the territory, I will continue to venture deeper. Who among you is willing to come with me? Caesar thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and said, let's go for it. Since absorbing that mass of world origin, Caesar's ambition has gradually swelled. Chapter 264. Wait a minute. Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Given their talent, they shouldn't have stayed here in the first place. Then Mu Feng's divine soul spread out, rapidly searching for a suitable territory in the surrounding area. At the same time, a strange ripple appeared in Mu Feng's eyes, which was the ability of the eye of the universe. He certainly wouldn't just pick any random place. To directly glimpse the truth of the world, to find the place where the world's origin is more concentrated, which is also the place where it will erupt in time. In just a short while, Mu Feng had already found what he wanted. Such a massive army rampaging through the abyss naturally attracted the attention of countless people. One of the ogre gods looked extremely grim because this army was coming for him. A violent, abyssal demonic energy erupted from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the edge of the territory. This is my territory. You shall all stop here, the ogre god said. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a battle broke out in the space surrounding Mu Feng. This time, their goal is to seize territory, so there's no need for dialogue. The ogre god sensed the ripples in the surrounding space, and his expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the violent spatial force had already crushed him into pieces. Congratulations, Lord, on slaying a true god-level expert. The rewards are as follows. The power of laws, the law of force. Dropped item, true god-level treasure chest. Divine art, power of the vast ocean. The scene of casually killing a high-level true god is quite explosive, even in the eyes of friendly forces. Ignoring the strange looks from others, Mu Feng said, quickly take over the management of the territory. Because of the impending dark tide, this area will inevitably be impacted by other territories. So Mu Feng directly placed the subordinate Lord's Hall here, something he acquired early on. Upon arriving at the Lord's Hall, Mu Feng opened all 5 true god-level treasure chests. 1 offensive building blueprint, 1 defensive special item, 2 divine artifacts, and a wisp of the world's origin. Mu Feng first built offensive structures within his territory, and then placed defensive items accordingly. With 1 offensive and 1 defensive weapon, and both being true god level, Mu Feng was incredibly lucky this time, getting exactly what he wanted. Caesar and the Scarecrow initially seemed somewhat dismissive of the buildings that had sprung up in their territory. But when the magical runes on it started flashing, the 2 men's expressions changed drastically. Mu Feng simply smiled and ignored the 2 people who looked shocked. He casually picked up a spiked club and weighed it in his hand. Feeling the heavy weight above, Mu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although Mu Feng had killed true gods, this time the items he obtained could be described as an explosion of luck. Mu Feng's hand is a mid-level divine weapon. If we categorize it according to corresponding strength, then it corresponds to the level of a main god. After a brief familiarization session, Mu Feng put away the spiked club. Looking into the distance, Caesar and the Scarecrow were still circling around the defensive tower. This is a true god-level attack and defense tower, capable of killing true god-level powerhouses. No wonder the 2 were so surprised. Shaking his head helplessly, Mu Feng said, everyone, gather in the main hall. Caesar and the Scarecrow are not included. Mu Feng. Caesar also went to find his own territory to settle his troops. If the 2 of them went to the abyss alone, they could reach at least the 50th floor by using various covert methods. However, if you're leading a large army, then don't even think about it. Mu Feng sat on the throne and said, Lan Yu and Tu Li will stay behind to guard the territory and deal with the upcoming dark tide. The meeting didn't last long at all. Mu Feng only needed to give a simple order, and the rest would be handled by others. After giving a brief explanation, Mu Feng prepared to help Caesar find territory. Absolutely not. I can sense the direction of the world's origin. Caesar's reply surprised Mu Feng slightly. However, Mu Feng quickly figured it out. It's not surprising that the other party, having absorbed the origin of the universe, could sense the origin of the world within the abyss. I plan to train for a while first, and then go over to help Caesar when he gets into a fight with someone else. But to his surprise, Lan Yu pushed the door open and entered as soon as he returned to his room. Olivia was following behind the other person. Seeing this, Mu Feng asked, "What trouble have you encountered?" Olivia chuckled and said, "This is a huge problem. No one but Master can solve it." Her words stunned Mu Feng. The meaning is too obvious. But what's going on between the two of them? This story will be told during the army's march. A group of women naturally gathered together, and then, under Olivia's shameless instigation, they made a bet. The dark tide will erupt in 2 more years and last for 4 years, making a total of 6 years. During these 6 years, Mu Feng must have been busy with various matters and couldn't spare the time for a while. Olivia, who was a succubus, this time was torture. So what they were betting on is self-evident. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Mu Feng quickly came to his senses. He first gave Olivia an appreciative look, then turned his gaze to Blue Moon. The other person kept their head down, their face flushed with embarrassment, and didn't dare to look up at Mu Feng. When it's just the two of you, it doesn't matter what you do, because you belong to each other anyway. But things are different now. Mu Feng was not one to mince words, and immediately revealed the sharp fangs that belonged to the vampires. "Mu Feng, I found a suitable territory. Come and help me quickly." "Wait a moment." 2 hours later, Mu Feng walked out of the room. Looking at Charlotte standing at the door, he raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you doing here?" Charlotte looked at Mu Feng and said seriously, "Eiffel's talent has been upgraded to the God King level. Shouldn't I be next? But you originally had the potential to reach the level of a God King. Then let's see if we can reach the highest level." Feng didn't have much hope of raising his talent to the highest level. The further Mu Feng progressed in his cultivation, the clearer he became about the true value of a supreme god. However, instead of attacking the other party, they went along with it. "Mu Feng, a fight has broken out here. Come and help quickly." "Wait a minute." An hour later, Mu Feng walked out of the room. Looking at Lily standing at the door, she couldn't help but sigh and rub her forehead in exasperation. However, I didn't say much more, as I couldn't show favoritism. "Mu Feng, the opponent is quite strong, a peak upper true god. Come and help quickly." "Wait a minute." Chapter 265, Human Demon Seed. An hour later, Mu Feng pushed open the door and couldn't help but let out a burp. But when he saw Anya standing at the door, he rolled his eyes and said, "Kid, get out of here." Anya immediately pouted and said, "My lord, I'm not a brat." Mu Feng knew this, of course. He was just getting a little tired of it. It's important to keep things fresh and interesting. He ignored Anya and walked straight ahead, bypassing her. Anya followed behind, chattering incessantly the whole way. Just as I turned a corner, I saw Isabella dressed in a maid outfit. Isabella was slightly taken aback and subconsciously said, "Wasn't it supposed to take an hour? Why is it so fast?" A black line instantly appeared on Mu Feng's forehead. I tilted my head at Isabella, gesturing for her to follow me. Isabella, of course, knew this, and her face immediately turned red. Anya stomped her foot angrily from behind and said, "Lord, you're being unfair." Inside the room, Mu Feng's mind began to rattle with noise again. "Mu Feng, our allies on the other side are here. If you don't come soon, I'm going to die here. Just a little longer. Just a little longer." In fact, Mu Feng was not in a hurry at all. Although Caesar and Scarecrow are both mid-level true gods, their strength is extremely remarkable. As long as you don't encounter a god-level being, escaping safely shouldn't be a problem. The reason the other party is in such a hurry is simply to save some time. The problem is that Mu Feng's time is also very tight. I let out another burp. This time I was truly stuffed. He didn't experience any discomfort in his lower back. After all, he had also been replenishing his body with a lot of supplements during his splurge. After finishing his own business, Mu Feng finally got up to help Caesar. The opponent wasn't very far away, so Mu Feng was extremely fast. Upon seeing the battlefield, Mu Feng's expression froze slightly. The opponents are a human and an angel. However, they were definitely not ordinary. The human was a demon, and the angel was a fallen angel. Among them, the human demon race has reached the level of a high-ranking true god, while the fallen angels have reached the level of a mid-ranking true god. If it were just a matter of strength, Caesar would have been able to defeat his opponent. However, Mu Feng immediately noticed that the black longsword held by the human demon was not simple. Medium artifact. Seeing such a gain, Mu Feng immediately decided to act without hesitation. The raging laws of fire instantly enveloped dozens of light years, completely sealing off this area. A blood-red hand materialized in the sky, pressing down with earth, shattering power. Both the human demons and the fallen angels immediately considered retreating. Even now, after fighting all this way, Caesar has said that he still has allies behind him. Therefore, The two were not surprised by the sudden appearance of a powerful figure. Fallen Angel immediately said, "Quickly break the law of fire." The human demon immediately nodded, raised the black long sword in his hand, and slashed forward. The black sword light stretched endlessly, attempting to break through the barrier of flames. Wherever the sword light passed, the power of the fire law trembled and began to weaken. However, the sword light fared no better. It didn't completely break through the flame barrier before dissipating into nothingness. The expression on the human demon's face finally changed, and his face was filled with horror. Such a large-scale blocking measure should theoretically be relatively weak. After all, the output of energy is limited. When energy is concentrated, its power is greater, and vice versa. However, there was no time for him to think about it now, as the blood-red hand above his head was already approaching. The earth within a light-year radius instantly collapsed, and the human demon's knees involuntarily bent, crashing heavily to the ground. "Don't kill me. I can serve you." Hearing the other party's pleas for mercy, Mufeng had no intention of holding back. If the other party is an ordinary human, then Mufeng might actually consider it. However, the other party is a human demon, a scum among humans, which is why it appeared in a place like the Abyss. Although Mufeng can use various means to ensure the loyalty of others, a person's character will not change. As a god of the Abyss, Caesar's personality was also recognized by Mufeng. If you compare Caesar to a human demon, it's like the difference between lust and animalism. One is the pursuit of power through killing, which is the main theme whether in the Starry Sky or the Abyss. There's not much to say about it. However, the human demon race exists purely to satisfy their perverse desires. When the giant hand fell, everything below vanished into nothingness. A violent aura erupted, sending the fallen angel in the distance flying. Before he could even stop, the surrounding space pressed in on her, instantly shattering into a cloud of blood mist. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng drew the black longsword into his grasp. At the same time, Mufeng was also a little curious. Artifacts of the same level are rarer than powerful individuals of the same level. The opponent was merely a true god, yet he possessed a mid-level divine artifact. After sensing the soul power emanating from the black sword, Mufeng immediately had a guess. Refined by sacrificing one's soul. The soul power emanating from this black sword has been refined from at least hundreds of billions of humans. This is a notorious evil weapon, but Mufeng doesn't mind. As long as it works, that's fine with him. Two beams of light flashed by, and Caesar and the Scarecrow appeared beside him. Caesar immediately complained, "If you had come any later, I would have really died here." Mufeng merely glanced at the other person and didn't bother to criticize them. The Scarecrow glanced at the shattered earth below and said, "Is this territory still usable?" Caesar realized it instantly. With Mufeng's attack, the ground looked as if it had been plowed by tens of thousands of nuclear bombs. Just as she was about to complain to Mufeng, a white light flashed in Mufeng's eyes. This familiar scene, Caesar exclaimed in surprise, "The law of time." When Thor used the laws of time, his eyes would glow with a white light, just like Mufeng's now. As expected, as the power of the laws of time surged forth, time instantly began to flow backward on the ground below. The shattered earth began to piece itself back together, and fallen trees stood upright. Seeing their unpredictable and mysterious methods, the two felt even more confident about the journey ahead. Once the territory has been fully repaired, Caesar immediately began to take over the territory. The Scarecrow was all alone. He hadn't brought his own troops with him. As an ordinary true god, his troops are not very strong in combat. Reaching the 30th floor or above is quite dangerous, and he might have to start from scratch. Chapter 266 Deep into the Abyss. 3 months later, with everything settled, the three of them teamed up and headed towards the higher levels of the Abyss. Ignoring the army's speed, the three true god powerhouses moved like dragons through the Abyss. The 40th floor of the Abyss. Caesar tugged at Mufeng's clothes and said cautiously, "Is that enough?" Mufeng immediately rolled his eyes. He's supposed to be a fearsome Abyss god, but I never expected him to be so cowardly. This cannot be blamed on Caesar. The 40th level of the Abyss already involves a large number of main gods. If the main god discovers them, they might just get instantly killed. The Scarecrow standing to the side didn't dare to say a word, as if it was afraid of being discovered by others. Seeing this, Mufeng thought for a moment and said, "I'll put you two away and travel alone." Before the two could react, a black hole swept past them and sucked them in. The Void Kingdom was stored within his inner world. A flash of black light appeared on Mufeng's body as he absorbed the Void laws. Without a moment's hesitation, They headed straight for the abyss rift leading to the 41st floor. The nearest abyssal rift is located within the territory of a powerful chief god. However, Mu Feng was not afraid. If one possesses the ability to conceal their aura, even a god-level powerhouse cannot detect them. However, there are also downsides to doing this. Mu Feng now feels like there are countless eyes watching him. He knew perfectly well that this could not possibly be the main god of the territory. There is only one possibility, the ancient gods. The Star Clan member who gave him the gift once said that the ancient god clan seemed to be looking for him as well. By enveloping himself in the void laws, Mu Feng essentially ceased to exist in the abyss world. However, it has not completely entered the void, so it is somewhere in between. In this situation, the ancient gods cannot attack you, but they should be able to spy on you without any problem. After arriving at the abyss rift, Mu Feng did not rush to the 42nd floor. Instead, they went directly to the main temple of the supreme god. At this moment, the main god was sitting on the throne, his eyes were deep, and he was obviously in a state of cultivation. Mu Feng waved his hand in front of the other person's eyes to make sure the other person couldn't feel him at all before turning and leaving. The opponent's strength was that of a lower-level main god, and they had no awareness of him whatsoever. Therefore, Mu Feng could be absolutely certain that no one at the level of a main god could sense him. The journey was very easy, and Mu Feng had even reached the 60th floor. Looking at the crack leading to the 61st floor, Mu Feng hesitated briefly. Because if we continue forward, there is a chance we will encounter a God King level powerhouse. Having grown up to this point, Mu Feng has never seen a true God King level, and lacks a certain assessment of the strength of this level. Familiar within him is a God King. It has never unleashed its true power. It has always been a castrated version. In the end, Mu Feng gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, deciding to continue forward. Risk comes with reward, something Mu Feng cannot refuse. This time, however, Mu Feng was more cautious and traveled much slower, trying to avoid those vast territories as much as possible. Furthermore, as the number of layers increases, the gaps between the abyssal rifts also become larger. When Mu Feng arrived at the 65th floor, the abyssal rift leading to the 66th floor was tens of thousands of light years away. The 65th floor is Mu Feng's limit, because there's no time left. Not to mention the long distance, they also had to avoid potential dangers along the way. The truth was reflected in Mu Feng's eyes, and he immediately began to observe the direction of the origin of the world. After a long period of observation, Mu Feng finally chose a mountain peak that resembled a volcano crater. However, what is brewing inside is not magma, but the very origin of the world. They immediately entered through the crater and landed on a huge rock. He casually took the two of them out of his inner world. Caesar sensed the dense abyssal demonic energy and grinned, saying, "What have you been doing here?" The 65th floor of the abyss. Hearing Mu Feng's calm reply, Caesar and Straw Soul were almost scared out of their wits. This is the territory of the God King. Perhaps because they were too scared, the two of them did not make a sound despite their fear. He just kept his head down, constantly scanning his surroundings. Seeing this, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, no one will come here." "How can you be so sure?" "Because in my observation, this is the weakest eruption point of the world's origin in the vicinity," Mu Feng said helplessly, spreading his hands. Mu Feng naturally wanted a better place, but unfortunately, the God King thought the same thing. He believed himself to be powerful, but if his opponent were a God King, Mu Feng would have to pay the price of at least half his life. And they only managed to escape from the other side. It's not an exaggeration. When Mu Feng escaped from the spider, which was at the level of a high-ranking god, he used 2 drops of his essence blood. Caesar breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the other party say that. After all, if he were a God King, he wouldn't choose the weakest eruption point. Mu Feng plopped down on a rock and said, "Although it's not time for the eruption yet, we can already absorb a little bit. I'll cultivate for a while first." In this situation, it is commonly referred to as running the juice first. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, the two immediately entered a state of cultivation, even faster than Mu Feng, since this was exactly what they had been dreaming of. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly, a feather appeared in his palm, and then he threw the feather into the air. The feather hovered directly above the crater, enveloped by the void law, before slowly disappearing. This feather was plucked from Nightshade. It allows Mu Feng to sense changes in his surroundings without using the eye of the universe. Although its abilities are greatly reduced, it is perfect for warning purposes. Mu Feng slowly closed his eyes and began to enter a state of cultivation. His current strength is that of a mid-level true god. To break through to the level of an upper-level true god, he needs to condense his own divine spark. The so-called divinity is actually a projection of the divine kingdom. However, breaking through to the upper true god level is still a bit of a rush for Mu Feng right now. After all, he has only just reached the middle-level true god realm and has not yet reached the peak of the middle-level realm. He still needs a period of time to mature. With the help of the vast origin of the world, this speed will be extremely fast. When you are immersed in cultivation, time will fly by. In the blink of an eye, there is only 1 month left before the dark tide erupts. At this moment, the colorful origins of the world are already visible to the naked eye in the crater where we are standing. Looking up at the crater, the sky was now a hazy gray. The abyssal demonic energy was so dense it was outrageous. With each breath, one could even feel a burning sensation in their lungs. Chapter 267, Uninvited Guest. With each breath, but my vitality was constantly increasing. At this moment, the creatures of the abyss seemed to have their primal, underlying genetic code awakened. Although there is still a month before the outbreak, the very essence of the world beneath our feet has already begun to surge. Mu Feng slightly opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He has been cultivating here for over a year, and his strength has reached the peak of the middle-level god. Taking advantage of the dark tide eruption, I'll break through to the upper true god level directly, Mu Feng muttered to himself. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a dark wave emanated from not far away, spreading outwards like ripples. Black dots appeared out of thin air in the void, and tentacles seeped out from them, twisting and turning in the air. An aura belonging to a high-ranking true god emanated from Caesar. Although the aura of the supreme deity present was strong, it did not spread too far. After all, what permeates the abyss now is a large amount of abyssal demonic energy. Caesar opened his eyes, his face showing excitement and agitation. He broke through from a lower-level true god to a higher-level true god in just a few years, which is absolutely a miracle. Mu Feng wasn't too surprised, because he didn't know when Caesar would break through. The scarecrow also turned its gaze towards them, a hint of expectation on its stiff face, expectations for its own future. In the past, it would have been extremely difficult for him to break through to the level of a high-ranking true god. But after taking the potion, everything became simple. Within this dark tide, he has a chance to break through to the level of a high-ranking true god. The atmosphere at the scene was quite good. Although there wasn't much interaction, our allies had become stronger. Just as the three were about to continue their cultivation, Mu Feng's expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and unleashed 2 void realms, enveloping Caesar and the scarecrow within them, before retracting them into his inner world with a thought. The feather, hidden in the void, fell rapidly and disappeared into the body. The void law enveloped his entire body, and Mu Feng's figure vanished instantly. A streak of crimson light pierced the sky, traversing light years in the blink of an eye. Blood-red light descended into the crater. It landed right next to Mu Feng, without veering too far off course. However, Mu Feng was hidden within the void and lawless laws at the moment, so the other party did not notice him at first. Upon Mu Feng's observation, the other party turned out to be a vampire. His breathing was disordered and weak, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. However, at that very moment, a roar of a lion suddenly came from Mu Feng's inner world. The roar was filled with intense anger, as if it wanted to tear the other person apart alive. Half of his consciousness entered his inner world and began to communicate with blood fury. Amidst the lion's successive low roars, Mu Feng finally understood the cause and effect. The vampire before me is the very same vampire scoundrel who imprisoned Blood Fury in an attempt to obtain the power of the true ancestor. Its name is Zophansis. His strength is at the God King realm, eternal level. The God King realm is the same as the previous realms, each with 3 minor realms, except that they are no longer upper, middle, and lower. They are respectively eternal level, world lord level, and universe level. Mu Feng calmed Blood Fury's emotions. Then his soul withdrew from his inner world. Mu Feng naturally wanted to kill such a scum of the vampire clan. Unfortunately, although the opponent was seriously injured, Mu Feng did not think he could kill him. The opponent can only exert 1 or 2 tenths of their strength, but killing a high-level god is no problem at all. Let alone killing the other party. Mu Feng is now a little nervous, wondering if the other party will discover him. This is a vampire trying to spy on its own bloodline. At the same time, Mu Feng was also a little depressed, as his luck was truly terrible. Even though they chose the weakest point, they still managed to run into the opponent. The reason they encountered Zophansis was precisely because they chose the weakest option. The other party was seriously injured and naturally did not want to clash with the other God Kings, so he came here. After landing on the rock, Zovances casually flicked his wrist and threw out a streak of bloody light. The blood-red light spread instantly overhead, and a blood-red light screen opened up in an instant, flashing a few times before disappearing into the void. After doing all that, he plopped down on the rock. He muttered viciously to himself, "Damn old hag. Don't let me get a chance." Last time, when Blood Fury was imprisoned, it was ambushed by other vampires with the Mist of Carapace, and all their efforts were in vain. Zovances became a pariah, hated by everyone in the vampire clan. Moreover, Zovances was also severely injured by the Mist of the Shell during that battle and has never recovered. With the dark tide about to erupt, I'm thinking of going into the abyss to obtain some of the world's essence to heal my injuries. But to my utter surprise, I ran right into that woman Milos. Malona is the head of 13 clans and a cosmic god king level powerhouse. Without a second thought, Zovances turned and ran. Milo also set his sights on him, relentlessly pursuing him all the way. Zovances paid the price of half his life to barely escape. As for why it's described as barely, it's because Milo is currently on floor 65, while Zovances hasn't gone far at all. As Mufong listened to the other party's impotent rage, he had already begun to think about leaving. After all, he wasn't a fool. It was definitely not worth it to risk getting himself half dead just to kill his opponent. He was not alone, he had territory, and he was a lord. He shifted his body slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Zovances. The other party did not seem to notice them. Slowly moving towards the crater, Zovances never looked in their direction. Perhaps because the other party was seriously injured, their perception ability was also greatly reduced. Mufong successfully left the crater and then headed away into the distance. Once they were far away, Mufong cursed his bad luck under his breath and immediately began looking for a new trigger. Moreover, this time, Mufong did not deliberately seek out weaker points of attack. There's still a month until the dark tide erupts. If a spot is chosen for an eruption, that person is already inside. Therefore, Mufong only needs to check whether there are any rune restrictions. After more than half a month of searching, Mufong finally found a suitable trigger point. Deep in the mountains, Mufong entered a rather secluded cave. The stalactites overhead are constantly dripping down the colorful green essence of the world. The enormous cave was slightly damp and covered in moss, but it also possessed a unique beauty that did not match the terrifying atmosphere of the abyss. Arriving at the very center of the cave, Mufong scooped up a handful of clear water from the pool and nodded in satisfaction. Below the pool lies the colorful origin of the world, but once you reach the top, it transforms into a clear spring. Chapter 268 Identity Exposed. Just as he was about to release Caesar and the Scarecrow, Mufang's smiling face instantly turned gloomy. The void instantly enveloped his entire body. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? In just 2 breaths, a streak of blood entered the cave. As the bloodstains faded, a tall figure came into view. Her fiery red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her red armor with black lines exuded a heroic and domineering aura. His blood-red pupils scanned the surroundings, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She walked to the pool, splashed some water with her hand, and nodded in satisfaction. After chasing for so long, it's time to relax a bit. Then, under Mufong's gaze, the other person fastened the soft buckle on his shoulder with his hand. With a snap, the armor on his body came loose. One piece of armor fell off his body, and Mufong watched quietly, even his breathing unconsciously slowing down. It wasn't that I was lustful, I was simply afraid of being discovered. As the armor pieces fell off one by one, the inner lining gradually came into view. However, it's not revealing. Only after removing the inner lining is the underwear underneath. Slender, delicate fingers rested on the buttons. The woman turned slightly to the side, leaving Mufong with only her back view, and unbuttoned her inner garment. The lining dipped slightly, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders. She turned her head to reveal a profile and said, "Haven't you seen enough yet?" Mufong was startled at first, but quickly calmed down. There was no need to remain hidden any longer, so I immediately withdrew the void law from my body. Mufong immediately used the eye of the universe, determined to find out the other party's background. His strength is terrifying. He is a cosmic-level god, king, already in the first tier below the supreme god. However, the next moment, Mufong was slightly taken aback. It just slipped out unconsciously. Although he opened his mouth to speak, no sound came out. However, Milo heard it clearly, and his pupils suddenly contracted. She turned around instantly, staring intently at Mufong. Because Mufong just said those words, which were Milo's real name. A true name is a mark etched into the soul, and for vampires, having their true name known by others is a terrifying thing. Mu Feng blurted it out because he recognized the other person's identity and was somewhat shocked. Milo Nosferatu, one of the 12 clans, and judging from the other party's status, even if not the head of the clan, they are definitely in a high position of power. Milo stared intently at Mu Feng for a moment, then said, slowly and deliberately, "How did you know? Every race has its weaknesses, and the vampires are not absolutely invincible. Their true names are one such weakness. Moreover, it's the kind of fatal weakness that would kill you if exposed." As for Mu Feng, although he is also a vampire, he does not have a real name, because his bloodline is that of the Supreme God. Of the Supreme God is as supreme as his title suggests. It is the most perfect life form. To defeat a Supreme God, do not consider his weaknesses, because such things do not exist. The only way to achieve victory is to suppress it with absolute power. Mu Feng knew that his unconscious words had gotten him into big trouble. To be honest, he doesn't want to have any contact with the 12 clans at this stage. The main problem is the lack of the ability to protect themselves. Mu Feng's unconscious words cannot be entirely blamed for revealing his identity. Because the other party has already discovered Mu Feng, as long as they look at him carefully face to face, they are bound to discover Mu Feng's true identity. Take Milo for example. Although I kept asking the other person questions, I naturally didn't give up on observing them carefully. The other party's bloodline level is very high, even higher than mine. So here's the question. Among the vampires, who is it that has a bloodline level higher than the 12 clan heads? That's so hard to guess. Although Milo already had the answer in her heart, she still couldn't quite believe it. Milo knew that a new true ancestor had appeared, but he didn't expect to encounter him here. After a brief moment of staring at each other, Milo finally spoke up and asked, "True ancestor, Your Majesty." Her tone was full of uncertainty. Mu Feng also sighed. There was simply no way to hide it. So I simply stopped pretending. Abyss World, welcome me. The aura from the deepest part of his bloodline emanated from his body. That aura was supreme, like the ruler of the abyss. Milo's pupils constricted instantly. She felt the pressure of her bloodline, a feeling that was suffocating. Before my mind could even process what was happening, my knees were already bent. He fell to his knees with a thud. Even though I have a million reasons not to believe it, the reality is right in front of me. Milo swallowed hard and said, "Milo Nosferatu of the Nosferatu clan pays homage to His Majesty the True Ancestor." A cosmic-level god, King knelt before him, and Mu Feng's heart pounded wildly. This is already a top-tier existence in the Abyss world. How could they possibly accept the other parties kneeling in a calm and collected manner? Although he was nervous, Mu Feng's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "Rise." Milo then slowly stood up. He bowed again and said, "Your Majesty, True Ancestor, please come with me back to the 99th level of the Abyss." The True Ancestor is the hope of the vampire clan, and she naturally wouldn't feel at ease leaving him to wander alone. Mu Feng was immediately in a dilemma. To be honest, he really didn't want to go. Even if I reach the 99th floor now and gain respect from others because of my status as a true ancestor, it will still be like a rootless duckweed. How is this any different from Emperor Xian of Han? He simply doesn't have the strength to hold on to this position. After a moment of silence, Mu Feng said, "Now is not the time for me to go back." Milo felt a pang of disappointment, but he also understood the true ancestor's current worries. To change the subject, Mu Feng immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Milo quickly regained his composure and explained the whole story. Mu Feng had guessed. The woman the vampire he had encountered earlier was the one Milo was referring to. Mu Feng said, "I ran into him before." Milo's eyes lit up instantly, his heart filled with joy. Eliminating a vampire scoundrel is a cause for celebration in itself. Moreover, with the true ancestor right beside him, wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to show off and enhance his image in the true ancestor's eyes? "Your Majesty, the true ancestor, I will eliminate that scoundrel right now." Before Mu Feng could even speak, the blood rage within him roared, his voice tinged with excitement. Mu Feng's strength is not yet sufficient, and Blood Fury is well aware of this, so he doesn't think about seeking revenge. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 269, The War of the God Kings. But things are different now. Now that they have a powerful ally, Blood Rage can't wait any longer. Without a second thought, Mu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. A being that attempts to covet one's power must be killed by any means necessary. Mu Feng. The two quickly arrived at the crater they had visited earlier. At this moment, Mu Feng also witnessed the power of the God King. The ripples in space spread out in concentric circles like waves on the surface of water, causing the laws of nature to retreat wherever they passed. This space has actually become a vacuum. Without laws, all things lose their brilliance. Only Milo, standing high in the sky, had his long, flowing hair moving without wind, with black lines flowing across his red armor, making him appear almost alive. Immense pressure of a cosmic-level god, King instantly spread across tens of thousands of light years. His scarlet eyes flashed with a cold, chilling light. At that moment, Milo seemed to be the only creature in the world with color. Disgrace to the vampire clan. Prepare to die. Her voice carried almost throughout the entire 65th floor, startling all the god kings. Zovances' eyes were downcast, and he was in a very bad mood. The last time I met Milo, my injuries were still under control, and I was able to escape from him. However, now that they have been severely injured, it is almost impossible for them to escape again. Zovances stepped out of the crater and looked up at the sky. In an instant, Milo withdrew all his aura and automatically took 2 steps back. Mu Feng's lips twitched slightly. This was what they called protecting his teammates in front of him. However, Mu Feng also knew that the other party was doing this out of respect. Zufensaz also turned his gaze to Mu Feng, and after a brief observation, his pupils suddenly contracted. True ancestor. Mu Feng composed himself and looked at Zufensaz with calm eyes. He then said, Zhuofances, you attempted to spy on the power of the true ancestor, and now it's time to pay the price. A mad desire ignited in Zovances' eyes, which had been filled with despair. As long as we can obtain his bloodline, all the problems at hand will be solved. A true ancestor and the strength of an eternal God King. He is comparable to a cosmic God King. The power gap between the God King realms is enormous. A difference of just one realm is like an abyss. However, similarly, as strength increases, the abilities of the true ancestor bloodline will also be greatly unleashed. Take familiars, for example. Once they reach the God King realm, they can basically mobilize most of their power without needing to use their essence blood as a price. With such unpredictable abilities, it's not entirely impossible for him to kill a cosmic-level God King. Zovances naturally knew nothing about the details of the true ancestor's bloodline. But all vampires know that the true ancestor's bloodline is incredibly powerful, and that's enough. Zovances' pupils suddenly contracted, and he had made up his mind. Mu Feng felt a blur before his eyes, and Zhuofances' 5 fingers, forming claws, were already at his face. A crimson barrier appeared out of thin air, blocking Zovances' killing move. Mu Feng didn't react at all, and a blood sword appeared in Milo's hand behind him. Seeing that his attack had failed, Zovances immediately created distance. By the time Mu Feng fully realized what was happening, Zufensaz was already thousands of light years away, almost escaping the limit of the eye of the universe's gaze. I felt a streak of blood flash past me, and the scene in the distance was one of impending doom. Fell to the ground piece by piece, like a shattered mirror. All the laws governing this world were wiped out in an instant. Only 2 powerful laws of blood are constantly clashing. Blood churned, and sword light shone brightly. Mu Feng's eyes moved up and down like steel balls in a pinball machine, trying to keep up with the speed of the 2 people. That's too fast. And it's not just that it's fast. The power of each strike is enough to annihilate a nebula. In a daze, Mu Feng felt a streak of blood-red light rapidly approaching him. In another moment of disorientation, the sword light swept across in front of him, forcing the blood-red light back. Although Mu Feng could not observe the battlefield accurately, he was aware of it in his mind. Zovances has definitely been trying to take action against me, and has already done so multiple times. A streak of crimson sword light swept across millions of light years, seemingly about to cleave the entire abyss in 2. A drop of blood fell to the ground, and the earth trembled instantly, forming a crater thousands of feet deep. At this moment, the blood falling from the sky was not just a single drop, it was practically a rain of blood. Every drop of blood carries unparalleled energy. Every drop is enough to shatter a star. Mu Feng now admitted that he had indeed underestimated the God King level powerhouse. A single drop of the God King's blood would likely be enough to destroy the world barrier of the Neuro world. A streak of blood-red light traversed tens of thousands of light years and arrived in front of Mu Feng in the blink of an eye. Zovances knelt on the ground, his right hand covering the broken wound on his left shoulder, blood constantly seeping from between his fingers. Some raindrops fell directly to the ground, while others flowed down the arms to the elbows. His cries of pain were accompanied by a truly pitiful appearance. The entire battle lasted only about 10 breaths. Mu Feng barely saw anything before it was over. Milo then spoke up, saying, "Your Majesty, the culprit has been executed." We now await your Majesty's decision. Mu Feng was actually very happy inside. He had previously considered killing Zovances with his own hands, but it was just a thought, and he never voiced it. The reason for all of this is that he doesn't have enough power, he doesn't speak with confidence, and he can only try to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. But I didn't expect Milo to be so accommodating. Mu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Mino's face immediately lit up with joy. This comfort from the true ancestor greatly lifted her spirits. Mu Feng looked at Zovances, his eyes gradually turning cold. A drop of blood condensed at the fingertip, and a strange fragrance wafted through the air. Zovances stared, completely mesmerized, momentarily ignoring the pain in his body. This drop of blood was exactly what he had been dreaming of. As a giant maw appeared, it swallowed the drop of blood directly into its belly. Zovances' face twisted in anger as he roared, "That's mine! Mine!" Bloodridge's lips curled into a cruel smile. He could finally take his revenge. The reason Mu Feng summoned his familiar was because the opponent was a god king. If the opponent couldn't even break through his defenses, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? I might as well pay the price of a drop of my essence blood and let blood fury have its fill. In order to properly torment its opponent, Blood Rage shrunk its size to that of a normal male lion. He tackled Zovances to the ground, his foul-smelling saliva dripping onto the other's face. Chapter 270, Floor 89. Surprisingly, Zovances showed no fear as he felt the foul-smelling saliva dripping onto his face. More often than not, it's obsession. Although he had imprisoned Blood Rage for some time, he had never been this close before. Of the true ancestor was immense, which further solidified Zovances' conviction in his initial choice. As a god king of the vampire clan, you can call him a disgrace to the vampire clan, but you absolutely cannot call him a coward. Blood Rage opened its maw and ripped a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. Despite the excruciating pain, Zovances uttered no more cries of agony. He stared into the bloodthirsty, ferocious eyes of Blood Fury. For some reason, when Blood Rage met the other's gaze, he suddenly lost the urge to torment him. With its gaping maw crushing the skull, an eternal God King fell. Congratulations, Lord, on slaying the eternal God King. The rewards are as follows. The power of laws, the law of blood. Dropped item, God King level treasure chest. Divine art, blood anomaly. Mu Feng's slightly upturned lips were harder to control than an AK. The law of blood was indeed of no use to Mu Feng, because whenever he breaks through to a new realm, the law of blood will automatically reach the peak of that realm, so there is no need for cultivation at all. A God King level treasure chest. Not to mention at this stage, even if Mu Feng breaks through to God King in the future, it will still be a valuable item. After all, God King level items are all of God King level. As for the opponent's divine art, blood anomaly. While one may comprehend divine arts at the mid-level true god stage, it doesn't mean that one's progress will stop. For example, Mu Feng's triple Rashomon was previously enhanced once using the origin of the universe. The opponent's divine magic has been enhanced all the way to the level of a God King, and its power is unimaginable. Blood Rage transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, instantly plunging into Mu Feng's body. Milo also kept curiously observing the lion. The 12 familiar beasts, although recorded in the vampire's archives, are nothing compared to the awe-inspiring sight of real life. Upon seeing Blood Fury return, Milo quickly regained his composure, knelt on one knee, and said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, I humbly request that you and I return to the 99th floor." Mu Feng met the other person's expectant eyes, but felt an intense resistance in his heart. He would never go to the 99th floor until he had sufficient power. Although, for the time being, Milo appears to be very loyal. However, since the enemy is not a unit you summoned, you cannot see their loyalty. However, now that my cultivation level has reached this point, there are other ways to test it. That is the power of faith. Mu Feng could sense that the other party was emanating a pure and extremely strong power of faith. The other party's loyalty is definitely above 90%. The other party is, after all, a cosmic-level god, king, who is fully capable of taking him down and uncovering the secrets belonging to the true ancestor. To maintain such high loyalty under such temptation is truly remarkable. Nevertheless, Mu Feng shook his head and said, "I have no plans to return to the 99th floor for the time being." Milo's expression immediately turned anxious, and he said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, why is this happening?" Mu Feng did not answer, but instead looked at the corpse of Zhuofances. Milo instantly understood and couldn't help but give a wry smile. Yes, the true ancestor's power is still too weak. If they were to return to the 99th floor at this time, they would have almost no power to resist anyone who had any ideas, even if a large number of powerful individuals are dispatched to provide close protection. But in this kind of situation, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, not a thief for 1,000 days. In comparison, it would be safer to let His Majesty the true ancestor grow up alone outside. Milo quickly composed herself. Although she couldn't bring the true ancestor back, she was the first to encounter the true ancestor, which was an honor in itself. As if she had thought of something, she quickly said, "Your Majesty, the fragments of the 3 lives demon mirror, one of them has always been kept in the vampire territory on the 99th floor." Seemingly afraid that Mu Feng was unaware of the details, she added again, "Since the second true ancestor fell, the magic mirror fragment has also shattered into 5 pieces. One of them has always been on the 99th floor. The territory on the 99th floor has changed hands repeatedly, but no one has dared to touch the magic mirror fragment." Mu Feng nodded in agreement. "So, the overall loyalty of the vampires is not a problem. At the very least, there's no problem with the top-tier experts. Of course, it's also possible that their scheme is too elaborate, and a mere fragment of the magic mirror isn't worth their time. They're waiting for something bigger." All of this was just Mu Feng's conjecture. After thinking about it for a while, Mu Feng shook his head helplessly. They're still too weak. If they were truly strong enough, they wouldn't need to think so much. He looked at Milo and said, "One day, I will personally retrieve the fragments of the magic mirror, but for now, we must prepare to deal with the dark tide." If we don't mention the dark tide, Milo has almost forgotten about it. This was a celebration for the entire abyss. I was busy chasing after Zovances a while ago and completely forgot about this. However, a hint of disappointment flashed across Milo's face when he thought of the dark tide. Milo knew that the vampires wouldn't be entering the creation god mountain this time, since it had been discussed in advance. Noticing the disappointment on the other person's face, Mu Feng immediately asked. Milo, of course, held nothing back and explained everything clearly. Mu Feng sighed helplessly. He was also powerless to do anything about it. However, his desire to improve his strength became even more urgent. He stopped chatting with Milo and said, "I need to go prepare to face the dark tide." Milo quickly said, "Then I'll take the true ancestor to a good place." After thinking about it, Mu Feng nodded in agreement. At the very least, the other party personally is not at fault. Milo's face lit up with joy, and he immediately stood up, pointing his finger into the void in front of him. A world portal was formed instantly. After the two entered the world portal together, the world portal slowly disappeared. Mu Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the abyssal demonic energy permeating the heavens and earth. He said, "You didn't bring me to the 99th floor, did you?" The abyssal demonic energy at the scene was so dense that it gave Mu Feng this idea. Milo smiled and said, "How could I disobey His Majesty the True Ancestor's orders? This is the 89th floor of the abyss. Although it's not the 99th floor, we're very close to acquiring more territory. It's practically within reach. Starting from the 90th floor, it is basically the territory of the 5 supreme races of the abyss. Of the 12 clans of the vampires, 9 are located in the abyss." Chapter 2, 71 Bird of Paradise. Moreover, there are 4 other supreme races. The supreme race also has a large number of subordinate forces, which all require a lot of territory. The resources contained in the 90th to 99th floors are almost the same. The difference lies in the creation god mountain. Therefore, starting from the 90th floor, it was directly occupied by the 5 supreme races. Mu Feng nodded, quite satisfied with the result. The outcome is a good one. By not venturing into vampire territory again and maximizing the gains from this dark tide, the two then arrived at a valley where the abyssal demonic energy was already showing signs of erupting. However, at this moment, 2 creatures were sitting cross-legged in the valley, which had obviously been occupied. Mu Feng was slightly taken aback when he saw the 2 strange and monstrous figures. This phrase, Ndugu Susan, Neo Guesha Sha, isn't an exclamation, but an adjective. Races, bull demons, and snake people. The snake man before me was unlike any I had seen before. Its long hair was entirely made of small snakes, which were now staring at Mu Feng and the other person, hissing. This is the most elite bloodline of the serpent people, Medusa, based on the strength of Zovances and Milo beside him. The demons and monsters before me are probably at the level of a world lord or a god king. Milo looked at the grotesque figures before him, snorted coldly, and said, "I want this place." The demons and monsters didn't dare utter a word. They just bowed and scraped before turning and leaving. No matter how much they cursed behind my back, at least they wouldn't dare say a word to my face. Mu Feng asked curiously. This place is already very close to the top, and this explosive point is definitely not weak. So why is it only occupied by a world lord-level god king? Milo smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, because in the abyss, more than 80% of the universe-level god kings are direct descendants of the 5 supreme races. The remaining 10% are subordinate forces, and the remaining 1 is an independent force. Mu Feng finally understood that over 90% of the universe-level god kings were above level 90. The remaining 10% occupy the 89th floor, and not all of them are necessarily in the abyss. The extremely limited number of cosmic-level god kings in the 89th layer of the abyss. Milo pointed in a direction and said, there's a cosmic-level god king right next door, and he's quite powerful, known as the Seven Sins Demon King. The two landed together in the valley while chatting. During this time, Mu Feng kept learning about various things in the abyss. He was like a sponge that was thirsty, frantically absorbing everything. Time turns. The earth began to shake violently. The colorful origin of the world overflowed from the earth and then shot straight into the sky. The energy gathered in the sky and began to spread in all directions. The demonic energy in the abyss had reached a level almost like poison. Monsters with slightly lower intelligence will immediately have their intelligence eroded by this violent demonic energy and will begin to become frenzied. Even Mu Feng felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. He was inexplicably irritable, his throat was dry, and he kept wanting to drink something. Suppressing his inner discomfort, Mu Feng transformed into a streak of blood-red light and sat cross-legged within the multicolored pillar of light. At the same time, Mu Feng did not forget his 2 friends and casually threw them out. Ignoring Milo, the two noticed the dark tide had erupted and immediately began cultivating. If the two of them knew that Milo was a cosmic-level god king, they probably wouldn't even have the mind to cultivate right now. They'd probably be scared out of their wits. And at this moment, in the abyss, numerous colorful beams of light shot into the sky. These were the eruption points of the world's origin. The 33rd floor of the abyss. The Lord's secondary hall, located in the very center of the territory, was currently enveloped in colorful beams of light. Mu Feng chose an excellent location and placed the Lord's hall directly at the eruption point. Therefore, at this moment, the dark tide erupted, and the Lord's hall was directly enveloped in pillars of light. Outside the territory, a large number of magical beasts roared as they attempted to storm the land before them. Their wisdom has long since diminished, and they can no longer even do the most basic things like seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. All they're thinking about now is that the energy there is much stronger, and that it's the place they should go. A crimson barrier rose up at the edge of the territory, clearly indicating that these low-level monsters posed no threat to the territory. But with a cry, an eerie silence fell over the entire territory. The reason is simple. All the monsters are dead. A mix of black and white light spilled across the earth, and a giant sparrow was soaring through the air. Its feathers are generally white, but they are interspersed with black lines. Amidst the pure white and sacred aura, there was also a hint of eerie evil. Blue Moon was the first to open her eyes, looking outside the territory, her beautiful brows furrowing instantly. With her knowledge, she naturally knew what was outside the territory. Bird of Paradise. It was originally a sacred beast belonging to the angel race. However, it was obvious that something was wrong with the Bird of Paradise in front of them. One could tell from the hint of evil in its aura. A beam of light, interwoven with black and white, shot out from the bird's beak and slammed heavily against the blood-red barrier. The crimson barrier flickered for a moment, but thankfully it held up. However, Lan Yu knew that this crimson barrier wouldn't last long. This crimson barrier was originally a true god-level defensive artifact created by Mu Feng. Although it is at the level of a true god, its power will naturally be reduced due to the large area it covers. The Bird of Paradise before them was quite powerful, having already reached the level of a high-ranking true god. Blue Moon sighed. It was impossible to cultivate in peace now. She had no choice but to face the Bird of Paradise. However, she was not afraid. After all, she had him in the illustration, as well as 2 true god-level items, one for offense and one for defense, as support. The illustration also shows someone standing up while cursing. Damn it. I was planning to use this opportunity to break through to the mid-level true god. This couldn't have come at the worst possible time. Beams of light, one pink and one blue, flew out of the Lord's hall, but did not leave the territory. That's a high-ranking true god. Once we leave his territory, the outcome will be uncertain. Since defensive items are special items, Blue Moon can control them and immediately remove the defenses around the territory. The bird of paradise, lacking any intelligence at the moment, charged headlong into its territory. The target was very clear, the Lord's Hall, shrouded in multicolored energy. In order to end the battle quickly, the two of them held nothing back from the very beginning. A towering, illusory image of a flying bear stood between heaven and earth, its massive, star-like hand pressing down on the bird of paradise. The pink aura flowed around the bird of paradise, enveloping it, and continuously seeping into its body. Chapter 272 The Supreme God. Because the bird of paradise is currently intellectually deficient, it naturally lacks the willpower to resist the Blue Moon's law of desire. However, due to the bird of paradise's power, Blue Moon was also unable to completely control it. This made the bird of paradise even more agitated. Within the territory, a massive tower shimmered with light. Immediately, a beam of light pierced through the territory and slammed heavily into the bird of paradise. This strike was powerful enough to tear apart an ordinary true god. However, the bird of paradise only let out a mournful cry, and torn feathers and flesh fell off, but it was not fatally wounded. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth to unleash a beam of black and white light. The crimson barrier intertwined with three forces, blue and pink, to form a barrier. Faced with three types of defenses at the true god level, the bird of paradise's attacks were clearly not a threat. The illustration shows a roar to the sky, followed by the appearance of a huge flying bear phantom. As he moved, he gradually adopted the posture of pouncing and killing. Blue lightning power raged, and the flying bear's frenzy was fully revealed at this moment. The flying bear clan has never been an easy race to talk to. They are generally known for their volatile temper. However, in order to run the Chamber of Commerce, they greatly restrained their personalities, but did not completely change them. The image transformed into a streak of blue lightning and shot out. The phantom of the flying bear behind him spread out its enormous hand, which blotted out the sky and was wrapped in lightning power. This strike tore through the stars. The bird of paradise cried out to the sky, and black and white dots of light appeared out of thin air. Black and white feathers seeped from the light spots, then instantly became sharp, flying towards the illustration. Intelligence will be affected, and the fighting style will be greatly changed. For example, right now, the bird of paradise's manic temperament has caused him to completely abandon his defenses. The battle continues. Compared to Mufong's territory, Caesar's territory was much more peaceful. Like the bird of paradise, amidst a chaotic mist, 5 beams of light descended. Within the 5 beams of light, a vacuum region was formed, which was not eroded by the mist. And at the very center of those beams of light, there was a golden pyramid. However, this pyramid is upside down. The bottom layer is very small, but it gets bigger and bigger as you go up. A pair of enormous heads approached the pyramid, curiously examining it. After a long silence, he spoke. The true ancestor of the vampires has returned. Upon hearing this, the other 3 terrifying creatures all felt a headache coming on. A creature shrouded in black mist said, "Wouldn't our plan be redundant and offend the true ancestor of the vampires?" Another creature with 2 horns on its head spoke up, asking, "Shall we continue? We can stop now. We were just experimenting before, so there's no need to create trouble for ourselves now," said a creature shrouded in a black robe. However, the enormous head was not satisfied. It said, "No one can predict the future. It's always good to have more options." The black-robed creature's eyes, hidden beneath its hood, revealed a look as if it were staring at a fool. He said, "I told you you're all brains and no brains. Fate has already made it very clear. Are you going to question fate?" "Fate? Fate? I don't believe in this bullshit fate." The enormous head roared in dissatisfaction. The other 3 beings just chuckled. The creature shrouded in black mist said, "In destiny, you became the supreme god. Therefore you are the supreme god, and no one can escape the arrangement of destiny." The creature with 2 horns on its head also said, "Even that guy has accepted his fate. So what are you?" Even its enormous head drooped when that guy was mentioned. The identities of these 4 terrifying creatures before us are quite obvious. The 4 supreme gods currently existing in the abyss. Trolls, demons, nightmares, dead souls. The abyss's strength has never been comparable to that of the Starry Sky world. After all, the Starry Sky world was created a full half-time earlier than the abyss world. It could even be said that the abyss world is based on the Starry Sky world, and is its dark dimension. Even the number of supreme gods in the abyss world is fixed. 5, and it will never exceed that number. However, the Starry world is different. The Starry world does not have such restrictions. And there are now 10 supreme gods in the Starry world. Although the starry sky world is a place of calamity and chaos, the supreme gods do not wage war against each other. On the contrary, they were unusually peaceful, because it is virtually impossible for the supreme god to increase his power again. As for why we use almost, it's because there is one exception. Among the 10 supreme gods of the starry world, one possesses overwhelming power. As for the realm division of the supreme god, there is no realm division. Since the supreme god is the supreme god, there is no point in further dividing them. However, there is indeed a difference in strength between them. What they meant by working in vain was, of course, the creation of a new supreme god. Although breaking the shackles between the God King and the supreme god is extremely difficult, with the help of the 4 supreme gods, it is at least 50% feasible. The true ancestral bloodline of the vampires would appear so quickly. As long as the opponent doesn't die, the maximum potential for growth is guaranteed to be that of a supreme god. Compared to creating a new bloodline of a supreme god, this ready-made one is clearly better. Moreover, the true ancestor was very powerful, ranking among the top 5 of all the supreme gods. The enormous head seemed to have resigned itself to its fate and did not continue to argue. He then said, "If that's the case, what should we do with that guy?" The most perfect solution is naturally to kill the other party. No one except us should know about this, so as not to cause any rift between the true ancestor and the enemy. The Nightmare Supreme God said sinisterly. The reason they cultivated a new supreme god was also for the sake of the overall combat power of the Abyss. Because they have to take turns supporting the battlefield in the starry sky every once in a while. Without the true ancestor, a formidable fighting force, they are truly struggling to cope. The supreme god of death said, "There's no need to be so ruthless. With our intensive training, he's already showing some signs of becoming a supreme god. Let's throw him into the starry sky world. Maybe a miracle will happen." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Even if the opponent wasn't a supreme god, he was still one of the best among the god kings and a formidable fighter. It would be a real shame to kill him like that. After the matter was settled, the scene fell into silence. After a long silence, the enormous head sighed and said, "I really can't understand why there is such a powerful race." Chapter 273, The 7 Sins Demon King. The atmosphere at the scene immediately became heavy. The power of one race is enough to contend against the combined strength of the starry sky world and the abyss. If I told you, probably no one would believe me. However, the fact is right before our eyes. If it weren't for the ending reflected in fate, even the supreme god would probably be in despair. Time flies, and 2 years have passed. Mu Feng sat cross-legged in the multicolored pillar of light. Within his inner world, an identical blood-red figure sat cross-legged beneath the world tree. But as time went on, a blood-red barrier slowly enveloped the figure. Mu Feng's face gradually blurred, then completely transformed into a blood-red sphere, his soul having transformed into a godhood. A terrifying power surged from his body. However, on the 89th floor of the abyss, no one would pay any attention to power fluctuations of this level. Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. A supreme, true god. Clenching his fist and feeling the power within him, Mu Feng was in a fairly pleasant mood. Milo then knelt down on one knee beside him and said, "Congratulations, true ancestor, on breaking through to the next realm." With a loud bang. Before Mu Feng could react, Caesar, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, fell directly from the sky. He was clearly frightened. Although he was cultivating, his consciousness was not completely absorbed. After all, he had only recently broken through to the next level, and his current level of cultivation was not enough to make him become obsessed with it. The scarecrow beside him was unaware of this, as he was at a crucial juncture in his breakthrough to the higher realm of true godhood and had no time to spare. Milo also showed an embarrassed expression at this moment, realizing that the other person did not know the identity of the true ancestor. Mu Feng remained calm and didn't take the matter to heart. He immediately took out a rhombus-shaped crystal, which was used to store the origin of the world. He has just completed a breakthrough, and it is impossible for him to complete another breakthrough within 2 years. With no further breakthroughs required, the focus shifts to stabilizing the realm, significantly reducing the consumption of the world's essence. Since the origin of the world cannot be wasted, it is simply stored away. Just then, Milo's expression changed slightly. Mu Feng and Caesar also sensed it and immediately looked up at the sky above the valley. The space above their heads flashed, and a figure appeared out of thin air. The moment he appeared, Mu Feng's emotions fluctuated greatly. A variety of negative emotions swirled in Mu Feng's mind, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Milo immediately snorted coldly, and his aura surged out, suppressing all the negative effects. The figure in the sky let out a strange laugh before descending into the valley. Hee hee, I really didn't expect that the heads of the 12 clans would actually appear here. Milo said calmly, the dark tide has erupted. Instead of cultivating, what are you doing here? Out of respect, the figure placed his foot directly on the ground before speaking. Those two bastards, the bull demons and snake gods, told me that a rare guest had come to our territory, so naturally, I had to come and see. Mu Feng didn't speak, but based on the various negative emotions he felt when the other party first appeared, he already had a guess in his mind. When we first arrived here, Milo mentioned that there was a 7 deadly sins demon king next door. The negative emotions that had just crossed my mind corresponded to the 7 sins. Therefore, it is not difficult to guess the identity of the person in front of you. It must be the 7 deadly sins demon king. Milo said, now that you've finished looking, can you leave? The 7 deadly sins demon lord has a bad reputation, so bad that he was rejected when he tried to seek refuge with the supreme gods. This is a cosmic level god, king, which shows just how terrible his personality is. The 7 deadly sins demon king did not answer, but instead swept his gaze over Mu Feng and the other two. He was still very curious about the identities of the 3 people in front of him. With the dark tide erupting, Milo was no longer above the 90th floor, which means he had given up a lot. It's clear that his relationship with the 3 people in front of him is unusual. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, and said with a strange laugh, hee hee, now that I've finished watching, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he actually turned into a streak of black light and left. It was as if they came over just to say hello. Mu Feng was a little confused. Were all the god kings in the abyss so free? After leaving the valley, the 7 deadly sins demon king's face immediately turned ferocious. It seemed that a great deal of resentment had accumulated in his heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it. But the place he was going to was not his territory, it was the starry world. He is the one that the supreme god wants to cultivate. But now, the supreme god no longer needs him. Considering the other person's terrible personality, it's best to simply kick them out of the abyss. In the starry world, someone will naturally deal with him. These are none of the abyss's business. As for the dark tide, the 7 deadly sins demon king's strength has reached the peak of the god king realm. One more step, and he would be the supreme god. There is clearly no possibility of improvement. After the other party left, Mu Feng entered a state of cultivation again. Although the realm has been broken through, the surge in power requires adaptation and consolidation. With Milo around, this dark tide is destined to be uneventful. When the colorful beams of energy began to slowly dissipate, it marked the end of the dark tide. In order not to affect the cultivation of the other two, Mu Feng, the origin of the world, only collected 4 rhombus-shaped crystals. Each piece is roughly equivalent to a large world. Don't think that such a gain is great. Compared to the starry world, it's quite small. After all, it only happens once every 40,000 years, and it doesn't seem like a difficult task for a true god to destroy 4 great worlds in 40,000 years. If it were a truly powerful god, conquering 10 great worlds would be no problem. All 3 of them exited their cultivation state, their faces filled with joy. They are all at the same level now, all are high-ranking true gods. Mu Feng looked at Milo and said, the dark tide is over, and I'm returning to my territory. Once you're back, you must not reveal any information about me. Milo did not agree immediately. After thinking for a moment, he said, Your Majesty, it doesn't matter if your matter is circulated among the clan heads. In fact, it can boost the morale of the vampires. She said this because the 9 heads of the abyss were indeed loyal ministers and generals of the vampire clan. Moreover, he only revealed that he encountered the true ancestor. As for anything else, Milo wanted to reveal, but he knew nothing about it. Mu Feng thought about it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After all, his existence is not a secret. Many people know that the true ancestor has been born. All the powerful beings in the entire starry sky world knew when the night demon Black Sword was summoned. Chapter 274 Heavenly Silkworm Baby. Receiving Mu Feng's permission, Milo's face was full of smiles. She didn't intend to stay with Mu Feng forever. Because Mu Feng needs to grow, and she is also the patriarch of 12 clans, they each have their own things to do. Mu Feng then said, It's time to part ways. Take me back to the 33rd floor. Although the abyss is vast, the interwoven fissures within it resemble vertical elevator shafts. Based on the abyss rift near the 65th floor, returning to the 33rd floor wouldn't take one too far from their own territory. Milo naturally took all of this into account, nodded, and casually opened the world portal. Watching Mu Feng's retreating figure step into the room, Milo immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, true ancestor, your subordinate awaits your return." Mu Feng didn't turn around, but simply waved his hand before stepping directly into the world passage. Milo stared blankly at the slowly disappearing world passage. Finally, her gaze hardened, and she slowly stood up. "Open another world portal. Target the 99th floor of the abyss." Although the space here is exceptionally solid, a cosmic-level god, King can already roam freely in the abyss world. It can open world passages anywhere except for the creation god mountain. Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief after returning to the 33rd floor. The matter of the abyss can finally be considered resolved. Although he didn't encounter many problems, they all involved powerful god kings, which made him feel extremely exhausted. In this situation, only signing in once can soothe his soul. System check-in. 2 years before the dark tide erupts, and the eruption itself lasts for 4 years, making a total of 6 years. Mu Feng hasn't signed in for 6 years. Mu Feng was filled with anticipation for what he would gain next. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have received the following items. Special creature, Silkworm Baby. Mu Feng looked at the rewards given by the system and was completely confused. No, where is my item description? Since the system is not working properly at this time, we can only rely on the contract between master and servant to sense each other. With a thought, the heavenly silkworm baby appeared before him. Mu Feng felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. He had never been so speechless in his life. Silkworms. Why don't you just say cabbage caterpillars? What appears before my eyes now is an ordinary cabbage worm, nothing out of the ordinary. Nightshade was first acquired. It was at least an owl, giving it a mysterious feel. But what on earth is this green caterpillar? It's impossible for it to have such strong fighting power. He immediately began to sense the abilities of the cabbage worm in front of him through the master-servant contract. However, the feedback he received gradually made Mu Feng's expression serious. 3 big question marks appeared before my eyes. The abilities of the cabbage worm were not explained at all. They were simply 3 question marks. There are only 2 explanations for this situation. Either it's too weak and there's really nothing there. Either he's too strong, so strong that Mu Feng can't understand him. So he simply gives an explanation for the 3 questions. However, it's obvious that the system wouldn't fool me like this, since I haven't checked in for 6 years. It must be the latter. Mu Feng immediately asked the system in his mind. System, can you give me an explanation for this thing? His explanation is incomprehensible. Those 3 question marks are his ability. Mu Feng's face was almost contorted in pain. The system was actually playing dumb with him. Just as Caesar was about to speak to Mu Feng, he saw a small cabbage worm suddenly appear in front of the other man. He was immediately disdainful and casually swatted the cabbage worm away. After all, it was just a tiny insect. How could a true god-level expert possibly take it seriously? Mu Feng's vision went black for a moment, and he felt an urge to kill Caesar. After the cabbage caterpillar was swatted away, it didn't fly very far. Instead, it exhaled a bubble, and then the entire worm was enveloped in the bubble and slowly flew back. This time, the caterpillar was smarter and landed directly on Mu Feng's shoulder. Mu Feng also spoke up. This is my new pet. Don't do anything rash. Caesar was speechless. He had traveled the world for so long and had seen all kinds of pets, but he had never seen anyone keep cabbage caterpillars. However, upon hearing that it was Mu Feng's pet, he felt a little embarrassed and quickly began to apologize. Mu Feng first checked the condition of the cabbage worm, and only when he saw that there was nothing wrong with it did he feel relieved. However, the 2 small black dots on the head of the cabbage worm, which should be its eyes, were staring fiercely at Caesar. It's obvious that someone has been targeted. Caesar, completely oblivious, turned his gaze back to Mu Feng, a complex expression appearing on his face. He never expected that the other party was actually the true ancestor. The scarecrow beside them already knew. After all, he clearly heard Milo address him when he entered the world passage. However, neither of them said anything complimentary. They are now in a position of privilege, but Mu Feng doesn't look down on them, so they are naturally overjoyed. The 2 were even more grateful for their decision to bring in this ally on a whim. Who knows, he might rise to great heights in the future. Mu Feng looked at the 2 and said, let's return to our respective territories first. The 3 then returned to their respective territories. After arriving in the territory, Mu Feng immediately summoned everyone in the Lord's Hall. His subordinates below, Mu Feng couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Each of his subordinates has improved their strength to an alarming degree. The illustration is already at the mid-level true god level, which can be considered the one with the greatest improvement. Blue Moon has already reached the peak of the mid-level god, and the next step is to become a lower-level true god. Besides these two, the heroes you summon also receive significant upgrades, especially Charlotte and Lydia. Both of them belong to the category of strong individuals who had undergone a complete transformation, so their advancement speed was faster than that of other heroes. Both of them are now at the third stage of demigod level, and have already reached their peak. It will take Mufeng a long time to break through to the level of a main god. Therefore, in the future, the heroes under his command have a great chance of catching up with his level. After all, at this level, a slow breakthrough speed is inevitable. The other heroes are also good. They are all at the second stage of demigods. Looking at his subordinates, Mufeng was in a bit of a dilemma, because the territory on the 33rd level of the Abyss definitely needs to be guarded by a true god. Without a doubt, it will be either the illustration or the Blue Moon. That must be the illustration. After all, Blue Moon, cough cough. For now, you will be responsible for guarding the territory on the 33rd floor of the Abyss. You will be replaced when someone else comes along. Upon hearing this, Tuli was somewhat helpless. After all, he was a businessman. However, since the Lord has spoken, he will not refuse. Chapter 275 Potential Enemies. Mufeng also knew that this arrangement went against the other party's wishes. First, the other party is a merchant. Second, the other party is not an abyssal creature. However, the territory is indeed lacking a true god at the moment. To appease the other party, Mufeng took out a low-grade, true divine artifact, Shattered Star. Seeing the true artifact floating before his eyes, Tu Li's eyes lit up. If the Lord does it that way, then he won't be sleepy anymore. In order to completely secure his territory, Mufeng left the entire vampire army he brought with him in the Abyss. Of course, not all of his powerful demigod generals would remain. They selectively kept some, while taking all the heroes with them. Afterwards, Mufeng sat alone in the Lord's Hall. The heroes under his command have begun preparations to leave the Abyss. Mufeng rubbed his hands together like a fly, his heart filled with anticipation. He hadn't forgotten that there was also a God King level treasure chest. Congratulations, Lord, for opening the God King level treasure chest and receiving the following rewards. Special Building Blueprint, True Blood Altar. Item description, a structure capable of raising the maximum bloodline limit, up to the god level. Unlocking requires sacrificing the flesh and blood of 3 target levels. Mufeng gasped in shock. This thing was definitely a bug. Even though it's in the later stages of the game, the ordinary vampires he summons still have a considerable growth potential, even at the demigod level. Keep in mind, these are just ordinary soldiers. Looking across the entire universe, apart from the Star race, there is no other race that can afford to use demigod-level soldiers. Moreover, the reason why the Star clan started at the demigod level was due to their unique racial characteristics. Their birth was due to a planet evolving self-awareness, thus becoming the Star race. With a planet as its foundation, the starting point naturally cannot be low. And when he, Mufeng, fully matures, he will be just as powerful as the Star clan. Furthermore, after obtaining the True Blood Altar, they will be even more powerful than the Star clan in the future. Even now, Mufeng's vampire forces have reached an absurdly high level of combat power, especially this army on the 33rd level of the Abyss. There have even been instances where top-tier players are only ordinary soldiers. A king is called a king because he has reached a level where he has the potential to conquer the world. Mufeng calmed himself down and suppressed his excitement. He is now eager to return to the world of Neuro and quickly build the True Blood Altar. As the teleportation array flashed, they first returned to the first level of the Abyss, and then back to the world of Neuro. Because the Abyss and the Starry Sky belong to 2 different worlds, even the teleportation arrays on the second level cannot directly connect to the Starry Sky world, except for the teleportation arrays on the first level. However, upon returning to the Starry world, Mufeng's excited expression faltered slightly. Something's not right. Something's a million times wrong. After carefully sensing the laws of the world, I confirmed that I had not misperceived them. The laws governing the world have undergone significant changes and have become much more powerful. As if he had just thought of something, Mufeng swept his divine soul power across the territory and found the person he was looking for. Luo Qianqian. As expected, the opponent's strength had already broken through to the demigod level. To get Mufeng's approval on everything. After all, if this were a land abandoned by the gods, it would be too low for Mufeng to agree to such a thing. The true god has no interest in such trivial matters. Throughout their explorations, the 4 major chambers of commerce have been constantly discovering new worlds. After gaining the power of the new world, they will immediately be assigned to the 3-piece invasion set. Luo Qianqian did not go to the abyss, but she never stopped the war. The number of Zerg under her command has reached an extremely terrifying level. Looking up at the starry sky now, you can see two planets. One of them is naturally the Black Demon Star, and the other is the Zerg's mother hive. 6 years have passed, and it's not surprising that the Zerg have developed to this scale. Based on past experience, when a lord breaks through to demigod status, the planet he resides on will undergo a fusion and upgrade. Luo Qianqian is currently under Mu Feng's command, so the calculations will definitely be based on Neuro. Although most of the powerful individuals are not within the world, they belong to the same territory and are therefore definitely included in the calculation. Otherwise, if everyone else leaves the world as soon as the Lord breaks through to demigod level, the matched opponents will be pitifully weak. Obviously, the Lord panel shouldn't have such a basic bug. Mu Feng was surprised was because he sensed a change in the laws of the world. The laws has indeed become stronger, as if it has merged into a more powerful world. However, on the surface, it seems that nothing has changed. Luo Qianqian, who had already broken through to the demigod level. Luo Qianqian, beaming with pride, knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, master. Tell me, what exactly happened?" Luo Qianqian didn't hear the words telling her to get up, so she simply remained kneeling on one knee and continued speaking. "Master, I broke through to demigod 2 years ago. Just like when you broke through before, the world also underwent a fusion and upgrade. However, after the announcement on the panel, nothing changed." Mu Feng immediately frowned. If he remembered correctly, the announcement about breaking through to demigod status was a full announcement. However, Mu Feng never received it, and there was no unusual activity on the Lord's panel. This situation also occurred once at the starting point. Clearly, the abyss during a dark tide outbreak is also considered an abnormal location on the Lord's panel. Mu Feng waved his hand, signaling the other party to step back. Sitting alone on the throne, he was lost in thought. It's clear that the Lord panel has already matched him with an opponent, but the opponent hasn't appeared yet. Is it hidden, or has it truly not descended? Mu Feng simply thought about it, and decisively gave up on the latter. Based on previous experience, once an opponent is matched, their planet will be pulled over directly, so there is no possibility of a delayed arrival. The eye of the universe slowly opened in the sky, like a god from the heavens looking down upon the earth. If you can't figure it out, then just use your eyes to see the truth of the world. In the entire world of Neuro, there is only one hostile force. That was the hunting area that Mu Feng had planned before. That is, the boundary between Lockerbie Forest and Dawn Continent. There was once a god with extremely low intelligence who invaded his world. This was his only enemy. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 276 Parasite. Although I find it hard to believe, that rotting mass of flesh is the only enemy in the entire world. Mu Feng did not believe that there could be things that the eye of the universe could not see. Furthermore, the hunting grounds have been planned for several years, yet the number of rotting flesh clumps inside has not decreased at all. There are a lot of vampires who come here to kill monsters. Mu Feng summons more than 10,000 troops every day. However, several years have passed, and the number of rotting fleshy lumps is still quite considerable. Upon closer reflection, Mu Feng's expression began to turn serious. A race that can't be wiped out. Mu Feng muttered to himself. Moreover, it's quite obvious that what came here couldn't be a powerful life form, because the other party's planet hasn't been reached yet. Furthermore, based on the timeline of Luo Qianqian's breakthrough, Mu Feng was already a high-ranking true god at that time. Then the enemy must also be a high-ranking true god, there's no doubt about that. Encountering another troublesome race like the Black Demon Clan gave Mu Feng a headache. The other party has not yet arrived, and Mu Feng cannot find the location of their planet, so he is currently at a loss. To be on the safe side, Mu Feng directly dispatched an ordinary vampire demigod to guard the trial area. Mu Feng then selected a location in the inner city of the royal capital, naturally for the purpose of building the True Blood altar. The altars all look pretty much the same. They're basically round platforms with various runes carved on them. There is currently no flesh and blood of true god level to offer as a sacrifice, so it can only be left idle for now. After returning to the Lord's Hall, he sat alone on the throne and opened the Lord's panel. As his strength increased, Mu Feng no longer paid much attention to the other Blue Star Lords. Because my perspective has truly changed. He's a true god. He can't possibly be concerned with a bunch of heroes playing pretend games. However, precisely because so much time has passed, Mu Feng has nothing to do now, so he opens the regional chat channel to relax. Brothers, I've passed the Vampire Clan's title assessment. From now on, you shall call me Baron. Mu Feng had just opened the regional chat channel when he saw this message. He was slightly taken aback. Mu Feng was naturally aware of the rules regarding the acquisition of titles by Lords of Blue Star. To obtain a baronial title, one must reach the level of a king and also undergo an assessment. A title is not just a name. It truly brings great convenience and even certain privileges within the vampire territory. Opening a shop within the capital city grants you the right to lease a space in the inner area. What surprised Mu Feng was that a Blue Star Lord had actually broken through to the king level. But then I thought about it again, and it had been 6 years since the dark tide erupted, so that was normal. The main problem is that Mu Feng has been cultivating all the time, and his sense of time has become a bit confused. The chat in the regional channel is still going on. You've only just received the title of Baron? I got it 2 years ago. His words silenced the entire chat channel. Although the entire world has been upgraded to a great world, the number of monsters in the wild has increased dramatically. However, the quality has also improved significantly, which means that hunting them has become more difficult. This isn't a data game where you can die and be resurrected, so everyone is acting quite cautiously. Just as Mu Feng was looking around idly, a figure walked into the main hall. Mu Feng looked up and saw that the person who had come was none other than Shalindi. The other party was now a demigod, and a moonlit phantom floated behind her, making her appear holy and radiant. On Shalindi's face as she said, "I grasped the future before, can I grasp it again now?" Mu Feng naturally couldn't refuse and immediately agreed to the other party's request. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well chat myself instead of watching others chat. As for what I talk about, I definitely can't tell outsiders. In particular, the reviewers must not find out. In the deep starry sky, a gigantic planet lies here. There are no stars in the distance, and the planet itself does not rotate. It just floats there all alone. Furthermore, the planet's surface is covered with countless pits of all sizes, resembling a honeycomb. If you look into the pit, you can see rotting flesh that is constantly writhing. It's absolutely disgusting. At the very center of the planet, there is a star core that flickers with a faint red light. Tentacles, formed from rotting flesh, pierced directly into the star core that was flashing red light. As the tentacles twist, a large amount of energy is extracted from the star's core. The red light dimmed again, as if it would go out completely in the next second. A strange voice suddenly rang out. "Give up, stop resisting, it's useless." "I should be the one saying that to you," came the extremely weak voice that answered him. The eerie voice snorted coldly and said, "To deal with you, I gave up a much more powerful vessel." The weak voice did not reply. It felt as if saying even one more word to him would drain a lot of my energy. He didn't have much divine power to begin with, and he had to resist the erosion of the rotting flesh while also resisting the pull of another force. About a few years ago, a strange force suddenly descended upon me, attempting to pull me into another space. Star Clan member in front of them naturally wouldn't agree, so he was putting up a fierce resistance. Because he carries a parasitic beast, if he goes to other star systems, he will definitely infect other planets. Ordinary planets that have not developed self-awareness will inevitably face destruction once they are infested by parasitic beasts. Although he was a member of the Star Clan and possessed the strength of a high-ranking true god, he was no match for that parasitic beast, because that wretched parasite originally inhabited a lower-level god. The main reason for choosing a vessel with lower strength was because of the Star Clan's talent. Parasites themselves have no power, only the innate ability to infinitely split. It was through this innate skill that he gradually eroded his strength, becoming more and more powerful. The parasite saw that the other party did not answer it. Its extended tentacles seemed to go berserk, forcefully drawing energy from the star core. Although the Star Clan before us has been parasitized, it has not yet reached the stage of complete annihilation. Right now, it's at the point of being terminally ill. During this time, the parasite continued to let out a strange, chuckling laugh. The Star Clan's strength is almost gone, and they can't resist that pulling force for much longer. He will soon reach a completely new star system. Chapter 277, the prototype of the Divine Realm. After being parasitized, the Star Clan immediately arrived in this desolate star field, left the parasites without a new target. After all, to break through to the level of a main god again, a large number of planets are necessary, because it is necessary to establish one's own divine kingdom. In contrast, Mu Feng did not have such difficulties. With Shalindi ended, he flew out of the planet alone and came to the star system. His current strength is that of a high-level true god, but he has not yet reached the peak of the high-level realm. He belongs to the middle stage of the high-level true god realm. Nevertheless, Mu Feng had already begun to consider the next realm. To break through to the level of a main god, one needs to establish their own divine realm. The so-called divine realm is a vast world composed of numerous planets. Furthermore, the divine realm also has a projection, which is stored within the body world of the main god, and is called the divine kingdom. Simply put, it's one real and one fake. The real divine realm exists in reality, while the divine kingdom is a phantom. Furthermore, there are living beings within the divine realm. They are human figures composed of a vast amount of faith power. As long as one is a follower of Mu Feng, the power of faith offered by him will condense into a projection of him within the divine kingdom. Therefore, what Mu Feng needs to do now is to initially establish his own divine domain. The first thing to do, naturally, is to have a powerful star. The existing stars in the Neolo star system are no longer sufficient to meet the demand. Mu Feng opened the system's storage space and immediately began searching through it. After all, the last time I checked in with the system, I was rewarded with thousands of stars. Even stars are stars, so there must be something inside them. However, after searching around, no star could meet Mu Feng's requirements. However, Mu Feng did not get stuck on one possibility. He immediately began to explore another possibility. Binary star system. After a simple test, a delicate balance was reached between the two stars, and they began to orbit each other. Mu Feng then began taking out a large number of planets and throwing them one by one into the gravitational pull of the star. Once captured by a star, it will begin to orbit the star. The task now is to calculate the size of the planets and ensure they stay on their designated orbits so they don't collide. At this stage, there are no laws governing the planet's operation. It's purely physics. Fortunately, Mu Feng is already a true god, and his observation and mental calculation abilities have reached superhuman levels. After a busy day, thus, a giant binary star system was born. The two enormous stars drag each other along, achieving a delicate balance. In the distance between the two stars, there are hundreds of planets orbiting in a regular pattern. And this is only a preliminary framework. After the laws of the Neuro world completely cover this massive binary star system. With the support of the power of the laws, the stability of the operation will increase dramatically, and Mu Feng can continue to throw planets into it. Looking at his masterpiece, Mu Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction, a smug look on his face. Without the system's rewards, he would definitely be struggling to find a planet right now. Although the system rewards inanimate planets, it doesn't matter. When the power of the laws envelopes everything, all things come to life. Looking towards the distant world of Neuro, Mu Feng raised his hand and unleashed a beam of bloody light. Blood-red light surrounded the world barrier, forming a blood-red light shield once again. With a wave of his hand, Mu Feng sent two planets orbiting each other directly into this new star system. The life forms living on the planet were completely baffled at this moment. Just a moment ago, the whole world went dark. But in a daze, they looked up and found that there was another sun. At this moment, the sky above the world of Neuro felt somewhat crowded under the gaze of countless people. 1/3 of the sky was directly covered by the nearby black demon star. In the remaining 2/3 of the sky, two suns are in sight. However, this is only temporary. As the sun moves, one of them will be blocked by the other, so only one can be seen at a time. The wondrous starry sky filled all the lords of the blue planet with a sense of wonder. As for what exactly happened, they certainly don't know, but they wouldn't care anyway. With Boss Mu Feng around, it's not their place to worry about this. Mu Feng glanced at them briefly, then took out 3 energy crystals that stored the origin of the world. He only managed to collect 4 pieces in total from the Dark Tide, which was more than half of his savings. As for the purpose, it must be to enhance the primal power of the Neuro world, allowing the opponent's laws to spread outward until they cover the entire star system. After repeatedly confirming that there were no problems, Mu Feng immediately prepared to return to the capital. But just as the thought crossed his mind, his gaze drifted into the distance. In the distant starry sky, a super-large sailing ship is rapidly approaching this place. Mu Feng recognized the large sailing ship. It was the deep space walker he had acquired earlier. It was obvious that the caravan that had gone out to explore had returned. Before the deep space walker even got close, a white streak of light shot out. The white streak of light stopped in front of Mu Feng, revealing a human figure. One of the presidents of the 4 major chambers of commerce, Perlis, is at the level of a lower-level true god. Perlis first bowed respectfully, then asked somewhat uncertainly, "My lord, what's going on?" However, in reality, Perlis knew everything. After all, he was a true god. However, when the facts were laid bare before him, he still found it hard to believe. And the most crucial point is, where did all these planets come from? Mu Feng smiled and said, "Since you already know, why ask again?" Perlis's expression instantly became fascinating. Their lord is indeed preparing to break through to the level of a main god. That's the supreme god. The kingdom of God is immortal and eternal. However, he quickly scratched his head. High-level vampires seem to be immortal beings by nature. Mufeng looked at him and said, "All right, I'm still a long way from breaking through. What did you gain this time?" Since Perlis is a true god, the fact that the other party personally intervened must mean something big is going on. Upon hearing this, Perlis's expression instantly turned serious. "Since it's a work report, you should maintain a proper attitude," he said. This time, the goal was a low-grade divine artifact, and we've already obtained it. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a long spear. Weapons of the same level are rarer than lives of the same level, so they are definitely good items. However, for Mufeng, this level of weapon was beyond his ability to use. After all, he already possesses a mid-level divine artifact. Chapter 278, The Fourth Batch of Lords. Although Mufeng doesn't need it, he can certainly put it in the vampire's treasure vault. Mufeng did not put away the spear, but simply nodded. After all, it was Perlis's harvest, so it was considered the other party's achievement. Taking it personally to the treasury could be recorded as a contribution. Perlis's face lit up with joy. He put away his spear, and then, as if he had just thought of something, he said, "My lord, on the way back, I encountered a rather interesting planet." Upon hearing this, Mufeng became interested and nodded, signaling the other party to continue. After a moment's thought, Perlis said, "My lord, according to the intelligence I've gathered, 2 years ago a large group of people suddenly descended upon that world, along with territories that appeared out of thin air, and the ability to summon troops." Before he could finish speaking, Mufeng interrupted him with his hand. There was no need to say anything more, because Mufeng already knew the situation. This is clearly the Lord of Blue Star. Mufeng has been a lord for 12 years, and 2 years ago was 10 years ago. It just so happens to be the time when the fourth batch of lords arrive. After learning that the world in which the lord existed possessed the origin of the universe, Mufeng had been thinking about getting his hands on some of it. There are currently 3 lord worlds under our control. However, since it is a world entirely under my control, it is clearly inappropriate to destroy it like this. Having arrived in a new world, Mufeng immediately prepared to explore it. He said to Perlis, "Take me to see this." Perlis naturally wouldn't refuse, so they decided to postpone their return to the world and travel together to the Deep Space Walkers. As a vehicle specifically designed for traversing the universe, its speed surpasses that of even true gods. Looking at the planets that were visibly receding into the distance, Mufeng felt a surge of emotion. Although it wasn't my first time exploring the starry sky, the fact that my past dream was so close still gave me a sense of unreality. He quickly composed himself. To ensure the safety of his territory, Mufeng still separated a phantom of his will to guard it. These are flame, corrosion, and the law of the blade. Although these are not commonly used by Mufeng, it does not mean that the power of these 3 laws is weak. When all 3 are combined, one can possess the combat power of a regular high-ranking true god. As for Mufeng's current combat strength, he personally believes that he is capable of fighting against the main god of the Divine Kingdom without using the divine power. The Divine Kingdom is the foundation of a supreme god. When the opponent offers up their entire Divine Kingdom, it means they are about to fight to the death. It is quite difficult to withstand the foundation of a main god. The deep space traveler sailed for half a month before finally reaching its destination. Looking at the rather prosperous middle world before him, Mufeng immediately spread his divine soul power, intending to explore it first. However, before he could take any action, his expression froze slightly, and he looked into the distance. A familiar black light traversed the starry sky and appeared before us. It was Caesar. Mufeng was immediately filled with questions and asked, "What are you doing here?" The opponent's territory is in the abyss, and their appearance in the starry world must be for the purpose of plundering the world's origin. But no one expected that Caesar would be so lucky. Caesar scratched his head and said, "I don't know why, but as soon as I entered the starry sky world, I felt a strange force attracting me." Mufeng instantly understood. The other party has absorbed the origin of the universe, so it seems that there is already a mutual attraction between them. Caesar looked at the distant planet, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. It was similar to the planet he had encountered before, the only drawback being the absence of those barriers, and the strength of those minor lords was also much greater. Without any hesitation, Caesar immediately prepared to take action and seize the entire origin of the world. What we are in front of is only a medium-sized world, and we don't even need the origin siphon formation. Upon seeing this, Mufeng immediately panicked and appeared in front of Caesar in a flash. He said, "I was here first. This planet belongs to me. This is robbery. This is the very origin of the universe, so Mufeng naturally wouldn't give it up so easily." Seeing Mufeng blocking his way, Caesar immediately stopped. After struggling internally for a moment, he finally sighed and said, "Fine, fine, you can have it." Because of Mufeng, they went directly into the 89th floor when the dark tide erupted. As a result, the gains were enormous. In addition to breaking through his cultivation realm, he also collected a large amount of the world's origin. Although it cannot compare to the origin of this world, considering Mufeng's identity, Caesar will no longer try to compete for it. If their relationship were to deteriorate, Caesar would suffer a great loss. In just a few words, the two people decided the ownership of a planet, without caring at all about the feelings of the planet's inhabitants. Mufeng then turned around and looked at that planet. At the same time, his divine soul power spread out, exploring the planet while contemplating its fate. There is no doubt that a planet with a lord has terrifying potential. The moment a demigod is born, the path to evolution into a great world is immediately opened, paving the way for the existence of a true god. So Mufeng hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to make a one-time purchase or raise the animal first. Bakayuru. The front wheel doesn't turn, but the back wheel does. With the spread of divine power, every move in the entire world was captured in his mind. Hearing the incessant chirping of birds, Mufeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With a casual flick of his finger, a crimson beam of light pierced through the planet. In the blink of an eye, a planet was shattered. At the same time, Mufeng waved his hand, and a small ball of colorful world origin fell into his palm. Meanwhile, the system notification sound on the Lord's panel kept ringing, naturally indicating a massive number of kill treasure chests. However, Mufeng didn't care, until a blood-red announcement appeared. Announcement to all lords. All lords in Area 047 have been confirmed dead. This is to inform you. Mufeng had naturally anticipated this and paid no attention to the commotion on the regional channel. His gaze fell upon the colorful origin of the world in his hand. To be precise, it is the origin of the universe. Last time, because I had just broken through to a higher realm, I simply couldn't absorb all the energy. But things are different now. His current strength is at the mid-level of a high-ranking true god, and there is still room for advancement. In the other benefits brought by the origin of the universe. For example, the improvement of combat power. The most important thing is that it allows someone with a combat power of 5 to reach a combat power of 6 without raising their level. When one breaks through a realm, their combat power doubles, making it 12, while others only have 10. Chapter 279 Worries from All Sides. Mufeng turned his gaze to Caesar and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now." Caesar gave a helpless shrug. He came to the Starry Sky world originally to get some knowledge of the world's origins, but then he was inexplicably drawn in by something. But to my utter surprise, Mufeng was also there, so I gained nothing. Caesar waved his hand and said, "There is no suitable target yet." His meaning was clear. There's nothing wrong right now, but if anything happens, he'll have to come to you. Mufeng was happy to accept this arrangement, since hiring him meant paying a fee. After exchanging a few brief words, Mufeng boarded the Deep Space Walker and embarked on his return journey once again. On his way back, Mufeng had two thoughts on how to deal with the origin of the universe. The first is naturally for self-absorption, and the second is to enhance the Neuro world. He is currently building his own divine realm, and if the origin of the universe could intervene, this progress would be greatly accelerated. However, after a brief consideration, Mufeng ultimately decided to use it himself. Because of Caesar's situation, after absorbing the origin of the universe, he had a special connection with other Lord worlds. In this way, Mufeng will not have to worry about finding other Lord worlds. Furthermore, the construction speed of the divine realm can be replaced by ordinary world origin. Mufeng was unwilling to give up his precious fighting strength. A single voyage takes half a month, and a round trip takes a month. A month later, Mufeng returned to his lord's hall. Without any hesitation, he immediately entered a state of seclusion. Having learned from his previous experience, Mufeng knew that the origin of the universe was extremely volatile, so he made ample preparations. In addition, there was room for improvement in his cultivation level, so everything went smoothly. The 30th floor of the abyss. Chen Feng dragged his exhausted body back to his territory. They claim it as their own territory, but it's actually a subordinate force of others. He now serves under a saint-level expert, who is a subordinate of a demigod, and above that is a true god. The reason Shin Feng was able to become the Holy Spirit's subordinate was because his vampire identity brought him great convenience. The powerful Holy Spirit was a succubus who had taken a liking to the vampire's strong vitality. As for the purpose, it is definitely to squeeze the other party's vitality. Although Mu Feng and Shin Feng are both vampires, their statuses are completely different. While sacrificing his life force, Mu Feng can also absorb the blood of his opponent, thus creating a virtuous cycle. But Shin Feng is merely a king. How could a saint-level expert allow him to drink blood? As soon as they returned to the main hall, Fatty and Duoer immediately came to greet them. The fat man helped Shin Feng up and said with a look of horror, "Shin Feng, have you looked in the mirror?" Shin Feng immediately rolled his eyes. He didn't need to look in the mirror to understand the situation. He knew it perfectly well himself. His face was definitely pale, and his eyes were sunken. It was obvious at a glance that he had indulged in excessive sexual activity. At the same time, Shin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of a succubus, she simply can't withstand it. On average, it happens every 3 minutes, but the total duration is as high as 2 hours. If he weren't a king, he'd be a dried-up corpse by now. However, his efforts were not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he managed to please that succubus. The other person was just lying lazily on the bed and said something. "The territory of the northern mountains is now yours." With just this one sentence, Shin Feng's territory expanded by half. Shin Feng's current strength has reached the 7th level of the king rank. When the dark tide erupts, it's impossible for Shin Feng, with his strength, to occupy a point of attack. However, the mere dissipation of the world's origin and the dense abyssal demonic energy were enough to cause his strength to increase dramatically. Duoer said with a serious expression, "Shin Feng, we can't continue like this. The other party is a succubus, and there's no way she can satisfy you. What if she calls you over again in a couple of days?" Although he hadn't finished speaking, Shin Feng had already figured it out. If it's really only a couple of days, he won't be able to recover at all. A bitter look appeared on Shin Feng's face as he said, "Of course I know, but we have nowhere to go. This is the 30th level of the Abyss, a domain belonging to true gods. The monsters in the wild are ridiculously strong, including many king-level and even Holy Spirit-level creatures. If you're unlucky, you might get trampled to death by a massive monster as soon as you leave the succubus' territory." Shin Feng couldn't help but sigh and said, "Don't think too much about it. There's more than one succubus. It shouldn't be that fast." He wanted to say that he had more than one male concubine, but he just couldn't bring himself to say it. All crows are black, and so are all succubi. Olivia, who was raised as a lord from birth, is a very rare exception. We should take over the territory as soon as possible, develop our faith quickly, and then build an altar. In order to prevent the succubi from noticing anything unusual, even the altar for the sacrifice has not yet been built. The vampire capital. In a cozy room, Lily sat alone at her desk, resting her chin on her hand and gazing out the window in a daze. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his face showed a hint of sorrow. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Lily didn't move and said weakly, "Please come in." With a bang, the door was pushed open, and Anya skipped and hopped inside. She jumped up and stood next to Lily, tilting her head to look at her, and said, "Sister, is something on your mind?" Along with Anya came several other heroes, all of whom had gathered here. Charlotte simply sat down in the chair and said, "Is there even a need to ask? Something's definitely up. Little sister, if there's anything you need to do, feel free to tell us. We're sure we can help you solve it." Isabella, dressed in a maid outfit, spoke softly. Of all the heroes, Isabella is arguably the most gentle in temperament. She's just like a friendly older sister next door. Lilyway turned to look at the crowd, but did not get up. He finally sighed and said, "There's been a bit of a problem with the family." Charlotte raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to herself, "Just as I thought." In fact, she had a feeling long ago that the heroes summoned by His Majesty the True Ancestor were not simple. Compare our current level of understanding. Charlotte and Lydia are both at the 3rd stage of demigod level. The other heroes are all in the 2nd stage of demigods. This already speaks volumes. Charlotte was once an eternal god king. A demigod's breakthrough involves comprehending the power of laws, giving her a significant advantage in this process. Chapter 280, the 9th Familiar. However, upon reaching the demigod level, the experience reward is transformed into the power of laws. The power of laws cannot directly increase one's level. One still needs to cultivate further. Logically speaking, having reached this level, Charlotte and Lydia, based on their previous insights, should be able to leave other heroes far behind. However, at present, all heroes are only one small level apart. That's enough to explain the problem. This means that they possess corresponding knowledge reserves at the demigod level. After all, there is only one vampire like Mu Feng who has such a strong understanding of power. Lydia then spoke up, asking, "Where is your family?" The 50th layer of the abyss. These words gave the heroes present a better understanding of the power and influence of Lilivay's family. It is undoubtedly a family at the level of a main god, and not just a low-level one. Isabella asked, "What's wrong with your family? Is there anything we can do to help?" Lily shook her head upon hearing this and said, "Because of the dark tide, there was a conflict with the neighbor next door. It seems that the retreat of the vampires on the 99th floor led to this. The fact that the vampires did not enter the creation god mountain during this dark tide had a significant impact. For those living on the lower levels, they simply don't consider these things. The fact that the vampires didn't enter the creation god mountain meant that the vampires were no good. After all, the vampires don't have a supreme god now, and they're starting to decline over time, which is the most normal way of thinking." Anya said, "Oh dear, why think so much? Let's go find His Majesty the true ancestor." Lily was in a bit of a dilemma. After all, this was a family matter, and involving His Majesty the true ancestor made her feel somewhat uneasy. Of course, the most important thing is strength. Right now, the true ancestor's strength is only that of a high-rank, true god. Unlike Lily's hesitation, Charlotte was seriously considering the question. After the dark tide, His Majesty the true ancestor's strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. Moreover, this time, I am not going to the 50th floor of the abyss alone. After all, Lily's family is also involved, and they can provide a lot of help. The current problem is whether his identity will be exposed, or whether His Majesty the true ancestor will care. However, Charlotte was unaware that Lily's family already knew Mu Feng's identity. After all, they were summoned there by the true ancestor. Just as everyone was lost in thought, Lily suddenly changed her expression. The reason is simple: news came from the family again. She immediately stood up and hurried towards the main hall, because this matter could not be delayed. If it were just a family matter, Lily might still have many concerns, but the situation is completely different now. We're left looking at each other in bewilderment. Charlotte spoke up and said, "Let's go take a look." Then everyone else followed. Lilivy was anxious. She did not rush into the main hall immediately, but instead reported the situation outside the hall first. Mu Feng, sitting alone on the throne, opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The great universe origin is truly useful, making Mu Feng's newly broken through to the realm of a high-rank true god incredibly solid. And this is just a side benefit. The real advantage lies in the increase in combat power. He said, "Come in." Upon entering the main hall, Lily immediately knelt on one knee and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty the true ancestor." "What is it?" "Your Majesty, a warhorse, black and red in color with a single horn, has appeared in my family's territory. 2 passing human Golden Knights had their warhorse subdued by the other party, and the Golden Knights are now attacking my family," Lily said quickly. Mu Feng stroked his chin, pondering the other person's words. The unicorn warhorse mentioned by the other party is most likely the 9th familiar beast. Who steps on heaven? Otherwise, there would be no need to report such a thing. Although the description was simple, the black and red color, along with the single horn on its head, easily evoked certain associations. As for the Golden Knights mentioned by the other party, they are the top battle order belonging to the human race. They are all composed of celestials, and their starting strength is that of a true god. Its configuration in all aspects is quite luxurious, a standard low-grade artifact. Even the warhorse he rode was bred using special methods. Their strength lies between that of a demigod and a true god, belonging to a special realm. However, this configuration is not without its weaknesses, namely, the number of people is very small, only 3,000. In the vast universe, these 3,000 people are a pitifully small number for the Star Clan. Their role is somewhat like that of a special forces unit, carrying out special missions. Lily just said was about the 9th familiar. As for the trouble caused by the neighbors next door, Lily didn't mention a word about it. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Feng had already made up his mind about where to go. He asked, "What is the strength of your family?" "Reporting to Your Majesty the true ancestor, there are 3 main gods in the territory, one of whom has reached the level of a mid-level main god." Mu Feng was eager to go. First, he needed to settle the matter of the 9th familiar beast, and secondly, he wanted to take over the territory on the 50th floor of the abyss. With his current normal combat strength, he should have no problem fighting a lower-level god. However, Mu Feng had a strong trump card, so he was quite confident about this trip. However, to increase the success rate, he still called Caesar over. Caesar is a supreme, true god who has absorbed the origin of the universe, and his strength should not be underestimated. While they cannot play a dominant role against forces at the level of gods, true gods are still an absolute, high-level combat force. Moreover, the other party was a member of the Dead Soul clan, a super-level being of the Abyss Supreme God clan, and few people would dare to kill him on the spot. Caesar is currently in the Starry Sky world, but since he is not in a specific world, he cannot use the teleportation array and can only travel on his way with great difficulty. To help move Feng on his first request, and rushed over in a flurry of activity. But that was a month later. When Caesar arrived, Mu Feng, Caesar, and Lily Wei embarked on another journey into the abyss. There is no need to worry about the security of the territory. The two territories in the abyss are each illustrated, and Tiger is the guardian of them. The nascent divine realm also includes Blue Moon and another guild leader. He only brought Lily Vivi with him, but he didn't let the others sit idle either. Once a new world is discovered, the first step is to assess the combat capabilities of both sides. Once it's confirmed that the situation can be resolved, deploy troops decisively. The Abyss, level 50. Since the Dark Tide has just ended, everyone has stored the world's origin in their hands. So either he's in seclusion cultivating his skills, or he's stealing from others. The entire Abyss was a scene of chaos. Chapter 281 Spring has arrived. Furthermore, Mu Feng has mastered the Void Law, so unless a God King is right in front of him, it's impossible for him to be detected. The journey was extremely smooth, and they successfully entered the territory of Lily's family. However, the three of them did not make a sound, but instead concealed their presence and entered. The situation in the territory is currently in a state of great chaos. First, there is external pressure. The neighboring country has amassed 50 million troops on the border, eyeing the border with hostility. With two powerful main gods overseeing things, the pressure must be immense. Meanwhile, within the territory, the three members of the Golden Knights continued to pressure them to return their warhorses. However, the higher-ups within the territory have no time to concern themselves with these matters. Because in their value system, the ninth familiar is the most important thing, and everything else can wait. Although Mu Feng and his two companions concealed their auras as they entered, they were not without a purpose. As they drew closer, Mu Feng could vaguely sense the location of his familiar. A familiar that has already returned to its rightful place, it can sense the other party's location no matter where it is, unless there are special circumstances, such as Blood Fury and Divine Sheep Vidra. Furthermore, the summoned creatures that have not returned to their original positions are all phantoms. However, there are exceptions among them. For example, the Devouring Dimensional Spirit allows the opponent to devour dimensions and arrive at Mu Feng's side anytime, anywhere. However, because the other party is an extra-dimensional being, it will not stay in Mu Feng's inner world. The vast other dimensions are his ocean of survival. Following that special sense, Mu Feng and his two companions had a very clear goal. Suddenly, Mu Feng stopped in his tracks. Meeting Caesar's curious gaze, Mu Feng said, "It's just ahead." Although Mu Feng sensed it, he did not swagger out, because he also sensed the presence of other people. At first, they only sensed two peak true gods, but after locking onto the two, they discovered there was another one beside them. There were 3 people in total, all dressed in golden armor and holding a golden spear. The leader among them wore armor that was significantly more dazzling, and it was the one that Mu Feng hadn't noticed at first. Without much thought, Mu Feng knew that these were the 3 members of the Golden Knights of Humanity. Since they could sense their own familiars, the 3 of them could naturally sense their own mounts as well. The 3 of them were lying in the grass outside the blood-red grassland, looking quite disheveled. One of them rubbed his swollen face and complained, "Weren't we allied with the Abyss now? Why are we still being attacked by monsters?" The remaining 2 immediately gave each other a look as if they were looking at an idiot. The leading god, clutching a bloody hole in his chest, said, "Are you really stupid or just pretending? It's true that we've formed an alliance, but you're telling me that the one in front of me is a magical beast?" As the 9th familiar of the true ancestor, it is an existence depicted in textbooks. As long as there is a higher level of orthodox lineage, almost everyone knows them. The familiars are currently without owners. They can do whatever they want. Their purpose this time was to travel to the 99th level of the Abyss to convey the state of war and request military assistance. Heaven on the way. The task was naturally handed over to the new messengers. Their current mission was to retrieve their mounts. It's not that I'm reluctant to part with these 2 warhorses, but rather that this kind of gene cannot be passed on to outsiders. As for why there were 2 horses, it's because one of them was male, and it was instantly killed by the god of heaven who rammed into it. Of Heaven's purpose is quite simple. Just look at the crimson grasslands at this moment. Mu Feng and his two companions hid far away, looking at the distant grassland, their brows twitching in dismay. A warhorse with a single horn on its head in a dark red color was seen leaping high on its front hooves, riding on top of another warhorse. Clearly, they are reproducing. As a horse specially trained by the celestial race, it has considerable growth potential and has thus caught the eye of the god of heaven. At this moment, Lily looked at the distant grassland, her mouth slightly open and her pretty face flushed. All I can say is that it truly lives up to its reputation as a familiar of the true ancestor, possessing extraordinary talent. Mu Feng simply thought about it for a moment. The reason he hid was because he suddenly realized that the three celestials had nothing to do with the ninth familiar. Now all he needs to do is retrieve the ninth familiar beast and return the two little Mares, and the matter will be over. With that in mind, Mu Feng stopped hiding it. A ripple spread through the surrounding space, and the location of the jump was right in the blood-red grassland. At that very moment, all life forms present sensed the spatial ripples. Of heaven needs no introduction. Although he lacks the blessing of the true ancestor's bloodline, he is still a genuine eternal god king in terms of combat power. A pair of bloodshot eyes instantly looked at Mu Feng's location, but then a hint of panic flashed across them. They immediately withdrew and retreated, their hooves trampling the ground. In an instant, space shattered. The area controlled by the god of heaven only prevented Mu Feng from spatial leaping. Mu Feng fell out of the space and looked into the distance in confusion. In the distance, the crimson grasslands were nowhere to be seen. They had long been shattered into a desolate wasteland by the god of heaven's trampling. The three horses also disappeared. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes, filled with bewilderment at the god of heaven's actions. Familiars and true ancestors are inherently bound together. The blessing of the true ancestor's bloodline, the familiars can unleash their true power. Therefore, it is virtually impossible for a familiar to betray the true ancestor, as can be inferred from the fact that the other party did not harm Mu Feng. That means there must be another reason. Looking in another direction, three celestial race members were now standing in the sky. The leader frowned as he looked at Mu Feng, then his brows relaxed. He had just been pondering Mu Feng's identity and already had a guess in his mind. But none of this concerned him. His only goal was to prevent the warhorse's genes from leaking out. Mu Feng looked at the other person and said, "Tell me in detail what happened back then." Mu Feng spoke in a very calm tone and did not use honorifics, which made the two celestial gods frown. Just as he was about to reprimand them, the leader of the celestial race immediately raised his hand to stop him. Then she turned to Mu Feng and told him the details of the matter. It was a sudden attack. A stallion was killed on the spot, and two Mares were taken away. Mu Feng's brows furrowed even deeper. This god of heaven truly lustful, or does he have some other motive? As one of the 12 beasts, it shouldn't be so vulgar. Just as the scene fell silent, 3 streaks of blood suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had a sharp look in his eyes as he scanned the crowd. Chapter 282 The Messenger. In an instant, the middle-aged man in the lead locked his gaze on Lily. She glanced at Mu Feng standing in front of her again and had a rough idea of his identity. Lily was summoned by the true ancestor, so the identity of the person in front of her now is self-evident. He glanced subtly at the 3 celestials beside him, but did not immediately kneel and pay his respects. He then spoke up, saying, "Everyone, please come back to the castle with me first. We can discuss other matters later." The leader of the celestial race snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng also went to the Crimson Castle. Of Heaven didn't know what was going on either, and it was clear that searching there again wouldn't yield any results. A blood moon hung high in the sky, its crimson light spilling across the earth. The magnificent castle stretches endlessly, looking truly spectacular. Lily hasn't been back for many years, and she felt a pang of emotion. The middle-aged man at the head of the group said to the vampire maid beside him, "Please, the 3 celestials, go and rest." The maid nodded and then led the 3 celestials away. The rest of the people went together into the main hall. There were only 6 people present, the 3 main god-level powerhouses from the Crimson Fortress, and Mu Feng and his 2 companions. The 3 main gods stood in the center of the hall, their eyes fixed on the throne above them, motionless. After a brief moment of thought, Mu Feng already knew what was going on. The other party had clearly guessed his identity, but did not intend to reveal it. This must be because they are considering their own safety and may not intend to reveal their identity. If Mu Feng still hasn't made any move after a while, then this topic will be skipped. Sharp-minded these old monsters, who had lived for countless years, were. Now that my identity has been guessed, there's no need to pretend anymore. Mufeng walked straight up to the top of the hall and stood before the throne. He then turned to look at the crowd and slowly sat down on the throne. Now, Mufeng sits on the throne, relying not only on the nobility of his bloodline, but also on his own strength. Although the three people in front of me are all at a higher level than me, the outcome of a real fight is still uncertain. The middle-aged man at the head of the group had a slight smile on his lips, clearly suppressing a laugh. He then knelt on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty, the true ancestor." The two elderly men behind them also dared not be presumptuous, and knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison. Mufeng looked at the three of them and said, "Rise." After all three of them had stood up, Mufeng asked again, "How much do you know about the ninth familiar?" "Reporting to Your Majesty, the true ancestor, we only know some of the surface appearances and are unaware of the underlying truth." The appearances the other party described were exactly what Mufeng knew. The abyss, a chaotic space. The inverted pyramid still floats there, and the distance is still shrouded in mist. However, at this moment, other life forms have arrived in this chaotic space after a long absence. A faint light curtain rose from the top of the pyramid, and then three figures appeared. The three figures looked around, their faces filled with confusion and helplessness. As a giant eye opened and stared intently at the three of them, it felt as if their souls had been ripped out. He no longer cared about his status or dignity, and immediately knelt down on both knees like a dead dog. This can't hold up anymore. The gods of the starry sky are really a bunch of useless trash. A vast voice resounded in my ears, filled with indifference towards the gods of the stars. But the three of them dared not refute it. Large beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads, and they felt lost and helpless. The leader mustered his courage and presented a golden parchment scroll with both hands. This. However, the man stammered and couldn't say anything more. Clearly he was quite frightened. A wisp of black mist swept by, bringing the golden parchment scroll right before their eyes. The parchment scroll unfurled automatically, and eyes shrouded in black mist swept over it one by one. He actually knew what it was without even looking. However, this golden parchment comes from a terrifying being, so we should at least give it a try and show some respect. Just as the troll supreme god said, the star gods really couldn't hold on any longer. Perhaps it's not that they couldn't withstand it, but rather that they simply wanted to drag them down with them. After reading the golden parchment, the nightmare supreme god chuckled and said, "They don't think of us when there are benefits, but they drag us into the fight when it's time to risk our lives." The dead soul beside him frowned, and its tentacles began to twist. He began, "This war concerns everything. When it comes to fighting to the death, the star gods have lost far more than we have." Upon hearing this, all four terrifying figures present fell into silence. The gods of the starry sky, that the four of them were referring to, could not possibly be true gods or supreme deities. Even god kings are beneath their notice. They are referring to the supreme god. Since the outbreak of the war, one of the supreme gods of the abyss has fallen, namely the second true ancestor. The supreme god of the dragon race was already killed hundreds of millions of years ago. In addition to these, there are elves and angels. The supreme gods of these two races fell even before the supreme god of the dragon race. It's been so long that people have forgotten about it. There was a moment of silence. A black tentacle extended out and wrapped the golden parchment scroll inside. The black mist pierced through the chaotic space, and a voice echoed, saying, "Holy crap." The troll supreme god seemed to reflect a vast universe as he watched the black mist that rose up as the dead soul supreme god departed. He couldn't help but say, "Be careful, don't die again." He meant what he said. For beings of their caliber, the rise and fall of races seems to be of no concern. Their lifespan is eternal, their power has reached its peak, and they seem to have no desires left. Having spent so long in this chaotic space, with someone to talk to each other, perhaps a unique kind of friendship can develop. The 50th floor of the abyss, the Crimson Fortress. Mufeng did not get what he wanted from Boza. Boza was indeed that middle-aged vampire, the king of the Crimson Fortress. The central god. The two elderly men behind him were Princes Burke and Bode. Their strength is that of lower-level main gods. Just as the scene fell silent, Boza's expression suddenly turned serious. Looking at Mufeng sitting on the throne, he said, "Your Majesty, the Crimson Fortress is under attack by a powerful enemy." Mufeng was not surprised by the current situation, because he already knew that the neighboring territory had already deployed troops to the border. After a moment's thought, he asked, "How strong is the opponent?" "If we disregard other factors, their strength is roughly equal to that of our Scarlet Fortress." Chapter 283 Habitual Offender. The two were neighbors to begin with. If their strengths were too different, they wouldn't have been neighbors for so long. Mu Feng nodded, stood up, and said, "In that case, let's go take a look together." The ninth familiar beast is unlikely to be acquired anytime soon, but Mu Feng can't leave empty-handed. To capture Crimson Fortress would be the best outcome. After all, it is the territory of the 50th layer of the Abyss, and the abundance of resources is astonishing. The amount of faith that can be contributed is also enormous. Bose's face lit up with joy. Without further hesitation, everyone headed towards the border of the territory. In order to deal with the neighboring evil spirits, a large army had already been deployed on the border, so there was no need to mobilize troops. When Mu Feng arrived at the border, he discovered that war had already broken out. At this moment, each side has sent out 3 true gods to fight, and there is no war at the level of chief gods. The 3 laws of blood intertwined, forming a sea of blood in the sky. On the other side, 3 strange creatures with only heads opened their blood-red mouths, constantly spewing out grayish-brown mist, looking extremely eerie. With 2 horns on its head and a face resembling that of a demon, this is the Fierce Spirit Clan. Moreover, they have no body. Below the neck, there is nothing but a head. Seemingly sensing the presence of Mu Feng and his group, the ferocious spirits opposite them immediately raised 3 enormous heads. The head was like a mountain stretching across the sky, blocking out the sun. Gray mist spewed out from his mouth, and his voice, as resounding as a great bell, echoed throughout the venue. "You vampires, return my clan's sacred artifact at once." Mu Feng's brows furrowed immediately, and he couldn't help but look at Boza. Boza was completely bewildered, clearly unaware of what had happened. Mu Feng understood. Either this was the other side's excuse for war, or they were really being made a scapegoat. He stepped forward, stood before the crowd, and said, "Your clan's sacred artifact? We have never seen it before. Could you tell us more about it?" If we disregard the 9th familiar beast and the celestial race's demand for justice, Mu Feng would indeed have fought them. However, now is not the time for battle, and it would be best to avoid fighting if possible. After all, these are 3 main gods, and the battle cannot be ended in a short time. The enormous, ferocious head glanced at Mu Feng and immediately snorted coldly. "A mere true god dares to question me." Boza was immediately displeased. He took a step forward, and the aura of the supreme god spread out. He said coldly, "This is a distinguished guest of my Crimson Fortress. You'd better show some respect, or no one will be there to collect your corpse." The enormous demon-faced figure frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this vampire is no ordinary person. He immediately calmed himself down and said in a calm tone, "You stole our clan's sacred artifact, and you still want to ask why?" "When? Who stole it?" Mu Feng immediately asked. 10 days ago. I don't know exactly who stole it, but the blood law was so strong. Who else could it be but a vampire?" Boza flew up behind Mu Feng and said, "About 10 days ago, the Fiend Spirit Clan suddenly amassed troops on the border." Mu Feng didn't turn around, but instead asked, "Did you do this or not?" "No." Hearing Basa's resolute answer, Mu Feng's brows furrowed deeply. He asked, puzzled, "Since it is a sacred object of your tribe, why was it stolen so easily?" This is similar to the treasures Mu Feng holds. The ones he uses most often are hidden within his inner world. The items frequently used within the territory are stored in the underground vault of the royal capital, which is inaccessible to ordinary people. If someone could get inside and steal things, they would already have the ability to sweep through Mu Feng's territory, and there would be no need for all this trouble. As one of the 5 supreme races, your methods are unfathomable, which is normal for me to not understand. Listening to the evil spirit's words, Mu Feng was momentarily unsure whether it was praising him or insulting him. However, upon hearing the other party mention that their methods were unfathomable, Mu Feng immediately realized something. His mind seemed to clear instantly, and he understood everything in a flash. The strongest being in the current 50th floor of the Abyss is none other than the 9th familiar. However, the 9th familiar possesses the law of destruction, a law with extremely powerful combat capabilities. But when it comes to unpredictable methods, Mu Feng suddenly thought of something. The 3 Lives Demon Mirror. Mu Feng currently has 3 in total. 1 is on the 99th floor of the Abyss, and the remaining 1 is unknown. However, as Mu Feng accumulated more and more fragments, the memories associated with each fragment became clearer. One of the unknown fragments possesses the ability called Chaos Reversal. If there is indeed some connection between the 2, then the whole truth will be revealed. Chaos and disorder are practically divine tools for stealing. As for why we didn't just wipe out the Fiend clan, We can't just look at the immediate situation. What if the ninth kin beast wasn't committing its first crime? What if he stole something from the king of gods? With the support of these two factors, it is quite normal to keep a low profile. For a moment, Mu Feng felt an immense urgency, eager to find the god of heaven as soon as possible. He couldn't imagine how many good things the other party had. As for why the other party ran away as soon as they saw him, combining the two preconditions just proposed, it's clear that this has provoked public outrage, and it's highly likely that they don't want to get involved. Mu Feng calmed himself down and looked at the other party's fierce spirit clan. For a moment, he didn't know how to speak. The ninth familiar stole, in essence, seemed to be no different from what I stole myself. This is a relationship between people with a shared future. But on second thought, this is something that cannot be admitted. After a moment of silence, Mu Feng spoke up. This is most likely the work of the ninth familiar. It appeared in the territory a few days ago, and I came here to investigate this matter. These words left the three big-headed guys on the other side speechless. If it's the ninth familiar beast, do we still need this sacred object? As for Mu Feng's identity, the three big shots obviously didn't think about it. Considering the respect Boza showed to the man before him, he must have been sent by a large vampire clan to investigate, so he didn't suspect the man was lying. Just as the three big heads were hesitating, three celestials suddenly appeared on the other side of the sky. The leader of the celestial race looked at the largest one and said, "The ninth familiar has indeed appeared in the Crimson Fortress, but we can't just sit here and wait to die. Why don't we go in together and search for it?" Although the celestial race has been putting pressure on the Scarlet Fortress, there's not much the Scarlet Fortress can do about it. Now is the perfect time to unite the three major powers. Chapter 284: The Unexpected Enemy. Mu Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "So what if we find you?" Upon hearing this, the three celestial race members fell silent. What else can we do? Send ourselves to our deaths? Meanwhile, the three big heads on the other side were already shaken to their core. What did they hear? The ninth kin beast? As a power at the level of a supreme god, they naturally knew about the legends of the true ancestor. Mu Feng spoke again, saying, "Entering the territory is impossible. Either you wait here, or you go back and wait." The three celestials looked at each other, feeling quite helpless. Mu Feng then looked at the three big-headed guys opposite him and asked, "Are you still going to attack?" After a moment of silence, the leader, Big Head, said, "The sacred artifact is of utmost importance to our race, but we do not wish to shatter our millennia-long peace. We will wait for a reasonable explanation." Clearly, all three big heads were frightened. Attacking a territory is simply a means to acquire the territory of the other party. Familiar beast exists within the opponent's territory. Even if we wipe out the enemy here, it seems we still can't take over their territory, so what's the point of fighting? Mu Feng shrugged helplessly when he heard what the other party said. Whether or not he fights this battle is essentially irrelevant to him personally. He's already wielding the power of laws in many ways, so he doesn't really care about the laws of the three evil spirits opposite him. In other words, three main god-level treasure chests are quite appealing. However, since it is a supreme god, it is not so easy to defeat. Some trump cards need to be played. To fight across realms in this realm is absolutely a heaven-defying act. The true god is still an individual, but the chief god already possesses a divine kingdom. The difference between them is like an insurmountable chasm. If a war between the main gods cannot break out, then this war is destined to be a farce. Both sides withdrew their troops, but did not cease hostilities and continued to stand facing each other across the border. Back in the main hall of Crimson Castle, Boza immediately knelt on one knee and said loudly, "Your Majesty, the true ancestor, since you have descended upon this land, you shall receive the faith of my territory." Mu Feng glanced at the other person, did not refuse, and nodded in agreement. Accepting another's faith does not mean becoming the lord of their territory. All known supreme gods have done this. The supreme god has no territory of his own, but the power of faith is inexhaustible. For example, the four supreme gods in the abyss of the chaotic space. They live there year-round. It is their home, and they do not have their own territory. They didn't care about the younger generation's playful fights, because they didn't care. As long as the supreme god still exists, even if only he remains, he is still a supreme race. Even the power of faith is just a snack to satisfy their appetites, and has no practical use. This is truly standing at the top, with no way to go any further. Familiar within the territory of the Crimson Fortress. On 2 occasions, they were almost found, but the other party escaped again. A month later, Mu Feng returned to his territory. In the Lord's Hall of the vampire capital, Mu Feng sat on the throne, his gaze sweeping over the people below. Although it has only been a month, the heroes under his command have made rapid progress in strength. Even at the demigod level, Mu Feng's breakthrough speed isn't necessarily much faster than Charlotte's or Lydia's. You could even say they're faster. Mu Feng's strength was equivalent to that of a unicorn within the territory. But now that the territory has developed to this scale, it can easily handle the war against demigods. The resources they obtained were on a completely different level. Their mastery of the power of laws goes without saying. It's child's play for them. His strength has reached the 4th stage of demigod. This speed is really fast. It can't be compared to Mu Feng. In addition, they also gained a large amount of the world's origin. There are 4 chambers of commerce traveling abroad, and they encounter a great deal of the world. Mu Feng is currently building a divine kingdom, which consumes a great deal of the world's essence. When faced with suitable worlds, it will directly extract the world's essence. Mu Feng obtained these world origins and devoted them all to the construction of the divine kingdom. The Neuro world have been greatly strengthened once again. With the blessing of the power of laws, the evolution of the world accelerated rapidly. On the planets that Mu Feng built, life forms without any system of civilization have already appeared. Furthermore, since the divine kingdom was built by vampires, all life forms that evolved there are vampires. They were all low-level vampires, the lowest of the low. However, Mu Feng was quite satisfied, because at this rate, he will be able to reach the level of a main god within 100 years. This speed is terrifying. For others, breaking through to this level takes tens of thousands of years. Time flies, and 10 years have passed. Throughout these 10 years, Mu Feng never stopped his conquests. With Caesar became more and more frequent, and together they conquered more than a dozen great worlds. The construction of the divine kingdom was taking shape, and its projection began to form within Mu Feng's inner world. However, this only completes the preparatory work for the breakthrough. The breakthrough is now officially underway. From previous breakthroughs, since it is no longer an individual but has transformed into an entire divine kingdom, it requires more management. Therefore, breakthroughs no longer require seclusion. To be precise, most of the time seclusion is no longer necessary. That final shudder, like constipation, still requires straining. One morning, Mu Feng sat on his throne and suddenly opened his eyes. He slowly rose, put his hands behind his back, and strolled to the square outside the main hall. Gazing at the sky, he couldn't help but frown. At that moment, a huge phantom of a planet began to slowly emerge in the sky. However, the planet's surface was pitted and uneven, like a hornet's nest. Inside that honeycomb-like hive, there were also a large number of wriggling, rotting bodies, mixed with all kinds of maggots. It was utterly disgusting. I'm sorry. I can't hold on any longer. The intermittent sound rang in Mu Feng's ears. As the sound ended, the phantom image of the planet in the sky suddenly solidified. Such scenes are not limited to a single planet. As long as you are in this divine realm, you can see the honeycomb-shaped planet when you look up. Because this is a fusion of principles, not just a manifestation. Looking at the rotting flesh, Mu Feng understood in an instant. When Luo Qianqian broke through to demigod status, the Lord Panel matched her with an enemy of equal strength. They are those rotting flesh bodies, but the original body has never appeared. As time went by, Mu Feng's knowledge naturally grew, and he recognized what this thing was at a glance. Chapter 285 Encounter. Starry Sky Parasite. Regardless of the ecological conditions, such parasitic life forms will always be disgusting. At the same time, the aura of true gods rose from almost every planet in the entire divine realm. A crimson light streaked across the starry sky, standing at the very edge of the divine realm. Outside the divine realm, the Star Clan member parasitized by the parasitic beast is right there. A terrifying law of gravity surrounds it, pulling countless planets to protect its center. Charlotte frowned slightly, the dropper spear already in her hand. 10 years have passed, and all the heroes under Mu Feng's command have reached the true god realm. Among them, Charlotte and Lydia are the leaders, and their strength has reached the peak of the middle-level true god. Now, facing a Star Clan member at the peak of true god level, even if Mu Feng doesn't take action, there are at least 3 ways to deal with him. Over the past 10 years, Mu Feng has opened countless treasure chests, and the entire divine realm has been almost entirely filled with defensive structures. Every planet is like a war fortress. In addition to the good items obtained from system check-ins, the treasure vault is richer than ever before. There are at least 2 hands worth of mid-grade divine artifacts alone. The current Mu Feng is no longer the greatest asset in the territory. There are other alternatives. For example, Mu Feng opened a treasure chest and got a blueprint for a building fortress. Planetary level war fortress. A medium-sized planet is required as a basic building condition. Once completed, its firepower and defense will be comparable to those of a lower-level true god. The key point is that this thing isn't a one-time use item. As long as there are enough resources, you can create many, many more. With the addition of some of the vampire's conventional war machines, the entire territory is no longer what it used to be. There are at least 40 people in the god realm with combat power at the true god level. Moreover, there are many other things. The space around Charlotte distorted, and Isabella, dressed in a maid outfit and wielding a double-edged sword, appeared beside her. Since the divine realm has been completed, it is impossible for all the true gods to be on one planet. Everyone has been assigned to their respective planetary territories. The vast area of starry sky behind them was their responsibility. Charlotte's eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he said, "It's been a long time since I've encountered an enemy like this." The opponent's realm is higher, and their race is not much inferior. The only difference is Charlotte's advanced knowledge. Compared to Charlotte, Isabella frowned and said, "Lord Charlotte, let's wait for the Lord to arrive." In her view, the enemy was very strong, so she offered her advice. Charlotte smiled slightly and said, "I may not be able to kill the opponent, but the opponent will definitely not be able to win either. This is just a simple sparring match." Clearly, Charlotte was not underestimating her opponent. She was simply itching to fight. Moreover, knowing yourself and your enemy is crucial. By sparring with them first, you can gauge their strength. Isabella had also considered this and immediately stopped trying to stop them. Charlotte, like a wild horse unleashed, transformed into a blood-red beam of light that pierced through the starry sky. Before the person even arrived, the dropper gun in his hand was already being swung forward. A crimson light shone down, containing boundless killing intent. The gravity in the distance is stirring, and the planets orbiting around us are being mobilized. A planet blocks the crimson light. However, in just a moment, the planet shattered into pieces, turning into a desolate wasteland. There was no wasted words between them, because there was no need for conversation at all. Between the two divine realms have begun to merge here, destined to mean that only one territory can emerge victorious. Yes, the Star Clan brought their divine realm with them. Mu Feng, the other party, is also building his own divine realm and is currently in the breakthrough stage. Mu Feng has grown significantly over the past 10 years, and the Star Clan is no less impressive. However, compared to Mu Feng's divine domain, the other party's is much inferior. From a hole, a rotting ball of flesh peeked out, using its special sensory system to look at Charlotte on the other side. Upon realizing that the other party was a vampire, the rotting flesh began to twist, foreshadowing the turmoil within. If it were just an ordinary divine realm, he would be very confident in defeating it. However, against a vampire god of the same level, this is destined to be a bitter battle. If they hadn't been forcibly matched by a mysterious force, and the laws of nature hadn't already begun to merge, he would already be planning to leave. As he was pondering, he saw a vampire in blood-red armor pointing a strangely shaped spear at the front of him. A large magic circle instantly formed at the tip of the spear. Immediately following was a massive onslaught of blood-red swords. The rotting flesh twisted and contorted, and an invisible, intangible force pushed away all the blood-red swords. At the same time, he felt annoyed. He had already sensed the opponent's strength. He was merely a mid-level true god. Along with his anger, a large amount of gravitational laws also surged forth. The laws of gravity, carrying the 4 planets, rushed toward Charlotte. Charlotte narrowed her eyes. Knowing the power of the law of gravity, she naturally dared not be overconfident. The dropper gun in his hand emitted a pure white light as he swung it forward. The white light detached from the dropper spear and hurtled towards one of the planets. The light pierced through the planet. However, it was of little use, because 3 more planets rushed up afterward. Charlotte sprouted a pair of wings from her back, and her speed was faster than ever before. She turned slightly to the side, and a planet passed right by her, about a meter away. He raised the dropper spear in his hand, touched the planet in front of him, and left a blood-red magic circle. After doing all this, the wings behind it flapped slightly, and its figure disappeared from the spot. She did the same thing, leaving a magic circle on every planet she passed by. As the battle continued, the star race deployed an increasing number of planets. This demonstrates the overwhelming racial advantage of the Star Clan. These planets were used to build divine realms and are considered precious resources. If Mu Feng hadn't received the countless stars as a system reward, even he wouldn't have dared to squander them like this. Although there are many planets in the starry sky, not every one of them can be used. After all, some planets are destined to be unable to give rise to life, They are dead stars with no potential for progress. However, the Star Clan can disregard such rules. Any planet can be brought to life instantly under their transformation, possessing infinite possibilities and becoming the cornerstone for building a divine realm. This is an innate advantage belonging to the supreme gods. As the battle continued, the number of planets on the scene increased, and Charlotte was beginning to feel surrounded. However, she did not panic. Instead, she stopped. Chapter 286 Space War. As Charlotte stood in the starry sky, a vast number of planets immediately surrounded her. Every planet was releasing its gravitational pull, revolving around Charlotte and trying to tear her to pieces. Charlotte's dropper gun resembled a steam generator, with bubbles churning inside its transparent tube while simultaneously emitting 4 plumes of white smoke. All the magic circles left on the planet by the dropper spears erupted at this moment. A dazzling crimson light burst forth in an instant, and the massive planet shattered into pieces. The terrifying shockwave spread far and wide across the starry sky. Numerous planets were destroyed, yet the parasites showed no remorse. The next moment, a large number of planets rushed over. Charlotte frowned, thinking to herself, as expected of the number 1 race in the starry sky. She raised the dropper gun in her hand, which emitted a dazzling white light. As the spear was swung forward, pure white light pierced through the starry sky. Wherever it passed, stars shattered and everything was destroyed. However, as the white light approached the Star Clan, an invisible gravitational force instantly came into play. The white light drew a semicircular arc around the Star Clan. It came from directly in front and flew away from directly behind, but it just happened to bypass the Star Clan. Mu Feng, who was watching from the back, couldn't help but frown slightly at this moment. He also knows the law of gravity. When Caesar first went to help, those 2 true god brothers each possessed the laws of time and gravity. Mu Feng was aware of the power of the law of gravity, so he never fell behind in his cultivation. However, compared to the Star Clan before them, they are far, far inferior. This is equivalent to the fact that vampires are naturally compatible with the laws of blood, and the cultivation progress between the two is simply incomparable. Just as Mu Feng was still pondering, Xia Luo on the battlefield was enveloped in a white light. The next moment, the white light began to distort, transforming into a pure white human figure. At the same time, Charlotte murmured to herself, "Divine magic, heroic warriors." The figure was like an uncolored version of Charlotte, completely pure white. Then the white figure transformed into a streak of light and rushed out. The parasites in the distance were also somewhat shocked. He could sense that the white figure exuded the exact same aura as the real person. Having abandoned his initial disdain, he began to mobilize the divine power belonging to the Star Clan. In the divine realm seemed to come alive, their terrifying laws of gravity intertwined. This time, the planets are no longer controlled by the parasites. Each planet seems to have become a living warrior. This is also one of the Star Clan's innate skills. Star Network. Because the Star Clan is so small in number, this is the only way to increase their numbers. Planets connected by the Star Network are like star races that have given birth to consciousness. However, it is a heavily weakened and stripped-down version, so it is naturally far inferior to the original. Standing in the starry sky, Mu Feng slowly raised his right hand. Then swing it forward. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen or so enormous crimson orbs of light shot out from behind Mu Feng and headed toward the battlefield ahead. Following closely behind were more than 30 steel planets gleaming with a cold luster. This is a clash between elites. Low-ranking soldiers are simply useless. The Crimson Orb of Light is a strategic weapon of the vampires and comes in various versions of the Bloodpool series. Those planets with their cold, icy glow are, of course, planetary-level war fortresses. In an instant, a large-scale interstellar war broke out. Before the two armies even got close, the war fortress and the Bloodpool had already launched a long-range attack. Various kinds of light filled the starry sky, and each strike could tear stars apart. Gravity acts as an invisible shield, making it arguably the most robust defense in the starry sky. With just a little bit of gravity applied, the trajectory of these attacks will change, causing them to miss. If it's just a superficial attack, then the Star Clan is inherently invincible. Fortunately, the vampires are not much different. In addition to these basic attacks, they also have a large number of conceptual skills. The defensive structures built on the war fortresses were also incredibly diverse. If it were any other ordinary divine realm, it would have been taken over by the opposing Star Clan within a day. Mu Feng stopped paying attention to the battlefield and instead looked towards the starry sky elsewhere, because he sensed that a living being was spying on this place. The space around him distorted, and he vanished from his spot in an instant. We've been discovered. The life form in the distance immediately changed its expression. After letting out a cry of alarm, he immediately fled into the distance. Mu Feng frowned, because his opponent's speed was almost the same as his. However, with the spatial enhancement, it's impossible for anyone of the same level to be faster than him. The result was obvious. The opponent was a supreme god. A giant centipede swayed its body, its thousands of slender legs moving rhythmically at great speed. The reason he didn't want to see Mu Feng wasn't because he was afraid of Mu Feng's strength. After all, in his eyes, Mu Feng was just a peak upper true god. What I'm really afraid of is Mu Feng's identity. A vampire god is of extremely high value. Mu Feng didn't want the other party to leave like this, because he was worried that it would cause unforeseen complications. There's no guarantee that the other side isn't some kind of intelligence-gathering vanguard. Thinking of this, Mu Feng immediately stopped holding back. The giant centipede sped through the starry sky, when suddenly it saw a cloud of blood rising ahead. Not wanting to get entangled with the other party, it opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light. The beam pierced through the blood-red mist, but it was to no avail. Now he realized even more how difficult Mu Feng was to deal with. However, considering that Mu Feng is only a true god, the blood mist of this scale is obviously not something that someone of this level could achieve. He was reckless and plunged headfirst into the blood mist. Mu Feng saw this scene. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and a large amount of blood-red mist gathered in his palm. He then suddenly pushed forward, shouting loudly at the same time. Town! In an instant, the entire starry sky was enveloped in blood mist. An invisible force of suppression surged in from all directions, and the enormous centipede twisted its body repeatedly. But the suppressing force grew stronger and stronger, which terrified him. He quickly turned around, his eyes warily fixed on Mu Feng, who had already stopped some distance away. The giant centipede spoke. Your Excellency, I have no intention of offending you. This star field is simply under my jurisdiction, and I am merely obeying the Alliance's regulations. The moment the other person finished speaking, Mu Feng understood. The star system he was in was likely a territory under the jurisdiction of some alliance. And this alliance must be quite powerful, because his 4 chambers of commerce were always traveling, but they never mentioned this matter. Chapter 287 8 Temples. The 4 chambers of commerce have a considerable search scope. The fact that we haven't even made contact with this large-scale alliance only shows how incredibly huge it is. Having figured all this out in his mind, Mu Feng asked, What's the name of your alliance? The 8 Gods Temple. Mu Feng frowned, then asked, Isn't it an alliance? Why does it sound like a single power? The alliance has tens of thousands of factions, and the 8 Gods Temple is the strongest alliance composed of 8 of them. If what they say is true, then this power is truly outrageously large. Even if the other party told Mu Feng that the strongest person in the 8 Gods Temple was the God King, Mu Feng would not be surprised at all. Mu Feng then asked, What is the purpose of the alliance? If such a large alliance is only united to plunder others, then Mu Feng felt there was no need to learn more about it. The giant centipede spoke, replying, The alliance exists to prevent powerful future enemies and to resolve unnecessary disputes currently existing in the starry world. Mu Feng only needed to think about it briefly in his mind to understand its meaning. This is roughly equivalent to when he was still weak, when the Moon Elves and the Starry Empire, these powerful forces, formed an alliance. After breaking through to the king rank, you need territory, so naturally you have to fight for it. The existence of alliances is most likely to allocate territory to you and provide you with resources commensurate with your strength. As for the defense against powerful future enemies mentioned by the other party, Mu Feng has no clue yet. What are the conditions for joining your alliance? When Mu Feng asked this question, it was clear that he already had the idea of joining the alliance. If it were a small league, Mu Feng wouldn't even give it a second glance. However, entering such a massive alliance means stepping into a completely new and higher-level world. Putting everything else aside, once you join, you can at least get access to the star systems where other people's territories are located. The list of resources to be plundered in the future will now be available. The giant centipede immediately replied, Just apply to the Temple of the 8 Gods. The minimum requirement to join is demigod. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, It seems that the place I am in is really remote. A demigod could apply to join, but his current strength already makes him one of the best among the true gods. With such strength, he only learned of the existence of this major league today. Aside from the fact that it was too remote, Mu Feng couldn't think of any other reason. Just as Mu Feng was pondering this, the giant centipede spoke again. Your Excellency, if you wish to join the alliance, I can help you with the introduction, but before that. He didn't finish his sentence, but instead looked in the direction Mu Feng had come from. Mu Feng understood what the other party meant. The divine realm was currently engaged in war. If we don't win this war, then everything else is just empty talk. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng said, "After I finish this war, take me to the Alliance headquarters." The enormous centipede was nodding frantically. At the same time, he felt very fortunate that Mu Feng hadn't asked him to help. Although it was only a battlefield at the level of true gods, both sides were supreme gods, so it was clearly not something he could get involved in. Because of the great distance, he did not notice anything unusual about the Star Clan. To be precise, he did not want to be discovered, so he only glanced at them briefly. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. The giant centipede thought for a moment, but ultimately decided that it shouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Two supreme gods fighting is not something everyone has the opportunity to witness. He immediately swung his massive body, concealing himself as he slowly approached the battlefield. After returning to the battlefield, Mu Feng immediately noticed the very center of the battlefield. Charlotte was still locked in combat with the Star Clan member. Charlotte has already used divine magic, and although the Star Clan has not, they are also drawing upon the power of the divine realm. The two are generally in a state of equilibrium. However, if the Star Clan were to reclaim the Star Network and use all their power to fight Charlotte, their chances of winning would be around 70%. This does not mean that Charlotte is weak in combat. She is not afraid of ordinary peak-level true gods. However, once the divine realm is involved, even if the other party is not a supreme god, it can still be a bit tricky. As someone who had just begun to grasp the power of the divine realm, Mu Feng knew just how powerful it was. It can grant an individual life form immortality, and the power it brings is unparalleled. Mu Feng immediately decided to make a move. The law of blood stirred up bursts of blood mist, which spread from Mu Feng's body. At first it was just a little bit, but after a dozen or so breaths, the starry sky was already enveloped in a large amount of blood mist. The Star Clan had naturally noticed this, and the powerful gravitational laws unleashed a strong repulsive force, forcibly shaking Charlotte away. Looking at the churning crimson mist in the distance, the rotting flesh twisted in agony, this time signifying a somber mood. Mu Feng raised his hand and unleashed a large, blood-red handprint. The Star Clan, seeing the giant handprint that had shattered stars, dared not be careless in the slightest. Because beyond the surface-level destructive power, he also sensed the power to annihilate life. This is a conceptual ability that will take your life the moment you touch it. Hundreds of planets, under the influence of gravity, simultaneously unleashed a terrifying gravitational field. As the crimson handprint drew ever closer, its power gradually diminished under the influence of gravity. In the end, the full power of the crimson handprint was completely dissipated. However, the Star Clan did not relax, for they knew this was only the beginning of the war. A ripple spread through the distant space. A glass-like wall pressed in towards the Star Clan. Driven by gravity, several massive planets crashed into the glass wall. This is using a planet as a cannonball. Mu Feng sighed inwardly at the Star Clan's arrogance before transforming into a streak of blood-red light and charging out. During his flight, a long spear appeared in his hand, and with a burst of spear light, the massive planet shattered into pieces. But as he got closer, Mu Feng felt an invisible force repelling him. Under the influence of gravity, Mu Feng was constantly subjected to a backward squeezing force. It's like fighting while being pushed backward. Although he could also use the laws of gravity, he was simply not on the same level as the other party. That would be like showing off one's limited skills before an expert. Left with no other choice, Mu Feng used the first power of the law he had acquired. The law of equivalence. He is of little use when in an active state, but he has the ability to wear down everything. The repulsive force on Mu Feng vanished instantly. The sudden increase in speed startled the parasite on the other side. However, he quickly came up with a solution. Chapter 288 Triple Rashomon. Of the 3 stars that had been orbiting the main body, one suddenly flew away. The blazing flames swept across the starry sky, distorting space itself. These planets have been modified by laws. They are not ordinary objects. A crimson light emanated from the spear in Mu Feng's hand, while a raging sea of blood surged behind him. A phantom spear emerged from the blood mist, its power seemingly capable of piercing through the stars. This is the power of a mid-grade divine artifact, corresponding to a main god-level powerhouse. The star, radiating a fiery red light, trembled, and looked as if it was about to shatter in the next second. The law of gravity pulled the star back in an instant. Compared to ordinary planets, The three stars that always orbit the main body clearly represent a greater investment of effort. It's impossible to just waste it like that. Without the obstruction of the stars, Mufeng had already arrived in front of the Star Clan. The spear in his hand gleamed with a cold light as he slammed it down towards the Star Clan. However, with the sudden burst of gravity, the Star Clan was thrown backward like a deflated balloon. The crimson spear light drew an arc in the void, but it was destined to miss. Mufeng was not angry, and once again transformed into a streak of blood light and rushed out. Dozens of enormous planets flew towards him, attempting to stop Mufeng's pursuit. Their gravitational pulls intertwined, forming an invisible net. Mufeng swept his spear in an arc, and a large amount of blood mist surged out. Under the erosion of the law of blood, this small-scale network instantly became ineffective. Life is a wonderful thing. The essence of the star net is to give ordinary planets a short period of life. Since life and death have been brought up, it will naturally be subject to the laws of blood. The planet has lost its independent consciousness, and under the erosion of the law of equivalence, the law of gravity can no longer exert its influence around Mufeng. Mufeng swung his spear again, and a flash of cold light appeared in the starry sky. Dozens of planets were instantly reduced to dust. The Star Clan members in the distance felt a chill in their hearts upon witnessing this scene. Even if he has a large number of planets at his disposal, he can't withstand such use. Moreover, the power of his divine arts is closely related to the number of planets within his divine realm. After just a brief exchange, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time with Mufeng. When it comes to protracted warfare, the vampires have never been afraid of anyone. Grab someone from the side and give them a bite, and they'll be fully healed. Sensing the main body's intentions, those planets that had briefly developed self-awareness immediately began to withdraw from the battlefield. However, instead of returning to their original body, they ran further and further away in all directions. Mufeng's black pupils gradually widened, looking somewhat eerie. This is the portable version of the Eye of the Universe, which is quite convenient to use. However, it can only achieve about 30% of its intended effect. Although we are currently facing Star Clan members of the same level, the third-level Eye of the Universe is more than enough. With just a quick glance around, Mufeng already knew what the other party was thinking. This is preparing to unleash a deadly move. Mufeng immediately stopped hesitating. He slowly spread his arms, and the spear in his hand slowly disappeared. At this moment, Mufeng seemed to be embracing the entire starry sky. The next moment, the point of light at the edge of my vision began to blur, as if it were moving at high speed. They drew out a dazzling light from all directions, and it began to distort, like the starry night world in Van Gogh's paintings. The Star Clan also began to tilt slightly, and the direction of the tilt was towards Mufeng. It's like a sumo wrestler in a pose. Divine art, celestial phenomena, frequent movements. The painful cries of the Star Clan's true form, mixed with the eerie sounds of the parasitic beast, echoed throughout the starry sky. The lights were distorted from all directions. At this moment, I was in the starry sky. But it really felt like the stars had shifted and the constellations had changed. Mufeng's vision began to blur, and he felt as if the entire starry universe was rejecting him. A terrifyingly powerful force acted upon Mufeng. However, Mufeng remained calm, his expression extremely composed. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Divine art, triple Rashomon." Half carved with demon faces, half carved with azuris, the ancient bronze gate slowly emerged from the towering blood mist. Of blood mist, only a rough outline could be seen, making it appear eerie and mysterious. Blood-red threads also rose from Mufeng's body, intertwining with each other. Click, click, click. A sound like the turning of mechanical gears rang out. But it was clear that the bronze gate was slowly opening. It was just a crack, but everyone could see a corner behind the door. It was a vast, crimson sea of blood, with countless corpses floating and sinking within it. As the gate opened, an aura of destruction emanated from it, along with a mysterious aura that defied description. Alarm bells rang in the parasite's mind, and it immediately began to mobilize the power of the stars. Each planet casts a dazzling beam of light. As they moved, they collided with each other, shattering themselves in the process. However, under the influence of gravity, the fragments piled up together and compressed wildly toward a single point, rushed straight toward Mufeng. This Star Clan's divine magic is not a one-time kill, but rather somewhat similar to a domain. But without a doubt, this is definitely his strongest method. As the bronze gate slowly opened, a monstrous sea of blood poured down. Mufeng stood before the sea of blood, with endless waves of blood behind him. He flicked his finger forward. The sea of blood behind them rolled forward. That power was truly like a catastrophe that destroyed the starry sky. When the black hole disappeared into the sea of blood, it didn't even cause a ripple. The mysterious and eerie black hole was swallowed up by the sea of blood. Mu Feng once pondered a question, life or death, a question concerning an individual. But as he began to envision the realm of the supreme gods, he realized that his thinking was limited. Birth and death can only determine an individual, but cannot determine a thing. But what Mu Feng wanted was never to solve individual problems. It's everything. If that's the case, then let's transcend life and death and confront the essence of a thing. Existence and non-existence. He clearly succeeded. Under the onslaught of the sea of blood, the black hole ceased to exist. However, this is not the full power of the triple Rashomon. This is just one concept. Only when you are inside the triple Rashomon can you truly experience its entirety. The enemy certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to charge in blindly. Mu Feng also prepared corresponding measures. When Mu Feng faced the true god who controlled the laws of time, he was only stunned for a moment before the other party trapped him in the divine artifact. Chapter 289 Trap. However, Mu Feng did not possess such a divine artifact, so he had to find another way. With the appearance of the triple Rashomon, the repulsive force acting on Mu Feng had already disappeared. This is also the effect of a similar field, obviously based on the frequent changes in celestial phenomena on the other side. Within the battlefield area, a raging sea of blood occupied almost half of the area, surging towards the other half of the Star Clan. The parasitic beast instantly began to gather the celestial phenomena, shrinking its range to exert a greater effect, attempting to contend with the monstrous sea of blood. But this time, the ever-effective law of gravity seemed to have failed to work. Whenever the law of gravity touches the sea of blood, it will instantly disappear. Since the parasite took over the body of this Star Clan member, it has never been in such a disadvantageous position. The aura emanating from the Star Clan grew increasingly terrifying, clearly indicating that they were prepared to die. The 3 stars orbiting around it are spinning faster and faster. Then 3 beams of light suddenly shot out. The 3 beams of light were not straight lines, but rather resembled silk threads fluttering in the wind. Under the influence of gravity, such an attack is difficult to fathom. But everything was under the control of the Star Clan. Mu Feng was naturally fearless, and the surging sea of blood almost filled half of the starry sky. There was not a single gap behind him. The 3 beams of light fell into the sea of blood without creating the slightest ripple. The parasite immediately hardened its heart, and the 2 stars detached from its body and flew out. Their gravity pulls them together, causing them to rotate rapidly around each other. Threads of fiery energy were pulled out and slowly converged at the center of the 2 stars. The momentum of the 2 stars abruptly ceased before they reached the sea of blood. The parasite knew, of course, that the sea of blood before it had the power to destroy everything, and it was impossible for it to rush in. Just before the sea of blood, 2 stars suddenly exploded. From a scientific perspective, this phenomenon is called a supernova explosion. The intense heat surged outwards. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a fiery point of light appeared in sight. Immediately following was a surge of intense energy that seemed capable of obliterating everything in the starry sky. However, when this terrifying energy touched the endless sea of blood, everything came to an abrupt end. Despite the impact of this terrifying energy, the sea of blood remained completely undisturbed. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Any substance that comes into contact with the sea of blood will be transformed into nothingness. The parasite in the distance was already twisting its body wildly, engulfed in extreme rage. The battle lasted until this point, and in total, it didn't last very long. However, it consumed almost half of his divine domain. 2 of the 3 most powerful stars have already been used. Unless he can conquer the opponent's divine realm, he will have to start all over again. Even if the Star Clan has a natural advantage in this regard, it would still take hundreds of years to make up for this loss. A strange roar echoed through the starry sky. In an instant, the entire starry sky seemed to tremble. Planets streaked across the sky, trailing long, dazzling tails of flame, hurtling toward Mu Feng. Mu Feng calmly extended his right hand, palm up, as if he were holding something that did not exist. A moment later, a snowball formed in the palm of his hand. Amidst the raging sea of blood, countless crimson water columns swirled and converged in Mu Feng's palm. A cloud of blood rose up, obscuring Mu Feng's face. Only a vague outline could be seen. Behind Mu Feng was a bronze gate that stretched as far as the eye could see. The planet plunged into the blood mist, its speed decreasing and its size shrinking as it went deeper. The planet, which was already quite small, was completely destroyed halfway through its journey. The largest one had already come up in front of Mufone, but only the size of a glass marble remained. Mufone raised one hand and gently poked the small planet with his finger. The planet, so tiny it was almost invisible, shattered instantly. The next moment, what resounded through the starry sky was the impotent rage of the parasitic beast. Aya. He simply couldn't understand why there was such a huge gap in strength between the two. The law of gravity had no effect on the opponent. This was a method that the Star Clan was almost invincible with. On that battlefield that spanned the entire universe, even in the face of those terrifying laws that were almost incomprehensible, the law of gravity was still able to display its sharpness. However, when faced with this vampire, the brilliance of the Star Clan, which had traversed the universe for countless years, was completely dimmed. Mufone flicked his finger forward. Within the raging sea of blood, endless crimson threads suddenly extended out. Those blood-red threads howled through the starry sky, like the shrill cries of vengeful ghosts. The parasite knew it was in dire straits, but it couldn't just sit and wait to die. Because they are despicable creatures, lacking such noble character. The star race began to release a large amount of gravitational laws. However, the blood-red threads remained completely unaffected. This is another characteristic of the triple Rashomon. All the powers of the laws can be combined without any conflict. A smaller number of different types of laws might be able to be mixed together and used interchangeably. However, once the number increases, there will inevitably be some conflicts. Not only will it not bring any improvement, but it may also cause you a lot of trouble. However, with the fusion of the three Rashomon gates, there is absolutely no such concern. With the support of spatial laws, the crimson threads moved at an extraordinary speed. His movements are unpredictable. 1 second he's 2 light years to the right and in front. But in the blink of an eye, it appeared a light year to the left and in front. Furthermore, considering the law of equivalence, or the inherent properties of the crimson threads themselves, the law of gravity has no effect whatsoever. As the crimson threads drew ever closer, the parasite could no longer remain still. He applied the power of the law to himself, then turned and ran off into the distance. However, the moment he moved, he felt a blur before his eyes. A smile involuntarily crept onto Mufeng's lips. Because the other party made a move. Mufone came up with 3 methods to drag the other party into the doorway. When the triple Rashomon appears, it will generate a domain within a certain range. The law of equivalence erodes the opponent's power, while the laws of time and space work together to drag the opponent in. However, there is a prerequisite for doing this, which is similar to a trap. The trap is right in your face. The moment you move, you'll fall into it. The second method is to activate the triple Rashomon, but this consumes a relatively large amount of resources. The third method is even simpler and more brutal. Just open the gates wide and swallow the entire battlefield. However, the third method undoubtedly consumes more resources. The parasite felt a blur before its eyes, but it did not stop its escape. Chapter 290 Chun. These abnormal conditions are nothing compared to life and death. Despite the gravitational and repulsive forces, his speed was still very fast. In the distance, at the edge of the horizon, stretched a crimson mist that seemed to reach the sky. I don't know how long I ran. Suddenly, the parasite felt its brain shut down. World? Aren't they in the starry sky? At this moment, the parasite finally began to carefully examine its surroundings. At the horizon, all that remained was a towering cloud of blood mist. The sky above was crimson, with a blood moon hanging high in the air. In the very center of that blood moon, there was a deep, vertical pupil. The parasite was certain that those pupils had been watching it the whole time. Forever and ever. After stopping and examining it closely, one could vaguely see life moving within the blood mist. However, due to the excessive density of the blood mist, only some general outlines could be seen. Then look down at your feet. Splash. The sound of the waves, like the wind blowing across the sea, reached his ears the moment he looked at it. Everything here is strange. If you don't see it, then everything seems to exist, and you don't even feel anything. But once you see it, everything will be deeply etched in your mind. For example, the sea of blood beneath our feet was completely silent until we saw it. Just as the parasite was filled with immense horror, it suddenly felt itself becoming somewhat out of control. Rotten bits of flesh began to twist and slowly emerge from the honeycomb-like holes of the Star Clan. It's like a snail's body being pulled out. During this time, the parasite is unable to control its own body. He was filled with immense fear. Manipulating others has always been a strength of parasites, their capital for dominating the cosmos. However, when he becomes the one being manipulated, the fear, anger, and resentment in his heart will be even greater than those of a normal living being. Mu Feng's figure suddenly appeared in the void, standing quietly. The moment the parasite saw Mu Feng, its rotting flesh began to writhe wildly, a sign of its inner turmoil. However, Mu Feng didn't even look at the parasitic beast. Instead, he turned his gaze to the dilapidated planet. This is Mu Feng's world. He is the master of everything. He can gain incredible power here. For example, right now, there is no fighting within the triple Rashomon, but the mysterious scales have already been cast for the two of them. The outcome is decided. In order to make the triple Rashomon even stronger, Mu Feng directly adopted the abilities of the 12 familiars. One of the familiars is actually a scale. Using one's own position as a benchmark, make a simple comparison with the other party. The winner takes all, the loser is condemned. It's very simple and straightforward. Having broken free from the parasitic beast's control, the Star Clan's fragile consciousness began to revive. He first looked around at his surroundings, and when his gaze settled on Mu Feng, he already understood everything. A weak voice sounded the next moment, saying, "Thank you." Mu Feng nodded and accepted the other party's thanks. He then asked, "Do you want to live?" The Star Clan member was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Mu Feng to say that. Because he had lost all hope of living, his body was already riddled with holes, and he was in a state where he could not survive. Feeling the mysterious power acting on them, the Star Clan did not believe that the other party was joking. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Thank you, sir, but let's forget it. I'm tired." Mu Feng nodded again without saying anything more, respecting the other party's choice. For the largest race in the starry sky, being parasitized to this extent by a parasitic beast is a disgrace. Moreover, deep down, the Star Clan believed that he already had no way out. He had already mentally prepared himself for death, so his current choice is understandable. Mu Feng's gaze shifted slightly upwards, landing on the parasitic beast floating above the Star Clan's heads. With a slight thought, an invisible pressure pressed down on the parasite. It was already a lump of rotten flesh, and under the pressure of invisible forces, it was directly rolled and flattened. The eerie cries echoed in his ears, and Mu Feng could understand their meaning. They were simply begging for mercy. However, as the pressure intensifies, her already considerable size is being compressed rapidly. In the end, only a single dot remained, falling into the sea of blood below. After doing all this, Mu Feng took one last look at the Star Clan. The entire planet felt much lighter now. That disgusting fellow was finally dead. He slowly began to speak. "Friend of the vampires, my name is Chun. Chun, may you rest in peace." As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red mist descended from the sky, enveloping Chun in the blink of an eye. Life, already fragile and vulnerable, was taken away in an instant. Mu Feng did not leave immediately, but lingered there for a while longer. When a living being is determined to die, it seems that nothing can be done to change its fate. The only thing Mu Feng could do was to grant the other party's wish. He didn't stay there for long because he had other things to take care of outside. Mu Feng's figure returned to the outside world, and the towering sea of blood and blood mist, as well as the ancient and eerie bronze gate, were slowly dissipating. His gaze was fixed on the distance, where the giant centipede was hiding. The giant centipede noticed Mu Feng's gaze and immediately stopped hiding. Approaching Mu Feng, he said, "Your strength truly astonishes me." Having witnessed the battle firsthand, as a lower-level god, he didn't think he had much of a chance of winning. They truly live up to their reputation as the supreme divine race. Each and every one of them possesses terrifying depth and power. Mu Feng said, "After I have fully integrated the divine realm, we will go to the 8 gods' temple together." The giant centipede hesitated for a moment, then said, "Your Excellency, I suggest you go after you have broken through to the level of a main god." "Why?" Mu Feng asked, puzzled. "Because according to the system of the 8 gods' temple, only the main god level can obtain a better status, and you are about to break through, so it shouldn't be long." After listening to the other party's explanation, Mu Feng nodded, agreeing with this statement. They exchanged a few more words and agreed on a rough time. Mu Feng immediately returned to his divine realm. The giant centipede swayed its body as it went to patrol another star system. Returning to his divine realm, Mu Feng took out all the planets he had inherited from Chun. These planets are already highly perfected. All they need to do is convert the laws of the Oracle into their own. And then there's the remaining star in Chun's collection, which Mu Feng absolutely adores. In terms of combat, that star possesses considerable power. If placed in the realm of gods, it can also accelerate the evolution of laws, making it an absolutely valuable item. Chapter 291 Star Network. After arranging all the planets, Mufeng returned to the vampire capital. Sitting on the throne, Mufeng opened his Lord panel. The kill reward had already been credited to his account, and he couldn't wait to receive it. Although the triple Rashomon is very powerful, it is ultimately a trump card. As long as combat strength can be improved, it's something to be happy about. The first thing Mufeng looked at was Qin's panel rewards. The power of laws, the law of gravity. Dropped item, true god-level treasure chest. Divine art, celestial phenomena, frequent movements. With Qin's law of gravity, Mufeng's law of gravity directly rose to a higher level. Even when facing other Star Clan true gods, Mufeng's law of gravity was no less formidable. After studying the opponent's divine magic further, I realized it was a large-scale domain divine magic, and it is based on its own divine realm. The countless stars in the sky can all be transformed into terrifying weapons of mass destruction. Finally, I chose to open the treasure chest. Upon seeing the items he had acquired, Mufeng was completely taken aback. Skill Scrolls, Star Network. This is a unique talent skill belonging to a race, and its effects are extraordinary. Mufeng only briefly considered the optimal conditions for using the Star Network in his mind before he had a clear idea of what it was. That means it can be used in conjunction with a planetary-level battle fortress. Battle Fortress is essentially a terraformed planet. If the planet were to be given life by the Star Network, it would possess immense combat power. In addition, defensive structures were added on top after the modifications. Originally a lower-ranked god in the team's logo, it now seems he can say goodbye to the middle-ranked gods. He glanced at the remaining spoils one last time. That was a treasure chest dropped by a parasitic beast. Extremely disappointing, a saint-level treasure chest. The parasite's true form is extremely weak. However, it also possesses the abnormal talent of infinite splitting. As expected, after Mufeng opened the treasure chest, he obtained the other party's talent skill. Infinite splitting. It was placed in front of Mufeng in the form of a skill scroll. Mufeng only thought about it briefly and then decided not to use it. Even if he uses a skill scroll and gains the skill, he most likely won't be able to split it. Just imagine it. One of the 5 supreme gods of the abyss, the true ancestor. It can split itself infinitely without requiring any energy consumption or having any limitations. If it were truly possible, Mufeng believed he could unify the entire universe within a century. So don't even think about it. Infinite splitting simply cannot support Mufeng's self-split. However, this talent skill still has its merits. Let's keep it for now. Mufeng rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. For Mufeng, the biggest gain from this war was actually the Star Clan's Star Network. Don't forget the countless stars that the system rewarded us with last time. Although it's called 10,000, 100,000 is still 10,000, and 1,000,000 is still 10,000. There were so many that Mufeng couldn't count them all. He definitely doesn't lack planets. Just as Mufeng was examining his spoils, a figure walked up the stairs. When the fragrance reached his nose, Mufeng knew who it was without even looking. It was his own family's blood servant and head steward, Eiffel. Mufeng poured a lot of energy into the other party, which greatly increased the upper limit of the other party's talent. Now, it has reached the growth limit of the God King level. Charlotte and other heroes also received some minor improvements. None of them achieved as much as Eiffel. After all, they are heroes, either guarding their territory or fighting on the frontier. There simply isn't that much time. The other person was wearing the same clothes as when they first met. The white spaghetti strap dress with gold patterns looks dignified, elegant, and sophisticated. Mufeng had just finished a major battle, and now was the time to relax. Just as he was about to speak, Eiffel bowed slightly. Then, as if by magic, he produced a tray and held it up with both hands. Looking at the numerous small wooden signs on the tray, Mufeng's eyes twitched involuntarily. Then Mufeng scanned the wooden signs one by one and said, "Why isn't your name on them?" Eiffel was incredibly excited at that moment. Servant by the side of the true ancestor, or, if you had to say, a personal attendant. But the wooden plaques are different. They represent the woman of the true ancestor. Actually, Mufeng had done this kind of thing before. Besides flipping cards, we also played random archery, drawing lots, and so on. After all, there's a purpose to increasing one's strength. For example, if you're not making money to spend, then what are you going to do with it? Mufeng improved his strength naturally so that he could enjoy himself and have more control. So these everyday little things in life are also his way of adding flavor to his life. Mufeng did not lift the plaque, but instead stood up from the throne. He wrapped one arm around the other's slender waist. It's very soft and silky. The softness is due to the beauty of the woman, and the silkiness is due to the fabric of her clothes. Once the silky smoothness fades, it becomes delicate and moisturizing. However, Mufeng had already moved to another location and was no longer in the Lord's Hall. Perhaps some people have a little quirk and just like being here. But Mufeng wouldn't. The flags arranged on both sides represent the glory of a race. The lofty throne was a symbol of power, the most important thing he had fought his whole life to firmly grasp in his hands, without exception. However, once you leave the Lord's Hall, you can draw circles anywhere else. Anna frowned, looking at Ethelil, who emerged from the treasure vault with flushed cheeks and disheveled hair, filled with suspicion. She asked in confusion, "Sister, what are you doing?" Aphrodite's cheeks flushed red, and she didn't dare to look directly at the other person. Anna asked again, "Why is your hair so wet?" "That's because the storm was so strong that it soaked my hair." That being said, Eiffel had no idea what to say. As the true ancestor's personal blood servant, his outward appearance was so disheveled. This was simply a major taboo. They may not be very talented, but they must be beautiful. Eiffel's eyes darted around, and she said, "I just went to the treasury to try out a divine artifact, but it was beyond my rank, and I found it very difficult to use." Anna still looked suspicious, practically screaming, "I don't believe it." However, as the true ancestor's personal blood servant, trust is definitely essential. "I was just curious about what the other person was doing." After persisting for a while, Eiffel made up an excuse and left quickly. The high heels clicked on the ground, making a clattering sound. Anna watched the other person's departing figure, scratched her head, and turned to enter the treasure vault. Due to her personality, Anna was the only hero who was not sent out to guard the territory. Chapter 292, Establishing the Divine Realm ahead of schedule. However, as a descendant of one of the 12 clans, he possesses a fighting ability that surpasses even the realm of a lower-level true god. Therefore, they were all dispatched as generals. The next day, inside the main hall of the vampire capital, Mufeng sat on the throne, his gaze sweeping over everyone below. Charlotte and Lydia are already mid-level true gods, and can be said to be the two most powerful. Secondly, Lalevi, Rona, Ghana, Isabella, and Anya have all reached the level of lower-level true gods. In addition to these heroes, the 4 guild leaders, led by Blue Moon, were also present. Due to abundant resources, Tu Li, President Fei Xiong, has already broken through to the level of a mid-level true god. All the people under his command, the ones who surprised Mufeng the most were Luo, Qianqian, and Shalindi. Luo Qianqian's Zerg forces have grown exponentially. His own realm has reached the level of a true god. After all, he is a Lord of Blue Star, and has the convenience of a Lord panel. As for Shalinti, although she had not reached the realm of a true god, she had already reached the 4th stage of a demigod. What has always troubled her is not her own talent, but the resources within her territory. The Moon Elves once controlled that vast forest, which might have been just right for a demigod. But if it's 2 demigods, then it's obviously far too small. Even under these circumstances, Shalinti still had a 20 to 30% chance of breaking through to demigod status. He can be considered exceptionally talented. Driven by curiosity, Mufeng directly used the universal scheme to take a look at the other party's specific information. The universe can trace the essence of things, and everything will be exposed. According to Mufeng's observation, the opponent's bloodline limit was roughly at the level of a main god. However, at most they would only be lower-level gods, and their hidden bloodline potential would be completely burned out. The differences between the main gods are also very large. Let's take God's domain as an example. The divine realm initially created by the lower-level main gods probably had hundreds of planets, spanning a range of more than 10 light-years. However, powerful superior gods can control planets within their divine realms that number in the tens of thousands, and their range can extend to several thousand light-years. Through the realm of gods, one can most directly perceive the difference between the main gods. However, Mufeng naturally had a way to improve his bloodline level. One way is to work a little harder and contribute more energy. The other one is the True Blood Altar. He put away the Eye of the Universe and looked at the figure in pure black. Dark Demon Clan, Empress, Lower God. However, the opponent's combat strength. Mufeng chose to skip it. Nowadays, not just anyone can attend the Lord's Hall meetings. The most direct standard is strength and status. It's basically the realm of a true god. Salindi's presence here is naturally due to her special status. Now that things have come to this point, the Moon Elf race can be considered one of the angel investors. As an initial friendly force, the dragon race was naturally among them. Mufeng withdrew his gaze and said, "Charlotte, Lydia, You two have already reached the peak of the middle-level true god. You can start preparing for the god realm ahead of schedule. The divine realm cannot be shared. They must go elsewhere to prepare on their own. This can also expand the overall radiation range of the territory. However, Mufeng did not intend to keep them all in the starry sky world. He had to send some people to the abyss. Charlotte and Lydia stepped out of the line at the same time and knelt on one knee. Charlotte spoke first. Your Majesty, true ancestor, I wish to return to the abyss and establish a divine realm. Charlotte's divine realm was actually in the starry sky. However, due to their past failures, they now aspire to rise from the ashes. Mufeng nodded and looked at Lydia. Lydia thought for a moment and said, I'm going to a place to reclaim my divine realm. He is fundamentally different from Charlotte. Because he did not perish, the divine realm still exists. However, he abandoned all his power and came here because of the true ancestor's summons. Right now, all he needs to do is go back and take over his divine realm again, and his strength will increase rapidly. Mufeng already knew about these special circumstances of the heroes under his command. He simply nodded. His gaze then turned to Blue Moon and Tu Li, both of whom were now mid-level true gods. Now that Mufeng is in the territory and can lift the Great Cauldron, preparations can be made in advance regarding matters concerning the divine realm. Mufeng thought for a moment and said, Tu Li, Sarid, Nigel, all three of your merchant guilds will be merged under Blue Moon. From now on, the three of you will be officially incorporated into the combat series. The three Chamber of Commerce presidents looked at each other, but in the end they stepped out of the line and bowed in response. Mufeng did this not to fight for his woman's rights, but out of a comprehensive consideration. To be fair, Lan Yu's combat strength as a demi-human fox girl is actually not outstanding. Conversely, the Flying Bear clan's illustration and the two human clan leaders are even more formidable in combat. However, he had always been suppressed because of his cultivation level. Furthermore, integrating the Great World where the Blue Moon Merchant Guild was previously located can serve as the core of the Blue Moon Divine Realm. As for the other three presidents, since they have been incorporated into the combat ranks, they will definitely receive many benefits. As long as you have military merits, you can obtain everything. Lan Yu stared intently at Mufeng above her. As the original president of the four major chambers of commerce, she had always wanted to annex the other three chambers. Ever since she started following Mufeng, she knew this day would come sooner or later. Because she has a natural advantage over the other three presidents. Although she had expected it, her husband made the decision in just a few words. In a universe where strength reigns supreme, the attraction is undeniable. After a brief discussion on the future development of the territory, the meeting concluded. Blue Moon must have a lot to do next, but she wasn't in a hurry to leave. Stayed behind with her. The meaning behind it was clear to everyone except Anna. Anna wasn't planning to leave, but Isabella forcibly dragged her away. Mufeng sighed helplessly. The Grand Court Assembly had just ended, and all the officials knew that their lord was going to indulge in debauchery during the day. It's still quite embarrassing. All of this stems from Blue Moon's impatience. Once she leaves the vampire capital, she'll be busy integrating the four major merchant guilds and even busier establishing the divine realm, leaving her with no time for anything else. As for Salandi, she was just there for the fun of it. In addition, it has indeed been some time. Mufeng had originally considered re-granting the title of nobility, but ultimately decided against it. Since the territory is developing very quickly, it's impractical to re-grant titles to every hero after they make a breakthrough. Chapter 293 Businessman. In Mufeng's final plan for the title of nobility, dukes correspond to the God King, marquises to the chief god, and earls to the true god. Within the realm of the God King, heroes with strong trust and powerful abilities can be granted the title of prince. Charlotte had already gone to the abyss, and with the help of a large number of war fortresses and several true god-level combatants. On the 45th floor of the abyss, they plundered a large and suitable territory. This will be the foundation upon which Charlotte establishes her divine realm. Establishing a divine realm in the starry sky world and in the abyss are different. The starry sky world is mainly composed of planets, while the abyss is a large, flat area. However, in general, it's just a change in form but not substance. Only the way the territory exists has changed. The biggest difference might be that the divine realm in the starry sky world can be moved slowly. As for ways to strengthen the divine realm, the starry sky world mainly adds planets, gains more faith, and enhances the laws of the divine realm. The abyss is not much different. It plunders territories, increases faith, and strengthens the laws of the divine realm. Lydia has left the territory, but no one knows where she went. Compared to building a divine realm, Lydia's journey was undoubtedly much more dangerous. Although it was something he used to own, things are different now. He needs to use the power of a mid-level true god to seize ownership that originally belonged to the peak of the main god. All of these summoned heroes received a blessing from the Lord's panel. Charlotte, needless to say, was resurrected. Lydia, on the other hand, has increased her growth ceiling and can now reach the level of an eternal god king. As for the other heroes, they basically all have their growth cap increased. However, there is one exception, Isabella. As the hero with the lowest profile, she received the greatest favors. Because her growth potential is extremely high. World Lord level God King. Don't underestimate a God King of this caliber. As one of the original supreme god races, the vampires only have 12 cosmic level God Kings, not counting their familiars. However, looking at the entire universe, the total population of vampires cannot be counted in numbers. With such a large population base, only 12 people reach the top. As for what favors Isabella received, as a low-key person, she wouldn't casually publicize them. Long ago, Blue Moon had already limped onto the teleportation array. She wants to return to the original Chamber of Commerce and take over the territories of the other 3 chambers of commerce. Then, based on this, they began to build their own divine realm. With Mu Feng as their cornerstone, they could begin preparing for the foundation of a main god when they reached the intermediate level of true god. This is something that no other true god would even dare to dream of, no matter where or when. The phrase, "I have connections," carries immense weight. Time slipped away silently, and I don't know how much time had passed. The outer city of the vampire capital. After a long period of development, the capital of Mufeng territory has undergone several upgrades. It is no longer what it used to be. It can be said that the entire Neuro world is Mufeng's vampire capital. As for the so-called outer city, it refers to the original Black Demon Star and the 7 planets that were rebuilt and revolve around Neuro. Neuro has now become the center of the entire divine realm. Orbiting the main world are known as the 8 outer city regions. All of these planets are connected by a dense network of crimson beams of light. These beams of light are not decorations, but corridors connecting the various planets. In the outer city, on planet number 1. This was originally Black Demon Star, but it has long since been transformed. The abundance of shops has made the land here incredibly valuable. To compete for shops here. However, no matter what underhanded tricks they use in secret, they must abide by the laws promulgated by the vampires on the surface. Take the present moment, for example. The huge round table conference room had more than 30 people sitting around it. We sat around the round table conference hall 3 times. There were about 100 people in total. At this moment, the atmosphere in the round table conference room can be described as a complete mess. Someone slammed their fist on the table in anger and started cursing at another businessman across the table. At the scene, a female vampire sighed and rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She is the manager of that street and is currently bidding for one of the shops. As the manager, she naturally wants to bring the greatest benefit to the territory. But there was nothing they could do. The businessmen who came to bid were basically all in similar financial shape. They argued for who knows how long they would go to get that shop. Just as a very lively and friendly exchange was taking place, the door was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and the vampire frowned even more. Although the atmosphere was chaotic, everyone followed the rules of the vampire clan. After all, their arguments were for the sake of competition, and the vampire women were just getting a bit of a headache from the noise. But right now, someone is late and swaggering into the meeting hall, just as he was about to reprimand him. The newcomer was dressed in a light red robe, with a badge of crossed swords on his chest. The female vampire, who was about to rebuke him, stopped herself instantly upon seeing the badge. Because that is the emblem belonging to vampire nobles. The rank of the title was not high. It was merely that of a baron. However, it is undeniable that, in terms of rank and title alone, the newcomers are now on par with the female vampires before them. Vampires are born with the privilege of receiving titles. Even those vampires from other clans who come seeking fame can obtain corresponding titles after verification. However, if a member of a different race obtains a vampire title, then the title is extremely valuable. A knighthood might be alright, but becoming a proper baron is not easy. As nobles within a territory, they naturally possess corresponding privileges. You could say it's a lower-spec version of the celestial dragons. As their rank increases, the celestial dragon's attributes will gradually unlock. Such a rude act of pushing open the door is not worth mentioning at all. The visitor was an old acquaintance, Li Qing. Now his strength has reached the 7th level of the Holy Spirit, and he has obtained the title of Baron. He can be said to be unparalleled in his prominence. His gaze swept around the group, finally settling on the female vampire. He said, "I'll offer 600 million gold coins for that shop." The female vampire made the decision without hesitation. This has nothing to do with aristocratic status, because other bids were around 500 million. Some businessmen wanted to retort, but upon noticing the badges on their chests, they all reluctantly shut up. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a dramatic change suddenly occurred on the scene. Chapter 294 Lord God. Golden energy began to rise from the ground. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. In the ensuing silence, golden energy continued to erupt from the ground, and its quantity increased. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Qing finally understood what this golden energy was. All of these are the power of faith. He has now reached the level of a Holy Spirit and is no stranger to the power of faith. Such a massive amount of faith power left Li Qing somewhat shocked. The underground prison of the vampire capital. Aya simply lay down in a relaxed, slumped position, staring blankly at the massive iron bars on the window. She has been locked up here for who knows how long, and nobody pays any attention to her. No one tortured her, and no one brought her food. Although she doesn't need to eat at her level, it's still a personal hobby. A wisp of golden energy drifted past her eyes, and Aya's empty gaze gradually returned to normal. Her gaze unconsciously swept downwards, where a large amount of golden energy was also flying out from the ground. Her pupils gradually contracted, her face filled with shock, astonishment, and disbelief. As a mid-level true god, how could she not know what was happening before her eyes? This is a living being breaking through to the level of a supreme god. Divine realm before us naturally belongs to Mu Feng. There's no need to elaborate on who broke through to this point. But no matter how hard Aya tried, she couldn't understand how the vampire had gotten to this point in such a short time. Within the realm of the gods, hundreds of planets, streets teeming with people. A little girl took a lollipop and had just put it in her mouth when she saw golden energy rising up in front of her. Not just her, everyone saw it. For a moment, the entire divine realm seemed to have been put on pause. Countless eyes followed the golden energy as it drifted towards the sky. As a large amount of golden energy gathered, the entire sky was illuminated with a magnificent golden glow. Golden rays of light descended and shone upon everyone. Within that golden light, it seemed as if a kingdom was rising and falling. An unknown hymn resounded in the void. It seemed to be the sound of countless believers praying. Hearing the sounds around them, countless people began to pray unconsciously. Not just here. The believer Chen Feng, who was far away in the abyss, and the three fat men, seemed to feel something as well. They all came to the altar at the same time, knelt on the ground devoutly, and prayed in hushed tones. Merged into the divine realm without any hindrance. Within the divine realm, the divine kingdom in the sky seemed to become increasingly solid, and the view became clearer and clearer. Gradually, phantoms of life appeared within the divine kingdom. Not just one, but many, many. Some people looked up and seemed to find their own existence in the phantom of the divine kingdom. The kingdom of God is not singular. Every believer is included within it. The next instant, the illusory divine kingdom suddenly solidified, and its dazzling golden light illuminated the entire world. Above that divine kingdom, a golden giant was slowly reflected in everyone's eyes. The giant's golden pupils were unusually indifferent, as if a god high in the heavens was watching over lowly mortals. When the power of faith reached its peak, the golden giant materialized and stood tall in the boundless starry universe. The golden giant stretched out his palm facing upwards, fingers forming a claw. At the center of that enormous palm, a vast divine kingdom was being held aloft. The next moment, another change occurred. A wisp of crimson energy emanated from the golden giant's heart, gradually spreading across the giant's entire body. The once golden giant instantly transformed into a blood-red giant. He exuded a fierce aura. Blood-red pupils looked down upon the divine kingdom, like brilliant stars in the night sky, reflecting the entire heavens of the divine kingdom in a blood-red hue. The golden giant opened its massive maw and swallowed the divine kingdom whole. The world inside the body. The enormous world tree radiated a dazzling, multicolored divine light. The crimson divine kingdom fell from the sky and was eventually held atop the world tree's canopy. Then countless planets fell, each leaf supporting a planet. The world tree infuses these planets with powerful energy, accelerating their evolution. When a planet evolves to a certain extent, it will be directly integrated into the divine kingdom, making the divine kingdom even more powerful. The world tree that Mu Feng had obtained long ago finally unleashed a small portion of its power at this moment. Within the realm of the gods, the crimson giant gradually became blurry and faded from people's sight. Although the giants have disappeared, the voice of prayer must not grow quieter. These believers believe that by continuing their devout prayers, they can prolong this miracle. But they were wrong. The gods do not change their will because of the prayers of believers. The entire divine realm has returned to peace, but some fanatical believers still refuse to get up. Inside the main hall, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Feeling the power within my body surge nearly 100-fold, I felt a sense of unreality. At the level of a god, he knew that the power gap between each level was vast. But after experiencing it firsthand, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. This breakthrough took a long time. Nearly 30 years have passed since the last battle against the Star Clan. However, it was still more than 70 years faster than the previously predicted 100 years. All of this stems from the legacy left by Chun, his divine realm. Mu Feng sat silently on the throne. After a long while, he composed himself. He knew that this was just one step on his path forward, and he could not be satisfied with it. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng said in his mind, "System, sign in." It has been more than 40 years since the last time I checked in. Mu Feng has been holding back a lot of energy for this. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the following items. Special item, item advancement card. Item description, can be used on any item or life form, allowing you to upgrade a specific attribute of that item by 1 level. Mu Feng, resting his chin on his motorcycle, muttered to himself, if I use it on myself and choose to advance my own realm, can I elevate myself to the God King level? Returning to the host, theoretically feasible. Hearing the system's reply, Mu Feng couldn't help but purse his lips. It sounds touching, but you can't really think about it that way. For example, Mu Feng has now reached the God King realm, but the scale of his God Kingdom is simply insufficient to support him. In this way, the weakest God King in the universe will be born. As for upgrading first and then cultivating the Divine Kingdom, that won't work either. The key step in breaking through from a chief god to a God King is to integrate the Divine Kingdom with oneself. Chapter 295 Cabbage Caterpillar. Once the two are combined, the God King will be able to completely break free from his unique limitation, to become a truly immortal and indestructible being. Before reaching the level of God King, although the God realm had an unbreakable and strong relationship with the main god, it was ultimately not one entity. Mu Feng pondered for a long time and finally found the best solution. Since it's an unconditional leap to a higher realm, why not broaden our horizons? He was directly promoted to the Supreme God. Then this thing must be used on the God King. Moreover, such a sudden increase in strength will inevitably be accompanied by a certain degree of instability in one's foundation. This situation is like someone suddenly becoming rich. You have money, but your temperament and knowledge can't keep up. Therefore, it is best to increase the growth ceiling. However, Mu Feng does not favor the heroes under his command, because they have other ways to improve, but it is not yet certain whether they can improve to the level of a supreme god. If you can't reach that level, then you'll naturally prioritize your own hero. If it's possible, then there's no need to waste it. He then put away the item upgrade card and got up to walk out of the main hall. With 30 years remaining until the agreed-upon time with the giant centipede, Mu Feng had clearly underestimated the speed of his breakthrough. However, for someone at the level of a god, it's only a few decades. The reason Mu Feng felt that several decades was a long time was because he broke through at a very fast pace. When he stood at the entrance of the main hall, he should have felt like he was standing on the top of the mountain, looking down at all the other mountains. But at this moment, Mu Feng's lips twitched involuntarily. Outside the main hall, in the square, stands a huge statue. This has been around for a long time, and with each upgrade of the territory, it has become more magnificent and enormous. But at this moment, a green light appeared above the statue's head. Mu Feng already knew what that thing was. When the dark tide had just ended, Mu Feng checked in once on his way back. I got a cabbage worm. It looks harmless, but since it's a system reward, Mu Feng figured it wouldn't be a scam. So I tried feeding it. From simple 3 meals a day, to later trying to feed the origin of the world, and even the origin of the universe. Decades have passed, and there have been several selections for the Lord of Blue Star. By sheer luck, he also obtained several copies of the Great Universe Origin. But when these fundamental cosmic energies are placed in front of the cabbage caterpillar, it simply won't eat them. This is the best energy known in the universe. Even Mu Feng was defeated by his pickiness. Fortunately, despite the lack of external energy intake, the cabbage caterpillars continued to grow tenaciously. Therefore, Mu Feng believed that the other party should not need any external energy. The cabbage worms are now 2 meters long. This green worm is so long and fat, it's a little bit disgusting. But after looking at it for a while, it's not so bad. It's even a little silly and cute. Perhaps Mu Feng has a problem with his aesthetic sense when it comes to rare and exotic animals. As for the other party's cultivation level, Mu Feng was also a little unsure. Because the energy within the opponent's body and the way they broke through were completely different from what was known. It's like a completely new cultivation system. Furthermore, the opponent's strength improvement was not a sudden breakthrough of a major realm. The overall improvement was relatively gradual. As for specific combat strength, his attack power and defense are roughly comparable to those of a true god. But apart from these 2 points, the rest is really so weak that it's unbearable to look at. The other party is currently wriggling on top of the statue's head, and that's its movement speed, its fastest speed. In a battle at the level of a true god, such speed can only be described as complete stillness. Mu Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the cabbage worm and left it to its own devices. In any case, given the other party's speed, it's impossible for them to leave his palace. In the following period, Mu Feng's divine domain grew at an unbelievable speed. The invasion has never stopped. And because of the abundance of resources, some of the remaining Blue Star lords in Neuro began to break through to the demigod realm. Whenever a lord breaks through to a higher level, an enemy of similar strength will be matched for the entire divine realm. However, for Mu Feng, this was not a troublesome matter, but rather a great joy. This led him to the idea of training this group of Blue Star lords. However, they only train them to demigod level, and then they are no longer responsible for anything beyond that. The Abyss, level 45. Charlotte stood on the top floor of the castle, gazing at the distant territory, her heart not stirred by much emotion. Her realm had long since reached the peak of true god, and the prototype of the god realm had already taken shape. Perhaps it was because her breakthrough speed was so fast that it made the neighbors next door somewhat wary. Beyond the realm of gods, the land is now shrouded in the smoke of war. The opponent is a lower-level main god, but he is quite powerful. However, Charlotte was no pushover either. With her nascent divine realm and peak true god level, she managed to fight her opponent to a 40-60 split. However, because she frequently used the nascent form of the divine realm, her breakthrough speed began to slow down. The other side seemed to have realized this, and wars broke out more and more frequently. Charlotte felt quite helpless about this. Reporting this matter to Mu Feng would make me appear extremely incompetent. However, under normal circumstances, it is quite normal for a peak true god to ask for help when facing a main god. However, Charlotte, having previously been an eternal god king, naturally possessed her own pride. Just as Charlotte was pondering this, one of his men suddenly appeared behind him. The opponent was a vampire that Mu Feng had summoned in the early stages. Her name is Tina. She was the first vampire archmage summoned by Mu Feng. The opponent's battle achievements are dazzling enough that he has already obtained the qualification to use the True Blood Altar. Its growth ceiling has been raised to the level of a true god, and its current strength is that of a lower-level true god. Tina bowed and said, "My lord, a member of the Undead clan wishes to see you." Charlotte was somewhat surprised. The Undead race is also one of the 5 supreme races of the Abyss. After a moment of silence, Charlotte said, "Let him come to see me." A moment later, a member of the Undead race, shrouded in a black robe, approached. Although the Undead clan has always dressed like this, their faces are not clearly visible. But Charlotte had already recognized who it was. Caesar. Charlotte was quite polite to the other party, who was a friend of the true ancestor. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Caesar dared not be presumptuous, placing one hand on his chest and bowing respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty of the Vampire Clan." The two were of the same level, but Caesar showed the respect due to him, because he knew that Mu Feng, as a true ancestor, had a future potential of becoming a supreme god. The friendship between the two cannot remain unchanged forever. Chapter 296, 40 years. So Caesar changed his approach and focused on building good relationships with the other party's subordinates. It's no secret that Charlotte built a divine realm in the Abyss. Many in the territory know this. After learning about the relevant information, Caesar immediately decided to come and help. Now building his own divine realm, and his combat power is quite formidable. In the realm of true gods, anything that doesn't involve the divine domain can be called a true god. However, once the realm of gods is involved, it can be called the transitional period between the true gods and the chief gods. Building a divine realm is the process by which a true god breaks through to become a chief god. It can also be called a half-step god. Out of politeness, Charlotte chatted with the other person for a few more minutes before heading to the battlefield together. Caesar's help this time was entirely free of charge. But smart people know that such a gratuitous act might result in even greater repayments in the future. Charlotte's opponent is a fallen human. His strength is average among lower-level main gods. The three powerful figures stood in the sky, their auras already clashing with each other. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of an additional undead race member on the opposite side, the dark human couldn't help but frown slightly. Ever since his first battle with Charlotte, he knew he couldn't kill him. Moreover, since the other party was a vampire, he wasn't so stubborn as to insist on killing them. Since then, the battles have primarily focused on depleting the opponent's divine domain laws. The goal is simply to disgust the other person and drive them away. However, it seems they've kicked a hornet's nest. The two supreme gods united. The wise ones had already retreated. Although the three were facing off in the sky, a war between people of lower realms had already broken out. After a long stalemate, Caesar couldn't help but purse his lips. The other party's behavior of neither attacking nor retreating was making him very irritated. After thinking for a moment, Caesar said loudly, "Since no one wants to take action, let's sit down and have a proper talk." As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black mist swept past his eyes. When the black mist dissipated, a square tea table appeared before us, on which was placed an exquisite tea set. Caesar continued boiling water and making tea, ignoring the dark humans opposite him. Charlotte, naturally, remained vigilant and continued to confront the other party. After a long while, the dark humans finally couldn't hold on any longer and decided to sit down and have a proper talk. I had barely sat down at the coffee table when a small teacup, still steaming, was placed in front of me. Charlotte thought for a moment, then sat down next to the coffee table. She said, "With the combined fighting strength of the two of us, your plan is doomed to fail." Charlotte and Caesar, working together, were able to fight their opponent to a draw without even using the power of the divine realm. Therefore, the plan to deplete the power of the divine realm would naturally be impossible to achieve. The dark human took a sip of his tea but did not continue the conversation on the topic. For a chief god to fight to a draw with two true gods is a very shameful thing. Caesar raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's withdraw our troops now. If we continue, your only fate will be to perish." The dark humans frowned immediately. To be so belittled by the other party as a supreme god. However, he still did not roar out. If these two guys have powerful backers, things could get really complicated. The dark human suddenly spoke up. "I can retreat, but you must compensate me." Caesar was immediately angered upon hearing this. "You sent troops to attack us, and now you want compensation for retreating?" He was just about to speak when Charlotte stopped him. As expected, Charlotte was about to receive compensation from the other party. Because part of the territory currently occupied by Charlotte belongs to the subordinate forces of the dark humans. It is entirely reasonable for the other party to request compensation. As a former god king, Charlotte naturally could not compromise so easily. She had her pride, just as she did not ask Mufone for help. "What do you want?" Charlotte asked. "Even though you asked that question, it doesn't mean you have to give in to the offer." Seeing the other party's fearlessness, the dark humans became even more convinced that the other party had someone backing them up. If he were a being of the same realm as a supreme god, he might truly perish. The more assertive Charlotte and her companion were, the more cowardly the dark humans became. The dark human thought for a moment and said, "Those subordinate forces are not important to beings of my level. Besides, as supreme gods, I should give you this much respect." After a pause, the dark human continued, "How about this? I think this tea set is quite exquisite, and since my human race has a habit of drinking tea, why don't you give it to me?" Caesar's tentacle, which was pouring tea, paused slightly. After realizing what had happened, his face was filled with pain. Essentially, it's just a tea set. It would be a tremendous blessing to end a war of this scale. But for some reason, Caesar was just unhappy. Could it be that a tea set was the reason Mufone was summoned to resolve this matter? Caesar can't afford to lose face like that. Moreover, the dark humans' demand for this tea set is practically an insult to their very nature. It's practically saying outright, just a token gesture is enough. When it came to the other person's things, Charlotte didn't know what to say for a moment, so she remained silent. After a long while, around Caesar surged continuously, and the exposed tentacles twisted and contorted, watching the departing figures of the dark humans on the other side. It's like when someone is laughing excitedly, and out of the corner of their eye they suddenly see a green bottle fly crawling into their mouth. I felt no anger, and I didn't know who to vent my anger on. I just felt disgusted. Time flies, and 40 years later, on a cosmic level, in the eyes of a god-level powerhouse, this amount of time is truly just a blink of an eye. Although Mu Feng's growth period was short, once he reached the level of a main god, 40 years was no big deal to him. This may be because an elevation in one's spiritual level leads to a change in one's mindset. This does not mean that a person's personality has changed. It's somewhat similar to how people gradually become wealthy. Once you've accumulated a certain amount of wealth, what seemed like a huge sum in the past now appears insignificant. Mu Feng arrived at a location 5 light years outside the divine realm, with Ephelil standing beside him. Although the opponent is just a blood servant, not a combat unit. However, Mu Feng also obtained various buildings that allowed him to gain experience without killing enemies. It's somewhat similar to the earliest experience towers, but the benefits it provides have increased many times over. At this moment, Ephelil's realm has reached the peak of true god, and he has already formed the prototype of a divine realm. In this vast nebula, Mu Feng's divine realm is located at the very center. Hundreds of light years away from Mu Feng's divine realm lies the divine realm of his subordinate heroes. Chapter 297 Inspector. They can all get kill rewards, so the overall leveling speed is not slow. It has grown a lot in the past 40 years. To accelerate their leveling up, Mu Feng even gave them some of the planets that the world tree had transformed. Therefore, Mu Feng is no longer the only main god in the territory. Charlotte, Lily, Rona, Ghana, Anna, and Isabella have advanced to the level of main gods. There was also Lydia, but she never came back. Mu Feng wasn't worried, because the other party needed to obtain the power of a peak god, so it was normal for it to take a little longer. Mu Feng was waiting here was naturally to await the giant centipede. Then they went together to the Yagami temple. It didn't take long before the giant centipede's twisted body came into view. Upon seeing Mu Feng, he immediately felt an urge to cry. Because Mu Feng's divine realm is in the very center, anyone wanting to get here must pass through the divine realms of his heroes. He had barely scouted out the divine realm ahead when he was immediately caught and brutally beaten by a little girl. He hurriedly explained everything and was then released. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked, because 40 years ago this place was still an empty star field. It was merely a rudimentary form of a divine realm. But now, 40 years later, there are now 5 divine realms here. It represents the 5 main gods. After a brief explanation, the 3 of them embarked on their journey to the temple of the 8 gods. Mu Feng did not travel in a hurry, but instead rode on the giant centipede. Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. There was a reason why this thing was sent out to patrol the starry sky. Quick. That's really fast. The opponent's speed is about 3/10 of Mu Feng's normal speed. Don't think it's slow. Mu Feng has always been a super-level existence. Moreover, Mu Feng is not a newly promoted high-ranking god. After 40 years of development, with the world tree's terrifying speed of planet transformation, the scale of the divine realm has already increased several times over. Although it is still far from reaching the level of breaking through to the intermediate level of a main god, the improvement in overall strength is real. Based on Mu Feng's current understanding of his strength, he is roughly able to fight against a typical high-level god. If it were someone like Xiang Chun, a top performer in the same realm, it might become somewhat difficult. However, if he reveals his trump card, then in Mu Feng's understanding, within the same realm, the only one who can rival him is Avia, the cosmic dragon of the origin. I just don't know if the other party has broken through to the god realm yet. Mu Feng sat cross-legged on the back of the giant centipede, with Eiffel standing behind him. The other person extended their slender, jade-like fingers and began to knead Mu Feng's shoulders. Feeling the refreshing sensation on his shoulders, Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who created the blood servant branch? They really know how to enjoy life. Mu Feng closed his eyes, enjoying the massage while focusing his mind on his body. Continuously refine the laws of the divine realm to enhance one's own realm and strength. 2 years later, Mu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his soul power surged forward. During his exploration, a divine realm appeared ahead. In an instant, another powerful soul force erupted from the divine realm. It attempted to rival Mu Feng's soul power. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng decided not to let his soul power continue to invade it. After all, his goal was the Yagami temple, not to fight with them. The power of the soul receded like a tide, and was entirely drawn into the body. But the next moment, the opponent's soul power pierced through like a sharp sword. Mu Feng frowned, and once again spread his soul power out. An invisible barrier appeared before them, blocking all of the opponent's soul attacks. The other party's soul movement slowed down noticeably for a moment. Mufeng also knew what the other party was thinking. It's likely that the other party mistook his reluctance to cause trouble for a lack of strength, and thus withdrew. Now that he had blocked the opponent's attack, the opponent was somewhat taken aback. Mufeng ignored the unknown opponent and instead glanced at the giant centipede at his feet. The other party did not make any move, which clearly indicated that their soul power had not yet reached that level. The battle taking place in the distance was completely undetectable. However, the giant centipede was heading in the same direction that Mufeng had just explored, towards the divine realm. Mufeng couldn't help but ask, "Is that divine realm ahead our destination?" The giant centipede asked, somewhat taken aback. "You've already detected it? Keep in mind that they are still thousands of light years away from the divine realm ahead. Even a mid-level god wouldn't have such an exaggerated level of soul strength." However, he quickly realized that the other person was asking him a question. He quickly replied, "The divine realm ahead belongs to one of the members of the 8 Gods Temple. Most importantly, it has an interstellar teleportation array, so we can go directly to the Lorne Nebula from here." Mufeng nodded. At the same time, he pondered to himself that the star system he was in must truly be a barren wasteland. Even this lower-level main god, who possesses extraordinary speed, needs 2 years to travel through the starry sky. If it weren't for these beings specifically responsible for interstellar patrols, ordinary gods wouldn't have the time to wander around such barren lands. After a period of time, the giant centipede has reached the edge of the divine realm. An elderly human with a full head of white hair and a goatee stood in the starry sky. A terrifying aura emanated from him, exuding an imposing presence without anger. Mufeng knew that this was the being that was fighting against his soul. The old man first noticed the giant centipede and immediately smiled and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Inspector." The colossal centipede, its massive body looming across the starry sky, declared in a deep and majestic voice, "I will use the interstellar teleportation array here to travel to the Lore Star system." Mufeng was speechless. When it talks to itself, its voice is normal, but when it talks to others, this giant centipede puts on. The elderly human didn't care about any of this, and quickly made room for him, gesturing for him to enter. He then said, "Welcome, Inspector." The giant centipede nodded its enormous head, then twisted its body and headed towards the divine realm. Mufeng remained silent throughout. Just as the giant centipede passed right by the elderly man, Mufeng and the old man exchanged a glance. The elderly human wasn't stupid either. Based on the direction transmitted through his soul, he could guess that his opponent was this vampire. Mufeng effortlessly blocked his attack, so the human elder dared not be overconfident. With a smile on his face, he gave a slight bow. The giant centipede did not linger in the divine realm, its target being the interstellar teleportation array within it. When the interstellar teleportation array appeared before Mufeng, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chapter 298: The Vast Interstellar City. The interstellar teleportation array before us is truly built upon stars. Even a demigod could only catch a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg at a glance. Azure light particles permeated the starry sky, outlining tens of thousands of planets and depicting a magnificent, large-scale magic circle. The giant centipede also noticed Mufeng's unusual behavior and took the initiative to explain. The fastest mode of transportation in the known universe is the interstellar teleportation array, also known as a stargate. Stargates can be built in any 2 places in the known universe to connect with each other. However, stargates are also classified into 3 levels, with level 1 being the lowest. Only level 3 stargates can be used throughout the entire universe. Mufeng thought for a moment and then asked, "Is the Abyss included?" It can include the Abyss, but it requires a special modified version. The relationship between the Abyss and the starry sky is somewhat complex. They are not in the same universe, but they cannot be called 2 independent universes. Mufeng nodded, indicating that he understood. The giant centipede did not stop, twisting its body as it entered the azure light curtain. The next moment, everything went black before Mufeng's eyes. All perception of the outside world is lost. It's completely different from the previous interdimensional teleportation array. The interdimensional teleportation array allows one to clearly feel oneself moving at high speed in the starry sky. However, Mufeng was not flustered. He thought that the stargate was just moving too fast, so fast that he could not perceive it. There was no concept of time, and no one knew how much time had passed. Mufeng's senses returned once again. The giant centipede had already carried Mufeng away from the azure light curtain. Mufeng's first action was to communicate with the laws of time and understand the current time in the universe. About 3 days have passed. Then they began searching the surrounding area. Within the range of the soul's power, this is a completely new galaxy. Moreover, they seem to be located within the area of a starry city. The so-called Starry Sky City actually refers to a structure similar to the capital of the Mufeng blood clan. When a territory becomes prosperous to a certain extent, the population entering and leaving reaches the limit that a planet can support. The simplest way is to use 2 planets. And so on. In the vast universe, it is not uncommon for hundreds or thousands of planets to be closely spaced together to form a huge star city. Mufeng simply glanced around. This wasn't someone's divine realm, but simply a starry city. You can see all sorts of spacecraft, driven by magic, heading towards the center of the star field, while others are leaving. The giant centipede then spoke, saying, "This is the center of the Lore Starfield, one of the 247 outer star cities. We need to travel from here to the top star system, one of the 36 inner city regions." Mufeng gained a completely new understanding of the power of the 8 gods temple. Before you lies a vast starry city. You are one of 274 outer starry cities. However, the size of the star city in front of us is almost 4 times that of the Mufeng divine realm. Moreover, the star city before us is not a divine realm, and it does not have the blessing of divine laws. It relies solely on various magic arrays and basic rules of the universe. Such operating rules are naturally much weaker than those of the divine realm, which is protected by laws. The giant centipede headed into the interior of the star field. Interstellar teleportation arrays in the central city, as the center of the Yagami temple, they naturally cannot be opened to the public casually. To use the interstellar teleportation array that leads directly to the Yagami temple, you need to obtain the corresponding identity permissions. During the transfer using the teleportation array, Mufeng asked, "You previously suggested that I break through to the level of a main god before joining the 8 gods temple to gain a higher status. So what is the system of the 8 gods temple?" The supreme commanders are naturally the 8 gods, under whom are the elders, then the stewards, and below that are the inspectors. To become a steward, one needs to reach the level of a high-ranking god, while an inspector corresponds to a mid-ranking god. The giant centipede replied unhurriedly. Mufeng didn't hear what he wanted, because he wanted to know what kind of status he could achieve with his abilities. He immediately spoke again, asking, "You're just a lower-level god, but I feel your status is quite respectable." Mufeng said this because the elderly human he had met before had been very respectful to him. The giant centipede coughed twice and said, "Lower-level gods can become official members of the 8 gods temple and are qualified to participate in the council. As for the so-called inspectors, there are other similar positions, all of which are held by lower-level gods." Mufeng let out a long "oh." He understood. These were actually some miscellaneous positions in the Yagami temple. Take, for example, the giant centipede under your feet. It's called an inspector, but in reality, it does about the same job as a small drill. And it doesn't even have the status of a small drill. He was, after all, a powerful demon, a favorite of the Demon King. This giant centipede was simply on patrol. However, because the starry sky is so vast, it requires a certain level of strength to support it. Otherwise, if we send a true god, that journey might take thousands or tens of thousands of years, and it would simply be a matter of traveling. Moreover, even a true god lacks sufficient deterrent power. They might be attacked by someone outside without even realizing it. The system of the 8 gods temple is very clear. First, Yagami serves as the supreme commander, assisted by the elders. Discussing and deciding with the elders, Yagami delegated the task to the butlers, which is how the title of butler came about. It is not surprising that a higher-ranking deity is needed to act as the executor of the alliance's outcomes. The inspector is most likely responsible for the operation of a large region. Just as Mufeng was pondering this, the giant centipede stepped into another teleportation array. However, this time there were no abnormalities. After passing through a pale blue light curtain, Mufeng arrived in another city. Perhaps because the distance was so close, there was no time barrier in using the teleportation array. It really felt like passing through a thin membrane. Furthermore, since it is an internal teleportation array, its scale is not large, as it is built on the planet's surface. At this moment, Mufeng was standing in a huge square. Looking up at the sky, you can see that the sky is filled with planets of all sizes. However, under the maintenance of the magic circle, these planets rotated with each other, forming a vast star city. As Jingda Mufeng observed everything before him, he suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Looking behind him, Mufeng was immediately startled. A terrifying creature appeared before them, with round mouth parts, 2 long, thin tentacles on its head, and its entire body covered in hands. Mu Feng admitted that this was the first time he had been frightened by someone's appearance since becoming a lord. Chapter 299. It's easier to get things done among clan members. You should know that Mu Feng is a ruthless person who dares to charge even at lampreys. Clearly, this is a human-shaped giant centipede. After all, the other party's size is too huge to possibly appear on the planet's surface. The giant centipede looked at Mu Feng's expression, but its heart remained unmoved. After all, he has his own aesthetic sense, and even among giant centipedes, Mu Feng isn't considered good-looking. After a moment of silence, the giant centipede spoke. I'll take you to register to join the 8 Gods Temple. After the words were spoken, the giant centipede lowered its body and began to crawl forward. Mu Feng couldn't bear to look at it. He had originally thought that having so many hands was just for decoration. I never imagined these hands were for walking. Even though it has already transformed into human form, it still crawls. Following the genuine strange creature before him, Mu Feng unconsciously slowed his pace. His gaze swept across the buildings on both sides, and every item seemed so novel. Eiffel was also by his side, his hands folded over his stomach, quietly following along. After watching for a while, the initial excitement gradually faded. Mu Feng quickened his pace to catch up and asked, "Why are you being so kind as to bring me along?" Feng, who requested this, it doesn't mean the other party will necessarily agree, has been motivated to help Mu Feng join the 8 Gods Temple. The giant centipede didn't mince words and said directly, "Helping promising new members join the 8 Gods Temple is also one of the duties of the inspector, especially since you are a vampire." Mu Feng nodded. It seems that the Supreme God clan is popular no matter where they are. In fact, Mu Feng misunderstood this time. The reason the other party said that is, especially since you are a vampire. That's because one of the 8 gods of the 8 Gods Temple is a vampire. His strength has even reached the peak of the eternal god. A moment later, the three arrived in front of a magnificent building. Mu Feng could tell at a glance that the building in front of him was full of vampire style. The overall design is based on dark red, exuding both an aura of evil and nobility. Mu Feng asked in surprise, "There are vampires in the 8 Gods Temple?" The Temple of the 8 Gods encompasses tens of thousands of members, and its scale extends across an entire star cluster. It is not surprising that vampires exist there. Moreover, in addition to vampires, there are other supreme gods. Mu Feng nodded, but he was still slightly shocked that the Alliance's territory could cover an entire star cluster. Because the size of the star cluster mentioned in this universe is roughly the same as that of the Laniakea supercluster in the Blue Universe. There are approximately 100,000 galaxies, and within each galaxy, there are roughly tens of millions of stars. Its scale spans hundreds of millions of light years, making it unbelievably large. After composing themselves, the two vampires and one aberrant creature stepped into the building before them. This time, the giant centipede did not crawl, but stood upright. This time, he held his head very high, looking very proud. Because this is the palace of the vampires, in the past, people who came here would keep a low profile and be as discreet as possible. But this time was different. He had two vampires with him. Sure enough, the three of them had just arrived at the gate. Two vampires clad in armor saw Mu Feng in the crowd and immediately stomped their feet, standing ramrod straight. He crossed his left arm across his chest, performing a ritual of donning armor. Although the giant centipede knew perfectly well that this etiquette had nothing to do with him, it didn't stop him from secretly feeling pleased. The giant centipede's proud body immediately bent down as soon as it crossed the gate. He might want to have some fun, but that doesn't mean he's brainless. He could put on a show for the two low-ranking gatekeepers, but he didn't have the guts to do that to the stewards inside. Servants immediately noticed Mu Feng as he entered. The two blood servants approached in a few steps, bowed to Mu Feng, and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Please follow me." Mu Feng nodded calmly and followed the two blood servants through the bustling outer reception hall, heading towards the VIP area inside. After taking their seats, a servant brought over a cup of steaming tea, but did not place it on the coffee table. Instead, he handed it to Eiffel, who was standing to the side. The two blood servants weren't fools. Since His Majesty himself had brought his blood servants out, they didn't need to compete for this job. The sight of the giant centipede next to me made my skin ache. All I can say is that they truly live up to their reputation as the supreme gods. They really know how to enjoy life. They've trained him so well. A blood servant spoke up. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. The steward will be here shortly." About 2 minutes later, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged male vampire strode in, plopping down on the red and gold-trimmed sofa opposite Mu Feng. The middle-aged male vampire in front of them had appeared in previous episodes, but he had never met Mu Feng before. When Blood Rage was imprisoned, a middle-aged male vampire was also imprisoned with him. He was the one who was tortured until his body was covered in bloody holes. This is the man in front of us. Another powerful vampire was also on the rescue mission, and he brought along the silver mist of the carapace. His identity is that of one of the 8 gods of the Yagami temple. After taking his seat, Vero said, "Friend of the vampires, joining the temple of the 8 gods will be the best decision you ever made." Mufeng did not deny it, but simply nodded. Joining such a powerful alliance would be a good idea if the internal situation were stable. And now it seems he made the right choice. Because one of the leaders within is a member of the vampire clan. Regardless of what the other members do, his position as a vampire is definitely secure. Vero immediately pointed his finger into the air, and a list appeared instantly. Looking at Mufeng through the transparent list, she spoke again. "What's your name? Let me register you." Mufeng. Vero immediately began operating the light screen, writing Mufeng's name on it. Then he waved his hand, and a blood ball floated in front of Mufeng. When the blood clot reached the top, what appeared before them was a long, bright red robe. Before Mufeng could ask a question, Vero spoke first to explain, "The 8 Gods Temple is also divided into factions. As vampires, we are naturally in one faction. All vampire members of the 8 Gods Temple wear the same clothes, but there will be differences in style due to different identities." Mufeng nodded, and a flash of blood-red light appeared on his body, revealing that he was already wearing a bright red robe. It's somewhat similar to a magician's robe, with gold and black patterns running through it. Mufeng reached out and tapped his empty chest area, and the flag of his territory appeared there as a name tag. Chapter 300 Sky City. Although the clothes are the same, there is an empty space on the chest, which is for the flag of one's own territory to be engraved. Vero's face immediately lit up with a smile. He stood up, patted Mufeng on the shoulder, and said, "Welcome to our big family." Mufeng felt a little awkward for a moment, but he didn't refute it. Mufeng would never adopt a condescending attitude when facing those with good intentions. Then Vero said again, "I don't have anything to do right now. Let's go for a walk together." As a butler, Vero naturally couldn't be completely idle. However, since a new vampire had recently arrived, Vero was willing to take the time to get to know him better. Mufeng naturally wanted to explore the starry sky city, so he nodded in agreement. Lore Starfield, one of the 36 star cities, top sky city. 2 male vampires walked in front, while a female vampire servant followed 2 steps behind on the side. Finally, there was this strange creature wriggling on the ground. The giant centipede never left, and Mufeng had roughly guessed what it was thinking. They definitely have the mentality of trying to curry favor with someone powerful. Although the opponent is a bit ugly, the strength of the lower-level main god should not be underestimated. If the other party is willing to follow him, he will have a subordinate in the 8 Gods Temple. Looking at Vero beside him, Mufeng said, "Interstellar teleportation arrays shouldn't be anything rare, right?" Vero instantly understood the meaning behind Mufeng's words. He immediately smiled and said, "In the vast universe, any force of any size basically has the method to create an interstellar teleportation array." After he finished speaking, he directly took out a scroll. Mufeng unfolded it and saw that it contained instructions on how to build an interstellar teleportation array. All the necessary materials, along with the magical patterns within them, are clearly marked. Interstellar teleportation arrays are essentially stargates, the most important function of which is to open up interstellar travel routes. This involves the laws of space and time. Furthermore, once the stargate is built and activated, no additional energy injection is required. They will absorb energy from the universe and operate on their own. Moreover, the stargate is connected 24 hours a day, not in waves. Mufeng glanced at it briefly, put away the parchment scroll, and said, "We still need to prepare the planet." Although this sentence is very short, it conveys a wealth of meaning. Vero was a smart man. He understood it in a brief moment of thought. Building a stargate requires the laws of time and space, which means Mufeng possesses them all. Opening up a sea route also requires a lot of energy, which means that Mufeng is quite powerful. As for collecting planets, that's because building a stargate really requires planets as a foundation. Mufeng certainly didn't lack it, but he concealed it here. After all, he's just a lower-level god. How could he possibly not lack planets? Moreover, Mufeng comes from a remote star system. The Mufeng that Vero ultimately saw was a newly promoted lower-level main god, lacking in foundation, but possessing extremely impressive individual strength. Mufeng concealed some of it, but not all of it. It's certainly right to be cautious, but you also need to demonstrate your abilities and gain a corresponding status with others. The group arrived at a plaza and then stepped into a beam of light. The figures of the group transformed into particles, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at another planet connected by the beam of light. This is the commercial district of Top Sky City, which is extremely prosperous. Mufeng could see all sorts of strange and unusual life forms here, which piqued his curiosity. Vero wasn't idle either. As they walked, he introduced the things around him to Mufeng. This stuff is material obtained by the star diggers from excavating special planets. And this is what the star devourer vomited up after it ate an entire planet. Mufeng was drawn to what the star-devouring beast had spat out. It was definitely not vomit. It is a miniature planet, roughly the size of a glass marble. The reason he was curious was because Mufeng had seen this thing a long time ago, back when the Starry Empire was still in existence, and during a major war with the enemy, the Starry Emperor had brought out such a sacred artifact. Mufeng walked closer and took a look. It was indeed the same as before. Although this place is very prosperous, there must be more beings of lower realms. Mufeng saw miniature planets ranging from the extraordinary to the divine artifact level inside. However, it is only a low-grade artifact. At first, Mufeng thought it was some rare and unusual thing, but now it seems to be just the most common weapon in the starry sky. Because Mufeng had already seen several shops selling this product along the way, the four of them walked along. We arrived at a huge square. Behind me was a bustling street, and across the square was a magnificent building. As Vero walked, he said, "That's a vampire shop up ahead. It's much higher level than these outside shops. Sometimes they even have top-grade artifacts." Mufeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled by this. The highest grade artifact corresponds to the God King level. Would they even put something of this caliber up for sale? Weapons of the same level are rarer than life forms of the same level. This is an unchanging rule in the cosmos. Vero immediately smiled and said, "In the starry sky, powerful artifacts are rare, but don't forget, we are the supreme god race." Although the words were not finished, Mufeng already understood. It's somewhat similar to how 1% of people control 99% of the wealth. The vampire's power allows them to roam freely in the starry sky, naturally enabling them to acquire more spoils of war. As they were talking, the four of them had already entered the magnificent fortress. The first thing you see is various items floating overhead. This exhibition method is truly novel. If it were an ordinary living being, looking at this all day would definitely cause a neck ache. Vero glanced around, then pointed. The ball of light he pointed to immediately began to descend in height and then floated in front of him. When the ball of light dissipated, what appeared before them was a blood-red longsword. Vero placed the blood-red longsword in front of Mufeng and said, "This is a low-grade divine artifact, and it's also a perk of joining our family." Mufeng did not refuse, and accepted the longsword after thanking him. At the same time, Vero added, "Anyone of our kind can get a 20% discount when buying things at this shop. As a new member, you have an extra 50% discount opportunity." Shocked by the vampire's arrogance, you should know that if Mufeng were to buy something here, it would definitely be an item of god-level quality. Chapter 3, a 1 Divine Bone Spear. That is, a medium-level artifact. Although Mufeng has acquired many mid-level divine artifacts through various channels, it does not mean that they are cheap in the starry sky. Because above that are superior artifacts, which are items at the level of a god king. If it were someone else, they would definitely maximize the value of that half-price discount and think about buying some top-tier artifact. But Mufeng didn't. He only wanted to buy a decent mid-level divine weapon. Because Mufeng never does anything beyond his own capabilities. If it weren't for the protagonist, he would have died thousands of times over if he were going to fight the God King for something. Reduce their favorability in the eyes of their fellow vampires. This is how normal people think. Mufeng scanned the area several times, but couldn't find any high-quality, mid-level artifacts. Vero asked, "Didn't you find anything suitable? Let's go upstairs and take a look." Mufeng nodded, and then the four of them headed up to the second floor. As soon as Mufeng entered the second floor, he saw many cylindrical light screens, arranged in a staggered pattern. There is an item inside each light screen. Compared to the first floor where you can just point and walk down, all the items here are now protected. Although there are some mid-level artifacts on the first floor, most of them are of relatively poor quality. But the real essence lies on the second floor. Mufeng looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a bone spear. The shaft of the spear is like the human spine. The tip of the spear is slightly curved, resembling a short dagger. This is a mid-level artifact of superior quality. Although Mufeng can use various weapons, he prefers to use a long spear. The demon-slaying spear was used too much during the early stages of growth. Moreover, this spear is also quite suitable for vampires. Mufeng said, "Let me take a look at this spear." The attendant beside him immediately removed the light screen and handed the spear to Mu Feng with both hands. After Mu Feng took the spear, he twirled it in his hand a couple of times and couldn't help but nod in approval. Divine Bone Spear. It was pieced together from the skeletons of 3 powerful main gods. Mu Feng immediately said, "This is it." Although this artifact is not cheap, Mu Feng has accumulated a lot of gold coins over the years thanks to the efforts of the 4 merchant guilds. What's more, it's currently 50% off. Vero couldn't help but admire Mu Feng's discerning eye. A blood ball appeared in Mu Feng's palm, containing a huge amount of gold coins. Just as I was about to hand it to the waiter, a voice suddenly came from the stairs. "Where is the Divine Bone Spear? Take me there quickly." Following the gaze, everyone saw a female vampire dressed just like Mu Feng rushing up the stairs in a hurry. There weren't many people on the second floor to begin with. The vampire woman immediately noticed Mu Feng in the crowd, or more precisely, the bone spear in his hand. He rushed over, but before he could speak, Vero said, "You're too late. This bone gun has already been bought." The vampire woman's eyes darted around, and she stepped to Vero's side. He grabbed Vero's arm and swayed it back and forth. She said in a coquettish tone, "Uncle, I fell in love with this bone gun as soon as I saw the information. Please sell it to me." Vero was also completely baffled and had no idea what to do. The little princess in front of us has been spoiled rotten by her father and is practically lawless. Her father's name is Vlad Philp, one of the 8 gods of the 8 gods temple, the vampire god king. Vero looked helpless and said, "Little princess, everything has to be done in order of arrival." Seeing that his uncle was unwilling to give in, Luo Jia Philp immediately let go of the arm that was constantly waving. This was merely a means for her to obtain the divine artifact, not her true nature. Looking at Mu Feng beside him, he said, "Uncle, you're wrong. What remains constant in the starry sky is one's own strength. This bone spear can only belong to the strong." Vero's eyes immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Luo Jia, you are too lawless." Had a very good impression of Mu Feng, and naturally had a strong liking for him. The other party has just made contact with the vampires of the 8 gods temple. If we leave one of them alive, given that vampires are all arrogant and domineering, that would be disastrous. However, Luo Jia didn't care about any of that. She put her hands on her hips and stared intently at Mu Feng with her blood-red eyes. Mu Feng also felt that the little princess in front of him was spoiled. Although she was of noble status, there was no reason to give up what he had already obtained. You should keep a low profile when necessary, but you can't act like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. Mu Feng has always presented himself as a powerful vampire, so there's no reason for him to back down now. He immediately asked, "You mean you want to have a competition?" Luo Jia immediately snorted and said, "Humph, let's have a competition then." Seeing that neither of them was willing to back down, Vero felt somewhat helpless. Walking up to Mu Feng, he said, "Young man, I'm really sorry. Luo Jia has been spoiled by his father. In my opinion, you can just take the things and leave the rest to me." Vero had always treated Mu Feng well, and Mu Feng couldn't possibly leave this mess to him. He immediately said, "What she said is right. In the starry sky, strength has always been the most important thing. I'll have a friendly spar with her." Vero thought about it for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After taking 2 steps forward, Vero said, "In that case, let's see who's the best. But you two are just sparring, so don't ruin the harmony of the vampire clan." Both of them nodded. After all, this matter doesn't escalate to the point of a life-or-death struggle. Seeing this, Vero flicked his hand, and a blood-red mist spread out, enveloping everyone present. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in a starry sky. In the far distance, countless planets radiate light. Mu Feng could tell at a glance. This must be the divine realm of Vero. Mu Feng did not use his soul power to investigate, because that would be too reckless. Judging by the light emitted by the planets, there are probably tens of thousands of planets inside. This also proves that Vero's strength is definitely extraordinary. Vero cleared his throat twice and said, "I will act as the referee. When one side is completely suppressed, the outcome is already decided." Neither of them had any objections to these rules. As the two nodded to each other, the atmosphere in the starry sky immediately became tense. Bloodlight burst forth in Mu Feng's hand, and a blood sword appeared in his grasp. "This is the same inferior divine weapon that Vero gave me before." Luo Jia snorted coldly and swung her arm forward. A bone whip appeared in his hand. Chapter 3024 Moves. The bone whip in his hand swung forward, and the space suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Vero, who was watching from a distance, also became interested at this moment. He was quite concerned about the relative strengths of the two sides. Although Luo Jia has been spoiled and developed a princess complex, this does not negate her strength. Compared to Mu Feng, he had a clearer understanding of Luo Jia's strength. As for their respective levels of attainment, the two were exactly the same. They are all mid-stage lower-level main gods. Which of the two do you think has a better chance? Suddenly, a voice rang in Vero's ears. Vero wasn't surprised. Instead, he shook his head and replied, "That little guy is very good at hiding his true nature. I can't figure him out for the time being." A soft laugh came from beside him again, saying, "You're really smart all your life, but foolish this time. Since you can't figure out his strength, it proves that his strength is not much different from yours." Vero's pupils suddenly contracted. A single sentence was like a wake-up call. Yes, why didn't he think of that? Under normal circumstances, it would be incredibly easy for a peak-level superior god to probe the strength of a lower-level superior god. But we can't detect them now. Even if their concealment methods are sophisticated, they still need strong strength to support them. A solid foundation is the prerequisite for employing various means. The person speaking in Vero's ear was none other than Vlad, Luo Jia's biological father. The two are worlds apart in strength. However, the two became sworn brothers when they rescued Blood Rage. He ventured into the tiger's den alone and was tortured beyond recognition. Another one went to find the mist of the shell, which was no easy task either. It might just get killed by a single slap with pliers. As Vero pondered these thoughts, the battle in the distance had already begun. The bone whip in Luo Jia's hand swept across the void in front of her, emitting a spatial explosion. Mu Feng's figure immediately disappeared from the spot, but because the space had been shattered, he could not instantly arrive in front of his opponent, so he simply dodged. At the same time, a surge of soul power extended out, transforming into an invisible sword that hurtled towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia immediately responded by releasing her soul power. However, the moment the two made contact, Luo Jia immediately withdrew all of his soul power. In just a moment, she knew that her soul power was far from being a match for her opponent. If you fight using soul power, you'll be beaten into a fool in less than 3 rounds. The two people watching from afar were not shocked, because the soul power released by Mu Feng was roughly at the level of a mid-level main god. Overall, there are still some reservations. The two had already guessed that Mu Feng possessed the power of a high-ranking god, so this fact was not surprising to them. Since this is the divine realm of Vero, the shattered space was repaired in an instant thanks to the power of the divine realm. Mu Feng's figure only flashed briefly in the distance before he used his spatial power again to rapidly approach. Luo Jia swung the bone whip around her body, forming a huge circle. The space within a light year was disturbed in an attempt to force Mu Feng out. This tactic was like child's play to Mu Feng. If he wanted to, his next move could leave his opponent dead on the spot. However, this exposes too much information, and the other party might even connect the matter of the true ancestor with Mu Feng. The two casually guessed that Mu Feng had the strength of a high-ranking god, but Luo Jia's strength was also extremely impressive. Even when facing a superior god, they are not entirely defenseless. If Luo Jia were eliminated in an instant, the situation would be completely different. It's like exposing all your strength. As Mu Feng thought this, the blood sword in his hand emitted a streak of bloody light. He swung his sword forward. The dazzling sword light pierced through the void, and the disturbed space did not hinder its progress. As the sword light drew ever closer, Luo Jia was no longer calm. Her hand suddenly pulled back, and the bone whip that had been spreading out was also instantly retracted. The joints tightened together, instantly transforming into a bone sword. Then he suddenly thrust out at those red sword lights. 2 dazzling sword lights collided, unleashing terrifying power that stretched for light years. The power of the explosion had not yet dissipated. The two figures left 2 streaks of blood-red light in the starry sky. The light clashed as the 2 swords in their hands collided. With just one strike, Luo Jia felt half of his body go numb. She was shocked by the opponent's terrifying power. And before she could even react, the streak of light in the distance had already disappeared into the starry sky. Luo Jia's heart tightened, and the bone sword in her hand immediately returned to her side, because she sensed something was amiss there. The swords clashed again, and this time Luo Jia was sent flying. Mu Feng exerted force with his feet, shattering the space around him, and rushed towards Luo Jia, who was flying backward. Luo Jia was still tumbling in the starry sky, unable to maintain her balance at all. When her gaze settled, the blood-red longsword was already pointed at her brow. The two exchanged only 4 moves before the winner was decided. Mu Feng displayed the combat power of an ordinary high-ranking god. Previously, Mu Feng thought that it would be enough to demonstrate the strength of a mid-level main god. However, with the arrival of that god king, Mu Feng overheard the conversation between the two and immediately changed his mind. Since the other party has higher expectations, I should show more of my strength. As for why the conversation between the two could be heard, it all originated from the eye of the universe. Mu Feng vaguely sensed the arrival of the other party. He felt as if he were being watched by a powerful gaze. So I used the eye of the universe to take a look. Ignoring the stunned Luo Jia, Mu Feng sheathed his blood-red longsword and went to Vero's side. I obtained some rather special world origins in my early years, which is why I have such combat power. Before Vero could even ask a question, Mu Feng had already given a rather suitable reason. Mu Feng has been in the Lord's world for over 100 years, which means that the selection of lords on Blue Star has gone through more than 10 times. Every planet with a ruler of the blue planet contains the origin of the universe. Mu Feng simply refused to believe it. Although the starry sky was vast, the area covered by the 8 gods' temple was definitely not small. You might not even meet one. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, Vero nodded to himself. Judging from Vero's reaction, Mu Feng concluded that the other party must know about this matter. Just then, Luo Jia approached, looking dejected. She glanced at Mu Feng, then hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Her princess syndrome is all-encompassing, including an extreme overconfidence in her own abilities. If Mu Feng weren't a member of the vampire clan, she might have resorted to underhanded tactics at any moment. Chapter 303, earning him an entry. Seeing this, Vero laughed and said, Luo Jia, now you know that there are always people more capable than you. Luo Jia instinctively wanted to retort, but thinking of her crushing defeat, she nodded dejectedly. Vero knew he couldn't be too harsh, so he immediately comforted him, saying, This kid has such combat power because he absorbed a special world origin. Not everyone has such an opportunity. Mu Feng fell into deep thought. The other party knows about the origin of the universe, but based on their words, it can be concluded that they have not obtained the origin of the universe. This energy was so enviable, yet the other party didn't make a move. This left Mu Feng somewhat bewildered. After a brief exchange, the group returned to the Chamber of Commerce together. Although Luo Jia has a princess complex, she is still a person of her word and has not caused any trouble. Mu Feng paid the large amount of gold coins. He successfully obtained the Divine Bone Spear. Then he strolled around with Vero for a while and learned about the various systems of the 8 gods' temple. One of the more important points is that Mu Feng's territory needs to send an envoy to be stationed permanently in Dingkong City. After considering the candidates, Mu Feng finally settled on Lily. All the heroes under her command, Lily has the most normal personality. Charlotte had a touch of arrogance. Rona also possesses 2 souls within one body, with her personality shifting between 2 extremes, which is not conducive to foreign negotiations. Anna is a little devil. Isabella is too low-key. There's one who hasn't come back yet. As evening approached, the sky grew dark. Although the planets here are in complete chaos, day and night still exist thanks to the magic circle. Furthermore, since Top Sky City is the stronghold of the vampire faction, the nights there are even longer. Mu Feng has accomplished what he wanted to do, and now he is preparing to return to his divine realm. The giant centipede was about to take Mu Feng back, but Mu Feng refused. However, the giant centipede still expressed its desire to curry favor with a powerful ally, stating it subtly. Mu Feng said that he would send an envoy next, and that he should communicate with the envoy more in the future. As a Star Patrol envoy, the other party would inevitably report the intelligence obtained to the vampire faction as soon as possible, so he can be considered a useful person. To Mu Feng's surprise, the other party directly offered him a god-level treasure chest. It should be noted that the agreement between the 2 parties was only verbal. However, obtaining the treasure chest requires certain absolute factors. In other words, the verbal agreement between the two made the giant centipede determined to follow Mu Feng. Since the other party was so cooperative, Mu Feng gave him a few simple instructions to make the necessary preparations. Then Mu Feng prepared to step onto the teleportation array and return to his divine realm. When they arrived at the teleportation array and were about to head to the outer star city, they were suddenly stopped by a figure. The visitor was none other than Luo Jia. She raised her chin, looked down at Mu Feng with her nostrils, and snorted, "Humph, come with me." Mu Feng was speechless. He was just saying that he was looking down on people, but wasn't he afraid that others would see his nose hairs? After Luo Jia finished speaking, she went directly to the teleportation array behind her. Mu Feng didn't say anything and followed the other person. Mu Feng was definitely not worried about anything dangerous. When the 3 arrived at the outer star city, They boarded a strangely shaped spacecraft and headed in one direction. Mu Feng stood on the deck, with Aphelia standing behind him. Gazing at the distant starry sky, Mu Feng's heart was far from calm. No matter how many times you look at it, the dazzling starry sky is always so captivating. Countless dangers and opportunities lurk within, quietly waiting for the destined one. Luo Jia came to her side at that moment and said, "You seem to really like the starry world." "Yes, I have longed for the starry sky for a long time." When Mu Feng said a long time ago, he meant when he was still young on Earth. Luo Jia naturally couldn't know these things. She assumed Mu Feng was referring to the period before his strength reached the level of a demigod. Mu Feng looked at Luo Jia and asked, "Where are you planning to take me? You're stronger than me. Are you afraid I'll eat you up?" Luo Jia rolled her eyes and said. After a pause, Luo Jia finally spoke. "I'll take you to my divine realm." "What are you going there for?" "I'll make you my bandit queen," Luo Jia said calmly. Mu Feng shrugged, not taking the words to heart, and assumed the other person was joking. But if Mu Feng had to choose again, he would definitely choose to run away right now. Because Luo Jia never jokes. In this vast starry sky, the strong have always been respected. Given this, it's natural that there would be no shortage of women who admire strength. Mu Feng is handsome, powerful, and from the same clan, making him an excellent choice for a partner. Luo Jia has been spoiled and developed a princess complex. She will naturally snatch the things she likes away without ever fussing. The warship traveled through space for half a month, during which it used several teleportation arrays. Finally, they arrived at the edge of a divine realm. The scale of the divine realm before them was similar to that of Mu Feng's, but the quality was on a completely different level. Mu Feng's planets were all modified by the world tree, and he himself possessed many laws. All of these laid an incredibly solid foundation for the newly established divine realm. The warship sailed into the divine realm and docked at the largest planet in the center. This isn't an empty city, so those restrictions don't apply here. Luo Jia's figure flashed and disappeared from sight. Mu Feng glanced at Aphilial first, then reached out and took him into his divine kingdom. It's still unclear what the other party wants to do, so it will be much easier for Mu Feng to act alone. The surrounding space rippled, and Mu Feng disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, the two were already in the main hall. Luo Jia sat on the throne, looking down at Mu Feng in the hall. Mu Feng frowned slightly. To be honest, he hated being looked at like that. Mu Feng could accept the way the elders looked at the younger generation. But at this moment, Luo Jia's gaze truly seemed as if a god were looking down upon ants. Mu Feng naturally couldn't let the other party put on such an air, so he immediately spread out his soul power. Before even reaching the other party, Luo Jia had already jumped up from the throne. The opponent's soul power firsthand and didn't want to be turned into an idiot. Mu Feng didn't actually attack. He withdrew his soul power and said coldly, "What exactly do you want?" Luo Jia's eyes darted around, and the next moment her attitude made a 180-degree turn as she walked down the stairs. He said with a smile, "I've invited many friends, including even a God King level expert. I'd like to invite you to join us." Chapter 3:0 For the Unexpected Wedding. Mu Feng looked suspicious and asked doubtfully, "There must be a reason for inviting someone, right?" Luo Jia's mind was racing at that moment. She chuckled and said, "This was organized by my father, and he specifically asked to see you." Mu Feng was still somewhat skeptical. However, he defeated Luo Jia in 4 moves, and it seemed normal that Luo Jia's father was going to hold a banquet and take the opportunity to meet Mu Feng. Luo Jia knew she couldn't let Mu Feng think about it any further, so she cut to the chase quickly. "The servants on either side. Quickly take our distinguished guest to rest." Mu Feng was thus bewildered and asked to leave. Then Luo Jia said to the remaining blood servants, "Go and send out the invitations quickly." "Oh, what kind of invitation?" "Wedding invitation." The blood servants were all stunned and didn't make a move for a moment. Under Luo Jia's repeated urging, the group of blood servants scattered like birds and beasts, hurrying off to busy themselves with sending out wedding invitations. Luo Jia also cares about his reputation, and considering that Mu Feng might refuse to comply even at the cost of his life, he did not invite outsiders to the banquet. They are all key members of the vampire faction, absolutely one of our own. Even if it becomes a laughing stock, it will only be Luo Jia's personal face that is lost, and it won't escalate to the level of race. Although Luo Jia has an eccentric temperament, she is very clear-headed when it comes to matters of racial righteousness. Moreover, the uncles and elders who were summoned would definitely side with Luo Jia. The first wedding invitation naturally ended up in the hands of Vlad the father. Vlad looked at the bright red wedding invitation in his hand, his face beaming with excitement. To be honest, while I dote on this daughter, I also feel a bit of a headache. Because they are disobedient, they always cause trouble. Now that you have a partner, you should be able to settle down a bit. The wedding invitations were also sent to Vero. Vero stared at the wedding invitation in his hand, completely stunned. It hasn't been that long. So they've already gotten started? I glanced at the date again and was stunned once more. He hurriedly put away the wedding invitations and immediately rushed to the main castle of Top Sky City. The wedding date on the invitation is 3 days from now, and the location is within the divine realm of Luogia. Even the fastest starships take half a month to fly. Even for Vero, a high-ranking god, 3 days would be a stretch. So he went to the main castle to find Vlad and ask him to take him on his way. However, by the time he arrived at the main castle, Vlad had already set off. There was no way around it. He was too excited to wait even a second longer. The most important point is that he is very satisfied with Mu Feng. Even if Luo Jia doesn't have such thoughts now, Vlad will try to bring the two together after getting to know each other for a long time. I never expected that, like a turtle eyeing a mung bean, it would immediately catch my eye. Vero sighed in exasperation, but he didn't stop there. Instead, he went to 2 other castles. The vampire faction within the 8 Gods Temple is not limited to Vlad the God King alone. Including Vlad, there are a total of 3 eternal God Kings. However, all of the 8 gods serving as the 8 gods of the 8 Gods Hall are at the peak of the eternal God King level. The other 2 vampire God Kings could only serve as elders. The 2 vampire elders were equally curious about what kind of extraordinary talent Luo Jia had taken a liking to. So Vero's trip ended in vain again. Left with no other choice, Vero had to walk. 1 day later, within the divine realm of Luogia, Mu Feng stood in the center of the bedroom, arms outstretched, looking utterly dejected. Mu Feng glanced at Luo Jia sitting in the chair and said, "I have clothes. I don't need custom-made ones." Mu Feng's daily life was well taken care of by Aphelier, and Mu Feng never had to say a word about these little things. Luo Jia shook his head and said, "That won't do. There will be a God King level expert appearing then. We must be solemn. Do you understand?" It was just making a piece of clothing, so Mu Feng didn't think much of it. Luo Jia stood up, walked to Mu Feng's side, and reached out to hug Mu Feng's waist. Mu Feng was shocked and quickly took 2 steps back, saying, "What are you trying to do?" This isn't because Mu Feng is cowardly, he's essentially a lecher. To be precise, as long as a man is breathing, he will always be attracted to women. Luo Jia has a slender waist and long legs, and is a little over 1.7 meters tall. She has a pair of charming and delicate oval faces. If there's any downside, it's that it's A. However, this is not a fatal flaw, and some people even like it. However, considering that the other party's father is a God King level expert, what if the other party is determined to trap him? Wouldn't that be very troublesome? Luo Jia rolled her eyes at the sight, but didn't say anything more. After obtaining the data for the custom-made clothes, he left the room. Mu Feng shook his head helplessly and then began to cultivate. After Luo Jia left the room, she immediately ordered the blood servants to make the wedding attire. Then he went to find his father. Needless to say, the speed of a God King level expert is naturally exceptional. A day has already passed. She grabbed Vlad's arm and said with a smile, "Father, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this son-in-law?" Looking at his proud daughter, Vlad smiled knowingly. Since things weren't set in stone, Luo Jia had already explained the whole story. Vlad thought about it briefly and ultimately decided to earn money from Mu Feng's visit. As time passed, the entire divine realm was decorated with an increasingly festive atmosphere. Mu Feng had been cultivating all this time, so he didn't notice anything. Mu Feng finished his cultivation on the morning of his wedding day. The blood servant knocked on the door and entered, placing the brand new clothes before him. Mu Feng looked at the neatly folded clothes and didn't think much of it at first. But when the blood servant fully unfolded the clothes and prepared to help Mu Feng change, Mu Feng was completely stunned. He thought to himself, "It's just a banquet. Why are the clothes so festive?" At first I was a little confused, but after watching for 2 seconds, my face turned completely gloomy. To make it more festive, this is the standard wedding attire for a vampire. At the same time, Mu Feng also learned what Luo Jia was up to. His mind started racing. If Luo Jia didn't have a god-level backer, sleeping with someone wouldn't have any impact at all. But reality doesn't allow it. If he gets trapped by the other party, before Mu Feng has the strength to fight against a god king, he should play the role of a good son-in-law. Ever since he broke through to demigod status 100 years ago, he has risen from a subordinate force of the moon elves to become a powerful figure. Mu Feng had long ago decided that he would no longer submit to others. As for why Mu Feng was so pessimistic, because this is the fundamental law governing the existence of the universe. At this point, Luo Jia's father must have already found out, but the other party did not intervene. This means that the other party has taken a liking to him, or more precisely, to Mu Feng's strength and future potential. Chapter 305: The Great Escape from Marriage. Although everything is related to interests, there is nothing wrong with it from the perspective of strength. However, Mu Feng does not need this God King as a backer. If this level of combat power is truly needed, Mu Feng himself can achieve it without considering the cost. In short, after saying all that, Mu Feng only had one thought. Never let others control you. Not even the slightest bit. From beginning to end, Mu Feng wasn't afraid of Luo Jia, but rather he suspected that Luo Jia's father, the God King, might be behind it all. After making up his mind, Mu Feng glared at the two blood servants. The two blood servants still had smiles on their faces, but their bodies were slightly stiff at the moment. Then he lay straight down on the ground. Since they were both members of the vampire clan and were simply following orders, Mu Feng naturally didn't kill them. Mu Feng then used the void law to completely conceal himself and left the room. The hidden restrictions that were secretly set up had no effect whatsoever. Even under the influence of the void law, Mu Feng did not notice the hidden restriction. Seeing the festive red decorations outside, Mu Feng's face darkened. He began to head beyond the realm of the gods. Since today is the wedding day, most of the people who received the invitation are arriving around this time. Along the way, Mu Feng saw many powerful vampires. Their starting strength is at the level of a main god. The true god is not even qualified to be invited. Mu Feng quickly left the main castle. However, when he reached an intersection, he immediately turned around and went in the other direction, because an old man was walking towards us. Without needing to perceive it in detail, Mu Feng could sense the aura emanating from that person. Eternal God King. While the void law is very powerful, it becomes unsafe in the face of a God King level expert. Mu Feng dared not remove the void laws from his body, because he was currently in someone else's divine realm. Once the law is removed, Luo Jia will immediately discover it. The laws of space cannot be used either, because the laws of emptiness cannot be used together with other laws, except for the use of the divine magic triple Rashomon. After bypassing the old man, Mu Feng headed out of the city via another main road. Once Mu Feng stepped into the starry sky, his speed was fully revealed. They sped along at breakneck speed, and soon arrived at the edge of the divine realm. However, the next moment, Mu Feng stopped. He deliberately removed the void laws from his body, revealing himself in the starry sky. Come have a drink. Hearing Vlad's calm words, Mu Feng did not resist, but sat down opposite him. Vlad poured Mu Feng a glass of blood-red liquor and pushed it in front of him. He spoke again, saying, "Do you hate my daughter that much?" "Sai, my personality cannot be understood by ordinary people. I don't like being controlled by others." If Mu Feng didn't have the bloodline of a true ancestor and was just an ordinary vampire, then he naturally wouldn't refuse such a powerful backer. However, since he possesses the bloodline of the true ancestor, he must bear the corresponding glory. Although we are still weak now, the so-called glory may be a burden for us at present, but there is nothing we can do about it. In addition, after a long period of growth, Mu Feng had become accustomed to wielding absolute power. I simply cannot stand having someone above me. Moreover, a wife was not even on his radar. Vlad nodded and said, "He's a quirky little guy, but you're just leaving like this? Where does that leave my pride?" Mu Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "Then what do you suggest we do about this?" Vladmo stroked his chin, and after a brief moment of thought, he said, "How about this? Change your wedding today to an engagement, and hold the wedding when you think the time is right." When the other party said the timing was right, they meant that their strength was on par with Vlad's. This way, Mu Feng won't feel like he's being controlled by others. Although Vlad didn't know why Mu Feng valued this so much, he chose to respect the other party's decision. After all, this whole thing was started by my own daughter, so I can't blame anyone else. Mu Feng hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, but it seemed to be the best outcome for the time being. What he was afraid of was that Vlad was manipulating everything behind the scenes and wanted to use this to forcibly tie him to the warship. However, after getting to know Vlad, I felt that he was quite reasonable. Of course, Mu Feng hadn't completely let his guard down. It was also possible that the other side was faking it. The engagement means that this matter is temporarily put on hold, and Mu Feng can return to his divine realm. After thinking it through, Mu Feng nodded and said, "That's a good suggestion." Vlad smiled knowingly, downed the blood-red liquor in his hand in one gulp, and then stood up. Mu Feng originally thought the matter was over, but the next moment Vlad's expression turned serious. He stared intently at Mu Feng and said, "Although we've reached an agreement, I'm still a little annoyed. Can I beat you up?" Mu Feng rolled his eyes. "You really are very polite." Although he was speechless, Mu Feng had already used the laws of space to teleport to the distant starry sky and create distance between himself and his opponent. He had witnessed battles between God Kings before, but his cultivation level was too low at that time to comprehend the power of a God King. Now that he has the opportunity, Mu Feng really wants to give it a try. Vlad grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat, white teeth. An invisible force field radiated outwards from him. Mu Feng, who was far away, instantly felt unsteady, and all his power of laws was greatly hindered. Shocked, but Vlad gave him no chance to catch his breath. He took a step forward calmly. Mu Feng felt an irresistible force descending from above, causing him to bend slightly over. That foot felt as if it weren't stepping on the starry sky, but rather heavily stomping on one's own head. This is not some kind of ability, but simply the aura of a God King. Mu Feng tried all the different laws. Ultimately, it was discovered that apart from the equivalence law and the nihilistic law, all other laws were invalid and could not be invoked at all. Mu Feng also knew that this was a special stance inherent to the God King himself. Upon reaching this realm, one's very existence is already infinitely close to the essence of the universe. Although the God King has 3 minor realms under his jurisdiction, and each minor realm has its own title. But ultimately, it all comes down to a higher level. The essence of life is the same. The remaining differences lie in strength and control. They are infinitely close to the essence of the universe, and therefore their existence is recognized by the universe. Itself is comparable to a private space, which naturally greatly hinders the operation of other forces. Those at a lower level are even completely unable to operate. For example, right now, if the law of equivalence and the law of nihilism weren't so special, it would inevitably end in failure. Chapter 306 Angel Investment. Only after completely enveloping himself in the law of nothingness did he feel a little better. Vlad across from him narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, it really is the void law. Then, wave after wave of energy erupted from his body, like ocean waves being blown by the wind. Although this energy spread over thousands of light years, it did not harm his daughter's divine realm under deliberate control. Mu Feng was like a small boat in the deep sea, struggling to survive under the onslaught of that energy. The Vlad before us is no ordinary God King, but an eternal peak God King powerhouse of the supreme God race. Looking at a star cluster, sized area, there are only 8 such powerful entities. Mu Feng even considered going directly to the void, but decided against it due to the strangeness of that place. When that energy comes into contact with the laws of the void, it can be somewhat diminished due to its special properties. However, given the sheer volume of energy, this small amount could only save Mu Feng as an individual. Mu Feng glanced at Vlad, who stood proudly in the starry sky, and a trace of blood-red lightning appeared in his palm. But the next moment, Mu Feng's expression froze slightly. The world inside the body. Just as he was about to unleash the power of blood rage, the opponent immediately let out a low growl. Clearly, it recognized the vampire God King opposite it. Amidst a series of low growls, it recounted the whole story to Mu Feng. Mu Feng looked at the distant starry sky again, and his vigilance gradually disappeared. The other party might scheme against an individual of their own kind, but on the level of the entire vampire clan, they are absolutely loyal. The next moment, he withdrew the crimson lightning, because doing so would likely expose his identity. It's not that Mu Feng didn't want to show off. Rather, the Yagami Temple is simply too large. It's probably one of the most well-known temples in the entire starry sky. As for the idea of revealing the truth first, and then letting the other party hide it, the methods used in the starry sky are unpredictable, and there is still a risk of exposure. And most importantly, there's no huge profit to be made after it's exposed. With the World Tree providing him with planets, plus the Blue Star Lord in the Divine Realm, he will be matched with the Divine Realm of the same level after breaking through. Mu Feng is destined to make rapid progress at the level of a main god. Things other than improving one's strength don't seem to be very important. Vlad, seeing that Mu Feng was still persisting, nodded in agreement. It then withdrew the energy that had been dispersed. There's no need for them to actually fight. This simple test will suffice. The difference in power between the God King and the Chief God is self-evident. Mu Feng has already proven his strength. Vlad appeared beside Mu Feng in a flash, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Come back with me." Mu Feng didn't say much, just nodded lightly. Within the realm of the gods. At this point, according to cosmic time, it was already around 10 o'clock. Almost all the powerful members of the vampire faction have arrived. Looking at Luo Jia in front of him, Vero exclaimed in surprise. You two are developing so fast. The two could even be said to have had no development. It was simply love at first sight and a whirlwind marriage. Luo Jia didn't know what to say, because she already knew that Mu Feng had escaped. However, my father is also missing. He must have gone to find the other party. Just then, the surrounding space flickered, and the two appeared on the scene. Time was of the essence, so Vlad said simply and clearly, today's wedding will be changed to an engagement, and the wedding date will be set for. Mu Feng haven't discussed the specific wedding date yet, so they're currently seeking Mu Feng's opinion. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said, then let's make it 500 years. 500 years is enough time for Mu Feng to reach the peak of the upper god level. That level of strength is about enough. If it weren't for Vlad's loyalty to the vampires, Mu Feng would definitely have raised his strength to the God King level. Vlad nodded and said, all right, then 500 years from now. Luo Jia's face lit up with joy, which meant that the other party had agreed. She cultivated all the way to the level of a main god, and although she had no shortage of resources, she was definitely not young anymore. I've met all sorts of people, and I'm quite the seasoned veteran myself. But she had never seen anyone like Mu Feng. They are of the same race, powerful and young, with a promising future. And most importantly, he didn't have the arrogance typical of the new generation of vampires, commonly known as a spoiled brat. As time ticked by, the auspicious hour arrived. Since it was changed from a wedding to an engagement, there were naturally some differences, so Vlad was the first to appear. Inside the banquet hall, the space directly above them distorted, drawing everyone's attention. A flash of blood appeared, and Vlad stood in midair. His blood-red eyes swept around, and an invisible pressure was already exerted on everyone present. His authoritative voice rang out, saying, welcome everyone to my daughter's engagement banquet. As he spoke, his gaze swept back and forth across the ground below. Everyone was extremely puzzled. They had originally agreed on a wedding banquet, so why had it been changed to an engagement? However, Vlad was right above them at that moment, and no one dared to say a word. Let them get engaged, they'll just focus on eating anyway. Seeing that no one was whispering or gossiping, Vlad's expression turned into a smile as he slowly landed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Mu Feng and Luo Jia appeared together. Everyone finally got a glimpse of Vlad's future son-in-law. The expressions on the faces of the other two god kings were also quite interesting, and their eyes held a hint of envy as they looked at Vlad. At this moment, Mu Feng may not yet understand the extent of something's power. Combat effectiveness is merely a superficial indicator. Comprehensive strength is the fundamental factor. Under the gaze of the God King, Mu Feng's physical strength and the energy fluctuations within his body were completely exposed. God King, the king among gods. Vlad then produced a large red scroll, which was a marriage certificate belonging to the vampires. It carried a strange sense of festive joy. Vampires are ultimately among the most ferocious beings in the abyss. That's their general style. The two signed their names on it, and then a drop of blood was added, officially making the marriage certificate valid. Luo Jia had a strange feeling, as if an invisible connection was linking the two of them together. And the sense of connection is very strong. Having never experienced this before, she didn't think much of it, simply assuming it was the normal function of the marriage certificate. Mu Feng had the same feeling, but it was different from Luo Jia's. This connection exists normally, yet it feels as if it's under my control and can be manipulated at will. Vlad also had a strange look in his eyes. Because the moment the marriage certificate took effect, he felt that his daughter's temperament had changed. It seems to carry a touch of nobility. He is a god king. For him to feel so noble is no ordinary compliment. Chapter 307 Alien Race. All of this is naturally due to the changes brought about by the bloodline of the true ancestor. And there are no previous cases on this matter. The first emperor, Baek Kwang, had concubines. He did not explicitly establish a legitimate wife. The second one was a female ancestor, whose noble bloodline destined her to never be subservient to anyone. Vlad composed himself and continued presiding over the engagement ceremony. After all the procedures were completed, Mu Feng thought the matter was over. As a result, Vlad remained in the most conspicuous place, cleared his throat, and clearly had something to say. It's rare for our vampire clan to gather here today, and I happen to have something to tell everyone. Mu Feng also became interested, put down his wine glass, and listened quietly. Seeing that Mu Feng's wine cup was empty, Luo Jia picked up the wine pot and began to pour wine for Mu Feng. She wasn't taking her father's words to heart, because if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. She had her own father in the past and present, and perhaps in the future, she will be Mu Feng. Luo Jia only needs to do her job well. Seeing everyone casting curious glances, Vlad continued. The defenses of the star battlefield are showing signs of collapse. Some alien races have already fled into space, and the high elves of the elven race have also gone to the battlefield. The situation is not optimistic. The moment the starry sky battlefield was mentioned, everyone present became serious, except for Mu Feng, who still looked puzzled. Leaning closer to Luo Jia, he whispered, "What is the starry sky battlefield? Who are the enemies?" Luo Jia felt the warm breath blowing against her ear, and her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She smoothed her messy hair and said slowly, "The enemy is an alien race from the void. They attempted to invade the starry world, so a war broke out. This is a war concerning the entire universe, and fighting is taking place everywhere." Mu Feng nodded, not too surprised. Because when he returned from the starting point, he had seen a vast battlefield. The ancient gods, who live in the void, are engaged in a large-scale war with the Star Clan. Mu Feng thought for a moment and said again, "The characteristic of the ancient gods is the void law, but those below the demigod level cannot master the power of the law. If the ancient gods step into the starry sky world, wouldn't those below the demigod level have no combat power?" For some powerful forces, Mu Feng's problem is extremely basic. However, Luo Jia was not dissatisfied and patiently explained, "Mastering the void law is just one characteristic of the ancient gods. After entering the starry sky, they have other abilities, and they are equally troublesome." Mu Feng was shocked upon hearing this. Having mastered the laws of the void, he knew just how powerful these laws were. He never imagined they were merely one of the abilities of the ancient gods. To know just how powerful this other ability is, you have to experience it for yourself. Luo Qianqian, for example, right now. As a Lord of Blue Star, and with Mu Feng as his backer, his growth rate is undeniably fast. She has now reached the peak of true godhood, and her inner world's divine kingdom is almost complete. It was just one last push away. Within the realm of the gods, the enormous planet was almost hollowed out and transformed into a giant honeycomb-shaped object. In the realm of the Zerg chief god, not one of these planets is intact. It's more like a giant insect hive than a planet. Rows of insect soldiers shuttled through the starry sky. A large number of insect soldiers poured out of the hive and flew headlong in one direction without hesitation. There is a planet that has been transformed into a Zerg hive, and it is like a traitor in the realm of gods, being besieged by a large number of Zerg soldiers. At this moment, a huge shadow covered the surface of the insect hive. The shadow takes the shape of a human, with two barbs on its shoulders. Luo Qianqian bit her nails, staring intently at the huge shadow. The opponent did not hide their strength. They were a mid-level true god. It's even lower than my own level. However, his methods were unpredictable and caused her enormous losses. The opponent seemed to be a shadow, and it was impossible to even attack it. Whenever a black light flashes, her insect soldiers suffer mass casualties. They vanished into thin air, leaving no trace, not even a corpse. As for why the insect soldiers were sent to attack enemies at this level, that's because the Zerg are one of the very few races in the cosmos that can defeat powerful enemies through sheer numbers. Luo Qianqian had personally fought against them before, but she was completely helpless against them. Just as she was feeling extremely frustrated, a streak of blood-red light crossed the border of the divine realm. Luo Qianqian's face lit up with joy, and she rushed towards the streak of blood-red light. The crimson light stopped in the starry sky, and Isabella stood there. She was still dressed in a conservative maid outfit, holding a double-edged sword in her hand. She has the demeanor of a battle maid. Luo Qianqian immediately burst into tears, crying, "Sister, if you hadn't come, my divine realm would have been destroyed." Isabella frowned slightly and said, "Even as a slave of the true ancestor, one must maintain one's own image." Luo Qianqian wiped her eyes, and her crying gradually stopped. She was truly wronged. Just when I was about to break through to the level of a main god, this strange enemy suddenly appeared. 30% of the laws of the divine realm have been worn away, and she will need to accumulate more than 10 years of skill. Since following Mu Feng, she had never suffered such grievances except when she was with him. Isabella saw that the other party had calmed down and looked at the planet in the divine realm. A large number of insect soldiers surrounded them, but with a flash of black light, the insectoids within the area vanished into thin air. He frowned and slammed his double-edged sword down. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, hurtled toward the planet. The enormous shadow paused slightly, then transformed into a streak of black light, and immediately departed from the planet. Under the impact of the shockwave, the planet it was carrying was instantly shattered. However, that enormous shadow chose another planet, as if nothing had happened. Isabella frowned even more deeply, and then transformed into a streak of blood-red light as she charged out. Behind her, Luo Qianqian clutched her heart with one hand and reached out towards Isabella with the other, shouting, "Sister, be careful." Isabella would never intentionally sabotage something. But in a battle, it's obviously impossible to avoid any damage at all. The double-edged sword in his hand emitted a streak of bloody light, and two crescent-shaped blood blades shot out from the air. The black shadow detached from the planet once more, transforming into a pure black circle. However, this prototype is flat, as if it is still attached to some flat object, and it is obvious that something is wrong at a glance. The two blood-red blades did not damage the planet. They simply passed through it, seemingly as a soul attack. Chapter 308 Dimensional Creatures. Isabella could tell that the two attacks just now could not have caused any real damage to the opponent. But the other party dodged them all, so they were clearly not an arrogant guy. Of his double-edged sword downwards, an invisible energy wave spread out. In an instant, a raging sea of blood erupted outside the divine realm. The sea of blood enveloped the entire divine realm. The Black Shadow was somewhat flustered at this moment. Although his abilities were extraordinary, there was still a significant gap in their cultivation levels. He transformed into a pure black thread, twisting his body as he rushed towards the sea of blood, attempting to escape. Isabella smiled. Based on the other party's several states, she already had a good idea of what was going on. But don't forget, every hero that Mu Feng summons has a backstory. They have their own knowledge base accordingly. Although Isabella is not a reborn strong person, she is indeed a new generation, but she has read quite a few books. She didn't know what kind of creature the Black Shadow was, but she knew about its abilities. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a dimensional being. Upon hearing this, the black thread that was fleeing paused, and then its expression changed drastically. Ignoring the exhaustion in his body, he desperately rushed towards the sea of blood, attempting to escape from this place. Isabella raised the double-edged sword high in the air. Then, 7 points of light gradually began to flicker on the blade of the double-edged sword. Each point of light has a different color, and the points of light are connected by threads, making them look quite dazzling. A transparent point of light emitted a mysterious glow. The surrounding space began to tremble violently. Divine art, dimensional destruction. As Isabella uttered those calm words, the transparent light began to flicker intensely. What can be seen and what cannot be seen? The violently flickering space suddenly froze, and the divine realm returned to calm. The enormous shadow gradually transformed from a two-dimensional shape into a three-dimensional one. It has a similar shape to a human, with bronze skin and 2 barbs on its shoulders. The expression on his face was as if he were wearing a Shura mask, yet this was the most standard face of the ancient gods. In just a few breaths, the corpses of the ancient gods began to gradually become illusory. It turned into a wisp of black smoke and gradually dissipated. Only one treasure chest was left at the scene. Luo Qianqian saw the treasure chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It's important to know that the items you get from a treasure chest are most likely related to the person who dropped it. The power of that enormous shadow was so abnormal, the contents of that treasure chest must also be extraordinary. However, she quickly thought of Mu Feng. Such a good thing should be offered to the master. It can only be said that Mu Feng's training methods are also extraordinary. Seeing that Luo Qianqian had put away the treasure chest, Isabella didn't say anything more. Ultimately, this thing will all end up in the hands of His Majesty the True Ancestor. It's just a matter of who gets to show their face. Isabella has a very low-key personality and wouldn't compete for such things. She also gained another ability possessed by the ancient gods. Dimensional power. This is not the power of laws. Because dimensions belong to another dimension, which is a world that does not exist in the starry sky and the abyss, but is an independent space. The largest alternate dimension is a place that no one could have imagined. Underworld. From the surface of a planet in the starry world, you can enter the abyss rift to reach the underground world, and then enter the first layer of the abyss. This place belongs neither to the starry sky nor the abyss. It's a standard alternate dimension. However, this other dimension is too stable and too ordinary, so it seems inconspicuous. As for why they didn't obtain the void law, that's due to the characteristics of the ancient gods. When the other party is in a void and is completely enveloped by the laws of the void, then it is a void body. However, when they arrive in the starry world, the void law is greatly restricted. At this point, they will change their state, transforming their ethereal body into a dimensional body capable of traversing dimensions, while completely abandoning their ethereal abilities. The lore nebula, within the divine realm of Luojia. The laws of the divine realm. The sun has already set. The banquet had long since ended. The Eight Gods Temple will hold a major meeting on the matter of the interstellar war in a few days. It's highly likely that the various factions will take turns fighting in the interstellar battlefield. This is a war that affects the entire starry sky, and no race can escape it, so everyone must contribute. The main force in that starry battlefield is currently the elf race, one of the 8 gods of the 8 Gods Temple. Leading the group was the high-ranking elf, Milne Hughes. Mu Feng had a headache at the moment, but it wasn't because he was afraid of fighting. Rather, he was intimidated by Luo Jia's enthusiasm. At this moment, Luo Jia was standing in front of Mu Feng, looking shy. Looking around at the surroundings, this is the master bedroom in the Divine Realm Royal Palace. It was initially decorated as a wedding room, so what's in front of us is naturally the bridal chamber. Luo Jia thought that since the arrangements were already made, they might as well put them to use. Vampire marriage certificates are very effective. If both are still alive, their marriage is almost a certainty. So what's about to happen is just a matter of time. After learning about Vlad's actions towards the vampires, Mu Feng felt much more at ease. Although things have progressed a bit too quickly with the other party's daughter, I can't afford to be ridiculed as a cowardly coward right now. That night, Mu Feng was in the limelight. For several days in a row, the two were inseparable, which could be considered a case of marriage before love. Mu Feng wasn't in a hurry to return to the Divine Realm, because the 8 Gods Temple was about to hold a large-scale meeting, which he would definitely attend. Transmitted back through the connection between the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Realm. Lily was transferred to the Yagami Temple and would be stationed there permanently as an envoy. To prevent the other party from being unable to pass through the interstellar teleportation array, a giant centipede was specially sent to meet them. 10 days later. Lore Nebula, Sockstar City. Sockstar City is the most prosperous star city in the entire Lore Nebula because it is home to the main temple of the 8 Gods Temple. Mu Feng and Luo Jia walked side by side, following Vlad, an old man and a middle-aged man. There were 3 people in front of them, and these 3 represented the highest combat power of the 8 Gods Temple vampire faction. Besides the 3 God King level experts, there were also several Deacon level vampire experts. The group traveled through beams of light connecting the planets, heading towards the largest planet at the center. There were no buildings on that planet, and it looked very desolate at first glance. As Mu Feng was about to land on the ground along the beam of light, he was still very puzzled. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he sank straight in. Mu Feng then realized that the real secret lay inside the planet. Chapter 309: The Great Meeting of the 8 Gods. Once inside the planet, there is an incredibly vast and open space. Mu Feng looked toward the very center, where there was a huge round table with 8 seats around it. In the next lap, the number of seats increased to 14. There are 3 circles of seats like these. Without needing to say more, Mu Feng knew that those 8 seats must belong to Yagami. The next circle consists of the elders, and the third circle consists of the deacons. He tilted his head and whispered to Luo Jia beside him. Are the elders sitting in the second row? Yes. Exactly 16 seats? 2 elders from one faction. There are indeed 16 elders, but not every faction has 2. One faction has only 1, another has 3, and the other 6 factions have 2. Mu Feng nodded in agreement. It seemed that the vampires were not ranked number 1 in the 8 Gods Temple. Just then, Luo Jia nudged Mu Feng's arm and gestured with her chin, indicating that Mu Feng should look in that direction. Mu Feng followed his gaze. A large group of creatures, shaped like humans but composed of energy, headed toward the huge round table in the center. Luo Jia's voice rang out at the right moment, saying, "They're the largest faction of the 8 Gods Palace, the Spirit Race, which has a total of 4 God King level experts." The Spirit Race mentioned here is naturally not the spiritual energy of the cultivation world. Rather, it evokes a feeling of being surrounded by beautiful and fertile land. Before long, everyone had taken their seats. Mu Feng and Luo Jia naturally sat on the outermost edge. If it weren't for Luo Jia's father, the lower-level gods wouldn't have been qualified to participate in this meeting. Mu Feng focused his gaze on Yagami, a white light gradually appearing in his eyes as he roughly assessed everyone's strength. 7 of them were of similar strength, and it was clear that they were all at the peak of the eternal God King level. The one who joined was an elf, but Mu Feng didn't think the elves were weak. Because it was known long ago that the high elves of the elven race had already gone to the starry sky battlefield, The person in front of us was probably just an elder. Elder seats behind the other party were empty. Looking around, the 8 factions of the 8 gods' temple are Elf, Blood Clan, Human, Titan, Elf, Insect, Beast Clan, Ghost Clan. Among them, the Ghost Clan is the weakest, consisting of 1 peak Eternal God King and 1 God King at the Elder level. Of these 8 races, the first 4 are supreme gods. This is a very normal situation, because as one's cultivation level increases, other races are limited by their innate talents, making it difficult for them to reach that level. As for why the supreme gods have such an exception, that's because a cosmic-level god, king, in the process of breaking through to the supreme god, will bestow blessings upon his race. After a long while, the scene returned to calm after everyone exchanged pleasantries. The leader of the 8 spirit race gods glanced around, and when he saw Mu Feng, his gaze visibly paused for a moment, and he looked at him a couple more times. Mu Feng noticed it as well, but he wasn't flustered. He had met Milo before, who was a cosmic-level god king. Before one actively reveals their bloodline, the other party will not be able to detect it. After taking a few more glances, the spirit clan god, king withdrew his gaze, and then said loudly, "I believe everyone knows why we've gathered here. In that case, let's cut to the chase and start ranking." The ranking mentioned by the spirit race god king was actually the order in which they went to the Starry Sky battlefield. The first one is naturally the elf race, because the other side has already taken the lead. Seeing that no one spoke, the spirit clan god, king spoke again. "Our clan will set an example first, and we will follow the lead of the elf clan." As the most powerful faction, they certainly have that much confidence. And it's just a matter of order. They'll all be on anyway. Human God King cleared his throat and said, "As a true star race, our human race must also set an example. We will be the third. We are the fourth," the Titan God King said in a deep, muffled voice. All 3 races belong to the Starry Sky God faction, and their attitude is quite good when faced with such a major issue. The most crucial factor here is still profit, because all 3 of them are supreme gods of the Starry Sky, and they occupy the largest territories. The losses would naturally be the greatest after the defenses were breached. Perhaps they wanted someone else to step in ahead of time, but they didn't trust the other person's fighting ability. The only supreme deity present who did not speak was the vampire, because they come from the abyss. Although this war affected the entire universe, there was still a sequence to it. Clearly, the Starry Sky and the universe come first. So far, there has been no attack from the ancient gods in the abyss. Ancient gods who escaped did not step into the abyss. All of this is due to the immense role played by the cosmic spirit, the supreme artifact, which belongs to the abyss. As for the cosmic spirit of the Starry Sky, it is currently tied down and unable to cover the entire starry world. Yagami, who was present, was unaware of matters of this level. With everyone's eyes fixed on Vlad, they were clearly waiting for him to make a statement. After all, they were originally the supreme gods, and their remaining power still exists. Vlad thought for a moment, realizing there was no escaping this situation either way, and stated directly that they were descendants of the Titans. Then they finished discussing all the rankings. The Zerg god, King suddenly gave a sinister smile and said, "Everyone, I have some good news to share with you." His words attracted everyone's attention, and he instantly became the center of attention. Immediately afterwards, the Zerg god, King opened his complex mouthparts and spat out a ball of multicolored energy. Some of the higher-ranking gods saw this multicolored energy, while others were puzzled. However, some insightful people had already changed their expressions drastically. This is the origin of the universe. The 4 supreme god kings, all darkened. This vast cosmic origin came from. When the chosen ones arrive on a planet, that planet will undergo transformation and become incredibly promising. They knew all this because it was all instructed by the supreme god. The vampires also know these things. The true ancestor had already perished. His status in the abyss had not fallen much. With the summoning of the 7th familiar, a new true ancestor has emerged. Therefore, these things did not exclude vampires. We are currently facing a shortage of combat power, and the supreme god's vision is not so short-sighted. The spirit clan god, King's face darkened, and he said, "It seems necessary to add a new rule." Chapter 3:10 The Temple of Yagami is still getting stronger. The Zerg god, King's expression turned slightly grim, though he didn't know why. However, judging from the expressions of the 4 supreme gods present, the situation is likely not good. The spirit clan god King said in a deep voice, "Although this great universe origin is precious, at the cosmic level, the quantity of such things is fixed. Once used, it becomes less." Shocked everyone present. Mu Feng was also extremely shocked. If this thing is available in limited quantities, and it's so precious, how could it be used to nurture the planet where the Blue Star Lord resides? Forcibly suppressing his shock, Mu Feng turned his attention to another question. That's not right. The universe is getting stronger, so the amount of the universe's origin should also be increasing. What you're saying is a bit alarming. The Zerg God King asked, voicing Mu Feng's thoughts. According to common sense, the Zerg God King's statement is correct. Take the era of the first true ancestor Bo Guang as an example. People in that era were relatively weak, and their strength on a cosmic level was not very high. However, as time goes by, the universe becomes more powerful and can draw more and more energy. This has resulted in life forms in the universe becoming increasingly powerful. The Spirit Clan God King tapped the table and said, "That is indeed the case under normal circumstances, but the current situation is clearly not normal." Although the words were not explicitly stated, everyone present understood them. The only abnormal thing in the universe is that group of ancient gods. It is the ancient gods who are drawing energy from the universe. Mu Feng's thoughts were elevated to an unprecedented level. First learned that the ancient gods were fighting against the entire starry sky, he thought that the other side wanted to conquer the starry sky. But now, Mu Feng feels that his perspective has become narrow. They probably want to drain the entire universe. But Mu Feng still couldn't understand what to do with such a huge amount of energy. The Supreme God is already at the pinnacle. Although there is some gap in power, there is no longer much room for improvement. Moreover, after the destruction of the universe, where will the ancient gods live? Are we just supposed to live like rats in this dimensional space forever? But that's not right either, because all dimensional spaces rely on the universe and stars. It is a byproduct of the starry world. The more Mu Feng thought about it, the more his mind raced, and he couldn't find a single clue. After a long silence, everyone had processed this massive news. The Zerg God King spoke up. "So what rules do you want to add?" "No destruction is permitted on any planet containing the origin of the universe," the Spirit Race God King declared in an unquestionable tone. No one present objected, and even the other three supreme gods nodded in agreement. Anyway, this is just a formality. What happens behind the scenes is nobody's knowledge. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, and some other issues were discussed afterwards. However, it seemed insignificant to Mu Feng. He was merely listening in. After the meeting, everyone returned to Top Sky City together. The vampire faction held another closed-door meeting. The overall operational strategy has been set. The next step is naturally to break it down into smaller, more detailed steps. One race can hold the record for 5 years, with the vampires ranking 5th. That is, the troops will be officially deployed 20 years later. Mu Feng also inquired about the opposing team's combat strength in detail. Luo Jia said that the overall combat strength is about the same as that of the entire Lore Nebula. Having received a reply, Mu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems this wasn't the battlefield he saw in the void, otherwise Mu Feng wouldn't have dared to go there. In that vast battlefield, Mu Feng saw a casual strike extend tens of thousands of light years. This guy's strength is definitely above that of a world lord-level God King. Those below the God King level shouldn't even think about trying to scam others. They'll only get instantly killed. After the meeting of the vampire faction ended, most people dispersed. Mu Feng and Luo Jia were also preparing to return to the Divine Realm, but Vlad kept them there. Looking around, he noticed that the 2 elders and 4 deacons of the vampire clan had not left. Mu Feng sat down, thinking to himself, "It seems there are even more secret things to tell you." After a long while, only 9 people remained at the scene. Without a doubt, the 3 vampire god kings and the 4 superior gods are the absolute top combat force of the vampire faction. In fact, there are not just 4, but 7 high-ranking gods. However, it is clear that the remaining 3 are not trustworthy. With all eyes on Vlad, he slowly said, "Ling Guang's strength seems to have made a major breakthrough." His voice was incredibly deep, like a heavy hammer striking everyone's chest. Ling Guang. This is the name of the eternal peak god king of the spirit race. His realm has always been a top tier, eternally peak. But now Vlad says that the opponent's strength has made a great breakthrough, which must mean that he has entered the next level. A world, lord-level god king. Mu Feng rubbed his chin, his opinion of the god king rising to a new level. Although he glanced at them with the eye of the universe, the strengths he saw were all roughly the same. He did not believe what he saw, but rather believed what Vlad said. Because at that time, the eye of the universe was not fully open, it was only attached to the body for a short time. However, Mu Feng didn't feel anything in his heart, because based on his previous performance, Ling Guang appears to be a righteous person, but his true nature behind the scenes remains unknown. Seeing that everyone else looked gloomy, they were clearly not in a good mood. Vlad suddenly laughed and said, "Don't panic, everyone. Give me some time, and we're not much weaker than him." Both vampire elders stared at Vlad with horror in their eyes. One of them said in a trembling voice, "Vlad, you're about to take that step too." Vlad didn't reply, but smiled knowingly and gave him a knowing look. The scene immediately erupted in excitement, with everyone's face beaming with joy. Taking a step forward from the God King realm is no easy feat. It's an absolute breakthrough. The only one who remained calm at the scene was Mu Feng. Breaking through realms was commonplace for Mu Feng. Although he hasn't reached that level yet, even if he does, breaking through won't be difficult. Because his potential is that of a supreme god, he will not encounter any bottlenecks before reaching that level. One of the elders asked, "How much longer do you expect to take? Will the star battlefield delay your progress?" The conversation was brought back on track, and Vlad began to think seriously. Breakthroughs at this level typically take a long time, but most of the time they don't require seclusion. The last little bit requires focused concentration, a short period of seclusion, to break through that final bottleneck. If I had to say something, Vlad is actually already making a breakthrough. He just hasn't gone into seclusion yet. Chapter 3:11 Encountering the Hunters. This is similar to Mu Feng breaking through from a true god to a main god. The entire period of preparing for the divine realm can be understood as the process of breaking through to the level of a main god. Based on the timeline, it is estimated that he took the final step approximately 23 years later. Vlad did a good job of keeping it a secret. For a god, king level being at that level, 23 years is practically equivalent to their final push. If we had been wiser, it would have been better not to be the fifth player in the order of deployment. But there's nothing we can do about it. In the face of the urgency of the situation, the elven race was the first to step up, followed by the three supreme gods of the starry sky. And the fifth one can only be the vampires. Because they are also a supreme god race, being ranked sixth would make others look down on them. This is actually somewhat similar to Mu Feng's personality. He's always trying to save face. However, the honor of the vampires does not allow them to back down. Vlad is a loyal subject of the vampires, and he is willing to defend it with his life. The face of the vampires cannot be damaged in his hands. Whether you call him a loyal subject or a fool, that's what Vlad thought of him anyway. After a moment of contemplation, Vlad said, "Recently, all the resources of the vampire clan have been directed towards me, trying to push forward the time for my breakthrough as much as possible, aiming for within 20 years. This single sentence would require a significant allocation of resources to the vampire clan, but no one present objected. They all nodded in agreement. Vlad looked at Mu Feng and said, "Do you want to participate in the battle 20 years from now?" After a moment of thought, Mu Feng nodded. "I asked Luo Jia before, and he said that this is just a war affecting the entire universe, and it is only one war zone in which the two sides are roughly equal in strength. Since there was no fatal danger, Mu Feng naturally wouldn't avoid the war." 10 days later, Dingkong City, Mu Feng embarked on his journey back to the divine realm. Luo Jia looked at Mu Feng with a resentful expression and sighed as he watched him disappear into the starry sky. "My father has gone into seclusion to speed up the process, and my beloved has left me feeling empty." He patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. She felt she should also improve her skills. Her father was about to take that step, and her future husband was also a person of exceptional talent. She couldn't hold him back. Mu Feng used his absolute speed to travel this time, making him much faster than he had been with the giant centipede before. His speed rivals that of a high-ranking god. An ordinary spacecraft cannot catch up with him. The speed at which these spacecraft travel in the universe is roughly the same as that of lower-level and mid-level main gods. Moreover, aircraft of this level are not common. They are relatively rare overall. There are also flying machines comparable to those of the God King, but those are even rarer. At least Mu Feng has never seen or even heard of him. They used the interstellar teleportation array from the outer star city to return to their own star system. The elderly man with the goatee immediately came to greet him. The first thing he did upon meeting was to bow and greet him with a flattering "Greetings, Your Majesty the Vampire." In reality, their statuses should be roughly equal, since the two races have similar influence within the Eight Gods Temple. However, some people are just like that. They would rather keep a low profile than offend others. Mu Feng didn't let the other party feel slighted. After exchanging pleasantries, they resumed their journey back. 6 months later, as Mu Feng passed by a starry sky, he suddenly stopped and stood still in the starry sky. His gaze swept to the left front, a white light flashing in his pupils. as if he were trying to discern the truth of the world. After a long while, Mufeng smiled, and then turned around, heading to the left front. In this star field, the number of planets is somewhat dense, but everything seems normal. A blood-red beam of light ripped through the starry sky, shattering the silence. The crimson beam of light struck a spot, seemingly being knocked down by something unknown. At the end of the beam of light, a pure white spider web gradually appeared. Spiders the size of stars clung to the web, gazing in the direction from which the beam of light came, their compound eyes revealing a sinister and eerie look. Mufeng suddenly appeared in the starry sky, looking at his old friend with a smile on his lips. A gigantic spider appeared before us, its size still enormous. The size of a planet is nothing more than an mm's bean compared to the giant spider before them. When Mufeng first received Caesar's invitation, he was to attack the Twilight World, which was guarded by two true gods. The older and younger brothers respectively received the laws of time and gravity. On the way back, they encountered this giant spider. At the time, they were only focused on escaping and did not use their trump card to fight to the death with the spider. But to his utter surprise, Mufeng encountered it again on his way back to the divine realm. It can only be said that this is fate. You were destined to die? Although a century has passed, the other party's realm has not changed at all. He remains a high-ranking deity. The hunter's 6 compound eyes on its abdomen looked at Mufeng, as if it recognized him. His eyes revealed a sinister intent. This is the guy who wanted some dessert, but instead of killing his opponent, he injured himself. The moment their eyes met, the atmosphere became instantly tense. A surging sea of blood occupied half of the starry sky, while the other side was dominated by pure black energy, with the two sides locked in a stalemate. Facing the very thing that had once forced him to flee in disarray, Mufeng showed absolutely no mercy this time. It starts with a powerful, deadly move. Divine Magic, Triple Rashomon. And because this place is in a remote location, Mufeng is not afraid of being seen by others, so he acts boldly and unrestrainedly. The hazy blood mist, a bronze gate carved with images of Azuras, slowly emerged. A clicking sound rang out, and the door slowly opened. In an instant, the space they were in surged wildly toward the gate as if a floodgate had been opened. The spider opened its blood-red maw and spat out a beam of pure black light, which blasted towards the Triple Rashomon. When the beam of light reached the Triple Rashomon gate, it lost all its power, becoming as thin as a noodle. Then, with a whoosh, it entered the bronze gate without making a ripple. The hunter, still not giving up, spat out a spider web from the mouth. The spider web grew larger and larger as it flew, until it seemed to encompass the entire starry sky. But the next moment, the giant spider web stopped abruptly. Its size then rapidly shrank, and it fell back into the bronze gate. The hunter finally panicked and slammed its 6 spider legs downwards, shattering the space instantly. Spider legs embedded themselves in the shattered space, using all their strength to stabilize themselves and prevent themselves from being sucked into the bronze gate. Chapter 312: Accelerating Development. However, this was destined to be in vain. Because of Mufeng's choice this time, he swallowed the entire space into the gate. The opponent is, after all, a high-ranking god, and has a certain advantage in terms of realm. The usual tactics would take a long time, which was not what Mufeng wanted. The hunter tried to fix himself in the space, but the space itself was also surging towards the gate. Strands of spider silk shot out from its rear end, flying swiftly towards the distant starry sky. Mufeng smiled, thinking to himself, this spider is quite clever. Because hunters have a realm advantage, their skills have a wider range of coverage than those of Mufeng. Therefore, when hunters extend spider silk beyond the battlefield, the space there remains unaffected. The idea was good, but he underestimated the power of the Triple Rashomon. When the pulling force reaches a limit, this large area of space was forcibly torn off. The hunter finally lost his balance and fell into the bronze gate. The moment they entered, a dragon's roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. A 2-headed dragon, made of glass, opened its blood-red maw and bit off 2 spider legs in 2 bites. This is the third familiar, the spirit of the dimension. Because of the opponent's ability to transcend dimensions, the opponent can appear anywhere. Immediately afterwards, a bolt of crimson lightning struck, leaving a huge bloody hole in his abdomen. The giant spider let out a mournful cry, emitting an eerie howl. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the heavens and earth as a massive battle axe descended from the sky, like a curtain of heaven falling. Familiars within his Triple Rashomon, and their combat strength is definitely not bad. Besides the familiars belonging to the true ancestor, the Triple Rashomon also possesses other abilities. That belongs to Mufeng personally. The space instantly shifted, and a single piece of space split into three, forming two spatial rifts. The two spatial rifts severed the spider's two legs, and blood splattered on the spot. Finally, the massive axe fell, cleaving the giant spider in two. Mufeng's hand, and the treasure chest that had been floating in the air disappeared. With a wave of his other hand, the inner world of the triple Rashomon gradually disappeared. Mufeng reappeared in the starry sky and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "When will I be able to unleash the true power of the triple Rashomon?" This was the second time he had used it, but each time he only showed a fraction of its power. If the opponent is a god king, it's a bit risky, since that power is too great. Brute force alone would be enough to give Mufeng a hard time. After composing himself, Mufeng returned to the divine realm while opening the treasure chest. "Congratulations, Lord, for opening the god-level treasure chest. You have obtained the following items. Special item, Annihilation of the 10 Directions. Item description, a massive array that, once deployed, can cover tens of thousands of light years of space. 10 enormous spider spears will annihilate all enemies. At its maximum power, it can even kill a high-ranking god." Mufeng nodded in satisfaction, knowing that fighting higher-level gods would become much easier. In addition to the treasure chest, he also obtained the Hunter's Annihilation Law. However, it didn't have much effect on Mufeng. This time, nothing unexpected happened, and he returned to his divine realm 3 months later. It took them 9 months to get back, which was 15 months faster than the giant centipede. Lily had already received orders to go to the Yagami temple, so the other party was not in the territory. To Mufeng's surprise, Xiao Luo's divine realm was actually engaged in battle at this moment. The enemy's strength is on par with Charlotte's. The scale of the divine realm and the individual strength of its members are the same. Mufeng only needed a brief look to understand the cause and effect. These are the enemies brought by the Blue Star Lord's breakthrough to demigodhood. As for why Mufeng's divine realm wasn't matched, that has to do with the current development trend of the Blue Star Lords. As Mufeng's divine realm grew ever more magnificent, the number of outsiders also increased. With the divine realms of several surrounding heroes, this vast expanse of starry sky now belongs to Mufeng. They are all connected by teleportation arrays. Mufeng's central divine domain became, the more chaotic it became. It's crowded, prices are high, and it's full of nobles, making it comparable to a Blue Star version of the capital. Under such circumstances, some more easygoing Earth Lords would choose to go to other divine realms. However, due to the extremely high level of security and the decent resources, it's only a matter of time before they break through to the demigod level. Therefore, the corresponding enemy was matched to the divine realm where it was located. The divine realms are separate entities, and there can be no connection between them. Mufeng didn't interfere, because Xiao Luo would handle it naturally. If she can't even handle an enemy of the same level, then she can't become a general under Mufeng. We'll be participating in the interstellar war soon, so strengthening our capabilities now is essential. After returning to the divine realm, Mufeng further strengthened his support for the Lord of Blue Star. This will allow them to break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible and be matched with enemies. Mufeng had no reason not to accept such a benefit that was offered to him so readily. Ephalil, who was in the divine kingdom, had long been released, and his life was now back to normal. What Mufeng didn't expect was that the first non-summoned vampire he encountered in this world, Lid, actually reached the peak of true god strength. There are no kill rewards for the opponent. This kind of improvement in skill level depends entirely on oneself. It seems that the treasure left behind by the original 13th clan of the Blood Clan is quite extraordinary. The 10th level of the Abyss. Chun Feng opened his blood-red pupils, a flash of blood-red light appeared, and violent power of heaven and earth surged around him, indicating that he had already reached the Saint Spirit realm. As a fanatical believer in the gods, he was fairly satisfied with his current strength. Back then, he was just a commoner in the Twilight world. Now, in this 10th level of the Abyss, I can say that I have a place here. His gaze was deep as he looked into the distance, his mind reminiscing about the past, and he was filled with emotion. Just then, Duoer rushed over in a hurry. Holding a blood-red scroll in her hand, she said urgently, "Master, a vampire demigod has ordered us to obey her commands." Chen Feng's gaze sharpened slightly as he took the blood-red scroll from the other party's hand and unfolded it for a look. His brows furrowed even deeper. He is currently in the territory of the succubus. After all, the strongest being in this territory is a demigod, whom he cannot shake for the time being. As for the vampire demigod that Dole mentioned, it refers to the Lord of the Orla Plains. These two territories are not neighbors. In fact, they are quite far apart. Chen Feng racked his brains, but couldn't understand why the other party would suddenly issue a conscription order to him. Moreover, according to the scroll, their goal was not to attack any territory on the 10th floor. Instead, they traversed these territories and headed to a deep abyss rift to gather. Chapter 313, The Great Movement of the Vampire Clan. This abyssal rift does not lead to the 11th floor, but to the 9th floor. This means that their goal is not the abyss, but the starry world. After much deliberation, Chen Feng finally decided to send troops. Their territory was far from the abyssal rift where the troops were gathered, even separated by the territories of several demigods. However, the conscription order clearly stated that the vampire demigod had already taken care of everything. All the territories they passed through gave them the green light. Clearly, this is something that a vampire demigod could not accomplish. Considering that the conscription order has already been sent here, it must be a large-scale gathering of vampires. Moreover, the date was not clearly marked on it. It only said, as soon as possible. After making the decision, Chen Feng immediately issued an order to assemble his troops. He is now a vampire saint, and has attracted many low-level vampires to join his territory. However, since this is the territory of succubi, the types of troops within the territory are quite diverse. The total troop strength is considerable, but Chen Feng does not intend to mobilize other branches of the armed forces. They only plan to send out vampires. The news of the vampires' troop buildup in this large area of the 10th level of the abyss had already spread. Chapulos has also begun to amass troops. This vampire demigod was the one Mu Feng encountered when he first attacked the 10th level of the abyss. He also has an older brother who is a demigod in the second stage. However, his brother did not mobilize any troops, clearly ignoring this grand alliance. After thinking about it, Olivia decided to tell Mu Feng the news. Since Mu Feng is also a powerful member of the vampire clan, there is no need to hide this situation. Mu Feng for a long time, she was still Mu Feng's woman after all, and she definitely had some cultivation techniques. Receiving the news, Mu Feng did not take it to heart. Mu Feng at his current level, a massive alliance of demigods was nothing more than a kindergarten brawl. He also has to deal with enemies matched by the divine realm, and he has to deal with the interstellar war 20 years later. He doesn't even have the mood to watch the fun. However, Mu Feng thought of something else, and it seemed that he had treated Olivia a bit unfairly. Ever since that first time, the other party has been staying on the 10th floor of the abyss. This allows the opponent to merge with the second law and break through to the second stage of demigodhood. All Mu Feng's women, Olivia seems to have had the worst experience, always being left to her own devices. It's not that he doesn't trust the other party, but he can't show favoritism in this kind of thing. Ultimately, she was a woman who had been with his ancestors, and Mu Feng wasn't lusting after any succubus body. They randomly transferred a vampire demigod to take over Olivia's 10th level abyss territory. Olivia then arrived in Mu Feng's divine realm. The newly emerged vampire demigod, after a brief consideration, dispatched troops to participate in this grand alliance. Mu Feng's other thoughts, however, drew him into this matter. She didn't report the matter to Mu Feng, because there was simply no need to. As mentioned before, if two groups of children are fighting in a kindergarten class, this should be reported directly to the director of the Education Bureau. What's the point of having teachers? What's the point of having a principal? Olivia stepped into the divine realm, gazing at the countless planets, and fell silent for a moment. She naturally knew about the commotion when Mu Feng broke through, because all the territories would contribute their faith power, and a phantom of a divine kingdom would appear. However, when she first stepped into the realm of gods, she was still shocked by its vast scale. Within Mu Feng's current divine realm, there are now more than 2,000 planets, and each one is of excellent quality. The scale of the divine realm reaches 3,000. One's own strength will be elevated to that of a mid-level main god. To reach the level of a superior god, a scale of tens of thousands is required. As for breaking through to the God King level, there is no limit to the size of the god realm. It all depends on one's own capacity to withstand the challenges. Integrate a divine realm of millions into yourself. This is the underlying structure of the God King's power, but there are other limitations when breaking through, which we will discuss later. When Olivia stepped into the hall, she saw the figure sitting on the throne. Those heart-shaped peach blossom eyes instantly started to stretch. Ever since Mu Feng unleashed her succubus nature, she's been completely out of control, and she's incredibly anxious. Before Mu Feng could speak, Olivia said first, "My king, you've forgotten me." Mu Feng immediately looked embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He can act however he wants with other people, but Mu Feng doesn't put on airs with his own people, especially his women. Of course, This is on the premise of clearly separating public and private matters. Touching his nose, Mu Feng said, I will make it up to you. As Olivia walked up the steps to the throne, she said, My king, now that you are the supreme god, you surely won't be stingy with a little energy, will you? I want billions of them. Mu Feng smiled and said, That's easy. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the surrounding space instantly shifted, and the two disappeared from the main hall. On the other hand, Chen Feng, who had decided to send troops, was naturally not so carefree. We will not comment on the combat strength of the lower-level vampires for the time being, but as the supreme god race, their cohesion is beyond doubt. In just one day, Chen Feng had already assembled an army of 400,000. On the eve of the army's departure, the succubus demigod turned her gaze upon them. At first, Chen Feng was just a king who was dispensable. But things are different now. His strength has reached the level of a holy spirit, making him a high-end combat force within his territory and an existence that cannot be ignored. Although the succubus demigod knew about the vampire clan's big commotion, he did not want to get involved. Within his territory, Chen Feng was the only vampire force. In order to prevent Chen Feng from sending troops, he dispatched the other party's old mistress. A graceful vampire saint stepped into the territory. Back then, Chen Feng had not yet entered the Holy Spirit realm. He was completely a plaything in the hands of this succubus Holy Spirit. A dark chapter in his history. However, a different idea soon arose in his mind. Although Chen Feng was just a believer, after being modified, he also acquired some of the secret techniques of the vampire clan. The thought of controlling the Holy Spirit before him arose in his mind, and he was unable to suppress it for a moment. With a major battle imminent, this is precisely the time when combat power is needed. With gritted teeth and a stomp of the foot, I did it. With a fawning smile on his face, he bowed and stepped forward, saying, Lord Frisia, I have been waiting for you for a long time. It must be said that Chen Feng, who was originally a commoner, was very flexible about his bottom line regarding his status and position. He can instantly bury himself in the mud whenever needed. Chapter 314 Strange Offerings. Frisia glanced at Chen Feng, her eyes filled with a complex expression. Back then, the opponent was just a mere king, someone who could be easily defeated. But now it is the Holy Spirit, an existence that cannot be ignored. But judging from the other party's attitude, it seems that there is no difference from before. Thinking of this, Frisia's lips curled up slightly, a hint of smugness in them. This is the Holy Spirit of the vampires, yet he still bows and scrapes before her. All right, get up. Chen Feng wore a fawning smile, rubbing his hands together. Even when he stood up, he still bowed slightly, appearing as humble as could be. Lord Frisia, please come in. Frisia smiled and strode ahead of the crowd toward the main hall. Suddenly, Frisia spoke up and asked, In less than 100 years, you've risen from king to Holy Spirit, but as far as I know, you're just a low-ranking vampire. Chen Feng felt a little amused. When he first came into contact with the transformation of steel needles, he was indeed just a low-class vampire. However, as time went by, he received the blessing of the god he believed in and was no longer a lowly vampire. His current talent ceiling has reached that of a demigod. This was something Chen Feng would never have dared to dream of before. Chen Feng tried his best to control his facial expression and began to answer the other party's questions. He said, Well, sigh, Lord Frisia, to be honest, I do have something good here. Frisia asked this question for two key reasons. The first breakthrough occurred in an extremely short time, and the second was when a lower-level vampire broke through to the Saint Spirit realm. Frisia's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Judging from Chen Feng's behavior, the treasure the other party mentioned was definitely not an ordinary item. Otherwise, Chen Feng's current achievements would be impossible to explain. Considering the powerful influence of the vampires, she dared not do anything openly, and could only say tactfully, Chen Feng, since this is your first time here, I have taken good care of you. Now that you have achieved great success, don't forget me. As she spoke, she stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Chen Feng. As a succubus was on full display at this moment, her alluring eyes reflected Chen Feng's figure. Chen Feng instantly revealed a lecherous look on his face and said infatuatedly, Of course, Lady Frisia, I'll give you everything I have right now. After speaking, Chen Feng led Frisia directly to a secret location within the territory. Frisia stood in an underground space, looking at the altar in front of her, somewhat puzzled. Chen Feng, still wearing a fawning smile, said, This altar can gather abyssal energy. It has many wonderful uses. Frisia couldn't discern the specific function of the altar before her, but she could sense that it was absolutely extraordinary. To make Frisia more convinced, Chen Feng activated the altar directly. A large amount of abyssal energy surged toward the altar, confirming what Chen Feng had said. Frisia's face lit up with joy as she said, "This thing is really good. The abyss is not peaceful right now, and I need to improve my strength. This thing will come in handy." The abyss she spoke of was not peaceful. She was naturally referring to the vampire's major actions. Compared to the entire abyss, it's nothing. But Frisia was only a holy spirit, and the union of demigods was, in her eyes, a catastrophe. Chen Feng naturally couldn't refuse, and quickly said, "It just so happens that I'm going to respond to the Blood Clan demigod. Please continue to cultivate here, sir." Frisia gave him an approving look, then strode her long, white legs onto the altar. As the altar was activated, abyssal energy began to gather here. With a smile on his lips, Frisia sat cross-legged in the very center of the altar, feeling the abyssal energy surging around him. Chen Feng gradually straightened his back, chuckled dismissively, and turned to leave. On the other side, Mu Feng let out a soft sensing that something was amiss. The believers offered him sacrifices, but the type of sacrifices seemed a bit strange. "It seems to be a life." His gaze traveled across the infinite distance, falling upon the place where the believers were. A white light shone in his eyes, taking in all the information about the offerings. Chen Feng did this for two reasons. First, he eliminated a powerful enemy. As for the second one, this offering is indeed quite good. After all, Chen Feng was just a holy spirit. Mu Feng only needed a quick thought to roughly understand the cause and effect. It has a bit of a using someone else to do the dirty work feel to it. But Mu Feng didn't take it to heart. As the deep courtyard, one must possess both wisdom and courage. With a casual grab, the offerings instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, a sort of dessert after the meal. The 10th level of the abyss. Chen Feng dealt with Frisia. He immediately mobilized his troops and left the territory. After all, having killed the succubus' holy spirit, this place was no longer safe to stay in. Apart from the vampires themselves, all other life forms in the territory were abandoned. This wasn't the first time Chen Feng had risked his life, so he wasn't particularly moved. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 2 years, Chen Feng has been traversing the 10th level of the abyss, with his goal of reaching the army's assembly point. A vampire demigod negotiated with the lords of this large region in advance, and although the journey was arduous, they did not encounter any major difficulties. The assembly point was located in a vast mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. At the edge of the mountains, numerous vampire settlements can already be seen. As a holy spirit, Chen Feng was considered a high-end combatant in the alliance initiated by the demigods, so he was not treated unfairly. The army traversed the outer region and arrived at a location near the center of the mountains. He could go no further, for ahead lay the demigod stronghold. Soon someone came to inform Chen Feng to attend the meeting. Fatty and Duoer stayed behind to organize the troops, while Chen Feng went alone. Upon entering the temporary meeting room, Chen Feng was completely taken aback. He didn't know how many settlements were in this mountain range, because with his level of cultivation, he couldn't see its end. However, upon entering the conference hall, Chen Feng sensed there are over 100 individuals stronger than him. These are hundreds of vampire demigods. In this large area of the 10th layer of the abyss, more than 99% of the vampire demigods have gathered here. Chen Feng carefully sensed it again, but did not detect that incomprehensible level of power. That is, the level of a true god. Looking towards the very center, where 6 vampires sat, their auras the most terrifying. The woman in the lead, in particular, possessed an aura that was overwhelmingly powerful. It's estimated to be a powerful being at the 3rd stage of demigod. A question crossed Chen Feng's mind. Chapter 315, The Mysterious Vampire Treasure. This is only the 10th level of the abyss. Even the 2nd stage of demigods is rarely seen here. However, a demigod at the 3rd stage has appeared before us, which is abnormal. The vampire in front of them, a demigod at the 3rd stage, was sent by Mu Feng to replace Olivia. Mu Feng gave the order casually at the time, and he himself didn't even know who was sent out. The demigod in front of me, at the 3rd stage, is probably a unit that Mu Feng summoned when he was at the king level. Even those he summoned in the very beginning, such as Tina and Rosa, are now at the level of true gods. Chen Feng casually found an empty seat and sat down, then waited quietly. After waiting for 2 more days, vampire lords began to arrive one after another. Finally, a vampire demigod couldn't wait any longer. He stood up, approached the 6 powerful figures, bowed, and said, "My lords, shouldn't we make our move?" The male vampire at the head of the group stood up and first glanced at the female vampire in the center. Her name was missing. Lelouchia, also known as the vampire demigod sent by Mufong. The male vampire who led the operation was named Richard, and he was also the initiator of this operation. Richard glanced at Lelouchia because she was the strongest person present. Richard had never expected to be able to summon a demigod at the 3rd stage. With this level of strength, one should have reached around the 15th level of the abyss much earlier. After calming himself down, Richard looked around and said loudly, "I believe you all understand why we've gathered here. So without further ado, let's get going." Chen Feng was full of questions. What did he mean by understanding in one's heart? Why did they just set off? Clearly, the demigods have already held a closed-door meeting, and the reasons have long been explained. As for those below the level of demigod, whether or not a demigod knows them is not important. All they have to do is risk their lives to fill the gaps, commonly known as cannon fodder. Lelouchia glanced at the other person and suddenly stood up. The noisy conference hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone stared at her. Lelouchia slowly spoke. "Our goal in gathering here this time is the vampire treasure. As for those below the demigod level, they will also reap considerable benefits after the war is won. We will not treat you unfairly." With just a simple explanation, forces below the level of demigods can be transformed from cannon fodder into those fighting together for mutual benefit. The reason Lelouchia is mentioned in detail is naturally because of her different status. The other demigods are all lords who control a region, the kind who look down on others. However, Lelouchia is different. In Mu Feng's divine realm, she is just a minor character. Therefore, she never put herself in a superior position and had a very clear understanding of herself. As the strongest person present, many people were willing to believe her words. And now that we've come this far, there's no way we can just go back like this. I came here in a daze, naturally because of the summons from the powerful. It's a bit like when your boss invites you to a team-building event. Everyone else goes, and if you don't go, you'll be seen as an outsider, so most people end up going. Chen Feng was still somewhat confused, but clearly no one dared to ask. In a world where strength reigns supreme, angering someone can truly cost you your life. After 3 days of reorganization, the United Vampire Army marched mightily through the Abyss Rift, heading towards the 9th level of the Abyss. The army did not stop, but found the nearest abyssal rift and continued to advance towards the 8th level. All lords below the level of demigod believed that their goal would be the Starry World. But they were wrong. Their goal is the underground world. Being in the transitional space between the Starry World and the first layer of the Abyss is essentially an alternate dimension. However, this alternate dimension is too stable, and anyone can enter it at will, so it doesn't have any highlights. When the army entered the underground world, it began to advance in one direction. Although it was dark, vampires are nocturnal creatures, so it didn't matter much. After traveling for an unknown amount of time, everyone's sense of time became a bit confused. Finally, we arrived at a precipice. Everyone was puzzled. Could there really be such terrain in the underground world? The great rifts in the underground world are usually abyssal rifts, leading either to the abyssal world or to the first layer of the abyss. But the large crack in front of us was really just a cliff, the ordinary kind. Several demigod-level experts exchanged glances, and their figures slowly rose into the air. Streams of blood swirled around them, then intertwined. It transformed into a blood-red staircase, stretching towards the depths of the cliff. The army marched along the blood-red steps into the depths of the crevice. We went deeper and deeper, but the surrounding scenery didn't change much. Lelouchia didn't notice anything unusual either. What many people don't know is that when they step into a certain node, they have already arrived in a wondrous space. Humph, interesting little guys. A soft murmur arose, but no one could hear it. In this wondrous space, a pair of invisible eyes watched over the army. He did not stop the army from advancing deeper. Instead, he simply watched quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the army finally reached the deepest part of the crevice. On the surface, this place is no different from the underground world. Above was rock, below was earth, and a few scattered stone pillars connected the rock and the earth. It was as if these few stone pillars were supporting the incredibly thick rock above their heads. Soon, a demigod issued an order. All lords, lead your troops to set up defenses at various outposts in the distance. Even before the army set off, they had already set up a temporary command system. The massive army was divided into smaller units. A demigod-level powerhouse serves as the strongest leader of the army, under whose command are several Holy Spirit lords. One by one, the demigods led their respective troops and dispersed in all directions. After an unknown amount of time, a huge circular stronghold was established. The army, layer upon layer, formed defensive lines that looked very formidable. The invisible eye watched the scene unfold before it and murmured again, "Your vigilance is commendable, but danger is imminent. Let's see how long you can hold out." It seems to be to verify what he said. Waves of earth rose and fell across the land, and countless fleshy worms rose and fell within them. Its round mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and it carried a thick abyssal demonic aura. The army was not afraid. Relying on the defenses they had prepared, they fought against the massive number of flesh worms. Chapter 316, Delving Deeper. At the heart of the army, the 6 strongest demigods discussed their options and led their troops in a sweeping advance in one of the directions. With her soul power at the 3rd stage of demigod status, Lelouchia could naturally see further. After a quick mental calculation, he thought to himself, no wonder they brought so many people along. If they are launching a special operation for a specific purpose, then naturally the fewer people involved, the better. But the current situation is different. The energy here appears to be constant, capable of summoning large numbers of flesh worms. The number of people summoned will be allocated based on the number of people present. The more people there are, the more flesh worms will be summoned, and the weaker they will be with the same strength. However, if there are only 2 or 3 demigods, a large amount of energy will be concentrated on a small number of flesh worms. Based on the energy available at the scene, at least one true god-level flesh worm could be created. Lelouchia immediately realized something was wrong. There shouldn't be such a place in the underground world under normal circumstances. However, considering that the strongest being is a true god, they were not too panicked. The army that accompanied the powerful figures was entirely handpicked. They are not only numerous, but also all elites. Those flesh worms weren't very strong. They were generally below the extraordinary level. Occasionally a few top-tier players might emerge, but they are clearly no match for demigods. Inside the flesh worm's body was a black crystal that emitted abyssal demonic energy. This is very pure abyssal energy, which can accelerate the cultivation speed of abyssal life forms. Therefore, these vampires who were brought in as cannon fodder did not necessarily gain nothing. If you kill enough monsters, you can obtain enough crystals to greatly increase your strength when you return. The 100,000 vampires brought by Lelouchia naturally leveled up the fastest. Slaying flesh worms already grants experience, and with the addition of special abyss crystals, it's like getting 2 boosts. And in the unknown space, there was a pair of eyes that had been watching the scene all along. It appears that a small number of vampires can level up immediately after killing the flesh worms. He couldn't help but sigh. He said, I never expected that those chosen little guys would come here too. Driven by curiosity, he finally began to take Lelouchia seriously. But he soon realized something was wrong. Because most of the faith was not in her, but only a small, scattered portion. This also means that she is not the absolute leader of this army. The other party is just a commander under the Lord. His brows furrowed, and he muttered, in just over 100 years, someone has actually reached the true God realm? That's really scary. Back when he was still weak, it took him a full 1,000 years to break through from a king to a true god. Although these chosen people had the conveniences he provided, the fact that 100 years had passed still startled him. But soon, a look of joy appeared on his face. It's a good thing when someone makes rapid progress. The army continued its advance, and after half a month, the seemingly inexhaustible worms finally began to diminish. Every vampire was in good condition. After all, those flesh worms also had fresh blood. Although it's a bit disgusting, lower-ranking vampires won't care about that. As the number of flesh worms began to decrease, the demigods were filled with joy. One of the demigods raised his hand, and the law of blood surged forth, strangling all the few remaining flesh worms. The scene briefly returned to calm. Lelouchia looked into the distance, where the sky was ablaze with a fiery red hue. The horizon at the end of the line of sight is a deep crimson. He frowned slightly and asked Richard beside him, Have you been here before? Richard looked embarrassed and said, No. After all, everyone knows what happened before. I was facing a god-level opponent all by myself. It's a miracle I escaped. He discovered this place by chance. When he stepped into this place, because he was alone, a flesh worm of true god level immediately gathered. Fortunately, it was only in the condensation stage. Richard immediately turned and ran, using all the strength he had. However, considering the special circumstances here, I stayed outside and studied it carefully. Based on the various energy condensation processes, it was concluded that energy is constant, and the distribution and quantity of energy are based on the number of people. As for the treasure they mentioned, there's no need to elaborate once you've arrived here, because anyone who is a vampire can sense a subtle call. Lelouchia's brows furrowed even deeper. Ahead, The flames and energy surged to the heavens, clearly indicating a sea of lava, and the army could no longer advance. Without the sheer number of soldiers, the quality of the worms would inevitably skyrocket. As for why insects can survive in lava, don't be ridiculous. This isn't an ordinary world. Lelouchia thought for a moment and said, "Let the army wait outside. We'll go and take a look." The people present looked at each other, but eventually nodded. Since we've come all this way, it would be a bit disheartening to go back like this. As they got closer, the subtle call grew stronger. The group stood at the edge of the lava sea, looking at the bubbling lava in front of them and the fleshy worms writhing inside, and fell silent for a moment. After a long silence, a demigod mustered his courage and said, "How about we go back?" This can't be blamed on him being cowardly, because the fleshy worms rolling in the lava ahead were all demigods. Lelouchia remained silent, but she wasn't intimidated. Instead, she was weighing the pros and cons. After a while, Lelouchia spoke up, "Demigods in the second stage, let's attack together." Although there are many flesh worms in the lava sea, their strength is all at the early stage of the first stage of demigod. Lelouchia finished speaking. She transformed into a streak of blood and plunged into the lava sea. The enormous worm was writhing, its head protruding from the lava, scalding lava dripping down its body, and the intense energy scorching the space around it. Upon seeing the intruders, they roared and lunged at the streak of blood. The remaining 5 demigods in their second stage, seeing this, did not hesitate any longer and rushed out. Lelouchia's hand, and a crimson sword light swept across the sky. A giant worm was cut in half at the waist, its life force instantly extinguished. As a supreme god of the third stage of demigods, killing someone who has just entered the demigod realm is incredibly easy for them. The other 5 demigods are also quite powerful. Each of them can easily take on 3 or 4 opponents. A kill reward is generated every time a worm is killed. Even without experience points, the fire law is still pretty good. Lelouchia became increasingly excited. Chapter 317: The Mysterious Space That's Hard to Handle. If this pace continues, with the enormous rewards from the Law of Fire, Lelouchia could even directly switch to the Law of Fire. In the unknown space, mysterious eyes continue to watch. Looking down at the fierce battle raging in the sea of lava, he shook his head and said, "Their strength is too average." The strength he mentioned was not related to realm, because each realm has its corresponding combat power range. However, in the eyes of this mysterious person, Lelouchia's combat power as a third-stage demigod was far too ordinary. In reality, Lelouchia's combat strength is not weak among those of the same level. It is slightly above average. However, everyone has a different perspective, and in the eyes of the mysterious man, Lelouchia was just ordinary. 3 hours later, Lelouchia sheathed her blood-red longsword, her face still flushed. She was excited. The gains from the Law of Fire were greater than she had expected, even surpassing the power of the Law of Blood, which she was currently focusing on. The flesh worms in the lava sea have all been killed and have not posed much of a danger to them. The other 5 demigods flashed and arrived beside Lelouchia. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Lelouchia. To ordinary vampire demigods, Lelouchia's combat power was truly formidable. Just when everyone thought the matter was resolved, bursts of blood mist suddenly appeared in the distance. Lelouchia frowned slightly, clearly confused about this place. The blood mist gradually condensed towards a single point, slowly transforming into a blood-red human figure. The figure's face was not clearly visible, but based on its build, it was clearly a long-haired woman. Lelouchia sensed the strength of her opponent and had a bad feeling, because she couldn't sense the other person's level of cultivation. They seemed to be trying to hold their ground, but the blood-red figure had already charged forward. Lelouchia dared not be careless, and the Law of Blood formed a blood shield in front of her. In a few flashes, the crimson figure arrived in front of him, slamming a heavy punch into the blood shield. Feeling the force coming from Chi, Lelouchia breathed a sigh of relief. Although their cultivation levels are unclear, their strength should be roughly the same. Just as she was about to retaliate, the blood-red figure gradually disappeared. Lelouchia was full of question marks. The fact that the other person threw a punch and then left really puzzled her. A demigod behind him asked, "My lord, shall we continue deeper?" Lelouchia pondered for a long time. An enemy of similar strength has appeared before us, but it is clear that the end is not yet in sight. The safest way is to report this matter to higher authorities. With that thought in mind, she no longer hesitated and immediately contacted her direct supervisor. Within the divine realm of Mufeng, a legion commander at the level of a lower-level true god was slightly taken aback. She murmured to herself, In the mysterious space of the underground world, the depths of that space hold an attraction for vampires. After a moment's thought, she picked up her blood-red wine glass and said to the others beside her, "Everyone, I have something to attend to. Please enjoy your drinks." After saying that, he downed the wine in his glass in one gulp and turned to leave the tavern. The others didn't take it to heart. After having a few drinks, they went back to their own business. The location is in the underground world, where the neuro world has abyssal fissures. The commander before them, who was at the level of a true god, was not considered a noble or powerful figure in the divine realm, but he was still someone of status. Moreover, her subordinates were right there in the abyss, and going there under the guise of inspecting work was perfectly legitimate. A day later, Ilna arrived at this sea of lava. The 5 vampire demigods saw Ilna. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "We can understand you calling for reinforcements, but what's with calling over a real god?" The 5 of them were momentarily speechless, simply watching the 2 of them quietly. Lelouchia then described the situation on the scene again, and then stood aside quietly waiting. Ilna smiled and said softly, "Isn't this my chance to make a contribution?" As she stepped into this place, a calling from the depths of her being lingered in her heart. This excited her greatly. It seemed that the contents inside were indeed extraordinary. He transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged out first. The blood-red figure reappeared, but Ilna still couldn't sense the other party's level. When the opponent throws a punch, their strengths are still evenly matched. My excitement was instantly extinguished. The invisible eyes watched this scene, their mouths practically splitting into grins. "While I was shocked that you once called someone a true god, what about now? Surprised? Unexpected?" But as he laughed, the corners of his mouth gradually disappeared, and his expression began to turn serious. The other party summoned a true god, but it was not the pinnacle of faith. This means that the true god is not the lord of the territory. There are people above him. Ilna didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the situation was really too strange. After some thought, and for the sake of prudence, I decided to continue calling for more players. When Tina, at the peak of true godhood, stood here and took a few steps forward, the blood-red figure reappeared. Just like before, I still couldn't sense the realm. A dazzling magical barrier formed before my eyes, and a blood-red figure punched me. They remained evenly matched. This time, no one present could laugh. From the 3rd stage of demigods, all the way to the peak of true gods, that fleeting crimson figure was on par with everyone else in terms of strength. A small magic circle appeared in front of Tina's mouth, and she whispered something. This is a communication magic circle, and it's the person she's notifying. It was Mu Feng. As one of the earliest units summoned by Mu Feng, it does have this privilege. Moreover, the opponent's strength is already at the peak of true god, which is only one major realm away. They can already be considered high-ranking nobles in the divine realm. Mu Feng sprang up from the bed, while Lan Yu beside him looked puzzled. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" She quickly pulled the blanket over herself and wrapped it tightly around her body. Although there was no one else present, it didn't stop her from doing so. Mu Feng didn't answer. The moment his feet touched the ground, the door to the room was pushed open. Servants followed behind Ephelel, one of whom carried a tray with brand new clothes on it. After changing his clothes, Mu Feng said, "There's a strange place. I'll go take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. The underground world, within a magical space. Everyone waited quietly, with a sense of unease in their hearts. Clearly, the peak true god also called for reinforcements. Without a doubt, the newcomer must be stronger. Chapter 318, The Mysterious Old Man. In the magical space, in the outer area, the large number of worms had already been dealt with, and the army was now dutifully stationed here. Chun Feng's face was flushed as he collected the scattered abyssal magic crystals on the ground. He was incredibly excited. So many abyss crystals, if they could help him advance 2 minor realms. He will soon be able to advance to the 3rd level of the Holy Spirit realm, and immense wealth will practically fall into his lap. He knew nothing about the affairs between demigods, but it didn't matter to him. Some even fought each other to seize the abyss crystal. The atmosphere at the scene was chaotic. Suddenly, the overwhelming momentum approached from afar, like a curtain of the sky descending and pressing down on everyone's heads. The atmosphere at the scene fell silent, and everyone seemed to freeze in place. A streak of blood-red light flashed across the sky. Chun Feng slightly raised his head, looking at the streak of blood-red light. His feelings were indescribable. That crimson streak of light was none other than Mu Feng. Unlike others, Mu Feng, as the chief god, sensed it the moment he entered the magical space. So I deliberately slowed down, thinking I should carefully perceive the surrounding space. Mufeng felt that his speed was very slow. However, to the lower-ranking vampires below, the speed was ridiculously fast. The crimson light flashed by in an instant, but the terrifying pressure, like the waves of a vast ocean, swept over everyone's heads. The crimson light flashed briefly in Qin Feng's eyes, but it left a deep imprint on his heart. As a true man, this is how it should be. This is what Qin Feng was thinking. Although Mu Feng was observing the entire space, Qin Feng, as his follower, naturally sensed something. He glanced at it briefly, then nodded, feeling fairly satisfied. What Mu Feng didn't know was that the moment he stepped into the space, the pair of eyes hidden in the shadows had already widened their pupils. His eyes were practically bulging out of their sockets. He was still muttering some incomprehensible words. No, this can't be right. How could this happen? I've ruined everything. After getting a general understanding of the space, Mu Feng decided not to linger any longer. With the power of space empowering him, he vanished from this place in the blink of an eye. When they reappeared, they were already above the lava sea. Although it did not deliberately exude any aura, it simply maintained a normal state. Despite this, the overwhelming pressure still made everyone present tremble. The 5 vampire demigods were speechless at this moment, and could only try their best to lower their heads and pretend they didn't exist. It's not that they don't want to build connections, it's just that the current gap is too big. The 3 subordinates immediately bowed, but did not address him by any title. This space is so strange that no matter what you call it, it may lead to other problems. Don't underestimate the commanders of legions that can lead millions of people. Mu Feng frowned and glanced at it, then took a step forward. A crimson figure coalesced in the distance, transforming into a streak of light as it charged forward. Mu Feng stood still, letting the punch hit him. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, and the sea of lava beneath their feet began to boil. Mu Feng did not retreat. The opponent's attack force was just at the limit that Mu Feng's body could withstand. The next moment, the blood-red figure slowly dissipated. After thinking for a moment, Mu Feng transformed into a streak of blood-red light, traversing the entire sea of lava, intending to venture deeper into the lava. This is the difference in everyone's work style. The 3 subordinates were relatively conservative in their actions. But Mu Feng is different. He is the lord of the territory and also the possessor of the true ancestor's bloodline. He knew that if he didn't move forward, he would fall behind. Giving up at the slightest sign of something amazing is definitely not in Mu Feng's nature. The crimson light traversed the lava sea and soon reached the other side. At the edge of the lava sea stands an ancient castle. Mu Feng could tell at a glance that the castle in front of him was a vampire's building, because it's full of vampire style. They landed in front of the castle gate, slowly pushed it open, and saw a magnificent hall. I walked in slowly, taking in my surroundings. There are 12 stone pillars in the main hall, and a blood-red flag hangs on each pillar. Looking at the flag above, Mu Feng frowned slightly. The patterns on the flag represent the 12 clans of the Blood Clan. 12 flags were also hung in Mu Feng's main hall, but they were not the flags of the 12 clans, but rather the military flags of the various legions in the territory. As a member of the vampire clan, Mu Feng could tell the scale of the hall in front of him. Extremely high. Under normal circumstances, there are only 2 possibilities for displaying the banners of the 12 clans. The first type is the council hall where the 12 clans gather. As for the second type, it is naturally the main hall of the true ancestor. Regardless of the specific circumstances, their presence here is utterly perplexing. Looking at the empty throne above, Mu Feng's eyes gradually rolled back, intending to use the eye of the universe to take a closer look. In another space, an unseen eye is watching this place. Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out beside me, followed by a neigh. A horse with a dark red body and a single horn on its head wandered into this space. The horse had something in its mouth, which appeared to be a fragment of a mirror. He approached an elderly human and placed the fragment from his mouth on the ground. He nudged the old man in front of him with the unicorn horn on his head, trying to get the old man's attention. But at this moment, the old man had no time to care about any of that. He just stared intently at Mu Feng. As time passed, Mu Feng did not notice anything unusual. Feeling a bit bored, I turned around and prepared to leave. Finally, the old man moved. As he took a step forward, the hall was immediately enveloped in mist. Mu Feng's view was blocked, and he felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. His eyes instantly turned white, and he opened the eyes of the universe. But the next moment, Mu Feng's heart was instantly unsettled. Because the white mist blocked all vision, even the eye of the universe in its possessed state couldn't see through it. A crimson light emanated from its body, and an owl rose into the air from within it. Its wings spread wide, and its eyes, as large as copper bells, scanned its surroundings. Seeing this, the old man became even more interested. The old man before him had such keen eyesight that he could tell at a glance that the owl was a familiar of the true ancestor. However, as far as he knew, the true ancestor only had 12 familiars, and this owl was clearly not one of them. There is only one explanation. The familiar beast before us is a new contract formed by the new true ancestor. It wasn't the connection between the true ancestor and his familiar that revealed Mu Feng's identity. Rather, the moment Mu Feng stepped into this space, his identity was already seen through by the old man. At this moment, the old man's horse also noticed Mu Feng. It neighed, but did not leave. Beast that had previously hidden from Mu Feng, the god of heavenly ascent. Chapter 319, The Supreme God of Humanity. Roseus. The white mist gradually enveloped the entire hall. With the blessing of the Eye of the Universe, Mu Feng was able to see through the white mist, but that was all. It's like an ordinary person who knows there's a lot of money in front of them, but doesn't know how to make it their own. In other words, although they see through it, they don't know how to solve it. The white mist was still approaching Mu Feng when he raised his hand and shot out a blood-red beam of light. The beam of light disappeared into the white mist without causing the slightest ripple. In that very short time, Mu Feng was also enveloped in the white mist. Looking down, I couldn't even see my lower body clearly because the white fog was so thick. The next moment, crimson lightning surged from Mu Feng's palm. Lightning surrounded him, protecting him. Gradually, Mu Feng felt the space around him moving, and he was being swept up in it. The sound of a flowing stream reached my ears, while a faint fragrance of flowers lingered around my nose. The white mist suddenly dissipated, and Mu Feng found himself standing in a wooden pavilion beside a stream. The entire building complex has an antique feel, which is quite rare in this universe where Western style is the main theme. Mu Feng also felt a little strange for a moment and looked around. A person sitting next to the stone table inside the pavilion. In stark contrast to the surroundings, the other party was dressed in a white magic robe with gold trim. The Western-style clothing and the Eastern-style environment looked somewhat out of place. Mu Feng could sense that the other party was a human. With his white hair and beard, if he were to wear a Taoist robe, he would undoubtedly exude an air of otherworldly elegance. The other party seemed to have no ill intentions, and Mu Feng felt relieved. I took 2 steps forward and plopped down on the opposite side. He immediately asked, "Why did you bring me here?" The old man stroked his beard and said with a chuckle, "I didn't bring you here. You barged in on your own. The main hall we just saw belonged to the vampires, while you are human," Mu Feng retorted. The elderly human was not angry. His face remained smiling. He said, "It does belong to your vampire clan, but I originally wanted to help the vampire clan. Now it seems there's no need." Mu Feng remained silent for a moment, unsure of what the old man in front of him did. Moreover, the other party's words were vague and unclear, and Mu Feng no longer wanted to stay any longer. He stood up and said, "How can I leave here?" Although he was saying this, the power within his body was already circulating, clearly indicating that he was ready for battle. Although Mu Feng appeared unchanged on the surface, the old man's eyesight was so sharp that he had already seen through Mu Feng's thoughts. He stood up with a smile and said, "Let's do it your way." Mu Feng nodded. His figure disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already at a great distance. At the same time, he said, "If I defeat you, I can leave, right?" The old man stroked his beard and nodded. A white light emanated from his palm, and he held a staff in his hand. A lava ball, radiating intense heat, rests atop the staff. Seeing that the opponent had already drawn his weapon, Mu Feng immediately stopped hesitating, and the law of blood rose up. A vast sea of blood filled half of the sky, making Mu Feng appear like a god. The old man's smile remained unchanged as he slowly raised his staff, unleashing a surge of intense energy that swept in all directions. At the same time, he said, "Your idea is simple. Defeat me, and you can leave. But I must remind you, in the entire universe, there are currently only 2 beings who can reliably defeat me." Mu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, I felt a wave of fire rushing towards me. The 2 sides went to war. The battle is over. Mu Feng did not create a miracle. He lost in the blink of an eye. However, he was not injured. He simply fell from the sky and into the stream below. It soared into the sky again, all the water stains on its body disappearing. He flashed into the wooden pavilion and plopped down on a stone bench. Although the old man's identity was not explicitly stated, Mu Feng, having reached this point, already had some understanding of the important figures in the universe. If the other party wasn't exaggerating, then in Mu Feng, understanding there was only one person, the supreme god of humanity, Rosius Shackflow. In the universe, he is known as the Great Prophet. Rosius put away his scepter, still sitting opposite him with a smile, stroking his beard. Seeing the other person just smiling at him like that, Mufeng suddenly felt a chill and felt very uncomfortable. Perhaps it wasn't because of the other person's gaze, but because the other person was someone who could truly control one's destiny. Previously, Mufeng had never felt this way when facing a God King level expert. Because once the cards are revealed, the outcome is still uncertain. However, when facing a supreme god, the only one who can stand against it is another supreme god. Even if Mufeng had a similar background, it was still completely insufficient. How do you fight a battle where your ultimate skill is countered by the opponent's basic attack? Moreover, there are more than a dozen supreme gods in the starry sky, and Rosius is in the second tier. As for the first tier, there is only one member. In the universe, the supreme god of the Star Clan, Tianshun. As for why Rosius said there were two who could easily defeat him, because another one comes from the ancient gods. Seeing that Mufeng looked somewhat uncomfortable, Rosius looked away. With a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared, and he began brewing tea on his own. At the same time, he asked, "Where does your ancestral bloodline come from?" Without a second thought, Mufeng stated directly, "The previous true ancestor has fallen, and I am the chosen one." Although it was a lie, Mufeng's answer was perfectly reasonable. The true lineage does not rely on the inheritance of descendants. There is absolutely no logic between the first and second successors. It really is a matter of the previous one falling and the next one being randomly born. Not only the true progenitors of the vampires, but also the cosmic dragons of the dragon race. Because the idea of having offspring after reaching the level of a supreme god is utter nonsense. None of the known supreme gods have direct descendants. Rosius paused slightly, but he did not expose Mufeng's lie. The reason why they concluded that Mufeng was lying was because Luo Xiuxi knew some of the inside information. Although the second true ancestor died, he was not completely dead. Although he didn't know where the other party's true ancestor bloodline came from. Since the second true ancestor hadn't completely died, there was no possibility of the next one being born. Chapter 320, Gathering the Three Lives Magic Mirror. While thinking this, Rosius showed no outward change, continuing to pour himself tea. Then she pushed a glass of water in front of Mufeng and said, "Try it." Mufeng didn't know what was going on, but it seemed like all these guys in the starry sky liked to drink tea. I picked up the water glass and took a sip. Surprisingly, it tastes pretty good. Mufeng placed the water glass on the stone table. He suddenly froze. Because there was something extra on the stone table. It is a fragment of a mirror. Based on the remaining laws, Mufeng could deduce that these were fragments of the Three Lives Demon Mirror. There are 5 fragments in total, 3 of which are currently in Mufeng's possession. The other 2 are on the God of Heaven, and the last one is on the 99th floor of the Abyss. In Mufeng's imagination, obtaining these 2 fragments would be extremely difficult. Especially the 99th floor of the Abyss, it must have at least the formidable combat power of a God King. Mufeng never expected that this fragment would appear right before his eyes. Yes, this fragment did not belong to the God of Heaven. It came from the 99th level of the Abyss. But then I thought about it again, and the person in front of me was a great prophet of mankind, a being of the highest god level, so it didn't seem too far-fetched. As Zhengda Mufeng was thinking this, a crack suddenly appeared in the space in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the sound of hooves rang out, and a dark red warhorse trotted out. Heaven's size wasn't outrageous, but it was considerably larger than a normal horse. The wooden pavilion in front of him was not large enough to accommodate him. So the god of heaven stood beside the wooden pavilion, tossed his head, and his mane fluttered in the wind. He opened his mouth and spat out 2 things. 2 streams of light landed on the stone table, revealing its original appearance. Mufeng stared at the 2 items, feeling completely numb. Including the initial fragment, there are now 2 fragments of the magic mirror on the table. This means that the complete form of the Three Lives magic mirror is now right in front of Mufeng. As for the other thing that the god of heaven spat out, it was something that Mufeng couldn't even imagine, even if you cracked his brain. That was a tea set. System generated. That one is extremely valuable for collectors. When Caesar went to help Charlotte, the opposing god lost his will to fight and used this tea set as a way to end the war. During his journey to the underworld, the god of heaven encountered that human dark god. The other person was enjoying tea on the castle's balcony, having a wonderful time. Of heaven has incredibly sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance that this tea set was extraordinary. Although it lacks any particular skill, it is an excellent collectible. Chaos and rebellion were activated instantly. Thus, this thing ended up in the hands of the god of heaven. Rosius looked at the two lenses, his expression remaining relatively calm. But when I saw that tea set, I suddenly became quite interested. He picked up a cup and examined it carefully, saying as he looked at it, "Not bad, not bad, really not bad." Mufeng fell silent for a moment, not knowing what to say. That sentence about the system at this moment. This item has considerable collectible value. Its value continues to rise. After examining it for a long time, Rosius placed the cup on the stone table and suddenly said, "How about this? These two things are yours, and this thing is mine." As he spoke, he moved the cup in front of him and pushed the two broken pieces toward Mufeng. What could Mufeng say? He could only accept it. The complete 3 lives demon mirror in his hands, Mufeng had mastered a top-grade artifact. Don't underestimate this top-tier artifact. There are only 3 supreme artifacts in the universe, and most supreme gods use the best artifacts. In terms of weaponry, Mufeng has already received the treatment of a supreme god. After dividing the spoils, Rosius stood up and said, "This is a matter for your vampires, so I won't get involved. It'll also give me some free time to deal with those guys." Although the other party seemed not to say anything, Mufeng could sense that the other party was helping the vampires. At this moment, Mufeng believed that his identity had been exposed. Because in the presence of the supreme god, secrets seem utterly ridiculous. The all-seeing eye, at the level of a supreme deity, can perceive almost all the truths of the universe. Not to mention the supreme god. Before the other party left, Mufeng asked, "Why exactly do you want to help the vampires?" Rosius smiled and said, "I'm not helping the vampires. I'm helping the entire universe." Mufeng understood instantly. Once the other party realized his identity, all his plans came to an abrupt halt. The outcome is clear. The other party is after the true ancestral bloodline. Of the true ancestor bloodline is its ability to reach the level of a supreme god, so the other party wants to cultivate a supreme god. Thinking of the interstellar battlefields in the universe, it seems that we are currently in a period of war. The other side is cultivating top-tier combat power. Mufeng frowned and asked, "Is the other party really that powerful?" After asking that question, Mufeng laughed and shook his head. The way he asked that question really made him seem very unintelligent. Even the second true ancestor was defeated to this extent, yet he still questioned the opponent's fighting strength. But at this moment, Rosius's ever-smiling expression finally vanished, replaced by a solemn look. He looked at Mufeng and said seriously, "The opponent is very strong, very, very strong, so strong that it requires the use of all the power available in the known universe." Mufeng suddenly froze. Only now did Mufeng truly understand the power of the ancient gods. He once encountered 2 ancient gods, whom he killed with ease. Furthermore, Mufeng believed that each of the supreme gods in the starry sky world was an existence of unparalleled power. The second true ancestor proves the opponent's power, but it hasn't reached the point where everything is beyond redemption. After all, the second true ancestor's strength was above average among all the supreme gods. If we were to rank them, the true ancestor's combat power would probably be around 5th or 6th place. Take Rosius, for example. Even at his peak as the second true ancestor, he was no match for the opponent. But at this moment, Rosius declared that he would use all the power of the known universe. Therefore, all this power naturally includes him. It even included the supreme god of the Star Clan, Tianxin, whose power was off the charts. When Rosius saw the serious expression on Mufeng's face, he suddenly laughed. He said again, "But don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best to grow. I look forward to the day when we fight side by side, just like it was destined." Mufeng tilted his head slightly, looking at the sky above. It's fate again. Chapter 321, The Second True Ancestor. Overwhelmed with mixed feelings, I stood there for a long time. Coming to his senses, he looked to the side and found that Rosius had already disappeared. His gaze instinctively fell on the only other living being present. Who steps on heaven? The moment Mufeng saw the other person, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He retorted, "You really are something else." If the other party did not appear, Mufeng would assume that the last fragment was brought by Luo Xiuxi. But now that idea has been completely overturned. It must have been the god of heaven who used the power of one of the fragments to steal the other. However, Mufeng was in a pretty good mood at the moment. After all, his gains were real. Extending his right hand, 5 fragments of the magic mirror floated silently in his palm. A round mirror with a demon mask protruding from it. The 5 fragments attracted each other and were pieced together in an instant. Looking at the complete 3 lives demon mirror, Mufeng couldn't help but smile. He glanced again at the god of heaven beside him. The opponent transformed into a streak of blood-red light and entered Mu Feng's inner world. Another familiar beast has returned to its place. Looking around, Mu Feng's smile vanished abruptly. Rosius had long since left, but the space he created seemed to still exist. Mu Feng did not believe he could break through this level of space. Left with no other choice, he had to use the power of the magic mirror. He poured all his divine power into it, and a crimson glow shone from the magic mirror. The radiance swept across the space before them, instantly creating a spatial rift. Mu Feng dared not hesitate. A ripple spread through the space, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this place. His vision cleared again, but Mu Feng's brows furrowed. Because he did not return to the main hall, but instead came to a battlefield ruin. White skeletons were everywhere, and broken longswords lay scattered about. Mu Feng gazed into the distance and discovered that this battlefield was ridiculously large. Even with his current level of cultivation, he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Mu Feng strolled through the battlefield ruins, his heart filled with endless emotions. He didn't know who the two sides in this war were, but that was undeniable. Countless lives were lost on the spot, but in the end, only one king was laughing. One general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Mu Feng muttered to himself, but his steps did not stop. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks. 100 meters ahead, blood rose from the ground and mingled in the air. A humanoid figure made of blood gradually appeared before Mu Feng's eyes. The humanoid figure before them was the special being above the lava sea, who could fight anyone to a draw. Looking at the other person, Mu Feng asked, "What do you want to do?" The blood-red figure lowered its head slightly, looking at its hands, a smile playing on its lips. Gradually, her smile became more and more unrestrained. He then stopped abruptly, looked at Mu Feng, and said, "Kill me, or I will kill you." Rumble. The space within hundreds of light years instantly sank. The blood-red figure was firmly held in place, its waist slightly bent, unable to move for the time being. Mu Feng's figure was already standing in the sky, his terrifying aura radiating outwards without restraint. The Three Lives Demon mirror magnified several times and hovered behind him. With his arms slightly outstretched, he enjoyed the power he possessed at that moment, a look of ecstasy on his face. Upon seeing Mu Feng's appearance, the blood-red figure's smile froze, replaced by a vicious expression. The power of the laws extended from her body and blasted towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng neither dodged nor avoided, and didn't even have any defensive measures. The laws struck him, yet it caused him no harm whatsoever. Mu Feng smiled and said, "The law of equivalence was the first law I acquired. Although I'm not an expert yet, I definitely have some understanding of it." The blood-red figure was using the law of equivalence. This is also a drawback of the equivalence principle. If the other party's principle is stronger, the equivalence principle can bring the other party down to the same level. However, if you become stronger, it's equivalent to making the other party stronger. Because regardless of which is stronger or weaker, the two are always equivalent. Of course, this is on the premise that the difference cannot be too outrageous. The crimson figure transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Its right hand clenched into a fist and slammed towards Mu Feng's chest. Mu Feng remained unmoved, and the opponent's fist slammed heavily into his chest. Mu Feng himself remained standing in the same spot, a smile on his face. He said, "My physical body has been inherited from Bo Guang. Among those of the same level, only those with the bloodline of the Titan Supreme God can surpass me in terms of physical strength." The blood-red figure retracted his right fist, turned around, and delivered a side kick, this time targeting Mu Feng's right cheek. An ankle struck Mu Feng's cheek, and the gust of wind messed up Mu Feng's hairstyle. However, Mu Feng remained standing in place, showing no intention of retaliating. Seeing that there was no way to deal with the other party, the blood-red figure withdrew its long leg from the other party's shoulder and stood in front of Mu Feng. Mu Feng spoke again. "Are you calm now?" The blood-red figure remained silent for a long time before finally nodding. But the next moment, Mu Feng's fist came crashing down. His head exploded instantly. The blood-red figure, now free from mental control, once again turned into blood, staining the earth. Only a blood-red gem the size of a ping-pong ball remained, floating in midair. Mu Feng reached out and took it in his hand, his expression becoming indifferent. He had already recognized the blood-red figure. The second true ancestor, Seraphina Saru. Although it had never been explicitly stated, Mu Feng wasn't stupid and already had a rough guess in his mind. Rosius was cultivating a supreme god-level combat force, but when he arrived, the enemy's actions came to an abrupt halt. There is only one possibility, that Seraphina has lost her ancestral bloodline of the supreme god again. Although the figure was entirely composed of condensed blood, one could roughly determine from its physique that it was the second true ancestor. However, when they first met, Mufeng didn't think about it in that way at all. As for killing the other party, don't be ridiculous. Even the supreme god of the ancient gods couldn't completely kill the opponent, let alone Mufeng now. As for the crimson gem left behind by the opponent, it is a drop item belonging to the Lord's panel. Hero Core. If Mufeng is not mistaken, the hero summoned using this hero core. It must be Seraphina. Mufeng did not retaliate, partly to let the other party vent their anger. After all, he had stolen the other's bloodline and cut off their path to becoming a supreme god. However, these things are all given by the system, so if you want to find them, go find the system. The supreme god, but the existence of the system has not yet been revealed. It truly lives up to its reputation as a bug-level cheat. Chapter 322 Summoning a New Hero. The thought of the system made Mufeng realize he had been holding back for a long time. Just as we were about to sign up a large group of people, the space on site suddenly changed. With the disappearance of the second true ancestor's power, the space before them could no longer be maintained. One after another, spatial rifts suddenly appeared. Mufeng's gaze swept across the area ahead, and through one of the spatial rifts, he saw the original main hall. Without any hesitation, he transformed into a streak of blood and rushed into it. After he left, the entire space collapsed. Standing in the main hall, he glanced at the hanging flags one last time, and finally turned and left. Normally, the 12 clans were appointed by the second true ancestor. When it comes to Mufeng, he can completely disregard it. After all, a new emperor brings a new court. If the 12 clans continue to enjoy such a high status in the future, what will happen to the heroes under Mufeng's command? It's not feasible to condemn them outright, since some of them are indeed loyal members of the vampire clan. Mufeng thought that the future status of the 12 clans depended on the other party's future efforts and choices. After leaving the main hall, Mufeng quickly collected his thoughts. He mentally said to the system, "Sign in. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and received the following items. Special item, Ghost Mask, Superior Artifact. Item description, a mask that can conceal one's face and aura. Apart from the supreme gods, no other being can see one's true appearance. The 3 Lives Demon Mirror is a top-tier divine artifact." Upon seeing this sign-in item, Mufeng's expression immediately became somewhat strange. Because this is something that is most needed right now. It's not that Mufeng needs it, but that the second true ancestor needs it. Others may not know Mufeng, but it's impossible for them not to know Seraphina. After all, the other person's age is unknown. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would probably remember this vividly. After putting away the system's rewards, Mufeng returned to the surface of the lava sea. Everyone was still waiting outside. Mufeng simply gave them some instructions, telling them to continue performing their respective duties. Lelucia was so excited that her body was trembling. The Lord panel automatically summons troops for him every day, and his army is already quite large. So much so that the newly summoned units had never even seen Mufeng before. Lelucia is one of them. The first time she and Mufeng had met face to face, and even the first time Mufeng had spoken directly to her. Ignoring the other party's feelings, Mufeng once again mobilized his spatial power and left in the blink of an eye. Lelucia's 2 superiors gave a few brief instructions and then left. As she slowly stood up, the gazes of the other 5 demigods all focused on Lelucia. Perhaps they had this idea in mind long ago, knowing that Lelucia was backed by a powerful force. But I never dreamed that their strength would reach this level. For a demigod living on the 10th level of the abyss, the 4th stage of demigodhood already makes them an absolute powerhouse. Not to mention the true gods above them, or even the supreme gods who wouldn't even dare to dream of them. Lelucia had no time to pay attention to them. She was still immersed in her excitement. However, she did not forget Mufeng's instructions. At that time, Mufeng said, "Lead the army back and guard the territory of the 10th level of the abyss well." She immediately did as instructed, having the army collect some abyss crystals before returning to the 10th level of the abyss. Within the realm of the gods, Mufeng stood before the hero altar, toying with the hero core in his hand. He hasn't summoned heroes in a long time, not because he lacks hero cores, but because he no longer wants to. The reason is simple, it's a matter of resource allocation. Mufeng could summon hundreds or even thousands of heroes, but his resources didn't allow him to do so. For example, the main god-level heroes under my command right now. If you rely solely on plundering other people's divine realms, your advancement speed will be extremely slow. because there are very few main gods left. There are many main gods in the Yagami Temple, but as mentioned, those are the main gods of the Yagami Temple. How could they just kill him so easily? Even if a lord breaks through to demigod level, he can still match a god-level being of the same rank. The problem is that, thanks to the Lord panel, these gods are collected from across the entire universe. Profits come with risks. What if something unexpected happens that you can't handle? Take, for example, the cosmic dragon. Although the probability is very, very small, it is still not zero. Furthermore, merging with another person's divine realm can only expand the size of one's own divine realm, not improve its quality. Mufeng doesn't want a bunch of spineless cowards. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use the world tree to provide his heroes with high-quality planets. After a brief moment's thought, Mufeng placed the hero core in his hand onto the hero altar. Magical runes appeared on the stone pillars at the edge. 8 beams of light shone on the hero's core. This time, no mysterious power extended out. Instead, it was all used to activate the hero's core. A blood-red sphere gradually expanded, reaching a diameter of about 2 meters. The crimson sphere gradually faded, and a figure slowly appeared. Her long white hair fluttered in the wind, and her phoenix eyes were adorned with blood-red pupils, giving her a rather sharp look. A curvaceous figure with a slender waist. The air of someone who has long held a high position is like that of a white tiger, the king of the forest, roaring to the sky. Cough, 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 cough. Mufeng quickly turned his head to the side. This was no one's fault. I've summoned several heroes before, but this is the first time I've encountered one completely naked. Seraphina's eyes widened, and a blood-red light emanated from her body as her tight-fitting blood-red robe completely covered her delicate figure. She took a step and walked down the steps to Mufeng. At this moment, her eyebrows were raised, and she stared straight at Mufeng. After a long silence, she finally spoke. How exactly did you steal my true ancestor bloodline? The sound was like a fierce wind in February, piercingly cold. This is the first hero who dares to speak to Mufeng like this. However, Mufeng was not angry. He had long considered the other person's situation. If it were Mufeng, he would have devoured the other person alive. He looked at Seraphina and said seriously, "That's no longer important. Even if you ask, you won't get a real answer." Seraphina's brow furrowed even deeper, but she seemed relieved. Indeed, as the other party said, there's no point in asking any further questions. Even if the other party answers, they will definitely be lying to you. Turning around with his back to Mufeng, he said, "Take me to the vampire clan's main hall." It seems the other party hasn't quite grasped their own position yet. However, Mufeng did not react for the time being, and pointed his finger in the direction of the main hall. The hero altar is a core building located in the inner city of the royal city, so it is not far from the main hall. Seraphina walked ahead, with Mufeng following behind, watching her back. Chapter 323, The Second True Ancestor Who Wasn't Used to It. Gradually, Mufeng's eyes became fixed on him. It wasn't that he had any other ideas. Mufeng was simply carefully examining the other person's interface. Name, Seraphina Saru. Race, vampire. Rank, peak upper true god, cosmic god king, power recovering. Loyalty, 100. Growth ceiling, cosmic god king. Skills, proficient in all vampire skills, proficient in all general skills. Judging from the panel alone, the other party's data doesn't seem very good. Mufeng didn't even see the corresponding divine spell in the opponent's skill list. But upon further reflection, Mufeng understood. The opponent's divine magic is most likely linked to the 12 familiars. Now that the opponent is no longer a true ancestor, he naturally cannot mobilize the corresponding power. There is also a growth ceiling. What allows a person to break through to the level of a supreme god is never a single individual. Rather, it is a bloodline. Only by gathering the pinnacle of the entire race and gaining the recognition of the universe can one step into that supreme realm. Of the universe allows a certain bloodline of a race to reach the highest realm in the future. But no individual should be allowed to grow to this level. In short, the opponent lost the bloodline of the true ancestor, and all the corresponding means and abilities vanished into thin air. Another factor is the opponent's strength. It's actually quite easy to understand. He can now unleash the power of a true god at his peak, but his opponent's realm is that of a cosmic god, king. Because the other party did not die completely, and if his true ancestral bloodline was not stripped away, he would still be the supreme god after being resurrected. However, due to Mufeng's appearance, his bloodline was stripped away, so his upper limit of strength is only a universe-level god, king. Furthermore, due to Mufeng's premature intrusion, the opponent's resurrection methods were not fully utilized, and their current strength is only at the peak of true God. As for why they didn't fully revive before coming out, on a cosmic level, having the combat power of an additional cosmic level god, king seems to be of little use. Seraphina, walking ahead, quickened her pace unconsciously, because she could feel someone staring intently at her from behind. This made her feel extremely uncomfortable. He strode into the main hall and instinctively headed towards the throne. Mu Feng crossed his arms, a playful smile on his lips, and just looked at the other person. Seraphina gripped the armrest with one hand, turned to look at the main hall, and was just about to plop down when her gaze fell on Mu Feng. She knew in her heart that she was no longer the true ancestor. The man below is the one. But she had been sitting in that position for far too long and had long since become accustomed to looking down on others. Close your eyes slightly and take a deep breath. He removed his hands from the handrail and stepped down the stairs to the foot of the main hall. He turned to face the throne, but his eyes were closed, as if he didn't want to look. Mu Feng ignored him, walked up the steps to the throne, and plopped down on it. After a long while, Seraphina slightly opened her eyes and looked at the throne. The next moment, she was completely devastated. What did she see? She saw that Mu Feng was looking down at her with his nose in his head. That arrogant demeanor made him look like a spoiled brat who deserved a beating. Kneel down. Crawl over here. Hearing the muffled voice in her ear, Seraphina's delicate body trembled slightly, and her fists clenched unconsciously. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. He transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged towards Mu Feng. The fist finally landed on Mu Feng's face. Seraphina's chest heaved rapidly, her breathing quickened, and the fist that was in front of Mu Feng's eyes also trembled up and down. Mu Feng was completely stunned at that moment. What's going on? The two men exchanged a glance, and then one of them threw a punch. If you don't want to kneel, then don't kneel. We didn't say a word. Seraphina then realized that everything she had just experienced was merely her own imagination. Taking a few deep breaths, she turned her back to Mu Feng and said, I'm going out for a walk. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the large store. She couldn't stay here for even a moment longer. It causes a kind of physical discomfort. Mu Feng watched the other person's departing figure until it completely disappeared. He slowly opened his mouth and uttered 3 words. Neuropathy. From the moment he summoned the other party, Mu Feng never said more than 2 sentences in total. As a result, the other party's behavior remained very strange. Mu Feng could naturally guess why, but now that he was a true ancestor, he couldn't just give in to the other party like that. As for the other party's loyalty, Mu Feng already had an idea in mind. The other party has 100% loyalty, and the target is most likely a vampire. However, Mu Feng is the true ancestor of the vampire clan, so saying he has 100% loyalty to Mu Feng makes no difference. The other person's state was strange, but it was the result of their best efforts to restrain themselves. It was just that it was hard to accept for the time being. I'll give you some time, and I'll train you sooner or later. As Mu Feng spoke these words, he stood up and headed out of the main hall. He has other things to do. That is to build an interstellar teleportation array. 20 years from now, we'll be heading to the star battlefield. If the army were to travel to the nearest interstellar teleportation array, it would take a very long time to reach it. Building an interstellar teleportation array requires a large amount of planetary and magical materials. It also requires a high level of personal ability. In the past, Mu Feng would have considered it, because doing so would expose his strength. But it's not necessary now. He's Vlad's prospective son-in-law. After all, this little bit of capital won't attract anyone's attention. The interstellar teleportation array is enormous, comparable to half of a lower-level god's divine realm. Moreover, this is only a level 1 interstellar teleportation array. To build the highest level tier 3 teleportation array, 10,000 planets would be needed as foundations to achieve direct communication across the entire universe. Mu Feng arrived at a location 1,000 light-years outside the divine realm. He plans to build an interstellar teleportation array here, which is a bit far away. However, this is necessary because interstellar teleportation arrays require the construction of spatial anchor points, which are permanent, immovable structures. The interstellar teleportation array relies on the space routes that already exist in the universe. Rather than building a teleportation array, it's more like opening a door to connect to a space route. Then the interstellar teleportation array will continuously emit a force to send individuals into the space channel. Using this power, they can quickly traverse space routes and reach various preset locations. Different levels of teleportation arrays produce different levels of power, which directly determines the teleportation distance. Mu Feng retrieved hundreds of planets from his inner world. Under the influence of the law of gravity, They are arranged neatly according to the blueprint. Mu Feng then began to inscribe magic circles between the planets. If someone else were to do it, it would take much longer, so I might as well do it myself. Just as Mu Feng was engrossed in his work, Seraphina had arrived at the scene without him noticing. Chapter 324 The Fierce Ancient Gods. Mu Feng's soul power was very strong, so he naturally had already sensed it. However, the other party seemed to have some serious illness, so Mu Feng didn't bother to pay attention to them. Of all the heroes in the territory, Mu Feng had the best attitude towards Seraphina. If any other hero dared to put their fist in their own face, then things would be very serious. However, Seraphina was different. She truly benefited greatly from the other party. Although it was a system-wide effort, the final reward went to Mu Feng. Seraphina watched Mu Feng bustling about, knowing that he was setting up an interstellar teleportation array. If Seraphina were unaware of the situation, she would definitely ask this question. Can you open up a space route? Because a large amount of energy is needed to connect the interstellar teleportation array to the space route in the initial stage. Even most mid-level deities cannot do this. Seeing that the other party ignored her, Seraphina didn't bother to say anything more. However, she knew that everything Mu Feng did was for the development of the divine realm. So I decided to step forward and help. Neither of them uttered a word, but their cooperation was remarkably seamless. After all, it was just a level 1 teleportation array, and with the blueprints, Mu Feng could easily obtain it. Seraphina goes without saying. As long as there are enough resources, she can even create a level 3 teleportation array. Her greatest contribution to the territory now lies in the knowledge within their minds. If Seraphine were to serve as an engineer in Asgard, there would be absolutely no problem with it. 1 month later, as the last magical rune was completed, the entire colossal interstellar teleportation array began to glow faintly. Mu Feng wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Before Seraphina could react, he directly channeled his own energy into the interstellar teleportation array. The radiance of magic shone brightly in this starry sky, like a beacon in the dark night. As massive amounts of energy continued to pour in, a crack gradually appeared in the space of the starry world. The cracks are widening and deepening. As a colorful light curtain was shattered, a massive amount of energy from the starry sky poured into it like a tidal wave. The magical runes inscribed on the interstellar teleportation array began to operate, gradually sealing off this area of space. The rift could no longer absorb energy from the universe, and all of it was converted by the interstellar teleportation array. Strands of cosmic energy were gradually absorbed and stored by the interstellar teleportation array. Only a small amount will be injected into the cracks to maintain the existing cracks. When someone steps onto the interstellar teleportation array, the stored energy will be mobilized immediately to launch the person into the starship path. Therefore, interstellar teleportation arrays are not usable indefinitely and have no usage restrictions whatsoever. Although it can be used continuously, once the stored energy is depleted, it will enter a cooling-off period to recharge. Under normal conditions, and with proper use, there should be no problems. After everything was finished, Mu Feng turned his gaze to Seraphina, but still did not speak. Seraphina didn't know why, but whenever she met Mu Feng's gaze, she immediately felt uncomfortable. This is a very normal phenomenon, because Mu Feng is now the only one who can ride on her head. As for the others, even if they are stronger, Seraphina would rather risk her life than let them be used as pawns. Seraphina would not disobey Mu Feng's orders because of his bloodline. True ancestor. As the second true ancestor, Seraphina knew the value of this bloodline. If you are a vampire, then you cannot disobey. Seeing that Mu Feng hadn't spoken for a long time, Seraphina finally couldn't hold back anymore. She parted her lips slightly and said, "Take me to see your other heroes." The voice sounded slightly uneasy, but not overly forceful. It was a calm, conversational tone. Mu Feng thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, let's go over there first. I was thinking of taking the other person to learn about the divine realm and to see the other heroes under their command." After all, the heroes under her command all seemed to have some kind of background. If she had any reputation, Seraphina would definitely remember. The two concealed their presence and arrived at the edge of Charlotte's divine realm, but did not enter it. Mu Feng cast the void law on Seraphina, so Charlotte couldn't detect their presence. Mu Feng asked, "Do you know her?" Seraphina looked at it carefully, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Before Mu Feng could ask further, she said, "If I remember correctly, she should be the commander of the expeditionary force." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Back when the war in the Sock Nebula was in turmoil, and we were considered a weakness of the star world, a a supreme god suddenly descended. I formed an expeditionary force to go and support them, and that's how things turned out. This also means that Charlotte is quite powerful. After all, she is part of the expeditionary force of the True Ancestor organization, which can be said to be the elite force of the entire vampire clan. Mu Feng rubbed his chin with 2 fingers as he listened to the other person speak. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly asked, "It's only now that I realize that the ancient god clan doesn't only have one supreme god?" Serafina wasn't in a good mood at the moment, but she still nodded and said, "The number of supreme gods of the ancient gods exceeds the number on both hands. Their numbers are almost equal to those of the supreme gods of the starry sky world. If it weren't for the few supreme gods of the abyss, the starry sky world might have been gone long ago." Mu Feng was momentarily stunned. He asked in confusion, "To break through to the supreme god level, one must first have a bloodline of this level. But bloodlines are unique. For an individual to break through to the supreme god level, this is..." As he was talking, Mu Feng suddenly stopped. He remembered something. He had received an item from the system a while ago when he checked in. Level up card. If Mu Feng uses the level up card on Serafina, the opponent's growth ceiling can be immediately raised to the level of a supreme god. Therefore, the supreme divine bloodline that converges at the pinnacle of a race's bloodline is not unique. Common sense about the universe obviously cannot be applied to Mu Feng. The ancient gods have mysterious origins. In the void, they can utilize the laws of the void. Upon arriving in the starry sky world, they are even able to traverse dimensional spaces, and they are also a supermodel race. There are many powerful races in the universe, but their power is traceable. However, the ancient gods give the impression of being inexplicably strong and utterly incomprehensible. Mu Feng had lost all interest in continuing the conversation, because all he could think about now was why the ancient gods were able to break through to the highest god level without relying on bloodline. Could it be that the other party needs a bloodline? But the supreme bloodline of the ancient gods is not just one. Or is it that the other party's breakthrough to the supreme god was truly an individual breakthrough, without the need for bloodline support? Mu Feng muttered to himself, his mind a complete mess. Chapter 325, The Awakening of Life. Neither of them was in a good mood at the moment. Serafina turned to look at Mu Feng, intending to speak to him and calm him down. After all, they have different identities. If Mu Feng is scared into becoming withdrawn, then we're doomed. Now Mu Feng is the true ancestor, and he will lead the entire vampire clan to the supreme peak. In reality, Mu Feng was not frightened at all. He was just a little confused. Does the other side also have a system? Serafina thought for a moment and said, "You don't need to think too much. After all, as things stand, the top combat power of both sides is completely equal. As for the weaker supreme gods, the starry sky world has a numerical advantage." The words had barely left her mouth when Serafina wanted to slap herself. He even offered words of comfort to the other person. In the final outcome of a war, the top combat capabilities of both sides account for almost 80% of the result. However, she quickly added, the interstellar war has been going on for many years, but so far, the other side has gained very limited results. Mu Feng collected his thoughts and followed up on the other person's words, asking, "So, what are the overall results of the battle in the starry sky now?" Serafina lowered her head slightly, her face flushed slightly, and her lips moved a couple of times, as if she was a little reluctant to speak. Mu Feng's eyes widened gradually. Wow, so you can blush after all. However, Mu Feng was not a fool, and he already had a guess based on the other party's condition. It's highly likely because the ancient gods haven't made any breakthroughs elsewhere. Only the Thorn Nebula, which Seraphine supported, fell. Only in this way will the other person feel embarrassed. With this thought in mind, Mu Feng didn't bother to ask any further questions. Then, carrying Seraphine, they headed towards the divine realms of the other heroes. Seraphine has absolutely no recollection of the hero Janna, Lona. Anna, needless to say, is the little princess of one of the 12 clans. Lily is not currently in the divine realm. She has already gone to the temple of the 8 gods. The last one is Isabella. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she saw the double-edged sword in the other person's hand, Serafina showed a very interested expression. Mu Feng, naturally aware of this, immediately asked, "What's going on?" Serafina thought for a moment and said, "The other party's ability is a bit special. It can give weapons life." Mu Feng was aware of this, but he didn't take it to heart at first. In his understanding, it was simply about giving weapons a sense of life, which seemed like nothing special, because high-level artifacts are almost all like this. But now it seems that what Serafina said is completely different from what Mu Feng knew. Serafina continued, Life is very difficult to change after birth, and even if it can be changed, it is limited. But weapons are different. You can make them whatever you want them to be. Mufong immediately became interested and brought up the Lord panel again to carefully examine Isabella's data. The data is all normal, about the same as at the beginning. However, there are two changes. One is the growth ceiling, which has now reached the level of a World Lord God King. This is naturally thanks to Mufong. There is another one, which is the opponent's divine magic. Divine magic, the awakening of life. The description of this divine art is also very simple and clear. Just as Seraphina said, it can give weapons life. Mufong only thought about it for a moment before he immediately became interested in this divine technique. If a mid-grade divine artifact were to be given life, then it would inevitably correspond to a supreme god. If we can one day bring life to the spirit of the universe, wouldn't that mean? However, this was just a thought for Mufong, since the spirit of the universe is controlled by the will of the great universe. His eyes rolled back slightly as he looked at the double-edged sword in Isabella's hand. Faintly, 7 points of light of different colors were shimmering. Each point of light seemed to represent a life. Every life possesses different powers and different divine arts. As a weapon that Isabella has always used, it has now been modified to be extremely terrifying. This ability is a benefit gained from being summoned. At the level of a true ancestor, this ability is not particularly overpowered. However, for a god king, this ability is already quite remarkable. Isabella can use her double-edged sword to unleash 7 different types of divine magic, each with its own unique style. And this is just what she usually uses. There are many more hidden behind the scenes. After a brief look around, the two returned together to the vampire capital. He gave instructions regarding the teleportation array and dispatched troops to guard it on a daily basis. Seraphina didn't stay idle. Instead, she planned to stroll around the royal city. Mufong accompanied him, and the two walked down the street without attracting much attention. Reaching this level, reducing one's own presence becomes a very simple thing. Everyone else saw Mufong and his face, and knew that he was the king of this divine realm. But he remained completely calm and unmoved. Seraphina was in a much better mood and was filled with curiosity about the things around her. Although she has a lot of knowledge, it's all top-level stuff. She really doesn't know much about these basic, low-level things. At this very moment, in a window seat on the second floor of a tavern, rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the street outside, and suddenly said, "We're going to have another sister." Opposite, Salanti and Olivia were both taken aback upon hearing this. Although the three of them are very different in strength. One is a peak mid-level god, and the other two are demigods. However, their relationship does not rely on strength. After all, it is their other identity that truly matters. If their strength does not surpass Mufang's, then their strength is of little reference value. At most, he will be given some important responsibilities. However, Mufong doesn't use his power to treat the women around him differently. Salanti glanced at the street, her gaze fixed on the white-haired girl who was looking around. He couldn't help but say, "She is indeed quite good-looking." Olivia's seat wasn't near the window, so she had to stand up and lean out to look. She glanced at it once and sat back down, clearly not taking it to heart. Blue Moon couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aren't you nervous?" With more and more women, the competition naturally intensifies. Shalinti didn't say much and took a sip of the drink in her glass. Olivia, standing nearby, said the same thing, but she added, "So far, I haven't met any opponents." Chapter 326 Casual Chat. Both women were slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered and couldn't help but purse their lips. Olivia has indeed never met her match. After all, she was a succubus. Apart from her race, you couldn't find anyone else who burned like that. Mufong sensed the gaze and looked up towards the tavern on the second floor. After their eyes met, Mufong headed towards the tavern. The three women were quite excited to see Mufong coming this way. This means that Mufong has not forgotten his ex-girlfriends despite the appearance of new women. Seeing this, Seraphina followed. When the two arrived on the second floor, the three women had already stood up to greet them. Furthermore, before meeting Mufong, the three women were all lords of their respective territories, and their minds were definitely not slow. Lanyu stepped forward first, took Seraphina's arm, and said with a smile, "Little sister, my name is Lanyu. We must take good care of each other in the future." Seraphina? Mufong. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Mufong immediately understood what was going on. To prevent Seraphina from going berserk, he quickly said, "Let me introduce you. This is our territory's new general." Lanyu paused upon hearing this, but quickly smiled again and said, "Then I'll have to rely on you to take good care of me on the battlefield in the future." Although that's what they said, The three women knew perfectly well what was going on. What are generals? In the end, they're all the same. Serafina was unaware of the relationship between the three women and Mu Feng, so she didn't think about it in that direction. She said, although you are outsiders, you are now all in the territory of the vampires. In the future, we will work together for the development of the territory. The five then took their seats and began to sample the drinks at the tavern. Mu Feng had nothing else to do for the time being, so he chose to stay. Although there was an enemy's divine realm not far away, Mu Feng didn't take it to heart. This divine realm was naturally assigned to the Blue Star Lord after he broke through to become a demigod. This wasn't because Mu Feng was overconfident, but because he had already thoroughly investigated the enemy's situation. For an ordinary race to break through to the level of a lower-level god is quite an extraordinary stroke of luck. Returning to the topic at the scene, the atmosphere became much more lively thanks to Mu Feng's presence. All three of them have high emotional intelligence, so there was no awkward silence. In contrast, Serafina seemed a little out of place and appeared somewhat withdrawn. After all, Serafina had never had a normal conversation with anyone. When dealing with subordinates, the approach is simple and direct commands. When facing someone of the same level, the conversation is simple and clear, consisting of only 2 or 3 sentences. Most of the time, I isolate myself in a chaotic space. While everyone was talking, Olivia suddenly spoke up. How about we go soak in the hot springs together? Blue Moon and Shalantine naturally wouldn't refuse. The three of them had finally gotten together today, and they were going to have a good time. Without exception, all three of them looked at Mu Feng. Just as Mu Feng was about to nod in agreement, Serafina spoke up first. I'm not going. Although she didn't know the relationship between the group, Serafina was very clear about one thing: Mu Feng's status in the divine realm. If Mu Feng wanted to come in while the others were soaking in the hot spring, it would have been incredibly easy. No one dared to stop him. But in reality, Serafina was wrong from the very beginning. Because Olivia was talking about bathing in a mixed-gender bath, there was no separate bathing at all. After chatting for a while, Mu Feng got up and left first. Serafina didn't stay any longer and got up to leave with Mu Feng. In reality, within this vast divine realm, Serafina had absolutely nothing in common with the others. After all, there is a huge difference in their social status. She was similar to Mu Feng, but she felt an inexplicable irritation about Mu Feng taking her bloodline. But there was nothing they could do, since Mu Feng was the only one left. The two returned to the main hall together. Mu Feng thought for a moment and took out the ghost mask he had obtained from the system check-in. He then said, "Here's a mask for you. It can help you change your appearance and conceal your aura." Serafina did not refuse, because this was exactly what she needed right now. If someone recognizes you, it will cause a lot of trouble. Without saying a word, I put the mask on my face. It fit my face like flowing water and felt very cool and comfortable. From Mu Feng's perspective, the other person's face changed in an instant, turning into a monster without features. Then, Serafina had a thought, and a beautiful face appeared before her. This time she had a round face, and brown braids hung down in front of her chest. She has a kind of girl-next-door vibe. Mu Feng's expression turned strange for a moment, as he suddenly thought of other uses for the mask. He shook his head, banishing the dangerous thought. After all, Serafina is absolutely not going to cooperate, at least not now. At Mu Feng's level, it's impossible for him to take a liking to someone based on just his looks. It has a special kind of appeal. The original second true ancestor, this kind is quite good. In fact, Mu Feng had something else he wanted to give the other party, a level-up card. If you want to create a second supreme god, you can only use it to enhance the talents of others. Clearly, Serafina is an excellent choice. This doesn't mean that Mu Feng feels indebted to the other party. Rather, it's because the other party is already at this level, allowing them to control this power more quickly and smoothly. Moreover, there is a saying that one's virtue is not commensurate with one's position, and Mu Feng must definitely prevent such a possibility. However, it's impossible to give out level-up cards right now, since the character hasn't been properly trained yet. When it's time to stroke its fur against the grain, and it obediently sticks out its tongue, that will be perfect. Serafina, of course, had no idea what Mu Feng was thinking. She simply thanked him and turned to leave the hall. She also needs to restore her strength. However, it's important to note that she is restoring her strength, not breaking through to a higher realm. Her current level is that of a cosmic-level god, king. However, because the injury was so severe, recovery has been quite difficult. Nevertheless, that's still much faster than breaking through to a higher realm. Mu Feng watched the other person's departing figure, shook his head, and quickly composed himself. His gaze drifted beyond the divine realm, and the expression on his face gradually calmed down. It's time to deal with these ants. More than 100 years have passed, and even the weakest Blue Star Lords have achieved the breakthrough to demigod status. No fewer than 10 enemies of the same level have gathered outside Mu Feng's divine domain. The increasing number of divine realms meant that Mu Feng's gains were growing. However, Mu Feng did not blindly expand the scale of his divine domain, but began to pursue quality more. Chapter 327 Mount. In other people's divine realms, only those planets that can be considered major planets and are considered advanced planets are qualified to be included in Mu Feng's divine realm. As for the vast number of ordinary planets, Mu Feng absorbed them all into his inner world for other uses. Mu Feng opened quite a few treasure chests, but there was nothing particularly noteworthy among them. Mu Feng kept none of the items for himself, placing them all into the treasure vault of the divine realm. In the coming period, Seraphina and Mu Feng's relationship grew closer and closer. And 5 years later, Seraphina's power officially returned to that of a lower-level god. Originally, the loss of the true ancestor's bloodline caused the related divine arts to become ineffective, but after 5 years of restoration, he has also comprehended new divine arts. At the time, he was even eager to have a match with Mu Feng. The result is obvious. With Mu Feng's current resources, Seraphina, who has lost her true ancestor bloodline, has at most a 30% chance of winning. After all, even when Seraphina was at the same level, Mu Feng didn't have such good conditions. The world tree alone is already unique in the universe. Any planet randomly selected from the Mu Feng divine realm could rival the opponent's main planet. After 20 years of accumulation, the number of planets in the Mu Feng divine realm has officially exceeded 3,000. When the power of the divine realm's laws reached its critical point, the divine kingdom within Mu Feng's body became even more dazzling and radiant. This also signifies that Mu Feng has officially entered the ranks of mid-level main gods. Breakthroughs at the godhood level are incredibly fast, which was exactly what Mu Feng had anticipated. It can directly match other people's divine realms, plus the planets provided by the world tree. This speed is even faster than the initial growth stage when you hunt others to gain experience points and break through. If it weren't for the fact that we were receiving someone else's planet, it would need to be modified. Mu Feng could even directly kill 2 main gods, plunder their entire divine domains, and then break through on the spot. Time flies, and 20 years have passed. Outside the interstellar teleportation array, 500 planets stood in neat rows. Of these 500 planets, 200 are modified war fortresses. The remaining 300 planets were all glowing with a brilliant red light. These are all strategic weapons of the vampires, various series of blood pools. First obtained the blood pool gravity star, he had imagined this scene. The massive gravitational celestial body, an overwhelming horde of vampires, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. Looking at the scene before him, Mu Feng felt very gratified. The past situation is before our eyes, which undoubtedly gives Mu Feng even more motivation to move forward. The reason why the army has gathered here is naturally because it is time to head to the star battlefield. The scale of this competition can be described as luxurious. Mu Feng's strength has already reached the level of a mid-level main god. The heroes who fought under her command, Charlotte, Rona, Ghana, Isabella, Anna, and Seraphine, were all lower-level gods. If we lower our perspective even further, the number of true gods is truly terrifying. However, this time all the soldiers sent into battle were vampires, and all of them were summoned by Mu Feng. Mu Feng didn't bring any of the vampires who evolved spontaneously within the divine realm, nor any of the various races he had recruited during his growth. However, there is one exception, Luo Qianqian. The opponent's strength has already broken through to the level of a lower-level main god. Furthermore, the swarm was enormous. In terms of sheer numbers, it was 5 times larger than Mu Feng's. Luo Qianqian has no requirements regarding the quality of the planet, as long as it can be transformed into an insect hive. Mu Feng and his vampire clan were the first to use the interstellar teleportation array. The target is the Sky City in the outer star system. Immediately behind them was the insect hive planet led by Luo Qianqian, numbering nearly 3,000. Various insects swarmed around the edge of the planet, almost completely blocking any view of it. Having reached this level of strength, Luo Qianqian could be said to have a bit of a Zerg catastrophe feeling. Once the enemy enters the battlefield, they have access to a much larger food supply, allowing their scale to increase dramatically. Soon, both armies entered the interstellar teleportation array. However, a small incident occurred before that. Mu Feng stood on a green planet, with Seraphina wearing a ghost mask beside him. But when they stepped into the interstellar teleportation array, Seraphina suddenly left. Mu Feng was left alone on the planet. Seraphina didn't go too far. She simply left Mu Feng's side and went to the army in the rear. Mu Feng rolled his eyes at this, but didn't take it to heart. When the group crossed the interstellar teleportation array and arrived at the outer area of Top Sky City, they found that a large vampire army had already gathered there. Mu Feng gazed into the distance, where a densely packed army of vampires filled his entire field of vision, stretching as far as the eye could see. Since Mu Feng was ahead of the main army, he was naturally the first to leave the teleportation array. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to Mu Feng. Seraphina, who was behind the army, couldn't help but cover her cheeks, thankful that she wasn't standing next to Mu Feng. It's not that Seraphina can't stand being in the spotlight, but the current situation is a bit complicated. Mu Feng stood on a green planet, looking like a sesame seed in the ocean. The group of powerful individuals gathered here. Such a combination was nothing unusual. The key is the green planet beneath Mu Feng's feet. It looks completely green, but there isn't a single blade of grass on the ground. There is only one explanation. The surface of this planet is green. But upon closer inspection, the green planet would occasionally wriggle. The powerful figures present couldn't help but twitch at the sight. Clearly, this green planet is a living organism. Based on its external outline, it can be determined that it was formed by a not too long, round and plump green worm rolled up together. This is the green caterpillar that Mu Feng obtained from his previous daily check-in. Mu Feng himself didn't know what was going on, but the cabbage worm was growing bigger and bigger, and its growth rate was increasing faster and faster. By now, their short, stout bodies, curled up, are comparable to a planet. Traveling by riding all sorts of vehicles is a common occurrence in the universe. But he came out riding a cabbage worm. Seraphina said she couldn't bear the embarrassment. As for Mu Feng himself, his aesthetic sense regarding women is similar to that of the general public. However, his aesthetic sense regarding these bizarre and unusual things is far removed from that of the general public. So Mu Feng didn't think much of riding a cabbage worm out. And most importantly, Mu Feng knew that this cabbage worm was no ordinary creature. Although I don't know its specific abilities, judging from the Eye of the Universe and Night Shadow obtained from the initial sign-in, this green worm is definitely more powerful. Chapter 328 Pre-Battle Intelligence. Therefore, Mu Feng did not dislike this not-so-imposing mount. On the contrary, he had high hopes for it. However, the other vampires present did not think so, and they all looked at Mu Feng with strange eyes. Just as the vampires were pointing and whispering, Luo Jia transformed into a streak of crimson light and arrived nearby. The moment she saw Mu Feng, her frosty face melted instantly, revealing a hint of joy. She approached and said sweetly, "We've finally met again." Liliwei was also by Luo Jia's side. The two have a very good relationship now. After all, they will be family in the future, and they already call each other sisters. Mu Feng replied with a smile, "Long time no see." In the short time it took for the two to greet each other, all the vampires who were still pointing and whispering around withdrew their hands. It's not fair to blame them for this. After all, vampires have always valued elegance. Mu Feng's behavior was indeed somewhat indecent. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The two walked side by side, chatting and laughing all the way. Luo Jia didn't mind that Mu Feng's mount was a green caterpillar. On the contrary, she found it quite strange. In fact, this cabbage worm is not Mu Feng's mount, but one of his combat forces. It wasn't just their size that skyrocketed, their combat power also increased dramatically. According to Mu Feng's test, the green caterpillar under his feet has an attack and defense power roughly equivalent to that of a high-ranking god. However, apart from attack and defense, all other attributes are extremely poor. The speed is still ridiculously slow. It's probably faster than even a true god. The two of them took the lead and headed towards the Sky City. Unable to enter the Sky City, the army chose a spot in the outer area to set up camp. With Seraphina and Lilivi, the four headed to Sky City. The other heroes remained with the army, engaging in brief negotiations with nearby legions. As the four walked along the road, Mu Feng moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Was the breakthrough successful?" The breakthrough Mu Feng asked about was naturally not Luo Jia, but rather Luo Jia's father. Luo Jia was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this and whispered, "It's not that easy." Mu Feng didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, he thought it was perfectly normal. Looking across the entire universe, if there are 100 people whose talent ceiling reaches the God King level, then 90 of them are eternal God Kings. Each breakthrough in the minor realm of the God King realm is comparable to the previous major realm. Although the essence of life is the same, the differences are truly vast. Mu Feng asked again in a low voice, How much longer will it take? Luo Jia immediately shook his head, indicating that he did not know. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Mu Feng, but that she genuinely didn't know. Behind her, Seraphina frowned as she looked at the two walking side by side. It wasn't that she had any feelings for Mu Feng, but rather that she felt Mu Feng, as a true ancestor, lacked a certain amount of authority. Although we are currently in the stage of concealing our identities, there is no need to get so close to others. Liliwei, standing nearby, took the initiative to speak, saying, "Hello, sister, my name is Liliwei." Seraphina nodded and replied, "My name is Lena." She chose to hide her identity, so she adopted the fake name Lena. There's actually no need to hide things from your own people. But this was a personal choice, and Mu Feng didn't say anything more. Lily immediately replied with a smile, "Sister, we're about to go to the Starry Sky battlefield. Are you nervous?" For once, Seraphina's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. "Are you nervous?" Definitely not. However, it's impossible to say that he was completely at peace with himself. After all, he had died at the hands of the ancient gods. He longed for revenge, but even at his peak, he couldn't have done it, let alone now. "So I'm feeling very lost right now." Suddenly, Seraphina's confused gaze gradually focused and landed squarely on Mu Feng. Perhaps the person in front of me can do something that no one else can. Seeing that Lena didn't answer for a long time, Liliwei stopped talking to her. When the four of them arrived at the Sky City and entered the main hall, they found that many people had already gathered there. Mu Feng glanced at them briefly, and he had a general understanding of the strength of everyone present. First, at the very center of the conference table sat 5 powerful god kings. 3 of them are vampire god kings, and the other is Ling Wang, one of the 8 gods of the spirit race. As for the remaining one, she was a blonde, blue-eyed female elf. This person is none other than Milna, one of the 8 gods of the elf race. Besides these 5 god kings, there are probably over 100 other powerful beings at the level of main gods. More than 60 of them are lower-level main gods, while there are only about 10 higher-level main gods. These are the backbone of the 8 gods Temple Blood Clan. As Vlad's prospective son-in-law, and with his strength having already broken through to the level of a mid-level main god, Mu Feng was positioned relatively close to the front. Vlad smiled and nodded when he saw Mu Feng arrive. This scene caught the attention of the other 2 Yagami, who both turned their gazes toward Mu Feng. The engagement ceremony held by the vampire clan caused quite a stir, since most of the vampires attended, and such news couldn't be kept secret. However, the 2 only glanced at it, and didn't take it too seriously. They could roughly sense that Mu Feng was a super-level being. But this did not surprise them, because otherwise, it would have been impossible for Vlad's daughter to have taken a liking to him at first sight. Looking across the entire starry sky, being able to fight beyond one's level while still being at the god level is an extremely rare occurrence. Maintain his superior advantage after breaking through to the god king level. Some people even believe that it is questionable whether Mu Feng can break through to the god king level. After waiting for a while, it seemed that everyone had arrived. At this moment, the number of the main gods in the venue has reached more than 150. The high elf of the elven race was the first to stand up, bow slightly, and say, "Thank you all for your contributions to the starry sky. I am deeply grateful." The vampires originally belonged to the abyss, and no matter how much trouble the starry world caused, they could always return to the abyss. Regardless of what the future holds, it's certainly not their concern right now. Milna, a powerful being at the peak of the eternal god king realm, bowed to everyone here. Her attitude was simply outrageously good. Even with just this one action, Mu Feng felt that Milna lacked the superior demeanor befitting a god king. Then Milna spoke again. "Everyone, I also want to tell you that the ancient god's attack is quite fierce this time, but there are no reinforcements for the time being." All the main gods present breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Chapter 339, The Beginning of a Brutal War. That the ancient gods attacked the entire star system simultaneously indicates that their military strength was exceptionally large, and the number of powerful beings was like a swarm of locusts crossing a river. If reinforcements are indeed sent, the Lore Nebula might not be able to withstand the attack. After all, the Lore Nebula is not particularly powerful. It can't even produce a world lord-level god king. In the vast universe, nebulae are already the largest units of scale. In some powerful nebulae, not only god kings, but even supreme gods reside. For example, the celestial nebula where the supreme god of the Eldar resides. Nevertheless, the Lore Nebula is not the weakest of the group, because there are even weaker ones below it. At this moment, Vlad stood up, looked around at everyone, and said, "Fellow vampires, now that we have left the abyss and come to this starry sky, we should also contribute our strength. After a brief pre-battle mobilization, the next step was to allocate legions. To take care of his future son-in-law, Vlad directly included Mu Feng in his legion. Of course, Mu Feng didn't actually need such care. After all, once one's realm breaks through to the mid-level main god, their strength has undergone a complete transformation. However, even now, Mu Feng wouldn't dare to say with absolute certainty that the god of war is invincible. After all, there is no limit to the number of divine realms that a superior god can have when breaking through to the level of a god king. It all depends on one's own capacity to bear the burden. If you were to encounter a super powerful god with a scale of millions, the outcome would be truly unpredictable. Within the divine realm reaches tens of thousands. It already possesses the initial conditions for breaking through to the god king level. The increasing quantity is all due to the accumulation of a solid foundation. The official departure time for the battlefield was set for 5 days later. After the meeting, Vlad came to see Mu Feng and asked about the strength of his troops. Vlad was somewhat surprised when he learned that Mu Feng also had Zerg under his command. Without saying a word, he directly displayed the wealth belonging to the God King. Even Luo Qianqian, the beneficiary, felt a little bewildered. She wondered if this was the last batch of resources she could obtain, given how incredibly generous they were. Vlad made a clear demand. The Zerg should pursue maximum quantity, and quality should be put aside for the time being. After all, the space battlefield is too vast, and the sheer number of Zerg, even if they were just sent out as scouts, would be excellent. Moreover, many ants can kill an elephant. The Zerg are a prime example. 5 days later, the outer city of Top Sky City, interstellar teleportation array. Beside Mu Feng's army was an old acquaintance, Vero. As a high-ranking god, he commands an extremely large army. It was impossible for the two to be so close by chance. It was all Vlad's arrangement. What would happen to their daughter if he died on the battlefield? Watching the armies enter the interstellar teleportation array one by one, Vero came to Mu Feng's army and said to Mu Feng, "How are you?" "Nervous." Mu Feng smiled and shook his head, saying, "I've experienced quite a few wars in my life, though none of them were on such a large scale, and I wasn't the leader of any of them." Vero nodded, quite satisfied. With the interstellar teleportation array in continuous use, its own energy absorption rate is naturally insufficient. However, Vlad poured a large number of energy crystals into it, just like a nouveau riche. Finally, Mu Feng led his army into the interstellar teleportation array. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Feng arrived in an unfamiliar starry sky. Looking around, Mu Feng gasped in shock. The planets seemed to be glued together, forming an enormous wall. The light curtain extends upwards and downwards, forming a defensive barrier as vast as the abyss, seemingly dividing the entire universe in two. Behind this city wall, all the laws of the universe flowed normally, and there was peace and tranquility. His gaze turned to the outside of the city walls, to the shattered space, the disordered laws, and the utter devastation. Mu Feng even saw a colorful, otherworldly dimension within it. The cosmic energy outside the city walls has been almost completely drained, to the point that even repairing the space is impossible. All the armies were stationed on the far side of the planet. On the other side of the ball lies a brutal battlefield. The Yagami Temple consumed countless resources to build this wall, almost emptying it out at one point. However, in reality, this wall only encloses an area of 0.5 of the Lore Nebula. At the very center of the city walls, there is an incredibly deep and enormous crack. This crack was also the passage through which the ancient gods attacked the starry world. For the ancient gods to open such a passage, and even maintaining it required rather demanding conditions. The universe's energy is still very powerful, and it is constantly thinking about repairing such cracks. Therefore, in order to prevent the cracks from healing, it is necessary for powerful gods to regularly supply energy. This means that there must be a god king presiding over the area around the crack. Furthermore, the required power of the God King varies depending on the size of the rift. Among the major battlefields in the starry sky, the scale of the rifts requires the supreme god to maintain. The supreme god of the ancient gods had to maintain the rift while also facing a vast number of universes that outnumbered them. This is also why the ancient gods have made little progress in their attacks over so many years. In the world of stars, the battlefield is primarily about defense. Of course, some people have considered launching a counterattack against the rift and have taken action. The result is obvious. In the vast and boundless void, the starry universe is no match for it. The ancient gods can switch between two states. The void law is the foundation of their existence. Mu Feng's army was divided among 10 planets. Although each planet is only half full, it is more than enough to serve as a base. After witnessing the magnificent city wall that separated the universe, Mu Feng also restrained his arrogance. This scale is something that even a supreme god could easily accomplish, but it is indeed extremely difficult for a god king to achieve. Moreover, Mu Feng isn't even a god king yet. Upon arriving at Seraphina's location, Mu Feng wanted to have a conversation with her, mainly to learn more about the star battlefield. Seraphina said, "The main force of the ancient gods is focused on breaking through the city walls, while we only need to defend around the walls. In essence, it's very simple." Mu Feng felt there was nothing wrong with this defensive strategy. After all, the walls, built with the combined power of the entire nebula, have considerable defensive capabilities. The next moment, Mu Feng asked a question that was extremely crucial for Seraphina. Then why did the Thor Nebula fall? Although it might be a bit of a slap in the face to Seraphina, there's no time to worry about that right now. Chapter 340 War 1. After all, war with the ancient gods is about to break out, and it is necessary to understand the enemy's style of doing things. Although Seraphina looked a little uncomfortable, she understood what Mu Feng was thinking and said, "Back then, the Thor Nebula was just an ordinary war zone. Later, a supreme god of the ancient race suddenly descended, and I went to provide support. That guy was no match for me and retreated into the rift." After a pause, Seraphina continued, "Originally, I intended to seal the rift, but I never expected it to be a well-prepared trap where the strongest of the ancient gods was also located. Although the ancient gods killed the second true ancestor through this method, they also paid a considerable price. After all, the strongest of the ancient gods had left the rift he was originally guarding. This resulted in the largest rift in the universe at that time being directly sealed off by the supreme god of the Star Clan." Mu Feng nodded thoughtfully. The conclusion is clear. The ancient gods were not a race that invaded solely through brute force. Although this series of actions resulted in losses on both sides, it at least proved that the other side was using their brains. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, the ground beneath their feet shook. The soul power expanded instantly, but no abnormality was detected. Clearly, Mu Feng's soul power was blocked by the city wall. He could only detect the universe behind the city walls. He couldn't perceive the frontal battlefield, which was isolated. The two immediately flew into the starry sky, gazing at the opposite side of the city wall. At this very moment, in the starry sky opposite, a dense mass of bronze-colored figures transformed into streaks of black shadow as they surged toward the city wall. Behind the army of ancient gods, two ancient gods who looked extraordinary stood. One of the ancient gods raised his palm, and a beam of black light shot out, aimed directly at the city wall. Mu Feng was instantly dumbfounded and quickly asked, "Don't the ancient gods become dimensional beings after entering the starry sky?" Seraphina nodded solemnly and said, "That is indeed the case under normal circumstances, but the ancient gods also have geniuses." Mu Feng instantly understood. Among the ancient gods, some individuals with exceptional talent could use both abilities after entering the starry world. Clearly, the two god kings behind the ancient god army were among the best. The city walls are not invincible. After all, the area they cover is too large. Under the erosion of the void laws, the barrier in that small area began to thin. This is why city walls need to be guarded. If we ignore everything, it's only a matter of time before the enemy breaches the city walls. Two streaks of blood-red light burst from the city wall and stood tall in the starry sky. Vlad looked at the ancient god king opposite him with a rather indifferent expression. His aura spread out, transforming once again into a streak of blood-red light, charging towards the god king opposite him. In the blink of an eye, it traversed tens of thousands of light years, its passage causing blood to surge and space to shatter. The god king opposite seemed to have a blank expression, his face always looking like a demon's face. Facing Vlad, he remained calm and composed, his body contorting into a shadow. Let's leave aside the war between the god kings for now. In the weakest areas of the barrier, large numbers of ancient gods surged in like a tide. A multicolored dimensional attack descended upon the universe, overwhelming that vulnerable area. On the city wall, Vero's eyes were calm as he coldly ordered, "Kill." One after another, vampire figures rushed out and clashed with the overwhelming ancient gods. Ripples of energy spread everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, countless lives were lost. Mu Feng wasn't just there to watch. He immediately rushed out of the city wall. His army followed closely in his footsteps, like a blood-red torrent in the cosmos. The divine bone spear appeared in his hand, and a cold light streaked across the starry sky. although the ancient gods will transform into dimensional beings when they come to the cosmos. However, they are not completely invincible, which is also related to their own level of cultivation. If one's cultivation level is relatively low, then one can only move freely within lower dimensions. It's far from being a situation where there's nothing that can be done. However, when the ancient gods reach the level of true gods, they can enter higher dimensions, which becomes somewhat troublesome. The spear in his hand sliced through the starry sky, its cold gleam flashing. A large number of ancient gods perished instantly. This attack reaped countless lives. Seraphina unleashed a palm strike, sending crimson waves churning through the starry sky, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake. War fortresses have broken through the city walls, and the radiance of magic can be seen everywhere in the starry sky. Each version of Bloodpool also played its own role in this war. A crimson shield shimmers in the starry sky, protecting any vampire who needs protection. Bloodpool, Star Slayer, is even more powerful. The crimson beam pierced through the starry sky, and even creatures hiding in dimensions would be completely annihilated by this attack. After all, this part of the starry sky had long been depleted of energy, and even the broken space could not be repaired. Similarly, exposed dimensional portals cannot be repaired. It was a colorful space, quite dazzling in appearance. However, powerful attacks pierced through space and obliterated dimensions. The inferior ancient gods did not seem to have much of an advantage in this war. Mu Feng's hand continuously emitted crimson light, and countless enemies died under its blade. After the attack, Mu Feng paused for a moment, looked around, and suddenly his gaze sharpened. In the midst of the battlefield, an ancient god transformed into a shadow, unleashing dimensional attacks that were reaping the lives of countless vampires. Without a second thought, Mu Feng transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged forward. Before the man even arrived, the spear in his hand had already flashed with a bloody light. The shadowy mass sensed an approaching attack and immediately began to twist and contort. The next moment, it suddenly disappeared from the spot, and Mu Feng's attack completely missed. But Mu Feng did not stop, and instead headed in the next direction. That direction is exactly where the shadow appears. The shadow was clearly taken aback, thinking that this person's soul power was actually so strong. However, the shadow quickly reacted. The shadows transformed into thin, long threads, like octopus tentacles swimming in water, swooping down on Mu Feng. A distance of hundreds of light years is covered in the blink of an eye. Mu Feng swept his spear horizontally forward, and a blood-red light wave spread out. All dimensions exist within the framework of outer space. Therefore, when anomalies occur in outer space, the dimensions that rely on outer space will also experience anomalies. Although Mu Feng's attack did not reach the dimension where the opponent was located, it still had some effect on the opponent. This slight difference caused the opponent's attack to deviate from its intended direction. The shadowy figure withdrew all its attacks, its expression extremely solemn. Chapter 341 War 2. The shadow felt that the vampire opposite him seemed to have a similar understanding of dimensions as he did. Anomalies in outer space can affect nearby dimensions. This is something almost everyone knows. However, the consequences of this influence are almost entirely left to fate. Only dimensional beings can fully control these consequences. But Mu Feng just did it, using that subtle influence to make all his attacks miss. This is naturally thanks to the 12 familiar beasts. One of them is the devouring dimensional spirit. The opponent's abilities were naturally projected into the triple Rashomon, so Mu Feng was no stranger to dimensional power. Seeing Mu Feng rushing towards it, the shadow immediately hardened its heart, manifested its form from the dimension, and descended into the cosmic starry sky. With his bronze skin and bulging muscles, he threw a punch at Mu Feng's spear. The terrifying shockwave spread across hundreds of light years in the universe. The ancient god was sent flying by the impact. Without time to adjust his posture, he immediately headed towards the crevice behind the army. Seeing that the other party fled immediately upon contact, Mu Feng had no interest in giving chase, since their mission was defense. Moreover, the ancient gods are intelligent, so this could also be a sting operation. Ignoring the other party, he raised his spear and charged towards the next ancient god. A large crack. The ancient god arrived around the rift, entered it directly, and returned to the void. The environment here is pure black, but it is not monotonous at this moment, because a castle is under construction. Two ancient gods stood before the castle gates, currently directing the other ancient gods. One of the ancient gods spoke up. "That stone is crooked, move it a little to the left." Ancient god who was building the house moved a stone a little to the left. Ancient god who had spoken nodded in satisfaction. Another ancient god standing nearby spoke up. Why would we build a castle here? How boring. The ancient god said, you don't understand. I call this understanding the enemy's culture. As the two were talking, the ancient god who had fought Mu Feng arrived in a great hurry. He quickly said, Your Highnesses, I encountered a formidable enemy on the battlefield. He could kill me within 10 moves. The two ancient gods seemed unconcerned, but one of them asked, What realm is that person? The central god. Upon hearing this, the two ancient gods reacted with identical expressions. Within 10 moves, within the same realm, he killed a powerful new generation of the ancient god race. If that's the case, then the enemy's talent is indeed terrifying. Ancient god who fought Mu Feng then spoke up. Moreover, I can sense that the opponent did not use his full strength. After all, he did not even use divine magic. The two ancient gods fell silent. There are such geniuses in the universe. Ancient god who fought Mu Feng earlier was no ordinary nobody. One of the ancient gods looked at his younger brother and said, Brother, shall we go and have a go at him? The younger brother nodded silently. Ancient gods before them were brothers. The older brother's name is Ing, and the younger brother's name is Lien. Furthermore, the two are of extraordinary status, being descendants of a cosmic-level god, king. Furthermore, both of them possessed terrifyingly high talents. To paraphrase his father's often quoted words, my son has the highest potential. Indeed, Mu Feng had been very puzzled as to how the ancient gods broke through to the supreme god realm. The reason is simple, personal talent. Among the ancient gods, an individual's talents are determined at birth. It's somewhat similar to the spiritual root grades in the world of cultivation. Even a descendant of an ordinary ancient god could awaken powerful talents and reach the pinnacle. This is not a joke. There is precedent for it. The two brothers hit it off immediately and, together with 4 ancient gods, arrived at the star battlefield. Ancient gods behind them also had their own identities, but they were slightly inferior to the two brothers. Ancient god who had fought Mu Feng earlier was also among them. There were a total of 6 ancient gods, 2 brothers who were high-ranking gods, and 1 other high-ranking god. The other 3 are all mid-level main gods. The 6 concealed themselves, not wanting to be involved in this meaningless war, but only wanting to meet the exceptionally talented vampire. At this moment, Mu Feng was fighting against an ancient god of the same realm. A colorful dimensional attack descended upon the cosmos. The spear in Mu Feng's hand glowed with blood-red light as it swept forward. Clearly, this ancient god was no match for Mu Feng. The crimson spear light crossed dimensions, severing the opponent's arm in an alternate dimension. Thick, black crude oil-like blood dripped down the broken surface. Mu Feng didn't give the other party any time to catch their breath and took a step forward, breaking through dimensions. Upon arriving in this vibrant and colorful world, Mu Feng made no stop. He raised the bloodstained spear in his hand and thrust it towards the ancient god. Meanwhile, in the distance of this space, a large number of ancient gods saw the vampires enter and all rushed towards them. Ancient gods watching from afar exchanged bewildered glances, their perception of the ferocity of the vampire before them now completely changed. And countless ancient gods reside within this dimensional space. However, the other party just walked in so brazenly, completely disregarding them. While the group was still in a daze, Mu Feng's spear was ruthlessly reaping lives. At the same time, Mu Feng was rapidly approaching the ancient god whose arm had been severed. Seeing this, the 6 stopped watching the battle. Ing took the lead and charged out first. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mu Feng and threw a punch. Mu Feng parried with his gun, feeling the opponent's strength, and couldn't help but take another look at him. With a forceful push of his arms, he sent his opponent flying. He twirled his spear, then thrust it forward, the crimson spear light piercing through the opponent. Shadow was also shocked by the opponent's power. Seeing the opponent launch another attack, he quickly made adjustments. A black light burst forth from his palm, striking the crimson beam of light head-on. The two forces eroded each other and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At that very moment, the other 5 ancient gods also arrived. Some people relied on their physical strength to engage Mu Feng in close combat, while others relied on the void laws to attack from a distance. Mu Feng's body shone with a bright crimson light, his fighting spirit boiling over. He swept his spear across, forcing one of them back, and then turned to thrust it at the other. The ancient god crossed his arms, forming a black shield in front of him. Chapter 342, War 3. The spear pierced straight into the shield, instantly creating cracks. The ancient god's expressions changed drastically, and they were filled with panic. He forcefully unleashed a burst of power, attempting to force Mu Feng back. However, Mu Feng only retreated a little, which was equivalent to face for the main god. Fortunately, the lotus had arrived, and black light emanated from her palm. Mu Feng's spear ripped through space, the blood-red spear light, and the black light canceling each other out. At this moment, everyone kept their distance, and no one dared to engage Mu Feng in close combat. Although it was only a few moves. But that almost crushing force, that speed so fast the body couldn't react. Among the main gods, this vampire is practically unmatched. Mu Feng stood in this dimensional space, his gaze sweeping around before he frowned slightly. Ancient gods are gathering, including several chief gods. Although none of these people were a match for Mu Feng, this was, after all, his territory. Killing all these people would only get you a few more treasure chests, which isn't a necessary reward for Mu Feng right now. If we continue fighting here, it might attract a god king, which would be quite bad. But letting the other party go like that is clearly not Mu Feng's style. With an idea in mind, he transformed into a streak of blood-red light and rushed out. One of the mid-level main gods felt a sense of foreboding when he saw Mu Feng charging towards him. One of his hands burst forth with pure black light, while the other hand emitted a dazzling array of multicolored radiance. The two forces intertwined, and a beam of light, like a rope, bombarded Mu Feng. Mu Feng's spear stood straight, like a blood-red cannonball, colliding with the beam of light. A dazzling light spread out, but Mu Feng did not take a single step back. But since it was an attack from someone of the same level, the speed of their advance slowed down slightly. The Yinglian brothers flashed and arrived in Mu Feng's path. The two men simultaneously swung their right fists, and two black fist shadows dominated Mu Feng's vision. With a flourish of his spear, Mu Feng threw a punch forward. The three fists collided, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. All the ancient gods were scattered, but Mu Feng was unaffected. Charging towards the nearest ancient god. The ancient god was greatly alarmed and raised his fist to collide with the spear in Mu Feng's hand. In an instant, flesh and blood exploded into pieces. His arm was instantly blasted into pieces, scattered across this dimensional space. His spear across the opponent's neck once more, sending the severed head flying high into the air. Another shot pierced the opponent's chest, killing him instantly. The tip of the spear carried spatial power, directly shattering that entire area of space. Mu Feng thus fell out of the dimensional space. After returning to the cosmos, Mu Feng stood amidst the stars, the ancient god's corpse still hanging from his spear. Around him, numerous shadows twisted and turned. These were ancient gods existing in dimensional space. Gradually, a shadow began to solidify, and the ancient gods descended into the starry sky. Ing stared at the vampire opposite him with an extremely solemn expression. His younger brother also came to his side, his expression not much better. Ancient gods who had led the way earlier were now all visible in the starry sky, surrounding Mu Feng. Furthermore, after the entanglement in the dimensional space, there are now more than 6 main gods besieging Mu Feng. With a flick of his spear, Mu Feng pulverized the corpse of the ancient god. Immediately afterwards, he slammed the spear into the void, creating ripples that spread outwards, and his aura was unleashed without reservation. The crimson energy, almost solidified, rose from Mu Feng's body. The ancient gods who were besieging him, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Aren't you going to continue in your dimensional space?" No one answered his question, because it was utterly meaningless. For cosmic beings who possess dimensional power, it doesn't really matter where they fight. When launching an attack on the cosmos from a dimensional space, the force of the attack will be weakened because it needs to pass through the dimensional barrier. If facing a weaker enemy, launching an attack from another dimension is not a problem. However, if the enemy is stronger than oneself, and one is already no match for the other, then having to cross the dimensional barrier to weaken one's own attack would be somewhat counterproductive. The ancient gods simply surrounded Mu Feng without launching an attack. Mu Feng did not take the initiative, and there was a strange silence on the scene. After a long silence, Shadow, the older brother, spoke first. "Your Excellency, I admit you are very strong, but your journey ends here." Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, not thinking that the other party was exaggerating, and became wary. Although he hasn't seen many main gods in his life so far, he still has a good understanding of the power level at this level. Clearly, the two brothers leading the group on the other side are definitely among the best. Don't assume that just because they can't beat Mu Feng, they're insignificant nobotus. After all, Mu Feng has cheat codes, and quite a few at that. First and foremost is the bloodline of the true ancestor, which gave him a powerful platform on which he could expand to an exaggerated degree, far surpassing other levels of the same realm. Furthermore, The kill rewards on the Lord panel make Mu Feng a standard all-rounder with almost no weaknesses. In addition, Mu Feng has benefited greatly from the system's long-term check-in system and various good things. Take the World Tree, for example. It made Mu Feng's divine realm incredibly high quality. More than 80% of the power of the main god comes from the divine realm, which is also a huge advantage. Seeing that Mu Feng was becoming wary, the two brothers actually smiled. They were genuinely happy at that moment. Since the outbreak of the war, they had encountered quite a few geniuses. Among them are some extremely abnormal individuals who can fight the two of them to a draw by themselves. But without exception, they won every single time. Ancient gods who came with them also had smiles on their faces, because they knew the two brothers' background. The two brothers stood together, extending their right hands and touching palms together. Each of them unleashed a burst of pure black energy, which rose directly upwards. The two forces then began to merge, gradually transforming into a beam of black light. At the same time, a cold voice echoed in the void. Divine art, double shung. The words divine magic were uttered again. There were still two voices, but later, when the two voices rang out twice, they had become one voice. The black light dissipated, and an ancient god, whose appearance was unlike that of ordinary beings, appeared before Mu Feng. Chapter 343 War 4. Normal ancient gods always have a fixed facial expression, as if they are wearing a rigid mask that they can never take off. The ancient god before them had a strange look on his face. The left side is hooked upwards, and the right side is hooked downwards. Half a crying face, half a smiling face. The two barbs on his shoulders emanated different colors. One side glowed with a black, ethereal light, while the other side radiated multicolored dimensional power. However, what shocked Mu Feng even more was the opponent's current level of cultivation. Eternal God King. However, compared to the other God Kings Mu Feng had seen, his aura was much weaker. But so what? He was still a God King. Below the God King, all are ants. Vampires, prepare to die. The other person's voice seemed to reverberate loudly in Mu Feng's ears. His movements were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Mu Feng. Mu Feng quickly raised his spear to parry, but the terrifying force sent him flying backward. The opponent did not continue to pursue, but simply maintained the punching posture. Once Mu Feng had stopped and was looking at him, the other party slowly withdrew his fist. Looking at Mu Feng, he spoke again. It doesn't feel good to be crushed by someone's strength, does it? Mu Feng's face remained expressionless. He glanced into the distance and nodded in satisfaction. Because of the war within dimensions, everyone's current location has reached the edge of the battlefield. In this way, he can go all out and make a big splash. In a normal starry sky, the aura of the two people opposite each other would be easily detected. However, this is a battlefield in the starry sky. With the aftershocks of battles everywhere, star energy is extremely scarce, and broken space is everywhere. The ancient gods also traversed dimensions and starry sky, where various energies mingled, like a pot of porridge. In this situation, it is almost impossible to be detected unless there is a specific purpose in the search. Moreover, although the opponent's aura reached the God King level after the fusion, it was not a normal God King and did not have that kind of brilliance. Upon thinking of this, Mu Feng smiled and said, "Being crushed by someone's strength? No, 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 you know nothing about my strength." After he finished speaking, Mu Feng was the first to transform into a streak of blood-red light and rush out. The ancient god on the other side was not to be outdone. At this moment, his reaction speed was already on par with Mu Feng's. In the blink of an eye, the two were already close by, and Mu Feng slashed at his opponent with his spear. A terrifying power surged forth from the starry sky, sweeping across thousands of light years. The two brothers, who had initially been a little smug, could no longer smile as they felt the force coming from his arms. His other hand emitted a black light and reached out to grab Mu Feng's chest. With a flick of his spear, Mu Feng sent his opponent flying. However, the opponent did not fly very far and quickly regained its footing. Mu Feng's hand was shaking wildly, but with a sudden exertion of force, the spear instantly returned to stillness. The two are evenly matched, with neither having a significant advantage. However, there was one problem. Mu Feng's spear was starting to slack off. Although the spears in their hands were mid-grade divine artifacts, the battle between the two had long since surpassed the level of a main god. Weapons that can be freely bought and sold are ultimately lacking something. Mu Feng immediately sheathed his spear and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, charging out once more. Neither of them used weapons or any fancy moves. It was simply a clash of extreme power. Each punch creates a shockwave that extends for thousands of light years. The two brothers grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. Their opponent's strength was truly terrifying. The strength of his physical body reached a terrifying level. Even when facing the powerful new generation of the Titans in the past, they did not have such a powerful physical body. The two exchanged another punch, each retreating hundreds of light years, and gazed at each other from afar. Mu Feng's face was full of smiles, as if he were experiencing the joy of intense exercise. He cracked his fist and said with a smile, "Although I really want to keep fighting like this is a life or death struggle after all, and I'm about to unleash my ultimate move." The two brothers immediately realized something was wrong. Despite the back-and-forth fighting just now, the two brothers were actually drenched in sweat, because their current state is the result of using divine magic. And the opponent hasn't even used divine magic yet. Mu Feng did not intend to use his divine magic, since it involved familiars, and there was a chance that it would expose his identity. Mu Feng raised one hand above his head, and black light bloomed in his palm. The two brothers opposite were both stunned when they saw this, because Mu Feng was using the Void Law. The first divine technique Mu Feng obtained, the Void Kingdom. The two brothers were in a state of extreme confusion. The vampire before them was truly a well-rounded warrior. Life in the starry sky may also obtain the laws of the void. However, the two brothers never expected that their opponent would simultaneously possess both the laws of dimensionality and nothingness. A massive black hole formed above Mu Feng's head, like an abyss capable of swallowing everything. The two brothers composed themselves and said, "This alone cannot defeat us." They were not lying. After all, they were the experts who had mastered the laws of the void. Mu Feng did not answer this time, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze. He certainly didn't intend to defeat them with the laws of nothingness. The void realm above his head was just a smokescreen. At this very moment, inside the black hole above, there was a mirror. A round mirror, with a raised part on it depicting the face of a demon. The Three Lives Demon Mirror, belonging to the second true ancestor. Mu Feng raised his right foot and then stepped forward. An invisible light shone into this space, and the entire space fell silent. The two brothers felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy and were already planning to retreat. "Although I don't know what just happened, I feel very strange right now." It was very quiet. The light waves on the distant battlefield disappeared, and all kinds of senses seemed to have failed. A bead of sweat slid down his forehead, his Adam's apple bobbed. In such an extremely quiet environment, any living being would feel physiologically uncomfortable. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the two brothers couldn't hold back any longer. He raised his hand and unleashed a beam of black light, which blasted towards Mu Feng in the distance. Mu Feng neither dodged nor avoided the black light, letting it pierce his chest. No blood was spilled, and no pieces of flesh flew out. Click. Only the sound of the mirror shattering echoed through the starry sky. "It's no use. Under its reflection, I am everywhere." Mu Feng's voice suddenly rang in my ears. The two brothers hurriedly turned their heads to look, and without any hesitation, raised their hands and unleashed another beam of black light. Chapter 344 War 5. However, the ending remained unchanged. A mirror was still shattered. The Three Lives Demon Mirror possesses a total of 5 abilities. That Mu Feng is currently using is the first one he obtained, the Three Lives Mirror. However, the original Three Lives Mirror could only conjure 2 mirror figures. But now that the magic mirrors are all assembled, their power is naturally incomparable to what it was before. Where the mirror reflects, there are fragments of reflection everywhere. If Mu Feng so desires, he can even create tens of thousands of mirror images simultaneously. Furthermore, these are all illusions reflected by mirrors, not some kind of phantom or clone. While reflecting the surface illusion, Mu Feng's own aura will also be reflected along with it. This is the advantage of mirror refraction, but it also has its disadvantages, namely that it does not have the same real effect as a clone. The two brothers were in a complete panic, because at this moment, there is no longer just Mu Feng in the starry sky. The illusions reflected in these mirrors are all exactly the same. It's impossible to tell the real from the fake just by looking at them. However, breaking these mirror images is also very simple. A casual attack will suffice. However, in a battle at this level, making meaningless attacks carelessly can be fatal. As the number of Mu Fengs in the starry sky increased, the two brothers dared not attack casually and could only remain vigilant. Fine beads of sweat slid down his forehead, and his heart was beating faster and faster. Suddenly, the brother's pupils contracted. He suddenly turned around and reached behind him. The void power wrapped around his large hand capable of obliterating everything. The hand pierced through Mu Feng's chest, but no blood dripped out. A mirror shattered silently. The brothers' eyes widened, and they understood perfectly well what was going on. It's over. A bloodstained sword pierced his chest, and blood splattered everywhere. The two brothers looked down at the sword tip protruding from their bodies, their pupils widening. "Ugh!" A meaningless scream of terror burst from his mouth. However, the two brothers did not sit idly by and wait for their fate. Continuing like this will only lead to certain death, so let's take a gamble. The aura emanating from him grew increasingly terrifying, causing Mu Feng to frown involuntarily. Sheathed the blood sword and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, retreating backward. It was at that very moment. A black hole appeared above the two brothers' heads, from which streaks of black light descended. Bathed in the black light, the two brothers' injuries began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Mu Feng smiled and said, "I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve, but this is all." As he spoke, Mu Feng transformed into a streak of blood-red light and charged forward once more. The opponent's methods are very rudimentary. Any god could do them. Burning Kingdom. This is a method that is absolutely life-threatening. The power of the supreme god comes from the divine realm, while the divine kingdom is a projection of the divine realm into the inner world. Furthermore, the loss of the divine kingdom cannot be made up for by cultivating the divine realm later. The divine realm and the divine kingdom within one's body. The difference lies in the power that is burned away. This is a method that burns away one's own foundation and significantly impacts one's future career advancement. Because breaking through to the God King level means completely merging the God Kingdom with oneself. After all, in reality, the divine realm cannot possibly integrate a large number of planets and life forms into its own body. Instead, a divine kingdom emerged because the other party was a projection of the divine realm, and there was no difference between the two. The fact that the other side has begun to burn their divine kingdom means that they have no other means left. Seeing Mu Feng rushing towards them again, the two brothers raised one hand, making a lifting motion. Then he threw it forcefully towards Mu Feng. At this moment, the Void Law unleashed an unprecedented power. Waves of nothingness swept across the void, annihilating everything into nothingness. Even against some top-tier gods, this move would be deadly enough. However, the two brothers knew in their hearts that even the burning God Kingdom was no match for their opponent. Therefore, this attack was merely a delaying tactic. After delivering the first blow, the two brothers turned and ran. They headed towards the center of the battlefield, while simultaneously calling for reinforcements via communications. After running for a very long time, the two brothers stopped in the starry sky, looking around in confusion. It seems that we're stuck in the same place. This is the last ability of the Three Lives Magic Mirror. Borderless Mirror. The Magic Mirror's 5 abilities are Three Lives Mirror, Three Lives Reversal, Spatial Suppression, Chaotic Reversal, and Boundless Mirror. Suddenly, the two brothers looked down at their chests. A small crack appeared on his chest and began to spread slowly, intermittently. Just like a mirror, it is breaking little by little. The ancient gods could no longer maintain their ever-present expressions, which turned into utter ferocity. Suddenly I turned around and looked at the vast, empty starry sky. Slowly facing death without knowing where the enemy is suffocating. A roar exploded in the starry sky. A massive black hole overhead emitted a dazzling black light. Streams of illusory laws shot out in all directions, an indiscriminate attack. The entire space was filled with fragments of mirrors, but that was all. It was as if there was nothing else in this space except for the broken mirror. Behind the scattered mirrors, Mu Feng looked at the other person with a cold gaze. Just watch them go crazy. As the power of the divine kingdom burned rapidly, the two brothers finally could not withstand it any longer. He was panting heavily, his hands supporting him on his knees. But for some reason, my thoughts became clearer. That outburst just now doesn't seem to have been entirely without effect. At this moment, the two brothers felt a sense of resentment. Why are there such powerful vampires in the starry sky? As this question was posed, the two brothers' pupils widened. The vampires, whose strength far surpasses that of those at the same level, appeared suddenly without any prior record. It possesses a mirror-like ability that is both eerie and powerful. No, perhaps the mirror isn't a power, but rather a divine artifact. It was as if my brain nerves had suddenly connected, and I instantly understood everything. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he already had an idea in mind. Suddenly, he stood up, towering in the starry sky, and said proudly, "True ancestor of the Blood Clan, it is an honor to die at your hands. Come out and meet me." However, no one responded to him. A blood-red sword pierced through the starry sky, heading straight for the vital point. Seeing the blood-red sword hurtling towards them, the two brothers felt no tension. On the contrary, they were somewhat pleased. We guessed right. It would be abnormal if the other party spoke up. Even if everything is under the other party's control, these things are never certain. Chapter 345 Being Watched. In this situation, the only correct solution is to kill the other party as quickly as possible. The two brothers spread their arms, letting the blood-red sword pierce through their chests. Mu Feng, wielding the bloodstained sword, slew this life. However, Mu Feng frowned slightly and instantly activated the Eye of the Universe. The blood sword transformed into a stream of blood and returned to his body. Mu Feng then flew off in one direction. A black hole, shrouded in the laws of the void, is hidden within this space. Mu Feng drew his sword. The two brothers had already broken free of their dual soul state. The older brother paid the ultimate price to buy his younger brother a breath of time to escape. A breath is very short. After all, the area covered by Mu Feng's boundless mirror image is very large. But there was no other way. However, their ultimate goal was not for one of them to escape, but to release a small amount of their energy. As the bloody light behind him drew ever closer, the younger brother knew he couldn't run much further. He emerged from the black hole, merging all his power into his divine kingdom. Yes, the ancient gods' kingdom is this black hole. Furthermore, their designs are all uniform. All the divine kingdoms of the ancient gods exist in the form of black holes. However, this kind of black hole is naturally different from normal black holes in the universe. Theirs is merely an outward form of a divine kingdom. The inner reality is vastly different. After glancing once more at the blood-red light behind him, the younger brother poured all his power into his divine kingdom. The divine kingdom, like a wild horse unleashed, crashed toward the border of the boundless mirror. Having come this far, Mu Feng now knew the brother's purpose. He certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. A tremendous power surged into the Three Lives Demon Mirror, further reinforcing the boundless image. After all, the Three Lives Demon Mirror is a top-grade divine artifact, and Mu Feng's current power is naturally insufficient to unleash its full potential. Therefore, this boundless mirror image still has a lot of room for improvement. With the influx of Mu Feng's immense power, the boundless mirror image instantly became unbreakable. Mu Feng went to great lengths to ensure that not a single piece of information was leaked. The black hole collided with the edge, and in a short time, the boundless mirror could not move it back. Thus, the black hole and the border were locked in a stalemate for a time, with the two forces rapidly eroding each other's strength. However, it is clear that a black hole cannot be compared to an endless mirror image. The black hole size is shrinking rapidly, which means its power is being consumed quickly. Upon seeing this, the younger brother was extremely anxious. As the sharpness of the blood sword drew ever closer, the younger brother knew he was powerless to resist. After all, they were no match for each other even in their double-sex state, let alone now. The blood-red sword cleaved through the void. Both brothers perished. The war was conducted entirely within the boundless mirror, with not a single word leaking out. Even though the two brothers paid the price with their lives, they still couldn't fulfill their wish. At the moment of death, the Lord's panel naturally issued the corresponding rewards. The laws of emptiness and the laws of dimensions are naturally two unavoidable laws. Two god-level treasure chests. The opponent's divine technique, double vibration, also fell into their hands. However, Mu Feng had no time to pay attention to these things at the moment, as he was still on the battlefield. Dealing with the two brothers is not the end of the story. His eyes rolled back to white as he activated the Eyes of the Universe once more. To prevent the brothers from having any other tricks up their sleeves, Mu Feng thoroughly scanned the space. Only after confirming that there were no further concerns did they remove the boundless mirror. The black hole overhead gradually dissipated, and Mu Feng reappeared on the starry battlefield. It was at that very moment. At the very back of the star battlefield, deep within that enormous rift, one of the ancient gods, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, let out a soft exclamation, and muttered to himself, "The auras of the two brothers have disappeared?" This surprised and puzzled the ancient god in front of him. At the start of the war, they sent out two eternal god kings. This time, their opponent is the vampire clan, an old rival. They have 3 eternal god kings. However, at this moment, there are 4 god kings fighting on the star battlefield, with 2 from each side. The vampire clan currently has 1 eternal god king, who is currently free. It's not that you can't play 3 against 2, but it's pointless. After all, even if it was 3 against 2, they couldn't wipe out the ancient god race. The other party only needs to retreat back into the crack, and everything will be as if nothing ever happened. Moreover, the number of god kings within the cracks in the other side is entirely unknown. For example, in the Thor Nebula, a supreme god emerged directly from it. The ancient god before him wondered why the two brothers had perished. On the battlefield, it's a 2-on-2 fight. Without enough god king level combat power, it's impossible to kill the two brothers. Could he have been killed by the supreme god? The ancient god in front of him was talking while shaking his head, and he himself was a little incredulous. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void before them, and 5 ancient gods arrived together. Ancient gods before them were old friends. These were the other new generation members who joined the two brothers in besieging Mu Feng at that time. After the two brothers joined forces, they became locked in a stalemate with Mu Feng. With the activation of the Boundless Mirror, these people were further isolated. No matter how careful Mu Feng is, he is not a god who can calculate everything perfectly. These young people all have extraordinary backgrounds, so they have the right to come and meet the person in front of them directly. After exchanging simple greetings, the group took turns explaining the whole story. They naturally couldn't detect the two brothers' presence and knew something was wrong, so they didn't hide anything. The more he listened, the deeper the ancient god's brows furrowed. Could it really be, as he thought, that the two brothers were killed by a supreme god? However, the ancient god in front of him quickly shook his head. His idea was flawed from the start. The issue now isn't what level of being killed the two brothers, but rather that the other party was killed. Regardless of the opponent's level, if the two brothers, as the offspring of a cosmic-level god king, encounter problems on the battlefield under their responsibility, it will be very troublesome for them as well. Now all he can do is bring the person back and redirect the other party's anger towards the instigator. Thinking of this, the god king before him slowly stood up and took a step towards the battlefield. Sharp eyes swept across the entire starry sky and quickly noticed a very eye-catching presence. According to those new generation members, the opponent's realm is that of a mid-level main god, but his strength is exceptionally formidable. On the battlefield, the man who looked to be in his early 20s seemed to fit the description perfectly. The opponent wielded a bloodstained sword and moved through the ancient god army as if it were empty. Chapter 346 World Lord Level God King. Sensing the power emanating from that vampire, even the ancient god before him couldn't help but nod in approval. You are indeed a very powerful vampire, but unfortunately, I will have to take you back to atone for my sins. Muttering to himself, the ancient god in front of him vanished from the spot in an instant. At the very center of the battlefield, Vlad's eyes suddenly narrowed. Just now, he sensed a massive energy fluctuation, and they tried to sense the source of this power. However, the ancient god king on the other side would not let him be so comfortable and immediately attacked. However, Vlad didn't take it to heart. After all, there was still a vampire god king inside the defensive line. They didn't even connect this matter to Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng held the blood sword in his hand, and the crimson sword light pierced through the starry sky, causing countless ancient gods to fall in the blink of an eye. He was like a bug in the battlefield. The main god was no match for him. It was precisely because of Mu Feng's overwhelming victory that the morale of the entire vampire clan soared. Suddenly, Mu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up, he saw a huge, pitch-black hand that blotted out the starry sky and was pressing down on Mu Feng. Mu Feng dared not be careless in the slightest. Blood mist rose around him, and the bronze gate was already faintly visible. The aura that made him feel somewhat terrified was undoubtedly that of a God King level being. And he wasn't just any ordinary God King. The gate ripped open, and a colossal sea of blood gushed forth from it. The crimson wave collided with the pitch-black hand. In just a few breaths, the crimson wave had been completely dissipated. The black hand continued to press down, carrying immense power. Mu Feng is now ready to unleash his ultimate move because his opponent is just too strong. This is an absolute crushing of power levels. The difference in strength is so great that it's suffocating. But Mu Feng knew in his heart that he couldn't do that. Because the true ancestor's ultimate move is so distinctive, whether it's the 12 familiars or anything else, it's almost always his signature move. Once revealed, even if they escape now, the next time they encounter the ancient gods, they will inevitably face their full-scale pursuit. This is tantamount to focusing only on the present and ignoring the future. Moreover, this is not a hopeless situation, because there is a God King within the defensive line. As expected, a streak of blood-red light traversed the starry sky, and the oppressive aura of the God King descended upon this region. The white-haired vampire elder stood tall in the starry sky, shielding Mu Feng behind him. at the enormous hand that blotted out the sky with his scarlet eyes. Two crimson beams of light shot out from behind, intertwining and colliding with the giant hand. Compared to that enormous hand that almost blotted out the starry sky, the two streaks of blood-red light appeared very small. But no one would underestimate such an attack. The moment the two collided, there was no particularly horrifying scene. However, from the back of the black hand, a beam of blood-red light pierced through, and the two beams of blood-red light intertwined and flew out. The ancient god king behind them. The ancient god frowned, not expecting the vampire god king to act so quickly. It's fast, isn't it? Vlad had given prior instructions. However, the expression on the face of the ancient god king in front of him quickly returned to calm. It seems they don't take the vampire god king on the other side seriously. When he faced Mufong just now, he only captured him casually. It's not unusual for an attack to be blocked or even broken by the opponent. Two streaks of blood-red light flew towards them, and the aura of the ancient god king surged forth. The blood-red light was instantly extinguished without a trace. However, it was precisely this outward display of aura that shocked everyone present. A world, Lord-level god king. Vlad's brows were furrowed so deeply that he had no desire to fight anymore. He unleashed his full power, forcibly forcing his opponent back, and sped off towards Mu Feng's direction. The ancient god king quickly steadied himself and gave chase. The center of the battlefield shifted rapidly, with all four god kings converging on Mu Feng's side. At this moment, a total of 6 god kings appeared on the battlefield. The first priority is to capture Mu Feng's world lord-level god king, as well as the 2 eternal god kings who have just entered the battle. The remaining 3 are naturally vampires. They are equal in number, but their spiritual level is at a great disadvantage. The ancient gods, being realm masters, would naturally not wait for Vlad to come over, unless he was out of his mind. Although there is a huge difference in strength between the two, they can still exchange a few hundred blows. A few hundred moves isn't much, after all, it's a war between gods, and they've exchanged blows countless times in the blink of an eye. The ancient god, who was at the realm lord level, snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed with black light. The large hand once again reached out to grab Mufong. Black Hand instantly took shape, completely disrupting the stable laws and plunging the entire starry sky into chaos. Blocking Mufeng's way was also a little flustered. After all, he was just an ordinary eternal god king. Vlad could fight for hundreds of moves because his opponent was at the peak of the eternal god king. Without saying a word, he placed a hand on Mufeng's shoulder, transformed into a streak of blood-red light, and carried Mufeng away at breakneck speed. However, how could he possibly outrun a realm lord? The giant black hand seemed to be devouring space itself. The two ran wildly ahead, but the space kept receding, so that they looked like they were standing still. Vlad was extremely anxious at this moment, and he had already pushed his speed to the limit. But suddenly, a black hole appeared directly in front of him, instantly blocking his path. An ancient god stepped out, and the aura of the eternal god king spread out. Vlad stopped in the starry sky, looking at the famous god king in front of him, and then at the two chasing behind him, his brows furrowing even more. Including this one who suddenly appeared, the ancient god clan now has 4 god kings on the starry sky battlefield. Moreover, one of them is at the level of a realm lord. After a brief moment of thought, Vlad understood the reason. Naturally, it's because of the spiritual light of the spirit race. The opponent has also broken through to the realm lord level. If the ancient god clan does not send reinforcements, then the ancient god clan will not be able to achieve any results on this battlefield. At this moment, Vlad and another vampire god king were surrounded by 3 god kings and had no chance of receiving any support. On the other side, Mufeng and the vampire elder beside him were retreating, getting closer and closer to the black hand. Blood-red lines began to appear on Mufeng's right hand and right forearm. All the vampire forces have appeared, but this has not changed the course of the battle. It seems I can only rely on myself. Just as he was about to raise his hand above his head, a crimson arrow pierced the starry sky. A raging sea of blood rolled in the distance, with a massive crimson planet rising and falling within it. It was surrounded by thousands of stars, and the blood-red light almost covered half of the starry sky. Chapter 347. Oh my god. The patterns on Mu Feng's hand disappeared instantly, and he looked at the towering sea of blood in the distance. Within that sea of blood, the enormous crimson planet began to twist and change. Ultimately, it transformed into the form of a woman. A smile crept across Mu Feng's lips. You've come at just the right time. The visitor was indeed Lydia. The other party not only regained their divine realm and physical body, but also took that step. He has officially advanced to become the Eternal God King. This is a perfectly normal situation, since the other party was already at the peak of the main god realm. What has always limited Lydia is her own bloodline level. However, as he was summoned by the Lord's panel, his talent level was no longer a restriction. The crimson arrow struck the black hand, causing it to pause slightly. It was this brief pause that allowed the old man to escape some distance with Mu Feng. The ancient god race, S-realm lord-level being, was in a very bad mood at the moment. Black light emanated from his body, and a black circular Dharma wheel appeared behind him. At this moment, the aura emanating from him was even more terrifying. His gaze was like that of a vicious, venomous snake, fixed intently on the three people in front of him. Lydia swept past Mu Feng and directly confronted the world lord-level god king behind her. At this moment, the old man also stopped and turned to join the battle. The ancient gods floated a Dharma wheel, with streaks of black light scattering across the starry sky. He said coldly, "Insects, overestimating yourselves." The black light instantly began to distort, like shifting threads. Space was fragmented, and the entire starry sky presented an apocalyptic scene. Admittedly, this was a tough battle. Even if two eternal god kings joined forces, they would absolutely not be able to shake a world lord-level god king. If it were three eternal god kings, they could barely manage a draw. Or perhaps two peak-level eternal god kings. However, it is clear that the vampire elder is only at the mid-stage of the eternal god king realm, and Lydia is even more of a newly promoted god king. Once you reach this level, aside from those with bloodlines like True Ancestor, you can basically forget about the combat power of bloodlines. After all, they have all reached the level of god king, and they are all talented individuals with roughly equal bloodline strength. Even if your bloodline level is a cosmic level god king, it's not that much different from the eternal god king level. Ultimately, it's about a higher level of understanding. At most, one might have a slight advantage. Surrounded by the black light, Lydia and the old man could only keep dodging and had no way to fight back head-on. The ancient gods continued their attacks relentlessly, showing no intention of stopping. After Lydia and the old man barely dodged a few attacks, the ancient gods' target suddenly changed. It was Mu Feng who had already run some distance at that moment. He never forgot his purpose. From beginning to end, it was to capture Mu Feng. Mu Feng is the real culprit who killed the two brothers. If we don't catch him, even the wrath of a cosmic-level god king would give him a headache. Lydia's heart sank. It was too late at this distance. After all, from the start of the battle, the ancient gods had intentionally kept the two away from Mu Feng. By using attacks to block their escape routes, the two were now some distance away from Mu Feng. Mu Feng cursed his bad luck inwardly. He never expected that he would be targeted by a world lord-level god king, and with such a bitter and resentful look on his face. Faced with an existence of this caliber, Mu Feng couldn't think of any way to avoid revealing his identity. Running was definitely too late, because he had been running the whole time. Compared to a world lord-level god king, Mu Feng was as slow as a tortoise. A massive black hand crushed the void, grabbing Mu Feng in its grasp. Seeing that they had succeeded, the ancient gods finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was at this moment that Lydia and another old man arrived, but it was clearly too late. The ancient gods did not want to engage in a prolonged battle with the two, as although they had an advantage in combat strength, it would still take time to defeat them. He transformed into a streak of black light, traversing the battlefield at incredible speed. Putting aside the vampire elder, Lydia would definitely not let Mu Feng be captured like this. He transformed once more into all things, becoming a gigantic planet, and hurtled away amidst towering waves of blood. Vlad, of course, saw everything, but faced with the combined attack of the three eternal god kings, he was unable to break free for the time being. But he was extremely eager to rescue Mu Feng. The vampire elder did not give chase, but instead chose to help Vlad. With the three powerful vampires joining forces, Vlad has an advantage in terms of cultivation level, being at the peak of the eternal realm. The three ancient gods on the opposite side began to struggle. A minute had passed since Mu Feng was taken away, and Vlad was even more anxious. With a surge of bloody light emanating from his body, he finally gained a slight advantage, forcing all three ancient gods to retreat. Without a second thought, he immediately prepared to transform into a streak of blood and head towards the crack. "We need you more on the battlefield." Noticing that Vlad was about to give chase, another middle-aged vampire god king spoke up. Vlad paused, but his mood calmed down. He thought for a moment, then said in a calm tone, "The reason we are here is, on a grand scale, to protect the starry sky, and on a smaller scale, to protect our families. Mu Feng and his daughter are already engaged. He is definitely going to be her son-in-law. If he simply lets it go unchecked, Vlad feels he will have no face to face his daughter in the future. This is at the level of family. On a larger scale, Mu Feng, as a powerful new generation of the vampire clan, should also be protected at this time when combat strength is needed. He is merely an eternal god king. Even if he breaks through to the world lord level in the future, that will likely be his limit. But he saw more possibilities in Mu Feng. If Mu Feng becomes an eternal god king in the future and can still maintain his super-level combat power, wouldn't that be equivalent to a world lord? High-ranking vampires are immortal beings, but they also need to pass on their skills and knowledge. Suddenly, Vlad smiled and said again, "So I'm going, and you can handle the battlefield." A dazzling blood-red light emanated from his body. A colossal phantom, spanning tens of light years, stood behind him, like a god or demon descending upon the cosmos. The middle-aged god king spread his arms and said, "Go." Meanwhile, the elderly-looking god king was furious. He said viciously, "Damn it. When you get back, I won't let this go until I bite your wife." Vlad rolled his eyes at this, but didn't take it to heart. The three of them have known each other for a long time, so such jokes are harmless. Vlad narrowed his eyes and transformed into a streak of blood-red light that traversed the starry sky. The ancient gods on the other side still wanted to stop him, but Vlad was determined and unleashed his aura without reservation. Chapter 348 Rescue. With their superior cultivation level and the assistance of two other vampire god kings, escaping this battlefield would be quite easy. On the other side, he wasn't the only one who wanted to save Mu Feng. Take, for example, the heroes under Mu Feng's command. Although they were only at the level of a main god, they would not back down even if it meant death. Fortunately, Serafina managed to stop them all. As the original possessor of the true ancestor's bloodline, she was well aware of its power. Moreover, Mu Feng was even stronger than he was back then. Yes, the only person who didn't panic was Serafina. Mu Feng was enveloped in a large, dark hand and felt nothing of the outside world. However, judging from the speed of a world lord-level god king, they are now almost at the rift. Facing a world lord-level god king, Mu Feng's regular combat power was naturally insufficient to resist, and it could even be said that he was powerless to fight back. But it's clear that Mu Feng is hiding too much. The reason it wasn't used was naturally because it didn't want to be exposed to the public eye. Once he enters the rift, in that void, he will be able to unleash the full power of the true ancestor for the first time. In this way, his identity will be completely exposed to the ancient gods. It is believed that the news will soon spread throughout the entire ancient god race. But it doesn't matter, because the other party is an enemy to begin with. Whether Mu Feng is a true ancestor or a powerful new generation of the vampire clan, he is on the other party's death list. It's just a matter of how much importance is attached to him. As for whether his identity would be revealed to the stars, Mu Feng wasn't worried about that. The ancient gods, who are enemies, really go and tell the other side of the starry sky, "Your new bloodline of the supreme god has been born. Just hang in there, and you will soon welcome a supreme god." This is practically encouraging the other party. Of course, all of this is based on one premise, that Mu Feng can actually come out of the crack alive. Right now, the ancient gods have stepped into the rift and arrived in the void. Once inside his own territory, he gradually slowed down. It wasn't that he was being arrogant, but rather that shortly after entering the rift, he sensed two god kings entering the void. It's obvious without even thinking that they've come to rescue the guy in my hands. A sense of curiosity arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but stop. A blood-red planet swept past, turning the ancient gods who stood in its way into dust. Beside them was a streak of crimson light, and the two walked side by side. Lydia and Vlad approached and revealed themselves. Meanwhile, a large number of ancient gods had surrounded them, so densely packed that they could not be seen to the end. Although these were just cannon fodder in the eyes of the God King, there were simply too many of them. An elephant can crush 100 million ants with one step, but what if the number of ants is so large that it is impossible to count them? Elephants can run away, and gods can retreat, since ants can't possibly catch up. However, their purpose at this moment was to rescue people. Escaping was not an option. The ancient god looked at the two people in front of him and asked curiously, "What is this guy's relationship with you? How could he allow you to survive like this?" As they spoke, the ancient gods released Mu Feng, showing no concern that he would escape. As soon as Mu Feng came out, he saw the two people opposite him, and it was absolutely impossible for him not to be moved. Lydia's arrival might have been within Mu Feng's expectations, but Vlad's coming was absolutely unexpected. After all, the other party doesn't know that he is the true ancestor, and the only relationship he has is that of a prospective son-in-law. Vlad raised his chin and said, "That's my son-in-law." "My lord," Lydia said expressionlessly. The ancient gods opposite nodded with interest. He then said, "I must say, emotions are a wondrous thing when it comes to life." He wasn't judging the two individuals, but rather referring to all life, including the ancient gods. If the ancient gods had no emotions, then he wouldn't have thought of capturing Mu Feng to quell the wrath of that cosmic-level god king. After a pause, the ancient god continued, "However, I will not let you take him away. That would cause me a lot of trouble. In comparison, if I could kill both of you, that would be a great achievement for me." As they spoke, the ancient god's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent was fully unleashed. Facing a world lord-level god king, Lydia and Vlad were under considerable pressure. He unleashed a beam of black light at Mu Feng, which transformed into threads that bound Mu Feng. Mu Feng felt his power completely bound, and he was unable to move. Looking up into the distance, the two sides were already engaged in battle. In addition to the realm lords of the ancient gods, there were even higher-level gods making a move. A high-ranking deity is naturally no match for the god king, but it's still possible for them to use underhanded tactics from a distance. After all, the main pressure was on the world lord level, and Lydia and Vlad were completely unable to deal with these small fry. Among the main gods besieging from afar, one caught Mu Feng's attention. Naturally, it's because of the other party's strength. After a quick calculation, the size of the divine realm is estimated to be around 50,000. Most of the god kings in the universe, when they break through, have a god realm of about 30,000 square kilometers. In other words, this high-ranking god in front of us will definitely be a formidable general after he breaks through to the god king level. After the collision, both sides distanced themselves. Vlad's eyes darkened. He knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. After all, the goal this time was to save people. Fortunately, Mu Feng was not far away. He could reach the destination in just 2 seconds. Lydia was the first to move, the blood-red planet crushing past, the surging sea of blood moving at her will. Vlad, who was standing to the side, did not go there, but instead headed towards Mu Feng's direction. The ancient god sneered upon seeing this, and black light sealed off a large area. He then raised his hand and fired a black beam of light towards Mu Feng. Mu Feng cursed inwardly. The opponent had calculated that Vlad couldn't dodge, so he had to take the hit head-on. A flash of blood-red light passed before Mu Feng's eyes, and Vlad's figure stood in front of him. He bowed slightly, pushed his palms forward, and a blood-red shield appeared out of thin air. The black light struck the shield, and Vlad immediately felt immense pressure. His jaw was clenched, and sweat was already dripping from his forehead. Under the attack of the black beam, the two figures were completely engulfed. Only the faint red glow proved that the two were still alive. On the other side, a blood-red arrow came flying straight in. The ancient god simply turned his body slightly to the side, and the crimson arrow missed its mark. But because of this, the black beam attacking Mu Feng stopped. A flash of bloody light appeared before her eyes, and Lydia was already in front of the ancient god. Chapter 349 Slaying. The ancient god snorted coldly, showing deep disdain for this. His power surged wildly as he unleashed a powerful punch at Lydia. Lydia blocked the punch, but she wasn't in good shape. "I feel like half of my body is numb." Using this terrifying force, Lydia was sent flying backward, creating distance between herself and her opponent. The ancient god sneered, and the next moment, he prepared to press forward and press his advantage. But suddenly, he stopped. His gaze turned toward the direction where Mu Feng was. At this moment, Vlad was resting his hands on his knees, panting heavily. The black beam of light was not a casual strike, so Vlad only managed to block it with difficulty. If Lydia hadn't intervened in time, the outcome would likely have been dire. Suddenly, Vlad paused for a moment. Because, without him noticing, Mu Feng had already moved in front of him from behind. Vlad's pupils contracted as his gaze fell on the other man's arm. Blood-red lines appeared on Mu Feng's arm, along with a large number of tiny cracks. Strands of blood seeped from the cracks, intertwining with the blood-red patterns. Feeling the power emanating from the blood, Vlad's emotions at this moment were beyond words. Vlad slowly straightened up, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Mu Feng turned his head slightly, giving the other person a side profile, and said, "You go first later, don't hold me back." Vlad took a deep breath and nodded heavily. The ancient god was also watching this scene, his expression unchanged. He held one hand up in front of him, and a miniature black hole appeared in his palm, which he then crushed with a single blow. His actions caused a huge uproar among the high-ranking members of the ancient god race. This is a communication method belonging to the ancient gods. I don't know where I am. This place is also nothingness. A cosmic-level god. King slowly opened his eyes, his face showing a hint of anger. The true ancestor of the vampire clan. The hatred for killing my son is irreconcilable. After he finished speaking, he moved. It was another desolate place. A terrifying being opened his eyes and said coldly, "The third true ancestor has appeared. Go and kill him." "Yes, sir." The two ancient gods bowed in respect, then turned and left. In the midst of a vast battlefield, an ancient god stood tall in the starry sky, his eyes gleaming with brilliant black light, his aura terrifying to behold. Opposite him stood a member of the Undead clan, his entire body shrouded in black robes, his figure obscured. The ancient god was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the undead opposite him and said, "You should leave." The undead on the other side were momentarily confused and asked, "What makes you say that?" "Just now, my subordinates sent word that your Abyss Blood clan's third true ancestor has appeared in the void. We have already sent people to surround and kill him. Aren't you going to rescue him?" the ancient god clan asked. The Undead clan felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. He knew that a new true ancestor had appeared. But to his utter surprise, the other party went to the void, and crucially, their identity was exposed. He naturally wanted to save them, but that was impossible. Don't be fooled by their nice words. Are they really going to ask you to rescue someone? The reason for saying this is simply to disgust the Undead clan. The ancient gods opposite them stopped pretending, grinned, and said, "It seems that your Abyss world will have to maintain the status of four supreme gods again." The Undead clan was now somewhat enraged. Firstly, because of the impending demise of the true ancestor, and secondly, because they were utterly disgusted by the other side. A towering black mist churned in his hand, and a scythe appeared out of thin air. The sickle slices through the starry sky, its dazzling blade seemingly capable of splitting the entire cosmos in two. The ancient gods curled their lip, and a huge black hole appeared above their heads, from which terrifying void laws surged forth. The two supreme gods clash once again. A land of nothingness. Mufeng slowly raised his right hand, and blood seeped out from the cracks, providing energy to the magical runes. His face visibly turned pale. This is the first time Mufeng has summoned a familiar at the cost of half his life since he grew up. Crimson energy emanated from his body, like a beacon in this void. Click. A crack extending tens of thousands of light years above the 0 point appeared instantly, and energy belonging to the abyss poured into it. Rings of light emanated from around the crack, signifying that something terrifying was about to descend from it. Come, seventh familiar, Night Demon's black sword. A black sword, hundreds of light years in size, slowly emerged from the crack above, annihilating countless low-level ancient gods with just a glance. This is the second time Mufeng has summoned the Night Demon's black sword. Mufeng was first summoned. He was still at the Saint Spirit level, and the amount of blood he shed was limited. At that time, he had only summoned the Phantom of the Black Sword, which was already the limit at that time. However, things are different now. Right now, right above your head is the true form of the Night Demon's black sword. A red light flashed in Mufeng's pupils, and his cold gaze swept over the ancient god opposite him. He slowly lowered his raised right hand and coldly uttered a single word. Cut. A dazzling sword light crisscrossed the void, while the Night Demon's black sword plummeted rapidly from above. The ancient gods, sensing the terrifying sword energy, were on high alert. Energy surged from his body, and a massive black hole hovered above his head. The black hole and the black sword collided. The sword light shone brightly for billions of light years, annihilating everything. The ancient god at the realm lord level had a blank look in his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Thin black lines appear from the bridge of the nose, extending upwards to the forehead and downwards to the genitals. The thin black line grew wider and wider, and a world lord level ancient god, king, was thus split in two. Mufeng's arms were trembling and his lips were pale. The Night Demon's black sword in the distance rapidly shrank in size, returning to its normal size. A flash of black light appeared, and a black sword appeared in front of Mufeng. Night Demon's black sword. At the center of the sword hilt is a vertical, scarlet pupil. The sword is entirely black, with a blood-red line extending from the center, shimmering with a blood-red light. Mufeng killed the opposing god king, but he did not receive any rewards from the Lord's panel. It's not that I failed to kill the opponent, but rather that I'm currently in a void, and the Lord's panel is in an abnormal state. The reward will be credited to your account immediately once you return to the starry world. This has happened before, for example, at the starting point. Mu Feng took a deep breath, and with trembling right hand, he gripped the hilt of the black sword. The Night Demon's black sword is not merely a weapon, but a sentient, unique life form. Chapter 350. The fog is coming. Vlad, standing behind him, stared blankly at the scene before him. Meanwhile, Mu Feng, standing in front of him, turned his head to look in a distant direction. He slowly said, "You may leave." By Mu Feng's words, Vlad also noticed the strangeness in the distance and quickly said, "Let's go together." "It's no use. Even if they chase me to the starry sky world, they will do everything they can to kill me," Mu Feng said calmly. The aura of a god king is rapidly approaching from afar. In the void, the ancient gods traverse the map at an alarming speed. This speed isn't reflected in combat. It's more like a space travel route, simply for getting around quickly. After all, there are interstellar teleportation arrays in the starry sky, and the ancient gods also have something similar in the void. Vlad fell silent. Just as Mu Feng had said, even if they returned to the starry sky world, the other party would not give up. Moreover, there is no doubt that Mu Feng's exposure of his identity will bring enormous disaster to the entire Lorne Nebula. It is almost a necessity to nip a supreme divine bloodline in the bud before it has fully matured. The supreme gods of the ancient gods were restrained by the supreme gods of the starry sky and were unable to take action. The ancient gods killed the second true ancestor. They paid the price of having a major rift closed. However, it is clear that Mu Feng is not as important as a large rift right now. Ultimately, they still didn't grow up. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. They're very fast, Mu Feng reminded him again. Lydia didn't say much, but placed a hand on Vlad's shoulder and led him toward the crack. Vlad glanced back. Because Mu Feng's identity had been exposed, the ancient gods no longer cared about the two of them. They even intentionally made way for them to leave. After all, they are two god kings. There's no point in blocking them. After the two had gone some distance, the ancient gods surrounded them again, their densely packed figures obscuring their view. Mu Feng's figure completely disappeared. A beam of black light pierced the starry sky and descended upon the battlefield. The terrifying power of a world lord-level god king erupted once again on this battlefield. Mu Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The moment their eyes opened, a flash of blood appeared. A large amount of blood seeped from his arm, dripping onto the black sword in his hand. However, the black sword did not absorb all the blood. The excess dripped into the void. A dark red ram-headed monster slowly took shape behind Mu Feng. The two horns with curved edges stand on its head, and the battle axe in its hand carries a terrifying aura. The first familiar beast, the divine Sheepvajra. The newly emerged realm lord-level god king looked at Mu Feng with a deep gaze. Suddenly, he bowed slightly in greeting. He said, "Respected true ancestor of the blood clan, it is my honor to fight against you." Mu Feng smiled, raised his black sword and pointed it at his opponent, saying, "Come on. Let's do it together." A loud shout rang out from afar, and a black light crushed the void. Another world lord-level god king. The two god kings attacked Mu Feng simultaneously from the left and right. Mu Feng raised his black sword and transformed into a streak of blood-red light, engaging in a fierce battle in the void. Although Mu Feng's attributes were inferior to his opponent's, the black sword in his hand was his advantage. The dazzling sword light illuminated the 8 directions, obliterating everything in its path. The ram-headed monster behind him raised its battle axe high, its terrifying power crushing the void. There are no frills or fancy tricks, just ultimate power. When the axe hangs high above your head and falls, the terrifying pressure renders countless creatures unable to move. An ancient god king appeared with a long spear in his hand, flashed in front of Mu Feng, and then thrust out with the spear. Mu Feng raised his black sword, and the opponent's spear pierced the black sword. The ram-headed monster behind him lowered its head and lowered its eyes, a burst of blood-red light emanating from them, shining on Mu Feng. In terms of pure strength, Mu Feng absolutely could not possibly withstand a world lord-level god king. But it doesn't matter, the true ancestor and the familiar are one. As long as you are willing to pay the price of blood, your familiars will provide you with great power. Therefore, blood was constantly oozing from the crack on Mu Feng's right hand. Having obtained the power of the divine Sheepvajra, Mu Feng is now able to go toe-to-toe with his opponent in terms of strength. Looking at the Shura demon mask so close at hand, Mu Feng hardened his heart. Not enough. Still not enough. If that were all, he would have no chance of escaping from here. Wisps of white mist gradually spread across this void. A strange cry rang out, and a huge crab claw crushed through. Book 4, Beasts, Mist of Shells. The white mist carries the unknown and fear, and the complex appearance of crustaceans is faintly visible under the cover of the white mist. A huge crab claw appeared out of nowhere, then rubbed it forcefully. A white mist gushed out. The ancient gods before them were somewhat uncertain, facing the white mist. With a sudden burst of force, both men retreated. But before Mu Feng could regain his footing, another world lord-level god king had already arrived. The giant hammer in his hand swept across the air, but failed to bring it down. The ram-headed monster behind Mu Feng had already raised its battle axe to block. The ancient gods, locked in a struggle with the ram-headed monster, dared not prolong the stalemate. As the white fog thickened, it seemed to be enveloping the entire battlefield. Moreover, in terms of pure strength, the current world lord-level god king is definitely no match for the divine sheep Vajra. Seeing that the white mist was already enveloping them, the ancient gods had no choice but to retreat for the time being. At this moment, Mu Feng and all the summoned beasts were hidden in the white mist. The two realm lords stood side by side, exchanged a glance, and both felt a headache coming on. After a moment, one of the ancient gods spoke up. Let's stall for time. This force of theirs will come at a great cost. Another ancient god nodded in agreement. Regardless of how long Mu Feng can hold out, their ancient god clan still has reinforcements that haven't arrived yet. The white mist gradually spread. As the fog spread, many low-level ancient gods could only retreat. Some hotheads, not believing in superstition, rushed in headfirst. And then he never came out again. No one knows what happened within the white fog. However, it is precisely this unknown that makes life all the more terrifying. Mu Feng was surrounded by white mist, and as the instigator, his vision was naturally not obstructed. He glanced at the situation of the encirclement, then at the two world lord-level god kings opposite him, and couldn't help but sigh. The other party has not made a move yet, clearly preparing to use delaying tactics. This is what Mu Feng fears most, because there is simply no solution. Even if the bloodline of the true ancestor is extremely rich in life essence, it cannot withstand such use. Chapter 351 Frozen All Things. Mu Feng was already feeling a bit dizzy. Moreover, Mu Feng didn't know if the enemy had any reinforcements, so he had to finish the battle quickly. As for where to go next, anywhere is fine, even returning to the Lorne Nebula. However, he did not go back with Vlad at that time. This is because Mu Feng does not intend to return through the rift. He will then use dimensional power. In this way, even if he returns to the Lorne Nebula, the ancient gods will not know. With an idea in mind, Mu Feng began to take the initiative. He transformed into a streak of blood-red light, his black sword leaving a trail of black afterimages. The divine sheep Vajra behind him took a step that covered tens of light years. The huge axe was swung high into the air and then slammed down heavily. A large number of ancient gods were overthrown, and terrifying blade light tore through the void. Two ancient gods also met them head-on, one wielding a long spear and the other a giant hammer, attacking from the left and right respectively. The black sword in Mu Feng's hand shone brightly as it clashed with the spear. Meanwhile, from within the white mist, a giant crab claw extended and collided with the massive hammer. The divine sheep Vajra's eyes flashed with blood-red light, continuously providing Mu Feng with a boost of power. Mu Feng roared angrily, and with a sudden burst of strength, he sent his opponent flying. The black sword in his hand suddenly disappeared, his 5 fingers spread open, his palm facing the other person. White, cold air gushed out from the palm of his hand. Freeze everything. Mu Feng's voice was mixed with a woman's voice, and the reverberating sound echoed in the void. A giant mermaid, wielding an ice staff, suddenly appeared behind Mu Feng. The mermaid pointed her staff forward, and a large amount of cold air gushed out from it. Directly in front of Mu Feng, tens of thousands of light years were instantly frozen. A large number of ancient gods were instantly frozen, their lives extinguished in an instant. Ancient gods at the realm lord level were not in good condition. Their bodies became somewhat stiff and covered in frost. The void law then enveloped itself, beginning to wear down the icy laws within its body. I felt a little better after that. The two ancient gods looked up at the mermaid and naturally recognized her. The 12th familiar beast, the Azure Ice Demon. Among all of the true ancestors' familiars, the most lethal is undoubtedly the Night Demon's Black Sword. The Night Demon's Black Sword corresponds to the law of the sword. To kill that world lord level expert, Mu Feng sacrificed 30% of his life essence, which is why he achieved such a feat. Adding to the fierce battle just now, Mu Feng's life essence is now about 60% intact. But the accounts can't be calculated like that. Because whenever the source of life weakens even slightly, the power will also weaken accordingly. After all, it is in a weakened state. How can it be compared to its peak? Just as Mufeng was about to press his advantage, a loud shout rang out from the distant void. "You ants! Give me back my son's life." Mufeng was slightly taken aback, but quickly recovered. He said, "Why did that world lord-level God King insist on capturing me back then? It seems those two brothers have powerful connections." After sensing the other party's power again, Mufeng couldn't help but curl his lips. To be honest, Mufeng has a habit in battle. He doesn't like to make himself look bad. For example, you might win a battle with great effort and then collapse from exhaustion. This is the situation that Mufeng hates the most. This makes Mufeng feel very insecure. But now it seems there's no other way. He took a deep breath and pointed in that direction. The ice demon behind him raised his icy staff and swung it in the same direction. The law of ice spread out, and countless ice spikes rained down. Wherever the icicle passed, large amounts of ice appeared out of thin air. Then these ice blocks turn into icicles, and the cycle repeats itself. When that cosmic-level God King arrived, ice spikes covered everything in sight. The God King snorted coldly, and a dazzling black light emanated from his palm. The black light shone on the ice cones, and the laws of emptiness and ice were mutually eroding each other. But suddenly, a beam of red light pierced through the center of the ice cone. Caught off guard, the red beam of light slammed into his chest, sending him flying. A hoarse neigh echoed in the void, its four hooves trampling through the air, shattering the space around it. Of heaven, with a single horn on its head, stood tall in the starry sky, one front hoof raised, turning its head to look at the God King, its proud expression clearly visible on its horse-like face. However, Mufeng knew that this attack had not caused any damage at all. He only managed to send his opponent flying, looking rather disheveled. As expected, the God King quickly stood up, his face contorted with rage. Fueled by rage, a cosmic-level God King made a ruthless attack. With a wave of his hand, Mufeng sent a trail of blood flying through the air from his arm. At the same time, the shelled mist, which was surrounded by white fog, let out a strange roar. White mist billowed out, mingling with and eroding the black light. The ice demon raised its icy staff, unleashing terrifying chills that swept across the void. A woman's sharp shout rang out, "Freeze!" In an instant, towering waves surged up. However, these giant waves were not water, they were all frozen ice. The ancient god snorted coldly, inwardly showing considerable disdain. He spread his 5 fingers, and a large amount of black light spewed from his palm. Meanwhile, the other 2 realm lord-level god kings were not idle either. They charged towards Mufeng from the left and right respectively. Mufeng shook his head, forcing himself to stay awake. He knew he couldn't keep going like this. The battle must end completely before the life essence drops to 20%. The ending the battle, mentioned here, doesn't mean killing all 3 people, but rather separating from them. The strongest being present was a cosmic-level god king. Killing the other party is impossible. As the 2 people opposite him rushed over, the cracks on Mufeng's hands widened even further. His eyes narrowed slightly as his gaze swept over the 2 men. An outrageous scene unfolded. The 2 remained in a charging stance, but their bodies were completely frozen in midair. At the same time, a deep blue light descended from above Mufeng's head. The 11th familiar beast, the Crystal of Time. A huge hexagonal crystal, with pointed protrusions at the top and bottom, lay across Mufeng's head. Wherever the azure light shone, time stood still. Blood gathered in Mufeng's palm, and the night demon's black sword reappeared. Hundreds of light years apart, Mufeng unleashed a sword strike. There were no dazzling lights or glitter. Everything was quite ordinary. It was as bland as an old man practicing swordsmanship in a park. However, hundreds of light years away, the pupils of a world lord-level god king suddenly contracted. Chapter 352, adding a finishing touch. He stared in disbelief at Mufeng in the distance, his heart filled with horror. A thin black line appeared out of thin air around the neck of this god king. Blood, as black as crude oil, slowly seeped out along the tiny crack. Ordinary and uneventful. A world lord-level god king has fallen just like that. From a distance, the cosmic-level god king, who was blocked by the giant crab and the ice demon, naturally saw this scene. He roared, unleashing his full power. A bunch of ants. Get out of my way." Azure Ice Demon, being an intelligent life form, couldn't help but frown. The other party actually called them ants. It's just that Mufeng wasn't strong enough. Otherwise, any one of them could have easily beaten him. In terms of realm, All 12 familiars are cosmic-level god kings. However, to be chosen by the true ancestor, one must be an outstanding figure among cosmic-level god kings. Although Mu Feng was doing his best to provide the source of life, it was ultimately no match for his peak condition. Currently displayed by the 12 familiar beasts is roughly between the World Lord level and the Universe level. He raised the icy staff above his head, spun it around, and a torrent of icy energy burst forth. The large crab also raised its 2 claws high and waved them repeatedly, clearly somewhat angry. Nevertheless, the two were simply unable to confront the full power of a cosmic-level god king. Mu Feng knew he had to speed things up, but there is still one thing he hasn't finished. He transformed into a streak of bloody light and charged out, his target the corpse of the World Lord level God King. Upon witnessing this scene, the cosmic level God King already had a guess in his mind. He quickly transmitted his voice to the remaining God King. Stop him from getting closer. Of the time-space crystal is too enormous, and Mu Feng cannot maintain it indefinitely. After he killed a World Lord level God King, the time-space crystal had already returned to his body. He rushed towards Mu Feng, trying to stop Mu Feng's next move. At this moment, Mu Feng was also very anxious because this matter was very important, otherwise the consequences would be quite serious. Seeing another God King rushing up to stop him, he raised his hand and flicked a drop of blood towards that spot. The space shattered instantly. A huge dragon head emerged. The drop of blood fell into the dragon's mouth, and then the long dragon neck twisted and bit at the God King. The World Lord level God King was startled and dared not be careless in the slightest, so he immediately came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, he raised his hand and unleashed a beam of black light. However, the dragon's mouth was like a vortex, swallowing the black light directly without causing the slightest ripple. The third familiar devours dimensional spirits. Immediately afterwards, the space on the other side shattered again, and another dragon head emerged from it. The dimensional spirit is a two-headed dragon. The dragon's roar echoed in the void, its enormous mouth gaping open, its teeth resembling serrated blades. Wherever it passes, space shatters, and it can devour everything. At that moment, Mu Feng had already arrived beside the corpse, raised his black sword, and delivered another blow to the wound on the corpse's neck. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. This ability comes from the crystal of time and space. That seemingly ordinary sword strike at the beginning came from the future at that time. That is, right now. However, if that final sword strike isn't delivered now, then none of this will happen, and the previous sword strike will never occur. This would cause a disruption in space-time, with extremely serious consequences. Anything involved will be swallowed up by the disordered space-time. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when I immediately perked up again. Insects. Before anyone knew it, that cosmic-level god, King, had arrived. The two familiars were no match for the opponent. Mu Feng turned around and unleashed a slash with his sword. The black sword light pierced through the void, carrying the power of destruction. The cosmic-level god, King, simply dodged it with a slight movement. Mu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, blood seeping out of his arm in large quantities, with thin lines of blood winding around the black sword in his hand. He couldn't hold on any longer if the fight continued. This was his last blow. The two-headed dragon in the distance roared and suddenly disappeared into the void. The World Lord level God King was overjoyed. The fact that the other party disappeared so suddenly means that Mu Feng's power could no longer hold. Looking elsewhere, sure enough, it was true. The familiars present were all flickering, like a slideshow about to break. However, there is one exception, the black sword in Mu Feng's hand. The newly formed red pupils at the hilt of the sword shone brightly, and Mu Feng raised the black sword high above his head. Then he chopped downwards heavily. This sword strike stretched across millions of light years. Even in a completely black void, the black sword light was dazzling. The all-consuming sword light, carrying an almost invincible power, came head-on towards the cosmic-level God King. The ancient gods dared not be careless. A black hole hovered above their heads, radiating terrifying power. Streaks of black light descended, and a black shield appeared before them. However, the next moment, faced with the sword light that could destroy everything, the black shield was as fragile as paper. An arm lay scattered in the void. Intense pain spread throughout the ancient god's entire body. However, he felt no fear at this moment. Instead, he was even more furious, which made his face even more ferocious. His remaining left hand formed a claw with its 5 fingers and rushed towards Mu Feng at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Mu Feng's eyes were dizzy, his head was throbbing, and he could no longer hold the black sword in his hand, which fell into the void. A flash of black light, and the night demon's black sword, now possessing consciousness, automatically returned to its inner world. The ancient god's hand was getting closer and closer to Mu Feng. This isn't about arresting people. It's about piercing their chests and crushing their hearts. 100 light years, 50 light years, 10 light years, 1 light year. The space beneath Mu Feng's feet shattered instantly, and a huge dragon head burst out from it. The dragon opened its mouth wide and bit Mu Feng directly into it. The enormous dragon's body gradually emitted 5-colored light, a sign of entering the dimensional realm. Just then, the cosmic-level god, King, whose arm had been severed, arrived nearby. Mu Feng was already inside the dragon's mouth, and all his anger was transferred to the dimensional spirit. He grabbed the two-headed dragon's wing. Originally, I was thinking of pulling the other person out of that dimension. However, the ancient gods never expected that the dimensional spirit would be so ruthless to them. The 5-colored light on the dragon's body did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it grew stronger. Tear. Blood was spilled on the void. The enormous wings were torn off. At the same time, the figure of the dimensional spirit also disappeared into the void. In the end, only a mournful dragon roar echoed in this void. However, this is not the end of the story. The cosmic-level god, King, was filled with rage, and his body also radiated 5-colored light as he entered the dimensional space. Wherever the dimensional spirit passes, a spatial tremor is inevitable. Chapter 353: The Dust Settles. Therefore, following those spatial ripples, catching up with the dimensional spirit doesn't seem to be a difficult task. Dimensional spirits are also highly intelligent beings, and naturally they understand this. The enormous dragon eyes kept turning, and it already had an idea in mind. The tongue rolled around inside the dragon's mouth, placing Mu Feng on its teeth. Without the slightest hesitation, the sharp edge of his tooth pierced through his chest, and blood bloomed in his mouth. It's not that he wanted to hurt Mu Feng, but that he had no other choice. Without Mu Feng's blood, he cannot unleash his full power and therefore cannot escape, and everyone will die. Even though Mu Feng is extremely weak right now, he is not on the verge of death yet, so he can still be squeezed out one more time. The dimensional spirit that received Mu Feng's blood suddenly experienced a surge in power. He constantly traversed between different dimensions at incredible speed. After switching between hundreds of dimensions, the dimensional spirit could no longer sense the power behind it. Clearly, he had left that cosmic-level god, King, behind. However, I dared not be careless and kept switching dimensions. However, he did not continue to absorb Mu Feng's life essence. Mu Feng was originally just very weak, to the point of exhaustion and unconsciousness. Now look what's happened, they've left him half dead. After all, the consequences of drawing blood from a healthy person are completely different from those of drawing blood from an anemic person. A land of nothingness. A spatial rift flashed by, and the cosmic-level god, King, returned to this place. His anger was already uncontrollable, and his face was contorting with rage. Upon seeing the arm floating in the void, he immediately roared out loud, "Ea, I'm going to kill you." Surviving World Lord-level God King also approached, bowed, and asked, "My lord, what should we do?" The cosmic-level god, King, took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He turned to him and said, "From now on, you will be in charge of this battlefield." After saying that, he picked up his severed arm, turned around, and left. After this battle, there was originally a World Lord-level God King in this rift, but he was killed by Mu Feng. Later, 3 God Kings came to support them, 1 cosmic-level God King and 2 Realm Lord-level God Kings. However, Mu Feng killed another World Lord-level being. That cosmic-level God King naturally had to return to the rift he was guarding, since he couldn't stay away for long. Moreover, as a cosmic-level God King, his mission was issued by the Supreme God and could not be disobeyed. However, this rift requires a World Lord-level God King. After all, the 8 Gods Temple of the Lore Nebula now also has a World Lord-level God King, although it has not been made public yet. Lore Nebula, a battlefield in the starry sky. Lydia and Vlad had already returned to the battlefield. When Vlad saw that the war was still going on, he immediately turned his anger on the other 3 God Kings. Originally, the 2 vampire God Kings were fighting 2 against 3 and were struggling to hold on. However, with the arrival of Vlad and Lydia, the battle situation immediately changed drastically. However, the war did not last long, as a powerful aura of a World Lord-level God King emanated from the crack. This was the World Lord-level God King who was left behind. With Mu Feng had also left him with a lot of pent-up anger, which he now desperately needed to vent. At the same time, He also harbored a kind of madness born from surviving a catastrophe. After all, it was the two of them who were frozen in place by that crystal. However, he was lucky. Mu Feng's sword was not aimed at him. Otherwise, he would be that cold corpse now. Feeling the immense pressure, the battlefield fell silent, and both sides distanced themselves from each other. As the World Lord-level figure approached, Vlad stepped forward and asked, "Where is Mu Feng?" Upon hearing this name, a nameless rage surged within the heart of a World Lord-level God King. He said dismissively, "It's already been chopped into 8 pieces." Vlad's heart began to pound for no apparent reason, and his body started to tremble. However, Lydia patted him on the shoulders shortly afterward. Although he didn't speak, Vlad gradually calmed down. Vlad thought about it, and figured the other party was probably lying to him. After all, he now knows Mu Feng's true identity, the true ancestor. With the true ancestor's abilities, he shouldn't have lost his life to these scumbags. For heroes like Lydia, it's even more direct. In the early days, they had a means of communication with Mu Feng. Although we are far apart now, there is a sense that the connection is not working. But it was definitely not turned off. However, Luo Jia, who was on the edge of the battlefield, suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Fortunately, Lily quickly stepped forward to support her. In fact, the connection between Luo Jia, as the true ancestor's fiancé, and the two is even deeper than that between Mu Feng and the heroes he summoned. However, the incident happened so suddenly that Luo Jia didn't have time to fully grasp it, as the impact was too great. The center of the battlefield. Vlad took a deep breath and said, "Don't lie to me. You know better than I do how it all ended. Stop fooling yourself." Upon hearing Vlad's words, the World Lord-level God King flew into a rage, as if a cat had been stepped on. Without saying a word, he rushed over, his body radiating a brilliant black light. Seeing the other party's posture, Vlad was also taken aback. He had acted rashly when he went into the rift to save Mu Feng, and now he felt a chill of fear when he thought about it. However, this is a normal phenomenon. The more subconscious the behavior, the more real it appears. Seeing that the opponent was already charging towards him, Vlad's hands were bleeding profusely as he prepared to meet them. But the next moment, a brilliant blue light shone from behind the city wall, and a terrifying pressure from a World Lord-level God King swept across the battlefield. A blue figure made of energy appeared on the battlefield. One of the 8 gods of the 8 gods temple and the God King of the Spirit clan. Lingguang narrowed his eyes, and a deep blue long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the enemy directly. He had already heard about the situation in the star battlefield and knew that things were not looking good. After all, Vlad, one of the 8 gods, had already entered the rift. If he doesn't come soon, the outcome may be irreversible. Riding the interstellar teleportation array, and with the added power of a World Lord-level God King, they quickly arrived at the star defense line. At that time, the 2 vampire God Kings and the 3 ancient God Kings were fighting on the battlefield. Therefore, Lingguang did not choose to take action at that time. Not long after, Vlad emerged from the crack. Strangely, another vampire God King was also with him. After fighting for a while, the World Lord-level God King emerged. And from their conversation, it seemed that Mu Feng, who had been captured, was quite valued. At least in Lingguang's understanding, the other party should be more than just a prospective son-in-law. After all, the other party was Vlad's prospective son-in-law, so it's understandable that Vlad acted impulsively and went in. But it's unusual that another God King was also willing to risk his life. Chapter 354: The Dwarven Warships. However, it is clear that now is not the time to dwell on such matters. After all, no one knows whether they are dead or alive. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the light appear. At this moment, Lingguang revealed his full aura without reservation. It seems to be a declaration to the entire star battlefield. "I am Lingguang, a God King of the realm Lord level." An unknown starry sky. A few stars twinkled faintly, indicating that this was a barren land. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the space. The shadow resembled a 2-headed dragon, but it seemed to be missing a wing. A tiny crack appeared in the center of the shadow, from which 5-colored light burst forth. The dimensional spirit fell out from it. A mournful dragon roar echoed through the starry sky, but it was destined to go unanswered. He spat out the breath in his mouth, then turned his head and began to lick his wounds. In no time, he transformed into a 5-colored ray of light and entered Mu Feng's inner world. Although the other dimension is a paradise for dimensional spirits, to heal injuries of this level, one still needs Mu Feng's fresh blood vessels. But that's absolutely impossible in the short term, since Mu Feng isn't in a very good condition right now. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and his heart was directly exposed to the starry sky, beating weakly. This huge hole is the masterpiece of the dimensional spirit, but it is also something that cannot be helped. After all, Mufeng couldn't give blood voluntarily. He had to do it himself. I only took a tiny bite. I didn't dare to use any force at all. A pair of teeth strong enough to bite through even dimensions, let alone Mufeng's body. At this moment, Mufeng was in a deep coma, drifting in the starry sky. Suddenly, a spaceship over 50 meters long entered this space. In this silent starry sky, a spaceship more than 50 meters long is like a strand of hair in the ocean. It seems that in order to keep the navigation secret, even the magical radiance that should have been displayed was absent. But for some reason, this warship was unusually fast. It can even be compared to a weaker lower-level main god. Don't assume this is normal. Where Mufeng is located has many warships with speeds comparable to those of lower-level main gods. However, these warships are all over 5,000 kilometers in size, which can be described as enormous. Because the smaller the size of the warship, the more limited the space there is for recording magic circles, although it can be solved with spatial magic. However, the operation of magic runes is somewhat restricted. Moreover, such a small warship can only do so much, and no one is willing to put in the effort. On the deck of a warship, a dwarf with a long beard emerged from the cabin and gazed at the distant starry sky. Suddenly, the warship's mast pointed in one direction. Upon seeing this scene, the bearded man's first reaction was panic. He pounded on the deck railing and yelled, "Faster! Faster! Faster!" The warship's speed suddenly increased, and in a very short time it was comparable to that of a mid-level god. The bearded man breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, the warship suddenly slowed down. On the contrary, the bearded man's heart was beating even faster. He immediately yelled, "Why are you slowing down? Speed up now." However, the warship's speed still did not increase. The next moment, a female dwarf who was 1.4 meters tall walked out of the cabin. Seeing the bearded man jumping around anxiously, the female dwarf rolled her eyes and said irritably, "What's the rush? It's not those guys." The bearded man was taken aback when he heard this, but breathed a sigh of relief after he realized what was happening. "That's good, that's good," the bearded man said, as if he had been given a new lease on life. The female dwarf pulled a pipe from her waist, but instead of lighting it, she simply put it in her mouth and took a puff. The spark ignited spontaneously. He exhaled a puff of white smoke, stepped to the edge of the deck, and gazed at the distant starry sky. He frowned and said, "There's life over there." The bearded man didn't reply, because he had already pointed out the mast on the deck. He also looked grave and said, "It's best not to meddle in other people's business. Let's go." However, the female dwarf shook her head and said slowly, "I think we should make contact." "Why?" The bearded man scratched his head and asked, puzzled. The female dwarf took another puff of her cigarette and said, "Dimensional power was detected there just now, but it wasn't those guys." The bearded man's eyes lit up as he listened, and before the female dwarf could continue, he excitedly added, "The other party is a cosmic being who has mastered dimensional power." This sentence was like igniting gunpowder. In an instant, a large number of dwarves poured out of the cabin. Everyone was chattering away, discussing the cosmic being that possessed dimensional power. After a long period of excitement, the bearded man slapped the deck railing and said, "We're going to make contact with him." No one present objected. Soon, the female dwarf with the pipe returned to the cabin and began to steer the warship slowly toward that direction. As the warship approached, it immediately spotted Mufeng drifting in the starry sky. At this moment, the female dwarf also came out of the cabin, saw the scene before her, and exchanged a glance with the bearded man. However, Mufeng was soon carried onto the warship. There were 4 dwarfs in total, each carrying one of Mufeng's limbs. Mufeng was placed on the deck, and everyone crowded around to take a closer look. Upon seeing the gaping, bloody hole in his chest and the beating heart that was clearly visible to the naked eye, everyone gasped in horror. The female dwarf shook her head in horror and said, "What kind of beast could be so cruel as to inflict such harm on others?" The inner world of Mufeng. A planet exploded and shattered. The dimensional spirit crushed a planet, for streams of hot air shot out from its nostrils. Because it has 2 heads and 4 nostrils. The dimensional spirit heard the beast the female dwarf was talking about quite clearly. It left Mufeng here. It doesn't mean it will just ignore him. He returned to his inner world to lie dormant. If Mufeng encounters any danger, he will still emerge. Despite being severely injured, killing a supreme god is no problem. The dimensional spirit suppressed his anger and did not take action. He wanted to observe the group's next move. On the deck, the bearded man unbuttoned Mufeng's shirt, revealing Mufeng's strong muscles. He looked at it carefully, then turned to the female dwarf and asked in a questioning tone, "Is there any hope for this?" The female dwarf glanced at the bearded man, tapped his pipe on his head, and knocked out all the ash. He then calmly said, "Even if we can't save them, we have to." Chapter 355. He passed away peacefully. The bearded man looked puzzled and asked, "Why? Why do you even need to ask? Can't you tell she's a vampire?" The female dwarf said, sounding quite annoyed. Upon hearing this, the bearded man immediately shut up and tacitly agreed to the decision to save Mufeng. The reason for saving someone who knows they are a vampire is because this place is quite special. The Soul Nebula. In the vast starry sky, the only nebula that has fallen. The reason for saving the vampires is that they have poured countless efforts and sacrificed countless new generations on this battlefield. Even the pinnacle of the vampire faith, the true ancestor, perished on this battlefield. Although the Thorn Nebula eventually fell, no one blamed the vampires. Although the Thorn Nebula has fallen, it is not completely destroyed. After all, there are still resistance groups active, but their forces are very weak and their efforts are insufficient. Among these resistance forces, the vampires are definitely in the top tier. After all, this is the place where the true ancestor shed his blood, and countless vampires want to reclaim their glory here. Mufeng was carried back into the cabin and placed in a relatively tidy room. After all, the living conditions on the entire warship are pretty much the same, so there's no choice. The female dwarf looked at Mufeng, then at the other dwarves, and asked, "Who wants to go first?" Just now, they decided on the treatment plan. We are prepared to adopt a two-pronged approach. After all, the target of the treatment is a vampire, so blood is definitely indispensable. The other one is a healing potion, which the bearded man has already gone to retrieve. At this very moment, those gathered here are all prepared to use their blood to save Mufeng. And one more thing, everyone present was a woman. For a lower race like dwarves, the innate nobility of vampires is something they accept and acknowledge. Therefore, subconsciously, it is mostly women who come to donate blood. Everyone cut their fingers, and a drop of blood dripped onto Mufeng's lips. This is not ordinary blood, but the very essence of life. When the sixth person arrived, the door was suddenly pushed open. The bearded man rushed in hastily, holding a potion that looked like a foxtail grass in his hand. "I found it." However, no one paid any attention to him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Mufeng. After obtaining the life essence of the six people, Mufeng's complexion visibly improved, no longer appearing pale, but with a touch more color. The female dwarf holding the pipe also looked delighted and hurriedly said, "Quick, quick, next one. A new relay has begun." The bearded man held the potion in his hand, while his other hand remained poised to push open the door. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he obediently waited at the door. Finally, all 40-plus female dwarves present contributed some of their life essence. Mufeng's face was flushed, and the large hole in his chest had shrunk a little. However, that's all. The female dwarf holding the pipe seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at the bearded man. He took a few steps forward and snatched the potion from the other person's hand. A brownish-yellow light emanated from his palm, beginning to transform the magic potion into medicinal power. This magical potion is of a high level, corresponding exactly to the level of a main god. Logically, it should have been effective quickly, but reality dealt everyone a heavy blow. After receiving the potion, Mufeng's injuries did not show any significant change. To put it bluntly, the potion's effect is not as good as that of fresh blood. The female dwarf holding a pipe had her brows furrowed into a deep frown. This is completely illogical. It's normal for vampires to have a particular fondness for blood. However, potions are a normal medicine for vampires, and this phenomenon should not occur. But I quickly let it go. Why dwell on it? Since the other party needs blood, then we should find a way to get it for them. The source of life is different from ordinary blood. Excessive loss of it has a very significant impact on an individual. Within acceptable limits, all the female dwarves present contributed their life essence. This helped Mufeng recover from his injuries somewhat. The warship sped through the starry sky, and after arriving at a certain star field, it suddenly stopped. A female dwarf holding a pipe stood on the deck, tucked the pipe into her waistband, and then took out a monocular telescope. Swept across the starry sky, and then a smile appeared on his lips. She returned to the control room in the ship's cabin. The next moment, the warship suddenly accelerated, so fast that it was impossible to catch. When the warships reappeared, they were already in an ocean of energy. Azure energy particles filled the surroundings, resembling a blue ocean. If you look closely, you'll notice that these energy particles are all moving rapidly in the same direction. just like the undercurrents beneath the ocean. This is precisely the star trail in the universe. 3 months later, the warship left the starship's orbit and reappeared in the starry world. Passing through an invisible barrier, the starry sky before my eyes suddenly opened up. The once desolate and empty starry sky suddenly transformed into a bustling scene. A massive planet revolves at the center, surrounded by hundreds of other planets. Interspersed among them are some stars of varying brightness, providing light to this part of the night sky. The warship traveled all the way to the giant planet at the center, landed on the ground, and docked in the port. The light curtain connects the warship's exit to the port's passageway. Male dwarves, shirtless, carried out large boxes. There were about 100 large crates, all stacked in the port. This is what they gained from their work. Red ore and blue crystal ore. These two minerals are actually nothing on the grand scale of the entire cosmos. Blue crystal ore is the basic ore for crafting inferior artifacts. As for crimson flame ore, it is a special material, somewhat rare, but only in very small quantities. Of course, their gains didn't stop there. There's also Mu Feng. Throughout the 3-month voyage, the group of dwarves never lacked Mu Feng's life essence. After 3 months, Mu Feng's complexion had visibly improved considerably. The wound on his chest, which could have previously accommodated 2 fists, could now probably fit an extra fist, plus half a fist. Perhaps Mu Feng's subconscious still knew that his condition was improving, hence the faint smile on his lips. When Mu Feng was carried down, the port workers looked at Mu Feng's faint smile, then at the wound on his chest. It seems like the other person passed away peacefully. The female dwarf carrying a pipe, along with the bearded man, led the way to the overseer's office at the port. Since we've brought in an outsider, we still need to report it. Chapter 356 Awakening. However, when the overseer saw that Mu Feng was a vampire, he didn't ask any more questions and let him pass directly. Even in other star systems, the identity of a vampire is still valuable. Moreover, this is in the Thor Nebula. The group, along with Mu Feng, left the port. The port is near a huge and very prosperous trading city. A large group of people arrived at a shop and went straight inside. A female dwarf was standing at the counter, and she immediately greeted everyone. The group passed through the shop and arrived at the courtyard at the back. A square courtyard, with small rooms closely connected, and a large open space in the middle. Mu Feng was settled in one of the empty rooms, and 2 dwarves were assigned to take care of him. The female dwarf, carrying a pipe, came to the counter with the bearded man. The female dwarf spoke up directly. "Let's go to the capital. We've already prepared Medusa's goods." The bearded man nodded and immediately ordered his men to take inventory of the goods. About 80% of the 2 types of ore they had just brought back were immediately taken away. The remaining 20% is sold in shops. Soon, the bearded man and the pipe-wearing dwarf set off together. After leaving the trading city, there was a vast plain, and the group walked along the road. This is a very unusual scene, because when a world has a supreme god in charge, it will transform into the main planet of the divine realm. Normally, there will only be one capital city, and other people will generally not be allowed to enter. For example, Mu Feng's divine realm, the planet Neuro where he is currently located, has long been cleared out. All that remained was an extremely large royal palace. It could even be said that the entire planet Neuro is Mu Feng's royal palace. However, the world before us is completely different. The terrain is varied and the towns are scattered, just like before Mu Feng dominated Neuro. Inside the room, cleaning Mu Feng's body with a wet towel. Since the body needed to be cleaned, the clothes were naturally taken off. The female dwarf looked at Mu Feng's body, her face showing a hint of sorrow. This sorrowful expression was naturally due to the bloody hole in Mu Feng's chest. The towel brushed against her cheek, and the female dwarf suddenly paused. Because Mu Feng's eyes were already open. Seemingly unsure, the female dwarf slid the towel up further, obscuring Mu Feng's eyes. Take 2 deep breaths, pause for a few seconds, and then move the towel down again. A pair of blood-red pupils were slightly open, and he was looking at her with a squinting expression. Once the female dwarf realized what was happening, her expression instantly brightened with joy, and she exclaimed excitedly, "You're awake." Mu Feng pressed one hand against the bed, trying to get up, but the sharp pain in his chest contorted his entire expression. Normally, if it's just ordinary penetrating damage, it's practically nothing. Such an injury would be nothing more than a drizzle for a master-level player. However, it is clear that once you reach this level, the damage you inflict on your enemies cannot be as simple as it appears on the surface. Although the wound on Mu Feng's chest came from a dimensional spirit, the spirit did not intend to harm him. But there's nothing that can be done. The other person's teeth are naturally powerful. Moreover, Mu Feng was also in an extremely weak state at the time. Seeing the contorted expression on Mu Feng's face, the female dwarf quickly stepped forward and pressed down on his shoulder, anxiously saying, "Don't panic. Be careful of your wound." Mu Feng didn't force himself to stay awake. He simply lay down and felt a little better. After glancing at the female dwarf, Mu Feng took a breath and asked, "Where is this?" "This is the city of Villar." The female dwarf replied immediately. Mu Feng thought for a moment, then asked again, "Where does Villar's city belong?" "Villar's city belongs to the planet Norals." Mu Feng took a deep breath and asked again, "Where does Norals belong, to put it broadly?" The female dwarf did not rush to answer, but was thinking about what Mu Feng meant by exaggerating. After a moment, she said with a serious expression, "Noral's planet belongs to the 888th star city of the Fireseed Army." Mu Feng closed his eyes and almost fainted. The other party's reputation sounds impressive, but so what? I've never heard of them before. Mu Feng closed his eyes, sighed, and asked weakly, "Which nebula does this place belong to?" He had already joined the Eight Gods Temple and had never heard of the so-called Fireseed Army's 888th star city. There is probably only one explanation. He came to another nebula. "This is the Thorn Nebula," the female dwarf replied readily. Mu Feng pursed his lips, feeling a little thirsty. "I never expected that he would come to such a faraway place." It's important to know that the Lorn Nebula and the Thorn Nebula are not neighbors. There is a nebula and a half in between. To travel directly from the Thorn Nebula back to the Lorn Nebula, one needs to traverse the Morotion Nebula and half of the Sutter Nebula. Mu Feng were to travel the map at his peak without using the interstellar teleportation array. It would take him nearly 1,000,000 years. Even a typical God King's speed is at most half that of Mu Feng. Mu Feng felt a bit overwhelmed for a moment. After all, the distance was too far. If it's in another nebula, there are teleportation arrays that can be used. But this is the Thorn Nebula. Large interstellar teleportation arrays, for example, have been almost completely destroyed. At this moment, Mu Feng was unaware that it was precisely because a large number of interstellar teleportation arrays were destroyed that the life forms in this nebula were able to unlock a special kind of advanced technology. At that moment, the female dwarf by the bed looked at Mu Feng's expression, which seemed a little too happy. After thinking for a moment, she timidly asked, "Would you like a bite?" After speaking, the female dwarf lowered her head deeply, her face turning frighteningly red. "Come on," Mu Feng said calmly. "Now is not the time for politeness and pretense. Restoring one's own strength is the top priority. Everything else can wait." The female dwarf was taken aback, not expecting Mu Feng to agree so readily. Taking a deep breath, I tidied the messy hair around my neck and slowly bent down to reach over. 30 seconds later, Mu Feng relented, licked the blood from his lips, and looked as if he was still not satisfied. There was nothing they could do. The female dwarf in front of them was only at the saint spirit level. To Mu Feng, the origin of life was merely a grain of sand in the ocean. Therefore, Mu Feng spent most of his time simply absorbing blood, since it could quench his thirst. The female dwarf got up and rushed out of the room in a hurry. Chapter 357 Misunderstanding. Perhaps due to the excessive force of the movement, the brain experienced a brief period of dizziness. Holding onto the door frame, she stumbled out, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Just as I left the room, I bumped into another female dwarf. After all, 2 female dwarves were arranged for Mu Feng. The female dwarf who came later looked at the female dwarf who came out of the room with a puzzled expression and asked, "Alien, what's wrong with you?" The female dwarf named Alien blushed instantly and stammered, unable to utter a single word. Although nothing happened, the actions just now were far too intimate. That's biting someone's neck. For a young woman like her, the impact was considerable. Upon seeing Alien's appearance, the female dwarf who came later gradually opened her mouth wide, her face filled with disbelief. She exclaimed in shock, "Alien, you're so desperate. He's a patient. He's on the verge of death." You can't blame her for thinking that way. After all, Alien's hair was a bit disheveled at the moment. This might be because he got up too abruptly and tossed his hair. Because of excessive blood loss, the person had to walk while holding onto the wall. This is perfectly normal for female dwarfs. After all, they are at a disadvantage in that respect. Their figures are what they are. Alien's face turned even redder, but she finally managed to speak. "What nonsense are you talking about? He's awake." The other female dwarf fell silent, her mind racing. If that patient wakes up, wouldn't it be that Alien did something while the patient was unconscious? Instead, after the other party woke up, they directly. My God, what a lecherous monster. He was on the verge of death, yet he still had the mind to do such things. After saying those words, Alien had no mood to say anything more to the other person and quickly ran away. As the female dwarf watched Alien's departing figure, her expression gradually turned angry. She turned and went into the room, yelling at Mu Feng on the bed. You lecher. I've always respected your vampire clan, but I never expected there to be scoundrels among us. Mu Feng lay on the bed, turned his head to look at the other person, and blinked. My mind was completely blank. He was extremely weak at the moment, so naturally he did not release his soul power outwards. Moreover, his basic bodily functions had also weakened significantly, so he was unaware of the conversation at the door. However, Mu Feng was not mentally unstable. He knew that the other party must have misunderstood. Normally, Mu Feng wouldn't bother to explain, because there's no need. But things are different now, and he feels it's better to explain. Upon realizing this, Mu Feng said, are you mistaken? I just drank some blood. The female dwarf, hands on her hips, said angrily. Then aren't you even more despicable? I know you vampires love blood, especially biting people's necks during. Female dwarves are at a natural disadvantage in that area, and they are already at a death sentence, but their partner is a vampire. The fact that he also had another wound on his neck made things even worse. Seeing that the other party had misunderstood even more thoroughly, Mu Feng quickly said, I only drank a mouthful of blood. I didn't do anything else. The female dwarf frowned, her resolve beginning to waver. After all, in her memory, vampires had always been a very noble and elegant race. In addition, the vampire's achievements in the Thorn Nebula have always been regarded as a heroic race by her. After Mu Feng's explanation, she began to wonder if she was overthinking things. Then came a brainstorming session, and I began to devise my own strategy. After a while, she looked serious, bowed, and said earnestly, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Mu Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. In his current situation, being in a foreign land, he naturally wants to avoid trouble as much as possible. But the next moment, Mu Feng sensed that something was wrong. A delicate fragrance wafted towards them, and the female dwarf had already approached. Although a woman may be short, it does not mean she lacks charm. After all, some old perverts just like this kind of thing. As compensation, I'll let you take a bite, the female dwarf said, blushing. What could Mu Feng say? He just bit into it. 30 seconds later, the female dwarf got up and left the room. She wasn't in a hurry or panic. After all, everyone has a different personality and a different level of acceptance. Mu Feng didn't do much either. After all, he was willing but unable to do so. He's in pain all over his body now, let alone anything else. However, Mu Feng learned her name. She told him it when she left the room. My name is Salna, and the one just now was named Eileen. After the other person left, Mu Feng lay alone on the bed. The power of the soul enters the inner world. A humanoid energy entity, emitting a faint red glow, appeared here. The world tree radiates 7-colored light, and planets are supported between its leaves and canopy. Around the world tree, numerous planets orbit. These are the rewards Mu Feng received from signing in a long time ago, a myriad of stars, which he still hasn't used up. So far, about half of it has been used. After all, building a divine realm requires planets, and it also provides high-quality planets for the heroes under its command, as well as the interstellar teleportation array built previously. Familiars reside within the inner world of the body. None of the familiars that Mu Feng had summoned before had left. They were all still within Mu Feng's inner world. After all, Mu Feng's situation was not good, and as an intelligent being, his familiar could not simply leave. If Mu Feng dies, they will have to wait for the next true ancestor. Mu Feng glanced around. The night demon's black sword hung in the sky, its black light cascading down, its sword energy crisscrossing. Blood Rage lay on a leaf of the world tree, fast asleep. The divine sheep King Kong stood amidst the massive thickets of the world tree, wielding his battle axe and chopping down blow after blow. However, it did not cause any damage to the world tree. It was merely a training method for the world tree. The ice demon sat on the frozen throne, elbows resting on the armrests, fists propping up her head, seemingly taking a nap. Beneath the throne of the ice demon lies a vast ocean interspersed with ice blocks. The mist of the shell roamed freely within it. Of Heaven, with his 4 hooves bent, knelt on a leaf, his head bowed, clearly asleep. At the top of the world tree, a brilliant blue rhombus-shaped crystal shines. This is the crystal of time and space. There was also a little owl in the bushes. This was Mu Feng's 13th contracted beast, the Eye of the Universe. When his gaze fell upon a cluster of multicolored light, Mu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Enveloped within the light is a dimensional spirit. One wing is missing, and the shocking wound on its back remains.